Boom! Suddenly, the body erupted. The smoke dissipated. Not a trace of the four-star dragon remained, leaving only the shocked visage of the four-star dragon standing alone amidst the fireball. The ground lay in ruins, battered by the shockwave, while the surrounding structures had all collapsed into heaps of debris. Wow! Four-star dragon, you truly are remarkable, came the excited shout from a distance as little Goku hurried over. Well done. I never expected you to dispatch one-star dragon with such ease. Vegeta rose from the rubble, and upon seeing one-star dragon vanquished, merely scoffed, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The four-star dragon stood upon a rock, gazing skyward. When Goku approached, he noticed a grave expression on his face, one that bore no resemblance to the joy of victory. "What's wrong, four-star dragon?" Goku inquired, puzzled. The four-star dragon spoke slowly. I'm sorry, Goku. No sooner had the words left his lips than a fissure suddenly appeared on his face, a blinding green light bursting forth. Goku shivered, instantly realizing what was transpiring. Thud! Sharp bone spikes erupted from the four-star dragon's body, followed by a pair of pallid hands tearing him apart. What is happening? Vegeta barked. Could it be? Boom! In a violent explosion, the four-star dragon's form was utterly torn asunder, giving birth to the super one-star dragon, who emerged, having absorbed the four-star dragon's power. What a pity, son Goku, the super one-star dragon sneered. That fool four-star dragon is now a part of me. You dare to kill four-star dragon again. Goku clenched his fists, fury blazing in his eyes. This time, I shall not forgive you. Oh, and what if you don't? The super one-star dragon arrogantly spread his arms, exuding an air of supreme arrogance. Goku gritted his teeth and, in an instant, flashed before him, delivering a powerful punch to the super one-star dragon's face. Yet the blow was akin to a mere tickle, and he was effortlessly swatted away. Absolutely perfect, the super one-star dragon reveled in his own power. With the four-star Dragon Ball regained, I am now invincible. From this moment forth, I am a god. The god of destruction, annihilating all. Meanwhile, in the void of temporal rifts, Mufong quietly observed all that transpired on Earth. Ridiculous. To call oneself a god of destruction with such meager abilities? As a traveler, Mufong had found himself in this world, becoming an angel. Initially, he was overjoyed. Being an angel signified eternal life and boundless power. Yet that joy was short-lived. For a long time, Mufang's consciousness had been ensnared within the essence of the universe, unable to move, seemingly due to the absence of a corporeal form. Until today, he had finally absorbed sufficient energy to materialize an angelic body, feeling the divine power surging within him. At last, I can move freely. As for the affairs on Earth, gazing at the image of Earth shimmering within his staff, Mufong fell into contemplation. A mere evil dragon, vanquishing it would be but a trivial task. Yet he had no intention of intervening. Angels are forbidden to intervene in the struggle between good and evil, nor may they wield divine power to partake in battles. Violators shall face downfall. Although the applicability of this rule to travelers remains uncertain, it is prudent to avoid any risks. Moreover, there is no necessity for such recklessness. Without his involvement, the formidable one-star dragon would soon be vanquished by Goku. The god of destruction mentioned by one-star dragon reminds me of something. Mufong mused after a moment of contemplation. Perhaps we should cultivate several Kaioshins and gods of destruction right here. During the days of inaction, Mufong remained ever vigilant of the dynamics of Earth and the cosmos. He discerned that he was situated in the GT timeline, distinct from the primary timeline, where the universe is singular and the highest deities are merely the Kaioshins and the old Kaioshin. There are neither gods of destruction nor angels, nor are there grand priests or Zeno. And Mufong himself had become the sole angel in the GT timeline. He had discovered a method to traverse other timelines by simply utilizing divine power to open a rift in time. This method is straightforward, yet no deity in the primary timeline dares to attempt it, perhaps due to the prohibition against divine interference with time. Should Zeno discover this, one would likely face immediate obliteration. How intriguing, given that I am the only angel here. To cultivate the mightiest Kaioshins and gods of destruction, and then take them to explore other timelines, would surely be an exhilarating endeavor. However, I must first validate whether my hypothesis holds true. With a flourish of his hand, Mu Feng ignited a radiant light around him and swiftly departed from the void. In the realm of the Kaioshin, Goku, Jebit God anxiously gazed at the crystal ball in this GT timeline. The Kaioshin Shin and Jebit remained in a fused state, collectively referred to as Jebit God. Ancestor, it seems Goku is on the verge of defeat. Jebit God turned to the old Kaioshin. Ancestor, what troubles you? The old Kaioshin looked skyward, his expression grave, as if sensing something amiss. Ancestor, Jebit God leaned closer. Goku is barely holding on. Silence. I can hear you. The old Kaioshin retorted angrily. Though I am elderly, my hearing remains sharp. Jebit God, was that truly necessary? You startle me. Have you not realized? The old Kaioshin fixed him with a penetrating gaze. Realized what? Jebit God replied, bewildered. What has transpired? You've been acting oddly. It cannot possibly be due to Earth, can it? Sigh. You truly are a blockhead. The old Kaioshin shook his head in exasperation. If I am not mistaken, a new deity has emerged in the universe. A new deity? Jebit God exclaimed in shock. How did I not perceive this? Is this not a good thing? You fool. The old Kaioshin fumed, stamping his foot. You are utterly unworthy of being a Kaioshin if you fail to recognize such a significant event. Jebit God, how can this be blamed on me? The emergence of a new deity is indeed a positive development. The old Kaioshin paced with his hands clasped behind his back. But consider how many years it has been since a new deity was born. How many years? Jebit God counted on his fingers and sheepishly chuckled. I cannot say for certain. It has certainly been a long time. Worthless, the old Kaioshin nearly spat blood. That being's divine power far surpasses mine by several magnitudes. Ancestors, that hardly seems formidable. Jebite raised the crystal sphere. Let's not dwell on that. Look, Wukong is about to lose. Preposterous. Are you implying I am weak? The old Kai's beard bristled with indignation. Jebite fell silent. The old Kai, in a huff, remarked, if you are truly that powerful, you should be the one dealing with the one-star dragon. I shan't waste my breath on you. The old Kai snatched the crystal sphere from Jebite's grasp. Were you planning, Ancestor? Jebite inquired, perplexed. Discovering a new deity is far more significant than the one-star dragon. The old Kai mused to himself. I must ascertain this deity's current location. Perhaps he is a Kai as well. With both hands, he unleashed an intangible divine power that enveloped the crystal sphere, causing the imagery within to shift. The two held their breath in anticipation. The scene quickly focused on a youth, resplendent in a kaleidoscope of colors, soaring through the void with a scepter in hand. Mu Feng. An ancestor, Jebite stammered in astonishment. Is this the newly born deity? Where is he? This speed is simply unbelievable. Even the old Kai wore a look of confusion, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. He doesn't appear to resemble a Kai. Jebite scrutinized closely. Kais generally share a similar appearance, but this individual's visage. The old Kai leaned in to magnify the image. The crystal sphere clearly revealed Mu Feng's countenance, a tall figure of nearly 6 feet, with strikingly handsome and radiant features. Curious, the old Kai muttered. He does not resemble a Kai. Yet, the aura of divine power was unmistakable. As the old Kai squatted down, scratching his head in contemplation, Jebite suddenly exclaimed, Ancestor, he seems to have noticed us. Preposterous. The old Kai sprang up to investigate, only to see Mu Feng still in flight, his ire flaring. When observing through the crystal sphere, the subject cannot see us. What sort of Kai are you? My apologies. Jebite chuckled nervously. Shall we continue our observation? Of course. How many times must I reiterate that this matter is more important than the one-star dragon? The old Kai leapt up, tapping Jebite on the head. As the greatest of deities, we must uncover his identity. Oh, the greatest of deities? Mu Feng's light laughter suddenly echoed from the crystal sphere. The two were instantly petrified. An ancestor? I must be mistaken. Jebite's voice quivered. It could be a coincidence. The old Kai turned his face away. Indeed. Jebite hastily concurred. You mentioned they cannot see us, Ancestor. The old Kai secretly grumbled. If this statement were to be repeated and a mishap occurred, wouldn't that be a slap in my face? Esteemed Kai, it seems your banter is quite entertaining, but I have an important matter to discuss. The distance from here to the Kai realm is rather considerable. It would take approximately 5 minutes at full speed. Mu Feng smiled. If it's not too much trouble, could I request Jebite to come and fetch me? The old Kai. Has the stage been set against me so swiftly? Ancestor, did you not say the individuals inside cannot see us? Jebite yelled in terror. Fool. The old Kai jumped up and struck him on the head. What I say isn't necessarily all correct. Didn't I tell you earlier that his divine power far surpasses mine? It's no surprise that he can see us. This brat dares to use my words against me. I must give him a good beating. But can this fellow truly see us? Such a thing has never happened before. Can you really see us? The old Kai leaned closer to the crystal ball, cautiously inquiring. Of course, I can see you quite clearly, Mu Feng replied with a smile, including the god Jebit behind you, who just received a punch. The old Kai's expression shifted, and he turned to shout, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come over. The new god is speaking to us. Don't just stand there like a fool. It hurts so much. God Jebit rubbed his head, feeling aggrieved yet too timid to retort. I understand, ancestor, I'm coming now. Clearly, you struck me, yet I am the one being reprimanded for rudeness? Moreover, who wouldn't be startled by such a thing? Were you not surprised just a moment ago? I'm here, esteemed ancestor, and this new god as well, God Jebit greeted with a foolish grin. Idiot! The old Kai smacked his head again, then turned to Mu Feng with an apologetic smile. This lad is young and inexperienced. Please don't take offense. No worries. Mu Feng waved his hand dismissively. May I inquire as to your identity? Are you a Kaishin like us? The old Kai asked, then turned to Jebit and shouted, You fool. Reintroduce yourself. Calling him new god is quite impolite. God Jebit. But aren't you the one who referred to him as that? Why am I the only one being punished? What are you dawdling for? The old Kai glared. Hurry up. I'm coming. God Jebit jogged over and bowed to Mu Feng in the crystal ball. Hello, I am God Jebit. Well, that's more like it. The old Kai nodded in satisfaction. You two Kaishin are quite amusing. Mu Feng chuckled. You may call me Angel Mu Feng. Angel. Mu Feng? God Jebit scratched his head, muttering, That name doesn't sound like a Kaishin at all. You foolish child. The old Kai face-bombed. Haven't you noticed? He is missing something. Missing what? God Jebit scrutinized closely and suddenly realized the patera earrings. Finally, you've come to your senses, the old Kai sighed, looking exasperated. But if he isn't a Kaishin, then what is he? God Jebit leaned closer to the old Kai and whispered, The old Kai. Are you hard of hearing or just slow-witted? The old Kai exclaimed in frustration. His name is Mu Feng. He's an angel. I told you to learn more, yet you waste your days idly. Angel? What is that? God Jebit asked, utterly perplexed. Ancestor, have you ever heard of angels? Why have I never heard of them? I'm not quite sure either, the old Kai mumbled quietly, awkwardly averting his gaze. Turns out there's something you don't know, God Jebit thought to himself with a smirk. You just scolded me, yet you yourself are clueless. It seems even you, esteemed ancestor, could use a bit of education. Cough, cough. It is quite normal for one to have a poor memory with age, the old Kai said, stroking his beard in defense. However, young man, it is unacceptable for you to remain uninformed. Jebit responded, You're absolutely right. I concede. It appears that Wukong and his companions are destined for defeat. Listening to the conversation between the two, Mu Feng has come to the conclusion that this world lacks any other deities. From here on, he must rely on his own exploration. As he is on the verge of reaching the realm of the Supreme Kai. It is good to know. I shall read more in the future. The old Supreme Kai muttered, when suddenly his eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed into the crystal ball, realizing that Mu Feng had already arrived above the Supreme Kai's realm. As the two looked up, a brilliant spectrum of colors descended from the heavens. When the light dissipated, Mu Feng stood before them. Greetings, esteemed Supreme Kais, Mu Feng said with a smile as he approached. Lord Angel, the old Supreme Kai managed to maintain his composure. May I inquire as to what exactly an angel is? We have never heard of such a being. In simple terms, Mu Feng replied with a light chuckle. It is the most exalted and powerful deity of this universe. The mightiest deity in the universe? The old Supreme Kai was momentarily at a loss for words. Ancestor, Jebit God whispered, was it not said that the Supreme Kai is the highest deity in the universe? I am equally perplexed. The old Supreme Kai lowered his voice. The name Angel sounds familiar, yet I cannot recall why. Oh, Mu Feng raised an eyebrow. It seems the old Supreme Kai knows something. Age brings forgetfulness. The old Supreme Kai wiped his brow. And what of this one? Mu Feng conjured a purple silhouette of the god of destruction, Beerus. Do you remember? The old Supreme Kai scratched his head, staring at the image. Ancestor, this god of destruction seems unsettling, Jebit God remarked quietly. Don't ask me. The old Supreme Kai exclaimed. I can scarcely remember the angels, let alone anything about a god of destruction. Seeing their bewilderment, Mu Feng inwardly shook his head. As I suspected, there are indeed no other deities in this timeline. According to the history of the multiverse, thousands of years ago, Beerus had a dispute with the old Supreme Kai and subsequently sealed him away. However, Beerus is absent here. The one who sealed the old Supreme Kai must be someone else, who has long since perished in the annals of time. It is an entirely different timeline. I have never encountered this god of destruction, the old Supreme Kai confessed. I see, Mu Feng continued to inquire. And what of the King of All and the Grand Minister? It is prudent to confirm. Upon hearing these names, the old Supreme Kai appeared utterly perplexed, and Jebit God shook his head in ignorance as well. Never mind, it seems asking is too cumbersome. Please show me the divine records. Mu Feng instructed the old Supreme Kai. Why would an angel be interested in such mundane matters? Jebit God muttered under his breath. Moreover, that book is of great significance. I am never allowed to touch it. Go fetch it, the old Supreme Kai commanded. Really? Are we to show it to him? Jebit God was taken aback. What are you still dawdling for? Did you not hear my command? The old Supreme Kai raised his voice. Ancestor, that book is extremely important, and we are uncertain of this angel's true identity. Fool, he could easily dispatch us. The old Supreme Kai urged. Hurry, I do not wish to perish here. Jebit God silently grumbled. At such an old age, he still speaks of not wanting to die. Perhaps he is merely reluctant to part with the beauty. Nonetheless, he felt the overwhelming divine power merely by standing before Mu Feng. Since you have agreed, Mu Feng said with a faint smile, there's no need to trouble the god of Jebit to fetch it. What does this mean? The old Kai looked perplexed. Suddenly, Mu Feng raised his hand, and a massive tome appeared seemingly out of thin air. This book was an astonishing 3 to 4 meters thick and 6 meters long. The two deities gazed in astonishment. Such a heavy book would typically be cumbersome to move, yet he effortlessly held it with one hand. With a flick of his staff, the book opened automatically, revealing densely packed accounts of the historical kings of the universe and cosmic history. The pages flipped rapidly as Mu Feng read intently. In less than a minute, he closed the book. Ancestor, Jebit whispered, did you finish it so quickly? Surely, you are not merely pretending? Silence. The old Kai hissed, I lack such prowess. Yet he does not appear to be lying. I never jest, Mu Feng replied with a smile. Are there any other pertinent materials? Jebit awkwardly scratched his head, having not anticipated that his whisper would be overheard. You should have kept quiet. The old Kai glared at him, then turned to Mu Feng with an apologetic smile. Esteemed angel, this is the only volume available. Mu Feng nodded, lost in thought. The contents of the book confirmed his suspicions, particularly regarding the historical kings of the universe. Aside from the kings, there was not a trace of information concerning other deities, destroyers, angels, grand priests, or even the Omni-King within this weighty tome. It became abundantly clear, within the fabric of time and space, only the kings of the universe existed. All other deities were mere figments of imagination. And I, Mu Feng, stand as the first and sole angel in the continuum of time, the most formidable and revered deity present here. What say you, Angel Mu Feng? Jebit inquired curiously. Perceiving Mu Feng's silence, have you uncovered anything intriguing? There is much within the book, even I find it unfamiliar. Alas, it makes no mention of other deities. Mu Feng replied, shaking his head. Aside from the kings of the universe and some planetary records, there is naught else inscribed. At that moment, the old Kai stroked his chin, seemingly struggling to recollect something. He muttered about other deities, feeling a vague familiarity but unable to grasp it. Have you recalled something? Old Kai? Mu Feng smiled. Allow me to assist you. With that, he waved his right hand, conjuring his staff, and gently tapped the old Kai's head. A blinding white light erupted. The old Kai's spirit surged, his thoughts crystallizing with astonishing clarity, as if he had been rejuvenated. How remarkable! He marveled. I can directly behold the beauties of other planets. Ancestor, what are you doing? Jebit exclaimed, incredulous. Mu Feng intends for you to recall events, and you are using it to gaze at beauties. You nearly led me astray. Right, right, I almost forgot the matter at hand. The old Kai hastily closed his eyes, concentrating fully on recollecting. Omni King, angels, grand priests. He strained to think, his forehead nearly smoking from the effort. Ancestor, Jebet quietly reminded him. It seems smoke is rising from your head. Silence. Do not disturb me. The old Kai bellowed. Jebet muttered to himself, a kind reminder, and I am scolded. Angels, Omni King. Universe, the old Kai continued to mutter until suddenly his eyes widened in realization. I remember. He exclaimed. Oh, pray, share your thoughts. Mu Feng inquired with a smile. How terrifying it would be if the records are indeed true. The old Kai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Ancestors, what exactly is it? Jebite inquired eagerly. Several millennia ago, a record mentioned by the old Kaishin indeed spoke of angels, destroyers, grand priests, and the Omni King. A satisfied smile graced Mu Feng's face. Is there more? Originally, there existed 18 universes, of which 6 were directly obliterated for offending the Omni King. The old Kaishin's expression turned grave. 6 universes erased. How terrifying is the Omni King? Indeed, Mu Feng affirmed with a nod. You are correct. This is precisely the setting of the multiverse. The Omni King annihilated 6 universes and subsequently, at Sun Wukong's suggestion, will hold the tournament of power. Is that record genuine? The old Kaishin asked. Absolutely true, Mu Feng replied with a smile. However, one peculiar detail stands out. The old Kaishin furrowed his brows. The record states that our universe seems to have been removed by the Omni King, replaced by an identical substitute. So we have been relocated? Jebite was bewildered. What is the current situation? Suddenly, Mu Feng grasped the crucial point. Could it be that after the Omni King removed our universe, he created an entirely new 7th universe to take its place? This would explain the existence of super science and 2 identical parallel worlds. Precisely because our universe was displaced by the Omni King, only the Kaishin remains in this timeline. All other deities have vanished. And I, having traversed here, have become the first angel aside from the Kaishin. If this is indeed the case, everything falls into place. In other words, we were shifted. Which is why I did not take that record seriously, the old Kaishin remarked. Had it not been for Angel Mu Feng's mention, I would never have recalled the events chronicled in that ancient text. Angel Mu Feng, you seem to possess considerable inside knowledge, the old Kaishin pressed. Could you share it with us? I do not know much, Mu Feng replied with a smile. What you just mentioned is indeed true. Quite astonishing, isn't it? We are situated in a parallel timeline. I am also unclear on the specific details, as I have only just come into existence. However, Mu Feng said calmly, I intend to cultivate new deities here. Parallel timelines. Jebite exclaimed in shock. Is there another world identical to ours? Fool. Did I not mention that a precisely similar new universe has replaced us? The old Kaishin scolded Jebite. The focal point is how Angel Mu Feng intends to cultivate new deities. That hurts. Jebite whimpered, crouching and cradling his head. I will cultivate new Kaishins and destroyers here. Mu Feng stated, gazing intently at the old Kaishin, to create deities more powerful than all the champions of the universes. Cultivate new deities? The old Kaishin was taken aback. What are we, then, as the 2 Kaishins? First, we must construct a divine realm as a training ground, Mu Feng said, a scepter materializing in his hand. He sighed gently. My birthplace is too remote for ordinary beings to reach. At least give me an answer, the old Kaishin said, feeling awkward. Apologies, old Kaishin. Mu Feng chuckled. We will discuss this shortly. Let me first create the divine realm. Oh, all right. The old Kaishin felt even more bewildered. Can he hear my thoughts? Mu Feng directed the scepter towards the heavens, its tip erupting with a brilliant radiance. In an instant, a colossal celestial body materialized above the realm of the Supreme Kai, its size several times that of Earth, casting an expansive shadow over the entire domain. Creating a divine realm truly requires considerable effort. Mu Feng retracted his scepter and teleported beside the divine realm, gently nudging it to maintain an appropriate distance from the Supreme Kai's domain. Let it remain here. He mused with satisfaction. The training ground was established, and now it was time to nurture new deities. Within the Supreme Kai's realm, chaos ensued. What is happening? Jebet exclaimed in alarm. Why did it suddenly grow dark? Ancestor! Noticing the old Supreme Kai's lack of response, Jebet inched closer. What are you gazing at? Where is the angel Mu Feng? Up there, the old Supreme Kai replied, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the sky. Jebet followed his line of sight and gasped in astonishment. A gargantuan star hung suspended above the Supreme Kai's realm. I believe I understand the source of that darkness, he said, wiping the sweat from his brow and turning to the old Supreme Kai. This is truly unbelievable. Ancestor, is this the work of the angel Mu Feng? Indeed. The old Supreme Kai regained his composure from the shock. Such astonishing divine power can create a celestial body in the blink of an eye. This is the might of an angel. At that moment, the old Supreme Kai felt not only astonishment, but also a twinge of envy. I cannot comprehend it. I too am a deity, a Supreme Kai who has existed for over 10 millennia. How can the disparity between gods be so vast? Such is the nature of an angel's innate abilities, he thought, trembling slightly as he turned. When did you descend, my lord? Oh, this angelic being appears and vanishes without a trace, he mused. It was truly terrifying to discern the thoughts of others. Before the angel Mu Feng, nothing could remain concealed. That is good to know, Mu Feng replied with a faint smile. The battle on Earth should be concluding shortly. Ah, I nearly forgot about the affairs on Earth. Jebet exclaimed hastily. Surely Goku has not been defeated, right? Angel Mu Feng, you must be aware of the status of Super One-Star Dragon. Do not worry. Mu Feng summoned his scepter, and a vast image of Earth materialized, revealing the unfolding battle. Vegeta, Goku, and the others had lost their fighting capability, unable to maintain even their Super Saiyan forms. In the sky, a terrifying crimson light enveloped the land, as Super One-Star Dragon gathered a massive sphere of destructive energy, poised to obliterate Goku and his companions, along with Earth itself. This is dire. It appears Goku and the others are doomed. Jebet clenched his fists and whispered urgently to the old Supreme Kai. Ancestor, perhaps we should make our swift exit. You fool, do you still possess any semblance of a Supreme Kai? The old Supreme Kai shouted in exasperation. Moreover, with Angel Mu Feng present, should we fear the Super One-Star Dragon destroying the universe? Ah, I was merely jesting, Jebet chuckled awkwardly, his face flushed. Truly, such frivolous remarks at this moment are foolish. The old Kai, with a sense of resignation, remarked before respectfully inquiring of Angel Mu Feng, given the current state of affairs on Earth, do you not think it necessitates your intervention? The 3 Kai lords implored, please assist us. No, it is not yet time for my involvement. Mu Feng replied with a wave of his hand, causing the image and scepter to vanish. Rest assured, Goku will prevail. There is no need for concern. The old Kai, perplexed, queried, do you possess the ability to foresee the future? Mu Feng offered no verbal response, merely nodding with a smile. To foresee the future, how fearsome a power for an angel to wield, mused Jebet, scratching his head. The chasm between gods continues to widen. Yet as long as Goku and his companions emerge victorious, all is well. Precisely for this reason, I intend to cultivate new Kaioshins, Mu Feng continued. You two are simply too weak. Jebet protested, what is this? Why the sudden desire to replace me? The old Kai interjected, oh come now, you are condemning us both. But truth be told, my divine powers far surpass his. My extraordinary abilities can unlock human potential, a gift sought by many. Apologies, Mu Feng chuckled softly. Old Kai, the ability you take pride in is one that most gods across the universes possess. The old Kai offered an awkward smile, momentarily forgetting that angels can read minds. I aim to cultivate the most potent Kaioshin and destroyer, surpassing all others across the cosmos, Mu Feng declared, gazing intently at the old Kai. I intend to fundamentally transform this universe, accelerating its development. Upon hearing this, both the old Kai and Jebet shivered with trepidation, their hearts profoundly shaken. On that note, may I inquire what you believe the role of a Kaioshin entails? Mu Feng asked. Jebet paused, then replied, is it not to safeguard the peace of the universe? Is that all? Mu Feng pressed further. What else could there be? Jebet pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Apart from maintaining universal harmony, do we have other duties? He glanced at the contemplative old Kai for clarification. That seems to encompass it. The old Kai stroked his beard and added, if one must elaborate, perhaps we should strive to enhance the beauty of the universe. That is woefully inadequate, Mu Feng countered, shaking his head. Beyond maintaining the universe's operation, one must create planets and life, sustain cosmic balance, and continuously monitor the development of various celestial bodies, guiding them toward prosperity. Yet you both seem fixated solely on Earth, neglecting all other planets. The old Kai and Jebet fell silent, contemplating the truth of his words. You are correct, the old Kai admitted, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Suddenly, he recalled, but if there are too many planets, will the universe not become unbalanced? Indeed. Exactly. Jebet nodded fervently, exclaiming, the ancestor truly understands me. Silence. The old Kai, irate, felt his beard bristle, thinking that had this young one been more diligent, he would not now face replacement. Ha ha. Jebet chuckled nervously, retracting his neck. Even so, I remain steadfast in my intention to cultivate new Kaiashins and destroyers. Mufeng discerned his thoughts. With a resigned sigh, the old Kai acknowledged. It appears I have no other choice. You pose an excellent question, Mufeng concluded. Mu Feng continued, explaining that an excess of planets could indeed disrupt the balance, necessitating the existence of a god of destruction. God of destruction? Jebet was taken aback, realizing it referred to the terrifying entity from earlier. Was his duty to annihilate planets? Precisely, Mu Feng replied with a smile. The Kaiashin creates planets and fosters civilizations, while the god of destruction is tasked with obliterating those inferior worlds. The obliterated planets will vanish entirely, with not even a trace of their souls remaining. You must jointly uphold the cycle of creation and destruction within the universe. That sounds reasonable, Jebet hesitated. But isn't outright destruction rather cruel? Not in the slightest, the old Kaiashin interjected abruptly. Why do you seem so peculiar today, ancestor? Share your insights, Mu Feng urged, turning to the old Kaiashin. I have long sensed a disturbance in the universe, the old Kaiashin stated gravely. Frequent disasters, uncontrollable planets, and the wish-granting of Dragon Balls have severely compromised the equilibrium. Is that so? Jebet appeared bewildered. I find it all rather normal. Fool, the old Kaiashin exclaimed, leaping up to deliver a sharp reprimand to Jebet. If this continues, it won't just be Earth that faces calamity. Wiping a bead of cold sweat from his brow, his voice trembled. If this persists, our entire universe may meet its doom. Is it truly that severe? Jebet rubbed his head, muttering, I suppose I was negligent. The old Kaiashin was not mistaken. Mu Feng raised his staff, and the ethereal silhouettes of several planets materialized in the air. These planets must be eradicated, otherwise, the balance of the universe will shatter, ultimately leading to destruction. All of these must be destroyed. Jebet's eyes widened in disbelief at the staggering number of planets that needed to be eliminated. Indeed, Mu Feng lowered his staff. As angels, we cannot intervene directly. Thus, we must cultivate a god of destruction to carry out this task. Wait a moment, Jebet scratched his head. If we require a god of destruction, why must we remove the Kaiashin? The old Kaiashin remained silent, evidently pondering this very question. It was indeed peculiar. The destruction of planets was clearly the purview of the god of destruction, while we could also learn to create. There seemed to be no necessity to change personnel. I forgot to mention something, Mu Feng continued. In parallel dimensions, a bond of life forms between the god of destruction and the Kaiashin. A bond of life? Both Kaiashin were left perplexed. It is a relationship of shared existence and demise, Mu Feng elucidated. Should one perish, the other will likewise cease to exist. What's there to fear? Jebet declared confidently, the ancestor and I are not concerned about that. Internally, he reveled in the safety of remaining in the divine realm, avoiding any perilous adventures. The old Kaiashin remarked, why does this foolish boy involve me in his boasts? Did not Lord Mu Feng state the necessity of cultivating the strongest deity? What a disgrace. The old Kaiashin recalled this clearly. Mu Feng nodded in approval. Of course. Remember this. The old Kaiashin awkwardly smiled, thinking he had been read like an open book, relieved that no harmful words had escaped his lips. What did you just say, ancestor? Jebet inquired, utterly bewildered. The change in leadership is primarily due to the god of destruction. Mu Feng continued, stating that your strength is insufficient. Should any mishap occur, it would adversely affect the god of destruction, and I would suffer greatly. Furthermore, the future god of destruction would likely not consent to such an arrangement, would they? Jebite replied, it seems that is indeed the case. I must admit I am rather inept. Do not worry. You are not reverting to mere mortals. Consider it an early retirement. Mu Feng smiled. I have already identified a candidate for the new king of the universe and will bring him for training shortly. Oh, so you had this planned all along, Jebite said with a wry smile. You are certainly swift in action. It appears this angelic figure is not negotiating with us at all. The old king of the universe sighed while clasping his hands behind his back. If we are to change leaders, so be it. This old body is due for retirement. As long as the universe can develop smoothly, I will defer to your arrangements. Jebite muttered quietly, While you seem to have accepted this, I still feel I have much life left in me. The sudden transfer of divine authority is rather difficult to accept. Lord Mu Feng, who is the new king of the universe you have selected? The old king of the universe inquired cautiously. What if we appoint Sun Wukong? Mu Feng replied with a mysterious smile. Wukong as king of the universe? Jebite exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval. The old king of the universe could not help but roll his eyes. Just moments ago, he was lamenting, and now he changes his tune upon hearing Wukong's name? Indeed, it is an excellent idea. The old king of the universe stroked his beard. Having been nurtured by you, he may indeed become the strongest king of the universe in history. Old ancestor, there is no need for cultivation. Wukong is already far superior to us, Jebite interjected. Fool! The old king of the universe exclaimed in frustration. I meant in comparison to other universes. Did everything I just said go unheard? Ahaha! Jebite scratched his head awkwardly. Mu Feng interjected. I will ensure he continually surpasses his limits. However, now is not the time. Once the crisis on Earth is averted, I shall summon him for intensive training in the divine realm. The old king of the universe pondered. So you intend to assign the role of god of destruction to Vegeta? Precisely. When it comes to the destruction of planets, Vegeta is far more adept than Wukong. His temperament suits the role perfectly. However, Vegeta's strength has lagged behind Wukong's, the old king of the universe remarked, wiping his cold sweat. I can attest to that. Jebite quickly agreed. From my observations, Vegeta has long since lost his fighting spirit. Nonsense. It was I who informed you of that. The old king of the universe glared angrily. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Jebite wished he could find a hole to hide in. Mu Feng, with confidence, stated, let us not forget that Vegeta is the proud prince of the Saiyans. I have my methods to unlock his potential. With your assurance, we can rest easy. The old king of the universe sighed with relief. Lord Mu Feng, is the battle on Earth nearing its conclusion? Jebite asked anxiously. Not yet, but it will be soon. Mu Feng indicated towards the distant crystal ball. You two may observe the battle for now. I will attend to some preparations in the divine realm. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the sky. The old king of the universe and Jebite exchanged glances. Why do I feel like a mere lackey at beck and call? Yet, upon reflection, the rank of an angel indeed surpasses mine by a considerable margin. What am I dawdling for? The old Kaioshin gave a swift kick to the god Jebit, urging him to fetch the crystal ball. Jebit, feeling somewhat wronged, thought to himself, am I truly at the very bottom of the food chain? However, realizing that the Kaioshin and earth deities were beneath him, a sense of equilibrium was restored. He hurriedly brought forth the crystal ball, and the two settled cross-legged, preparing to witness the climactic battle on Earth. Before them lay an immense pit, plunging to depths of tens of thousands of meters, a result of the Super One-Star Dragon's destructive energy blast. Even more dire was the fact that the negative energy released by the One-Star Dragon had enveloped the entire planet. The sky grew dark and foreboding, crackling with purple lightning. While monstrous waves ravaged the cities, the earth fractured, and skyscrapers collapsed in succession. Son Gohan and the others had long since lost the will to fight. Lying prostrate and barely clinging to life, Vegeta's arm had been pierced by the One-Star Dragon's jagged spines, and he was kicked to the edge of the chasm, half his body dangling precariously over the abyss. With great difficulty, Vegeta opened his eyes to the advancing One-Star Dragon and let out a derisive laugh. Have you lost your mind? The Super One-Star Dragon is gathering a blood-red energy orb. Go join Goku in death. Huh? What did you say? Vegeta scoffed, his voice unwavering. You are destined to lose. With that proclamation, he exhausted his strength and succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, rubble from the pit began to levitate, and a brilliant light shot forth from its depths. What? The Super One-Star Dragon staggered back in shock. How could Goku still possess such formidable energy after being presumed dead? The radiance intensified, and a complete spirit bomb gradually ascended, heralding the reappearance of Son Goku. He was tattered and worn, yet raised his hands high, cradling the spirit bomb as he soared upward. You're still alive, the One-Star Dragon exclaimed in disbelief. Heh, Goku replied, looking up, I'm not so easy to kill. First, I shall deal with you. The spirit bomb absorbed energy from all living things on Earth, swelling rapidly. The righteous energy dispersed the negative aura that shrouded the planet, restoring brightness to the darkened sky. This is the wish of the Earthlings, Goku cried, embodying the anguished cries of the devastated world. Impossible, roared the One-Star Dragon, unleashing energy blasts, but they had no effect on Goku. Lord Kaishin. Goku closed his eyes and transmitted his thoughts. I must indeed rely on the spirit bomb. Come down. The one-star dragon raged with frenzied attacks, yet only stirred clouds of dust in the air. It seems I have no other choice. Goku resumed communication with the North Kaishin. This spirit bomb is still insufficient to vanquish him, yet I have gathered all the energy from Earth. It appears I must borrow energy from the entire universe. Lord Kaishin, I implore you, let my voice echo throughout the cosmos. Leave it to me, replied the North Kaishin, promptly rallying the East, South, and West Kaishins to assist, transmitting Goku's plea into the vastness of space. In an instant, that familiar voice resonated across the universe. All the inhabitants of planets that had encountered Goku responded in unison, raising their hands to convey their life energy to him. Countless streams of energy surged through the interstellar expanse, like shooting stars racing toward Earth. Even the floating Xiaofang and others could distinctly sense the surge of energy waves. As the cosmic vitality converged, the original energy sphere suddenly expanded more than twice its size. Thank you so much, Lord Kai. Goku exclaimed joyfully, and thanks to all the friends across the universe. By the way, Goku, there's something I forgot to tell you. Our universe is experiencing. The North Kai's voice abruptly cut off, and even the mental connection vanished entirely. The energy sphere in midair continued to grow, far surpassing its previous scale. Sensing the impending crisis, the Super One-Star Dragon grew increasingly terrified, hastily raising its arms to once again condense a scarlet sphere of destructive energy. Die! With a thunderous roar, the destructive energy sphere shot towards Goku. Amidst the deafening roar, the One-Star Dragon widened its eyes, anticipating the sight of its opponent being obliterated. However, as the dust settled, Goku remained firmly suspended in the air, not even a corner of his clothing damaged. He held aloft the increasingly radiant energy sphere, gazing down upon the One-Star Dragon like a celestial deity. What kind of monster are you? The One-Star Dragon stammered in shock. Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, and the others gradually awakened, looking up at the figure in the sky radiating a glow of righteousness. Catch this. Goku's gaze locked onto the One-Star Dragon below. Wait. The One-Star Dragon retreated in panic. No. With all his might, Goku hurled the colossal energy sphere, imbued with the force of destruction, crashing down. With no escape, the One-Star Dragon desperately extended its arms, attempting to withstand this lethal strike gathered from the energy of the entire universe. With a piercing scream. Its resistance ultimately proved futile. The energy sphere propelled it through the sky, vanishing into the distant horizon. With the final thud, both the energy sphere and the One-Star Dragon disappeared without a trace. The crisis on Earth was thus averted, and Goku emerged victorious. In the Kaishin realm, what a spectacle! Jebbet exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Goku truly eradicated the Super One-Star Dragon. Earth is safe now. He noticed the old Kai still wore a tense expression. Ancestor, why aren't you happy? Jebbet asked in confusion. Soon, Angel Mufing will bring Goku over, right? The old Kai silently gazed at the crystal ball, and suddenly, with a thud, he struck Jebbet's head sharply. Fool, have you used all your divine power just to eat? Can't you sense the anomaly? Ouch, what's wrong? Jebbet rubbed his head in grievance. The old Kai clasped his hands behind his back and said solemnly, use your divine power to truly perceive this victory. Does it really exist? Jebbet attempted to sense the surroundings with his divine power, suddenly widening his eyes in astonishment. It's Goku. The old Kai shook his head and sighed. Goku is already dead. Although the crisis on Earth has been resolved, Angel Mufing cannot train him to become the new Kaishin. Ancestor, have you forgotten? Jebbet suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Goku has died several times before. He can just be revived, right? Idiot. The old Kai fumed, stomping his feet in frustration, turning away with a sigh. This time is different. He died when he received the destructive blast. There was a divine power fluctuation. He must have made a deal with the dragon, sacrificing his resurrection to vanquish the evil dragon. He cannot be revived. Jebbet, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, sat helplessly on the ground. On Earth, the crowd shouted in search of Goku, ultimately discovering him unconscious in an open field. The black Dragon Ball beside him gradually reverted to its original state and suddenly emitted a beam of light that soared into the heavens. The eternal dragon appeared in the clear sky without warning, leaving all present in awe. Rise, Son Goku, commanded the dragon, its eyes glimmering with a crimson light. Enveloped in golden radiance, Goku's wounds healed, and he slowly opened his eyes. The evil dragons have been vanquished, Goku declared as he stood up. You must understand the reason now, the dragon proclaimed. From this moment forth, the Dragon Balls will vanish forever, myself included. Can you grant one final request? Goku smiled, pointing to the ravaged land. Please, bring back the innocent lives that perished. With a flash of red light, the earth rejuvenated. When the dragon announced its intention to take Goku away, the crowd was taken aback. Vegeta rushed forward, blocking the way. Are you going to train? Suddenly, he trembled, realizing the truth from Goku's aura. Kakarot, could it be? Goku raised a finger to his lips, smiling and waving at everyone. Vegeta, everyone, I must be off. The dragon soared into the sky, carrying Goku towards the clouds. Stupid Goku, Chi-Chi shouted after him. At least tell us where you're going. Will you be back for dinner? She stomped her foot in frustration. I've prepared all your favorite dishes. Goten tugged at his mother's sleeve. Dad will be back soon. Just like before. By the way, Mom, what's for dinner? Braised eel, she replied. Wow, Dad will definitely come back when he smells that. Goku asked the dragon. Could you take me on a tour of a few places? Upon receiving consent, they swiftly landed before Master Roshi's house. Roshi and Krillin greeted them with delight. Krillin clapped Goku on the shoulder. You haven't changed a bit. How about a spar with Master Potato? Goku suddenly assumed a fighting stance. Don't joke around. Krillin waved his hands, yet found himself pulled into the challenge. Hey, come on, give me some dignity. Master Roshi silently observed the playful banter between his two disciples when, suddenly, his pupils dilated. Goku, watch out. Krillin landed a punch on Goku, leaving himself stunned. Hey, you're still as strong as ever, Goku chuckled, lying on the ground. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished. That little brat has gone missing again, Krillin shouted at the sky. Master Roshi gazed at the beach washed by the waves, silently thanking the dragon. In the underworld, Piccolo had just finished dealing with unruly troublemakers when he suddenly spotted Goku descending from above. You died again. Piccolo nearly jumped in surprise. Goku smiled and extended his hand. Let us shake on it. The moment their palms met, golden light swirled around them. Piccolo's eyes widened. You owe me much. Goku waved as he stepped back. Piccolo, I will always remember you. By the time Piccolo regained his senses, only shimmering starlight remained. Meanwhile, Gohan and the others had already departed. Just as Pan was about to leave, she noticed something familiar lying on the ground. It's Grandpa's clothes. Xiaofang picked up Sun Wukong's garment, her face a portrait of confusion as she murmured to herself. Grandfather clearly vanished alongside the dragon just moments ago. She resolved to keep it safe. Vegeta, standing behind her, spoke cryptically before taking flight into the sky, leaving her in silence. It seemed that Xiaofang grasped the deeper meaning behind Vegeta's words, clutching the garment tightly as she gazed upward. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the Kaioshin realm. This is disastrous, exclaimed Jebet, frantically tugging at his hair as he shouted to the old Kaioshin. What are we to do? Wukong is dead and has been taken by the dragon. Fool! How am I to know what to do in such a situation? The old Kaioshin was equally fraught, realizing they needed to seek assistance from that esteemed individual. You must report to Angel Mufeng. If all else fails, we may have to consider training a new Kaioshin. Is there truly no other option? Jebet pressed, unwilling to relent. Absolutely not. The old Kaioshin declared emphatically. Our only hope lies with Angel Mufeng. Damn it, how did things come to this? Jebet cursed before instantaneously vanishing. The old Kaioshin sighed as he gazed at the sky, lamenting, though it pains me to say, I fear even the angel may be powerless to intervene. Suddenly, Jebet reappeared, startling the old Kaioshin so much that he nearly fell over. You rascal! The old Kaioshin exclaimed, rising with the intent to reprimand him. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Not at all. I must urgently inform you. Angel Mufeng is not in the realm. I've searched everywhere and cannot find him. The old Kaioshin's expression darkened. This is a grave predicament. If the angel returns to discover Wukong's demise, we shall undoubtedly face dire consequences. Surely not. Jebet wiped the sweat from his brow. After all, he is an angel, not a demon. Fool. At such a critical moment. Do you not realize he has long intended to train Wukong? The old Kaioshin scolded. If he learns of Wukong's death, do you think he will spare us? We are the closest to him. You are absolutely correct. Jebet suddenly realized. This has become a serious problem. What shall we do? I do not know. The old Kaioshin lamented, shaking his head in despair. This is indeed troublesome. Jebet slapped his face in frustration before a light of inspiration flickered in his mind. Wait, we can use the crystal ball to locate him. If Angel Mu Feng is still in this time-space, we are sure to find him. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Seeing the old Kaishin caught off guard by this suggestion, Jebet felt a surge of pride. You finally come up with a good idea. The old Kaishin hastily retrieved the crystal ball, adding, Ahem, I merely forgot momentarily. It was not due to anxiety. Do not get too pleased with yourself. Understood, understood. Jebet nodded eagerly. Let us see where the angel is. I hope he remains in our time-space. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the two, despite their usual playful banter, understood the gravity of their predicament. The old Kaishin, not daring to delay further, channeled his divine energy into the crystal ball, proclaiming, Reveal yourself. Tell me where Mu Feng is. The old Kai shouted at the crystal ball. With a whoosh, the crystal ball gradually revealed an image, and the two gazed at it with excitement. The appearance of the image confirmed that Mu Feng indeed existed in this time and space. They could inform him and see if there was any chance of redemption. Mu Feng was enveloped in a dazzling array of colors, traversing through the cosmos. Oh, it's the two Kaishins, Mu Feng smiled slightly, having sensed their presence the moment they used the crystal ball. No need to speak. I know what you wish to inquire. I am well aware of the situation on Earth, and the outcome is precisely what I anticipated. I am on my way. Leave the matter of bringing Goku back to the divine realm to me. However, my lord, the decision to take Goku is that of the dragon, Jebet remarked. It may not be so simple. Do you have any special methods? No special methods are required, Mu Feng replied with a faint smile. In my presence, the dragon is inconsequential. Old Kaishin said. Jebet, did I hear that correctly? Jebet was so astonished that he stumbled over his words. You heard correctly. Old Kaishin wiped his brow and asked, half convinced, My lord, are you implying that you can save Goku? Impressive, old ancestor. You too are addressing him as my lord. Jebet murmured. You think I cannot hear you from so close? Old Kaishin shot him a glare. You little rascal, always shirking your duties. It seems my lord is right. It is time to replace you. That remark is too hurtful, old ancestor, Jebet chuckled awkwardly. Let us listen to what my lord has to say. The two turned their gaze back to the crystal ball. You truly are amusing, Mu Feng chuckled. But I must continue my journey. You need only keep an eye on Goku's movements. With a wave of his hand, he severed the connection, leaving the two Kaishins in stunned silence. After a long moment, Jebet turned to old Kaishin, reflecting on Mu Feng's words. Old ancestor, let's probe the depths of this. Scratching his head, Jebet asked, Old ancestor, I did not fully understand my lord's words. He said we are amusing and instructed us to watch Goku's position. Is he concerned that Goku might be taken by the dragon? Old Kaishin glared at him. Fool, my lord's intent is for us to refrain from interference and merely observe. How did you come to be a Kaishin with such a mind? Now I understand. Jebet exclaimed, enlightened. You truly are remarkable, old ancestor. Old Kaishin shook his head in exasperation and turned to observe Goku's movements through the crystal ball. High above the clouds, Goku rested comfortably on the dragon's back. The 7 dragon balls merged seamlessly into his being, ultimately vanishing from sight. The dragon's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. Ready? Let us depart. Just as it was about to soar into the sky, a voice interrupted. Wait. The dragon halted, turning towards the sound, instantly drenched in cold sweat. TT the angel. It was flustered, utterly stripped of its usual majesty. In the Kaishin realm, Jebet jumped in astonishment. Old ancestor. The dragon actually recognizes the angel and is terrified. Old Kaishin huffed, of course. The dragon comprehends all things and is well aware of the angel's existence. Behold the reaction. The status of the angel seems to far exceed our expectations. Just how formidable is this Lord Mu Feng? Meanwhile, Shenlong respectfully inquired, Angel, what brings you here? Mu Feng replied with a smile, Are you familiar with the concept of parallel universes? Shenlong promptly responded, We, the Shenlong, are well aware of the existence of various timelines, though we seldom speak of them. It is indeed peculiar for an angel to be present in your timeline. Mu Feng nodded. I too am perplexed by this mystery. However, since I have arrived, it is imperative to set this timeline on the right course, transcending all other universes. First and foremost, we must cultivate new gods of destruction and supreme kais. Shenlong, feeling a wave of anxiety, stepped back. Surely you do not intend. Indeed, Mu Feng interrupted, turning his gaze towards Goku. I wish to take him with me and train him to become the mightiest Supreme Kai. Shenlong fell into a profound silence. This cannot be allowed. He quickly explained, the 7 Dragon Balls have already merged with Son Goku. Only through the righteous power within him can we purify the lingering dark energy in the Dragon Balls. It is a transaction we had previously agreed upon. In the realm of the Supreme Kais, the old Supreme Kai stroked his beard, nodding. So there exists such an agreement between Goku and Shenlong. It is impressive that Shenlong possesses such knowledge of parallel universes. No wonder he reacted that way upon encountering an angel. Yet, what did he mean by stating that this timeline only has Supreme Kais? The old Supreme Kai's irritation grew, and in a sudden fit, he kicked Jebet. It is your fault, you useless wretch. You have caused our lineage to grow increasingly weak, rendering us the subject of scorn. Jebet retorted, how can you blame me? It was clearly your wish to kick me. Ancestors, it seems there may be a turn of events. The angel appears capable of bringing Goku back, Jebet remarked, rubbing his sore backside, barely concealing his excitement. This is not our affair. Let us observe how the angel handles it, the old Supreme Kai scoffed, continuing to gaze into the crystal ball. Purifying the Dragon Balls does not necessarily require Son Goku. Mu Feng raised his staff and gently tapped it, causing the 7 Dragon Balls to separate from Goku's body. Angel, what is the meaning of this? Shenlong queried, a mix of confusion and reluctance evident in his demeanor, fully aware of the disparity in power between himself and the angel. Just watch, Mu Feng replied nonchalantly. In an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls flew into Mu Feng's hands. Indeed, there is a significant amount of residual dark energy, Mu Feng noted as he sensed the power within the Dragon Balls, realizing it would require considerable effort. No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant white flame enveloped the Dragon Balls, as Mu Feng continuously infused them with angelic power. Truly, the angel is extraordinary. Shenlong exclaimed in stunned silence. He could distinctly sense that within just a few seconds, the dark energy within the Dragon Balls had completely vanished. Although he had heard tales of the angel's might from other timelines, this was his first personal experience. Today has opened my eyes. The power of the angel far exceeds imagination. Moreover, it seems this is not even the full extent of his capabilities. In the realm of the Supreme Kais, Jebet gasped, my heavens! The angel has effortlessly purified the Dragon Balls. He could not help but imagine how splendid it would be if he were an angel. First to rectify the chaos of this universe, and then to wander freely. What could an angel not accomplish? The old Kaioshin stared in astonishment, overwhelmed with emotion. After a brief delay, Mu Feng retracted his staff and turned to the dragon, inquiring whether Son Goku was still necessary. Indeed, my Lord Angel, the dragon replied hastily. Excellent. Mu Feng nodded, adding, I have also modified the Dragon Balls. Henceforth, there shall be no more issues of energy imbalance. Thank you, my Lord Angel. The dragon expressed his gratitude profusely. I truly appreciate your assistance. It was but a trifling task, Mu Feng stated. Now, I shall take Son Goku with me. With a wave of his hand, pure energy enveloped Goku, lifting him gently into the air. Is there something else? Mu Feng interrupted the dragon, who seemed about to continue. My Lord Angel, I have a small request, the dragon said softly, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Once you arrive there, could you possibly procure for me a signature from the god of destruction, Beerus? I beseech you. The dragon can have wishes too? Mu Feng found this amusing and asked, is this something you cannot achieve yourself? Alas, my Lord Angel, the dragon lowered his head and explained. Our powers can only operate within the current timeline. We are utterly powerless when it comes to matters transcending time and space. Very well. I shall bring you Beerus's signature when the time comes, Mu Feng readily agreed. I am immensely grateful. I shall take my leave now. The dragon soared into the sky, gradually vanishing into the clouds. With you present, this timeline is bound to flourish. Mu Feng smiled gently and turned to the slumbering Son Goku, asking, did both Kaioshins observe everything clearly? Yes, my Lord Angel. Jebet was startled by the sudden address, nearly losing his balance. We witnessed it. Your power is truly astonishing, the old Kaioshin respectfully replied. Mu Feng paused for a moment, having not previously noticed how they referred to him. My Lord Angel? It does sound quite agreeable. As for Goku, you shall treat this as if you have not seen it and refrain from mentioning it to anyone, Mu Feng instructed. I have already revived him and will soon take him to the Kaioshin realm for him to become a Kaioshin. What? Goku has been revived? Jebet exclaimed. Jumping up and rushing to the crystal ball, shouting, "Incredible! My Lord Angel, you shall forever be my idol." Old Kaioshin interjected, "You little rascal. Did you not previously claim that I was your lifelong idol? Have you switched loyalties so swiftly? Such a lack of decorum." He yanked Jebet back, admonishing, "Do you not see that I am conversing with my Lord Angel?" He, understood, ancestor. Jebet scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. "Truly, you have become increasingly dismissive of me." After his complaint, old Kaioshin turned back to the crystal ball with a beaming smile. "Rest assured, we shall remain tight-lipped. My Lord Angel, I too have a small request." Observing the cunning look on his face, Mu Feng raised an eyebrow. "What is it? Do you also desire Beerus's signature, or perhaps wish to experience the taste of destruction?" "And no. Old Kaioshin quickly waved his hands, shyly stating, "What I seek is, given your extraordinary abilities, could you allow me to regain my youthful appearance?" Jebet chimed in. "So all this time, you simply wished to reverse aging?" "Not a chance," Mu Feng replied with a smile, declining the request. "Do you truly believe I am a wish-granting machine?" proposed Mu Feng. "The Dragon Balls have been restored. Perhaps I should summon Shenron for you to speak with directly?" Let's not," the old Kai swiftly replied, shaking his head. "Very well, I shall take Goku back now." A resplendent glow enveloped Mu Feng, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. "Ancestor, the screen has cut out again," Jebet reminded. "I can see it. I am not blind yet," the old Kai exclaimed, hopping in frustration. Jebet remarked, "Your temper seems to be directed at me. Goku, hurry and take over. I cannot bear to be the Kai even for a day longer." Mu Feng returned to the Kai realm with Goku. A brilliant burst of multicolored light descended from the heavens, and as the radiance faded, Mu Feng emerged gracefully, casually waving his hand to gently let Goku descend to the ground, his enveloping energy dissipating simultaneously. "The angel has returned." Jebet approached swiftly to welcome him, followed closely by the old Kai. It took a bit of effort. Mu Feng smiled as he retrieved his staff, lightly tapping it against Goku's form. "It is time to awaken, Goku." The moment the staff made contact, a dazzling light flashed. Goku's energy swiftly replenished, and he gradually opened his eyes. Where am I? Wasn't I negotiating with Shenron? Goku sat up in confusion, realizing, it's Lord Old Kai and Lord Jebet. "Goku," Jebet exclaimed, enveloping him in an enthusiastic embrace. His true excitement stemmed from finally being addressed with respect. "Lord Jebet, what is this?" Goku asked, bewildered. "Do not speak. Let me hold you a while longer." Jebet suddenly corrected himself. "No, rather, repeat my name a few more times for me to savor." Son Goku, Old Kai, Mu Feng, the three were left speechless by this sudden display. "I apologize for causing the angel to laugh," the old Kai said, somewhat embarrassed. "Not at all. It was to be expected," Mu Feng replied with a smile. "Angel?" Goku then noticed Mu Feng standing beside him, immediately jumping back, casting Jebet aside and assuming a battle stance. "Goku, do not be rude," the old Kai urgently admonished. "This is our universe's supreme deity, the angel, Lord Mu Feng. The greatest god in the universe?" Goku looked utterly bewildered, as this concept exceeded his understanding. "Indeed, although one cannot perceive divine energy," Mu Feng nodded approvingly. "The immediate combat response you exhibited is commendable. This indicates that even the Goku of this timeline possesses the potential to master the Ultra Instinct." "I apologize, Lord Mu Feng." Goku scratched his head sheepishly. "I just felt an unprecedented pressure, and my body reacted on its own." "Is that your justification for sending me flying?" Jebet clenched his fists, eyes closed and teeth gritted. My apologies," Goku chuckled uncontrollably. "Serves you right," the old Kai said with a hint of schadenfreude. "Who told you to act like that? Bringing disgrace upon the Kais. Lord Mu Feng, you are truly formidable." Goku approached excitedly. "May I engage you in a battle?" "You fool." The old Kaioshin charged forward and delivered a sharp rap to Goku's head. "Ouch! Why did you hit me, Lord Old Kaioshin?" Goku exclaimed, clutching his head with a look of grievance. "You martial arts fanatic. Do you think you can strike the angel at will?" The old Kaioshin scolded, poking Goku's forehead. "You must understand the rules when facing an angel. What kind of behavior is this?" Goku, rubbing the back of his head, appeared somewhat bewildered as he stood and clasped his fists towards Mufeng. "Lord Angel Mufeng, I am Son Goku, seeking your guidance." The old Kaioshin nearly lost his composure at the lack of decorum, exclaiming, "I did not allow you to issue a challenge. How could the angel entertain such ridiculous requests? What is going on in that head of yours?" "Never mind." Mufeng waved dismissively at the old Kaioshin and turned to Goku. I accept your challenge. Huh? The old Kaioshin was left speechless. Really? Goku's eyes lit up, and he quickly composed himself. Ahem, I am truly honored. I've never seen the angel make a move before. Jebet, filled with excitement, leaned in closer. The old Kaioshin sighed, exasperated by the foolishness of the two young men. Just call me Lord Angel, Mu Feng said with a smile, waving his hand. The title was too lengthy. Understood. The three responded in unison. This feels much more relaxed. Goku declared, already adopting a fighting stance, having completely forgotten about his quest for the dragon. Should I not start with Super Saiyan 4? Let me gauge his strength first. Goku bent his legs slightly, a fierce determination igniting within him. Come on. Is this divine power? He shouted, launching himself upward. His fists slicing through the air, yet only grazing an afterimage. Too slow. Mu Feng effortlessly dodged, his serene movements rendering Goku's attacks futile. Super Saiyan 1. Goku unleashed a torrent of golden energy, his fists forming a rainstorm of blows, but failing to even brush against Mu Feng's attire. Is that all you've got? Mu Feng stood still, smiling, seemingly full of openings yet entirely unassailable. Huh. A crimson light surged, and Goku instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. The waves of energy causing the Kaioshin realm to tremble. Full power. The scarlet flames swelled once more as Goku grinned. Now it's different. An astonishing energy erupted from within Goku, waves of power radiating outward, shaking the entire realm of the Kaioshin. The ground began to crack, fissures spreading like a spider's web. The old Kaioshin jumped up, shouting, Goku, stop. Do you want to destroy my territory? Jebet quickly grabbed him. Grandfather, don't be angry. Let them finish. Fool. The old Kaioshin, in frustration, struck him. Goku, regaining his composure, confidently declared, this is the full power state of Super Saiyan 4. Mu Feng nodded. Not bad, barely acceptable. What? Goku's smile faded. Then you must be cautious. In an instant, he accelerated towards Mu Feng, his speed so great that he left only an afterimage. The observing Jebet marveled. That power is extraordinary. If only he could maintain this state during the one-star dragon battle. The old Kaioshin interrupted. This state can only be sustained for 2 minutes. The true strength lies with the angel. The two engaged in a high-speed aerial duel, yet Goku could never quite land a hit on Mu Feng. How could Goku, panting heavily, still miss his punch? The god of Jebet stammered. How did you achieve that, Lord Angel? At that moment, Goku began to gather his energy, but Mu Feng suddenly vanished. Panic surged through Goku's expression. With a gentle slap, Mu Feng sent Goku crashing to the ground, reverting him to his childlike form. The old Supreme Kai was momentarily speechless, frozen in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure. One strike, just one strike, exclaimed the god of Jebet, his eyes wide with astonishment, realizing that Goku's Super Saiyan 4 form had been defeated. This is the technique of the divine realm. The old Supreme Kai suddenly rose with excitement, marveling at the incredible sight, never expecting to witness such divine prowess at his age. Oh, you do have an eye for talent, Mu Feng smiled at the old Supreme Kai. Lord Angel, I was aware of this long ago, the old Supreme Kai reminisced. In my youth, I too endeavored to master this power, but alas, after spending millennia without success, I gradually forgot it. It was only when I witnessed your evasion of Goku's attack that I was reminded. At this point, a relieved smile graced the old Supreme Kai's face. Indeed, this is the ultimate technique that even deities struggle to master. Mu Feng addressed the crowd. As angels, we innately understand its application, and I intend to impart this knowledge to Sun Wukong. The old Supreme Kai felt a surge of despair. So all my efforts over the years were in vain? Angels are born with such extraordinary skills. Perhaps you could teach me as well. I would gladly return to being a Supreme Kai. That won't he do? Mu Feng seemed to see through his thoughts, rejecting him with a smile. He then raised his staff and gently tapped the unconscious Goku, instantly reviving him. Awake so quickly, gasped the god of Jebet, marveling at the angel's healing prowess, which was truly unfathomable. You lad flatter too easily. The old Supreme Kai glared at him. What an eye-opener. Goku exclaimed, panting as he opened his eyes, astonished to discover such a formidable individual existed in the world. I warned you, the old Supreme Kai retorted. Had the Lord Angel not shown mercy, you would have perished again. Huh. Goku abruptly sat up, realizing, wait, wasn't I already dead? And what about my pact with the dragon? You fool. Only now do you comprehend. The old Supreme Kai sighed, rubbing his forehead. However, this was quintessential Sun Wukong's character. Even with all the explanations, he remained the same, eliciting both amusement and exasperation. Haha, Goku, you finally remembered. Jebbit whispered excitedly. This Lord Angel is a newly born deity of our universe, infinitely more powerful than my ancestors. I can certainly attest to that, Goku chuckled. Rubbing the back of his head, the memory of his recent defeat still fresh in his mind. After the detailed explanations from the old Supreme Kai and God of Jebbit, Goku finally grasped the situation. I see. He leaped up with a fish-like motion. Since I understand now, Mu Feng gazed at Goku. Why not take on the role of the new Supreme Kai of this universe? Yes. Jebbite, filled with excitement, eagerly concurred, noting the numerous advantages of becoming the Kaishin. The most significant of which is the enhanced ability to protect both Earth and the entire universe. The old Kaishin inwardly muttered. This brat is already attempting to shift the blame? To be honest, this was something I had never considered. Becoming a deity, Goku hesitated, scratching his head. If I were to become the Kaishin, would that mean I'd have to remain on this dull planet indefinitely? No, Mu Feng waved his hand dismissively. You are entirely free to roam as you please. Go wherever your heart desires. As the Kaishin, your duty is to maintain cosmic peace, to create planets and life, without the necessity of being confined to this one. The old Kaishin and Jebbite exchanged glances. Was this not a glaring case of preferential treatment? There is nothing unfair about it, Mu Feng explained with a smile. You both possess the freedom of choice. It is merely that you were unaware of it and too lethargic to leave. The two Kaishin regarded one another and, upon reflection, conceded that he was indeed correct, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Moreover, upon becoming the Kaishin, you will be able to thrive freely within the universe, acquiring powers exclusive to deities. Mu Feng continued, under my guidance. You will grow increasingly formidable, and in the future, you may even join me in challenging formidable opponents across other universes, perhaps even more powerful deities. Upon hearing the prospect of challenging formidable foes, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that true? He eagerly inquired. If so, I shall accept the role of Kaishin. The old Kaishin and Jebbite exchanged incredulous looks, but upon reconsideration, found it entirely reasonable. After all, given Goku's combative nature and Scion lineage, such a reaction was to be expected. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be the new apprentice Kaishin, Mu Feng declared, nodding in satisfaction as he conjured a pair of orange patera earrings. Wait, aren't those the earrings used for fusion? Goku exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. They now serve as your identification as the apprentice Kaishin. Mu Feng tossed the earrings to Goku, adding, once you are officially appointed, they will be replaced with green ones. The two Kaishin stood speechless. Ancestor, aren't those exclusive to the Kaishin? Jebbite murmured softly. Of course. The old Kaishin wiped his brow, realizing that if Mu Feng could conjure patera earrings, the angel was indeed omnipotent. Lord Mu Feng's appearance has completely reshaped my understanding of deities, Jebbite whispered. And the matters concerning parallel universes are simply astonishing. Accept reality, the old Kaishin sighed, gazing at Mu Feng's retreating figure. The dragon's words ring true, with an angel present. Our universe shall flourish. Am I to wear them now? Goku inquired, fiddling with the earrings. Yes, wear them, Mu Feng elucidated. They can still be utilized for fusion. But a typical human fusion lasts a maximum of 1 hour. If there is a significant power disparity, like between you and Vegeta, the fusion time will be even shorter. I see. Goku exclaimed, suddenly lowering his voice. So, now that I am the apprentice Kaishin, what would happen if I used these for fusion? My goodness. Ancestor. Did you hear that? Jebbit, in disbelief, widened his eyes at Goku's unexpectedly serious question. Be quiet. Can't you see the Angel Lord is explaining something? The old Kai reprimanded softly, though inwardly he was astonished. It was truly a rare occasion for Goku to pose such a thoughtful inquiry. It felt as if the sun had risen from the west. To be honest, after knowing him for so long, this was the first time he had witnessed Goku actually using his brain. This fellow usually remained in a standby mode, save for fighting. What could have prompted this sudden awakening? I understand, Jebbit quickly replied. Mu Feng continued to elucidate. The fusion of the Kaishins is permanent. However, as you are currently only an apprentice, you can only resolve the time limitation of the fusion. This means that your fusion time with Vegeta can be extended to about an hour. Rest assured, there are no other side effects. That's fantastic. Goku exclaimed joyfully. hurriedly donning the earrings and chuckling as he scratched the back of his head. Hee hee, I was really scared earlier. I thought that merging into a Kaishin would make me look like them. The old Kai retorted, very well. You little brat. Now I regret praising you. Son. Goku. Jebbit. Irritated, ground his teeth. What do you mean by that? It's hard to know how to respond to you. He muttered to himself. What's wrong with the appearance of the Kaishins? Clearly, it's you who lacks appreciation. Someone like me is quite handsome. Oh dear, I accidentally let that slip. Goku laughed sheepishly. I'm sorry, esteemed Kaishins. Please don't take it to heart. Mu Feng, stifling his laughter, reassured him. Aesthetic appreciation varies among individuals. Yours is, quite unique. Confidence is of utmost importance. If you genuinely can't find the words, don't force it. The old Kai waved his hand dismissively. Having long since come to terms with such things, he just wanted some peace. Indeed, Jebbit agreed, covering his face. The atmosphere turned awkward. Haha, it seems I misspoke. Goku chuckled nervously, scratching his head. Take a moment to regroup. Mu Feng turned to Goku, saying, from now on, you will be considered a demigod and will gain divine power. The angel's staff gently tapped Goku's forehead, enveloping him in a soft, white light. Is this divine power? Goku closed his eyes, feeling the warm flow within him. What a marvelous energy. This is just the beginning, Mu Feng smiled. After training, it can multiply several times over. Really? When do we start? Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. There's no rush. I will take you to practice shortly. Up there? Goku gasped, looking up. Since when did the Kaishin realm have an additional planet? That is a training ground created by the Angel Lord. Jebbit shot him a stern glance. The old Kai was still in the corner, doodling circles, clearly affected by the revelation. Creating planets as well. The angel is truly remarkable. Goku exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. With so many strong beings around, I can hardly wait to compete. However, you cannot remain in that childish form, Mu Feng said, tapping his staff. And a flash of golden light enveloped Goku, instantly restoring him to his normal size. Son Goku looked down at his body, joyfully swishing his tail. I really returned to normal? It was that simple to transform back? Mu Feng retracted his scepter and remarked, this will facilitate your cultivation. Additionally, it would be prudent to restore the King of Worlds realm, as the recent battle has caused considerable damage here. He raised the angelic scepter and lightly tapped the ground. With a hum, divine energy instantly radiated forth, rejuvenating the entire realm of the King of Worlds, erasing all traces of battle. Both the Elder King of Worlds and Jebbit felt an enhancement in their inner strength. This was the divine power that Mu Feng had deliberately replenished for them, primarily to spare himself from witnessing their sullen expressions any longer. Thank you, dear angel, exclaimed the Elder King of Worlds, his face lighting up with joy. Thinking to himself that this would enable him to better indulge in covert glances at extraterrestrial beauties. Not nearly enough, far from it. Mu Feng interjected with a light cough. The divine power I granted you is not intended for such frivolities. Yes, yes, the Elder King of Worlds replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. Jebbit, with hands clasped in awe, exclaimed, my strength has increased tremendously. I am deeply grateful. Goku waved at them cheerfully. That's wonderful. You two have reconciled. For the sake of the angel, let it go. The Elder King of Worlds turned his head and huffed, humph. Jebbit sighed, Goku, please refrain from speaking so recklessly in the future. Got it. Goku responded casually, eagerly inquiring of Mu Feng, dear angel, when shall we commence training? The two Kings of Worlds exchanged helpless glances, realizing that this fellow had not absorbed a word. Let us depart immediately, Mu Feng instructed, pointing towards the divine realm above, and further cautioned the two kings, contact me via the crystal ball for any matters. Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance. Understood. They both responded. Bowing hurriedly, Mu Feng requested Goku to support his back, as a radiant light enveloped him, lifting him and Goku into the sky in a brilliant flash. Watching them ascend, Jebbit let out a long sigh. The aura of the angel was truly overwhelming. Come help me. The Elder King of Worlds shouted from his bowing position. I've strained my back. Careful now, esteemed ancestor. Jebbit hurriedly approached to assist the trembling Elder King of Worlds. Retirement would be welcome. This old frame can hardly endure such strain, the Elder King of Worlds lamented, rubbing his lower back. I hope the angel can teach Goku swiftly, so he may succeed me as the King of Worlds and allow this old man to enjoy some peace. Jebbit chuckled softly. Ancestor, you simply wish to seek out beautiful maidens, do you not? Fool. Haven't you heard what Earthlings often say? The Elder King of Worlds retorted, his beard bristling with indignation. A true friend knows when to keep certain thoughts unspoken. I see you are as hopeless as Goku. Jebbet replied, what on earth are you rambling about? Do we even count as friends? Well, I suppose I have never contemplated that question, mused the Elder King, pondering whether he was a mentor or a friend, or perhaps an old predecessor. No, that still implies a seniority. It was indeed perplexing to fathom the ancestor's thoughts. Did this statement harbor some hidden significance? Simpleton, where have you drifted off to now? The Elder King of Worlds' roar startled him back to reality. I was pondering your profoundly meaningful words just now, he stammered. The Elder King of Worlds responded, I retract my previous statement. You are not merely hopeless. You are utterly beyond redemption. I truly question how you came to be the King of Worlds. In the divine realm, a flash of light occurred as Mu Feng emerged from the void. You may release your hold now, Mu Feng smiled, patting the hand still resting on his shoulder. In my eagerness to admire the scenery, I almost forgot. Goku laughed heartily, his eyes wide as he surveyed his surroundings. Did you create this entire planet? It's several times larger than Earth. This flat terrain is perfect for combat. If you enjoy it, that's all that matters. Mu Feng nodded. You will learn to create planets in due time. But for now, focus on enhancing your strength. Speaking of which, Goku suddenly leaned in, his eyes sparkling. I have always wanted to inquire about your Zizai Ji Gong. I guessed as much. Mu Feng smiled slightly. But first, you must comprehend the essence of this technique. Isn't it about anticipating attacks with your eyes to evade them? Incorrect. Try attacking me again with your utmost speed. The wind from his punch whooshed past, and Mu Feng effortlessly sidestepped. You couldn't even hit me from this close. Goku stared at his empty fist. Zizai Ji Gong allows the body to react autonomously, without the need for the brain's command. Mu Feng tapped his temple. The consciousness separates from the physical form, enabling each part to independently sense danger, just as my body instinctively dodged your attack just now. In other words, don't think, let your body move on its own. Mu Feng looked at Goku. If you think before you act, your speed diminishes. The time taken to process from sensation to brain to body is excessive. Oh, I see. Goku's eyes sparkled as he nodded repeatedly. If only my entire body could judge its actions autonomously. Mu Feng smiled gently, but achieving that is quite challenging. If you could manage it, no danger could harm you. That is so cool. Goku exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together. No wonder the angel could evade all my attacks. I must learn this technique. Zizai Ji Gong is simply astonishing. If you wish to master it, you'll need to practice diligently. Mu Feng reminded him. Then let us begin training right now. Goku tugged at his martial arts uniform. Just imagining it filled him with exhilaration. All right, let us concentrate on our training here. Mu Feng said with a smile. First, transform into Super Saiyan 4. Mu Feng instructed Goku. Super 4? Although puzzled, Goku clenched his fists and transformed. Wow. I feel so much better after growing larger. It's no longer that strange sensation. Goku moved his limbs, feeling particularly fluid. Not just that, Mu Feng pointed at Goku. Feel the energy within you. Goku closed his eyes, concentrating. Remarkably, he could perceive the energy flowing within his body. Is this divine power? I feel warm all over. And my strength has increased significantly. Goku remarked, beginning to harness his divine power. In an instant, the crimson rings around his eyes deepened in his super force state. Well done. You've quickly learned to utilize divine power. Mu Feng nodded approvingly. Sun Wukong, you truly are a combat genius. Really? Goku scratched his head shyly. However, your current strength is still far from sufficient. Mu Feng pointed at Goku. I want you to be 100 times stronger than you are now. 100 times? Goku counted on his fingers. Just how strong would that be? I never even considered it. Not having thought of it does not mean it is unattainable. Mu Feng replied. From this moment on, you must maintain your Super 4 form at all times, regardless of what you are doing. Why, dear angel? Although this form has a minimal burden, how long can you sustain it at full power? Approximately 2 minutes, perhaps. However, with divine powers, one could endure for 3 minutes. But what if the battle exceeds 3 minutes? Then it would be disastrous. Perhaps I might have to attempt the spirit bomb? Mu Feng interjected. Do not always rely on the spirit bomb. No matter how formidable this technique is, it cannot serve as your trump card. With patience, Mu Feng elaborated. To maintain the Super Saiyan 4 form, you must adapt to this state. Only then can you sustain full power for extended periods, even transcend to a higher realm. Now I understand, Goku mused, stroking his chin and nodding repeatedly. What exactly is this higher realm you speak of? The Super Saiyan 5 form has not crossed my mind. After all, Super Saiyan 4 is already exceedingly powerful. Currently, there are no foes to confront, and I was prepared to depart with Shenron. So I had not considered this aspect. Indeed, it is the Super Saiyan 5, Mu Feng continued. Not only must you master this form, but you must also surpass the limits of Super Saiyan 4 to achieve a state of transcendence. He further addressed Goku's inquiry, though peace reigns on Earth. Do not forget the countless powerful beings in other dimensions. You are the god of destruction I have trained. Your vision should extend far into the future. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. You are right. This is incredibly thrilling. I can hardly wait to try it out. Vegeta and the others will undoubtedly be astonished by this news. Goku rubbed his hands together eagerly. Lord Angel, let us commence training at once. I am eager to witness my own breakthrough beyond limitations. Excellent. Maintain this fervor and continue to grow stronger, Son Goku. Mu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Now, I shall absorb all your attacks. Strive to deliver techniques that I cannot catch. No sooner had he finished speaking than Goku, unable to contain himself, launched a punch toward him. Take this. Bang. Mu Feng effortlessly caught the blow. Impressive strength, though a tad slow with insufficient explosive power, he remarked unflinchingly. Once again, he had caught the attack. Goku stepped back a few paces, scratching his head and laughing. Though I am aware that the Lord Angel is powerful, this is simply astonishing. To spar with someone of your caliber is exhilarating. Is this peculiarity a trait of the Saiyans or a personal characteristic? Mu Feng could not help but tease. Then stated with seriousness, enough of that. We must make the most of our time. I am on it. Goku resumed his assault. This time, he altered his strategy. Since single attacks had proven ineffective, he would employ a barrage to seek an opening. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Goku moved at high speed, creating a circle of afterimages around Mu Feng, attempting to confuse his judgment. Now, Goku launched a powerful punch from above. Boom. The sheer force made the air tremble. Yet to Mu Feng, it remained inconsequential. Once again, you have been seen through. Goku grinned, unfazed by the outcome. Your speed has improved, and your strength has notably increased. Mu Feng commented. But remember my words. The Ultra Instinct is reliant on the body's instinctive responses. Do not always seek weaknesses. A direct assault will elevate your strength more rapidly. A direct attack? Goku pondered for a moment in midair and then comprehended. Here I come. Boom, boom, boom. Goku unleashed a torrential onslaught, his fists raining down upon Mu Feng. Yet no matter how he attacked, Mu Feng effortlessly neutralized every blow, never allowing even the edge of his attire to be touched. Not nearly enough, far from it. Goku hovered in the air, clenching his fists as his aura surged once more, transcending into the full power of Super Saiyan 4. He understood that relying solely on the ordinary Super Saiyan 4 form would not suffice to secure victory. He had to give it his all. As he transitioned into this full power state, Mu Feng nodded in approval. The training he had undergone had allowed Goku to master divine energy with increasing finesse, transforming his very demeanor. In this current full power form, his strength far exceeded that of the past. Come, let me witness your progress. Mu Feng beckoned with a smile. Here it comes. Goku teleported in front of Mu Feng, his fist poised to strike, only to be firmly caught. Impressive. Have you already learned to sense energy using divine power? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Mu Feng's eyes. It was indeed rare for someone newly endowed with divine energy to achieve such a level of proficiency. This version of Goku from another timeline was truly exceptional. The thought of the impending showdown between the two Gokus from different timelines filled him with anticipation. You're too kind, Angel, Goku replied, stepping back while scratching his head and chuckling, but I still can't reach your level. The gap is just too vast. Progress at a steady pace is key. Let us conclude for today, Mu Feng said, his smile fading as he maintained his Super Saiyan 4 form, preparing for the next training phase. So soon? What new training awaits? Goku inquired eagerly. Patience, we must first change gear, Mu Feng said, tapping his staff to conjure a bulky orange training outfit. Goku frowned at the sight of the attire. This looks rather unappealing. Can I wear my original martial arts uniform instead? That won't do, Mu Feng explained. Though the design is unique, this outfit will enhance your training results. Upon hearing that it would bolster his strength, Goku readily donned the attire. Just as he adjusted to the new garb, Mu Feng's staff tapped the outfit, and in an instant, Goku felt as if a mountain had been placed upon him, his legs sinking deeply into the ground. Wow, this is exceedingly heavy. His face flushed as he struggled to take a step, leaving deep impressions in the earth with each movement, unable even to wipe the sweat from his brow. Quite effective. Let us commence training, Mu Feng said nonchalantly, urging him to keep up. I'm on it. Goku gritted his teeth and chased after him, only to be drenched in sweat after just a few meters. This miraculous training suit truly lived up to its reputation. Oh no, my energy is nearly depleted. Even maintaining the Super Saiyan 4 form is becoming arduous. How surprising. I initially thought Super Saiyan 4 was the least energy-consuming form. I figured I could sustain it all day. Who would have thought such a simple training outfit would be so constricting? You should indeed be surprised, Mu Feng chuckled. This isn't even the formal training yet. We haven't even reached the training grounds. After just a few steps, your energy is running low. Haha, it certainly differs from what I imagined, Goku admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. It's meant to be different. To grow stronger, one must take action and strive harder than others. Suddenly, Goku's stomach rumbled. I'm absolutely famished. Can we have a bite to eat before continuing training? Goku asked eagerly. I can't help but be exasperated with you, Mu Feng sighed, waving his staff to relieve the gravity and conjuring a large bowl of fried rice. Wow, now this feels delightful. As Wukong transformed back, he effortlessly leaped up to stretch his limbs. Wukong, what did I tell you? Mu Feng reminded him. I almost forgot. Wukong hurriedly reverted to his previous form. Now can I eat, dear angel? Mu Feng nodded in agreement. Splendid. I'm starving. Wukong scooped up a bowl, devouring the food with great enthusiasm. Aren't you eating, dear angel? He mumbled with his mouth full. No need, Mu Feng replied, shaking his head. Angels do not require sustenance, akin to Whis from the 7th universe. Their consumption is purely for the sake of savoring flavors. Their stomachs resemble bottomless pits, making food optional. Such is the innate ability of angels. Burp. That was delightful. Wukong patted his round belly, surrounded by 7 or 8 empty bowls. You've quite an appetite, Mu Feng remarked as he tidied up the dishes. Now, shall we continue training? Hee. Post-meal exercise is the best. Wukong wiped his mouth and, invigorated, assumed a fighting stance. Come on, dear angel. I was waiting for you to say that. Mu Feng snapped his fingers, and gravity was restored in an instant. Ugh, here we go again. Wukong steadied himself, his eyes ablaze with determination. Bring it on. Keep up. The journey is still long. Mu Feng turned to lead the way. Wukong gritted his teeth and took a step, each footprint sinking into the ground. Gradually, his pace steadied. Adapting quite well, Mu Feng mused softly. Dear angel, how much farther? Wukong called from behind. He indeed felt considerably more at ease than at the start, though he remained unaware of it. We've arrived. Right here? Mu Feng halted and pointed behind him. Here? There's nothing. Wukong looked around, confusion etched on his face. Surely, dear angel doesn't intend to engage in battle here? Not a fight. Mu Feng chuckled, shaking his head. Do you see the grass behind me? In your training attire. Clear it all out. What? Wukong's eyes widened. All this grass must be pulled up? Before him lay an expansive field of grass as far as the eye could see. How long will this take? Wukong pondered, surely. Dear angel doesn't plan to leave me here while seeking Vegeta alone? Enough with the wild thoughts. Mu Feng waved his hand. Only after clearing the grass can we proceed to the next training. Let us get to work. All right, let's do this. Wukong rallied himself and bent down to start pulling. As dusk approached, Mu Feng called out. It's getting dark. Hurry up, or there will be no dinner. No, I must push harder. Wukong quickened his pace, eager to satisfy his hunger. Hours passed. Done. Finally finished. Wukong wiped his brow as he rushed over. Dear angel, can we eat dinner now? Well done. Mu Feng waved his hand, conjuring a table laden with delicious food. This is your reward. Fantastic. Wukong's mouth watered. I'm diving in. He grabbed a loaf of bread and stuffed it into his mouth, barely swallowing before tearing into a chicken leg. The flavors were so delectable that he could hardly articulate his excitement. Mu Feng, too, began to enjoy a bowl of beef rice. In the blink of an eye, Wukong had devoured the entire feast like a whirlwind. I'm truly full. Wukong gently caressed his round belly. Haven't you realized it after finishing your meal? Mu Feng inquired with a smile. Realized what? Wukong leaned closer. Take a look at what you are wearing. It's the training outfit. Wukong exclaimed. Just a reminder. The gravity hasn't been lifted yet, Mu Feng chuckled. Unbeknownst to you, you have entirely adapted to the divine power, even to the gravity suit. Indeed, I can't recall when that happened. Wukong scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Tomorrow we commence the next phase of training. Mu Feng tidied the table and said, "Come, I will take you to rest. Is there a place to sleep?" "That's wonderful." Wukong followed eagerly. "Do I need to maintain Super Saiyan for even while sleeping?" "Yes. Whether eating, sleeping, or even using the restroom, you must remain in that form." "Huh. Can the angel hear my inner thoughts? Only now do you realize? I have answered you numerous times along the way," Mu Feng sighed. Regardless of the timeline, Wukong's thought patterns remain remarkably consistent, which is quite perplexing. Yet, it is understandable, as he is, after all, the same individual from a parallel world. The prospect of the Kaioshin Wukong he nurtured soon encountering another Wukong from a different timeline filled him with excitement. By the way, we must also make arrangements for 2 Vegetas. When the intensive training concludes and we return to Earth, we must bring Vegeta along. This universe cannot do without a god of destruction. Though exhausting, the progress made in a single day is truly remarkable, Wukong remarked with hands on his hips. Of course, how could the results be anything less with the angel personally training you? Mu Feng raised an eyebrow. Tomorrow's training will be even more arduous. So prepare to push your limits. He understood. I can hardly wait to spar with the formidable beings from other universes. Wukong exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together. His blood surging at the mere thought. "Here we are. This is your room," Mu Feng announced as he opened the door. "Wow, a room styled like Earth." Wukong's eyes sparkled, fixated on the large bed in the center. "Remember to maintain your Super Saiyan 4 form," Mu Feng reiterated. "Go to sleep now." "Yes, sir." Wukong closed the door and leaped onto the bed, instantly snoring like thunder. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin set down his teacup. "It seems Wukong has mastered divine power. Splendid. He will soon become the strongest Kaioshin, won't he? Is it truly that simple to grow stronger?" The old Kaioshin admonished while sipping his tea. "If it were merely a matter of words, the world would already be in chaos." "You speak wisely, ancestor," Jebet chuckled. "I cannot sense Wukong's energy at present. How has he progressed?" "That's what happens when you neglect training." The old Kaioshin glared. "After the angel's training, he has at least doubled in strength. Then he can certainly handle a one-on-one with Super Shenron." "Indeed, with the angel's guidance, I find myself rather unburdened. But you seemed quite unoccupied even before the angel arrived." Jebet teased. "Rascal, is there a Kaioshin who dares to challenge the ancestor?" The old Kaioshin fumed, his anger palpable, though his back injury prevented him from retaliating. "Oh, I am so tired. I shall take my leave," Jebet said, hastily retreating. "You little rascal, come back and assist me. My old back still cannot move." The echoes of his angry shouts reverberated throughout the divine hall. In the divine realm, Mu Feng raised his hand to summon a beam of light. "It is time to commence the next stage of training." In an instant, Wukong appeared before me. "How is it already dawn with just a blink, Master Tian Tian?" he inquired, yawning and rubbing his sleepy eyes. With a charming smile, Mu Feng replied, "The flow of time in the divine realm differs from that of the mortal world. Everything here is under my control." "Ah, I see," Wukong scratched his head, suddenly brightening up. "Could I possibly catch a few more winks? Just 5 minutes." "Dream on," Mu Feng firmly rejected. "Your allotted rest time is just right." As Wukong attempted to negotiate, Mu Feng's expression shifted to a dangerously playful smile. "I could alter the divine realm to eternal daylight, eliminating all sleep and sustenance, and directly recharge you with divine energy." "What?" Wukong jumped up in fright, waving his hands frantically. No. Not eating or sleeping is scarier than facing Chi-Chi's wrath." Mu Feng chuckled. "It appears you are quite afraid of your wife." "Of course," Wukong lamented, grasping his hair in despair. "Having slipped out this time, I have no idea how to explain my absence upon returning. We should focus on training." With a gentle tap of his staff, the two were instantly transported to the training grounds. "Wow, what are we practicing today?" Wukong exclaimed, glancing around excitedly. "It won't be another weighty training suit, will it? The current weight feels like child's play to me. Today, we shall engage in something novel." With a wave of his hand, Mu Feng conjured a massive iron block with a circular hole, instructing Wukong to insert his hand and lift it while circling the divine realm. Though the design seemed familiar, this iron block's gravitational field had been specially enhanced by Mu Feng to surpass all predecessors, making the training significantly more challenging. "This is easy." Wukong eagerly grasped the iron block, brimming with confidence. But then his expression shifted dramatically. No matter how hard he strained, it remained immovable. What the heck? This thing is 10 times heavier than the training suit. Is this really called cultivation? Mu Feng observed with arms crossed. Veins bulging and sweat pouring down, Wukong struggled. At that moment, Mu Feng suddenly prompted, "Take a look behind you." Oh my goodness. Wukong turned and was struck with terror as the ground beneath him began to crumble. In that life-or-death moment, he unleashed an astonishing surge of power, finally managing to lift the iron block. It indeed requires some motivation, Mu Feng mused, floating contentedly in midair. Thud, thud. Wukong trudged forward as if carrying a mountain, each step leaving deep impressions in the earth. Pick up the pace, Mu Feng leisurely followed behind, teasing. Should you stumble and fall into a time-space rift, I wouldn't know which dimension you might end up in. Good grief. Wukong gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Determined not to fall, his strength was still far from adequate. Mu Feng gazed at Wukong in the distance, softly sighing. The realm of divinity is not as simple as you imagine. You must accelerate your progress. If you wish to witness broader horizons, continue to elevate your power, son Wukong. Through relentless training day after day, Wukong's strength steadily grew. A month swiftly passed. In the divine realm, the ground was riddled with immense craters left by their battles. The two engaged in a rapid aerial duel, moving so swiftly that only blurred afterimages remained. Take this, Wukong shouted excitedly, his fist cutting through the wind. Bang! With a deep thud, Mu Feng caught the punch with steady composure. The ferocious shockwave instantaneously spread, causing the ground beneath to collapse entirely. Indeed, both speed and strength have experienced a remarkable enhancement, evaluated Mu Feng. Yet, this is not the end. Goku abruptly broke free and retreated, hovering midair with his fists tightly clenched. Huh! A thunderous roar erupted from his throat. Buzz! Crimson energy suddenly surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings like a tidal wave. The entire divine realm trembled violently, with fissures spreading across the ground. Huh! Pure white divine power enveloped his body. This is the Super Saiyan 4, transcending limits. With a powerful shout from Goku, an even more formidable wave of energy erupted. Excellent. You have successfully mastered this form, Mu Feng remarked with satisfaction. As the Saiyan's aura completely transformed, marking a significant step towards the realm of the divine. In the King Kai's realm, it was hard to believe that Goku had actually entered the divine domain. The old Kai was astonished, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ancestor, I sensed it too. Jebbit stammered. This aura is so potent. It feels as though he himself is standing right here. It seems that Lord Angel's special training has borne fruit. The old Kai took a sip of tea to calm his nerves, marveling at such a breakthrough within just a month. Indeed, Jebbit nodded repeatedly. Our universe's future is bound to be even brighter. In the divine realm, the power is overwhelming. Goku felt the torrent of energy surging within him, the Super 4 form breaking through limits, allowing him to accomplish so much. Achieving such results in merely a month is commendable, Mu Feng stated, suddenly turning serious. But do not become complacent. Your potential extends far beyond this. Come, let me witness your current strength. Understood. I was just eager to test my new power, Goku exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Before the words had left his mouth, his figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Mu Feng. Huh! A devastating punch was unleashed. The searing wave of energy sweeping in all directions. Such an assault would obliterate ordinary opponents. Unfortunately, he faced an angel. To Mu Feng, such an attack was still far from sufficient. With a slight smile, he raised his hand to meet the oncoming force. Bang! Goku's fully unleashed punch was effortlessly blocked, the violent wave of energy fracturing the ground below. Indeed, both speed and strength are commendable, Mu Feng remarked calmly, a faint smile still adorning his face. Wow, that was my strongest strike, Goku said, stepping back with a sheepish grin. The angel truly is formidable. I thought I could at least surprise you. It was indeed somewhat unexpected, Mu Feng replied, looking at Goku. But I have said, this is still far from your limit. Keep your sights set on the long term. Understood. Goku nodded earnestly, resetting his stance. Angel, I feel the power continuously surging. Let us continue. Come on. Goku launched another assault. A soaring kick that Mu Feng sidestepped with grace. He quickly regained his footing and initiated a more ferocious onslaught. Whoosh! A flurry of punches tore through the air, the residual force instantly demolishing the surrounding trees. Yet, all attacks were deftly evaded by Mu Feng. The two engaged in aerial combat for an extended period. This is utterly unfair. Goku exclaimed, panting heavily. I can barely maintain my Super Saiyan 4 form, and I can't seem to land a hit on you. That Ultra Instinct is just too overpowered. Angels are inherently adept at such techniques. Mu Feng shrugged with a smile. Once you grasp it, you too shall wield it. How long will that take? Goku released his transformation, pondering instead how to achieve Super Saiyan 5. I am quite eager to see it, Mu Feng remarked as he landed. Let's call it a day. The training this past month has been fruitful. Let's tidy up and prepare to return to Earth. Are we really going back? Goku asked, brimming with excitement. Indeed, Mu Feng affirmed, simultaneously using his staff to restore the divine realm. I can't let anyone think I enjoy residing amidst ruins. Fantastic. I'll finally see Chi-Chi. Goku exclaimed, raising his arms in joy. I wonder what Vegeta will think of my current strength. He'll surely be furious, won't he? Haha. First. A shower, Mu Feng said, pinching his nose in disdain. You reek. Clean yourself up before we set off. Do I? Goku sniffed himself, chuckling, I suppose I do. I'll take care of it right away. As Goku departed, Mu Feng waved his staff to pinpoint Earth's coordinates. The journey would only take 20 minutes, not far at all. He settled down comfortably, conjuring a stool while waiting. Half an hour later, they had reached the outer space of Earth. Earth looks stunning from here. Goku marveled. Indeed. It is beautiful, Mu Feng replied, but my purpose in bringing you here is not merely to admire the scenery. Confused, Goku scratched his head. Huh? Angel, didn't we come to Earth for fun? Why are we still floating in space? Mu Feng lightly tapped Goku's forehead. You are now a true deity. Your divine power has fully integrated with you. Try enveloping yourself in divine energy and see how it feels to move in space. Like this? Goku closed his eyes and focused, gradually surrounded by a white aura. He observed himself in wonder. Wow, I did it. Without uttering a word, Mu Feng merely gestured with his chin to the side. Awesome. Goku cheered, cautiously stepping forward. 1 step, 2 steps. He found himself standing steadily in the void of the universe. I can actually survive in space? Goku marveled, moving his limbs with ease. I would have perished long ago in the past. Precisely. Mu Feng replied directly to his unspoken thoughts. Deities can exist in the cosmos and absorb cosmic energy to enhance their divine power. Now I understand. Goku exclaimed, eagerly tugging at Mu Feng's sleeve. Let's hurry to find Chi-Chi and the others. Grab onto me, Mu Feng instructed, indicating for Goku to rest his hand on his shoulder for a quicker teleportation. In an instant, a brilliant flash streaked across the sky as they descended upon Earth. Home sweet home, with fresh air. Goku joyfully surveyed his surroundings, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, Angel, can I revert to my normal state? Training is concluded. Do as you wish. Wonderful. Goku immediately released his transformation, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. Just as they landed, Vegeta in the gravity chamber suddenly opened his eyes wide. Kakarot's energy? Upon sensing the formidable power, his expression changed dramatically, and he swiftly donned his attire before rushing out the door. Simultaneously, Gohan and Goten of Bowsy Mountain lifted their heads in unison. Brother, I can sense Dad's presence. Goten exclaimed breathlessly, significantly stronger than before. We must go and investigate, Gohan stated gravely. Just as they were about to step outside, Chi-Chi and Videl intercepted them. What is happening? Chi-Chi inquired. A powerful aura has suddenly emerged. Gohan hesitated. It resembles Dad's. Goku, Chi-Chi gasped, causing the plate in her hand to clatter to the ground. Be careful, dear, Videl said, her eyes filled with concern for her husband. It's all right, Gohan reassured softly. Before he could finish, the brothers had already soared into the sky, heading straight for the source of the energy. At the peak of the temple, this aura belongs to Mr. Goku, Dandy exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is him, Piccolo observed from afar, but how is he capable of this? He was taken away by Shenron. The memories of his rebirth from the underworld remained hazy until he encountered Vegeta, at which point he learned of Goku's passing. In just a month, he had become so remarkably powerful. Wait, there is an even more terrifying presence beside Goku, Dandy said, cold sweat trickling down his back. Utterly unable to perceive it, that divine power was simply unfathomable. The words of the old Supreme Kai echoed timely. That being is Lord Mufeng, the supreme angel of the universe. Be sure not to offend him. So it is, Dandy replied with trepidation. Piccolo, unable to contain himself, declared, I will go and ascertain the situation. He leaped from the temple, slicing through the sky. You've been discovered, Mufeng smiled. It seems your aura is still too conspicuous in its normal state. Ah, I forgot to conceal it. Goku scratched his head sheepishly, waiting for them to arrive. That simplifies matters. Mufeng nodded. Shortly, I will take Vegeta back to the Supreme Kai realm. He will seek you out when you are needed. Goku closed his eyes to sense, for individuals are approaching. This is splendid. Piccolo has indeed been resurrected. Uncle Vegeta, the boys exclaimed joyfully. Do not get ahead of yourself. Vegeta scoffed. I am here to confirm whether they are foes. You may be disappointed. Piccolo descended from the heavens. Is Dad truly back? The children exclaimed with elation. Kakarot? Vegeta's pupils constricted in disbelief. What nonsense. This aura's intensity is at least several times stronger than before. I cannot be certain of its authenticity either, Piccolo added solemnly. But the old Supreme Kai mentioned a deity accompanying Goku, who rescued him from Shenron. It is said to be the mightiest divine being in our universe. The old Supreme Kai specifically instructed us to refer to him as Angel Lord when we meet, and we must not provoke his ire. The mightiest god? Vegeta initially reacted with surprise before scoffing. Can the words of that old fool be trusted? Gohan said earnestly, if this Angel Lord truly saved Dad, we ought to express our gratitude. To rescue someone from Shenron, his strength must be unfathomable. Son Gohan nodded in agreement. We shall inquire about the specifics once we see Dad. The group inevitably quickened their pace, eager to seek answers from Goku. Soon, they descended upon the place where Goku awaited. Hey, you've arrived. Goku greeted with a cheerful wave. The moment they laid eyes on him, astonishment washed over their faces. Goku. Piccolo suddenly noticed the figure of Mufeng nearby, recalling the old Supreme Kai's admonition, and promptly approached with a bow. You must be the esteemed angel, correct? Thank you for rescuing Goku. I am deeply grateful. Gohan and Goten hurried over to express their thanks as well. Mufeng waved his hand nonchalantly. No need for formalities. Please converse amongst yourselves. Piccolo respectfully stepped back and rushed to Goku's side. You've returned to your former self. What transpired over the past month? Dad. Gohan exclaimed excitedly, encircling Goku. Mama's been worried sick about you. Ah, you're all asking so many questions at once. Goku chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. What's the big deal? I just came back stronger. From a distance, Vegeta feigned indifference, yet tumultuous waves churned within him. Witnessing Kakarot's revival, he felt a surge of delight at having a rival again, yet simultaneously, he was incensed that he had only just attained Super Saiyan 4, only to be surpassed by this lower-class warrior. Damn it! Vegeta finally erupted, striding forward to seize Goku by his collar. Kakarot, where have you been training this past month? Tell me your current strength. Mufeng observed with a smile, relishing the very outcome he desired. Goku's triumphant return to rekindle Vegeta's long-dormant fighting spirit. Once the proud prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta had gradually dulled his edge in peace, even contenting himself with the status quo. Now, Mufeng aimed to reignite the flames of ambition within him. Anger ignited in Vegeta's heart, rekindling his thirst for power. My strength? According to the esteemed angel, I have now touched the realm of the divine. Goku responded candidly. The realm of the divine. Vegeta's brow furrowed. Are you saying you've become a god? Dad has reached the divine realm? Gohan and Goten were momentarily stunned, their hearts racing. So it's all thanks to that angel. Isn't it? Piccolo cast a discreet glance at Mufeng from afar. Look, this is the proof. Goku pointed to the adornment on his earlobe. I am now an apprentice Supreme Kai. Damn it. Vegeta seethed. Fight me. Let me see your current strength. No, I can't. Goku shook his head vigorously. If I go all out, I might hurt you. Son Gohan. Piccolo. Mufeng. Haha, that's just like Dad. Gohan scratched his head, accustomed to such antics. After all, they had witnessed this many times before. This is Goku. His nature never changes. But Vegeta could hardly endure such remarks. You insolent fool. What did you say? Vegeta roared, swinging his fist. Hurt me? Are you insulting me, Vegeta? Whoa, that was close. Goku sidestepped, a perplexed expression on his face. Vegeta, I told you I can't fight you. Damn you, Kakarot. Vegeta completely lost his composure, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Enough chatter. Prepare yourself. Observing the enraged Vegeta, Goku's expression gradually turned serious. Even someone as slow-witted as he was could fully comprehend Vegeta's emotions at this moment. Confronted with Vegeta's all-out assault, Goku chose to receive the blow head-on. Bang! His fist was firmly caught, and Goku remained utterly unyielding. To his utter astonishment, he didn't even budge an inch. Goten's eyes widened in disbelief, and Vegeta was still in his Super Saiyan 2 form. Gohan removed his glasses for a closer inspection. His father's strength was unfathomable. Is this the realm of the divine? Piccolo glanced at Mufeng, muttering to himself, perplexed that he could not sense the angel's aura yet could distinctly feel Goku's immense power. What? Vegeta stared at the scene in disbelief. How could this be possible? My full force strike was effortlessly caught by Kakarot in his normal state? Vegeta's face darkened, his heart brimming with humiliation. A mere lower-class warrior, having trained for just a month, can withstand my Super Saiyan 2 form's full power without transforming? Kakarot, just how strong are you now? What is this divine realm? I have told you, you cannot defeat me now, Goku stated solemnly. With your current strength, you cannot inflict even a scratch upon me. Silence. Vegeta abruptly retracted his fist. Kakarot, allow me to witness this so-called divine realm, then admit your defeat. Vegeta charged at Goku once more, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks like a torrential downpour. Swish, swish, swish. Yet, no matter how fiercely Vegeta attacked, he could not even graze the hem of Goku's clothing. Goku stood immobile, evading all assaults with minimal movements. Even Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 2 form was powerless against his normal state. Ha ha ha, how amusing, Mufeng chuckled to himself. Goku is actually using Vegeta to practice his Ultra Instinct. Alas, he is still far from mastering it. Each time, he must think before dodging. How can that be considered true Ultra Instinct? Mufeng shook his head with a sigh. Were it not for the overwhelming strength, he would have been knocked down long ago. What? Piccolo's keen ears suddenly perked up, his expression shifting dramatically. Goku was indeed using Vegeta to hone his skills? He hadn't anticipated that his murmurs would be overheard by Piccolo, whose hearing was already remarkably sharp. What did you say, Uncle Piccolo? Gohan inquired curiously. Nothing at all. Piccolo hurriedly changed the subject, stating that Goku had made tremendous progress. He secretly wiped the sweat from his brow. I must not reveal Lord Angel's words. That being is not someone we can provoke. Mufeng cast a sidelong glance at Piccolo, causing him to break into a cold sweat. My father is terrifyingly strong now. Gohan gazed intently at the battlefield, unable to fathom how powerful he would become if he transformed into a Super Saiyan. It must be the result of that angel's special training. Goten furtively glanced at Mufeng, whispering, even though I can't sense the aura, don't look around. Piccolo urgently interrupted. Focus on the battle. In the center of the battlefield, Vegeta's fury had reached its zenith. Every attack had missed. This Kakarot was mocking him in his normal state. Damn Kakarot. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury. Fight seriously. Enough already, Goku replied calmly. If you continue, you will only end up hurt. He knew that Vegeta would not relent. But publicly crushing his opponent would only further wound the pride of this haughty warrior. What do you mean? Vegeta clenched his fists and roared, you insufferable fool. For all these years, you have consistently overshadowed me. We are both Saiyans, yet I am the rightful prince, while you are merely a lowly warrior. How dare you humiliate me in such a manner? Goku regarded him with a serious expression. Observing Vegeta's furious demeanor, Mufeng silently nodded. Let this continue, reclaim that competitive spirit, and once again become the proud Saiyan prince. Only then would I feel secure in entrusting you with the position of God of destruction. Yet, Goku appeared to have reservations. Was it fear of hurting Vegeta or concern for his pride? Then allow me to give you a nudge. Goku, since Vegeta wishes to witness your full strength, let him see the progress you've made over this past month. Mufeng called out loudly. Any further evasion would only incite greater fury. All right, Goku scratched his head, somewhat hesitant. Perhaps I was indeed mistaken. As the Grand Angel said, if I do not fight with all my might, Vegeta will never forgive me. I apologize, Vegeta. I understand now. Thank you, Grand Angel. With that thought in mind, Goku declared earnestly, I understand. This time, I will give it my all, Vegeta. Is Dad really going to get serious? Goten looked at his brother. Gohan, Dad should be surpassing Super Saiyan 4 now, right? Absolutely, Gohan nodded. The godhood he speaks of must be immensely powerful, far beyond our imagination. At least several times stronger than he is now. Well done, Goku, Piccolo agreed. Even in his normal state, we cannot compete with him. Everyone was filled with curiosity about godhood. Before leaving, Goku had mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, so the so-called godhood must undoubtedly be even stronger. The power he radiated in his normal state was already astonishing, not to mention the ease with which he withstood Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta's fierce assault. finally willing to take this seriously? Vegeta sneered. Kakarot, show me the gulf between us. He leaped back, drawing a crescent-shaped small handgun. Ah, it's the portable Bulma's blaster that Aunt Bulma developed. Goten exclaimed. It seemed he was about to transform into Super Saiyan 4. As Gohan spoke, he suddenly remembered. By the way, where is Trunks? He should have sensed Dad's energy by now. I also feel like someone is missing. Piccolo scanned the surroundings. That kid is with Bulma. Vegeta scoffed from a distance, then fixed his gaze on Goku. I have not been idle this past month, Kakarot. Prepare to witness my progress. He raised the blaster towards himself and pulled the trigger. A sphere of green energy converged at the barrel's tip, instantly transforming into a beam that shot towards Vegeta. Boom. Under the green light, Vegeta's power surged exponentially. He unleashed a terrifying wave of energy with a roar, shattering trees and rocks in the vicinity, and even reducing the Bulma's blaster on the ground to fragments. Gohan and the others hurriedly raised their hands to shield themselves from the oncoming shockwave. As the crimson glow dissipated, Vegeta completed his transformation, long black hair cascading down his waist, his entire body adorned with a fiery red aura, eyes gleaming a fierce scarlet, and his tail swaying gracefully in the air. This was the might of Super Saiyan 4. He confidently raised his thumb, calling out to Kakarot, "Hurry and show me your true prowess." Vegeta chuckled, scratching his head. "It seems you still can't transform at will." Goten, exasperated, placed a hand to his forehead, lamenting, "Dad." "Really?" Gohan offered a dry chuckle. "That's just how Dad operates." Meanwhile, Piccolo remained silent, his focus solely on assessing Goku's current strength. In the distance, Fan Feng nodded slightly, observing, relying on external aids will ultimately hinder one's growth. Goku's words rang true, though he likely had not pondered such depth. Enough chatter. Vegeta trembled with rage, demanding, "Transform quickly if you wish to fight." Goku closed his eyes, concentrating as his golden aura erupted violently, crackling like lightning. With a thunderous shout, the golden light shifted into a white halo enveloping him, causing the very earth to tremble. After completing his transformation, Goku emanated a divine pressure. Visible white flames dancing across his skin. Rapid progress, Fan Feng commended, truly a combat genius. The others stood speechless. Impossible. Vegeta's pupils constricted. He could sense nothing of Goku's energy. Is this the realm of the divine? He trembled, unable to believe that such a disparity had emerged in just a month. Though he could not perceive the fluctuations of power, every cell in his body screamed a warning. This opponent was no longer on the same level. The pride of the Saiyan Prince surged within him. Damn it! Vegeta clenched his fists, knuckles widening. How could I, the proud Prince of Saiyans, be surpassed by a lowly warrior like you? Meanwhile, Goten's eyes widened suddenly. Dad's energy has vanished? It's not gone, Gohan observed, his voice trembling slightly as he gazed at the battlefield. It has transcended to a realm beyond our perception. Piccolo stood with arms crossed, casting a glance at Fan Feng, who was watching from afar. Just like that angel, the true aura of the divine is imperceptible to mortals. You're still far from it. Fan Feng suddenly appeared behind the three, startling them. Gohan feigned calmness. Angel, you should focus on the battle. Fan Feng lifted his chin slightly. This will greatly benefit you. In the Kaishin realm, look. Ancestor. Jebet exclaimed excitedly, tapping the crystal ball. In this form, Goku could easily defeat 20 Super 1-star dragons. The old Kaishin sipped his tea leisurely. This lad is becoming increasingly intriguing. At the center of the battlefield, the breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4 enveloped Goku in a golden halo. Nonsense. Vegeta roared, launching an attack, only for Goku to gently grasp his fist. Give it up, Goku said with compassion in his eyes. You no longer possess the qualification to make me fight. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai wiped cold sweat from his brow. Is this the result of training under an angel's guidance? It's terrifying. Back on Earth, Vegeta clenched his fists, knuckles turning white, his voice barely escaping through gritted teeth. Breakthrough limits? The domain of the divine? What nonsense. I will personally shatter your arrogance. Is that so? Sun Wukong maintained an air of calm as he suddenly raised his gaze towards Vegeta. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from him, crashing towards Vegeta like a colossal wave. What? Vegeta's pupils constricted as he hurriedly raised his arms to defend himself. Boom. Despite his preparations, the ferocious impact propelled him backwards, carving 2 deep ruts into the ground as he slid several meters before barely coming to a halt. With just a glance, Sun Wukong had forced Uncle Vegeta to retreat. Sun Wutian's eyes widened in astonishment, his throat tightening. The disparity was astonishing. Uncle Vegeta was a Super Saiyan 4. We can hardly even imagine what it would be like for Father to unleash his full power. His strength is simply beyond belief. Sun Wufan's voice trembled with excitement. Piccolo silently observed the scene, a complex emotion flickering in the depths of his green eyes. There was a time when he dreamed of catching up to, or even surpassing this rival. Yet now, Sun Wukong, it seems I shall forever be unable to reach your shadow. However, witnessing your ascendance to the divine realm is not without merit. Mu Feng slightly nodded, clearly perceiving the roaring desire deep within Vegeta's soul to grow stronger. I must become even more powerful. Damn Kakarot. Vegeta steadied himself, his palms suddenly glowing with a blinding purple light. Stop pretending. Take this, flash cannon. Golden electric serpents coursed between his arms, the destructive energy gathering in a frenzy. And with a thunderous shout, he unleashed it. As the torrent of energy surged towards him, Sun Wukong did not flinch, not even a single eyelash quivering. Father. Wu Fan and the others held their breath, tense with anticipation. None dared to guarantee they would emerge unscathed from this strike. It's futile. Sun Wukong abruptly swung his fist. And in the moment of collision between his punch and the energy wave, bang! In a deafening explosion, that destructive beam was forcefully deflected. Are you joking? Vegeta's face paled. The full-force attack of a Super Saiyan 4 was effortlessly redirected. Wu Fan and the others stood in stunned silence. The energy contained within that strike was sufficient to obliterate an entire area in an instant, yet it was casually dismissed with a single punch, rendering the gap between them immeasurable. This form is quite impressive, isn't it? Sun Wukong's fingertips brushed through his crimson hair, his smile radiating the tranquility of a deity. This was the breakthrough form of Super Saiyan 4, the realm of the divine. Nonsense. Vegeta's rationality shattered completely as he soared into the air, golden flames coalescing in his palm into countless energy spheres. Die, Kakarot. Ha ha ha. The enraged prince unleashed his assault like a torrential downpour. Vegeta wildly fired energy blasts, raining down upon Sun Wukong with such intensity that there was no space to evade. In the face of the overwhelming onslaught, Wukong remained serene, devoid of any panic. He gently raised his right hand, swiftly moving his arm through the air to precisely deflect all incoming energy blasts. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth and roared, pushing his energy to the limit and unleashing his royal technique once more. Stop looking down on me! Boom, boom, boom. More energy blasts rained down frantically, yet still proved ineffective. The disparity in strength was evident. No matter how many attacks were launched, they could not shake him. Wukong's arm became a blur, effortlessly batting away all assaults. The bombardment lasted for over a minute, and finally, Vegeta ceased his relentless assault. His expression was one of profound distress. Despite exerting all his strength, he had not even grazed his opponent, whereas Goku had merely utilized one hand. Impossible. I have exhausted all my energy. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the unscathed Goku. The disparity was staggering. With excessive energy depletion, Vegeta could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan 4 form and was compelled to revert to his base state. Nevertheless, he refused to concede defeat. If it were anyone else who had vanquished him, perhaps he would have accepted his fate. But it was Kakarot. This once lowly warrior had repeatedly surpassed the Saiyan Prince. I must grow stronger, Vegeta roared, fixing his gaze firmly on Goku, clenching his fists and charging once more. Kakarot, the limits of Super Saiyan 4, the realm of the gods. This time, he would not retreat. He was determined to surpass his rival. Vegeta's uncle, Gohan and Goten watched anxiously, fully aware of Vegeta's stubborn nature, thus refraining from intervening. Come on, Vegeta, Piccolo shouted. Goku, don't just stand there, respond to him. Indeed, strike back. Mu Feng nodded in agreement. Respond? Goku murmured to himself. Looking at Vegeta before him, he was reminded of the proud Saiyan Prince from years past. Goku's expression grew serious as he too clenched his fists and charged at Vegeta. Vegeta. He voluntarily relinquished his Super Saiyan 4 form, confronting Vegeta in his base state. The two warriors swiftly approached one another, fists raised. Huh! Bang! At the moment their fists collided, a tremendous shockwave erupted, causing the ground to fissure. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, already aware of the impending outcome. Boom! In the next instant, he was hurled away, crashing violently against a distant boulder, completely losing consciousness. Dad, is Uncle Vegeta going to be okay? Goten asked anxiously. Don't worry, Goten, Goku replied with a smile. Glancing at the unconscious Vegeta, he's just temporarily knocked out. However, for a fleeting moment, he seemed somewhat different. Well done, Goku, Piccolo said, patting him on the shoulder. This experience should instill some wisdom in Vegeta. Indeed, Goku nodded in agreement. Dad, you're incredible now. Gohan suddenly recalled something. We've lingered here too long. We need to hurry and take Uncle Vegeta back. Mom must be worried. What about the angel as well? It would be great for everyone to meet you. Thank you for the invitation, but I shall refrain from joining. Mu Feng politely declined. Didn't we agree to introduce you to everyone? Goku asked, scratching his head in confusion. My task has been fulfilled. The most pressing matter now is to attend to Vegeta, Mu Feng said, waving his angelic staff and using divine power to lift Vegeta. I will contact you through the old Kai. Why are you taking Uncle Vegeta away? Gohan inquired, puzzled. Yes, is there a particular reason? Goten chimed in. As Bick contemplated the scene before him, he vaguely surmised that since Goku had ascended to divinity, the angel's visit to Vegeta was likely intended to assist him in achieving the same status. It's good that you understand, he remarked. All right, Goku interjected. Let us head back. Chi-Chi must be anxiously awaiting us. I will explain everything in detail once we return. By the way, can we discuss these matters, Lord Angel? Of course, Mu Feng replied with a smile and a nod. Splendid, Goku exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in delight. Let us depart then. Come, everyone. Place your hands upon my shoulders. Once everyone was prepared, Goku closed his eyes to sense Chi-Chi's location. Found her. Lord Angel, we're off. In the blink of an eye, the group vanished without a trace. He has mastered the Kaioshin's instant transmission so swiftly? Mu Feng nodded in approval, though for Goku, who could teleport, acquiring such divine abilities was indeed not challenging. I envy him. The Kaioshin's instant transmission does not require sensing energy, allowing direct transport to any desired location. Mu Feng mused, fiddling with his staff. Unlike me, who must traverse the universe slowly. Well, it's time to take Vegeta back. He gently tapped his staff, and a brilliant flash of color illuminated the space as the two vanished from their original position. Meanwhile, Goku had arrived at his home with the others in tow. Back already? Chi-Chi turned upon hearing the voice. We're home. Goku waved with a smile. Upon seeing her husband, tears streamed down Chi-Chi's face as she rushed into his embrace. Oh dear, don't do that. Goku blushed, scratching his head, feeling flustered and uncertain. An hour later, Krillin, Bulma, and others had gathered at Gohan's house. Upon seeing Goku, they were overwhelmed with emotion, nearly shedding tears. After exchanging pleasantries, Goku recounted the experiences of the past days, including the matters concerning the angel. Ultimately, Goku resolved to spend more time with Chi-Chi at home, occasionally venturing out to find a quiet place to train while awaiting news from the angel. On the other side, in the Kaioshin realm, Elder, when do you think Vegeta will awaken? Jebbit, with a mischievous grin, suggested, how about we place a wager? Let us bet on who will take out the trash tonight. You rascal, trying to trick me into cleaning? I won't fall for that. The old Kaioshin retorted, yet his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the slumbering Vegeta. I wager 5 minutes. The elder says 5 minutes, then I'll bet 10. Jebbit declared confidently. I'm quite skilled at betting. Just wait for your chores tonight. He secretly reveled. Let us see you lecture me all day now. Old Kaioshin replied. Oh, so you think you've gotten clever, have you? If you dare to make me lose, you'll be sleeping outside tonight. Interesting, count me in, Mu Feng chimed in with a smile. I bet he awakens right now. The loser shall clean the divine realm tomorrow. The Lord Angel is joining the wager? Jebbit panicked. What if you lose? Vegeta cannot possibly awaken immediately. Old Kaioshin remarked. Could it be that you? Oh no, the Lord Angel might cheat with divine power. You guessed correctly. With a smile, Mu Feng gently extracted the angel's staff and lightly tapped it upon Vegeta. A radiant light flashed, and Vegeta slowly opened his eyes. Lord Angel, your wisdom is unparalleled, exclaimed Jebbite. My lord, could you refrain from constantly reading my thoughts? At my age, I find it rather disconcerting, replied the old Kai with a hint of exasperation. Mu Feng offered a slight smile as he turned to Vegeta. Damn Kakarot, where am I? Vegeta sat up, noticing the old Kai. You old coot. What are you doing here? The old Kai retorted. You awaken only to insult me? You scoundrel, Vegeta. At least show some respect to a deity. Vegeta scoffed. TCH. Not worth my time. He coldly huffed and continued to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, fixating intently in one direction. Is it you? Upon seeing Mu Feng, Vegeta recalled what Piccolo had mentioned about that esteemed angel. You trained that guy Kakarot, didn't he? He inquired as he approached Mu Feng. Indeed, Mu Feng nodded. Then could you train me? Vegeta, gritting his teeth, humbly requested, his tone awkward yet a rare display of humility for the proud scion. Rekindled with ambition, he yearned to grow stronger, to surpass Son Goku, to transcend all. For this, he was willing to set aside his pride and seek guidance from Mu Feng. From a distance, Jebite watched in astonishment. Old ancestor, Vegeta has actually bowed his head. He whispered to the old Kai. When was the last time he yearned to grow stronger like this? Did the angel's visit to Earth go this smoothly? Fool. With the angel personally involved, how could there be any issues? The old Kai leisurely sipped his tea. Don't be so surprised. Such fortunate events will occur again. Huh, you're right, Jebite chuckled, scratching his head. Damn it. Vegeta struck the ground with his fist, fuming at Mu Feng's indifference, his teeth grinding in frustration. He nearly resolved to storm off. But the thought of Son Goku extinguished that notion in an instant. Kakarot has become so powerful. How can I remain stagnant? What a joke. Absolutely not. Vegeta suddenly straightened his posture. I implore you, Lord Angel, guide me in my training. And what is your reasoning? Mu Feng raised an eyebrow. Why should I squander my time teaching you? My talent is no less than that of Kakarot. Vegeta thumped his chest. If he can surpass the limits of Super Saiyan 4, then as the Prince of Science, I can surely do the same. And if you cannot, that is impossible. Vegeta clenched his fists, roaring, what limits, what divine realms? I shall surpass them all. Can you defeat Son Goku now? Humph. I will soon surpass him. Vegeta crossed his arms with a cold huff. Very well, Mu Feng nodded. Begin by mastering Super Saiyan 4. I've already mastered that. Vegeta hastily replied. I want to learn Kakarot's double training regimen. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. Mu Feng shook his head. Show me your Super Saiyan 4 first. Vegeta hurriedly reached for his pocket. Do not search any further. Jebit declared from a distance. The transformation on Earth has long shattered the Bur's blaster. Ha ha. The old Kai chuckled heartily, slapping his thigh. Now, let us see how you will transform. You both seem rather idle, Mu Feng remarked with a smile. Why not tidy up the divine realm? We are currently engaged in monitoring the universe. The old Kai's gaze wandered. Indeed, it is quite exhausting. Jebit quickly chimed in. That would be a splendid way to refresh our minds, Mu Feng suggested, pointing towards the heavens. Let us commence immediately. Ensure it is spotless. Jebit responded with a forced smile. Understood, my Lord Angel, we shall ascend at once. However, he felt a chill in his heart. The old Kai agreed, and then turned to reprimand Jebit in a hushed tone. You insolent fool. You chatter too much. I shall deal with you later. Was it not you who sought the excuse first? Jebit retorted in defense. How infuriating. Vegeta cursed, looking up at Mu Feng. Could you allow me to return to Earth briefly? With the Bur's blaster, I could attain Super Saiyan 4. Do you rely on tools for each transformation? Mu Feng countered. At present, that is indeed the case, Vegeta confessed. If only I had a tail, things would be different. Yet, I have never been able to grow one, which hinders my ability to transform autonomously. Then let us begin by mastering Super Saiyan 4, Mu Feng replied calmly. How is that possible? Without a tail, transformation is impossible. Vegeta expressed his confusion. Quite simple. Mu Feng waved his staff and gently tapped Vegeta. A shaft of white light entered his body. With a swift motion, a furry tail burst forth, tearing through his trousers. What? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment as he touched the long-lost tail. My tail has returned? He could scarcely believe that such a long-standing dilemma was resolved with a mere touch. The power of this angel exceeded all expectations. Could he be the strongest deity in the universe? Certainly, for I am an angel, Mu Feng replied with a smile, having heard Vegeta's thoughts in this universe. When I claim second place, no one dares to assert they are first. You can read minds. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. This meant that any secrets were laid bare before this being. Indeed, Mu Feng nodded. All thoughts before him are as open as a book. Such an ability is truly astonishing. Do not dwell on that. First, embrace the power within, Mu Feng advised. Vegeta attempted to sway his tail, a familiar sensation washing over him. As he sensed the surging energy within, his face lit up with joy. Splendid. This time I shall surpass Kakarot. I, Vegeta? shall be the strongest. With ambition comes the need for diligent effort. Mu Feng encouraged. Start with mastering Super Saiyan 4. Behold, Vegeta declared confidently, giving a thumbs up. You shall witness a Super Saiyan 4 stronger than Kakarot. He steadied his stance and shouted with all his might. Seconds passed, and nothing happened. How could this be? Vegeta's expression darkened. It seems the transformation is not proceeding smoothly. Mu Feng chuckled lightly. Enough chatter. It must be the method that is flawed. Vegeta, filled with indignation, closed his eyes to refocus his energy. With the eruption of a shockwave, he remained unchanged. What a joke. Vegeta furrowed his brows tightly. Despite having regrown his tail, he was still unable to transform into a Super Saiyan 4, a reality he found utterly unacceptable. There must be something wrong. Once more, he gritted his teeth and growled. His fists clenched tightly, the intensity of his aura surging wildly, as if he were on the brink of breaking through his limits. Time passed. His cries repeated countless times, yet success eluded him. Impossible. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. My tail has regrown. Yet I cannot even transform into a Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta lowered his head in disbelief, fury igniting within him. How infuriating. This is entirely normal. Suddenly, Mu Feng, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, spoke up. What did you say? Vegeta shot his head up, his previous anger dissipating upon seeing Mu Feng. Remembering the terrifying power of this celestial being, he had no choice but to temper his emotions and suppress his irritation as he asked, Are you implying that my power is insufficient? No. Mu Feng shook his head, his gaze calm as he regarded Vegeta. Your power has long been adequate. It is merely what? Vegeta stepped forward eagerly. Consider your past transformations, the true purpose of your tail, and how Goku initially transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Mu Feng advised. Transformations? Vegeta furrowed his brow in contemplation, gradually articulating. Prior to regrowing my tail, I relied on Bulma's machine, the Blutz wave generator. The Saiyan tail can unlock potential. It is indeed the source of power. As for Kakarot, haven't you figured it out yet? Mu Feng remarked lightly. The Blutz wave generator. Kakarot, wait. Vegeta's eyes widened in sudden realization. I understand. You mean that after regrowing my tail, I must, like before, utilize the Blutz waves from a full moon to gradually break through to become a Super Saiyan 4, correct? Precisely. It seems you have finally grasped it. Mu Feng smiled slightly. You are capable of creating an artificial full moon, are you not? Now is the perfect time. You know this too. Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. But then he reconsidered. It made sense. After all, he was a supreme deity, capable of knowing such trivial matters effortlessly. As long as you understand. Mu Feng seemed to see through Vegeta's thoughts, responding with a light chuckle. Lord Zeno. Then watch me. A confident smirk curved Vegeta's lips. He slowly raised his arm, palm facing upward, as a white energy sphere rapidly coalesced. All I need to do is mix this energy sphere with the oxygen of the planet. Vegeta explained with pride. Creating a Blutz wave of 17 million hertz is a feat only a few Saiyans can accomplish. Yet as the Prince of the Saiyans, I can achieve it with ease. Yes, I know. In the face of Vegeta's boastfulness, Mu Feng offered a slightly awkward smile. Vegeta suddenly unleashed his power, and the energy sphere instantly expanded, radiating a brilliant light. This is my artificial full moon. With that declaration, he forcefully hurled the energy sphere into the sky. Merge. Vegeta clenched his right fist with fervor. Buzz. As he moved, the energy sphere in the air suddenly expanded several times, radiating a blinding white light that hung in the heavens like a true full moon. Now, let me become a Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta gazed up at the artificial full moon, his battle spirit igniting. It began. Mu Feng turned his gaze towards Vegeta, quietly observing the unfolding transformation. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta trembled violently, his heart racing audibly. His eyes turned blood red, muscles swelling, currents of energy coursing throughout his body. Oh! Vegeta soared into the sky, unleashing his power without restraint. His garments shredded, teeth sharpened, and his jaw protruded forward. Roar! With a mighty roar, Vegeta transformed into a colossal black ape. In the divine realm, this aura belongs to Vegeta? Jebet, the god, was visibly astonished. The surge in power was astonishing. Directed precisely towards the realm of the King Kai, where the angel resided. Not bad, such swift progress. The old Kai scratched his beard, suddenly glaring and bellowing. You lazy brat. Hurry up and clean up. Trying to give me a heart attack, huh? Understood, ancestor. Jebbit reluctantly replied. Vegeta's transformation continued, his body glowing with golden light. In the blink of an eye, his hair transformed into a brilliant gold. Roar. The golden ape materialized before Mu Feng. How does it feel? Mu Feng inquired. Humph. I am the Prince of Scions, unlike that lowly warrior Kakarot. Vegeta proclaimed proudly. Even in this giant ape form, I can maintain my clarity. This is our disparity. Excellent. Concentrate your energy. Mu Feng nodded, urging him to attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. No need for your prompting. Vegeta's body radiated golden light as he suddenly clenched his fist and shouted, Ha! The dazzling golden light enveloped him, illuminating the entire realm of the King Kai. Continue to gather your strength. Mu Feng remarked with satisfaction. As the radiance dissipated, Vegeta returned to his humanoid form. I apologize for the wait, Angel. He lowered his head, surveying himself, and clenched his fist, marveling. Is this the power of Super Saiyan 4? Far superior to Bulma's machine transformation. Machines can never match one's inherent strength. Mu Feng pointed to his tail, which is the source of your power as a Saiyan. Damn that Yachirope. Vegeta recalled the humiliation of having his tail severed. Filled with rage, longing to smash him in this form. Let's not dwell on the past. Mu Feng stated earnestly, from now on, you must maintain the Super Saiyan 4 form, and you are not to revert under any circumstance. Maintain it indefinitely? Vegeta was taken aback. Precisely. You must acclimate to this form before proceeding to the next step. Mu Feng elucidated. With your current strength, swiftly surpassing Goku, who masters the divine aura, is nearly impossible. No wonder I couldn't sense Kakarot's aura earlier. Vegeta clenched his fists, his teeth gritted. Unable to surpass Kakarot. What nonsense. I, Vegeta, will not allow it. This is undoubtedly your doing. Angel. Vegeta glared fiercely at Mu Feng, his teeth grinding audibly. You must teach me that divine aura as well. Mu Feng remained silent, quietly observing him. Vegeta, filled with desperation, struck the ground with his fist and knelt on one knee, pleading, Please, teach me the breath of the gods. He then tightly closed his eyes. The sight of the proud Vegeta kneeling was nothing short of astonishing. Mu Feng was not intentionally being difficult. He merely wished to gauge the depth of Vegeta's desire for strength. This attitude pleased him immensely. Very well, I shall grant your request, Mu Feng replied calmly. But there are conditions. Conditions? Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins as he suppressed his fury and demanded, What are the conditions? You must become the god of destruction of this universe. The god of destruction? Vegeta appeared bewildered. What is that? How does one attain such a position? Quite simply. You must possess a heart that yearns for strength. Humph. Is that all? Then I am already the god of destruction. Not quite, Mu Feng chuckled. The god of destruction ranks as the second most powerful deity in this universe, second only to me. Second strongest? Vegeta clenched his fists, incredulous. Are you mocking me? I have never heard of such a thing. I do not jest, Mu Feng stated, observing him intently. Goku is someone I brought back. I appointed him as the Supreme Kai. Now, I intend to train you to become the god of destruction. Ah, I see, Vegeta scoffed. Even if I did not seek your guidance, you would eventually tell me, wouldn't you? That is not the case. Mu Feng shook his head. It depends on your determination to grow stronger. Without such resolve, you are unworthy of the title of god of destruction. The strongest Vegeta suddenly grinned widely. It suits me perfectly. No one is more suited to be the god of destruction than I. I will surpass Kakarot and become the strongest. Excellent, Mu Feng nodded. But mere words will not suffice. Enough chatter. I'm eager to begin training right away. Vegeta urged impatiently. Hold your horses, Mu Feng waved his hand. First, let me explain the duties of a god of destruction. Vegeta, Mu Feng began. If you are to become a god of destruction, you must understand your responsibilities. The task of a god of destruction is quite simple. It revolves around the concept of destruction. Destruction? Vegeta's eyes lit up. So, it is a role dedicated to destruction? What exactly am I to destroy? People? You are not mistaken, Mu Feng confirmed. The god of destruction and the Supreme Kai are two sides of the same coin. One creates. The other annihilates, together maintaining the balance of the universe. Mu Feng pointed at Vegeta. Your duty is to eliminate useless planets and beings, thereby upholding cosmic order. Destroying planets and people? Vegeta became exhilarated, but then a thought struck him. Wait, You said the god of destruction and the supreme Kai are interconnected? Does that mean? Indeed, Mu Feng grinned. When one perishes, so too does the other. What? Vegeta's expression changed dramatically. So, the one bound to me is that good-for-nothing Kakarot. Correct. Mu Feng teased. If you wish to eliminate Goku, you need only do so. Humph. I scoff at such tactics. Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. I will defeat him through strength alone. I am the strongest. Very well, let us commence your training, Mu Feng declared, raising his staff. With a resounding bang, the two Supreme Kais plummeted from the sky. Ouch! My old bones. The elder Supreme Kai exclaimed, rubbing his head in pain. Ancestors, you are weighing down on me. The deity, Jebet lamented, sprawled on the ground. Ah, no wonder it doesn't hurt too much, the old Kai chuckled while wiping his sweat. You could at least get off. I can hardly bear this. All right, I'm getting off, the old Kai responded leisurely, rising to approach Mu Feng. Is there something you require, Angel? I wish to take Vegeta for training and also inquire if the divine realm has been tidied up. Absolutely spotless. I personally supervised it. The old Kai hastily assured. Jebet muttered to himself, I did all the work. Very well, do return tomorrow to continue the cleaning. Mu Feng feigned a headache. Sigh, I haven't been sleeping well lately. Please bring me a pillow from Earth. The old Kai interjected, but you don't even need sleep. Not willing, are we? Mu Feng narrowed his eyes. No, that was merely my inner demons acting up. The old Kai stammered in panic. Inner demons, huh? Make sure to purchase some calming agents for tomorrow. Yes, Angel. The old Kai replied dejectedly. Jebet, hiding at a distance, chuckled. Serves you right. Ancestor, who told you to always bully me? Now you've drawn the ire of the angel. The old Kai, irate, exclaimed, what are you standing there for? Come with me to the lower realm tomorrow. Jebet was left dumbfounded. This is bad. The ancestor is indeed formidable. Mu Feng shook his head at the duo. These two Kaioshin are quite amusing. He turned to Vegeta and said, let us proceed. It is time for your special training in the divine realm. Vegeta, brimming with anticipation, replied, let's hurry. I can hardly wait to surpass Kakarot. Mu Feng raised his staff and gently tapped the ground. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors enveloped them, transporting them to the divine realm. Gazing at the vast expanse of the divine realm, Vegeta exclaimed, is this where the angels reside? It is indeed a fitting place for cultivation. Let us begin. With a wave of his staff, training gear instantly adorned Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta's legs sank into the ground. So heavy, he gritted his teeth and straightened his back. It felt even heavier than Bulma's gravity chamber. Maintain your Super Saiyan 4 form. Do not release it, Mu Feng reminded. Vegeta's veins bulged. Did Kakarot train in this manner as well? Of course, but your training suit is twice as heavy as his. Mu Feng grinned. After all, you cannot even achieve full power yet. Vegeta snorted, just as I like it. What shall we do next? First, run around the planet. Then uproot the newly grown weeds over there. A piece of cake. Vegeta began his arduous training. Half a month later, Vegeta finally mastered his full power transformation. At last, I have completed it. Mu Feng stored away the training gear. However, Vegeta was dissatisfied. Too slow. There is still a significant gap between me and Kakarot. What shall we train next? Patience, the time will come. Suddenly, Mu Feng raised his hand, gathering a soft purple energy in his palm. What is that? Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, his gaze fixated on the swirling purple orb in Mu Feng's hand. His throat tightened as he whispered. This energy fluctuation invokes an instinctive dread within me. With a flick of his fingertip, the mesmerizing purple light shot forth. The moment the energy touched the ancient tree, the colossal giant was dismantled as if erased by an eraser, disintegrating from leaves to roots into nothingness. It was annihilated instantly. Vegeta's combat suit was drenched in cold sweat as he fixated on the lingering echoes of energy. Suddenly, he erupted, seizing Mu Feng's wrist. Teach me. This power that can erase the very existence of matter. At the moment the tip of the staff made contact with the crystal and Vegeta's brow, a blinding light erupted. As the purple star crystal coursed through his veins, this proud Scion prince trembled for the first time from sheer power. Is this the energy that reduces existence itself to nothingness? You are akin to an infant cradling a nuclear bomb. Mu Feng's staff suddenly transformed into a whirlpool, engulfing Vegeta while leaving a final piece of advice to master destruction. You must first dismantle all inherent beliefs within your heart. In the realm of the staff, Vegeta's maniacal laughter shattered countless floating rocks. Kakarot, just wait and see. The purple lightning enveloping him was converting rubble into fundamental particles. Meanwhile, in an uncharted dimension, the king of all's pure white gaze abruptly shifted toward this time-space coordinate that had deviated from its intended trajectory. The grand priest's voice echoed within the temple, an anomalous energy response from the seventh universe. Which universe? Shall we annihilate it? The king of all inquired with an indifferent tone. The notion of destroying a universe might sound ludicrous to many, yet the king of all was different. As the supreme ruler of the 12 universes and the master of all creation, he possessed the ability to erase anything at will, even to make entire universes vanish in an instant. However, there existed one exception, the time-space that Mu Feng inhabited. My lord, have you forgotten? The grand priest reminded with a smile. That is the only universe you cannot destroy. Millions of years ago, you even named it, the universe. The universe? The king of all pondered for a moment, recollecting. The universe, much like the seventh universe, but how peculiar it is, completely indestructible. Truly fascinating. My lord, you haven't paid attention to that universe for quite some time. The grand priest lowered his head. Recently, a new angel named Mu Feng has emerged in that universe, where only the Kaishin exists. Wow, how intriguing. Grand priest, can we establish contact with that universe? The king of all asked excitedly. I wish to meet this new angel. Mu Feng, right? Sounds like so much fun. Understood, my lord. The grand priest nodded in response. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Oh, and grand priest, summon the god of destruction and the angel from the seventh universe as well. The king of all added. Those two universes are quite alike. It would surely be more entertaining for them to meet. Furthermore, let the other universes know. It should be quite amusing. As you command, my lord. The grand priest replied with a smile. Though the king of all's expression remained placid, one could sense his anticipation to meet the new angel. In the universe, achoo. Mu Feng sneezed, rubbing his nose and muttering to himself. Who is talking about me in broad daylight? Shrugging it off, he decided to check on Goku's training progress. With a flash of brilliance, Mu Feng vanished in an instant. He arrived in the realm of the Kaishin. Oh, angel, has something happened? Why are you here again? The old Kaishin hurriedly approached with inquiries. Indeed, dear angel, is there something amiss? Jebet, the god, inquired as he approached. Again? Mu Feng glanced at the old Kaishin. Your use of the word again is rather clever. Do you wish for me to not come? No. That is certainly not the intention. The old Kaishin wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily changing the subject. Why hasn't he, the angel, brought Vegeta this time? We sensed an overwhelming divine aura just now. Could it be that Vegeta has also ascended to godhood? Indeed, he is currently an apprentice destroyer god. Mu Feng nodded, then revealed a mischievous smile. Be cautious. He is still honing his destructive energy, and once perfected, he might very well target you first. What? The old Kaishin was so startled that he stumbled over his words, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Ha, I was merely jesting. Mu Feng erupted into laughter. Please, dear angel, do not jest in such a manner. You nearly frightened me to death. The old Kaishin patted his chest, exhaling deeply. I was contemplating my retirement plans. If I were to be obliterated by Vegeta before enjoying it, that would be exceedingly frustrating. So, it seems our esteemed ancestor has plans post-retirement. Jebet chimed in. How wonderful. I have yet to consider what I shall do in the future. Fool. I was merely pondering, not actually planning. If I were to be destroyed, all would be lost. The old Kaishin turned his head and shouted loudly, shaking his fist at the air, visibly irate. I too must begin contemplating my post-retirement affairs. Jebet scratched his head, chuckling. Mu Feng raised his hand to interrupt them. Let us not dwell on that. I have a matter of importance for you today. Please, dear angel, proceed. The old Kaishin felt a pang of anxiety, while Jebet secretly wondered what significant issue could require the attention of two relatively unremarkable Kaishins like them. Do not speculate unnecessarily. Mu Feng laid his cards on the table. Take me to Earth. The two Kaishins froze momentarily. Just that. Jebet's eyelids twitched. The old Kaishin thumped his chest. You frighten me. Such a trivial matter. Can't you resolve it in mere moments? The Kaishin's instant transmission is remarkably convenient. Mu Feng retorted. It would take me several minutes to fly there myself. You certainly value every second, Jebet remarked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the old Kaishin smacked his forehead. Oh dear, I left soup simmering on the stove. With that, he dashed away in a hurry. Ancestor, your betrayal of your allies is astoundingly proficient. Jebet closed his eyes in despair, quickly locating his target. I found Goku. Let us go. As they activated their instant transmission, the two appeared in an open space. Goku and his son, who were in the midst of training, turned simultaneously. Angel? Jebbit? Goku exclaimed in surprise. How is Vegeta faring in his training? If you continue to slack off, he shall surpass you. Mu Feng chuckled, pointing at Gohan, who was standing behind Goku. Gohan smiled shyly and bowed. I wish to regain my strength to prepare for potential crises in the future. Good lad. Jebbit nodded, touched. Yet, Mu Feng frowned, circling Gohan. The dormant power within you is on the verge of rusting. After a brief pause, Mu Feng's face softened into a warm smile. It is never too late to begin training and growing stronger. Really? Dear Angel. In son Gohan's eyes, determination flickered as he eagerly inquired. Might I request your guidance in my training? Son Goku interjected cheerfully. Let the Angel Master assist Gohan in his training. This lad is currently lacking, even compared to his younger self. Blushing, Gohan quietly protested, then sincerely appealed to Mu Feng. Please, I beseech you for your instruction. Mu Feng silently observed Gohan, pondering whether he had finally realized that academia alone could not save the Earth and was ready to reclaim his former glory. In this timeline, Gohan, much like his counterpart from another dimension, had neglected his training due to an obsession with studies. However, if he could regain his strength, it would undoubtedly bolster their ranks with a formidable warrior, for the title of the strongest was not merely a fabrication. Very well, I shall guide you. But the pivotal factor lies within yourself, Mu Feng acquiesced. Splendid. Jebbit God exclaimed, seizing Gohan in excitement. The Angel Master has agreed. Thank you. Gohan bowed deeply. Son Goku, hands on his hips, chuckled. With the Angel's guidance, Gohan will soon grow stronger. He privately hoped his son would once again embody his former prowess. Presently, Gohan could not even match his usual self, let alone attain Super Saiyan 4. By the way, Angel Master, Son Goku suddenly leaned forward. How fares Vegeta in his training? The thought of his rival potentially catching up stirred his enthusiasm. You shall find out upon his return, Mu Feng replied with a smile, withholding further details. Do not keep me in suspense. Son Goku pressed. Has he mastered divine power yet? Upon receiving Mu Feng's nod, Goku excitedly pumped his fist. Excellent. We must compete again upon his return. There is no rush. He still requires time. Mu Feng redirected his attention to Gohan. First, let me assess your abilities. Engaging you in combat? Gohan felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation, having only heard of the angel's prowess from his father. Come forth, Mu Feng encouraged with a smile. Gohan removed his glasses and handed them to Jebbit God. Please keep these safe. Jebbit God whispered, give it your all. The Angel Master wishes to see your true level. Understood, Gohan responded, positioning himself for the encounter. I humbly seek your guidance. Gohan surged forward, his right fist clenched. Alas, this child, Jebbit God sighed. Did I not mention to unleash his full potential from the outset? This is intriguing, Son Goku observed with keen interest, noting that Gohan had ample room for improvement and needed diligent training. Mu Feng effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Your movements are too slow, and your strength insufficient. In battle, one must be free of distractions. This is how your strikes become purer. Understood, Gohan exclaimed, leaping into the air to deliver a flying kick. With tremendous force, he brought his foot down with a resounding crash. Bang! Mu Feng merely used a single finger to block the assault. Incredible! Gohan retreated, astonished. Truly, the Angel Master was extraordinary. His father had claimed he was the mightiest deity in the universe. It seemed that Gohan's strength was still far from adequate. In that case, here I go, he shouted, a golden aura erupting around him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Bring it on, Mu Feng replied nonchalantly, unleash your full power. As you command. Gohan closed his eyes, concentrating intently, and suddenly erupted with a more formidable aura. Impressive, exclaimed Jebbit God with excitement. Yet, you still have a long way to go. Sun Wukong shook his head while seated upon a stone. This level of power is far from sufficient. Indeed, Gohan was currently incapable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2, even though he had once been the first Saiyan to transcend that realm in his youth. Watch this. Gohan charged forward, the ground beneath him shattering in response. He secretly gathered an energy blast in his left hand while his right fist aimed directly at Mu Feng. Just a trick, Mu Feng remarked, effortlessly deflecting the punch with a single finger and evading the energy blast by tilting his head. Not finished yet. Gohan soared into the air, bringing his hands together. A blue energy from the Kamehameha surged forth in his palms, the energy becoming increasingly pure and powerful. Wave. A brilliant beam shot forth. Mu Feng sighed lightly, still too weak. He raised a hand to intercept the full force of the Kamehameha with ease. Sun Wukong leaped excitedly from his stone perch. Incredible. The angel is truly remarkable. Let us have another match. Jebet God interjected. Wukong, this is not the time for games. Do not disturb the angel. He is currently instructing Gohan in his training. Sun Wukong paused in surprise. Huh? The angel is training Gohan. He scratched his head, suddenly realizing, wow. When did this start? Have they already been training? Jebet God sighed. Your reactions are quite slow. No wonder the old Kaioshin is often vexed by you. Mu Feng spoke. That will be sufficient for now. He approached Gohan. Yes, angel, Gohan nodded. Mu Feng raised his staff and gently tapped it on Gohan's body, a white light flashing, instantly restoring Gohan's expended energy. My aura has returned. Gohan marveled at himself, looking up to express his gratitude. Thank you, angel. You are so powerful. I cannot compare to you. Mu Feng nodded. It is not that your power is weak. Rather, you have yet to unleash it. Gohan, puzzled, asked, unleash it? Mu Feng explained. You possess tremendous power within you, but you are currently utilizing only a fraction of it, akin to having 10 units of strength, but only employing 3. Your prolonged neglect of training has caused your power to fall into slumber. He pointed at Gohan. You must awaken and master it through battle and training. Gohan suddenly comprehended. Understood. Thank you, angel. Sun Wukong approached with a hearty laugh. Gohan, you can definitely do it. You succeeded before, and you can do it again now. Gohan clenched his fist. Father, I will strive to do my best. He expressed his gratitude to Mu Feng once more. Thank you. Mu Feng replied nonchalantly, no need for thanks. Your growth benefits me as well. He looked at Gohan. Once you master your power, I will teach you how to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. Gohan gasped, thinking to himself. I can't even transform into Super Saiyan 2 right now. Is that really possible? Mu Feng smiled. I am an angel. I would not deceive you. If I say it is possible, then it is indeed so. Jebet God muttered under his breath. But you just deceived the ancestor, claiming that Vegeta would destroy him first. Mu Feng turned with a smile. What did you say? Jebet God hastily covered his mouth. Nothing. Nothing. Gohan clenched his fists, filled with determination. I will become strong enough to protect everyone. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, hands on his hips. That's the spirit. I eagerly await to witness your transformation. I secretly pondered. How splendid it would be to engage in a duel with you. Father, I've made up my mind to learn martial arts from Uncle Piccolo. Gohan earnestly declared to Goku. Indeed, seeking Piccolo's guidance is an excellent idea, Goku replied with a smile. Very well, I shall take my leave now, Lord Jebet. Gohan bid farewell to the two and ascended into the sky. At that moment, Mu Feng suddenly received a message. The Grand Priest paused for a moment, closed his eyes to sense. Within the realm of time and space, the Grand Priest grasped the black orb atop his staff, emitting a dazzling radiance. A hum resonated as a fissure of moderate size tore open in the air, revealing an abyss of darkness within. The Grand Priest directed his focus towards the crack, instantly contacting Mu Feng to convey the summons from the Omni King, urging him not to delay. With those words, the Grand Priest sealed the passage. So that is the case. Mu Feng mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. I had not anticipated that the Omni King and others have been monitoring my affairs across time and space. They are well aware. Nonetheless, it is preferable to meet in advance rather than risk discovery. From the Grand Priest's words, I also gleaned that the universe is the sole unique existence that the Omni King cannot obliterate. As an angel here, perhaps I too cannot be erased. As for the reason behind the universe's removal, I shall inquire later. For now, I must prepare to meet the Omni King. For my inaugural journey to the realm of time and space, I ought to bring along some intriguing novelties from Earth as a token of goodwill. Although deities do not place emphasis on such formalities, it is better to err on the side of courtesy. Oh, Lord Jebet, why do you appear so peculiar? Goku approached, scratching his head. Did you witness something? Mu Feng turned to see Jebet frozen in shock, his face a mask of terror. 13, could that be? What is the matter? Mu Feng gently patted his shoulder. With a thud, the Grand Priest fell to the ground in fright. Goku looked on in confusion. Is Jebet ill? When Chi-Chi is unwell, she can be quite fierce, often tossing me and Gohan out. Indeed, he seems to have fallen victim to that ailment as well. Mu Feng chuckled. I must quickly take him back for treatment. Goku, you may continue your training. I will seek you if necessary. Huh, is that so? I was hoping to spar with you again, Lord Angel. Goku scratched his head and turned to move Feng. However, Jebet's condition appears quite serious. It would be prudent to take him back for treatment first. Illness is indeed troublesome. We shall discuss the duel later. Do not forget to persist in your training. Mu Feng reminded Goku. Haha, understood. I shall return to check on Chi-Chi first, Goku said with a grin, hands on his hips. I cannot afford to fall behind Vegeta in training. After seeing Chi-Chi, I will seek out Piccolo and Gohan for practice. Excellent, Mu Feng replied with a smile. Turning to gaze helplessly at the unconscious Jebet, the esteemed Kaioshin, rendered so frightened. With a wave of his staff, Mu Feng and Jebet transformed into white light and vanished. However, they did not return directly to the Kaioshin realm, but instead first stopped in the city to procure a small item before finally embarking on their true journey. Moments later, they descended upon the Kaioshin realm. The elder Kaioshin, spotting Mu Feng from afar, hurriedly rushed over. This is grave news. The old Kai, in a state of great agitation, rushed towards Mu Feng and exclaimed, Stop, stop. My head is about to explode. Mu Feng raised his hand to halt him. Observing his demeanor, from your appearance, I can ascertain that something has transpired. The old Kai managed to compose himself slightly. The great angels from other universes have reached out to me. Indeed, it is concerning this matter, Mu Feng nodded, furrowing his brows as he scrutinized the old Kai. You both seem utterly terrified. As a former Kai, this is quite unbecoming. Both. The old Kai then noticed the presence of the god Jebet on the ground. You only just noticed him? Mu Feng remarked dryly. He was overwhelmed by the great angels. More useless than I am. The old Kai blurted out, quickly retracting, ahem. This lad truly lacks ambition. Enough, bring Jebet along. We must head to the king's palace. As Mu Feng walked, he added, It will be rather interesting to meet Whis and Beerus from Universe 7. A smile of anticipation appeared on his face at the thought of encountering the transcendent Universe 7, while simultaneously confirming the current timeline of that dimension. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction of the transcendent Universe 7, Beerus exclaimed, This instant noodle is absolutely delightful. How can it be so delicious? I could eat it endlessly. Whis, bring me more instant noodles. Lord Beerus. Whis approached. There is no time for noodles. An important matter has arisen. An important matter? Beerus immediately grew serious. What is it? The great angel has just notified us that the Omni King has summoned us to the palace without delay. The Omni King? Beerus fell from his chair in shock, frantically inquiring. Why does the Omni King want to see us? It wouldn't be about the last time I had a private match with Kampa, would it? Wasn't there a warning issued? Oh dear, Lord Beerus, you are overreacting. I never mentioned that incident. Whis chuckled softly, covering his mouth. Whis. Beerus's expression turned dangerously serious. Yes. This time it concerns a new angel that has emerged in the universe, Whis explained succinctly, recalling the great angel's instructions. Universe? Beerus pondered, stroking his chin. I have no recollection of this universe. Quite normal, my lord, Whis replied, hands clasped behind his back and smiling. Even I am not familiar with the details of this universe. All I know is that it bears resemblance to our Universe 7, perhaps to allow us to familiarize ourselves beforehand. The specifics will be clear once we arrive at the Omni King's palace. Asking would yield no answers. Suddenly, Beerus leaned closer to Whis, his tone grave. Since it is the Omni King's command, we must set off immediately. We cannot afford to displease him. There is one more thing. Whis raised a finger. The Kaioshin has also been notified and is to accompany us. The Kaioshin? Why must we take him along? Beerus pondered, then sighed. Never mind. Let us go fetch him. Quickly, he urged. We must hurry. Very well. Whis nodded and vanished in a burst of light. Simultaneously, Mu Feng harnessed his divine power to open a rift in time, successfully entering the transcendent realm. Due to the Kaioshin's instantaneous movement, the trio successfully arrived outside the Omni King's temple. Before them stood the imposing structure emblazoned with the character for Omni. The atmosphere here is quite unsettling, thought Mu Feng, as a chilling discomfort enveloped him. Jebet, trembling incessantly, expressed his unease. Fool, no matter how frightened you are, you must maintain your composure, the old Kaioshin admonished. Do you still resemble a deity? Mind your image. I understand the ancestral teachings, Jebet murmured, but could you please manage your own legs? They're shaking excessively. Cough, cough. This is not the time for such discussions, the old Kaioshin replied, his face reddening as he struggled to maintain his poise. We are here to meet Lord Omni. We cannot afford to lose our decorum. Indeed, you should all relax a bit and not be so tense, Mufeng reassured them. Suddenly, a beam of white light descended before the trio. From within the radiance emerged Whis, Beerus, and Kaioshin Shin. That person looks just like me, Jebbit stammered, pointing at Shin. Idiot. Of course, there will be similar beings in parallel universes, the old Kaioshin scolded, giving Jebbit a light tap on the head. Oh, it seems someone has arrived ahead of us, Beerus remarked, turning to the old Kaioshin. What are you doing here? And who is that? Shin inquired, momentarily taken aback. No. He resembles me yet does not, he continued, rubbing his eyes for clarity. I distinctly used the Dragon Balls to separate myself from Jebbit, so that cannot be Jebbit. Oh, I see now, Whis said, looking at Mufeng with dawning comprehension. The Grand Minister mentioned that the universes are similar. This must be what he meant. Beerus and Shin remained perplexed. You must be the new angel from the universe that the Grand Minister spoke of, Mufeng. Whis approached him with a greeting. Hello, Whis. That is indeed me, Mufeng replied with a smile. Oh my, so you are younger than I am. Whis giggled behind his hand. You should call me brother then. Haha. Given how similar our two universes are, it seems quite fitting to recognize Whis as my elder brother, Mufeng chuckled in return. He truly was the newly appointed angel. And by age, he was the youngest among them. Not only Whis, but the other angels would surely echo the same sentiment, as he was indeed the youngest. However, this was quite advantageous, as he intended to cultivate a good relationship with the seventh universe. With the two universes being so alike, there would undoubtedly be ample interaction in the future. He even looked forward to a friendly competition with the seventh universe. Whis, you appear rather pleased, Beerus remarked, catching up, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Oh, do I? Whis smiled as he introduced Mufeng. This is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Old ancestor. Isn't this the deity that the angel had shown us? Jebbit whispered to the old Kaioshin. Up close, he looks even more intimidating, exuding a fearsome aura. I wish to return, old ancestor. Fool, calm down and relax. The old Kaioshin snapped. Remember, you were once a Kaioshin. Do not bring disgrace to our time. You say once as if it is not hurtful, Jebbit retorted. Humph, do you think you're the only one? I am a former one now as well, the old Kaioshin replied, turning his back with a huff. Excuse me, the Kaioshin Shin of the seventh universe stepped forward, astonished. Are you the Kaioshin of time? I am the Kaioshin of the seventh universe. How shall I address you? Greetings. I am the god Jebbit, and this is the esteemed old Kaioshin. As Jebbit introduced, he felt a nagging doubt within. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Even their manner of speaking was alike. It seems our two universes indeed share much in common. Kaioshin Xian chuckled. We have an ancestor on our side as well. I see, the old Kaioshin mused, furrowing his brow. Have you encountered any evil dragons in your realm? Evil dragons? Kaioshin Xian closed his eyes in recollection. I have never heard of such a thing. It appears our experiences differ significantly. The old Kaioshin nodded knowingly. Suddenly, a divine aura enveloped the space, capturing everyone's attention. The Grand Minister appeared before the palace of the Omni Kings. To the representatives of the universe and the seventh universe, the Grand Minister inclined his head slightly, acknowledging their long journey. Grand Minister, Beerus immediately knelt in reverence. All is well. Kaioshin Xian also knelt. Grand Minister, we are in your presence. The old Kaioshin and Jebbit trembled as they mimicked the gesture of respect. All is well, Whis said with a gentle nod. I have met the Grand Minister. Mufeng also nodded in acknowledgement. This is the angel of the universe, Mufeng, is it not? The Grand Minister inquired, directing his gaze towards Mufeng. Indeed. Grand Minister, Mufeng affirmed. Excellent. Please follow me, the Grand Minister instructed, turning towards the inner sanctum of the palace. The assembly followed closely, maintaining a solemn silence throughout. As they walked through the white corridor, it felt as if they were traversing an invisible barrier, and in an instant, their figures vanished. The scene shifted, and Mufeng and his companions found themselves in the very center of the palace of the Omni Kings. Upon the suspended golden throne sat the childlike figure of the Omni King, flanked by two tall, solemn guards exuding an unfathomable aura of power. Great Omni King, the Grand Minister knelt on one knee to report. The deities of the seventh universe and the angel of the universe, Mufeng, have been brought forth. Angel Mufeng, at last, I meet you. The Omni King descended from the throne and approached Mufeng. Salutations, great Omni King. Beerus, filled with anxiety, broke into a cold sweat as he bowed deeply. Kaishin Xian, in a heightened state of trepidation, prostrated himself on the ground. The two Kaishins of the universe were already awestruck, and upon witnessing Kaishin Xian's actions, they hurriedly imitated him. Whis slightly inclined his head. I pay my respects to the great Omni King. I have met the great Omni King. Mu Feng lowered his head in greeting. The guards behind the Omni King glared fiercely, but the Omni King waved his hand, signaling them to ease. No need to be so formal, he said, curiously circling around Mu Feng. Your universe and the seventh universe bear remarkable similarities. How intriguing. Indeed, Mu Feng replied with a smile. Great Omni King, you are welcome to visit our universe at your leisure. There are many wondrous things to behold. This statement incited fury among the guards, and the two Kaishins nearly fainted. Beerus and Kaishin Xian trembled in fear, terrified of inciting the Omni King's wrath. Only the Grand Minister and Whis wore faint smiles. How delightful. This place is rather dull. The Omni King joyfully took Mu Feng's hand. You are truly interesting. I take a liking to you. By the way, I have brought you a small gift. A white light emanated from Mu Feng's palm, revealing a gaming console produced on Earth. What is this? A gaming console filled with an array of delightful mini-games. Mu Feng patiently demonstrated the operations, pressing here to select a game, and then pressing there to commence play. Wow, I've never encountered something so entertaining. The Omni King, utterly captivated, fiddled with the device. This is a gift for your amusement. Mu Feng presented the console. How splendid. The Omni King received the present, and in his hand, a button glowed with a blue light. This is for you in return. Could that be? Both Beerus and the Supreme Kai widened their eyes in astonishment, recognizing the button as identical to the one the Omni King had gifted to Goku, capable of summoning the Omni King's communicator. Oh dear. It seems the Omni King has made yet another dear friend, Whis chuckled softly. Indeed, the Omni King appears particularly joyous today, the Grand Priest remarked with a slight nod, quietly telling Whis, your brother is quite intriguing. Father, did you overhear my conversation with Mu Feng? Whis asked, a hint of panic evident. Within the 12 universes, nothing escapes my perception, the Grand Priest replied, his smile deepening. The seventh universe? The god of destruction and angel. The Omni King, toying with the two-tone button, explained. The blue button summons me, while the red button teleports you. He then handed this exquisite device to Mu Feng. Thank you, esteemed Omni King. Mu Feng respectfully accepted and inquired. Might there be other arrangements for today? Ah yes. I almost forgot the important matter, the Omni King exclaimed, tapping his forehead. The Grand Priest stepped forward at the opportune moment. Next, I shall convey the Omni King's decree. You all continue your conversation. I am off to play the new gaming console. The Omni King joyfully waved the game controller, suddenly grasping Mu Feng's hand. From now on, I shall call you Mu Feng, and you shall call me Quan. Your Majesty the Omni King. The two attendants were taken aback, their voices rising an octave. Who could have anticipated that this supreme being would take the initiative to befriend a newly appointed angel of the universe? Beerus and the Supreme Kai were equally incredulous. My brother has truly won the Omni King's favor, Whis observed, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. Based on the admiration for the tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, the Omni King has decided to host a tournament of power encompassing all 12 universes. The Grand Priest's gaze fell upon Mu Feng, his hopes resting on the participation of their universe. A tournament of power? This is an exceptional opportunity for our universe to gain renown. Mu Feng readily agreed. Since it is Aquan's suggestion, our universe shall certainly partake. Really? The Omni King beamed, floating down from his throne, gripping Mu Feng's hand tightly. You must come. It is a promise, Mu Feng nodded earnestly. Splendid. The Omni King hummed a tune as he returned to his seat, once more cradling the gaming console. The Grand Priest surveyed the assembly with satisfaction. The universe has profound ties to the 7th universe. Hence, fostering more interaction is essential, which is also the reason for gathering the 7th universe. Understood, Divine Will. Whis elegantly bowed. Your subordinate comprehends. Beerus nearly pressed his forehead to the ground. Once the specific date is confirmed, all universes will be notified, the Grand Priest concluded, casting a final glance at Mu Feng, including your universe. We await good news, Mu Feng responded with composure. As a parting gesture, the Omni King raised the gaming console, exclaiming, this so-called gaming console is utterly delightful. Hee, as long as Aquan is happy, I will take you to play at our place another day. It is far more interesting than this gaming console. Mu Feng chuckled, waving goodbye to Quan Wang. We shall take our leave now, Quan. All right, see you next time. Mu Feng. I have already begun to look forward to it, Quan Wang replied, waving his small hand in return. Mu Feng then turned to the two Kaiashins, gently tapping his staff. As a flash of light enveloped the scene, the old Kaiashin and Jebet gods stirred from their stupor. It seemed these two had fainted from fright long ago. No wonder they had been silent for such a long time. Is it over? The old Kaiashin weakly opened his eyes. Why is my head spinning so? I dreamt of a strange place and encountered two remarkable figures. Jebet god sat up, rubbing his temples. Mu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. The divine officials and a Quan you encountered were not mere figments of your imagination. They are right here. Observing the two unreliable Kaiashins, Mu Feng shook his head. Truly, birds of a feather flocked together, both fainting in unison. Let us return. So it was real. Jebet god chuckled awkwardly. I have merely been lacking in sleep lately. The old Kaiashin turned his face away, his ears flushed with embarrassment. How similar these two elders are to us. The Kaiashin Xin couldn't resist commenting. Upon reaching the temple's entrance, Jebet god sighed in relief. Finally, we can leave. Angel, shall we return now? Indeed. This place is too frightening. The old Kaiashin nodded repeatedly. These old bones of mine cannot withstand such shocks. Mu Feng replied with exasperation. You may return first. I intend to take a stroll in the seventh universe. But we cannot open a time-space portal. The two Kaiashins scratched their heads awkwardly. I almost forgot. Mu Feng waved his staff to create a rift. Off you go. Well then, Angel, we shall take our leave. The old Kaiashin exclaimed, darting into the rift before finishing his sentence. Wait for me. Jebet god quickly followed suit. At that moment, Whis approached Mu Feng. Did you arrive through a time-space rift? Indeed, Brother Whis. Mu Feng nodded with a smile. Beerus peered from behind. Lord Quan Wang actually permits you to traverse at will? Wait, do you have Goku and Vegeta on your side as well? Not only them, but all our companions are here, Mu Feng replied. Humph. They surely cannot be stronger than those from our seventh universe. Beerus crossed his arms defiantly. Whis, with a beaming smile, extended an invitation. Would you care to visit our seventh universe, dear Mu Feng? Whis. Beerus immediately widened his eyes in surprise. Hee. Did not the Grand Minister say we should foster more interaction between our two universes? Have you forgotten so soon, Lord Beerus? Whis cast a teasing glance at Beerus. Upon hearing the Grand Minister's name invoked, Beerus immediately wilted, pouting and turning away, obediently listening to the conversation between Whis and Mu Feng. Dear Mu Feng, would you like to come and play in our seventh universe? Whis continued his invitation. Since Brother Whis has spoken, how could I refuse? Mu Feng smiled as he walked up to Whis. Ah, how sweet your words are. Whis chuckled softly, then turned to the Supreme Kai, Shin, and said, All right. Let us return. Understood, replied Shin, positioning himself between the three and raising his arms, chanting, Kaiokai. In a flash of white light, their figures gradually became transparent and vanished without a trace. In the seventh universe, at the realm of the Supreme Kai, Mu Feng followed Whis to this place. Who might this be? The old Supreme Kai inquired curiously as he leaned closer. Esteemed ancestor, this is Lord Mu Feng, the Angel of the Universe, Shin promptly introduced. Ah, so it is the Angel of the Universe. The old Supreme Kai's face immediately brightened with a smile. Welcome, welcome. Greetings, Lord Mu Feng. Jebet also respectfully greeted him. Mu Feng nodded with a smile and acknowledgement. Brother, shall I take you to tour Lord Beerus's realm of destruction? Whis suggested. Humph, this dreary place is indeed uninteresting. Beerus smirked. Let Mu Feng witness just how grand my domain is. Before long, Mu Feng found himself in the realm of destruction of the seventh universe. What do you think? Beerus boasted with his hands on his hips. Isn't this place magnificent? It surely surpasses your universe. It is indeed quite beautiful. Mu Feng forced a smile. Surely, a little insincere flattery wouldn't hurt, right? Ha! I knew it. Beerus's tail perked up even higher. There's even more impressive stuff. Whis, understanding the cue, said to Mu Feng, Please wait a moment, I shall return shortly. All right, Mu Feng nodded, and Whis vanished from sight. Looking around, Mu Feng noticed the absence of both Son Goku and Vegeta, as well as any signs of training. Strange, they should be training here, shouldn't they? The Omni King knows Goku by now. I intended to assess their strength. I might as well inquire directly. Beerus, where are Son Goku and Vegeta? Mu Feng asked straightforwardly. Are they on Earth? That might be. Beerus's gaze wandered, and sweat trickled down his forehead. Mu Feng stepped closer. Beerus retreated, wiping his sweat. This is bad. I cannot possibly say they have gone to the future. Absolutely not. If the Omni King learns we have meddled with time, we are all doomed. Altering time is a grave offense. The entire universe could be erased. What to do? What to do? Should I tell the truth or fabricate a lie? Beerus's expression turned grim. His earlier arrogance vanished, leaving his face in dismay. Oh dear, what are you discussing? A flash of white light appeared as Whis returned, holding 3 bowls of steaming noodles. Nothing much, Brother Whis. Mu Feng smiled and waved his hand, then turned to Beerus with a knowing grin. Having completely discerned the latter's thoughts, it turned out they were currently amidst the Black Goku incident. And Son Goku and Vegeta of the 7th universe had already ventured to the future. Considering this, there was still some time before the Tournament of Power. Each universe must send forth 10 warriors, and there was ample time to gather personnel. However, merely filling slots wouldn't suffice. They needed to seek out formidable contestants, as that tournament would be filled with powerful opponents. Nonetheless, there was no need for haste at the moment. They could take their time to select candidates upon returning. Beerus, fortunately, Whis arrived in time, allowing us to escape unscathed. Oh dear, Lord Beerus appears to be in quite a foul mood. Whis stifled a chuckle. Primarily due to hunger. Whis, you are far too slow. Beerus glared furiously at the bowls of instant noodles, urging, hurry up. I can't wait any longer. Ha. Young Mu Feng, why not give it a try? This is a delicacy that Lord Beerus cannot praise enough. Whis beamed as he handed over the noodles. All right. Mu Feng took the bowl, realizing it had been quite a while since he had savored a proper meal. The aroma was delightful. Ha, see? I wasn't lying. Was I? The offerings from the 7th universe are truly top-notch. Beerus boasted, these instant noodles are simply divine. I could eat them 100 times without growing weary. Oh, then I shall dig in. Mu Feng chuckled awkwardly. He merely mentioned how long it had been since he enjoyed gourmet food. Surely this fellow doesn't believe I've never laid eyes on instant noodles before. It was merely that he had been so busy on Earth lately that he hadn't had time to eat. What's so special about instant noodles? I used to have them every day, though back then, I was quite impoverished. Now, as an angel, I need not fret over sustenance. And indulging in them occasionally is rather pleasant. Wow, absolutely delicious. In the blink of an eye, Beerus finished the entire bowl, leaving not a single drop of broth behind. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on Whis's bowl. Whis, aren't you hungry? My Lord Beerus, you have already consumed 1 bowl, Whis gently reminded him, waving his finger as he turned to Mu Feng. Do try it. It's truly scrumptious. Mu Feng nodded and began slurping the noodles. 2 words, utterly delightful. Perhaps it had been too long since he had tasted decent food. He couldn't stop, swiftly finishing the bowl. See, the 7th universe is the best. Beerus beamed with pride upon witnessing this. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Mu Feng contentedly patted his belly and suddenly smiled at Beerus. Now that I'm full. Shall we stretch a bit? Beerus's smile faded. Intrigued, are you suggesting a sparring match? Brother Mu Feng, such jesting is ill-advised, Whis interjected hastily. Angels and destroyers are prohibited from engaging in combat. Do not worry, Whis. I never said I would personally spar with Lord Beerus, Mu Feng replied with a mysterious smile. I have already found an opponent. Who? Beerus sprang from his seat, scanning the surroundings. There is no one here but us. Where is this opponent you speak of? Brother Mu Feng, I too cannot sense anyone else, Whis inquired, intrigued. Where is this individual? Right here. Mu Feng summoned his staff and tossed it into the air. Buzz, a vortex-like spatial rift appeared in the sky. You may come out now, Mu Feng called into the rift. At your command, my Lord Angel, a voice echoed from within the rift. Could that voice be? Beerus's expression shifted to one of surprise. It seems we are all acquainted with this individual. Whis grinned knowingly. Brother Mu Feng, you must have had this planned all along. Not quite so divine. Mu Feng waved his hand shyly. I had not released him from the staff space during training, and now is the perfect time to assess the results. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta emerged from the vortex. Having been in seclusion for an extended period, his attire was tattered, and an unusual odor emanated from him. Where's this place? Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, and as his gaze fell upon Beerus, his eyes widened in astonishment. This creature is a cat. In an instant, Beerus erupted with rage, emanating a terrifying aura of deep purple and black. How dare you? You dare to call me a cat? Beerus glared menacingly at Vegeta. Such a formidable presence. Vegeta immediately assumed a combat stance. Please, do not be angry, Lord Beerus. Whis, attempting to pacify the furious god of destruction, could not suppress a chuckle, for this being from another universe had not intended any offense. Whis, upon seeing even the angel smiling, Beerus's fury intensified. I apologize. I simply could not contain myself at the thought of a venerable god of destruction being mistaken for a mere cat, Whis explained with a smile. Vegeta, allow me to introduce you to Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7. This is Whis, my brother. Universe 7? The god of destruction and angel, Vegeta pondered. It appears this is indeed the parallel universe that the angel mentioned. This creature resembling a cat is actually a god of destruction. And the power of this angel Whis is likely on par with that of the angel I know. The overwhelming aura from the god of destruction suggests his strength is unfathomable. Why do you always feel inferior to Goku? Just as the angel claimed, the powerful beings of other universes are numerous. My ambitions should not be confined to Kakarot. How goes your training? Morong inquired. Never before have I trained so effectively. Vegeta replied with confidence. I have mastered the aura of a god and can transform into the Super Saiyan 4, breaking through my limits. The month spent in the staff space has endowed me with new powers. I can barely utilize the destructive energy, though I am still somewhat unskilled. Vegeta retracted his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, realizing that his ordinary state was more suited for mastering this energy. Destructive energy? Super Saiyan 4? Whis and Beerus exchanged glances. It seems this Vegeta from another universe is indeed a candidate for God of Destruction. However, they had never heard of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Well done. Morong smiled as he gestured toward Beerus. Today, I have brought you here to witness the true power of a god of destruction, Lord Beerus of Universe 7. You unruly child. Beerus flexed his wrists, preparing to demonstrate what the power of a god of destruction truly entails. Whis expressed concern. Lord Beerus can be quite heavy-handed. Is he truly all right? Fear not, Morong reassured confidently. This is our universe's future god of destruction. He must overcome this challenge. Very well then. Whis turned to Vegeta and said, however, your attire is not suitable. You must first wash up and change your clothes. Though Vegeta was somewhat impatient, he complied. When he reappeared, he was clad in the blue battle suit of Universe 7, complete with white gloves and boots. What are you dawdling for? Let us begin. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, staring intently at Beerus. Whis scrutinized him, remarking, aside from being a bit older and having a tail, he is almost identical to our universe's Vegeta. Morong smiled mysteriously. You will see the difference when he transforms. Super Saiyan 4? Whis' interest was piqued. Is it much stronger than Super Saiyan 3? It is a chasm apart. Mufong confidently asserted that this Vegeta's strength would undoubtedly surpass that of your universe's counterpart. It was evident, as Whis nodded in agreement, noting that this Vegeta had indeed grasped the essence of divine energy, which was quite intriguing. Whis and Mufong exchanged a knowing glance before shifting their focus to Vegeta. Whis could distinctly sense the astonishing energy contained within this universe's Vegeta, which seemed to exceed that of their own universe's version, even in his base form. Curiosity stirred within Whis as he yearned to witness the full extent of this Vegeta's power. Meanwhile, Mufong sought to allow Vegeta to experience the terrifying might of the god of destruction, thereby illuminating the gap in their abilities. After all, since they were already present, it would be unwise not to engage in battle. Moreover, after extensive training, a practical test was indeed warranted. The formidable Beerus stood before them, undoubtedly the optimal opponent. The strength of this god of destruction from Universe 7 was among the finest of all, proving beneficial for Vegeta's mastery of destructive energy. Regardless of the outcome, this confrontation would be immensely advantageous for him. Impatience radiated from Beerus, who seemed to sense that Vegeta had no comprehension of the god of destruction's fearsome nature. With a grim expression, Beerus approached Vegeta, declaring, "You have thoroughly provoked my ire." To which Vegeta retorted, "Just as I desire. Allow me to experience the power of a god of destruction." A cold smirk graced Vegeta's lips as he fixed his gaze upon Beerus, adopting a combative stance. This declaration only darkened Beerus's countenance, as a surge of purple destructive energy enveloped him, his fury reaching a zenith. There was no respect for divinity here. Before his words had fully settled, Beerus had already materialized before Vegeta. What? Vegeta gasped, swiftly retreating to create distance. It appears you have grown overly complacent. Beerus remarked with a disdainful smirk, reveling in his superiority. Damn it! Vegeta clenched his fists, scrutinizing his adversary. The speed displayed by Beerus was nothing short of astonishing. He had failed to perceive any of his movements. Oh dear, had Lord Beerus chosen to strike just now, this Vegeta would likely have faced defeat, Whis remarked, rubbing his hands together. It seemed Beerus was also eager to witness the full might of Vegeta. Mu Feng chuckled, Vegeta, if you do not unleash your true capabilities, you may very well perish against a true god of destruction. Humph. Vegeta gritted his teeth defiantly, summoning his strength. Huh. A deep roar reverberated throughout the realm of the gods of destruction, causing the ground to quake. A crimson aura erupted around Vegeta, sending shockwaves across the terrain, fracturing the earth beneath him. His form began to transform. His hair grew wild, covered in a crimson sheen, and his gaze sharpened with ferocity. Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta declared with a smirk, but this is only the beginning. As his words echoed, a torrent of furious energy surged skyward, only to retract abruptly. The realm of destruction regained its tranquility, the ground ceasing its fracture. At this moment, pure white divine energy enveloped Vegeta, completing his ultimate breakthrough. Behold my full power, Vegeta proclaimed, his expression defiant. Like Kakarot, I, Vegeta, have also stepped into the realm of divinity. Super Saiyan 4 has transcended its limits. This is the Super Saiyan 4 that has entered the divine realm? Beerus mused, stroking his chin as he scrutinized Vegeta, offering a casual applause. Not bad. Significantly stronger than before, nearly on par with Goku's Super Saiyan Blue form. While he downplayed his words, internally, a tempest of astonishment surged within him. The transformation enveloped in a scarlet aura exceeded all expectations. It was initially presumed to be merely an enhanced version of Super Saiyan 3. Yet the unleashed energy was on par with that of the divine realm. To his astonishment, Vegeta managed to seamlessly integrate divine power into Super Saiyan 4, a feat unattainable even by the Saiyans of the 7th universe. Oh my, how refreshing! Whis chuckled softly, tapping his staff lightly on the ground. Merging divine energy with a beastly form to transcend boundaries. This form is rather impressive, isn't it? Murmured Mu Feng, crossing his arms. Indeed, it is quite unexpected. Whis's azure eyes shifted, suddenly focusing on the battle-hungry Beerus. It appeared that the god of destruction could no longer contain himself. The surging energy coursed through Vegeta's veins as he bared his fangs and declared, enough chatter. Let us fight. The two figures collided instantaneously, their fists meeting with such force that the shockwave uprooted the earth within a 100-meter radius. With a casual push, Beerus sent Vegeta hurtling backward like a cannonball, his feet carving deep trenches into the rock before he barely managed to halt his momentum. Is that all you've got? The god of destruction taunted from within a dark purple aura, beckoning with a finger. You scoundrel! Vegeta retaliated with a fierce punch that landed squarely on his opponent's cheek. However, the anticipated scene of Beerus being sent flying did not materialize. He merely tilted his head slightly, leaving faint scratches on the ground with his shoe. The scarlet aura flared dramatically, yet all of Vegeta's rapid punches missed their mark. Just as cold sweat trickled down his temple, a devilish whisper echoed behind him. What are you looking at? A searing pain shot through his spine, and Vegeta, like a marionette with severed strings, crashed into the mountainside. Amidst the swirling dust, disbelief widened his eyes. He had touched the realm of the divine. Yet he couldn't even graze the hem of his opponent's attire. Ah, Lord Beerus is only using 70% of his power, Whis remarked with a smile. Noting that Beerus had become serious, perhaps out of concern for being overshadowed by Vegeta. Truly, the god of destruction loves to show off. Whis, Beerus bellowed, his face flushed with anger. You all remain silent and observe. No more commentary. Of course, my lord, Whis replied with a chuckle, turning to Mu Feng and adding. Your universe's Vegeta is quite formidable. Our Vegeta in the 7th universe can only compel Lord Beerus to exert 50% of his strength at most. No rush, brother Whis. The tournament of power is still far off, Mu Feng responded with a smile. Both Goku and Vegeta, regardless of the universe, have ample room for growth. That is true. Whis nodded, suggesting, once Lord Beerus finishes, shall we visit Earth together to savor its delicacies? Thank you for the kind offer, but I must return to guide them in their training, Mu Feng politely declined. Next time, do come to our universe as a guest. Absolutely. I've long desired to see it, Whis whispered conspiratorially. Once Lord Beerus falls asleep, I'll sneak over to play. The two exchanged a knowing smile and continued to observe the battle. How could he only be using 70% of his power? Vegeta mused, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. This cat-faced fellow is incredibly formidable. Despite my utmost effort, I am being easily subdued. Is it truly impossible to surpass him? Having already stepped into the divine realm, how can I simply stop here? Damn it! Vegeta roared as he charged forward once more, his fury propelling his speed to new heights as he instantly appeared before Beerus. How intriguing. Is there still a possibility for breakthrough? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Beerus's eyes. Indeed, the potential of the Scions is unfathomable. The moment their fists collided, the ground shattered with a thunderous roar. The two leaped into the air, engaging in a fierce battle, their punches intertwining amidst a tumultuous wave of energy. Take this. Vegeta aimed a knife-hand strike directly at Beerus's throat. Do you truly think such a technique could defeat a god of destruction? Beerus effortlessly blocked with one hand, lazily lifting his gaze. Isn't it time to end this? Do not underestimate me. Vegeta's other hand gathered energy and launched a powerful blast. As an apprentice god of destruction, you should be able to control destructive energy. Beerus exhaled a breath of purple energy, causing the blast to disintegrate upon contact. What? Vegeta stared in shock at the vanishing energy. This is the true application of destructive energy. Before he could finish speaking, a heavy punch sent him hurtling away. With a resounding crash, Vegeta landed in a deep crater. Damn it! Vegeta clutched his head as he crawled out of the pit, filled with indignation. In his current state, he was no match for Beerus. Hey, time-traveling Vegeta, continue fighting? You might end up dead. Beerus's voice echoed overhead. Vegeta looked up to see Beerus gathering a purple energy sphere at his fingertips, the aura of destruction bearing down upon him. Vegeta trembled. This was the true destructive energy, a power he had yet to master. I'll die? Taking a direct hit from that attack would undoubtedly be fatal. What a joke. Vegeta suddenly regained his focus and shouted, Do not underestimate me. Huh. A crimson flame erupted explosively as Vegeta brought his hands together, energy coalescing in his palms. Ultimate flash. A dazzling beam shot skyward. As a deity, I am magnanimous, Beerus thought, gazing down at the approaching energy wave. However, he could not tolerate rudeness. Destruction. The purple sphere gently descended. At the critical moment, two figures flashed into view. Whis and Mu Feng acted in unison, their staffs lightly tapping, dissipating both energies into nothingness. Enough. Mu Feng sheathed his staff, acknowledging the impressive display but declaring it time to halt. Little Mu Feng is right, Whis chimed in with a smile. Lord Whis. Vegeta turned his face away. I can handle this without your assistance. Whis. Beerus shouted, hands on his hips, clearly unsatisfied by the interruption. He glanced at Vegeta. The outcome is evident. You have witnessed the power of a god of destruction, have you not? TCH. Vegeta's expression was one of defiance. As they landed, Mu Feng approached Vegeta. Do you now understand the disparity? That last move could have cost you your life. Do not think of taking it head-on, nor should you aspire to absorb it. At your current state, you would only meet a quicker demise. However, forcing Beerus to exert 70% of his strength is quite an accomplishment. But it's still far from enough. Vegeta clenched his fists. He had believed stepping into the realm of the divine was a source of pride, only to find himself effortlessly crushed by a mere cat. The most infuriating part was that Beerus had only used 70% of his power. Back when he fought the Super One-Star Dragon, he had never felt so stifled. At least that opponent had fought with all their might. Vegeta, filled with rage, exclaimed, That scoundrel has completely disregarded me, treating me like a mere plaything. Calmly, Mu Feng advised, learn from your defeat and return to your training. You must break through to at least one more form if you hope to defeat the god of destruction. What? Vegeta's spirits lifted instantly as he pressed on. Break through to a new form? Does that mean enhancing my divine aura? You've only grasped a fragment of the truth, Mu Feng replied with a smile. Tell me precisely how to achieve this. Vegeta implored eagerly, contemplating, apart from the divine aura, could it possibly refer to the Super Saiyan form? Indeed. You must transcend your limits to attain Super Saiyan 5, Mu Feng nodded, and you must also fully master the destructive energy, which is essential for a god of destruction. Vegeta murmured these two objectives, deep in thought. As an apprentice god of destruction, mastering destructive energy was imperative. Previously, in the Angel's training space, he had focused solely on transcending to Super Saiyan 4, neglecting the cultivation of destructive energy. As for attaining Super Saiyan 5, a realm even Kakarot has yet to reach. Could he truly surpass it first? Why do you always feel inferior to Son Goku? Mufeng suddenly inquired. Nonsense. Vegeta retorted passionately. I am the Prince of Scions. How could I possibly lose to that lowly warrior? It's good to have that confidence, Mufeng encouraged. Return to your training and strive to break through to Super Saiyan 5 as soon as possible. Noticing Vegeta's lingering hesitation, Mufeng added, once you can transform into Super Saiyan 5, you might just be able to defeat Beerus. The notion of surpassing Beerus ignited a fierce determination within Vegeta. He fixed his gaze on Beerus in the distance, clenched his fists, and vowed, Kakarot, Super Saiyan 5, Beerus, I, Vegeta, shall surpass them all. That spirit is commendable. Mufeng remarked with satisfaction. Through this confrontation, you should now recognize the gap between yourself and the god of destruction. Your resolve to grow stronger has undoubtedly intensified. Angel, please take me to train right away. Vegeta implored eagerly. I must swiftly break through to Super Saiyan 5 and show Beerus my true strength. It is indeed time to return. Mufeng nodded and walked towards Whis and Beerus. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kais, the Elder Kai inquired, Ancestor, shall we wait for the angel to return to decide on the tournament of power? Fool. The Elder Kai replied, hands clasped behind his back. Such matters are certainly for the angel to decide. We, who are nearing retirement, need not fret. We shall discuss it upon his return. The Elder Kai pressed his hands on a crystal ball, divine energy surging forth as images gradually materialized within. Ancestor, what are you doing? The Kai of Time asked, his face a mask of confusion. Simpleton, I am observing Gohan's training progress. The Elder Kai huffed. With the tournament of power approaching, we must select some worthy contestants. I've heard that Whis holds Gohan in high regard. Let us first assess the situation, so we can report back later. I see. The Kai of Time exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Always in a daze. The old Kai, exuding impatience, waved his hand and exclaimed, what are you dawdling for? Come swiftly. The scene is changing. Jebbet hurriedly stepped closer, both of them fixated on the crystal ball. Meanwhile, on Earth, Piccolo was instructing Gohan in his training. This power is still insufficient, far from enough. Gohan was enveloped in a golden aura, crackling with energy, having already entered the Super Saiyan 2 state. Yet, a deeper reservoir of power within him remained dormant. How could this be? Gohan pondered, staring at his trembling hands. I have clearly broken through to the Super Saiyan 2 level. Why does that power remain unyielding? In comparison to his father and Uncle Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 forms, he felt woefully inadequate. Protecting Earth now seemed a daunting challenge, let alone safeguarding Biddy and Pan. You are too anxious, Piccolo spoke in a serious tone. Such impatience will only backfire. Uncle Piccolo, if I cannot even control my own power, how can I protect others? Piccolo placed a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder. I understand your feelings, but anxiety will only cloud your path. Gohan gradually reverted from his transformation, his gaze growing resolute. You are right. What I must do now is to focus on the present. Excellent, Piccolo said, a smile of approval gracing his face. So what are we waiting for? Continue your training. Yes. The two resumed their stances, the sound of fists and feet clashing resonating throughout the valley. Suddenly, a fissure opened in the sky above the Kaioshin realm, and a dazzling array of colors cascaded down. The angel has returned. Upon witnessing the radiant light, Jebbet rushed forward. The old Kai's gaze, however, shot past Mufeng, fixating intently on Vegeta, who was sweating profusely. This fellow has truly mastered the divine aura. Could it be that, as the angel indicated, he intends to test me with destructive energy? It would be wise to maintain distance. What are you staring at? Vegeta growled, clenching his fists and turning towards the old Kai. Do you wish to feel the force of my iron fist? And no, I'm merely observing the angel. The old Kai hastily waved his hands, his back drenched in sweat. Mufeng interjected, if it weren't for your incessant fixation on his wife, Vegeta wouldn't be so riled up. Why not find Agrani Kaioshin to quell your loneliness? Agrani Kaioshin. The old Kai was left speechless, his mouth agape. Humph. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury. The moment I master destructive energy, you shall be the first to feel my wrath. The old Kai was at a loss, lamenting, that is all ancient history. Now, let's discuss serious matters, Mufeng said, suppressing his jest. You possess a unique ability, do you not? The old Kai scratched his head. I have quite a few. Which one do you refer to? Beside them, Vegeta, growing impatient, stomped his foot. His mind was solely on surpassing Kakarot. eager to transform into Super Saiyan 5 and confront Beerus. The thought of finally shedding the title of Eternal Second made his lips curl into a grin. Angel, he suddenly dashed before moving. Enough chatter. Let us commence the Super Saiyan 5 training. Super Saiyan 5. Jebat's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaped forward. You can already transform. Get back. Vegeta retorted disdainfully, stepping away. I'm almost there. Soon, I shall be the first Super Saiyan 5. While Kakarot will merely be my shadow. Jebite secretly lamented the child's deep obsession with the second, leaving old Kai in utter astonishment. It was an unprecedented moment for Vegeta, who had always been overshadowed by Son Goku, to strive for a breakthrough. Suddenly, a thought struck Jebite. If Vegeta were to become even more formidable, could he truly eliminate me? But wait, that seems off. Vegeta's power is already terrifying enough. He need not wait for the future to vanquish me. He could accomplish it at any moment. Nonetheless, pondering such matters is futile. After all, I cannot escape this fate. I might as well heed what the angel has to say. He sought me out to discuss serious matters, inquiring about super abilities and mentioning the Super Saiyan 5 in connection with Vegeta. Could it be that the Super Saiyan 5 relates to my super abilities? Indeed. To transform into a Super Saiyan 5, old Kai, your assistance is essential. Mufeng smiled and clarified that it is your ability to control emotions that is required. Control emotions? Old Kai pondered, stroking his chin. It seems such a power does exist. Allow me to think, dear angel. Yes, the ability to manage emotions. How precisely is it utilized? Old Kai closed his eyes, murmuring as he delved into contemplation. Emotional control. Vegeta was perplexed, unable to grasp its significance. He turned to Mufeng and inquired, Dear angel, what purpose does emotional control serve? Is there a connection between the Super Saiyan 5 and emotions? Indeed, Vegeta, you are correct, Mufeng affirmed with a nod and a smile. The essence of Super Saiyan 5 lies in the mastery of emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. One must learn to harness these feelings, especially rage, as an unparalleled fury is required to transform into a Super Saiyan 5. If you can freely manage these emotions, you will transcend the limits of Super Saiyan 4 and achieve the transformation. Controlling emotions to become a Super Saiyan 5, Vegeta murmured, then cast a disdainful glance at old Kai and scoffed. It seems this old fellow has some merit after all. Ah, I've just remembered. Jebite exclaimed suddenly, his eyes sparkling with revelation. What do you know? Speak quickly. Vegeta lunged forward, seizing Jebite by the collar and glaring fiercely at him. Jebite stammered, Vegeta, does that seem like a beseeching demeanor to you? I believe you wish to slay me. Angel, save me. Enough, Vegeta, release him and let him speak, Mufeng interjected. Vegeta relinquished his grip, crossing his arms and coldly commanding, speak swiftly. Reveal everything you know. All right, I shall speak. Jebite trembled, quickly adopting a serious tone. Long ago, I heard the great Kai mention that different Kai possess different abilities, and some Kai even wield multiple extraordinary powers. Oh, and what is your ability? Vegeta smirked, interrupting him with malice. My ability is rather ordinary. Instant transmission, Jebite replied, lowering his head and awkwardly scratching his head. It seems that way indeed, Vegeta mused. I hadn't even realized how feeble my own ability was. Other deities possess unique abilities, while I seem to lack any exceptional traits. The only skill I can boast of is instantaneous movement, yet it appears that every deity has mastered this technique, even the novice Sun Wukong. Am I truly inept? It seems like my lineage's wisdom holds weight. My role as a deity has been somewhat lacking. But wait, now is not the moment for such introspection. Suddenly, Jebit God snapped back to reality, raising his voice. Vegeta, this is not the time for idle chatter. I have yet to finish my discourse. TCH. Vegeta turned away dismissively, yet he pricked up his ears to listen intently. After all, this pertains to the secret of the Super Saiyan 5, a matter demanding his utmost attention. Noticing Vegeta's newfound silence, Jebit God continued. Regardless of whether one is a warrior or possesses other extraordinary abilities, there exists a particularly unique power that can manipulate emotions. This ability can plunge opponents into emotional chaos, inducing hallucinations, extremely perilous. Jebit God's expression grew grave. Perilous? Vegeta, undeterred, chuckled, excitement glinting in his eyes. Indeed, exceedingly dangerous. Jebit God emphasized it could inflict severe damage to the brain, even leading to death. By harnessing the Elder Kai's emotional control, one can awaken the myriad emotions within, thereby gaining mastery over them. This is the swiftest method to transform into a Super Saiyan 5. Mu Feng turned to Vegeta. However, the process may result in death. Are you prepared? Death. That suits me just fine. As long as I can achieve my goal before Kakarot, what is there to fear? He clenched his fists, brimming with anticipation. Since you have made up your mind, let us commence. The Elder Kai's voice resonated. Elder, have you recalled the ability of emotional control? Jebat God inquired. Yes, it took some effort, the Elder Kai replied, his demeanor serious. This capability is exceedingly dangerous. I have refrained from using it for millions of years. Now, the time has come to wield it once more. Less talk, more action. Vegeta impatiently urged. Do not underestimate this. Emotional control is no simple feat, Mu Feng cautioned. Then nodded to the Elder Kai. Let us begin. Understood, Lord Angel. The Elder Kai approached Vegeta, stating, this technique is slow to manifest. Once affected, you will succumb to emotional turmoil. If you can break free on your own, it shall be deemed a success. I understand. Expedite the process. Vegeta waved his hand in annoyance. One more thing. The Elder Kai suddenly grinned. I cannot guarantee that, as per the Lord Angel's instructions, controlling your emotions will definitively lead to transforming into a Super Saiyan 5. Even if you succeed, transformation is not assured. I am merely following orders. Do not blame me for failure. Vegeta, furious, clenched his fists and retorted, you old fool. Before he could finish, the Elder Kai abruptly raised his hand towards his head, exclaiming, awaken, divine electric wave. A beam of white light shot into Vegeta's forehead. This surge of mental energy caused Vegeta to tremble violently, his cries of agony echoing as veins throbbed on his forehead. Jebat God whispered, Elder, is he experiencing emotional chaos? Indeed, the Elder Kai replied, stroking his beard with a sense of pride. He is currently in a state of furious rage. Suddenly, Vegeta erupted into laughter, only to transition into furious shouts. And before long, he was weeping uncontrollably. The Grand Minister marveled. I have never seen him cry like this. Your technique is truly extraordinary. Indeed, the old Kai proclaimed, puffing out his chest with pride. The power of this move exceeds all imagination. Meanwhile, Mu Feng, putting away his staff, remarked, it appears we require more time. The images displayed on the staff showed Goku and his son training, with Gohan having achieved Super Saiyan 2, while Goku was cultivating his divine aura on North Kai's planet. The magnitude of their strength was terrifying, and considering that 7 participants were still needed for the Tournament of Power, Mu Feng transformed into a beam of colorful light and departed. Curiously, the Grand Minister inquired, where's the angel going? Fool. The old Kai scolded, tapping him on the head. He is undoubtedly off to recruit contestants. He then muttered, don't just stand there in a daze. Come help me keep an eye on Vegeta. His gaze suggests he might pounce at any moment. At that moment, a series of thunderous booms emanated from North Kai's planet. With a resounding crash, the ground was gouged out, creating a long, deep trench. Goku, pay attention. The North Kai shouted, drenched in sweat, waving a handkerchief. Take it easy. Be careful. Don't exert yourself so forcefully. Your power is terrifying. My little planet can't withstand such turmoil. It's already small, and if you keep blasting it, it'll be in ruins. Huh. Goku scratched his head, chuckling innocently. Lord Kai, I haven't even transformed into Super Saiyan 4 yet. I haven't used my full strength at all. You rascal. The North Kai exclaimed, hopping in frustration. Even your Kamehameha can circle my planet. Look around. Is there any land left unscathed? Oh. Baburus chimed in, expressing discontent. My apologies. Goku clasped his hands together, grinning. I'll be sure to be more careful next time. It's just that there hasn't been much happening on Earth lately. The angel is busy training Vegeta, and hasn't called for me. Piccolo is only training Gohan, and I'm not allowed to join. With nowhere else to go. I had to come here to practice, haha. Just take it easy. The North Kai waved his hand in resignation. I'll go fix the damage you've caused to my house. The North Kai had long since grown accustomed to Goku's behavior. He always promised compliance, but forgot almost instantly. On Earth, Gohan was panting heavily, sweat streaming down his face. After prolonged training, he had managed to harness a significant portion of his inner strength. Very well, just like that. Gohan, maintain your focus. Piccolo nodded in satisfaction. Don't let up. Now use this power to complete your training. Understood. Gohan adjusted his breathing and reset his stance. Now, that's more like it. Piccolo smiled slightly, shedding his cloak. The real training begins now. If you wish to grow stronger, unleash your full potential. Yes. Gohan clenched his fists, his power surging once more, golden flames erupting around him, crackling with electricity. Come on, Gohan! Piccolo shouted, charging towards him with vigor. Boom! The two clashed fiercely, a radiant explosion illuminating the sky. Shockwaves rippling outwards as the surrounding mountains were obliterated. Bang! 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 With every blow, violent shockwaves were unleashed, shaking the very ground beneath them. Their speed increased exponentially as they engaged in a fierce aerial duel. In an effort to ensure Gohan fully harnessed his power, Piccolo exerted considerable effort this time. Meanwhile, in the depths of hell, Mu Feng surveyed his surroundings, shrouded in darkness, the environment decidedly dismal. Excuse me, may I inquire who you are? A bewildered Hell staff member approached. I am the Angel of this universe. You may refer to me as Lord Angel, Mu Feng replied with a smile. Lord Angel? The staff member appeared even more perplexed. This is Hell. You are not deceased, are you? You shouldn't be here, he cautiously suggested. If all is well, I kindly ask you to leave, he added. Mu Feng politely responded, please wait a moment. I will depart once I conclude my business. The staff member, anxious, urged. Lord Angel, the living cannot enter Hell. The King of Hell will be furious. Mu Feng calmly reassured. Just inform him that I am Angel Mu Feng. He will not hold it against you. The staff member felt a pang of trepidation. What is an angel? Will the King of Hell punish me? Should I take him to see the king? No, this person appears exceptionally powerful. After sensing his surroundings, Mu Feng muttered to himself. Indeed, there is no trace of Frisia's soul. It seems that the universe's Frisia has been utterly obliterated by Son Goku. Even his soul has been shattered. Frisia? The staff member stuttered in fear. Who in hell does not know of that demon? This individual actually seeks Frisia? Does he intend to resurrect him? Impossible. Son Goku has already made him lose his very essence. Even the Kais cannot achieve that. With a casual wave of his staff, Frisia's soul suddenly materialized. Ah, he has truly been resurrected. The staff member collapsed to the ground, scrambling away to report the news. Frisia stared at himself in astonishment. Did my soul not vanish? Mu Feng smiled. It is I who summoned you. Who are you? Frisia finally took note of him. Call me Lord Angel, the mightiest deity of this universe. A deity? Ha ha. For the first time, someone dares to claim such a title. Frisia laughed maniacally. Mu Feng sighed. If you do not wish to be resurrected, then so be it. He feigned an intent to retract his staff. Wait. Frisia hastily called out. Can you truly bring me back to life? Indeed, Mu Feng replied with a smile. Otherwise, how do you think you find yourself in this state? Frisia suddenly realized, looking at Mu Feng with suspicion, we are not acquainted. Why would you wish to resurrect me? It is merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Mu Feng toyed with his staff. I shall aid in your rebirth, and in return, you shall perform a task for me. It is a fair exchange, is it not? What precisely do you require of me? To accomplish what you have long desired. Mu Feng's eyes gleamed with mischief. To become powerful enough to personally defeat Son Goku. That accursed monkey. Frisia's spectral fists trembled futilely, his visage contorted with rage as he growled, Deal. Even without your prompting. I shall rend him limb from limb. Do not rush. Mu Feng raised a finger. The current Son Goku is far stronger than when you last encountered him. 1,000 times over. 1,000 times. Ha ha. Frisia arrogantly lifted his head. I am a born warrior. With but a modicum of training, 1,000-fold is merely the beginning. Remember your bold claims. As Mu Feng's staff gently touched the soul, a brilliant white light instantaneously engulfed the entire space. When the radiant luminescence receded, a familiar purple figure was seen flicking its tail. What is the sensation of rebirth? Exquisite beyond compare. Frisia caressed his corporeal form. Astonished, is it truly possible to resurrect someone with merely a flick of the staff? Could he indeed be an omnipotent deity? Telepathy? Observing the other party nodding with a smile, Frisia grinned wickedly. Dear Angel, may I now prepare for my vengeance? Be my guest, Mu Feng replied, suddenly blinking. By the way, your son Azer is still encased in ice, isn't he? Frisia's pupils constricted. You are aware of this? That child possesses a power that even I fear. Perhaps you do not understand, but our frozen demon race has a unique trait. Frisia chuckled ominously. Upon birth, we enter a phase of frozen slumber. The longer the slumber, the greater the strength. I have only imprisoned him for 5 years, but my son Azer has been asleep for a full 50 years. He clenched his fists in excitement. This means Azer's power is at least tenfold mine, once he awakens in 2 years. Together we shall ensure the complete obliteration of those scion monkeys and reclaim dominion over the cosmos. Have you forgotten my existence? Mu Feng interjected, lightly tapping his staff. Should I desire it, I can annihilate you in an instant. Speak no more of your cosmic ambitions. Frisia's expression stiffened, inwardly cursing his own carelessness for revealing secrets. The immediate priority was to diligently train and swiftly deal with the wretched son Goku and his scion kin. Remember, focus solely on your training. Mu Feng added while toying with his staff. Should you underperform, I would not hesitate to render your souls, including Azer's, eternally extinguished. I shall seek you out when necessary. Frisia gritted his teeth in silence. This arrogant individual. Once my training is complete, regardless of his divine status, they shall pay dearly. Abandon those foolish thoughts. Mu Feng seemed to peer into his mind as he lightly tapped his staff to open a spatial vortex. You are well aware of the consequences of defying me. Mu Feng gestured toward the vortex before him. You will undoubtedly survive in the void of space. Enter and train. I eagerly await your growth. Frisia clenched his fists, seething with rage. Those damned monkeys dare to treat me this way. When I return, they shall face my wrath. With that, he leapt into the vortex and vanished. Mu Feng gazed at the empty sky, muttering to himself. Frisia's hatred for the science is palpable. I wonder what new form he will cultivate. Will he transform into Golden Frisia? It was then that he decided to check on Vegeta's progress. He transformed into a streak of colorful light and disappeared. In the realm of the King of Worlds, Vegeta's muscles bulged, drenched in sweat. Jebet, the deity, exclaimed, Incredible! He has endured this long without breaking. His willpower is truly astonishing. At that moment, Mu Feng descended from the heavens. Jebet promptly reported, Vegeta is still practicing emotional control, but apart from fluctuating emotions, he has made no significant breakthroughs. Mu Feng smiled and shook his head. Do not rush. He has not yet given up. By the way, where has the old Kai gone? Jebet God lowered his voice. Previously, when Vegeta was enraged, he sent our ancestor flying with a single punch. Now, he is lying down recovering from his injuries. Mu Feng could not help but chuckle. Indeed, he has resorted to violence. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly roared, Kakarot. How could I, the proud prince of the Scions, continue to lose to you? The violent energy wave instantly toppled Jebet God. Surrounding Vegeta was a swirling aura of golden lightning, and the energy within him surged uncontrollably. Buzz! A silvery radiance suddenly enveloped his form. His hair rapidly grew to his waist, changing from black to white in the blink of an eye, and even the hair on his upper body transformed into shimmering silver. Boom! An even more colossal energy erupted from within him, the waves rippling outward like concentric circles. Could it be that Vegeta has truly broken through to Super Saiyan 5? The old Kai, sprawled on his bed, gasped in shock, too weak to lift his head. That reckless punch nearly shattered my ancient bones. Considering that in Super Saiyan 5 form, a mere punch from Vegeta could send him to the afterlife. The old Kai decided it prudent to remain silent. It worked. Jebet God stumbled to his feet, gazing up at that figure, overwhelmed with excitement. Is this the form of Super Saiyan 5? Indeed, it aligns perfectly with the methods of the angel. He felt the suffocating pressure, his voice trembling. This power is astonishing. Meanwhile, on Earth, Gohan and Piccolo stood frozen, paralyzed by the sudden influx of terrifying energy. Are you joking? Gohan felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, clearly sensing Uncle Vegeta's immense power from such a distance. Unbelievable. Piccolo's complexion turned pale, and after a moment, he regained his voice. Realizing the pressure emanating from the Kai's realm could transcend space and time. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan suddenly clenched his fists, determination igniting in his eyes. Let us continue our intensive training, just as I wished. Piccolo grinned, and the two transformed into streaks of light, clashing once more. In the hyperbolic time chamber, Trunks stared blankly into the void, then suddenly broke into a smile. It's Dad's energy. He has become stronger than Uncle Goku. This is impossible. Ub clutched his rapidly beating chest, though separated by a dimensional barrier. Son Goten wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This power is terrifying beyond belief. Indeed, Mu Feng surveyed the silver-haired figure with satisfaction. This is the complete form of Super Saiyan 5. At this moment, the energy emanating from Vegeta rivaled that of any destroyer in the universe. Should he clash with Beerus at full strength, the outcome remains uncertain, for he has only just grasped this power. The surging energy began to subside, retracting back into his being. Is this the power of Super Saiyan 5? Vegeta grinned, releasing his clenched fists and letting out an excited low growl, unable to fathom this extraordinary strength. Now I have completely surpassed Kakarot. I am the strongest in the universe. Buzz. No sooner had he spoken than his knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground. The golden aura dissipated in an instant, reverting to his ordinary state. Panting heavily, Vegeta felt utterly drained. Though this form is powerful, it harbors a deadly flaw. The transformation into Ultra Instinct imposes an excruciating burden on both body and mind, with even the slightest miscalculation posing a lethal threat. Compounding the challenge, the duration of this state is fleeting. One must enhance their foundational strength through rigorous training while simultaneously fortifying their mental prowess to withstand such a strain. No matter the realm, Sun Wukong remains remarkably resilient. In another timeline, desolation reigns over a city reduced to ruins, strewn with the remnants of shattered edifices. A thunderous boom reverberates as a column of black smoke ascends skyward. Trunks, exhausted and kneeling with his sword, finds his energy nearly depleted. Moments ago, he unleashed his full power against Black Goku. Has it been vanquished? Yajirobe's gaze is fixed on the swirling debris, his eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible. That fiend still lives. From the smoke emerges a figure, shrouded in ominous purple energy. A quaint little trick, Black Goku sneers, wiping away blood, but this meager power barely qualifies as an appetizer. Truly pathetic. With a swift motion, he vanishes, leaving no trace. Where? Trunks frantically scans his surroundings. Above him, a voice calls from behind. In an instant, a powerful fist collides with his face, sending him tumbling several meters. Is this all you've got? Black Goku reappears before him, executing a sweeping kick. Despite attempting to block with his arm, Trunks is propelled back several dozen meters. Didn't you vow to protect this world? Black Goku taunts from his elevated position. Vegeta, witnessing this, rushes to assist. You're asking for death. Black Goku teleports in front of him, landing a heavy blow to Vegeta's abdomen, forcing him to double over. Zamasu joins the fray, and together they deliver simultaneous kicks, sending Vegeta crashing to the ground beside Sun Wukong. Father. Trunks dashes forward. Just then, a piercing sound cuts through the air as Zamasu and Black Goku condense their energy. A dark purple and a pink energy sphere converge in their palms, hurtling towards future Trunks. The violent shockwave sends him sprawling, nearly unconscious upon impact. Vegeta, trembling, musters the last remnants of his strength. It's down to you now, Black Goku states coldly. Once the Saiyans are eradicated, we shall cleanse all of humanity, Zamasu agrees. You scoundrels. Future Trunks suddenly erupts in a furious roar. His intense rage ignites his latent potential, causing his energy to surge dramatically. He intertwines his hands, invoking the prince's technique, unleashing a torrential barrage of energy blasts skyward towards his adversaries. Father, hurry and take Uncle Goku through time, the young warrior shouts. I can only hold them off temporarily. You must discover a way to defeat them. What nonsense. We would never abandon you. Vegeta growls, fists clenched in anger. Lying nearby, Sun Wukong weakly asserts, Vegeta, this is the only way to safeguard the future. Before he can finish, two silhouettes emerge from the smoke. Father, hurry. Trunks urgently implores. With a fierce strike to the ground, Vegeta exclaims, Bulma, activate the time machine. Upon witnessing the time machine materialize, the young warrior's face brightens with a sense of relief. As long as my father and the others are alive, there is still hope. Do not think of escape. Black Goku raised his hand and unleashed a beam of destruction. No way. Trunks exerted all his strength to launch an energy wave to intercept it. The two forces collided in midair, producing a thunderous explosion. Survive. Vegeta's shout faded away alongside the time machine. They actually managed to escape, Zamasu frowned. No matter. Black Goku toyed with the time ring, sneering, this time, I shall personally bring their end. A flash of green light swept by, and his figure gradually became ethereal. In the universe, on North Kai's planet. This is impossible. Goku stared in disbelief at the distance. Vegeta's energy was unexpectedly strong. North Kai wiped the sweat from his brow, urging, Goku, quickly come help me repair the house. He remained oblivious to the Saiyans' unusual presence. Come on, let us build the house together. Beerus hopped about, cheering. No, I must check the situation over there. Goku completely ignored North Kai, muttering to himself, how could Vegeta's energy suddenly become so powerful? I can feel it from such a distance. You rascal. North Kai clenched his fists, fuming to the point of steaming. He suddenly looked up and roared, hey, are you even listening to me? Huh. Hee hee. I just spaced out for a moment. Sorry about that, Lord Kai. Goku scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. You rude, wild monkey. North Kai shook his head in exasperation, truly puzzled as to why the angel had chosen him to be a Kaioshin. Hee hee, I can't figure it out either. Goku chuckled innocently. Suddenly, he became serious. Lord Kai, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must leave. Stop that. You just don't want to help me build the house. North Kai jumped in frustration. Exactly. But Beerus joined in the uproar. I really have something to do. I'll help you build another day. Goku squinted and smiled as he stepped back. See you later, Lord Kai? You scoundrel. North Kai was about to explode. But Goku had already vanished without a trace. Sigh, this monkey is always like this. North Kai sighed helplessly. He stood there stamping his feet, utterly at a loss against Goku. In the realm of the Kaioshin, my power has finally returned. It feels fantastic. Vegeta admired his robust physique, revealing a satisfied smile. Now I have finally surpassed Kakarot. I, Vegeta, am the mightiest scion, Jebet God remarked, to be so full of oneself right after regaining power. This is indeed Vegeta's style. Vegeta, you have just mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 5, and your strength has indeed significantly increased. However, you are still unable to unleash your full potential. Mu Feng stepped forward to remind him. You must have noticed the flaws of this form, right? Flaws. Jebet God curiously scanned the two, wondering how such a powerful form could have weaknesses. It is precisely because of its overwhelming strength that limitations exist, Mu Feng explained. Indeed, I sensed it during the transformation. Vegeta frowned. Super Saiyan 5 places too great a burden on my body, in my current state. I can maintain it for at most 10 minutes. Indeed, it is imperative for you to enhance your foundational training. Mu Feng nodded, stating that the physical body must be fortified to withstand such power, while simultaneously honing mental fortitude to prolong transformation duration. Understood, esteemed angel, replied Vegeta, suddenly exhibiting a fierce determination. When shall we venture to Universe 7 again? Are you so eager to exact vengeance upon Lord Beerus? Mu Feng chuckled lightly. Humph. The last encounter was merely an oversight, Vegeta asserted confidently. Now, I am a Super Saiyan 5. The outcome is no longer in doubt. Mu Feng smiled and replied. You should continue your training. With your current prowess, the result remains uncertain. You have witnessed the power of the God of Destruction. Once you truly harness the full capabilities of Super Saiyan 5, he paused before continuing, or perhaps integrate the destructive energy with the Super Saiyan 5 form. To fuse destructive energy into Super Saiyan 5? Vegeta pondered, momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, it seemed profoundly logical. Presently, he had yet to master destructive energy, and his grasp of Super Saiyan 5 was merely nascent. If, indeed, as the esteemed angel suggested, he could perfectly exploit the might of Super Saiyan 5, augmented by destructive energy, it would undoubtedly elevate him to unprecedented heights, surpassing Kakarot, transcending the gods of destruction from other universes. At that moment, I, Vegeta, shall be the strongest god of destruction in the cosmos. Indeed, at that time, you shall attain a new realm, Mu Feng smiled. You will acquire unimaginable power, becoming the mightiest god of destruction. Jebet God, listening intently, felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend their discourse. How did the conversation leap from Super Saiyan 5 to the mightiest god of destruction? Was it a failure in his understanding? I comprehend now, esteemed angel, Vegeta affirmed, nodding as he clenched his fists. I shall persist in my training until my body completely adapts to the power of Super Saiyan 5. Moreover, I, Vegeta, will master the destructive energy in its entirety. At that moment, a dark vortex suddenly materialized on Earth, from which emerged a familiar figure. Adorned with a green spherical earring on his left ear and a time ring on his right index finger, it was the dark figure from the future, Black Goku. What is happening? This world differs from my memories, Black Goku mused, gazing down at the city with a grim expression, disgusted by the presence of these repugnant humans. The instant Black Goku manifested on Earth, Goku, en route to the Kaioshin realm, along with Mu Feng and Vegeta already present there, sensed his aura. That familiar yet malevolent energy. Why does this energy resemble my own so closely? Goku paused mid-air, contemplating the source of the aura. What could possibly be transpiring? Never mind. I shall investigate directly. Goku closed his eyes, locking onto the aura, and in an instant, he vanished. Hovering above the city, Black Goku proclaimed with fury, "Unacceptable. Though this is not the world of Trunks, it is equally filled with these inferior beings. Humanity must be eradicated. They are the greatest blunder conceived by the gods. I shall rectify this error on behalf of the gods who refuse to acknowledge their missteps. Regardless of the realm, your annihilation is inevitable." With this proclamation, the dark version of Wukong raised his right hand towards the city, a malevolent purple energy coalescing within his palm. This energy swelled, taking the form of a colossal energy sphere. To perish at the hands of a deity is the greatest boon you can receive. With a fierce thrust, he hurled the energy sphere down towards the city. "Embrace destruction and accept your judgment." Dark Wukong spread his arms wide, grinning wickedly in anticipation. "You shall not succeed." A furious voice rang out. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared beneath the energy sphere, delivering a powerful punch that sent it soaring into the distant sky. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted in the heavens, blinding flames staining the entire firmament crimson. The residual energy waves surged outward, rippling through the air with relentless ferocity. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, bellowing at the dark Wukong across from him. "You despicable fiend! Have you lost your mind? Such potent energy will obliterate this place." Dark Wukong gazed intently at Sun Wukong's face, momentarily taken aback. This Sun Wukong is not the one I know. Yet, the next instant, a look of ecstatic delight spread across his features. Though hailing from a different world, the power coursing through this Sun Wukong is equally formidable. Just the practice I need to master this body's strength. Dark Wukong thought with excitement. "Who are you? Why do you resemble me so closely?" Sun Wukong assumed a combat stance, warily demanding an explanation. "I am a deity." Dark Wukong arrogantly lifted his chin. "And you are destined to be my stepping stone." Nonsense. Although Sun Wukong could not comprehend his words, an instinct cautioned him that this impostor was far from benevolent. "Today marks your demise." Dark Wukong brought his hands together, dangerous purple energy swirling in his palms. "It is an honor for you to aid in my ascendance." Kamehameha. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted, instantly mirroring the stance. As blue energy surged within his grasp, Kamehameha wave. The two energy waves collided with a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong's power evidently surpassing that of his adversary. "Huh!" With a mighty shout, the blue energy wave swiftly overwhelmed the purple energy, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Yet Dark Wukong deftly teleported away at the last moment. Impressive power. He licked his lips, bloodlust gleaming in his eyes. "But you shall ultimately submit beneath my feet." "Ag!" Dark Wukong suddenly roared, a black-purple aura exploding from his form, his strength multiplying exponentially. Sun Wukong remained unfazed. "Is that all you've got?" "Not nearly enough for me to transform into Super Saiyan 4. "Arrogance!" Dark Wukong retorted sharply. "Do you think you can oppose a deity without transforming?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than he became a streak of purple light, hurtling forward. "A deity? You are not worthy." Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with determination as he charged forward to meet him. Bang! At the moment their fists clashed, a terrifying shockwave erupted. Dark Wukong lunged to kick Sun Wukong, only to be blocked. In the next heartbeat, Sun Wukong flashed behind him. "Trivial tricks." Dark Wukong sneered, pivoting to unleash a powerful punch. Boom! A new wave of shockwaves exploded from the two, shaking the very heavens and earth. "Interesting." Dark Wukong gasped for breath, his mad grin revealing the thrill of battle. No matter the world, this Sun Wukong is incredibly resilient. Black Goku furrowed his brows, suddenly consumed by a wrathful roar. "On what grounds do humans presume to surpass the divine? This is unforgivable. Come, let me witness your strength." 19. With a fierce bellow, Black Goku's aura surged dramatically, his fists brimming with doubled power. Had he grown even stronger? Caught off guard, Sun Wukong was thrust back several meters by the overwhelming force. "Is that all you can manage? How utterly nauseating." Black Goku's countenance twisted into a snarl as he leaped into the air, his right hand conjuring an energy sphere with a black core and yellow rim aimed directly at Sun Wukong. Futile. Sun Wukong erupted with golden light, soaring skyward like a rocket. Within the golden flames, electric currents danced, his hair standing on end as he effortlessly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, swatting the energy sphere away with ease. With a thunderous explosion, the sphere detonated behind him, engulfing the area in black smoke. A Super Saiyan? Black Goku grinned maliciously, urging himself to harness this body's full potential even faster. Quite the bravado. Sun Wukong, filled with fighting spirit, was eager for a good workout. Having found training on King Kai's planet unbearably dull, he had sensed Vegeta's formidable energy and intended to seek him out for a spar, only to be confronted by this malevolent version of himself. Strangely enough, the more they fought, the stronger his counterpart became, which only heightened Sun Wukong's excitement as he deliberately withheld some of his power, curious to see just how far his opponent could push himself. Two streams of light, one gold and the other purple, collided in midair with a resounding crash. In the Kaioshin realm, Vegeta stared at the crystal ball in astonishment. He looks just like Kakarot? The god of destruction, Jebet, expressed unease. This sinister presence is truly unnerving. Mufeng softly uttered 3 words, Black Goku. Zamasu, the trainee Kaioshin of the 10th universe, held extremist and twisted beliefs, harboring a desire to annihilate humanity. He utilized the power of the Super Dragon Balls to swap bodies with another version of Sun Wukong from a different timeline, initiating a scheme dubbed the Zero Human Plan that affected multiple parallel universes. According to Beerus, the god of destruction, another version of Sun Wukong and Vegeta were meant to confront Black Goku and Zamasu in the future timeline. Why has this fiend appeared in our universe? Could it be due to a rift in time and space? Perhaps it was my own rift that caused the time ring to misplace him in this incorrect timeline. In the original timeline, he was ultimately defeated by the future timeline's external help. Yet now, only Black Goku has come alone, without merging with the immortal Zamasu. He is hardly a threat. It might be best to utilize him as a training partner for Sun Wukong. This adversary's unique trait is his ability to grow stronger in battle, which presents a perfect opportunity for the universe's Sun Wukong to enhance his own strength. With this thought in mind, Mufeng said to Vegeta, "Do not interfere. Let Sun Wukong handle this himself." You may observe. TCH. Vegeta crossed his arms in annoyance, his irritation palpable as he watched, itching to leap down and deliver a sound thrashing. Jebet secretly mused, this guy clearly just wants an excuse to beat up Wukong. Seeing Vegeta eager to join the fray, Mufeng remarked, "Vegeta, focus on honing your mental strength first. Your turn will come when needed." Does this mean I'll have a chance to strike that imposter Kakarot? A hint of excitement curved Vegeta's lips. Perhaps. It depends on whether Sun Wukong grants him the opportunity to grow stronger. Mufeng nodded gently, but given the circumstances, hope appears to be substantial. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he transformed into a dazzling array of colors and vanished. Although Vegeta did not fully comprehend, he understood that he still had a chance to strike. As long as he could teach that wicked Kakarot a lesson, nothing else mattered. Just wait and see, Kakarot. Vegeta declared with arrogance while gazing at the crystal ball, I shall demonstrate the true power of Super Saiyan 5. On the battlefield of Earth. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Black Wukong reveled in the sight of his hands. Sun Wukong, your power has made me stronger. I am closer to perfection. He unleashed a surge of purple malevolence, his battle power continuously escalating. Intriguing. Your energy not only remains, but grows stronger with each clash. With heightened enthusiasm, Sun Wukong faced this unprecedented opponent. Show me your limits. Before his words could settle, Sun Wukong launched a punch. The force of his fist tore through the air with a thunderous roar, yet Black Wukong nimbly sidestepped. Seizing the opportunity, Black Wukong retaliated with a powerful throw, propelling Sun Wukong away with evident speed and strength. With a swift whoosh, Black Wukong appeared behind Sun Wukong, delivering a knife-hand strike to his neck. Bang! This blow arrived too swiftly. Sun Wukong found himself unable to react, as Black Wukong's speed had surpassed his own. Sun Wukong felt a piercing pain in his neck, radiating throughout his body. Following this, Black Wukong delivered a heavy punch to Sun Wukong's back, sending him flying several meters and crashing heavily to the ground. Sun Wukong, you are merely an appetizer. Black Wukong licked his lips. You should feel honored to become my source of strength. With hands slowly clasped together, a swirling mass of purple-black energy gathered fiercely within his palms. The game is about to conclude. A blinding energy beam erupted suddenly, engulfing Sun Wukong entirely. The violent energy relentlessly battered his body, showing no signs of abating. Huh. Black Wukong suddenly surged with power, the destructive energy instantly doubling. Boom. A dazzling white light exploded forth, engulfing the battlefield in thick smoke. As the dust settled, a massive pit, thousands of meters in diameter and unfathomably deep, revealed itself on the ground. Within the realm of the King Kai, Jebbet stared intently at the image reflected in the crystal ball, his voice trembling. Has Wukong been defeated? Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. That cockroach fellow hasn't even exerted his full strength. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he understood deep down that any opponent worthy of recognition from him, the Scion Prince, could never fall to an imposter. That fool hasn't even transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta closed his eyes, adding, Whis was right. He is merely testing his opponent's limits. Ah, I see. Jebbet scratched his head awkwardly. I was so anxious that I forgot Wukong's current strength. Hey, haven't you noticed? Vegeta suddenly pointed at the crystal ball. The imposter is wearing the Patera earrings of the King Kai. Jebbet lunged forward to the crystal ball, his eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible. He is indeed the official King Kai? Cold sweat trickled down his cheek as a terrifying thought dawned upon him. Could this fellow be the future Sun Wukong? Jebbet's face turned grave. Oh no, how did the future Wukong become like this? If it truly is him. No, he is not Kakarot. Vegeta decisively interrupted, asserting that despite the resemblance, it was certainly not him. Kakarot could never possess such a malevolent aura, nor would he utter such repulsive words. With his simple mind, he could not conceive of such lines. Oh, I did not realize you understood Goku so well, Vegeta, Jebbet remarked with a sly wink. Humph. I am merely displeased that this impostor sullies the body of a Scion. Vegeta turned his face away. Regardless of who he was, he would ultimately fall at my hands. Vegeta. On Earth, the smoke gradually dissipated. For the foolish, death is indeed a form of mercy. Black Goku hovered above the massive pit, surveying his handiwork, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. What a tragic yet beautiful sight. Yet on this purified land, I have already glimpsed the radiance of the peach blossom spring. Human pests, await the divine retribution. He spread his arms wide, ecstatically tilting his head back. In this moment of perfection, suddenly, Black Goku trembled. A chilling, powerful aura surged from below. How is this possible? He gazed incredulously into the abyss. Could it be that Son Goku is not dead? Such a tenacious little ant. Black Goku quickly regained his composure, chuckling softly towards the bottom of the pit. Well then, continue to grow stronger, Son Goku. I shall evolve alongside you. A violent aura rapidly approached. Huh. A thunderous roar erupted from the pit. Energy surged forth, scattering debris into the air, as red fur enveloped his body. Wild power fully awakening. Whoosh. Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku materialized before Black Goku. How intriguing. You possess such a form. Excitement flickered in Black Goku's eyes. It seemed that this world's version of him had embarked on a different evolutionary path. Now, let me show you the power of the divine that mortals can never hope to attain. A peach-colored flame erupted with a deafening roar, painting the entire sky in crimson. The tips of his hair stood upright, like blazing fire. To witness this perfect form is your honor. Black Goku spread his arms, believing that to perish beneath this power would warrant gratitude. What are you mumbling about all by yourself? Son Goku inquired, scratching his ear, utterly bewildered. However, upon the mention of divine power, he suddenly broke into a grin, his fists resting at his waist. Huh. A pure white divine light enveloped him in an instant, a scorching storm rushing towards him. Son Goku's aura underwent a dramatic transformation, completely surpassing the limits of a mortal, surrounded by a pressure that only a deity could exude. This is my new form, the Super Saiyan 4 that transcends all limits. Goku smirked, his gaze locking onto Black Goku with the intensity of lightning. This is impossible. Black Goku stood frozen in shock, his face contorted with rage. How could a mere mortal obtain power that surpasses that of the divine? You lowly beings, who are you to encroach upon the domain of the divine? Black Goku screamed hysterically, covering his face with one hand, his eyes ablaze with fury, utterly unforgivable. He straightened his posture, pointing at Goku with disdain. You are just as arrogant and conceited as the Scion from that timeline. How dare you desecrate the order created by the divine? As the supreme deity, I must personally put an end to you blasphemers. In the temple of the gods, Piccolo gazed into the distance, Goku's aura has once again entered the realm of the divine. The impostor is truly peculiar. Can Wukong handle it? Dandy expressed his concerns. Fear not, Piccolo reassured. Vegeta's strength has now surpassed Wukong's. Moreover, we have Mr. Whis overseeing the situation. Inside the Time Spirit Room. That divine power just now was definitely from Dad, exclaimed Son Goten. Trunks clenched his fists. What kind of enemy is capable of forcing Uncle Wukong to exert himself to the fullest? Focus on your training, Ub advised. Only by growing stronger can we truly aid them. In the skies above Earth, two streaks of red and white light collided repeatedly, sending forth waves of energy. Black Wukong suddenly unleashed a purple energy blade. Don't be too arrogant. Wukong effortlessly blocked it, grasping his opponent's wrist. Impressive strength, but alas, your intentions are flawed. Seek death. Black Wukong retaliated with a barrage of dark energy blasts. Wukong calmly retreated, his left arm sweeping aside all attacks, erupting into vibrant energy fireworks behind him. Vile mortal. Black Wukong fumed. I am the supreme deity. Should mortals resign themselves to fate? Even the most ordinary individual, through relentless training, can surpass the divine. After shouting this at Black Wukong, Sun Wukong vanished in an instant. Whoosh! Sun Wukong materialized directly before Black Wukong. Such speed. Black Wukong's pupils constricted, incredulously gazing at his opponent. As a deity, he found himself at a loss against this scion. Bang! Before Black Wukong could react, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Coughing blood, Black Wukong was soon met with a flying kick, sending him plummeting from the sky. Just before impact, he suddenly unleashed his energy to stabilize his fall. Cursed be. Black Wukong wiped the blood from his mouth, glaring at his own crimson stain. How dare this mere human injure a deity? This is unforgivable. His face twisted with rage. I shall eradicate all of you insects. This world does not require your existence. His energy surged once more, his left hand conjuring a sinister purple-black energy. Humanity must be extinguished. With a swift motion, Black Wukong transformed the energy into a colossal scythe. Swish! Black Wukong teleported before Sun Wukong, fury blazing in his eyes. Do you see this? This is my wrath towards humanity. I am the supreme being. Interesting. You've grown stronger, Sun Wukong said, excitement evident as he assumed a combat stance. Let me witness your true power. Do you wish to taste the fury of a deity? Black Wukong positioned the scythe behind him. Let your body feel it. Sun Wukong, bewildered, struggled to comprehend the implications of his opponent's words. At that moment, Black Wukong abruptly spun and swung the scythe. Slash. Now you have no tricks left? A purplish-red energy blade surged towards Sun Wukong. Is that all? Sun Wukong easily evaded, finding such attacks trivial to dodge. He reappeared beside Black Wukong, scratching his head in exasperation. Foolish being, Black Wukong sneered. You shall never grasp the will of the divine. Suddenly, Sun Wukong sensed something unusual and turned to see the sky cleaved by a pink rift. What sort of technique is this? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Behold, this is the manifestation of my boundless fury. Black Wukong cackled. My power has long surpassed all limits. I am destined to reach an unprecedented realm. This is the divine authority. He spread his arms and roared, demonstrating the might of divine judgment over all creation. What do you think, Sun Wukong? What nonsense are you spouting? Sun Wukong replied, bewildered. The rift in the sky began to shift, slowly releasing tendrils of pink mist. These mists swiftly coalesced, taking the form of Black Wukong. 1, 2, 3. Before long, multiple manifestations of Black Wukong encircled Sun Wukong. What do you think, human? Black Wukong crossed his arms, wearing a victorious grin. Are you trembling before the divine transformation? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the misty clones lunged simultaneously at the center, targeting Sun Wukong, anticipating their attack. Sun Wukong retaliated with a punch, repelling the frontmost clone, while his left hand unleashed an energy blast that shattered the enemy to his left. These clones were of mediocre strength and were swiftly vanquished, dissipating back into the mist. Huh, that was rather easy to deal with, Sun Wukong chuckled, rubbing his nose with a smirk. Navi, Black Wukong sneered. The power of a god is not so easily undone. From the rift, new misty clones emerged, and even those previously defeated reformed, launching another assault. Interesting, the numbers are increasing rather than diminishing, Sun Wukong remarked as he charged forward, rapidly dispatching the newly appeared clones. However, their numbers multiplied exponentially, and as soon as one was defeated, it would instantly revive. What's wrong? Not so arrogant now? Black Wukong observed with arms crossed, reveling in Sun Wukong's plight. This is not good. This cannot continue, Sun Wukong thought, scratching his head until a flash of inspiration struck him. He gathered golden energy orbs in both hands and unleashed a barrage upon the surrounding clones. Boom, boom, boom. The air was soon thick with dark smoke. That should do it, Sun Wukong exclaimed, but his smile quickly faltered as the smoke cleared, revealing all the clones unscathed in their original positions. It actually had no effect. He scratched his head awkwardly, realizing the predicament had grown dire. As time passed, the misty clones continued to proliferate. It was not their strength, but rather their inability to be truly vanquished. Every time one was defeated, it would revive immediately, and their numbers continued to swell. Sun Wukong recognized that he could not maintain his Super Saiyan form for much longer and needed a swift resolution. Otherwise, when the transformation ended, he would truly be defeated by this detestable foe. In the Kaishin realm, what a despicable trick. This impostor can revive infinitely. Jebbet stared at the crystal ball, gritting his teeth, infuriated by Black Wukong's smug expression. Goku, defeat him quickly. It's utterly intolerable to see him flaunting that face. He shouted at the crystal ball. Enough noise. Vegeta barked. I am in the midst of mental training. Disturb me again, and I shall obliterate you. Indeed, my apologies, Lord Jebbet, who was startled into silence. At such a critical moment, Vegeta still had the leisure to train. Goku, you must persevere. That impostor is awaiting your reckoning. Lord Jebbet focused intently on the crystal ball, silently cheering Goku on. On Earth, bang, bang, bang. Goku had already obliterated countless shadows. Those dark figures, once reduced to smoke, rapidly regained their form. The situation was dire. The number of clones was multiplying. Goku abruptly leaped back to create distance, realizing his stamina was nearly depleted. He needed to conclude this quickly. The game had to end. Black Goku sneered. A mere mortal daring to defy a deity shall vanish. Countless clones surged towards Goku. Cursing under his breath, Goku clenched his teeth. Knowing he had to conserve every ounce of energy, he resolved to distance himself and search for a flaw. At that moment, the voice of the North Kai echoed in his mind. Goku, can you hear me? Lord Kai? I'm rather occupied. This is precisely why I'm reaching out. The angel instructed me to tell you that destroying the rift in the sky will nullify this technique. Do not concern yourself with those clones. I see. Thank you. Lord Kai. On North Kai's planet, the Kai fumed. This boy only remembers to express gratitude during such moments. He gazed at the ruined structures from Goku's training, his anger palpable. Baburus bounced nearby in agreement. Let us fix the houses first, sighed the ethereal Gregorily. Back on Earth. I know how to deal with you. Goku grinned widely. Desperate struggles. Black Goku frowned. Humans refused to accept their fate. Watch closely. Goku suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. As the clones approached, he unleashed a tremendous burst of energy, scattering them and launching himself towards the rift in the sky. Not so fast. Black Goku teleported to intercept. Move aside. Goku's right fist gathered a terrifying energy, a golden dragon shadow flickering into existence. Sensing danger, Black Goku hastily dodged. Dragon fist. The crimson flames transformed into a golden divine dragon, echoing a thunderous roar that pierced the sky. Impossible. Black Goku's face was a mask of shock. How could a mortal possess such power? The dragon coiled around the rift, suddenly transforming into a blinding light that surged deep into the fissure, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Roar. The final dragon roar reverberated through the heavens, and as the echoes faded, the vast pink rift vanished completely. In the Kai's realm. Well done, Goku. At last. That troublesome entity has been vanquished. Lord Jebbet jubilantly raised his fist. Vegeta, meditating, heard the shout, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Being alone with this scion is utterly terrifying. He leaned closer to the crystal ball, lowering his voice. Hurry, Goku. Dispatch that impostor. On North Kai's planet. Splendid. The rift in the sky has disappeared. The North Kai stood proudly, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Thanks to my timely guidance, relying on Goku's thick-headedness would have led to disaster. Roar, roar. Isn't it the angel who informed you? Baburus murmured aside. Indeed, one must express gratitude to the esteemed angel. The king of the north suddenly broke into a sweat. hurriedly retrieving a handkerchief to wipe his brow, fearing that the previous jest might have been overheard. It was not my intention. In hell, a small demon trembled at the sight of the newcomer. Why is it this esteemed one again? Remembering the admonitions of King Yanma, he forced a smile and respectfully inquired, "A mighty angel, what brings you here this time?" "As before, I seek someone." Mu Feng shook his staff. The little demon's heart sank, fearing that yet another monstrous entity would be unleashed. "You guessed correctly." Mu Feng chuckled lightly, raising his hand as the staff traced a silver arc. A flash of white light revealed a green-haired youth, his vacant eyes floating mid-air, surrounded by ethereal blue flames of the soul. "Broly." The demon recoiled in horror, exclaiming, "I suddenly remember I have work to attend to. I must take my leave." "Who are you?" The resurrected legendary scion clenched his fists. "Am I not already dead? Now, you have two choices." Mu Feng locked eyes with him. "Continue as a dead man, or serve me." Broly smirked. "As long as I can take vengeance on Kakarot." "I must remind you," Mu Feng's staff suddenly pressed against his forehead. "Currently, Goku could eliminate you with a mere strike." The silver radiance of the staff surged. And amidst the crackling sounds of flesh being reborn, Broly caressed his newly formed body and laughed maniacally. "Then I shall become stronger than them all." Feeling the energy within him, he attempted to clench his fist. This power was both real and overwhelming. "This is incredible. I have truly been reborn. It is time to depart." Before Broly could respond, Mu Feng placed his palm upon his shoulder. In an instant, the two transformed into a dazzling array of colors and vanished from hell. Whoosh! Two figures sped through the cosmos, enveloped in the pure aura of divinity. Such strength! Broly's heart quaked. What manner of being is this, possessing such speed and power? Mu Feng offered no explanation as their velocity intensified, and in the blink of an eye, they landed on an unfamiliar planet. As the light dissipated, the figures of the two emerged. Broly could no longer contain himself. "Who are you? How do you possess such power?" "I am the supreme deity of this universe. You may refer to me as Angel," Mu Feng replied with a serene smile. "I resurrected you for a singular purpose. You must continually grow stronger." "Just to grow stronger?" Broly was taken aback. "Indeed, you shall survive and cultivate on this planet." Mu Feng paused briefly. "Moreover, learn to control your berserk state. A super scion devoid of reason is no different from a beast." "I understand." Broly's fists tightened, the image of Kakarot igniting his fury. "I will become stronger and settle old scores with them." "Excellent. I shall return to assess your progress." Mu Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Should you become lax in your training, I would not hesitate to send you back to hell." Broly remained silent. Mu Feng lightly tapped the ground with his staff. Whoosh! The brilliant colors reappeared, and his figure vanished into the horizon. "On the battlefield of Earth, you wretched humans." Black Goku's visage twisted in rage as he glared at Son Goku. "How dare you destroy the work of the gods? Do you comprehend the magnitude of your sin? Unforgivable." An ominous aura erupted violently as he launched a flying kick aimed directly at Sun Wukong's face. Has his strength increased? Sun Wukong raised his arm to block. Boom! In that fleeting moment, as he intercepted the attack, his right fist retaliated with remarkable speed. Black Wukong leveraged the force to leap, his body twisting, executing a devastating hook kick that crashed down. Boom! The instant his elbows braced against the onslaught, a ferocious shockwave surged outward. Black Wukong retreated, gathering his energy, as a purple gleam flared, and that eerie scythe reformed once more. "In the name of the divine, I decree your death." The scythe slashed through the air, this time not rending the fabric of space, but aiming directly at the vital points. Sun Wukong suddenly crouched, the sharp blade grazing his scalp. That was close. He patted his chest, glancing upward, nearly losing my hair. "Ant!" Black Wukong, witnessing this mockery, erupted with rage, his voice shattering with fury. "How dare you blaspheme the divine?" The scythe transformed into a purple whirlwind, hacking furiously, yet Sun Wukong moved with effortless grace, weaving through the lethal light. "Oh dear, flailing your blade 1T strike me. You wretched insect." Black Wukong gripped the scythe tightly and swung it down with all his might. The sound of the blade slicing through the air resonated. But Black Wukong's expression changed abruptly as Sun Wukong pressed his palms together, firmly trapping the scythe. "Now you have no moves left, do you?" Sun Wukong grinned. Black Wukong's face contorted, fury churning within him. "Unforgivable. Humanity must be annihilated." He roared, releasing the scythe, crossing his arms over his chest as dark energy enveloped him. This is bad. Sun Wukong hastily raised his arms in defense. Black Wukong suddenly spread his arms wide, a violent surge of dark energy sweeping around him, sending Sun Wukong flying several dozen meters. Can he still enhance his power? Sun Wukong steadied himself, privately calculating that he could no longer delay. His energy was nearly exhausted. You pathetic ant, I have long transcended the mundane, perceiving the truths of the universe. Black Wukong, shrouded in swirling darkness, declared, how dare you contend with a god? What? I cannot comprehend it all. Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Foolish human. With a cold sneer, Black Wukong transformed into a purple-black afterimage and charged forth. Come on. A crimson flame ignited around Sun Wukong as he surged forward. In midair, two streaks of light clashed violently, fists and feet colliding and unleashing a shockwave. Die! Black Wukong gathered a dark energy orb. Sun Wukong deftly dodged, aiming a punch directly at his opponent's face. However, at that moment, Black Wukong's power surged, easily sidestepping and capturing Sun Wukong's arm. This is the fate of those who blaspheme the divine. He unleashed all his strength, attempting to break the arm, but was stunned to discover that even wielding divine power, he could not shake the formidable body of a Super Saiyan for that had shattered its limits. Still the same as ever. Sun Wukong bellowed as he charged at Black Wukong. It's futile. His left fist, imbued with fierce energy, struck directly at his opponent's face. Black Wukong's pupils constricted, realizing he could not evade this fatal blow. In a thunderous impact, the iron fist landed heavily on his face. The overwhelming force sent him careening backward like a severed kite, rolling through the air before barely stabilizing himself. The detestable human. Black Wukong shook his dazed head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He glared fiercely at the suspended Sun Wukong, his entire being trembling with rage. Sun Wukong contemplated quietly. He had intended to gauge his limits, but alas, time was of the essence. Sensing the waning energy within him, he knew he must act swiftly. In an instant, his figure vanished. Where had he gone? Black Wukong, alert and wary, surveyed his surroundings. Here, Sun Wukong suddenly materialized above him, fists clenched, delivering a powerful strike. Black Wukong plummeted to the ground like a meteor, raising a cloud of dust upon impact. But it was not over yet. Sun Wukong gathered a radiant crimson energy in his palm, a vortex of silver divine power swirling within. Tenfold Kamehameha, a destructive beam of light, cascaded downward. Oh no! Just as Black Wukong rose, he hurriedly raised a protective shield. The fierce energy consumed the entire area, its brilliance piercing the heavens. As the dust settled, a colossal crater, several kilometers in diameter, emerged on the ground. Sun Wukong scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. I seem to have overexerted myself. In the King Kai's realm, Jebet God danced with excitement. Splendid. That impostor has finally been vanquished. However, Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes. Do not celebrate too soon. He keenly sensed an extraordinarily potent energy emanating from Earth. Vegeta noticed a significant enhancement in his sensory abilities. With focused concentration, he could distinctly perceive the formidable aura from afar. Thus, when Black Wukong arrived on Earth, not only did Mu Feng detect it, but Vegeta also sensed the anomaly, picking up on the malevolent energy fluctuations. What do you mean by celebrating too soon? Jebet God, perplexed, turned to Vegeta, asking if Goku had not won. Could they not relax just yet? Suddenly, Jebet God comprehended, his expression darkening. Could it be that Black Wukong has not been eradicated? Indeed, the malevolent aura still lingered. Vegeta nodded in affirmation, noting that Black Wukong had surpassed his limits, his energy becoming even more formidable and sinister. How could this be? Jebet God wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his gaze returning to the crystal ball. Above Earth, Sun Wukong floated serenely, sensing the increasingly potent malevolent energy below. Surprised, he realized that the adversary remained unresolved. That was his full-powered tenfold Kamehameha, yet it had failed to defeat this foe. Deep within the crater, Black Wukong's energy surged rapidly. Growing stronger, a violent energy wave swept forth, clearing the dust from the pit's depths. Ha! The sinister laughter of Black Wukong echoed ominously. His smile twisted in madness. His right hand pressed firmly against his chest, trembling with exhilaration. The agony brought on by the tenfold Kamehameha coursed through him, yet it only heightened his excitement. his energy soaring even higher. Pain will only make me stronger. Do you see? This is the power of a god. A god cannot be defeated. In a flash, Black Wukong appeared before Sun Wukong, his entire being enveloped in swirling purple flames, his energy still escalating. Are you afraid, mortal? Black Wukong covered his face, trembling with a strange smile. Can you feel it? My power has increased. The suffering you have inflicted upon me will only make me stronger. Tremble in fear. I will continuously surpass my limits, reaching unprecedented realms. This is the power of a god. I shall use it to annihilate all humanity. Be grateful. This is the greatest blessing I bestow upon you. As the words left his lips, the purple aura surrounding Black Goku suddenly swelled. Arcs of electricity dancing around him with crackling sounds. With a fierce roar, he clenched his fists tightly, his power surging once more, magnified several times over. The imposter, Son Goku, crossed his arms defensively in front of him, pushed back slightly by the overwhelming force. In the realm of the King of Worlds, disbelief washed over Jebbet as he observed through the crystal ball. How could this be? That was a tenfold Kamehameha unleashed by Goku in a state of divine energy. This counterfeit not only withstood the blow but emerged even stronger. What a farce! Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have deemed it preposterous. The strength of Super Saiyan 4 was already formidable, yet now it transcended limits, merging with divine energy. How could anyone endure such an assault unscathed, only to amplify their power? This creature was nothing short of a monster. Where on earth had he come from? That individual is the apprentice king of worlds from Universe 10. He likely arrived here due to a rift in space-time, explained Mu Feng as he approached. Angel, when did you return? Jebbet inquired eagerly, rising to his feet. Just arrived, Mu Feng replied nonchalantly. You've seen what is happening on Earth, haven't you? Would you lend a hand? Jebbet asked with concern. There's no need. Amir Zamasu poses no significant threat. Mu Feng waved dismissively. Pay close attention. Goku should be running low on energy now. With that, Mu Feng turned to Vegeta and instructed, when Goku can no longer hold on, you must deal with that imposter. Humph, I've been waiting for you to say that. Vegeta grinned. I will eradicate that pretender with a single blow. On Earth, Black Goku's aura intensified, and the surrounding lightning became increasingly dense. His hair lengthened until it cascaded down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and his gaze became piercing. Huh, he bellowed, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy that exploded forth once more. Boom! The purple light erupted, and his aura finally ceased its growth. Behold, this is the power of a deity. Black Goku spread his arms wide, gradually ascending into the air with a haughty smile. My form embodies justice. My stance is worthy of the world's admiration. This sublime and magnificent Super Saiyan Rose 3. This unending surge of power is utterly exquisite. Black Goku reveled in the energy coursing through him, astonished to wield such formidable strength in this realm. Then, let us use this power to cleanse you pests from existence. The plan for human extermination commences. He proclaimed, arms outstretched as he laughed maniacally. Witness this infinitely enhanced physique, this overwhelming strength. This is justice. Cherish this moment well, for it shall be your final moments alive. Oh no, he has actually ascended to Super Saiyan 3. Goku's heart raced, realizing his own energy was all but spent. I must give it my all. He abruptly raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Black Goku. Foolish insects. Black Goku sneered. How dare you disrupt this sacred moment? As the attacks surged toward him, he vanished in an instant, reappearing right before Goku. So fast, Goku barely managed to react. But Black Goku's fist was already upon him. Bang! As the two adversaries simultaneously unleashed their punches, they struck each other's faces with tremendous force, causing both to be propelled backward for several dozen meters. Infuriated, Black Goku steadied himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. How dare a mere human wield the power of a deity? Such an affront is unforgivable. Then let us see what you can do. Goku gritted his teeth and smiled, subsequently summoning his final reserves of strength. Huh, how ridiculous. Did he believe this meager power could contend with a god? Black Goku advanced once more, launching a devastating blow. Goku raised his hand to block. Bang! The two engaged in another fierce clash, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy that erupted between them, forcing them both to recoil. In an instant, Black Goku regained his footing and swiftly appeared above Sun Wukong, delivering a vicious kick. Sun Wukong was sent hurtling through the air, Submit to your demise. Before the words could escape Black Goku's lips, he had already teleported behind Sun Wukong. Crash! A heavy fist struck Sun Wukong's abdomen with brutal force. Gasping, Sun Wukong doubled over in agony, expelling stomach bile. Truly grotesque, you lowly creature. Black Goku seized Sun Wukong's arm, hoisting him up, his right palm poised at his midsection. Your only fate is death. A buzzing energy of black and yellow coalesced in his palm. Perish, Sun Wukong. Gazing at his beleaguered foe, Black Goku wickedly amplified the energy several-fold in an instant. The malevolent energy orb shot forth, racing into Sun Wukong's abdomen and traveling hundreds of meters before suddenly expanding, engulfing him entirely. Marvelous, let it blossom. Black Goku reveled, arms outstretched and head tilted back in ecstasy. The heavens erupted with a deafening roar as shockwaves shredded the clouds. Blinding white light devoured the entire sky. Yet, this moment of rapture was fleeting. A figure abruptly appeared behind Black Goku. You shall not succeed, Sun Wukong roared, swinging his iron fist. Black Goku, caught off guard, had no time to defend. Boom! The punch landed squarely on his face, the ferocity of the strike coursing through his entire being. Black Goku plummeted from the sky like a meteor. However, the impact of this blow was far from sufficient for the Super Saiyan 3 Black Goku. Furthermore, Sun Wukong was utterly spent, this strike lacking even half of his usual power. As he descended, Black Goku calmly adjusted his posture, landing steadily. A dying struggle of an ant. He teleported before the tottering Sun Wukong. Bang! Their fists collided, with Black Goku clearly holding the upper hand. Trouble! Sun Wukong's pupils dilated in alarm. He was sent flying, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4, having transcended its limits, was instantly undone, reverting him to his ordinary state. Haha! Sun Wukong gasped, kneeling on one knee. His energy reserves were nearly depleted, unable to maintain even the most basic Super Saiyan form. This is truly the end, he managed to grin. Even on the brink of death, he maintained an optimistic demeanor, inciting Black Goku's fury. Damn insect! Laughing even as death approaches. Enraged, he charged forward, kicking Sun Wukong away. Ugh! Sun Wukong crashed heavily to the ground. Death is the greatest mercy for you. Why do you not recognize your fate? Black Goku slowly descended, arms spread wide. Looking down upon him. Listen closely. I am the radiant sun illuminating the world. Acknowledge that my existence epitomizes justice. I embody the wisdom, laws, and power of the cosmos. For the sake of universal peace, you must all be eradicated. Regardless of the time or space, the plan for humanity's obliteration shall be fulfilled today. You are destined to be erased. Dark Wukong's palm pulsated with dark purple energy, gradually coalescing into a blade of light. He advanced towards Sun Wukong, intent on eliminating him first, then extinguishing all other life forms swiftly. Soon, this universe shall be reborn, heralding the arrival of a perfect world. Sun Wukong, you have made me stronger. This is commendable. However, your journey ends here. Foolish insect, perish. Dark Wukong raised the blade of light and struck down violently. It is over. There truly is no escape this time. Sun Wukong gazed upward at the impending attack, his remaining energy insufficient for teleportation. Die, Sun Wukong. Dark Wukong's face twisted with excitement. Damn you! A familiar roar suddenly erupted. Accompanied by a resounding crash, Dark Wukong was sent flying. Humph! Scum! Vegeta descended gracefully, casting a disdainful glance at the tumbling Dark Wukong. Do not underestimate the Saiyans. Wow! Vegeta, your timing is impeccable. Sun Wukong exclaimed with joy, nearly losing his life. I owe you my salvation. Silence, Kakarot. Vegeta admonished without turning back. Do not get carried away. Only I can defeat you. How could I allow such a wretch to claim the final blow? Moreover, Vegeta glared at Dark Wukong, whose face bore a resemblance to Sun Wukong's. A wave of disgust flashing in his eyes. It infuriates me to see your face. Haha, just as usual. Sun Wukong relaxedly sat on the ground, chuckling foolishly. Humph, that imposter is mine to deal with. Vegeta turned his back to Sun Wukong, snorting disdainfully, a dangerous smile curling at his lips. Listen closely, do not interfere. Within 20 minutes, I shall obliterate this counterfeit. In the realm of the Kaioshin, phew, I finally caught up. My heart nearly stopped from the suspense. Jebbit stood with a hand on his chest, turning to Mufing. Can Vegeta handle that replica? With his current strength, it is more than sufficient. Mufeng nodded slightly. Vegeta appeared quite exhilarated, eager to transform into Super Saiyan 5. Jebbit gazed at the crystal ball and remarked, "Indeed, Vegeta's power now surpasses Sun Wukong's, and he is ahead by one transformation stage." Mufeng chuckled lightly. Given that the opponent bears Sun Wukong's visage, it is no wonder he is so animated. Since the emergence of Zamasu, Vegeta has been unable to contain himself. Ah, I see. Jebbit suddenly understood. He wishes to make a grand impression before Wukong. One could interpret it that way. Mufeng looked at Vegeta in the crystal ball, realizing that in his heart, only he is worthy of defeating Sun Wukong. On the other side, cough cough, has Jebbit, this unworthy descendant, completely forgotten the ancestors? Come and tend to me, wretched being. The old Supreme Kai lay incapacitated in bed, his injuries rendering him immobile, consumed by impotent fury. Another pest has arrived. Vegeta, Black Goku, covering his face, rose with a glare, exclaiming, "You are the Vegeta of this timeline. Repulsive, utterly grotesque. All you inferior beings deserve to be eradicated. Disgusting ants. All of you across the multiverse make me sick. You are unworthy of existence." Enraged, Black Goku's malevolent energy surged forth once more, his fury amplifying his power. As violet black flames erupted like a volcanic explosion, reaching for the heavens. Humph! Dare to claim that the parallel version of me is more hideous? You wretched scum. Do not be so arrogant. Vegeta's knuckles cracked ominously, violent energy detonating within him. With a thunderous roar, the air warped around him as his golden hair hardened into steel-like spikes, his eyes bloodshot and crimson, his body enveloped in scarlet fur, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Goku scratched his head in confusion. "The you from another world? Ask Whis when you return." Vegeta replied without turning back. "Wait a moment." Goku suddenly widened his eyes. "You mean you don't need to break your limits to transform? Haven't you mastered it yet? Do not underestimate me, Kakarot." Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins. "I have already mastered it. I'm merely warming up." Black Goku floated in the air, mocking, "Foolish humans. Whether it is you, Vegeta, or you, Goku, you shall be obliterated by my hand." Such incessant chatter, Vegeta scoffed, ascending into the sky, occupying Kakarot's body, is your gravest mistake. Before he finished speaking, he vanished, appearing at Black Goku's flank. At the moment the enemy's fist whizzed past his ear, Vegeta's iron fist struck hard against Black Goku's face. Bang, bang, bang. The tempestuous flurry of blows turned Black Goku into a mere punching bag, with the final kick sending him tumbling hundreds of meters away. "Cough! I am a god." Black Goku roared, spitting blood. "How could you, an ant, possibly? You do not comprehend the worth of this body." Vegeta teleported in pursuit. His right fist charged with crimson light, aimed at the jaw of the scum that sullied the Saiyan name. Boom! Black Goku plummeted to the ground like a meteor, his bones cracking under the impact. And it was not over. Vegeta, suspended in the air, gathered his energy, waves of power rippling and exploding around him. With a deafening roar, a dazzling shockwave burst forth in a spherical explosion, echoing with relentless thunder. The terrifying energy surged wildly within Vegeta. The ground beneath him shattered to fragments, creating a massive chasm. Boom! Vegeta's power continued to escalate, seemingly limitless. Was this truly the extent of his strength at that moment? Goku's eyes widened in astonishment as he closely observed Vegeta. His power was astonishingly still on the rise. He glanced down at his own hands, silently resolving, "I must accelerate my training, otherwise I will soon be left far behind by Vegeta." The prowess that Vegeta exhibited at that moment had already surpassed Goku's utmost effort. Even more terrifying was that his aura continued to grow, showing no signs of abating. The ferocious energy swept around him like a tsunami. The mere release of energy capable of toppling everything in its path. The air grew oppressively heavy, as if an entire mountain bore down upon their heads, rendering them immobile. Confronted by this terrifying pressure, Black Goku and Sun Wukong felt akin to fragile vessels amidst a tempest, on the verge of being torn asunder. Impossible! How could mere mortals possess such power? Black Goku bellowed in disbelief. "You wretched insect, daring to usurp the divine's authority." He abruptly clasped his hands together, rapidly coalescing a sphere of purple-black energy at his waist. "Oh!" Vegeta's anguished cries reverberated across the heavens. Countless bolts of lightning entwined around him, the ground quaking violently. The very earth trembled beneath the ferocity of his aura. Black Goku was forced to retreat a step, his visage contorted. What madness is this? That the essence of humanity can instill fear in a deity? Insects, you have desecrated the world crafted by the divine. The energy in Black Goku's hands surged with increasing fury, thrusting forward with ferocity. A cataclysmic wave of energy surged towards Vegeta, vowing to obliterate him utterly. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, such power is overwhelming. Jebbet clenched his fists in exhilaration. The might of Super Saiyan 5 utterly eclipsing that of the transcended Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta, vanquish that impostor. Mufong gazed silently into the crystal ball, deep in thought. Indeed, the strength of Super Saiyan 5 is formidable, yet the price is equally steep. Vegeta is not yet capable of fully harnessing this power. Only when he truly masters it can he be deemed the perfect Super Saiyan 5. At present, dispatching Black Goku would be a mere trifle for Vegeta. Perhaps I should refrain from intervening. Let them resolve this matter themselves. Mufong shook the scepter in his hand and turned to depart. Where are you going, Lord Angel? Jebbet inquired hurriedly. You keep watch here. I have matters to attend to in other realms, Mufong replied with a smile. Understood. Jebbet promptly turned back to the crystal ball, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Vegeta, give it your all. Teach that impostor a lesson. On the battlefield of Earth, the dark purple energy wave surged menacingly towards Vegeta. Vegeta, Sun Wukong attempted to assist, but found himself immobile. Get away. A deafening explosion shrouded the entire battlefield in smoke. Ha! Too feeble to withstand. Black Goku cackled maniacally, declaring all the pretenders to perish. Yet, his laughter abruptly ceased. Black Goku trembled, his expression frozen. Marvelous! Sun Wukong exclaimed with unrestrained joy, fixating on the silhouette within the haze. Is this the new form that surpasses Super Saiyan 4? Amidst the silver-white flames, Vegeta's hair cascaded to his waist, his body hair transformed to silver, his gaze sharp as a blade. Super Saiyan 5, reporting for duty. Vegeta sneered, locking onto Black Goku. Are you prepared to meet your demise, scum? I, Vegeta, am the mightiest Saiyan. Black Goku staggered back, exclaiming, impossible. How could a lowly human wield such power? This is blasphemy. All worlds must be annihilated. Another episode of madness. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes. Are you feeling anxious, deity? Vegeta taunted. Admit it. You are merely a pitiable failure. In a fit of rage, Black Goku unleashed a torrent of energy blasts, exclaiming die. Yet, this assault proved futile against Vegeta, who remained undeterred, his silver hair dancing wildly amidst the energy storm. With an air of disdain, Vegeta stood steadfast, awaiting the impending onslaught. A thunderous explosion erupted as the ground was engulfed in a colossal mushroom cloud, dark smoke enveloping the battlefield. As the dust settled, Vegeta emerged unscathed, eliciting disbelief from Black Goku, whose relentless attack had failed to inflict even the slightest harm. Impossible. This cannot be. How can divine power succumb to mere mortals? I refuse to believe it. With a furious roar, Black Goku charged forward, his right fist wreathed in ominous purple energy, aiming a fierce blow at Vegeta. Huh. Such so-called divine strength pales in comparison to my Super Saiyan 5, Vegeta scoffed, casually raising a hand to counter the ferocious assault. With a resounding clash, the moment their fists collided, shockwaves dispersed the clouds above, yet Vegeta remained firmly in place. Black Goku stared in astonishment at his own thwarted strike. Is this the extent of your power? How disappointing, Vegeta remarked, suddenly tightening his fist. Ack! Black Goku cried out in pain as he retaliated with a punch die. The blow connected with Vegeta's face, causing him to merely tilt his head slightly. Is this what you call divine power? Vegeta mocked. Enraged, Black Goku's captured hand transformed into a blade of light, slicing toward Vegeta's head with ferocity. Too slow. Vegeta effortlessly dodged the attack. Observing the battle, Goku marveled, incredible. The power of Super Saiyan 5 utterly overwhelms that impostor. This fight will soon come to an end. Is this all you can muster? Vegeta coldly taunted. Allow me to demonstrate what true strength entails. With that, he launched a powerful right punch. Bang! Black Goku was sent hurtling away like a severed kite, flying hundreds of meters. Before he could regain his bearings, Vegeta teleported above him, delivering a devastating double strike. Boom! Black Goku plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, only to be caught by Vegeta, who awaited him below. What followed was a relentless barrage of punches. Taste this. Vegeta kicked Black Goku into the sky, gathering immense energy with his right hand while supporting it with his left. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta roared, unleashing a torrent of energy that illuminated the sky with blinding white light, as if heralding the apocalypse. As the dust cleared, Black Goku was forced out of his Rose Super Saiyan 3 form, bloodied and on the brink of collapse. His garments lay in tatters, and with the last of his strength, he attempted to conjure a shield against the incoming energy, yet the residual force inflicted severe damage. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the onlookers marveled, such power. He will defeat him just like that. Jebbit, with fervent excitement, gazed at the crystal ball and exclaimed, "With the power of Super Saiyan 5, the safety of Earth is no longer a concern." Suddenly, he scratched his head in realization, muttering to himself, "Wait. The angel advised me to broaden my perspective. Let's include the parallel universes. After all, the retired old man need not worry about such matters." He then lunged toward the crystal ball, shouting, "Quickly eliminate that imposter." On the battlefield of Earth, Goku, watching from afar, waved his fists, cheering, "Go, Vegeta!" Vegeta, with arms crossed, instantaneously appeared before Black Goku, sneering, "Is this meager skill worthy of being called a god? Pathetic. A despicable insect." Black Goku trembled, engulfed in humiliation. Igniting a furious blaze within, he suddenly raised his hand to the heavens, and from the ominous clouds erupted a spiraling purple flame, declaring, "A weak deity has no value of existence." "How intriguing," Vegeta remarked, taking a half-step back, allowing the eruption of power to unfold. "Stop him," Goku shouted anxiously. "Silence, Kakarot," Vegeta reprimanded from his vantage point. "Pay close attention to who the strongest warrior truly is." "Ah, Vegeta, you want me to understand this?" Goku scratched his head, suddenly coming to a realization, and shouted back at Vegeta, "Be careful. That guy will continually grow stronger during the fight. End it quickly, Vegeta." "Humph. Do I need your reminder for such matters?" Vegeta muttered under his breath, his focus on Black Goku, eager to engage. Despite both he and Goku's curiosity regarding the extent of Black Goku's power growth, Vegeta knew all too well that there could be no delay. Otherwise, he might end up like Kakarot, unable to maintain his transformation due to exhaustion. Moreover, he had yet to fully master the Super Saiyan 5 form. Not only was he unable to unleash his full power, but even his current strength was challenging to control. This state placed an enormous strain on his body, allowing him to maintain it for a maximum of 10 minutes. Half of that time had already elapsed. "I shall not commit Kakarot's error," Vegeta vowed silently, determined to eliminate this imposter within the allotted 10 minutes. What is happening? In the realm of the Kaioshin, Jebbit paced around the crystal ball, fuming. "This is infuriating. I just reminded him to act swiftly. Yet what is this delay from Vegeta? The crystal ball seems incapable of transmitting sound. That is not the point. What if that guy continues to grow stronger?" He suddenly halted, realizing, wait, Goku is doing the same. Insisting on testing the limits of his opponent's strength, Saiyan logic is truly perplexing. Meanwhile, from beneath the bed, the old Kaioshin bellowed in rage, "Unfilial descendants. How dare you forget your ancestors? Just wait until I give you a good thrashing." It turned out he had fallen from the bed and was unable to move. Unnoticed by anyone, on the battlefield of Earth, enveloped in dark purple energy, Black Goku was met with Vegeta's disappointed shake of the head. "Is this the extent of your progress? Had I known, I would have dealt with you sooner. An insignificant ant dares to provoke a deity." Black Goku, in a fit of rage, hurled a dark purple energy blast, the malevolent aura swirling through the air. Vegeta stood unwavering, as a silver-white flame erupted around him. "Is this all you've got?" He effortlessly countered the energy blast with one hand, fingers tightening around it. With a thunderous roar, he obliterated the incoming energy, the violent force dissipating into nothingness. Black Goku's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. The power exhibited by Super Saiyan 5 utterly overwhelmed him. "Continue," Vegeta smirked. "Do not disappoint me." "Wow," Goku exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never anticipated that this opponent was no match for Vegeta. Black Goku's face darkened with fury. "You sinners." Before he could finish his sentence, Vegeta's fist struck him mercilessly in the face. Black Goku crashed heavily to the ground, only to be kicked away, embedding himself into the rock wall. "Such excessive prattle," Vegeta remarked, shaking his hand dismissively. "He won't die from this." "Damn insects," Black Goku bellowed as he lunged forward, shattering the rocks around him. The shockwave from their fists colliding obliterated the surroundings. Clearly at a disadvantage, Black Goku hastily retreated. Vegeta's fists smashed into the ground, creating a tremor. Seizing the opportunity, Black Goku gathered a purple energy sphere, declaring, "Let this planet vanish along with you." "Vegeta," Goku shouted, alarmed, "that would destroy Earth." "I need no reminder," Vegeta retorted, unleashing an astonishing aura. He raised his leg and sent the energy sphere soaring into space. A brilliant light erupted in the cosmos. As a tempest swept across the land, Black Goku, astonished, exclaimed, "You actually deflected my energy sphere." Vegeta smirked disdainfully. "Is this what you call divine power? It's far too weak, utterly tedious." In the Kaioshin realm, Kibito Kai sighed with relief. Earth was nearly doomed. Thankfully, Vegeta intercepted that energy sphere. On Earth, Goku cheered, "Vegeta, you are incredible. You managed to kick away that attack." Vegeta scoffed, "Such a feat is trivial for Super Saiyan 5. Suddenly, Black Goku erupted in rage, his body radiating purple energy. "You ants have polluted this world. Accept your punishment." "Silence." Vegeta dashed forward like lightning, delivering a powerful punch that sent Black Goku flying. Black Goku spat out blood, turning to swing a purple energy sword. Vegeta nimbly dodged, countering with a punch to his face. "You look ridiculous in your frenzy." With a resounding crash, Black Goku fell into a deep pit. Goku cheered, "Well done. Finish him off." Vegeta snorted as he dove down, poised to deliver the final blow. "This is impossible," Black Goku murmured, lying at the pit's bottom, gazing skyward. "I am a god. How could I be defeated by mere mortals?" In a sudden fit of madness, Black Goku scrambled out of the pit, confronting the advancing Vegeta. "Die!" he roared, his right arm transforming into a sharp blade aimed downwards. Child's play, Vegeta effortlessly crouched to evade the attack. With his hands pressing against the ground, he exerted force, propelling his legs like springs upward, striking Black Goku squarely on the chin. Boom! This kick launched Black Goku into the sky. Whoosh! Vegeta instantly teleported above, fists raised high and clenched. Bang! His powerful fist crashed into Black Goku's back, sending him plummeting to the ground once more. Black Goku staggered to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from his lips with his sleeve, he glared at Vegeta, howling, "How dare mere insects challenge a god? You are nothing but a loquacious fool." As Vegeta gracefully descended, he proclaimed it was time to send you on your way, O so-called god. Though his tone was lighthearted, in truth, Vegeta was nearing his limit. The strain of the fifth transformation of Super Saiyan far exceeded expectations. A swift resolution was imperative. Otherwise, he would find himself unable to maintain his transformed state, like Kakarot. In such a scenario, this wretch would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate us all. With this thought in mind, Vegeta approached with deliberate steps. "Your power is woefully inadequate. Unworthy of my time. The game is over." Standing before Black Goku, he revealed his signature cold smile. "Are you ready to welcome death, almighty deity?" Absurd. Black Goku clenched his fists. How could a god be defeated by a mortal? Absolutely impossible. With a furious roar, Black Goku charged forward, a desperate struggle. Vegeta sidestepped, countering with a punch that sent Black Goku flying. The power of a god. Vegeta's smile grew ever more triumphant. "Allow me to show you what true divine power looks like." Divine power? Black Goku was momentarily taken aback, then burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha. Foolish mortal. To think you could bask in a fraction of divine power. How utterly ridiculous. Humble humans ought to vanish." Divine power? Not far away, Goku scratched his head, suddenly enlightened. "Ah, so that means Vegeta is a god of destruction now. Laugh while you can." Vegeta slowly raised his right arm, palm facing Black Goku. "Look closely." Virum. A purplish-red energy sphere began to coalesce in the palm of Vegeta. The orb emanated an ominous aura of destruction, encircled by tendrils of dark energy. This was indeed the unique power of the god of destruction, destructive energy. Though his mastery was not yet refined, forming an energy sphere was already his limit. Impossible. This power. It cannot be. Black Goku's expression shifted dramatically, his voice quaking. How could a mere human ascend to the status of a god of destruction? Huh? Are you trembling before this power? Vegeta grinned, his expression growing ever more audacious. "Let me see. Will the so-called god quiver? Wow. Is this destructive energy?" Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. The small orb of energy in Vegeta's hand was terrifying, capable of reducing the earth to ashes. Foolish mortal, to dare to blaspheme the divine. In a fit of rage, Black Goku unleashed a flurry of energy blasts. How dare a wretched human claim to be a deity? The energy blasts whistled through the air, yet upon nearing Vegeta, they were entirely devoured by the dark purple destructive energy. Say goodbye to this world. With a light laugh, Vegeta propelled the destructive energy forward, the black light surging towards Black Goku. I shall not perish here. Black Goku screamed with a twisted expression. Just wait. Once I grow stronger, I will reduce you to dust. Suddenly, the time ring on his hand burst forth with green light. A dark vortex of time and space unfolded behind him. Vegeta, he intends to flee. Goku shouted in desperation. Now you wish to escape? What happened to your earlier bravado? Vegeta surged with energy, the black light accelerating dramatically. Boom! Just as Black Goku was about to step into the vortex, the destructive energy struck him squarely in the back. Black Goku collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. His eyes wide open as he gazed at the escape route just within reach, yet his body began to disintegrate like grains of sand. He was so close to freedom. From above, Vegeta looked down upon him with disdain. I am a god. You insignificant insects. Black Goku's frantic curses were abruptly silenced as the destructive energy within him erupted violently. With a piercing scream, his form completely vanished into the air. Impressive. He was utterly obliterated. Goku exclaimed, bounding over to wrap his arm around Vegeta's neck. You could have dispatched him in an instant, yet you chose to show off. Didn't you? Humph. This technique is still unrefined. It can only eliminate weaklings, Vegeta retorted, turning his head away awkwardly. Ah, I see. Goku's expression suddenly shifted, his fists cracking ominously. So you've secretly mastered Super Saiyan 5. Have you been training with Whis for an extended period? Enough prattle, Kakarot. Vegeta crossed his arms and sneered. Remember, I am the strongest Saiyan. Huh, you still bring that up? Goku chuckled, scratching his head. I've been rather idle lately and accidentally provoked Chi-Chi, who kicked me out of the house. Piccolo won't let me join the training either, so I've been stuck with King Kai, nearly going stir-crazy. Hey, since we're back with Whis, let us have a spar. Vegeta suddenly turned, lifting his chin in pride. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of Super Saiyan 5. No sooner had he spoken than the golden light surrounding him abruptly vanished. Bang! He fell straight to the ground, his face creating a shallow dent in the earth. Vegeta? Goku hurriedly crouched down. What happened? Are you alright? Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, trying to rise, only to find his body felt as if it were pierced by 1,000 needles, utterly unresponsive. What did you say? Speak up. Goku leaned closer, reaching out to assist him. Let me help you up. Get away. I don't need your help. Vegeta snapped, violently swatting Goku's hand away. Keep your hands off me. Kakarot. Goku chuckled cheerfully. Even in this state, you're still stubborn. Don't worry. I've regained quite a bit of energy and can carry you. Vegeta rolled his eyes in frustration. Who cares if you're tired? I am the mightiest Saiyan. I can simply rest for a moment and, before he could finish his sentence, darkness enveloped him and he fainted. What? Why did I lose consciousness? Goku scratched his head, looking up at the sky. Well, let's take you to see Whis. Meanwhile, in the future world, Mu Feng hovered above the ruins, confirming that Black Goku had escaped through a rift in space-time. Now, only Zamasu and Trunks remained. Without a fusion partner, Zamasu couldn't stir up much trouble. Mu Feng muttered to himself, let them handle it. Sealing them away isn't difficult. He gazed at the desolate universe, where all the Supreme Kais had been slain. This indeed was a fine expanse. He could bring Broly and the others here to develop it later. It was time to head to Universe 7. Mu Feng lightly tapped his staff, opening a time-space tunnel. A streak of light flashed, and his figure vanished into the rift. In the Dragon Ball world, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, swish. Goku appeared in the temple, carrying the unconscious Vegeta. At long last, you have returned. Jebbit, with great urgency, stepped forward to assist. I witnessed the battle just now. It is truly marvelous that you triumphed over that adversary. That fellow is indeed formidable. Growing stronger as the fight progressed, Sun Wukong excitedly reminisced about his encounter with Black Wukong, longing for another bout. Ahem, you wish to engage once more? Jebbit chuckled wryly as he set Vegeta aside. By the way, what caused Vegeta to suddenly faint? He seemed perfectly fine moments ago. Sun Wukong inquired, perplexed. This is a normal phenomenon. There is no need for concern. Jebbit casually waved his hand. Normal? What does that mean? Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. This is a side effect of the Super Saiyan 5 transformation, Jebbet explained. The Grand Minister has stated that this form places immense strain on both the body and mind. Ah, I see. Sun Wukong exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Vegeta's power after transforming is indeed astonishing. It is no wonder he could not endure it. Precisely. He can only maintain it for a maximum of 10 minutes, Jebbet affirmed with a nod. No wonder he was so eager to conclude the battle. Sun Wukong leaned in, brimming with excitement, and asked how Vegeta had trained to achieve Super Saiyan 5. That requires seeking guidance from the Grand Ancestor for emotional training, Jebbet suddenly realized, exclaiming, "Oh no, the Grand Ancestor." With that, he hurried off towards the residence of the old Kaioshin. What is happening? Sun Wukong followed closely behind. I'm on my way. In the old Kaioshin's chamber. Why are you lying on the floor? Jebbet quickly helped the battered old Kaioshin to his feet. Humph. The old Kaioshin turned away in a huff. I do not wish to see you right now. Wow. Who could have done this to you? Sun Wukong asked in astonishment. Jebbet swiftly pulled him aside, whispering, it was an accident during Vegeta's training. Do not mention this. Oh, I see. Sun Wukong grinned as he approached the old Kaioshin. So it was Vegeta who struck you. At your age, you can still withstand his punches. That is truly impressive. Jebbet exclaimed, Sun Wukong. I knew you would cause trouble. You. The old Kaioshin trembled with anger, struggling to articulate his words. Sensing the tension, Jebbet quickly pulled Sun Wukong into a corner, speaking softly, Wukong, did I not warn you? This matter must not be brought up. If you provoke the Grand Ancestor, he may refuse to teach you the methods to control your emotions. And how will you become a Super Saiyan 5 then? What? Is it that serious? Sun Wukong panicked, rushing to the old Kaioshin's bedside, clasping his hands together in apology. Grand Kaioshin, I truly did not mean to. Please do not be angry. I am counting on you to teach me how to control my emotions. And I dream of transforming into Super 5. The old Kaioshin huffed, turning his head away. Help me sit up. I cannot move at the moment. Very well. Sun Wukong swiftly assisted him to the edge of the bed. Can we begin training now? I can hardly wait to become Super 5. With excitement, he clenched his fists. And before his eyes, the scene of his transformation began to materialize. The overwhelming power that crushed everything, unparalleled even by the ascension to Super Saiyan 4. What is the hurry? The old Kai asked, tilting his head. First, bring me some of Earth's delightful fruit juices. I'll take care of it right away, Sun Wukong declared, pressing his fingers to his forehead. Wait here, I shall return swiftly. Before he finished speaking, he vanished in an instant. Jebbet, trembling, inched closer. Greetings, Ancestor. Are you feeling better? You little brat. The old Kai suddenly roared, just let me die here. His tirade lasted a full 5 minutes until Sun Wukong returned, burdened with a mountain of food. Here you are, old Kai. Is everything you requested here? Can we commence our training? Feed me. My hands are still immobile. You want to be fed? Sun Wukong frowned in disdain. Yet, for the sake of reaching Super Saiyan 5, he pinched the food and handed it over. Seizing the opportunity, Jebbet diligently fanned the old Kai. After feasting, the old Kai finally nodded in satisfaction. Now that is more like it. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled at the mention of training. The old Kai wiped his brow, turning away to avoid Sun Wukong's gaze, muttering softly. I never said I could teach you emotional control right now. What? Sun Wukong leaped up, grasping the old Kai's shoulders. Why can't we do it now? What is going on? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go. The old Kai cried out. My apologies. I got too excited, Sun Wukong said sheepishly, scratching his head. When did I agree to teach you now? The old Kai explained. I merely mentioned wanting food, and before I finished my sentence, you vanished. So that is how it is. You are quite cunning, old Kai. Sun Wukong chuckled. Jebbet remained silent nearby, pondering that the old Kai had said nothing, effectively deceiving Wukong. After using the emotional control ability on Vegeta, it cannot be utilized again in the short term, the old Kai continued, and given the state Vegeta left me in, I must at least wait until I heal before proceeding. Very well, then I shall practice something else for now, Sun Wukong replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, by the way, where is the angel? The angel is in another timeline, Jebbet answered. He asked me to relay your and Vegeta's respective tasks. What must we do? Sun Wukong inquired curiously. You need to engage in regular training while addressing dangers across various planets, Jebbet stated. Vegeta, on the other hand, must obliterate useless planets in the universe to enhance his destructive energy. What qualifies a planet as useless? Vegeta's voice suddenly chimed in. Vegeta, when did you wake up? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. I've been awake for quite some time, Vegeta replied, arms crossed, glaring at Sun Wukong. Kakarot, you intend to surpass me in achieving Super Saiyan 5. You transformed first. Sun Wukong retorted, hands on his hips. You were unconscious. How can you claim I was behind you? Humph. Regardless, I was the first to become Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta turned his head away. Jebbet chuckled awkwardly, uncertain of how to respond. How can one determine which planets are of no use? Vegeta inquired. By sensing the presence of life on the planets, if none exists. They may be destroyed, Jebbet explained. Understood, I shall proceed immediately. Vegeta nodded affirmatively. Vegeta is truly enthusiastic. Goku chuckled. What about my task? Did I not just mention it? Jebbet replied with a hint of exasperation. You are to handle all the dangers present on the planets throughout the universe. All of them. That sounds exhausting. Goku scratched his head. Fool, do you not possess the ability to teleport? Vegeta interjected. Ah, indeed, Goku exclaimed, slapping his forehead with a grin. How did I overlook such a tactic? Thank you for the reminder, Vegeta. Teleportation certainly simplifies things. Alas, Jebbet waved his hand dismissively. The angel has specifically instructed that you are not to use teleportation this time. Very well, if that is the angel's directive, Goku acquiesced with a bright nod. Consider it special training. Let us depart now. Jebbet turned to leave, stating, the angel has instructed that your training begins immediately upon your return. This is a serious task, which will greatly aid in enhancing your prowess. Understood, understood, Goku responded. Destruction energy, Vegeta muttered to himself, clenching his fist. This time, I shall master it completely. With that, he strode forward. Even without the angel's orders, this is part of your responsibility, Jebbet added with a smile. As gods of destruction and supreme Kais, it is your duty. He turned to the two and explained, by enveloping yourselves in divine power, you will be able to navigate freely through space. Humph. Such common knowledge does not require your explanation, Vegeta scoffed, assuming a combat stance as his aura surged dramatically. Haha, Vegeta is truly fired up. Goku looked up, determined not to be outdone. With that, he also ascended into the air. As they entered the cosmos, a silvery divine energy erupted from Goku, enveloping him in a protective layer. Wow, this sensation is so novel. He marveled, gazing at the twinkling planets around him. So many planets. It is the perfect opportunity to explore each one. With that thought, he transformed into a streak of light racing through the starry expanse. Meanwhile, Vegeta radiated a purple flame, a unique manifestation of the energy inherent to the gods of destruction, distinct from Goku's divine power. As he wielded the destruction energy for the first time, Vegeta was astonished by the surge of speed, realizing that it could be utilized in such a manner beyond mere destruction. Not only did his velocity increase, but his strength also significantly amplified. Indeed, I must fully master this energy, he exclaimed, exhilarated, as he accelerated further in search of a target. Scene transition, the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 7. A streak of light descended onto the plaza of the temple. A visitor? Both the transcendent Goku and Vegeta, who were in the midst of training, turned simultaneously. Who is this person? Goku scratched his head, utterly perplexed, having never seen this individual before. I do not recognize them, Vegeta assessed the newcomer. However, one who can arrive here is likely connected to Whis or Lord Beerus. Once again, a radiant light descended, revealing the figures of the 7th universe's god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. Brother Whis, I have come to disturb you again. Mufong greeted with a smile. Brother, Goku exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Whis actually has a sibling. So this means. Vegeta scrutinized Mufong. Is he also an angel? I have never heard Whis mention him. Which universe does he belong to? Little Mufong, what brings you to the 7th universe today? Whis inquired with a gentle smile. He must be tired of staying in his own universe, Beerus interjected lazily. It seems Lord Beerus does not welcome me. Mufong feigned a sigh of regret. What a pity, the delicacies I brought must be discarded. Delicious food. Beerus's ears perked up, though he maintained a facade of indifference. Humph, could it possibly be more delectable than the food of our 7th universe? Little Fong is so thoughtful. Bringing dishes from your universe, Whis beamed, his passion for fine cuisine evident. Do tell us what delectable treats you have brought. I can hardly contain my excitement. Mu Feng responded with a grin. It is undoubtedly top-tier cuisine. Whis and Beerus must taste it. Those hiding over there, do join us as well. Are you referring to us, Vegeta? Goku scratched his head. Who else could it be? Vegeta scoffed. To notice us, he must indeed be Whis' brother. Hee. We have been discovered. Goku chuckled as he stepped forward. Humph. Vegeta crossed his arms, trailing behind him. Let us see what culinary delights you have prepared. Whis eagerly rubbed his hands together, with Beerus unable to resist inching closer. Coming right up. Mu Feng waved his staff, conjuring a grand dining table, and with a gentle tap, 5 plates of fragrant rice dishes appeared. This is braised pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, spicy potato shreds, home-style tofu, and kung pao chicken rice. Mu Feng introduced. The enticing aroma instantly captivated everyone. Heavens! Just the scent alone is unbearable. Whis chuckled lightly, having never encountered such fragrant dishes during his time on Earth. Please, Whis, choose first. Each dish has a distinct flavor. Oh dear, I am afflicted with decision-making paralysis. Whis eventually selected the home-style tofu rice. You shall taste it first. Beerus feigned calmness, although the enticing aroma had him salivating. I shall dig in. Goku exclaimed, immediately snatching the spicy potato shreds rice, his mouth watering profusely. I cannot wait any longer. Vegeta seized the fish-flavored shredded pork rice. These two scions had appetites rivaling black holes. Their hunger palpable as they caught a whiff of the delectable dishes. Hey, you two. Beerus glared at the table, now diminished to only 2 plates. Please, partake. Mu Feng gestured with a smile. Whis spooned up a bite of tofu, and upon tasting it, he froze. Whis, is it distasteful? Beerus inquired anxiously. Whis suddenly emitted a scream of ecstasy. Beerus. Whis continued to savor the dish, his face alight with rapture. Oh my goodness. This is simply exquisite. Whis cradled his face in his hands, joyfully shaking his head, his eyes squinting with delight. What? Whis, what did you say? Beerus could hardly believe his ears. Wow. This is truly delectable. Goku exclaimed enthusiastically. Although Vegeta did not join in their exuberance, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging the exceptional taste. Upon hearing their praises, Beerus's gaze shifted to the remaining 2 plates on the table, one containing braised pork over rice and the other kung pao chicken. With a conflicted expression, he turned to Mu Feng and respectfully inquired, Mu Feng, Angel, which dish would you prefer? Mu Feng nearly burst into laughter at Beerus's demeanor. Closing his eyes, he replied, No need for me to choose. I've already dined before coming here. Please, enjoy them both. Splendid. Beerus exclaimed, promptly lifting the 2 plates and devouring the contents voraciously. So delicious. Why does our Universe 7 lack such culinary delights? He inquired between bites. These are called braised pork over rice and kung pao chicken over rice, Mu Feng smiled. Both prepared by my own hands. What? You made these? Beerus was utterly astonished, never having imagined an angel could cook so exquisitely. He pondered to himself whether he should discuss with the Omni King about replacing Whis with Mu Feng, allowing him the opportunity to boast to Kampa. Ha. Mu Feng seemed to read his thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle. Before long, all 5 plates were emptied. Delicious, though the portions were a tad insufficient. Goku remarked while patting his belly. Kakarot, you just snatched my meat. Vegeta fumed, shaking his fist in anger. Did you not also pilfer my shredded potatoes? Goku replied with a grin. We're even now? Vegeta huffed and turned away. Burp. So delightful. Beerus contentedly rubbed his stomach, even licking the plates clean. What do you think, Brother Whis? Mu Feng approached him with a question. Brother Mu Feng, this dish is magnificent. Whis smiled, expressing his surprise at Mu Feng's culinary skills. You flatter me, Mu Feng humbly replied. It is indeed delicious, Beerus concurred as he approached. Since everyone enjoys it, I shall prepare it for you again next time, Mu Feng offered with a smile. Really? Beerus's eyes gleamed with excitement, quickly tempering his enthusiasm. Then I shall trouble you for that. It seems that even Lord Beerus has been captivated by the culinary delights. Whis chuckled behind his hand, then turned to Mu Feng. Brother, you must have other matters to discuss during your visit? I am ready, Mu Feng replied, looking at Whis. Actually, I have other matters to address concerning Black Goku and Zamasu. Beerus's expression immediately shifted. Zamasu? Goku and Vegeta tensed at the mention of the name, swiftly advancing towards Mu Feng. Brother Whis, what has happened with Zamasu? Goku asked eagerly. We were just preparing to confront him. Vegeta quickly followed up. That fiend hasn't he fled to your universe? Has he? Mu Feng, which universe do you belong to? Whis displayed a look of surprise. Oh dear, could it be that I've hit the nail on the head? Mu Feng nodded in confirmation. Vegeta was right. Black Goku has indeed visited our universe. However, he should have been vanquished by our apprentice destroyer by now. An apprentice destroyer? They actually took that fellow down? Sun Wukong, unable to believe it, leaned closer to Mu Feng, exclaiming that the one who resembled him was incredibly powerful. Vegeta muttered softly, astonished that an apprentice destroyer could eliminate Black Goku. He recalled that Whis had mentioned the existence of provisional destroyers in certain universes. Yet, the Black Goku, who could not even be subdued by Super Saiyan God Blue, had been defeated by an apprentice destroyer. It appeared that the apprentice destroyer from Mu Feng's universe was indeed formidable. Whis smiled and inquired, "Is it the one who battled Lord Beerus last time?" Mu Feng replied with a grin, "Indeed, that individual." Beerus crossed his arms and turned away, scoffing, "Humph. What kind of contest was that? Clearly I won." Sun Wukong, bewildered, asked, "Lord Beerus fought him? When did that happen?" Vegeta also questioned Whis. "Why were we unaware of this?" Whis chuckled and explained, "At that time, you were still in the future timeline. Allow me to formally introduce you. This is the Angel of the Universe, Mu Feng." The word universe left Sun Wukong and Vegeta in stunned silence. Whis continued, "This universe is akin to another temporal realm, similar to our seventh universe, with inhabitants who are remarkably alike." Suddenly, Sun Wukong realized, "Does that mean there are two Chi-Chis?" Vegeta interrupted, "Fool. That's not the point." He turned to Whis, pressing for answers. "So, are there counterparts of Kakarot and me over there?" Whis smiled mysteriously, "Indeed. Moreover, Vegeta, that apprentice destroyer happens to be someone you are familiar with." Vegeta's expression shifted. "Someone I know? Could it be?" Several names flashed through his mind before he landed on a terrifying possibility. "Is it me?" "Ha ha ha. Vegeta, your expression is quite amusing. Have you already deduced the answer?" Whis chuckled merrily. "Indeed, Vegeta," Mu Feng confirmed. Having heard Vegeta's thoughts and nodding with a smile, "The apprentice destroyer of our universe is none other than yourself." The notion that another version of himself had become an apprentice destroyer was beyond Vegeta's comprehension. This is utterly absurd. If the apprentice destroyer of the universe is indeed me, does that mean that individual can effortlessly defeat Black Goku? Is his power superior to both me and Kakarot? Can he even contend with Lord Beerus? This is infuriating. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought the apprentice destroyer of the universe would be another Vegeta? Sun Wukong laughed heartily, scratching his head. Having Vegeta as an apprentice destroyer isn't so bad. That guy who looks like me was taken down by him. I must express my gratitude to him later. With that, Sun Wukong eagerly turned to Mu Feng, asking impatiently, "Angel Mu Feng, when can I visit your universe? I want to have a match with that Vegeta. If he can defeat that imposter, he must be extraordinarily strong. I can hardly wait. Perhaps in the future, I too look forward to that." Mu Feng replied with a smile. "How infuriating." Vegeta seethed, turning away. "The version of me from another universe is stronger than I am? This is utterly maddening." In the vast expanse of the universe, it appears that Vegeta is incensed, eliciting a hearty laugh from Goku. "Brother Mu Feng, it seems that your universe's Vegeta has grown even stronger, has he not? Perhaps more formidable than when he faced Lord Beerus?" Whis inquired with a smile. "Indeed, Brother Whis. He has transcended to a new form, significantly enhancing his strength," Mu Feng replied. "Humph. No matter how strong he becomes, he cannot surpass me." Beerus retorted with a dismissive turn, asserting that in his God of Destruction form, he could annihilate Vegeta with merely a finger. Hee. Wasn't it several million years ago that Lord Beerus last utilized his God of Destruction form? Whis reminded him with a grin, adding, "But do not be upset. Gods of destruction are not permitted to engage in full-scale battles." "Humph. Even without exerting my full power, that Vegeta is no match for me." Beerus scoffed, turning his head to add, "Whis, I am far superior to him. Do not compare him to me." "Very well, I understand, Lord Beerus," Whis replied cheerfully. Then turned to Mu Feng. "The Dark Ones have been vanquished. All that remains in the future is Zamasu, correct?" "That is correct, but Zamasu seems to be immortal. He cannot be slain. Only sealed away." Mu Feng nodded in affirmation. "Yes, sealing him is an excellent strategy," Whis agreed, then addressed Goku and Vegeta. "Later, we shall venture to the future, and I will teach you a sealing technique to confine Zamasu." "Absolutely, Whis." Goku responded eagerly, rubbing his hands with a mischievous grin. Afterward, "May I spar with the Angel Mu Feng?" "I cannot make that decision. You must consult Brother Mu Feng," Whis replied with a subtle smile. "Certainly." We can have a match upon our return. Mu Feng assented with a nod. Fantastic! Goku exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, Beerus silently criticized from behind. These scions have no decorum. They only wish to fight upon encountering a formidable opponent. They are angels, and though they appear affable, their power is unfathomable, far surpassing that of us gods of destruction. Count me in. Vegeta shouted at Mu Feng. Angel Mu Feng, let us engage in battle. Afterward, tell me how great the disparity is between myself and your universe's Vegeta. Not a problem, Mu Feng replied with a smile. Hee, then Goku and Vegeta shall be entrusted to my brother Mu Feng, Whis said with a twinkle in his eye. A trivial matter. Brother Whis, you proceed to teach them the sealing technique. Mu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Whis nodded and approached Goku and Vegeta, beginning to impart the sealing techniques. In the cosmos, the vast starry sky witnessed Vegeta obliterating numerous desolate planets. He continued to scour the void for targets, diligently executing his destructive tasks. His frequent utilization of destructive energy allowed him to gradually master the nuances, with both power and control advancing at a rapid pace. In a brief span, his destructive skills surged remarkably, fueling his enthusiasm for this vocation. Meanwhile, Goku was equally occupied, traversing various planets and employing divine power to resolve myriad crises. His ongoing application of divine power significantly augmented his strength. Thus, the two diligently fulfilled their divine responsibilities amidst the cosmos. On Earth, the sky reverberated with explosive clashes as two dark figures collided incessantly. Each encounter erupted with a deafening roar, shockwaves tracing ripples in the clouds above. The ground lay in tatters, riddled with colossal craters. Bang! A powerful strike sent a figure crashing against the cliffside, causing the entire rock face to crumble. Gohan, focus! Piccolo's stern voice echoed, resonating in the air. With a thunderous boom, golden energy surged skyward amidst the scattering debris. Whoosh! Gohan instantaneously appeared before Piccolo. I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Excellent. You have begun to harness this power. Piccolo nodded in approval, urging him to continue the rigorous training. No sooner had he spoken than Piccolo vanished, reappearing behind Gohan. Thud! An elbow strike was deftly blocked. Counterattack is essential. Piccolo disappeared once more. In the next moment, a green beam sliced down from above. Gohan sidestepped, as the energy blade cleaved the earth in two. Suddenly, Piccolo's arm elongated, coiling around Gohan's neck like a serpent. Swish! Gohan's hand sliced through the purple limb, teleporting for a counterstrike. Bang! A whip kick sent Piccolo soaring. Golden light erupted from both palms. Rat-a-tat-tat! A barrage of energy blasts filled the air with smoke. Gohan fixed his gaze upon the haze. Whoosh! In an instant, a dark figure darted through the air, appearing before Gohan. Do not underestimate. Piccolo admonished, as his previously interrupted right arm regenerated, striking fiercely at Gohan's abdomen. Bang! Gohan raised his hand just in time to absorb the blow. Well done. Remember, you must never relent. Piccolo retreated a step, a look of approval gracing his features. I understand, Uncle Piccolo. I will take this seriously. Gohan nodded earnestly. I've been waiting for this. Piccolo readied himself. The two hovered in a tense standoff for several moments before suddenly transforming into blurs, engaging in a fierce exchange. In the realm of the seventh universe's god of destruction, as Goku and Vegeta sealed Zamasu in a future timeline, is my brother truly prepared to face those two? Whis chuckled lightly, twirling his staff. As a fellow angel, I can sense your power far exceeds mine. Puff! Beerus spat out juice, his feline eyes widening in disbelief. What? This kid is stronger than you, Lord Whis? Oh, did Lord Beerus not notice? Whis replied with a knowing smile. Ha ha ha! Beerus chuckled nervously, pondering. This seemingly newly born angel possesses such strength? Capable of easily overpowering Whis and excelling in culinary skills. Perhaps I should propose to the Omni King that Mufing replace Whis? Those two will not relent until they achieve their goal. Mufing toyed with his teacup, curious about their capabilities. Please, show some restraint, Whis winked. Of course. Mufing nodded in agreement. Minutes later, whoosh. The battered duo crashed into the temple, their battle attire reduced to tatters. Clang. Goku planted the sealing sword into the ground. Is sealing Zamasu going to be this chaotic? Beerus scoffed. That guy's immortality is quite troublesome. Goku scratched his head sheepishly. If it weren't for your interference. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins. Clearly, it's your fault. Bang. Bang. Beerus' fists caused both heads to swell. Ow, ow, ow! Goku cried, cradling his head in dismay. Vegeta gritted his teeth and swallowed a cry of pain. Beerus coldly glared at Goku and Vegeta, his voice chilling. Is this how you behave over sealing, Zamasu? Do you have the audacity to blame each other? The universe's angel, Mufeng, is watching. Do you wish to embarrass me? Goku scratched his head and took a step back, chuckling nervously. I understand, Lord Beerus. Vegeta clenched his fists and responded softly, got it. Mufeng smiled to lighten the mood. No need to be so serious. He noticed the large sword embedded in the ground. Is this the Kaishin's sword? Is Zamasu sealed here? I'll deal with you both once Mufeng leaves. Beerus angrily sat back in his chair, transforming his fury into appetite. Haha, we narrowly escaped. Goku cheered. Vegeta turned his face away, contemplating. What a useless god of destruction. Whether in this universe or with two Kakarotes, one day I, Vegeta, will surpass you. Whis explained to Mufeng. Indeed, this is the Kaishin's sword used for sealing. I see. Mufeng nodded, lightly tapping his staff. A flash of white light enveloped them, and their injuries instantly healed. Incredible! Goku exclaimed as he stretched his body in astonishment. Though Vegeta remained silent, he was internally shaken. This effect rivals that of a Senzu bean. Whis smiled gratefully, and Mufeng waved dismissively. It's a trivial matter. Revitalized. Goku eagerly inquired, Mr. Mufeng, may I witness your strength now? I should go first. Vegeta insisted anxiously. Whis could not help but chuckle, such boundless energy. Beerus, without lifting his gaze, retorted, two ignorant fools. The outcome is already decided. I proposed it first. Goku argued passionately. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Hurry up and get beaten. He then fixed his gaze on Mufeng. I wonder if we can face him. I'm ready. Goku assumed a fighting stance. Mufeng smiled and nodded. Please. I completely missed. How wonderful. Goku trembled with excitement, thrilled at the prospect of clashing with an angel for the second time. How strong is Whis' brother, the angel of the universe? Just imagining it ignites a fire within me. Understood, Brother Whis. I'm eager to witness how formidable your Goku and Vegeta truly are, Mufeng replied with a smile. Excellent. Then I shall make my move, Angel Mufeng. Goku excitedly twisted his wrist, then clenched his fists at his waist. With a thunderous roar, crimson energy erupted from within him. His hair and pupils transformed into a vivid red, enveloped in a radiant aura akin to the sun, his form appearing leaner than usual. At this moment, he emitted not the usual aura, but a divine pressure. The Super Saiyan God transformation was complete. Is this the realm of the gods? Mufeng observed Goku in his transformed state, noting his impressive strength. However, to me, it still falls short. Let me show you the power of the Super Saiyan God. Before Goku's words faded, he charged forward, his right fist aimed fiercely at Mufeng. Mufeng deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the punch. Not done yet. Goku pressed his fingers to his forehead and instantaneously moved above Mufeng to deliver a powerful kick downwards. Yet, Mufeng did not even raise his head, effortlessly evading the attack with a simple squat. What? Wukong was momentarily stunned, immediately launching a second wave of assault. He continuously teleported to various angles, his punches raining down upon Mufeng like a torrential downpour. Yet he could never manage to graze even the hem of his opponent's attire. With minimal movements, Mufeng rendered all attacks futile, proving to be as formidable as Mr. Whis. Wukong felt a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. He had always yearned to engage with strong adversaries. Even if defeat was inevitable, he would find satisfaction in exchanging a few blows. Vegeta, observing the battle intently, noted the uncanny similarity in skill to Whis, concluding that Kakarot was destined for loss. Mufeng's younger brother appeared to be enjoying himself immensely. Whis chuckled softly behind his hand, while Beerus, casting a sidelong glance, turned away in disdain. Humph, a battle that could have ended in an instant. Although these two fools are perpetually reckless, they ultimately represent the pinnacle of the seventh universe's combat prowess. It is truly humiliating to see them toyed with by an angel of the cosmos. Choosing not to witness the spectacle, Beerus buried his face in a drumstick, opting for ignorance. Once again, Wukong attempted to teleport in search of an opening, only to find that his opponent exhibited no vulnerabilities. After a relentless barrage yielded no results, he stepped back and realized he must transcend the limits of Super Saiyan God. A deep roar erupted from the depths of his throat. The crimson aura enveloping him gradually faded, replaced by a layer of ethereal blue flames. His hair transformed from vibrant red to deep blue, and even his eyes glimmered with a frosty azure hue. This was the complete form of Super Saiyan Blue. "Behold, Mu Feng, this is my ultimate power," Wukong declared, adopting a battle stance as blue flames danced around him. The silver-haired angel across from him remained unfazed. Not even the hem of his garment stirred. In an instant, their figures intertwined, the air crackling with sharp sounds. Wukong's heavy punches repeatedly missed their mark, even when employing instant transmission for a surprise attack. Mu Feng consistently evaded by mere fractions. "What kind of skill is merely dodging?" protested the blue-haired warrior. "As you wish," Mu Feng replied. And before his words could fully escape his lips, Wukong's iron fist, engulfed in blue light, came hurtling towards him. Astonishingly, the angel merely used his slender index finger to block the attack capable of shattering stars. The flurry of punches threatened to crack the very air. Yet Mu Feng continued to respond with a single finger. When Wukong unleashed his full-power finishing blow, the silver-haired angel suddenly appeared at his side, flicking Wukong's forehead with a gentle yet decisive motion. Bang! The blue flames extinguished instantly, and Wukong lay sprawled in the crater, grinning foolishly. "Ha! I can't believe I was defeated by a flick to the forehead." Whis chuckled softly, while Vegeta erupted in a blaze of blue flames. "Now it's my turn." The god of destruction, Beerus, buried his face deeper into his feast. "I do not recognize these battle maniacs." Without turning back, Mu Feng sidestepped gracefully, effortlessly dodging Vegeta's surprise punch. Infuriated, Vegeta clenched his fist, golden light bursting forth, with surging energy swirling within his palm. "This move will determine your escape route." Countless energy blasts screamed forth, densely covering the area where Mu Feng stood. In a mere flicker, Mu Feng glided through the barrage like a phantom, every attack narrowly missing him, crashing into the empty space behind. How is this possible? In the fleeting moment when Vegeta's pupils quivered, Mu Feng had already materialized before him, flicking his finger against Vegeta's forehead. With a resounding thud, Vegeta was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily beside Son Goku, his azure aura dissipating instantaneously. "Hey, you've come too." Goku grinned as he sat on the ground. "Less chatter, Kakarot." Vegeta turned his face away. Whis, shaking his staff, chuckled lightly. "In the blink of an eye, you've dispatched two, truly worthy of being my brother." "Brother, please don't mock me," Mu Feng replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Beerus approached with a darkened expression. "You two, immediately commence intensive training. Even Vegeta from the universe is not sufficient. If this continues, we will undoubtedly lose the tournament of power. Vegeta must master the destructive energy, and Goku must learn the Ultra Instinct." "Now, I still want to return to Earth for a meal," Goku lamented. "Just as I wish." Vegeta sprang to his feet. Beerus gathered a purplish-red energy in his hand, stating, "Utter one more word, and you shall taste destruction. Go at once." The two were frightened into darting towards the training grounds. Amused by Beerus's thoughts, Mu Feng chuckled inwardly. "Train hard. When the tournament of power arrives, our universe's lineup will astonish you." The 6 confirmed participants are Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Frieza, Ace, and Broly. There are already candidates for the remaining 4 spots. When the time comes, we shall ensure the entire universe is left in awe. Whis, I must take my leave. I have other matters to attend to. I primarily came to discuss Zamasu with you. Mu Feng approached. "Oh dear, must you depart so soon?" Whis looked at Mu Feng with a smile, his tone somewhat ingratiating. "Brother Mu Feng, before you leave, could you prepare something delicious? That way, Lord Beerus and I one tea have to venture to Earth." Whis still had the recent bowl of rice on his mind. As an angel, indulging in fine cuisine is a rare pleasure. That small portion of rice was far from sufficient, leaving one craving more. Food. Upon hearing this word, Beerus instantly dashed over, his face alight with expectation as he gazed at Mu Feng. "Cosmic Angel Mu Feng, what shall we dine on tonight?" "Goodness, I haven't even agreed yet." "And you're already inquiring about dinner?" Mu Feng laughed. "Whis, what ingredients do you have here? Let me see what I can prepare." "Oh, that would be a bother for you, Brother Mu Feng." "Allow me to show you," Whis said, his eyes crescent-shaped with glee as he led the way. "No need to go to Earth today. After we eat, we can simply retire for the night." "Quite splendid," Beerus stated, reclining with his hands behind his head. "Lord Beerus, have you forgotten about Goku and Vegeta?" Whis reminded him with a smile. "Whis." Beerus paused, realizing I nearly forgot those two. We must hasten their power development. Let us do this. I entrust them to you, Whis. This matter is of utmost importance. Ensure they grow stronger. What about you, Lord Beerus? Did you not just say you would personally guide their training? Whis inquired. As the god of destruction, I require ample rest to restore my energy. Thus I must trouble you to train them first, explained Beerus with utmost seriousness. Ha ha ha. I anticipated you would say that, Whis remarked, already accustomed to his master's demeanor. After all, Beerus had previously engaged in but 3 activities: destruction, slumber, and combat with formidable foes. Now, indulging in exquisite cuisine has supplanted the first 2 pursuits. Nowadays, Beerus spends his days consumed by thoughts of feasting and napping, leaving little inclination to train Goku and Vegeta. Whis accompanied Beerus and Mu Feng into the kitchen. These are all sent by Bulma. Let's see what you can whip up, little brother, Whis said, his face brimming with anticipation. Leave it to me, brother Whis. You two can wait outside, Mu Feng replied with a smile. All right, I appreciate your efforts. We eagerly await the results. Whis nodded and, along with Beerus, stepped outside to wait. Mu Feng surveyed the ingredients, meat and vegetables, quite satisfactory. Let us prepare a few home-style dishes then. After a brief span of time, 5 delectable dishes emerged: mapo tofu, sweet and sour ribs, poached fish, stir-fried greens, and chicken stewed with mushrooms. Dinner is ready, brother Whis, Beerus, Mu Feng called out. The delightful aroma jolted Beerus upright as he inhaled deeply. In the next moment, he levitated and drifted towards the kitchen. It smells divine, Whis marveled, greedily absorbing the fragrant air. The aroma was truly extraordinary, even more enticing than a rice bowl. Freshly prepared dishes indeed exude a far more tantalizing scent than those left to cool, making one salivate merely by inhaling. The culinary delights Bulma had once introduced me to pale in comparison. Guided by the irresistible fragrance, Beerus and Whis entered the kitchen. Upon seeing the 5 dishes laid out on the table, Beerus swallowed hard with anticipation. Whis closed his eyes, savoring the rich aroma, utterly entranced. Mu Feng set the dishes on the table. Brother Whis, Beerus, do sample the new dishes I have just prepared. They smell heavenly. I can't wait, Beerus exclaimed, lunging towards the food with fervor. In that moment, he cast aside all semblance of divine decorum. Before the culinary delights, everything else was inconsequential. With a swift motion, he darted to the table, spoon in one hand and chopsticks in the other, ready to feast. Lord Beerus, do mind your manners, Whis gently admonished, though he too could not resist inhaling the intoxicating aroma. Who could withstand such temptation? Haha, don't be shy. Eat while it's hot. Mu Feng chuckled at their eager demeanor. Beerus picked up a quivering piece of mapo tofu. What is this soft delicacy? It looks unremarkable, yet the fragrance is quite alluring. That is mapo tofu. Give it a try, Mu Feng replied just as Beerus popped the tofu into his mouth. The moment the tofu hit his stomach, Beerus shuddered with delight, straightened his posture, and exclaimed after a brief pause, "This is absolutely delicious." "What is it called?" he inquired again. "Mapo tofu," Mu Feng answered. "Mapo tofu. I must add it to my list of favorite foods," Beerus declared, animatedly gesturing, surprised by the delightful combination of numbing and spicy flavors. He continued to eagerly serve himself more. Observing this, Whis took a bite as well. Stunned for a moment, they quickly cupped their faces in delight and shook their heads. The tofu is exquisitely tender, infused with a delightful spiciness and freshness. Absolutely divine. You must try this pairing. As he spoke, Mu Feng conjured several bowls of rice with his staff, proclaiming that white rice is the perfect complement to these dishes. Beerus immediately took a mouthful of rice with the tofu and exclaimed, "Heavens! The rice neutralizes the spiciness, creating a more exquisite texture." He gazed at the ordinary rice as if he had discovered a new world, exclaiming, "Mu Feng, your pairing is brilliant. It's so delicious I hardly want to move." "Is it truly that miraculous?" Whis quickly joined in to taste, taking a large bite of rice with tofu, his eyes instantly lighting up. Whis exclaimed, shaking his head in excitement and turning to Mu Feng. "Brother Mu Feng, this combination is simply extraordinary. It's incredible. Haha, it's not too shabby, right? Shall we sample some other dishes? There's more to enjoy than just mapo tofu," Mu Feng responded with a smile. Beerus picked up a piece of green vegetable, frowning as he muttered, "Isn't this just ordinary greens? Why would Bulma send such a thing? It's hardly appetizing. Oh dear, after all." It was prepared by Brother Mu Feng, so I shall give it a try, Whis said, picking up the vegetable and examining it, noting its rather unremarkable appearance. Nevertheless, he placed it in his mouth. The flavor was chewed thoughtfully. How is it? Not tasty, I presume? Beerus leaned in to inquire. Whis, with his head bowed, hesitated. Is it difficult to swallow? Beerus pressed further. Suddenly, Whis looked up and shouted, It's absolutely delicious. This seemingly mundane vegetable is so flavorful, Brother Mu Feng. You are remarkable. Hee, you flatter me, Mu Feng said, scratching his head shyly. As long as we're not descending into hell, anything goes. Really? I must try it too, Beerus exclaimed, hastily taking a bite and instantly widening his eyes. Wow, it's truly scrumptious. Whis then turned to another dish. Picking up the boiled fish, this must be a fish from Earth, right? I've had it before, but I've never seen Brother Mu Feng prepare it this way. Brother Whis, do give it a taste, Mu Feng smiled. As the fish melted in his mouth, Whis' eyes sparkled, and he shook his head in fervent enthusiasm. Goodness. It's both fresh and spicy, absolutely superb. He quickly devoured several mouthfuls of rice. Leave some for me. Beerus hurriedly reached for the dish, utterly astonished. What is this dish called? How can it be so delicious? It's boiled fish, Mu Feng replied, pointing to two other dishes, sweet and sour ribs and chicken stewed with mushrooms. These are quite delightful as well. Beerus sampled each and leapt up in excitement. Delicious. These two are phenomenal. After tasting, Whis became even more expressive, tears welling in his eyes as he cupped his face. This is exquisite. So delicious it makes me want to cry. Words cannot express it. I'm glad you enjoy it, Mu Feng said with a beaming smile. The two immediately entered a frenzy of feasting, praising the dishes as they devoured all 5 dishes and rice within mere minutes. I am thoroughly satisfied, Beerus sighed, patting his belly as he slouched in his chair. Thank you, Angel Mu Feng. Do come again to prepare such culinary delights. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. What deliciousness do you plan to prepare next time? I haven't decided yet. We'll see when the time comes. Mu Feng turned to Whis. Brother Whis, did you enjoy the meal? Brother Mu Feng's culinary skills are truly exceptional. It's so delicious I hardly wish to let you go, Whis smiled, his eyes narrowing in joy. Haha, I too find it hard to depart, yet there are matters awaiting my attention over there. Mu Feng raised his hand. A flash of white light emanating from his palm, conjuring a device akin to a projector. Brother Whis, this is for you. Use it whenever you wish to find me. Oh, how thoughtful, Whis remarked, accepting the apparatus. Are we to set off now? Indeed. Feel free to reach out at any time, Mu Feng nodded in response. Beerus leapt from his seat, exclaiming, Whis, accompany me to see Mu Feng off. How curious, Lord Beerus is exhibiting such courtesy. Whis chuckled softly, evidently. Mu Feng's culinary skills have thoroughly won you over. Enough chatter, Beerus retorted, turning away. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you. As the trio approached the courtyard, they spotted Goku and Vegeta engaged in intense training. Hey, where are you all headed? Goku greeted enthusiastically, waving. Quiet down. Focus on your training, Vegeta scolded, though his gaze shifted towards them. Mu Feng is returning, Beerus declared, suddenly changing his demeanor. You two, listen up. Should you dare to slack off, I'll reduce you to mere ashes. Understood, Goku replied, retracting his neck and muttering, Lord Beerus is so fearsome. Vegeta scoffed, Kakarot, concentrate. Mu Feng arrived at the open space, his staff lightly tapping the void. A black vortex unfurled in the air. I bid you farewell, call me if needed. He turned with a smile. Next time, bring even more delectable dishes. Beerus called out, licking his lips. Whis waved his staff, wishing him safe travels. A silvery flash enveloped Mu Feng's figure as he vanished into the rift of time and space. Universe Earth boom, boom, boom. The sky erupted with energy blasts, leaving the earth riddled with scars. A silvery flame surged skyward as Gohan hovered midair, his bangs dancing in the fierce wind. At this moment, he not only mastered the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, but had also regained the peak state of his enigmatic power. With a fierce shout, the silver energies surged abruptly. Standing opposite him, Piccolo crossed his arms, a look of approval gracing his features. Not bad. Gohan addressed Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, I can now control this power. I'm about to strike, so be cautious. Piccolo grunted, just take care of yourself. With that, his right arm elongated suddenly, darting towards Gohan with lightning speed. Gohan remained composed, his gaze fixed on the approaching arm. He raised his left hand to grasp Piccolo's wrist while his right hand unleashed an energy wave. Piccolo transformed his left hand into a blade, slicing through the incoming energy, then threw a punch directly at Gohan's chest. Gohan did not evade. Instead, he tightened his grip on Piccolo's right wrist, abruptly raising his knee to strike Piccolo's abdomen. With a grunt, Piccolo expelled green blood, doubling over in pain. "Uncle Piccolo!" Gohan exclaimed, hastily releasing him and stepping forward. Yet, Piccolo grinned. "Indeed, you have grown stronger. Let the angel assist you in advancing further." Just as Gohan began to smile, an energy blast suddenly shot towards him from behind. Boom! His back tore through his clothing, staggering him into Piccolo's embrace. "You always lose due to underestimating your opponent," Piccolo admonished as he steadied him. "In real combat, that strike could have cost you your life. Remember to remain vigilant until victory is certain." "Yes." Gohan clenched his fists. The two resumed their stances, the training ground once more resonating with the sounds of fierce combat. Meanwhile, a rift in time and space tore open above the realm of the Supreme Kai. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, Mu Feng descended gracefully through the air. "Oh, great angel!" exclaimed God Jebet, hurrying forth with urgency. "An emergency has arisen on Earth that requires your attention." Mu Feng raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" God Jebet replied. "Please summon the dragon and restore both the fallen souls of the foe Goku and the ravaged Earth to their former states. The losses from that battle were exceedingly grave." "Understood," Mu Feng responded. After rescuing Sun Wukong from the dragon's grasp last time, the dragon had refrained from scattering the Dragon Balls. Presently, the Dragon Balls were neither in the universe nor on Earth. Without the complete set of 7, a wish could not be made. Only Mu Feng, as an angel, possessed the ability to summon the dragon. Finding a clear spot, Mu Feng lightly tapped the ground with her staff. A flash of white light illuminated the area, revealing the 7 Dragon Balls arranged neatly on the ground. "The great angel is truly formidable," God Jebet marveled. Indeed, seeking Mu Feng was the right choice. Summoning the Dragon Balls is effortless, almost omnipotent. "Come forth and state your wish," Mu Feng instructed God Jebet. Do you not require the incantation?" Although puzzled, God Jebet approached the Dragon Balls, extending his arms and calling out, "Come forth, dragon. Grant my wish." Mu Feng, speechless, thought it was not that he could not recite the incantation, but rather that the proclamation was far too juvenile to utter. The 7 Dragon Balls erupted in golden radiance, a beam shooting skyward, casting the entire King Kai realm into darkness. The old Kai, lying in bed, muttered, "Who turned off the lights? What is happening outside?" As the golden light dissipated, the green dragon materialized. "Speak your wish." "Let the great angel make the wish," God Jebet urged, turning towards Mu Feng. "Great angel?" The dragon hastily bowed its head in respect. "I beg your pardon." "Do not fret," Mu Feng replied. "Restore the earth and the lives that have perished." At once, the dragon's eyes flickered with crimson light, and it declared, "It is done." "Excellent. Do you have any further wishes?" "None. You may return." Mu Feng suddenly recalled something. "Wait. This is a signed photograph of the god of destruction, Beerus. I gift it to you." "Thank you ever so much, great angel." The dragon expressed gratitude profusely, once again. "My sincerest thanks. It was but a trifling task." Mu Feng nodded slightly. "You may depart now. I shall summon you should I require further assistance." "Your command shall be obeyed, great angel," the dragon said, gradually vanishing, along with the photograph of Beerus in Mu Feng's hand. The 7 Dragon Balls on the ground once again radiated a brilliant glow. With a resounding bang, 7 beams of golden light shot skyward, scattering in various directions. As the Dragon Balls dispersed, the sky returned to its bright state. At the residence of the old Kai, he exclaimed, "What? Why did the lights suddenly come back on? Are they trying to blind my old eyes? Just as I was about to fall asleep in the darkness, now this. Such blinding light, it nearly dazzled me. What on earth is happening?" Outside the King Kai realm, the great angel is truly remarkable. The earth has been restored. God Jebet cheered, gazing at the crystal ball. Mu Feng nodded, then inquired, "What is the progress of Vegeta and Sun Wukong's endeavors?" "Report, esteemed angel. Vegeta has obliterated numerous desolate planets, while Goku tirelessly traverses various realms, aiding the locals in eradicating threats. Both have exhibited remarkable prowess, and I have been closely monitoring their progress," replied Jebet, a hint of pride in his voice. "Excellent. Now, utilize instant transmission to bring Goku here," commanded Mu Feng. "Goku?" Jebet expressed mild surprise before responding. Understood, esteemed angel. I shall proceed at once. After a moment of focused concentration, Jebet opened his eyes. I have pinpointed the location. I am departing now. With the incantation uttered, his form disappeared in an instant. Shortly thereafter, Jebet reappeared, accompanied by Goku. Hey, esteemed angel, did you summon me for something? Goku greeted with a wave. I wish to introduce you to an old friend and arrange a practical opponent for you to evaluate your recent training results. Mufeng replied with a smile. Wow, an old friend? A practical opponent? Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it possibly be Vegeta? But given Vegeta's current strength, I might not stand a chance. That Super Saiyan 5 form is incredibly powerful, far surpassing my Super Saiyan 4 breakthrough. And with the Elder Kaioshin currently unable to lift restrictions, I cannot transform into Super Saiyan 5. I truly would be at a disadvantage against Vegeta. Incorrect, Goku Mufeng chuckled, shaking his head. You shall soon discover who it is. This individual is indeed an old acquaintance of yours. Huh, if the esteemed angel says so. I truly cannot fathom who it might be. Goku scratched his head in confusion. You shall find out soon enough, Mufeng proclaimed, summoning his staff. Let us embark at once. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Jebet and instructed, afterward, check on Gohan's special training progress, and deliver the list of planets requiring destruction directly to Vegeta. So he need not inspect each one individually. Also, remind him to maintain his base form while executing the tasks. As you command, esteemed angel, Jebet affirmed. Hearing this, Goku's spirit soared. With Gohan and Vegeta working hard, I cannot afford to lag behind. Esteemed angel, let us set forth. I can hardly wait to meet this mysterious opponent. Rest assured, upon arrival, all shall be revealed, Mufeng replied confidently, tapping the ground with his staff. In a flash, the two were enveloped in a radiant aura, soaring into the cosmos. Moments later, Mufeng and Goku landed on a desolate planet. My goodness, what happened here? Goku exclaimed, surveying the scene. Battle scars marred the landscape, with shattered rocks strewn about and crumbled peaks dotting the horizon. Given the extent of this devastation, the opponent must surely be formidable. Who exactly are you referring to, esteemed angel? Goku inquired with curiosity. You will discover shortly. For now, please remain within the staff, Mufeng instructed. Not waiting for Goku's response as he encapsulated him within the staff. Observing the surrounding devastation, Mufeng pondered silently. It is indeed a challenge to keep Broly's rage in check. It remains uncertain whether he can maintain his composure. I must prepare a confined battleground to prevent any loss of control upon seeing Goku. First, I must ascertain Broly's location. Mufeng raised his staff, projecting a holographic image from the crystal orb. In the scene, the familiar Broly is seated, grilling meat, surrounded by a dozen dragon-shaped monsters lying on the ground. Everything appears quite normal. Mufeng, retracting his imaging staff, lightly taps it, transforming into a stream of light that vanishes. With a flash of white light, he materializes before Broly. Broly, alert, drops the meat and leaps into a combat stance. Don't be tense, it's me. As the radiance dissipates, Mufeng's figure is revealed. The angelic Broly relaxes and approaches, bowing slightly. What brings you here? I came to observe your progress in training, Mufeng inquires. Can you now control your rationality? My strength has significantly increased, Broly hesitates. But my emotional control still leaves much to be desired. Still not ideal, Mufeng frowns. It's much better than before. I can suppress some of my rage. Broly quickly explains, harboring a secret worry that he must not be sent back to hell due to a loss of control. As long as I'm alive, I have the chance to take revenge on Kakarot. Do not worry. You won't be sent back for the time being. Mufeng perceives his thoughts. I've brought someone for you to spar with. Spar? Broly nods. As long as it doesn't mean returning to hell, I'm fine with anything. Remember, you are not here to cause destruction. Mufeng raises his staff and gestures towards the ground. A blinding white light flashes, and a circular arena, 100 meters wide, rises from the ground. This size should suffice. He turns to Broly, signaling him to step forward. I've arranged for an old acquaintance to be your sparring partner. Though Broly is puzzled by the term old acquaintance, he dutifully steps into the center of the platform. Angel Lord, am I just supposed to stand here and wait? The green-haired warrior asks, looking up. Just wait. Mufeng replies with a light chuckle as he descends onto the arena, tapping the ground with his staff once more. As a flash of white light envelopes the area, Son Goku appears, rubbing his spiky hair and exclaiming, You nearly scared me to death. What was that pull just now? We can reminisce later. Mu Feng gestures towards Goku. Your opponent is over there. Goku turns in the indicated direction, his pupils contracting sharply. Broly. You're not supposed to be, Kakarot. Broly trembles, his beast-like eyes locking onto Son Goku, energy rippling around him. Angel Lord, what is happening? Goku turns in disbelief. He has been resurrected for special reasons. Mu Feng floats into the air. Now, let the battle commence. Son Goku suddenly bursts into laughter. I'm not afraid of you now. It's the perfect opportunity to test how much you've improved over the years. Kakarot. Broly launches forward like a cannonball, his heavy punch effortlessly caught by Son Goku with one hand. How is that? I'm no longer the same as before. Before he can finish, a brilliant golden light erupts from within Broly, and the shockwave sends Son Goku flying several meters. Unbound by any suppressors, the golden aura envelopes Broly entirely. This familiar sense of pressure. Son Goku wipes a scratch from his cheek, brimming with fighting spirit as he assumes a battle stance. In the air, Mu Feng observes the fateful duel between the legendary Super Saiyan and the Earth-raised Saiyan. The threads of fate having quietly intertwined since their cribs were adjacent in the nursery. Broly was born with a battle power of 10,000, causing a frightened Son Goku in the neighboring bed to wail loudly. The wailing of Son Wukong struck a nerve within Broly, evoking an unconscious hatred towards Kakarot. From that moment on, the mere sound of Son Wukong's voice, the sight of his visage, or the sensation of his aura would send Broly into a furious rampage, yearning to obliterate him instantly. Now, the two have once again crossed paths, engaging in a fierce battle. Kakarot. Broly gathered a bluish-green energy sphere in his right hand and hurled it with ferocity towards Son Wukong. The impact reverberated as Son Wukong effortlessly leaped to evade it. Broly charged forward, attempting a flying kick, but Son Wukong deflected it with a single hand. It's my turn, he declared, sweeping Broly off his feet with a powerful kick. In an instant, he teleported above Broly, delivering a devastating punch that drove him into the ground, raising a cloud of black smoke. Is this the end? Son Wukong chuckled as he landed. Broly, you've regressed far too much. Suddenly, a roar erupted. Aw. Kakarot. Broly's bellow shattered the smoke, his muscles bulging an additional 30 centimeters, golden flames swirling around him, his pupils vanished, and his hair transformed to green. The onlooker. Mu Feng exclaimed in excitement. The legendary Super Saiyan form. Continue to push your limits. I shall slay you with my own hands. Broly launched himself at Son Wukong like a cannonball. Boom. Despite Son Wukong crossing his arms to block, the immense force sent him flying. Broly concentrated green energy in his chest and pursued, but struck nothing but air. What? Broly abruptly turned to find Son Wukong standing behind him. You've grown stronger, Son Wukong remarked, wiping his face. But I am even stronger. Enough chatter. Broly unleashed a barrage of green energy waves, yet Son Wukong deflected them all. Amidst the thick smoke, Broly suddenly reappeared, his left fist aimed directly at Son Wukong's face. Bang! The moment Son Wukong raised his arm to block, Broly's right hand had already grasped his face. Too fast. Son Wukong's pupils constricted in shock. Thud! 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 Broly seized his head and repeatedly slammed him into the ground, shattering the stone beneath. Broly charged forward, pressing Son Wukong's head down, dragging his face along the ground for several meters before lifting him up. He concentrated a green energy sphere in his left hand, targeting Son Wukong's abdomen, and struck fiercely. Boom! The shockwave sent Son Wukong flying onto a distant stone platform. His power has indeed increased slightly, Mu Feng observed, stroking his chin. Broly's potential far exceeds this. This is merely the beginning. If this continues, the situation will grow increasingly dire for Son Wukong. Ouch! That really hurt, Son Wukong groaned, rubbing his head as he rose, flashing a grin at Broly. It seems I must get serious. Take this. He leaped back a step, fists drawn to his waist. Huh! With a low growl. A torrent of energy erupted around Son Wukong, his body enveloped in a crimson fur, his pupils turning dark red. Super Saiyan 4, here I come. Kakarot. Broly's golden flames surged, his footfalls shattering the ground as he instantly appeared before Son Wukong. It's useless. Son Wukong raised his left arm to block the heavy punch while delivering a right punch to Broly's face. Blood trickled from Broly's lips as he staggered back 2 steps, only to charge at Son Wukong once more. Bang! 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 Son Wukong deftly evaded, landing several blows to Broly's abdomen. then leaping to deliver a knee strike to his face. In his stagger, Broly suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a green energy wave at close range. Amidst the swirling smoke, Sun Wukong casually waved his hand to disperse the black haze. The defensive prowess of Super Saiyan 4 is impervious to such feeble assaults. Enraged, Broly unleashed his arms and lunged forward, yet Sun Wukong vanished in an instant, his fingers pressed to his forehead. Too slow. Before the words left his lips, he had delivered a powerful kick to Broly's back. Boom. Broly crashed into the ground like a cannonball. Although his legendary form was formidable, it was utterly suppressed by the vast disparity in strength. Carrot. Broly roared as he pushed himself up from the ground, a surge of golden energy erupting around him. The observing Mu Feng smiled. Indeed, the angrier he becomes, the stronger he grows. At this moment, Broly had surpassed his peak state. Continue the battle. Let me witness the extent to which the legendary Super Saiyan can transcend. Broly bellowed in fury, his energy escalating dramatically, far surpassing his previous might. The ground beneath him shattered under the weight of his terrifying power, fissures spreading like a spider's web. Broly's strength was truly astonishing. Sun Wukong couldn't help but marvel. He found it hard to believe that had Broly survived these years, he would have surely surpassed both himself and Vegeta. No, he would surpass everyone. This being's power was monstrous, his rate of enhancement frightening. It was no wonder that the angel had deemed him a worthy adversary. Kakarot, Kakarot, Kakarot. Broly incessantly shouted Sun Wukong's name, his aura continuing to rise. Here it comes. Sensing danger, Sun Wukong immediately assumed a combat stance. Indeed, Broly's energy ceased to climb. His gaze fixed intently upon him before he charged forward, faster than before. So swift. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Kakarot. Broly concentrated a green orb of energy in his right fist and struck Sun Wukong, sending forth a cloud of black smoke. Sun Wukong slid back several meters from the haze, only for Broly to surge forth again, his massive hand reaching for Sun Wukong's head. Sun Wukong swiftly crouched to evade. Broly's attack missing and crashing into the ground, creating a crater. Fortunately, the arena was constructed from special materials. Otherwise, it would have been obliterated by now. Sun Wukong patted his chest, narrowly avoiding a hit. Kakarot. Broly pivoted and launched another assault. Here he comes again, truly relentless. Sun Wukong chuckled as he countered. Their fists collided with tremendous force, shockwaves radiating outward as the ground fissures widened further. Utilizing the recoil from the collision, Sun Wukong leapt back to create distance, conjuring several energy blasts with both hands. Broly, however, showed no inclination to evade, allowing the attacks to strike him. In his current state, he had completely lost his sanity. As Mu Feng had remarked, he had become a beast driven solely by the instinct to fight. Broly disregarded all defense, withstanding every assault with his body. Kakarot, I will slay you. He roared madly, charging once more without hesitation. Sun Wukong deftly seized Broly's incoming right fist, exerting force to hurl him into the air. In a flash, he appeared above Broly, delivering a downward kick. Yet, Broly, lightning fast, seized his ankle, letting out a maniacal laugh. Got you. Kakarot. Sun Wukong immediately unleashed a flurry of kicks against Broly's wrist, but Broly seemed impervious to pain, remaining utterly resolute. Die. Broly swung Goku fiercely, slamming him to the ground, causing the earth to crack like a spider's web from the violent impacts. Seizing a moment of opportunity, Goku gathered all his strength and delivered a powerful kick to Broly's face, finally breaking free from his grasp. After all these years, he still retains such immense power. It is truly remarkable. Goku wiped the corner of his mouth and rose to his feet. Broly, with one hand on the ground, leaped up, repeatedly murmuring Goku's name as he approached ominously. The fierce exchange of offense and defense resumed. Suddenly, Broly unleashed a surge of green energy, pushing Goku away, then locking onto his throat and slamming him back to the ground. As Broly grinned maniacally and fired a devastating energy blast, thick smoke enveloped the entire sky. Is it over? As Broly looked up in search of Goku, he found that Goku had instantaneously teleported behind him. Up in the sky, Mu Feng spoke to himself nonchalantly. It seems I must send him to the hyperbolic time chamber for further training. What? Kakarot. Broly spun around abruptly, staring at Goku in disbelief. How could you still be alive? That last attack should have taken your life. Well, Goku scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. To be honest, I haven't shown you my true abilities. If I were to fight seriously, I could finish this battle in 10 seconds, or perhaps even with a single blow against your current self. Preposterous. Broly roared in fury, unleashing a green energy blast from his palm. Die, Kakarot. I am the strongest. Oh, that sounds familiar. Goku tilted his head in thought. Vegeta said something similar just a few days ago. With that, he raised his hand and struck the air. Whoosh. Boom. All the energy blasts were deflected, exploding into fireballs midair. Impossible. Broly's eyes widened in shock. Whoosh. Goku had already flashed in front of him. Broly swung his fist in haste. Bam. Goku effortlessly caught his punch. You are indeed powerful, Goku remarked with a smile. But Vegeta and I have made significant progress over the years. If you wish to defeat us, you must continue to strive. I look forward to our next encounter. Just as those words left his lips, thud. A concentrated heavy punch struck Broly's abdomen. Ugh. Broly's eyes bulged as he collapsed to the ground. His golden hair reverted to black, and his muscular form rapidly shrank, exiting the Super Saiyan transformation. Looking at the unconscious Broly, Goku shouted to the heavens, Angel Lord, the battle is over. In the air, Fan Feng descended gracefully. How do you perceive Broly's strength? Extremely formidable. Goku exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Had I not utilized full power in Super Saiyan 4, I might have lost. If this battle had dragged on, he would have grown even stronger. Fan Feng cautioned at that point. You would need to use the Super Saiyan 4 that transcends limits. But that would mean not allowing him to grow stronger. Goku chuckled innocently, changing the subject. Where are we heading now? To find Gohan? Fan Feng smirked knowingly. Are you truly eager to see your son train, or do you wish to challenge him? Hee. You've seen right through me. Goku admitted sheepishly. With a gentle tap of his staff, the two transformed into streaks of light, soaring through the cosmos, landing swiftly at the temple. Huh. Goku looked around curiously. Is Gohan here in the temple? Gohan is not here, Goku. Dandy emerged from inside to respond. He approached Fan Feng, bowing respectfully. Angel Lord, is there something you required during your visit? So Gohan isn't here after all. Goku scratched his head, glancing at Fan Feng. So, Angel Lord, what are we doing here? Fan Feng leaned on his staff and declared, I shall allow Broly to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. He is currently too weak. With a gentle tap of his staff upon the ground, a flash of white light enveloped the space, and Broly appeared as if conjured from thin air. Broly. Dandy's expression shifted drastically. Uncle Piccolo had warned him that Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan, a figure of immense fury and peril. Was it truly wise to permit him entry into the time chamber? Goku furrowed his brow, stating, if he becomes stronger and loses control, the entire universe could suffer. Fan Feng chuckled lightly. Have you forgotten that I can send him back to the depths of hell at any moment? There is nothing in this universe beyond my capability. With you here, I feel reassured, Dandy said, bowing respectfully. Ha ha ha. I almost forgot the prowess of the esteemed angel. Goku laughed heartily, smacking his forehead. It is not just me, Fan Feng replied, glancing at Goku. You and Vegeta must also continue to grow stronger. We? Goku questioned. Indeed. Since you are concerned about Broly's ascension, you must strive even harder to surpass him. Understood. Goku's eyes ignited with determination. We will never be outdone by him. At that moment, Broly stirred awake, his voice booming. Where am I? Dandy, frightened, scurried behind Goku, feeling the chilling aura emanating from Broly. The sacred realm. Fan Feng answered just as Broly erupted. Kakarot. As golden flames surged, Fan Feng merely tapped his staff, restoring calm to the tempestuous warrior. Remember, you are not here to cause destruction. Yes, my Lord Angel, Broly complied. Do not hold back. Use your full strength. You nearly frightened me to death. Goku exhaled deeply, relieved that conflict had been averted. Uncle Piccolo was right. Broly is truly terrifying. I almost thought I would perish at his hands, Dandy murmured. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Broly remained silent, contemplating. If not for the presence of the angel, I would have dispatched you all without hesitation. He then turned to Fan Feng. Why have you brought me here? To train, Fan Feng replied. Train? In such a small space? Broly frowned. Goku leaned in, grinning. Hey, Broly, you are unaware, but we possess an extraordinarily powerful training facility here. Kakarot. Broly's fury flared at the sight of him. Control your emotions, Fan Feng gently reminded. Understood. Broly gritted his teeth, turning his face away, his fists clenched tightly. Fan Feng gestured towards a distant room. There, the air is thin, and temperatures range from -40 to 50 degrees. A year spent training inside equates to merely a day outside. Train diligently. Do not tarnish my reputation. A year equals a day? Broly was taken aback. Is this how Kakarot and the others became strong? With this training room, I shall soon surpass them. At that time, neither Kakarot nor Vegeta will escape. Mu Feng seemed to see through his thoughts. Do not solely fixate on becoming stronger. You must learn to manage your emotions. When we meet again, I do not wish for you to still be consumed by rage. Transform your anger into strength, rather than allowing it to dominate you. Mu Feng continued. You must achieve a state where, even in fury, you maintain your composure, mastering this power instead of being devoured by it. Indeed, Goku interjected. If you could harness that power, you would undoubtedly grow stronger. However, should your temperament remain as poor as it is, possessing such power could become perilous. He placed his hands on his hips and chuckled. But neither Vegeta nor I will be idle. We will never allow you to run amok. Kakarot. Broly, with his head bowed, roared in anger, trembling yet resolutely still. Mu Feng turned to Dandi, asking, Goten and the others have exited the hyperbolic time chamber, haven't they? They finished training long ago, Dandi replied. Broly, you may enter now. Mu Feng indicated towards the room. As you command, Broly declared, striding towards the training chamber, silently vowing. Kakarot, when I emerge, I shall personally defeat you all. As he gazed at the closed door, Dandi sighed in relief. At last, he has gone in. How terrifying. He could emerge at any moment, Mu Feng reminded with a smile. Dandi froze, realizing that from now on, he would have to live in constant trepidation. The one confined within is indeed a ticking time bomb. The most frightening part is, the first person he will seek to eliminate upon his exit is me. Perhaps I should consider relocating. Ha ha ha, I was merely jesting. Mu Feng chuckled. Even if you were to perish, I could retrieve you from there. Hearing Dandi's murmurs, Mu Feng waved his hand cheerfully. Dandi broke into a cold sweat. Oh dear. Master Angel, you truly possess a sense of humor. Now that Broly has entered, we must make haste. Sun Wukong tugged at Mu Feng's sleeve, suggesting they instantly teleport to Gohan's location. With a gentle tap of his staff, Mu Feng and Sun Wukong vanished like a streak of light. Dandi remained behind, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. As for resurrection, I would prefer to stay alive. At another cliff's edge, Gohan was resting against a rock with Piccolo. The young warrior emanated a stable and formidable aura, while Piccolo crossed his arms, a paternal smile gracing his lips. Remember, discard any notion of guaranteed victory into the trash. Piccolo suddenly tapped Gohan's head. Unless your opponent is completely incapacitated. Understood, Gohan exclaimed, springing up and bowing deeply to Piccolo. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. I feel as though I could punch through a planet. Not even close, my boy, Piccolo replied, standing up with a rare seriousness on his green visage. Your limits lie among the stars and the vast oceans. Just then, a flash of white light enveloped them as Sun Wukong and Mu Feng materialized. Well said, my son. Sun Wukong praised, giving a thumbs up. Gohan's ears flushed crimson. Dad, how long have you been eavesdropping? What brings you here? Piccolo raised an eyebrow in astonishment. We're here to assess the results of the special training, Sun Wukong said cheerfully, wrapping an arm around his son's shoulders, then suddenly widened his eyes. Wow. That energy fluctuation is impressive. Mu Feng nodded, gently stroking his staff. Well taught, Piccolo. It's all part of the job, Piccolo replied with a slight bow. Dad, let's spar? Gohan ignited with fighting spirit, his fists crackling with golden light. What a coincidence. I'm feeling a bit antsy myself. Sun Wukong shouted, Master Angel. Could you lend us a venue? With Mu Feng's approval, Piccolo scoffed. Just you wait, son, don't be shocked when I'm done. The father and son duo swiftly flashed to a neighboring peak, while Mu Feng and Piccolo took their seats on the opposite mountain. The mountain wind swirled around them, carrying stones between the two. I'm up. Gohan lowered his center of gravity, his martial arts uniform billowing as if moved by an unseen wind. Bring it on. Goku steadied his stance, a flash of blue light igniting in his eyes. Huh. The orange figure shot forth like a cannonball, creating a sonic boom that resonated through the valley. Gohan unleashed a relentless barrage upon Goku, his fists striking like meteors aimed at his father. Bang, bang, bang. Goku adopted a defensive posture, expertly parrying each blow. Huh. Gohan suddenly shouted, his right fist propelled forward like a cannonball. Boom. Goku crossed his forearm, absorbing the force of the heavy punch. A shock wave erupted, and the ground within 100 meters collapsed into a massive crater. On a distant mountaintop, Piccolo crossed his arms, nodding in approval. Very good, maintain this momentum. Mu Feng observed the battlefield in silence. At this moment, Gohan had yet to unleash his full potential, yet his strength surpassed his previous limits. As for Goku, he certainly held back. Although Gohan's mysterious form surpassed Super Saiyan 3, it still fell short of the Super Saiyan 4 realm. Should he break through to Super Saiyan 4 and combine it with his current power, the resulting strength would be cataclysmic. Quite an improvement, Goku commented with a smile as he stepped back. Whoosh! Gohan teleported behind his father, executing a hand strike while simultaneously sweeping his left leg. Goku performed a backward flip to create distance, igniting golden flames around him as he landed. Boom! The Super Saiyan 2 form activated. The father and son clashed once more, their fists and feet colliding with thunderous resonance. A powerful kick sent Gohan soaring into the sky. Yet he erupted with dazzling white light during his descent. Oh! Rocks floated in the air, trembling violently. Come on! Goku assumed a fighting stance. The white light faded, and Gohan transformed into a streak of light diving downward. At the moment their fists collided, bang! A blinding flash of light leveled the surrounding wilderness. The two figures moved in a dance of offense and defense, their punches creating countless afterimages. The ground continued to cave in, the echoes of their shouts and explosive energy intertwining into a chaotic symphony. Goku surged forward with a straight punch, igniting a new wave of conflict. A muffled thud echoed as Gohan firmly caught the blow. He immediately retaliated with a left fist aimed at Goku, who crossed his arms in defense. Seizing the opening, Gohan lifted his leg, delivering a heavy kick to Goku's abdomen, though it failed to inflict significant damage. The two retreated a few steps, facing each other across the distance. That was impressive, Gohan. Piccolo shouted with excitement. Maintain your focus. Do not underestimate him. Even your father is not to be taken lightly. You must not let your guard down until the match is over. It appeared that Gohan held a slight advantage at this moment. Mu Feng quietly observed, noting, indeed. After shedding the nickname Gohan, he seems like a different person. The Gohan unleashing his full potential is a true warrior. The title of the strongest is not mere embellishment. What is even more daunting is that he has yet to unleash his full strength. If he were to fully erupt, only Goku in his Super Saiyan 4 form would stand a chance against him. After a brief exchange of glances, the father and son soared into the air once again. Gohan concentrated a golden energy blast in his right hand and shot it forth, only for Goku to deftly swat it away, resulting in a fiery explosion in the distance. As Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to advance, he deftly sidestepped Son Gohan's punch, only to have his wrist caught. Got you. Sun Wukong chuckled, exerting force with both hands to hurl his son towards the cliff. With a thunderous roar, the entire rock peak collapsed. Amidst the billowing dust, a deep, furious growl erupted, sending fragments of stone soaring into the sky. Son Gohan ignited in a brilliant white flame, shooting upwards. Come on, Dad. Before the words had left his lips, he appeared before Sun Wukong, delivering an elbow strike that sent him flying, then instantaneously reappearing at the point of descent to unleash a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong caught the blow firmly, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Both warriors retreated simultaneously, repositioning themselves in the clouds. Your progress is astonishing. You've regained your footing so swiftly. Sun Wukong assumed his fighting stance. Let us engage in a serious bout. With a fierce roar, a deep crimson energy wave erupted from his body. The raging power exploded like a tsunami, the air around them tearing with a cacophonous sound. In an instant, Sun Wukong's hair flared out, enveloped in fiery red, his eyes transforming to a deep scarlet. The full power of Super Saiyan 4 was realized. He smiled at his son. Continue, Gohan. All right, Dad. Son Gohan grinned, clenching his fists, his arms rippling with veins. A thunderous roar erupted from his throat. A dazzling silver flame surged into the sky, the energy multiplying exponentially, cleaving the clouds apart. The entire horizon was engulfed in this blinding radiance. Energy ripples spread outward, and even at a distance, one could feel the oppressive force stinging their skin. This was the pinnacle of Son Gohan's mysterious form. As the energy stabilized, the luminous flames coalesced into a mist swirling around him. Dad, this is my current limit. Excellent power. Sun Wukong nodded in approval. Let us begin. Bring it on. Sun Wukong suddenly vanished. Huh. Without hesitation, Sun Gohan retaliated. Their energies collided, erupting in blinding white light that illuminated the surroundings for miles. As the light dissipated, Sun Wukong's straight punch struck his son's cheek. Sun Gohan staggered back, but quickly raised his arms to block his father's subsequent left hook. Huh. He retaliated with a kick from his right leg. Sun Wukong took a half step back, gathering energy in both fists before surging forward once more. Yeah. Sun Gohan pushed his energy to the utmost limit. The two streams of light collided again with a mere 0.001 second interval. Thud, thud, thud. In midair, only fleeting shadows remained. The sound of fists and feet colliding created a continuous thundering echo. Each exchange unleashed circular shockwaves. Bang! With a thunderous clash of their fists, a terrifying pressure exploded, shattering the clouds. In the midst of their stalemate, Sun Gohan suddenly pulled back, gathering a cerulean sphere of light in his palm. Whoosh! The energy wave shot forth. But Sun Wukong effortlessly swatted it away. Watch this. With a flourish, Sun Wukong unleashed a barrage of golden energy bullets. Bang! 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 Sun Gohan transformed his fists and feet into fleeting shadows, skillfully striking each energy bullet away. Boom! 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 The rebounding energy blasts erupted into billowing clouds of black smoke across the heavens and the earth. As Sun Gohan was wholly absorbed in unleashing his energy attacks, Son Goku suddenly pressed his fingers together at his brow. In an instant, he executed a technique of instantaneous movement, appearing behind Son Gohan. Gohan's eyes widened in shock, utterly unprepared to evade. Take this. Goku's powerful fist struck Gohan squarely in the face. With a whoosh, Gohan cried out in pain as he was sent careening away. Before he could touch the ground, Goku reappeared beneath him, propelling him skyward with a force akin to spiking a volleyball. The onslaught continued. Goku appeared above Gohan and delivered a flying kick that sent him crashing towards the ground. Boom! Gohan smashed through 3 rocky peaks before finally slamming into the earth, raising clouds of dust. The intensity of this battle left Piccolo drenched in cold sweat, realizing he could not intervene. It seemed Gohan was nearing his limits. A soft chuckle escaped Mu Feng's lips. Gohan's performance exceeded expectations. It was assumed that achieving Super Saiyan 4 would ensure an easy victory. Yet he was matching Goku's full power form blow for blow. Even Broly could scarcely withstand a few strikes from this ultimate state. Gohan had only begun to tap into his latent potential and already exhibited such prowess. If he were to transcend to Super Saiyan 4 and merge this newfound strength, he would undoubtedly rival a Super Saiyan 4 that had broken through its limits. On the opposite end of the battlefield, Goku gathered a wave of azure energy in his palm. Sensing the impending danger, Gohan, covered in dust, staggered to his feet, summoning a similar blue energy wave. Prepare yourself. Goku dove downward, unleashing a torrent of energy. Come forth. Gohan roared as he unleashed his own energy wave. Boom. The two forces collided midair. Do not hold back. Give it your all. Goku shouted. 30 planetary systems annihilated. Suddenly, Goku appeared before Gohan and delivered a punch that sent him flying. Gohan abruptly halted and turned, barely managing to block the relentless barrage of punches. An opening. Gohan seized the chance, landing a hook to Goku's abdomen. Goku doubled over, gasping. Gohan concentrated energy in his right hand and thrust it towards Goku's face. Amidst the smoke, Goku was propelled backward, only to surge forward once more with renewed vigor. The battle was far from over. Goku's fighting spirit surged. Gohan, in a moment of haste, threw a punch that missed, only to be met with a swift kick to his cheek. Gohan suddenly felt dizzy, his body swaying perilously close to collapse. Goku seized the opportunity, delivering another crushing blow. Bam! That punch sent Gohan soaring into the sky. Goku relentlessly pursued him, raining down fists like a torrential downpour, too swift to perceive, but as mere blurred shadows. Bam! 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 Gohan was left dazed and utterly defenseless. This is it, Goku bellowed, gripping his son's arm and spinning him like a top. After several rotations, he flung him away with tremendous force. Boom! Gohan crashed heavily into the ground, creating a massive crater as dust flew into the air. Gohan! Piccolo rushed down from the mountaintop to assess the situation. Goku, having reverted from his Super Saiyan 4 form, descended slowly. Mu Feng also approached the edge of the crater. Son Gohan lay at the bottom of the pit, his body racked with pain and utterly immobilized, his energy completely depleted. Ouch, it hurts, he exclaimed. Well done, Gohan. Piccolo encouraged as he helped him up. Your strength has already grown significantly. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan paused momentarily, then nodded vigorously. I will continue to strive. Excellent. Let us push forward together, Goku said with a thumbs up, towards greater heights. Yes, father, I will work even harder. Gohan clenched his fists. Mufeng approached and said, Gohan, you can now effortlessly control your power. You are ready to attempt transforming into Super Saiyan 4. As he spoke, he pointed his staff towards the father and son. A flash of white light enveloped them, restoring their injuries and stamina. Thank you so much, Goku exclaimed excitedly. Can Gohan also achieve Super 4? That would be incredible. Thank you, sir, Gohan bowed and asked. Can I really transform now? Your power has reached the required level, but one condition remains, Mufeng replied. What condition? Gohan inquired. You must first grow a tail. Without it, transformation is impossible. With his current strength, Gohan could freely transform into Super Saiyan 2. However, to attain Super 4, not only was sufficient power necessary, but a tail was also essential to transform into a great ape first, just like Goku and Vegeta did. Now I understand, Gohan realized. Just like father and Uncle Vegeta, he finally comprehended why Vegeta had needed Bulma's assistance to transform. It seemed he too had to address the issue of his tail to achieve Super Saiyan 4. With an increase in strength, he could better protect his loved ones and the Earth. I will teach you how to transform into Super Saiyan 4 right here and break through your limits. Mufeng instructed Gohan. Will I be able to transform so quickly? Goku suddenly recalled something and asked anxiously, Lord Angel. Xiao Feng mentioned that transforming into a golden great ape would result in losing one's sanity, correct? I remember losing control during the last transformation and nearly harming her. Indeed. Whether he can maintain his composure will depend on Gohan's willpower, Mufeng responded. Losing sanity? Gohan pondered, clenching his fists. If I do not transform, I cannot continue to grow stronger. Without achieving the realm of Super Saiyan 4, I will lack the power to protect everyone. No matter what, I must succeed in this breakthrough. With resolve in his eyes, Gohan looked at Mufeng and declared, Lord Angel, let us begin. I will control myself and complete this transformation. Do not worry. We are here for you, Goku reassured, patting his shoulder. Piccolo and Lord Angel will look after you. You won't lose control. Believe in yourself, as well as in us, Piccolo added, stepping forward to offer encouragement. Uncle Piccolo, yes. I will give it my all. Gohan nodded firmly. Now, release all of your power and transform into Super Saiyan 2, Mufeng instructed. Understood. Gohan took his stance. With a low growl. His entire being erupted in golden flames. Veins bulged, electric sparks danced around him, and his hair transformed into a dazzling golden hue. A powerful wave of energy surged outward, sending debris flying. Successfully completing the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, it has been quite a while since I last beheld you in this form. Your power has indeed progressed significantly, Goku remarked with a smile, hands on his hips. This is the result of my rigorous training with Gohan, Piccolo declared proudly. Now, let your tail grow back. With a gentle tap of his staff, Mufeng summoned forth a fluffy tail that sprouted from behind Gohan. My tail? Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, turning to gaze at the swaying appendage. I never imagined it would be so simple to restore it. It seems I must double my efforts. I must successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4, and I shall not disappoint everyone's expectations. Piccolo and Goku are right. Do not overthink it. Just have faith in yourself. Sensing Gohan's hesitation, Mufeng spoke softly, and besides, with those two here to assist, there is no need to be overly anxious. Excessive pressure may hinder your breakthrough. Understood. Angelic Master. Gohan nodded, then inquired, what shall we do now? Transforming into a great ape requires a full moon, does it not? But the sky has yet to present one. A trivial matter. Mufeng smiled slightly, lifting his staff, and in an instant, a full moon appeared in the sky. For an angel, creating a moon is a task most effortless. With the full moon hanging high, Gohan looked up. The moment his gaze met the moon, his body trembled violently, and his pupils constricted. In the blink of an eye, his eyes glowed a blood red. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat quickened dramatically, resonating like a drum. Gohan trembled, fixated on the full moon above. This was indeed the precursor to a Saiyan's transformation into a great ape. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat escalated, almost bursting forth from his chest. Gohan clenched his fists and roared. In that instant, a tempestuous wave of energy erupted from within him, sweeping outward in ripples, causing the ground to shatter. He levitated in midair, surrounded by dazzling lightning, his muscles swelling rapidly, his form expanding several-fold. His eyes grew increasingly crimson, his teeth sharpened, and his jaw jutted forward. The terrifying energy reverberated around him, shaking the very earth. Is Gohan about to transform? Piccolo stepped back a few paces, his gaze fixed intently on Gohan. Given the current situation, it is unmistakable, Goku nodded. In a flash, Gohan completed his transformation, morphing into a colossal golden great ape. Roar! He let out a thunderous bellow, his fists pounding against his chest, causing the ground to tremble in response. Indeed, he has lost his rationality. Mufeng turned to Goku and Piccolo. You two must awaken him, or he will not evolve into Super Saiyan 4. The two promptly soared towards the top of the great ape's head. Roar! The great ape, noticing their approach, swiped its massive paw. Whoosh! Whoosh! Goku and Piccolo deftly evaded, maneuvering to the left and right to dodge the assault. Gohan, wake up quickly! Goku shouted from the left side. The great ape remained oblivious. Instead, it opened its mouth and concentrated a crimson light, aiming to unleash a devastating beam at Mufeng. Mufeng lightly tapped his staff, and a protective shield instantly materialized, isolating him from the attack. Boom, boom, boom. The great ape retracted its arm and once more pounded its chest in a furious roar, still in a rampage. Piccolo dashed to Gohan's front and shouted, Gohan, quickly recall your most important promise. Did you not vow to protect Xiao Fang and everyone else? Xiao Fang, Gohan murmured dreamily, his eyes momentarily lost. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Wukong immediately soared forward, exclaiming, My son, think of Xiao Fang. Think of us. Did you not vow to grow stronger to protect everyone? His father, Son Gohan, halted his actions, gazing blankly at the two before him. I am Son Gohan. I must protect my family, safeguard Xiao Fang, and defend this planet. I must remain vigilant and grow stronger. I will succeed. Mu Feng revealed a satisfied smile. Under the call of his elders, Son Gohan finally rediscovered himself. A golden aura erupted from within him, entwining his body like flames. With a mighty shout, brilliant golden light instantaneously enveloped his colossal simian form. Within the energy sphere, Son Gohan underwent a remarkable transformation. When the radiance subsided, a new warrior stood tall upon the earth, his body adorned with crimson fur, wild black hair standing erect, and his tail dancing like fire. Super Saiyan 4. Piccolo exclaimed with unrestrained joy. This energy is astounding. Sun Wukong, hands on his hips, laughed heartily. Haha, now you are just like us. Son Gohan clenched his fists. Feeling the surging power, it is simply unbelievable. This is my strength? He solemnly bowed to Mu Feng, and then saluted Piccolo and his father. Without your assistance, I could never have surpassed my limits. With a casual punch, distant boulders shattered in response. How extraordinary! Son Gohan could hardly contain his excitement. From this moment forth, he could stand alone to protect the earth. However, Mu Feng reminded him, this is not the end. Continue your training, and you will become even stronger. Super Saiyan 4 is merely a new beginning, with vast potential for growth awaiting this young warrior. This power far exceeds the typical level of Super Saiyan 4. With your current strength, you are still far from the requirements. You must continue to push your limits and grow even stronger. I understand, Lord Angel, Son Gohan replied earnestly. Nodding, I will not be complacent. I will strive for further advancement. Excellent. Would you like to test your newfound strength? Mu Feng inquired with a smile. To be honest, I am indeed eager to try. The power surging within him ignited his enthusiasm, and he yearned to find an opponent to challenge. Son Gohan tightened his fists, his eyes gleaming with combativeness. I will shortly find you a suitable opponent, allowing you to unleash the full might of Super Saiyan 4, Mu Feng calmly stated. Is the Lord Angel specifically arranging an opponent? I could also spar with my father. Son Gohan hesitated. Haha, I'm open to anything. Son Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. I have no objections. I will defer to the Lord Angel's arrangements. Piccolo crossed his arms and said, Wukong has another task. We must depart at once. Mu Feng decisively concluded. I have another matter. Son Wukong blinked in confusion. What do you need me to do? Continue fulfilling your duties as a Supreme Kai. Once the old Supreme Kai recovers, prepare to advance to Super Saiyan 5. How marvelous. I too can transform like Vegeta. Sun Wukong exclaimed, leaping in excitement. Super Saiyan 5? Both Son Gohan and Piccolo gasped in astonishment. Was the terrifying aura sensed on Earth earlier due to Vegeta's transformation? Piccolo hastily inquired. Indeed, Mu Feng nodded in affirmation. Incredibly, the overwhelming aura sent shivers down Son Gohan's spine. He murmured to himself, realizing that he was still far from reaching that level. I must catch up swiftly. Son Gohan implored eagerly. Please take me to the special training right now. With a wave of his staff, Mu Feng tore open a rift in space-time, advising Son Goku, go about your business. In a flash of light, the two vanished into the fissure. I shall take my leave as well, Piccolo. Son Goku ascended into the air. Piccolo gazed at the suddenly desolate arena and decided, I suppose I'll return to the heavenly temple to find Dandy. The green figure sliced through the sky. In the vastness of the universe, in the depths of space, the destruction of so many planets had yet to reveal any signs of life. Damn it! With the mastery of destructive energy combined with the strength of Super Saiyan 5, this time I will smash that feline creature, Beerus. Vegeta furiously concentrated a purplish-red energy sphere. Vanish. Boom. The planet was instantly obliterated. Have you finally made a choice? Old friend, in the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 7. Achoo. Who is mentioning me? It can't possibly be that glutton, Kampa. Beerus rubbed his nose, muttering as he sat cross-legged in his chair. Whis stifled a chuckle. Oh dear, Lord Beerus certainly knows how to jest. Perhaps it is simply the change in weather. Humph. How could a god of destruction catch a cold? Beerus crossed his arms and snorted. It must be that fat pig Kampa cursing me behind my back. The next time we meet, I shall surely flatten his rotund face. Hee hee. Remember that fighting among gods of destruction is prohibited, Whis reminded, wagging his finger. In the realm of the supreme Kai of the universe, Jebbit, holding a crystal ball, exclaimed, Ancestor, Vegeta has destroyed over 100 planets again. The old Kai reclined in his chair, waving his hand dismissively. Get used to it. After all, they are merely useless planets, maintaining the balance of the universe. Speaking of which, Vegeta is quite competent as a god of destruction. Hee hee, I understand. Jebbit scratched his head, grinning foolishly. You understand yet you remain idle? Come and give my back a rub. My old back is killing me. The old Kai waved his fists irritably. I'm coming. Jebbit hurriedly jogged over. From the rift in space-time, two figures emerged amidst a cascade of colorful light. Mu Feng and Son Gohan hovered in the future universe, where the deities of this time had been nearly annihilated by Black Goku. Angel, where are we? Son Gohan surveyed his surroundings. The 11th universe. I have found you a worthy opponent. Mu Feng's aura surged dramatically. Hold on tight. In the circular restaurant of Planet Pride, Trope suddenly looked up from his meal. Who? Upon sensing the golden aura, his gaze fixed on Mu Feng, an angel. As an apprentice god of destruction, he distinctly felt the other's divine power. The angels of your timeline should all be in slumber. Trope cautiously approached, unless. I hail from a parallel timeline. Mu Feng stepped aside, presenting Son Gohan. He is your opponent. May I challenge you? Son Gohan asked, stepping in front of Trope. Of course. Trope eagerly replied, placing one hand on his chest, respectfully adding, how could I refuse when the angel personally comes to me? Splendid. Thank you. Son Wufan bowed respectfully to Topora, who responded, there's no need for such formality. Topora held a favorable impression of Son Wufan, as individuals with such courtesy were rare. Let us find a more suitable place for our contest, Topora suggested. Very well, Son Wufan nodded in agreement. With a flourish of his staff, Mu Feng transported the three of them to an expansive arena. Truly befitting of a celestial being. This location is ideal for our duel, Topora remarked with reverence. Feel free to unleash your full potential. There is no need to hold back, Mu Feng encouraged with a smile. Yes, Lord Angel, Topora replied, then turned to Son Wufan. Striking a pose to introduce himself. I am Topora, leader of the Pride Warriors from Universe 11. Impressive stance. Son Wufan exclaimed, my name is Son Wufan, and I am delighted to spar with you. He grinned as he assumed a battle-ready position. I will give it my all. Be prepared, Topora declared, igniting his body in a deep crimson aura. The sheer intensity sent a jolt through Son Wufan, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Indeed, as the Lord Angel had foretold, this opponent was formidable. This battle would not be easy. Prepare yourself, Son Wufan. Topora charged forward, launching a powerful punch. Bring it on. Son Wufan raised his arms to block, bracing for impact. However, just as the fist was about to connect, Topora vanished with a swift motion, reappearing in midair. Justice strike. Topora locked onto Sun Wufan and executed a somersault, landing on his shoulder. What? Sun Wufan barely had time to react. Justice tornado. Topora spun rapidly, lifting Sun Wufan into the sky. Sun Wufan felt dizzy and drained of energy. After ascending several hundred meters, Topora released him. Thud. Sun Wufan managed to stabilize himself, using one hand to brace against the ground upon landing. Do not underestimate me. Topora advanced once more. Sun Wufan sprang to his feet, countering with a punch. But Topora effortlessly leapt over him. Thud. Topora maneuvered behind and struck Sun Wufan with a powerful blow. Ugh. Sun Wufan was sent flying but quickly regained his stance upon landing. Such strength and speed were astonishing, entirely unexpected from his physique. Sun Wufan scrutinized Topora. At this rate, defeat was inevitable. He had to take this seriously. The Lord Angel was watching. He could not afford to hold back. With this thought, Sun Wufan stood tall, fists clenched at his waist, and roared, "Ha!" A brilliant white light erupted around him. In mere moments, his energy surged exponentially. An impressive increase in battle power. This is intriguing, Topora assessed calmly. Surrounded by dazzling white light, Sun Wufan's aura peaked, his sharp gaze fixed on Topora. He launched himself forward with blinding speed, delivering a punch like lightning. Bang! Topora raised his sturdy arm to block while attempting to grapple with his right hand. Sun Wufan nimbly evaded the grab, teleporting to Topora's right side. "Look out!" he shouted as a heavy punch landed squarely on Topora's face. The impact sent Topora staggering back several meters, leaving a long mark on the ground. A commendable performance, though it still falls short, Topora remarked, wiping the corner of his mouth, his tone unwavering. "Then let us continue." Sun Wufan grinned, unleashing his energy once more as he charged forward, a flurry of punches raining down upon Topora like a downpour. All attacks were skillfully evaded by Topo. Seizing an opportunity, Gohan executed a high kick aimed at Topo's head, only to have it firmly blocked by Topo's broad palm. As Topo attempted to counter with a grappling maneuver, Gohan swiftly withdrew. "Quick reflexes," Topo remarked with a smile. "Let's see how you handle this." Grasping his right arm with his left hand, 5 fingers coalesced into a radiant red light. Justice flash. A barrage of crimson energy blasts erupted forth. Gohan swiftly sidestepped, the blasts detonating upon impact with the ground, sending plumes of black smoke into the air. Topo relentlessly pursued him, continuously firing energy blasts to suppress his movements. Gohan leaped into the air, exploiting a brief opening to close the distance with a powerful punch aimed at Topo's abdomen, but it was intercepted just in time. So fast. Gohan was taken aback, yet he quickly followed up with a side kick. It proved futile. Topo's left hand easily captured Gohan's approaching leg. Realizing the predicament, Gohan felt a surge of dread but had no time to retract his attack. Topo spun Gohan in midair several times before hurling him with great force. As Topo charged forward, his right fist raised, he declared, "Justice Fist." The impact sent Gohan plummeting, expelling stomach bile as he fell. He crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater and stirring up clouds of dust. Is it over? Topo hovered above, gazing down into the deep pit. The observing Mufeng remained silent. Despite Topo's formidable strength in this parallel universe, it paled in comparison to his counterpart from the main universe, possibly due to the absence of a god of destruction in this realm. Nevertheless, he was more than adequate as a sparring partner for Gohan. With ease, Gohan absorbed the earlier attack. Let Gohan and Topo engage in a full-fledged battle, constantly pushing their limits. Suddenly, Topo, suspended in midair, sensed a stirring within the smoke. With a thunderous roar, an astonishing aura surged forth, shattering the smoke. Gohan's form re-emerged, fists clenched, standing resolutely in the center of the crater. He was transformed. His gaze sharp as a blade, his expression resolute. His golden hair stood on end, a single lock dancing in the wind, while arcs of blue lightning crackled around him. Super Saiyan 2 awakened. His hair has changed color, his form altered, and his energy intensified, Topo mused in surprise. In Universe 11, he had never encountered anyone capable of enhancing their power through transformation. Intriguing. It seems this battle can continue. With a fierce shout, Gohan leapt into action, launching a punch directly at Topo. Boom. Their fists collided, sending ripples of energy surging through the air. Gohan instantly vanished from Topo's view. only to find Topo already countering with a backward swipe. Gohan evaded by sidestepping and executed a sweeping kick aimed at Topo's face. Smack! Topo merely tilted his head slightly. Then with lightning speed reached out to seize Gohan. Gohan hurriedly retracted his leg and retreated. Your transformation has significantly enhanced your speed and strength, Topo assessed. This is called Super Saiyan 2. Gohan fixed his gaze on Topo. But Topo, you haven't yet shown your true capabilities. Even now, I am not your equal. Ha ha ha, interesting. Topo laughed heartily, spreading his palms. Continue. Gohan charged forward once more. Just as flash, Topo unleashed a rapid succession of energy blasts, the concentrated red light shooting forth with fervor. As Sun Wukong swiftly changed direction, crimson energy orbs erupted behind him, shrouding the sky in a veil of black smoke. Was his energy inexhaustible? Just as Sun Wukong sought to break free, a massive hand emerged from the haze. Trouble. His expression shifted dramatically. The formidable grasp of Torpo had ensnared his arm, immobilizing him with a vicious twist. It was over. Torpo suddenly exerted his strength. Crack! A chilling scream reverberated across the battlefield as Sun Wukong's cries echoed. Mu Feng crouched atop a rock, pondering. Torpo's joint techniques are his signature moves. How could Sun Wukong possibly counter them? Indeed, Torpo's hands, capable of crushing bones, were a force to be reckoned with. Being caught by him was tantamount to losing control of the situation. At that moment, Sun Wukong found himself at a distinct disadvantage, desperately attempting to free himself. If he failed to escape, the match would come to an early conclusion. Yield, Sun Wukong, Torpo declared, intensifying his grip. You are entirely overwhelmed. Devoid of any chance of victory. Sun Wukong, in agony, bellowed and struggled, yet the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Torpo's grip tightened like a vice, on the verge of breaking him. The angel did not bring me here to concede. Sun Wukong roared, an astonishing surge of energy erupting within him, forcing Torpo back. How could he possess such power? Torpo flexed his wrist, astonished by his opponent's sudden transformation. Sun Wukong was now enveloped in a golden aura, his hair lengthening and thickening, red fur sprouting forth, and a tail swaying behind him. He had evolved into Super Saiyan 4. With a casual motion, he reset his dislocated arm, exclaiming with excitement. Let us continue. Empowered, he was eager to challenge a worthy adversary, and Torpo was the perfect contender. Sensing the drastic increase in Sun Wukong's power, Torpo couldn't help but marvel. Aside from Jiren, I have never encountered a foe capable of such continuous enhancement. In his homeland, only Jiren could hope to defeat this version of Sun Wukong. Let us engage in a thrilling battle. Torpo shouted, filled with fervor. I shall strike first. Before Sun Wukong's words had fully left his lips, he had teleported before Torpo, landing a powerful punch squarely on his chin. Torpo staggered back a few steps, regaining his balance before swinging his massive hand forward. Sun Wukong leaped to evade the attack, executing a spinning flying kick as he descended. You underestimate me, Torpo chuckled, teleporting behind Sun Wukong, arms outstretched to ensnare him. Boom. How could this be? Torpo's eyes widened in disbelief as his embrace met only emptiness. Look this way. Sun Wukong's voice rang out from the side. As Torpo turned, thud. A heavy kick struck him squarely in the face, sending him hurtling backward. Whoosh. Sun Wukong reappeared beneath Torpo's descending trajectory, his legs propelling him upward like springs, striking Torpo's back with formidable force. Bang! The sheer might of the blow sent Torpo soaring into the sky, while Sun Wukong's palm gathered a blue energy orb that raced after him. In a moment of desperation, Torpo twisted midair, swatting the energy orb away with a swift motion. Boom! Flames erupted skyward behind him. Truly, Torpo was formidable. Son Gohan soared into the air, confronting his formidable opponent. Aside from his ally Jiren, you are the first adversary who poses a genuine challenge. I appreciate your candidness. Topo responded, his fighting spirit intensifying, indicating that there was no need for restraint. Suddenly, the figure of Mu Feng appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Fight with all your might. I shall protect you. Understood, Lord Angel. Topo inhaled deeply, a dangerous ripple of energy beginning to emanate from his body. Son Gohan, I will unleash my full power next. This force could be lethal, so exercise caution. Gohan tensed, nodding in acknowledgement, when Mu Feng's voice echoed in his mind. Focus on the battle and push your limits. Got it. The young warrior clenched his fists, determination igniting in his eyes. Come on, Topo. The temperature plummeted. A fine prickling sensation crept up Gohan's skin, and more alarmingly, an oppressive pressure bore down upon him. It has been a while since I felt this power. A purplish-red aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, and Topo's form began to blur amidst the torrent of energy. In the distance, atop a mountain peak, the meditative Jiren suddenly opened his eyes. Have you finally made your choice, old friend? Topo's body swelled dramatically, a violent wave of energy sweeping through the surroundings. The ground trembled violently, as if unable to withstand this force. A blinding white light burst forth, illuminating the entire battlefield. Topo's appearance had transformed entirely, his taut battle attire ripped apart by bulging muscles, his skin taking on an eerie purplish hue. His eyes radiated an otherworldly glow, intricate patterns crawling across his body, enveloped by a mist of purple energy. This was the unique destructive energy of a god of destruction. In this moment, Topo had become the embodiment of destructive power. Son Gohan, this is the form of a god of destruction. Topo's voice resonated. I am still unable to fully control this power. Any contact will lead to your annihilation. Gohan swallowed hard, feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression. Just like when facing his father and the angels, he could not perceive their presence, yet the weight of the pressure was suffocating, like a mountain pressing down upon him. I understand. Bring it on. Gohan assumed a fighting stance. You may attack first, Topo said calmly. Mufang observed the transformed Topo thoughtfully from the sidelines. This form confirmed the existence of gods of destruction in this universe. Yet why had the angels fallen into slumber? Perhaps an investigation into the angel Makalita, who bore a striking resemblance to Bardos, was warranted after the battle. In midair, Gohan suddenly surged with energy, darting toward Topo in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to land a kick, he abruptly retracted his leg, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The deadly sense of crisis he had felt earlier would have led to dire consequences had he made contact. Recalling the fragments of wisdom his father had shared regarding the gods of destruction, Gohan tentatively launched an energy blast. Indeed, the moment the blast made contact with Topo's body, it disintegrated into nothingness. A wise choice, Topo acknowledged. Now it is my turn. Gohan remained on high alert, every nerve in his body taut to its limit. The warnings from Uncle Piccolo and the angels echoed in his ears. When faced with destructive energy, even the slightest lapse could lead to utter ruin. As Sun Wukong's son, Gohan pondered his strategy. Topo had already lifted his arm, aiming his palm directly at him, unleashing a crimson-hued destruction sphere. Gohan, aware of the peril, swiftly evaded the attack. The destructive energy zipped past him, crashing into a distant rock formation, which disintegrated into nothingness in an instant. The potency of this energy was exceedingly hazardous. He could not afford to come into contact with it. Witnessing the obliteration of the mountain, Gohan tightened his nerves, focusing intently on Topo, even moderating his breath. He comprehended fully now. Should he encounter such energy, his existence would be reduced to ashes. Yet, mere evasion would not suffice. Shaking his head, he compelled himself to remain composed, fixating on Topo's palm as he murmured, "Perhaps I have underestimated the power of Super Saiyan 4. How would my father confront this?" "No way." Topo suddenly bellowed, advancing with ferocity, his iron fist cutting through the air towards Gohan's face. Gohan barely managed to retreat, the force of the punch grazing his cheek painfully. Gaining distance, he promptly counterattacked, launching a barrage of energy blasts. But each strike dissipated like dust upon contact with Topo's form. Close combat proved ineffective, and ranged attacks fared no better. Was he destined to exhaust his energy passively? Although the Super Saiyan 4 form conserved stamina, prolonging the battle would inevitably lead to defeat. Destruction. Topo raised his hand once more, gathering energy. Gohan immediately overlapped his palms. Invoking Magic Flash, the golden beam collided with the crimson energy, yet it was still utterly annihilated. However, this time he keenly observed, Topo required a charge before unleashing his destructive forces. A well-timed evasion. Topo spread his fingers wide, unleashing a torrential barrage of energy blasts. Gohan weaved through the onslaught, despair weighing heavily in his heart. A breakthrough was imperative. Suddenly, Topo materialized before him, palm aimed at his forehead. It is over. Not yet. Gohan's aura erupted in a deep crimson blaze, coalescing into a suit of energy armor. With a thunderous roar, he struck Topo's face with a powerful punch. Topo staggered back a few steps, the violet energy in his hand gradually dissipating. Seizing the moment, Gohan closed the distance with lightning speed, delivering a flurry of heavy punches. Bang, bang, bang. Topo remained immovable, allowing Gohan's fists to rain upon him. These attacks, though fierce in appearance, inflicted no substantial harm. Watch closely. Gohan suddenly retreated, gathering energy. His fist drawn to his waist, his entire being surging with power. With a resounding shout, he teleported before Topo, channeling all his might into his strongest punch. Boom. The blow landed squarely on Topo's face. However, Gohan's expression shifted to one of disbelief as Topo merely tilted his head slightly, not even taking a step back. Now, it is my turn. Topo, with an impassive expression, turned his face, his right fist crashing into Gohan's abdomen with brutal force. Guh! Gohan expelled bile, doubling over in agony. Topo then raised his right fist high, bringing it down like a sledgehammer. Boom. The ground erupted in a massive crater, leaving Gohan incapacitated at its center, utterly bereft of the ability to move. Though Topo only wielded a fraction of the destructive godly power, it was already far beyond the capacity of a Super Saiyan 4 to withstand. Topo descended slowly, his palm glowing with a menacing crimson light. Coughing up blood, Gohan's heart brimmed with resentment. At that moment, Mufeng suddenly appeared, lightly tapping Topo's wrist with his staff, causing the destructive energy to vanish in an instant. Lord Angel, Topo said, bowing his head in shame, I am still unable to control this power perfectly. As Mufeng waved his staff, a healing light enveloped the two. Do not burden yourself with guilt, he reassured the despondent Gohan. My intention in bringing you here was never solely to achieve victory. Are you suggesting that I should remain here to cultivate? Gohan and Tuop exclaimed in tandem, astonished. Indeed, Mufeng elucidated. Our timeline is on the verge of hosting the Tournament of Power, and all universes must partake, ours included. You shall face not merely one opponent, but 12 formidable warriors from various universes. Hence, it is imperative for you to hone your skills alongside Tuapa. Mufeng revealed the details of the tournament, recognizing that the time had come to inform them. Although he had previously withheld this information from Goku and the others, he had been diligently scouting for participants. The Tuapa of this timeline, having transformed into a destructive energy form, indeed possessed remarkable prowess, which both Gohan and Mufeng had witnessed firsthand. Therefore, it was essential for Gohan to remain and train, striving to surpass this timeline's Tuapa. Moreover, allowing Gohan to practice here would require minimal oversight on Mufeng's part. Ahem, back to the matter at hand. Do you understand, Gohan? Mufeng inquired, gazing intently at Gohan. Your potential extends far beyond this. Dedicate yourself to your training and enhance your strength to make an impact in the Tournament of Power. Yes, I understand, Lord Angel, Gohan affirmed, clenching his fists. 12 universes in the Tournament of Power, I must grow stronger here. You wish for me to surpass Tuapa, do you not? I will strive diligently and will not disappoint your expectations, nor those of my father, Uncle Piccolo, and everyone else. I must break through my limits. What guidance will I provide to Gohan in his training? Tuapa inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. That is not your role, Mufeng chuckled. Surely, it cannot be my comrade, the solitary Jiren, who will assist us. Jiren has always preferred solitude and is unlikely to join us in training, Tuapa expressed doubtfully. It is not Jiren. It is the angel of your universe, Mufeng clarified. Lord Margarita? Tuapa gasped, hastening forward. But is she not in a slumber following Whis' demise? Do you possess the means to awaken her? I would be immensely grateful if you could. No need for gratitude, Mufeng replied, producing his staff to assess the current universe before retracting it. Wait here. With that, Mufeng transformed into a beam of light and vanished. In the realm of destruction, Mufeng arrived at the destruction god's domain of Universe 11. The ambience here was starkly different from that of Beerus's realm. Indeed, the tastes of the destruction gods were unique. Mufeng surveyed his surroundings as he ventured further inside. Soon, he reached a spacious area where a dazzling orb of light beckoned. Margarita should be within. Mufeng approached the orb, and as he entered, he found himself in a white expanse where Margarita lay in slumber. He drew near and gently tapped her with his staff. The brilliant light illuminated the entirety of the destruction god's realm. As the radiance subsided, Margarita slowly opened her eyes. Has a new destruction god been born? She inquired, rubbing her eyes. Awakened, I see, Mufeng remarked. Upon hearing his voice, Margarita instantly became alert. Before her stood a youthful, radiant figure, handsome and well-proportioned, wielding a staff exclusive to angels, much like her own. However, strangely, he bore no halo upon his head, nor did his skin possess the pale blue hue typical of angels. Instead, it was the ordinary yellow skin of a human. "Who are you?" Ma Khalida inquired curiously. Having never encountered this individual before, she scrutinized Mu Feng intently and gradually remarked, "You exude an angelic aura. Could it be that you are also an angel? How peculiar. There shouldn't have been any new angels emerging in these past few centuries. Before the passing of the esteemed Lord, I had not heard of any new angels being born." "Indeed, I am the new angel, Mu Feng," he admitted with a smile. "Mu Feng, an angel?" Ma Khalida questioned, perplexed. "Why have I not heard of the birth of a new angel?" "Because we do not inhabit the same time and space," Mu Feng replied. "There is no need for concealment. Angels can always uncover the truth." "Different time and space?" Ma Khalida exclaimed in astonishment. "Angels cannot interfere with time. The All-King and the High Priest would impose severe penalties if they learned of this. My time and space is rather unique. I am the sole angel here." "Without the All-King or the High Priest," Mu Feng elucidated, "such a time and space exists?" Ma Khalida found it hard to believe. It seemed like a new world. Having lived for tens of thousands of years and witnessed myriad wonders, she had never heard of such an extraordinary realm. Does such a time and space truly exist? She pressed, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, why did I awaken earlier this time? Is there a new destroyer?" "It is not a destroyer. It was I who awakened you," Mu Feng stated. "However, the torpo from your universe should be considered a destroyer, right? The esteemed Lord's passing was so abrupt that I did not have the opportunity to officially designate Torpo as his successor before I fell into slumber." Ma Khalida felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I see," Mu Feng mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Thus, Torpo will become the official destroyer. And Ma Khalida will undoubtedly teach him more techniques. As Torpo grows stronger, Gohan, who remains here to train, will also become more formidable. It's a tremendous gain. Thank you for awakening me." Ma Khalida expressed her gratitude. Angels find great tedium in slumber, confined to this empty space, sometimes for hundreds or even thousands of years, unable to move. "Ah, yet again it is Mu Feng, brother. What else could one expect from the youngest angel? Oh well, it matters not. Sister Ma Khalida, let us return to the proud planet. Torpo and the others are awaiting us," Mu Feng suggested. Ma Khalida blinked in surprise. "They? Who else is there besides Torpo?" "You shall find out upon arrival," Mu Feng replied with a mysterious smile. "Very well," Ma Khalida ceased her inquiries. Two streaks of light traversed the starry sky, racing towards the proud planet. During their flight, Ma Khalida suddenly spoke. "Brother Mu Feng, how did you arrive in the 11th universe? And why did you wish to awaken me?" "I brought someone from my homeland, wishing for him to train here," Mu Feng answered candidly. "Training, you say?" Ma Khalida tilted her head. "And what is the reason for awakening me? We were previously unacquainted, were we not?" "I merely wished to request my sister's guidance for his training," Mu Feng stated forthrightly. "Such matters require no veiling. Angels have always been direct with one another." "I understand. Then it falls upon my shoulders." Ma Khalida beamed with a radiant smile. "Thank you, sister. In the future, we warmly welcome you to visit our universe, where a plethora of exquisite delicacies awaits." Mu Feng said sincerely. "One cannot allow Sun Wukong to benefit unduly. Reciprocity is the essence of propriety." "Ah, you are still too naive," remarked Tuopa. "Delicacies?" Margarita's eyes sparkled with excitement. "In the interminable span of life, savoring delectable treats is indeed one of the greatest pleasures for angels." As the two descended upon the Pride Planet, Tuopa eagerly approached. "Lady Margarita, you have truly awakened." "Indeed," Margarita replied with a gentle smile. Sun Wukong quietly leaned closer to Mu Feng. "Is this the angel of Universe 11? "Yes, you may address her as Lady Margarita," Mu Feng confirmed. Margarita scrutinized Sun Wukong. "Is this who my brother spoke of?" "Yes, his name is Sun Wukong, a scion from our universe." "A scion," Margarita mused, lightly tapping her chin. "Though I do not recall, since this is my brother's request, I shall nurture him well." "I appreciate your kindness, sister." At that moment, Tuopa inquired softly, "Lady Margarita, is it truly impossible to resurrect the Grand Kaishin?" The angel gently shook her head. "After the fall of the Grand Kaishin, resurrection is indeed unattainable." Tuopa clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Sun Wukong comfortingly placed a hand on his shoulder. "I am fine. After such a long time, I have learned to face reality. Margarita playfully raised her index finger. It is rather dull to stand here and talk. I know of a splendid restaurant. Having slumbered for so long, it is the perfect opportunity to indulge. Mu Feng readily agreed. I shall defer to your arrangements, sister. Sun Wukong and Tuopa voiced no objections. With the angels having made their decision, Mu Feng and the others naturally followed suit. Margarita lightly waved her hand, and a dazzling light enveloped them, transporting the four to an opulent restaurant. Mu Feng surveyed the surroundings and felt a sense of familiarity. Sister Margarita, this is where we previously found Tuopa. Oh my, this is the finest restaurant on Pride Planet. Margarita exclaimed, gesturing towards the seating. Brother Mu Feng has yet to try the specialties here. Come, take a seat and savor them. Once the four were seated, a server presented tall glasses filled with colorful little spheres. Mu Feng was somewhat puzzled. These are our most famous colorful jelly beans. Margarita joyfully sampled one, her face lighting up with satisfaction. They are sweet and utterly delightful. Brother Mu Feng, do try. After tasting one, Mu Feng thought to himself, isn't this just ordinary candy? It pales in comparison to the bubblegum from Earth. Thus, he replied, Sister Margarita, having sampled your delicacies, why not try one of our universe's specialties? With a graceful wave of his staff, 4 boxes of instant noodles appeared on the table. Spicy beef noodles? Margarita curiously surveyed this unfamiliar food. Do not be deceived by its appearance. The flavor is extraordinary. As Mu Feng explained the preparation method, pouring in boiling water, covering it, and waiting for 3 to 4 minutes, Margarita expressed her astonishment. So quick? Aren't delicacies usually time-consuming to prepare? That is precisely why instant noodles are so popular, Mu Feng elucidated. They are not only delicious, but also remarkably simple to make. What a remarkable bargain. Oh dear, exclaimed Margarita with a smile as she listened to Xiaofeng. Now I am even more eager to taste this instant noodle. It only takes 3 minutes. It's quite swift, replied Mu Feng, nodding. He then turned to Toru and Sun Wukong, saying, you should prepare some as well. It's far more delightful to share. Indeed, the words of the angel are utterly correct. This is the essence of justice. Toru exclaimed with fervent enthusiasm. Yes, the most delectable dishes are those we share. If only Jiren could grasp this truth. Sun Wukong patiently instructed Toru on how to prepare the noodles. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had elapsed. Mu Feng lifted the fork and peeled back the lid of the noodles. A rich, enticing aroma wafted through the air, filling the entire dining area. The previously unheard-of tantalizing scent drew the attention of diners nearby. What could possibly be so fragrant? Margarita and Toru, the closest, were utterly captivated. Their eyes sparkled as they gazed intently at the noodles. Can we eat it now? Margarita leaned in closer, having never encountered such a delightful aroma before. Yes, it's ready. Mu Feng offered her the fork. The alluring scent had attracted quite the audience. Toru, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly grasped a fork. Come, let us dig in. Sun Wukong chuckled as he twirled the noodles and blew on them gently. Margarita and Toru mimicked him. The moment the first bite of noodles slid down their throats, their eyes lit up. Is this not exquisite? It's astonishing how something so simple can be so delightful. It's incomparable to anything I've had before. The noodles were smooth and chewy, and the broth was deliciously savory. They devoured the dish in a matter of moments, leaving nothing behind. Margarita gazed longingly at her empty bowl. Was it satisfactory? Mu Feng asked with a grin. Absolutely divine. We don't have such delicacies here. Margarita licked her lips. This bowl hasn't been touched. If you don't mind, I would like to have some of your noodles, Mu Feng offered. Aren't you having any? Margarita, though tempted, felt a bit shy. I had a meal on my way here. We have plenty where I come from. Mu Feng replied as he pushed the bowl towards her. Then I shall not hold back. Margarita joyfully accepted the bowl, savoring every last drop of broth and noodle. Xiaofeng, this instant noodle is truly remarkable. I'm glad you enjoy it. Next time, I'll bring more. Mu Feng waved his hand, and the empty bowl vanished. Is that true? Margarita leaned closer to Mu Feng, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Mu Feng, flustered by her sudden proximity, stammered, Why yes, Sister Margarita. After all, she was a beautiful angel. And although he was accustomed to her presence, such close contact caused his heart to race. Oh dear, how exciting. Margarita smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy. Now that we have indulged in this delightful feast, I shall take them to train shortly. Very well. Mu Feng eagerly agreed, secretly pleased, at last. He would commence training Sun Wukong, providing him with the perfect opportunity to slip away. Just then, the crystal orb atop the scepter flickered to life, signaling a message from Whis. 10 minutes ago, in the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 7. Whis leisurely sipped his coffee while supervising the training of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In preparation for the Tournament of Power, Beerus had commanded both warriors to rapidly enhance their abilities within a short time frame. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated throughout the divine realm, causing Sun Wukong to tumble onto his backside, exclaiming, "What the heck is going on?" An irate Vegeta turned to investigate. Whis sighed in resignation. It seems Lord Beerus is bound to lose his temper again. No sooner had he spoken than the castle wall erupted, and a furious Beerus burst through the debris, shouting, "How many times must I tell you? Do not disturb me during meals. It wasn't us." Sun Wukong quickly waved his hands in explanation. "There are guests arriving." Enraged, Beerus paid no heed, his hands pulsating with dangerous, violet energy. "Oh no, it's destructive energy," Vegeta exclaimed, turning to flee. Clad in heavy training attire, they moved with the cumbersome slowness of snails. Beerus unleashed his destructive energy, annihilating everything in its path. "Humph, Beerus is at it again. What a lively scene," remarked a familiar voice, prompting Beerus to halt and turn. Upon recognizing the visitor, his expression darkened. "Tisich, it's you, you fatso." Irritated, he retracted his energy and descended. The newcomer was Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6 and Beerus's brother. "Thank goodness, all is well." Sun Wukong sighed in relief, casually discarding his clothing onto the ground. Vegeta also removed his garments, keeping a wary eye on Kampa. "Humph, what is this guy scheming by suddenly showing up?" Kampa's visits were never without ulterior motives. What trickery did he have in store this time? "You could have made a more graceful landing," Bados remarked, standing beside Kampa. "Humph, of course, the protagonist must make a grand entrance," Kampa declared proudly. "Hey, Beerus, aren't you going to welcome me now that I'm here?" "Oh, so it was you who interrupted my meal with that noise?" Beerus narrowed his eyes, gathering violet destructive energy in his hands. "Wait." Kampa quickly wiped the sweat from his brow. "I'm not here to fight this time. Beerus, it's quite rude of you to treat your guests this way." "What sort of guest are you?" Beerus retorted, placing his hands behind his back. "What did you say?" Kampa exclaimed, hopping in anger. "I barely even noticed it was you," Beerus said dismissively. "Humph, you're clearly feeling guilty but are too proud to admit it." Kampa scoffed, turning away. "Who feels guilty? You fat pig." Beerus waved his fist. "What? Fat pig?" Kampa stormed up to Beerus, indignant. "What gives you the right to insult me with your scrawny monkey appearance?" As the two engaged in a heated argument, Bados and Whis exchanged knowing glances, clearly accustomed to such scenes. Before long, they arrived at Beerus's castle. Kampa and Beerus sat facing one another across a long table. After all, if they were too close, a brawl would surely ensue. Yawning lazily, Beerus inquired, "Kampa, what brings you here? If it's not of great importance, be wary of being thrown out." "Humph, this time, I shall make you experience utter despair," Kampa replied, a confident smirk adorning his face. Beerus furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, this familiar line does not lie. This fellow has come to challenge me once again." The atmosphere grew strangely tense, and beads of sweat formed on Vegeta's forehead. Could it be that another match is imminent? Meanwhile, Goku wore a bewildered expression, completely at a loss. "Not long after our last bout, and he wishes to lose again?" Beerus chuckled lightly. "What? Are you dissatisfied with your previous defeats?" "Humph. Beerus, you might as well revel in your fleeting triumphs while you can," Kampa scoffed, turning to Vados. "Hey, Vados, bring that out." "At your command, Lord Kampa," Vados replied with a nod, as the crystal orb atop her staff emitted a green glow, summoning 6 boxes resembling instant noodles onto the table. Beerus scrutinized them for a moment before raising his head to question, "Hey, Kampa, isn't this the same instant noodles from last time? What purpose do you have for this again?" Vegeta remarked, "So it's once more a contest of cuisine. Wow, they look just like instant noodles. I'm eager to try them." Goku exclaimed, leaning in with palpable excitement. "Ha ha ha, you're eager, aren't you?" Kampa beamed with pride. "But these are not your ordinary instant noodles. They are called cold noodles." "Vados," Kampa called out, and Vados immediately understood, explaining to Beerus and the others. "These are a new delicacy discovered by Lord Kampa in our universe, known as cold noodles. Unlike your instant noodles, these require cold water to soak before consumption." "Humph, Beerus, These cold noodles are so delectable, they will leave you speechless. Kampa proclaimed, directing his attention to Goku and Vegeta. You must try them and witness what true delicacy entails. Uffed, they're just a variation of instant noodles, Beerus dismissed. Whis and Vados conjured a kettle filled with cold water, preparing to soak the cold noodles. The group readied themselves to sample the culinary marvel that Kampa had boasted about. Beerus stared at the cold noodles in his hands and slowly picked up a portion to taste. Whis also savored a small bite, while Vegeta took a hearty mouthful, savoring the flavor. The cold noodles appeared somewhat peculiar, yet their taste was indeed delightful, though not quite as extraordinary as Kampa had claimed. Beside them, Goku had already polished off his portion, exclaiming joyfully, "This is delicious. These cold noodles are fantastic. Ha ha ha, you must concede. Our sixth universe is a gastronomic paradise." Kampa jubilantly stood to boast at Beerus. "The flavor is indeed pleasant," Whis remarked, setting down his bowl. "Cool and refreshing. Unlike instant noodles, they possess a unique charm." "Did you hear that, Beerus?" Even Whis attests to their deliciousness. "Quickly admit that our sixth universe boasts the finest cuisine." Kampa's pride swelled further. "You are still too naive, Kampa," Beerus sighed. "What?" Kampa was momentarily taken aback. "Whis, bring that out," Beerus commanded. "Oh ho ho, it seems Lord Beerus can hardly wait." Whis nodded knowingly. "Huh, what are you talking about?" Goku scratched his head in confusion. "Could it be?" Vegeta mused. "It seems Lord Beerus has a trick up his sleeve." "What is it?" Kampa gazed quizzically at Whis, while Vados watched curiously. "I shall achieve it sooner or later. Let the games begin." Whis smiled as he revealed a device resembling a projector and pressed a button. Instantly, an image was cast into the air, depicting a young boy who was none other than Mu Feng. "Who is this lad?" Xiang Pa inquired, puzzled. "Ah, is this not the newly born angel?" Bardos exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, sister," Whis nodded in affirmation. "A new angel?" Xiang Pa turned to Bardos, exclaiming, "Why was I not informed? The high priest only notified us about angels." Bardos explained. "Humph, what business do you have contacting him?" Xiang Pa laughed heartily. "Beerus, are you seeking outside assistance out of fear of defeat?" "No," Beerus retorted confidently. "The universe is quite similar to our seventh universe, a fact acknowledged by both the Omni King and the High Priest. Therefore, we are considered part of the same universe, not seeking external help." "Oh ho ho, it's the first time I've heard Lord Beerus speak so reasonably," Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. Though Lord Beerus' words may seem peculiar, they indeed reflect the truth. The relationship between the universe and the seventh universe has been recognized by both the Omni King and the High Priest. Thus Lord Beerus' assertion holds merit, albeit with a slight loophole. Moreover, several days have passed, and I particularly miss the delectable dishes prepared by Brother Mu Feng. "Brother Mu Feng, could you possibly pay us a visit?" "How could such a thing be possible?" Xiang Pa exclaimed in disbelief, turning to Bardos. "Bardos, is this true? Does a connection truly exist between the universe and the seventh universe?" "Indeed, Lord Xiang Pa," Bardos confirmed with a nod. "These two universes are personally acknowledged by the Omni King and the High Priest, leaving no room for doubt." "How infuriating!" Xiang Pa stomped his foot in frustration, but quickly regained composure, smugly addressing Beerus. "Humph. Regardless, my cold dish is the most delectable. How could the food from that universe possibly compare?" Beerus merely replied nonchalantly. "We shall see." Whis cheerfully spoke to Mu Feng in the projection. "Brother Mu Feng, this is the situation. Can you come to the seventh universe?" "No problem, Brother Whis. I will be there shortly," Mu Feng responded readily. "Oh dear, is Brother Mu Feng leaving already?" Margarita chimed in, also appearing in the projected image. "Margarita?" Both Whis and Bardos exclaimed in surprise. Margarita was notoriously difficult to deal with among angels. How could Mu Feng be with her? Strangely, they appeared to have a rather amicable relationship. "Oh my, Whis and Bardos, greetings." Margarita waved cheerfully. "Hello, Margarita." Both Whis and Bardos responded in unison. "How did you come to be with Brother Mu Feng?" Whis asked curiously. "Brother Mu Feng came here to take care of some matters, which have now been resolved." Margarita replied with a smile. "I see," Whis nodded. They soon realized that this Margarita was not from their timeline. She likely hailed from the past, or perhaps the future, the specifics of which remained unclear to them. However, the High Priest had previously informed that the angels were well aware of Mu Feng's ability to traverse time and space, so they did not inquire further. "All right, Whis and Beerus are looking for you. Mu Feng, you may go now. I will take these two to train," Makalita said. lightly tapping the ground with her staff, causing a dazzling light to illuminate the three of them. In the fleeting moment before their disappearance, Makalita turned back and gave Mu Feng a gentle smile. Mu Feng, I am quite happy today. Do not forget the promise you made to me. Rest assured, Sister Makalita. I will remember, Mu Feng replied with a smile. After saying this, Makalita departed with Sun Wukong and Tokpo. Mu Feng then turned to the projector and said, Brother Weiss, I am ready on my end. Please wait a moment. I shall come over shortly. After shutting off the projection, Mu Feng waved his hand, and a rift opened in the air. He lightly tapped his staff, transforming into a streak of light as he dove into the fissure. The rift gradually sealed, ultimately vanishing entirely. The patrons in the restaurant were left in stunned silence. What just happened? The delicious food has disappeared? Now, one by one, the people are vanishing too? This is truly astonishing. A whoosh echoed as the rift in space-time unfolded before Beerus and the others, and a brilliant light burst forth. Mu Feng successfully arrived in the God of Destruction realm of Universe 7. Kampa crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Feng. Beerus, is this the helper you found? I am certain I will win this contest. My cold noodles are the strongest. Beerus scoffed. Do not celebrate too soon, Kampa. He turned to Mu Feng. Mu Feng, let your culinary skills astound this fellow. Weiss leaned in with a bright smile. Mu Feng, I am counting on you. I am eagerly looking forward to tasting your creations again. Vegeta turned away, wearing a disdainful expression. Humph, here we go again. Sun Wukong excitedly waved his hands. How wonderful. Lord Mu Feng has arrived. We shall feast on exquisite delicacies once more. That little bit of cold noodles earlier was hardly enough. Make more. Mu Feng chuckled. Since everyone is so eager, I shall showcase my skills once more. Kampa felt a pang of anxiety and quickly grabbed Sun Wukong, whispering, Is that angel's cuisine truly remarkable? Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. Incredibly delicious. Even better than Chi-Chi's bento. Kampa broke into a sweat. Really? Beerus approached with a smile. It seems Mu Feng's culinary talents are quite popular. I too am looking forward to it. Kampa, furious, jumped up. Beerus, how could you go over there too? He pouted. I do not believe he can create anything tastier than cold noodles. Mu Feng turned and walked into the kitchen. I shall prepare now. Brother Weiss, Beerus, may I use the ingredients here? Weiss nodded, of course. Beerus deliberately raised his voice. Use whatever you wish. Make plenty, and let that Kampa fellow experience utter despair. Kampa gritted his teeth. Beerus, you suppress your rage, humph. The outcome is still uncertain. Beerus smugly twisted about. Chubby, hurry and drink your weight loss drink. Kampa roared. You skinny bamboo pole. In the kitchen, Mu Feng surveyed the abundant ingredients with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. This time, he aimed to broaden Xiang Pa's culinary horizons. He rolled up his sleeves and commenced cooking. After a mere 10 minutes, a plethora of dishes emerged. Stir-fried mushrooms with meat, tiger skin green peppers, braised eggplant, stir-fried asparagus with carrots and wood ear mushrooms, beef with enoki mushrooms, braised ribs, sweet and sour ribs, boiled meat slices, and a large bowl of beef noodles. All set. Mu Feng stepped out of the kitchen, waving his hand, and all the delicacies were instantly arranged on the dining table. The aroma of the dishes quickly filled the entire castle. Weiss inhaled deeply, exclaiming, How delightful. Mu Feng's culinary skills remain exceptional. I can hardly wait to taste it. Wow, such a feast. Sun Wukong wiped his mouth, unable to contain his excitement. Fool. Kakarot. Maintain your composure. Vegeta shot him an annoyed glance. However, the enticing aroma was simply irresistible, even making the proud Prince Vegeta feel hungry. This flavor is truly remarkable, Bardos remarked, her expression one of astonishment. Indeed, as Weiss had claimed, this new angel's culinary prowess was extraordinary. I can't wait to have a taste. Beside them, Xiang Pa was so entranced by the aroma that he could scarcely utter a word, completely lost in the fragrance. Haha, isn't it fragrant, Xiang Pa? Beerus declared proudly. It tastes even better than it smells. Everyone, please, do not hold back, dig in. Mu Feng cheerfully invited, conjuring several pairs of chopsticks. Wonderful. Sun Wukong eagerly picked up a piece of eggplant. My goodness, is this really eggplant? It's even more delicious than meat. Seeing Sun Wukong relish the dish, the others could no longer restrain themselves. What is this? Bardos inquired, picking up a slice of asparagus. That is stir-fried asparagus with meat. You've chosen the asparagus. Mu Feng explained. Ah, I see. Bardos took a bite and her eyes widened. Heavens, this is incredibly delicious. Right? Sister Weiss, she pointed to the sweet and sour ribs. You must try this. It's absolutely divine. Bardos tasted a piece of rib and was instantly captivated. The ribs were even more delectable than the asparagus, with tender meat that was utterly irresistible. Seeing Bardos so delighted, Xiangpa could no longer resist and took a piece of fatty beef. Was it truly that delicious? He hesitated for a moment before placing it in his mouth. The next second, he was conquered by the exquisite flavor. This is astonishingly good. He could not stop himself, devouring bite after bite. The delectable dishes brought a blissful smile to his face. To experience such culinary delight in this lifetime was a true blessing. Before long, every dish had been devoured. Xiangpa was even licking the plate that had held the tiger skin green peppers. So Xiangpa, how does it taste? Beerus inquired with a smug smile. You seem quite pleased. Suddenly, Xiangpa realized his lapse in decorum and awkwardly set down the plate. It's just average. He turned his head, feigning nonchalance. Not as good as our sixth universe's cold noodles. Is that so? Beerus narrowed his eyes. Then why do you lick the plate clean? Do you wish to wash the dishes for us? Xiangpa, now drenched in sweat, was at a loss. This universe's angel, Feng, was simply remarkable. He had managed to create such delicious dishes. Lord Xiangpa has utterly lost, Bardos chuckled. Feng's cooking is far superior to your cold noodles. Bardos. Suddenly, Kampa shouted, then froze, his eyes darting about. This angel, Feng, was a newcomer. Surely, the universe under his purview lacked formidable characters. There could be no doubt. Wait a moment. Didn't Beerus mention that their two universes bore similarities? Could it be that they also had a son Goku and a Vegeta? Never mind, never mind. They could never compare to my hit. The more Kampa pondered, the more self-satisfied he became, shouting towards Feng, Hey, Angel Feng, let us have a competition. A competition? Feng perked up. He had been searching for a worthy opponent, and inquired, What shall we compete in? 3 against 3 combat. If I win, you must come here daily to cook for me. Kampa declared, holding up 3 fingers, proposing that each side send 3 combatants. With the first to win 2 matches declared the victor. Oh my, Lord Kampa is quite serious this time. Vados chuckled, covering her mouth. Indeed. It was evident that mention of food and rest invigorated Lord Kampa. It seemed a grand spectacle was about to unfold. Very well, Feng agreed readily. It was a perfect opportunity for his subordinates to gauge the prowess of the 6th universe's elite. Excellent. Let us meet on the unnamed planet in 20 minutes. Kampa proclaimed confidently, turning to Vados with determination. Make haste and select our fighters. We must secure victory. At your command, Vados nodded toward Whis and Feng. See you shortly. With that, the two vanished in a flash of light. Another bout. How splendid! Son Goku exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. He could hardly contain his exhilaration at the prospect of encountering the strong fighters from Feng's universe. His heart raced with anticipation. It's not like we're the ones competing. Vegeta grumbled, yet secretly calculated the potential strength of Feng's son Goku and Vegeta. He was eager to witness their capabilities. Feng's brother agreed rather readily, Whis remarked, twirling his staff. It would be beneficial for them to have some practice. Feng smiled faintly, confident of victory. Oh ho ho! What level are your son Goku and Vegeta at now? Feng teased, deliberately withholding information. The son Goku from the other universe grew increasingly eager, his fists cracking with anticipation. He longed for a spar. And that Vegeta? He had heard tales of his victory over the Dark Man, and was keen to engage in a duel. Vegeta grit his teeth in irritation. Defeating the Dark Man is nothing remarkable. I will achieve that too, sooner or later. However, it would undoubtedly be a challenging endeavor. Stop thinking about it. You cannot defeat him at this moment, Beerus cautioned as he approached Son Goku. That universe's Vegeta is quite capable, though not on par with me. But at your current level, you are far from their strength. Practice more. Behave yourself during the competition. Beerus warned Son Goku sternly, leaning closer. This is a matter between Kampa and Feng. Do not rush and recklessly to fight. After all, Son Goku, a battle enthusiast, often struggled to restrain himself in the presence of strong opponents. Beerus was most concerned about this. This is their personal affair. It is not our place to interfere. I must keep a close watch on this troublemaker. Ha. Understood, Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong, with an air of indifference, agreed while muttering to himself, wondering just how formidable he truly was if even Lord Beerus praised him. He was eager to witness this strength firsthand. Hey, you weren't even paying attention, were you? Beerus retorted, shaking his head in frustration. Ha. Even Lord Beerus seems to be at a loss with Wukong, Whis chuckled, turning to Mu Feng. Shall we proceed to select the contestants now? Yes. I shall depart immediately for the nameless planet, Mu Feng affirmed with a nod. We will prepare in the meantime. Whis instructed Beerus and the others, gesturing for them to follow. Wonderful. Sun Wukong exclaimed, hopping over eagerly. TCH. Vegeta reluctantly trailed behind. These two lively characters left Beerus with no choice but to place a hand on Whis's shoulder. Let us set off, Whis exclaimed, a dazzling aura enveloping him as the four vanished in an instant. I too must take my leave, Mu Feng said, lightly tapping his staff to tear open a rift in space-time, slipping away like a fleeting light. In the cosmic divine palace, a sudden explosion echoed. What is happening? Dandy spun around, sensing an overwhelming energy. Could it be that monster? Piccolo fixed his gaze on the source of the disturbance. Indeed, Broly emerged from the room of spirit and time in his ordinary Super Saiyan form. Heh, so it's you. Broly grinned menacingly at Piccolo. Broly. Piccolo assumed a defensive stance, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. What does Lord Mu Feng intend with this demon? Surely, doesn't he mean to wreak havoc on our world? I have no interest in fighting, Broly declared, reverting to his original form as he leaned against the railing. Suddenly, a streak of light darted across the horizon. Mu Feng materialized in the temple, radiant as ever. Lord Mu Feng? Both Piccolo and Dandy hurriedly bowed. I have come to retrieve Broly. Dandy sighed in relief. Lord Mu Feng, Broly bowed, inquiring, where are we headed? I shall take you to spar with other universes, Mu Feng replied with a smile. How has your training progressed? I can now transform into Super Saiyan at will and maintain my composure, Broly responded. Then let us proceed. With a light tap of his staff, the two vanished in a flash of brilliance. Dandy chuckled awkwardly. Lord Mu Feng is quite busy. Piccolo wiped his brow, recalling his previous battle with Broly, still feeling a sense of dread. I never imagined that demon would be so obedient to Lord Mu Feng. Before long, Mu Feng arrived in the realm of the Kaioshin with Broly. Jebbit, have you returned, Lord Mu Feng? Jebbit greeted him eagerly. Yes, please fetch Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Mu Feng instructed. I intend to take them to another universe for competition. At once, Jebbit closed his eyes to locate the two, then vanished in an instant. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's name, Broly turned to Mu Feng, asking, Kakarot is going too? Yes, the three of you will represent our universe, Mu Feng confirmed with a nod. Kakarot, Broly murmured softly, refraining from further inquiries. He understood that he must comply with Lord Mu Feng's decisions. As for Kakarot and the Saiyans, let them enjoy their time a little longer. Soon, Jebbit returned with Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Hey, Lord Mu Feng. Sun Wukong greeted cheerfully, his gaze landing on Broly. Broly, it seems you've grown even stronger. I have heard that we are to engage in a confrontation with formidable beings from other universes. Let us strive together. With that, he extended his hand to shake hands with Broly. Kakarot. Broly, suppressing his fury, cast an unwilling glance at Mu Feng and reluctantly shook hands. Vegeta crossed his arms. A look of displeasure etched on his face. Humph. I knew Lord Mu Feng had resurrected you, but witnessing it firsthand still infuriates me. Sun Wukong chuckled to ease the tension. Don't be like that. Vegeta, we are teammates after all. Coincidentally, I see that neither of you holds the other in high regard. Broly withdrew his hand from Sun Wukong, stating that were it not for Lord Mu Feng's presence, he would have dealt with them right then and there. You dare say that? Vegeta erupted in rage, clenching his fists, ready to strike. Hey, calm down. Sun Wukong interjected, scratching his head with a nervous laugh. What? Are you longing for hell? Vegeta glared at Broly. Kill me? Do you possess the capability to do so? Broly looked down at him, a cold smile dancing on his lips. Give it a try? Vegeta swung his fist, preparing to attack. Enough. With a wave of his staff, Mu Feng separated the two, suggesting that any fighting be reserved for the match. Indeed, Lord Mu Feng. Vegeta gritted his teeth, casting a glare at Broly before turning his face away. Come here, hold hands, and form a circle. I shall lead you forth, Mu Feng instructed. What? Hold hands with him. Vegeta nearly leapt up in outrage. Afraid? Broly taunted. You seek death. Vegeta fumed, nearly boiling over. If you don't hold hands, the rift in time and space will tear you apart, Mu Feng reminded with a smile. Humph. With a scowl, Vegeta approached, and the three reluctantly clasped hands. Haha. Now that's more like it. Let us go, Lord Mu Feng. Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Mu Feng nodded, pointing his staff. which tore open a rift in time and space. Hold on tight. Prepare to depart, Mu Feng reiterated. In an instant, a dazzling array of colorful light burst forth from him, enveloping everyone in a radiant cocoon. In the blink of an eye, a streak of light shot across the sky and into the rift. 10 minutes later, Mu Feng and his companions landed smoothly on an unnamed planet. Whis had already prepared the area. On either side were viewing platforms and rest areas, while the center featured a colossal arena crafted from special materials. Though sturdy, it could still be damaged if excessive power were exerted. This is magnificent. Is this truly our battleground? Sun Wukong exclaimed in awe, his eyes wide, noting that it was significantly larger than the arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Broly chuckled lightly, expressing his eagerness to shatter it in battle. I wonder who from Universe 6 will be my opponent? Humph, Vegeta said darkly. Since encountering Broly, he had felt increasingly agitated, especially considering they had to hold hands throughout the journey, which only fueled his fury. We have arrived. As Mu Feng's words fell, the radiant light surrounding the four gradually dissipated. Vegeta abruptly released Broly's hand, relieved that they had finally arrived. The moment they landed, the three Scions simultaneously sensed a familiar energy ahead. It seems that my counterpart and Kakarot from this timeline are just ahead. Vegeta focused intently on the direction of the resting area. Indeed, that energy is strikingly similar to yours, Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, his anticipation mounting at the thought of meeting another version of himself. Broly revealed a fierce grin. Another Scion from a different timeline? Perfect, they can be dealt with together. Meanwhile, within the resting area, behold, these two energy signatures are unmistakably those of our counterparts, Super Vegeta and Son Goku. Besides us, there exists another formidable energy, likely the third contender brought by Mu Feng. Super Goku could hardly contain his excitement. Whis appeared somewhat astonished, noting a considerable enhancement in their strength since their last encounter. Lord Beerus stood up, instructing Whis to greet them. The two parties soon converged on the arena. My goodness, they bear an uncanny resemblance. Despite prior preparation, the sight remained astonishing. The two Gokus scrutinized one another, their mouths agape in surprise. The two Vegetas, too, were engulfed in shock. Their initial intent to compare strengths was swiftly dissipated by the extraordinary scene before them. The four stood frozen, unable to articulate their thoughts for a prolonged moment. Hey, you look older than me, Super Goku remarked, bending slightly to examine Goku more closely. Goku cheekily blinked. You caught me. Just look at my companion Vegeta. He appears even older than yours. He pointed at the Vegeta behind him. Ha ha ha, this is too amusing. Super Goku laughed heartily, then suddenly adopted a serious tone. However, I can sense your power is quite formidable. Shall we find a time to spar? Absolutely, Goku replied eagerly, rubbing his hands together. I'm curious to see which of the two Gokus is superior. Super Goku lowered his voice. Lord Beerus warned me not to speak too much today. Let us engage in a secret duel after the match. Understood. Goku surreptitiously glanced at Beerus, recalling Mu Feng's description of the god of destruction, who certainly appeared intimidating. Actually, the most terrifying one is Chi-Chi. Super Goku suddenly inquired mysteriously, is there a Chi-Chi on your side as well? Of course. She is my wife. Goku responded anxiously. When she gets angry, it's absolutely terrifying. Gohan and I often find ourselves thrown out of the house. My goodness. We are practically identical, Super Goku exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Wait, do you also have a Gohan? He hasn't turned into a bookworm, has he? Hasn't he turned into a bookworm? Has he? Both Gokus shouted in unison, then embraced each other in laughter. Meanwhile, a starkly different atmosphere enveloped the two Vegetas, who stood with arms crossed, silently confronting one another as if gazing into a mirror. Are you the version of me from Universe 7? Vegeta broke the silence first. Mu Feng's Vegeta? Super Vegeta raised an eyebrow. You seem more weathered than I imagined. What? Vegeta gasped in shock. Is it possible that I truly appear so aged? He composed himself, lifting his chin with pride. I'm currently stronger than Kakarot. How about you? Humph. Super Vegeta turned his face away. I'll surpass him sooner or later. I'll be looking forward to it, Vegeta replied with a victorious grin. Damn it. Super Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration, rendered speechless. The air felt as if it had solidified. Ha ha ha, I can't wait to spar with you. Super Goku exclaimed eagerly, rubbing his hands together. Let us have a match once the competition concludes. Goku. Beerus' voice suddenly echoed. Oh. As Lord Beerus locked eyes with Super Saiyan Goku, He found himself grinning foolishly, scratching his head. I get it. I'll keep quiet, he exclaimed. Let us have a rematch when the opportunity arises. Super Goku winked at Goku and lowered his voice. Sure, I'll accompany you to the end. Goku readily agreed. Fantastic, Super Goku exclaimed, dancing with joy. They exchanged smiles, embodying a childlike innocence despite their adulthood. In stark contrast, the atmosphere surrounding Super Vegeta and Vegeta was tense. Both warriors crossed their arms and turned their heads away from each other, the air around them seeming to freeze. Oh dear, it appears that the two Mr. Vegetas are not quite in sync, Whis remarked with a smile. But Goku and his counterpart seem to hit it off quite well, Mufeng observed. Chuckling at the awkward Scion princes, let them gradually find their rhythm. Damn that Compa. He promised 20 minutes, and yet it's still not here. Beerus stomped impatiently. Patience, my lord, Whis interjected, waving his finger. Lord Compa is always like this. You were well aware of that, were you not? Humph, that fat pig. Beerus huffed, striding toward the lounge. Considering he's my brother 5 minutes later, the entrance stirred with activity. Compa made his grand entrance alongside Hit, Kaba, and Bergamo. What's the rush? Compa laughed heartily. But Mufeng will soon become my angel. His eyes widened suddenly. Wow, they look so alike. Although two of them seem a bit worn out, huh? Is it that obvious? Goku scratched his head, chuckling. What does age matter? Vegeta grumbled darkly. Hit, good to see you again. Super Goku waved enthusiastically. The assassin Hit nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Goku and the others. So, these are the adversaries from the parallel universe? Though I cannot gauge their exact strength, they are undoubtedly intriguing. After battling for so long, it's my turn now. Hit mused, casting a discerning eye over Goku. This purple-skinned fellow is quite formidable. Thankfully, I've restrained my aura as per Lord Mufeng's advice. The clash with the sixth universe is truly something to anticipate. Kaba excitedly approached Super Vegeta. Master Vegeta, Lord Compa summoned me too. He then waved at Vegeta. Greetings. Universe S Master Vegeta. I'm Kaba, a scion from the sixth universe. Vegeta paused, taken aback. This kid dares to call him master? Despite being a scion himself. He looks so small. Is he not getting enough to eat? He nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I am the Universe S Vegeta. Kaba glanced between the two Vegetas, smiling. You both look so alike. As Lord Compa said, the two universes share many similarities. Hardly had his words fallen when both Vegetas simultaneously snorted, turning their heads in opposite directions. Kaba suddenly understood. Ah, so the two masters don't get along? But that's normal. My master can be a bit difficult. Especially with another version of himself. It's only natural they wouldn't have a good relationship. Yet, I believe they will reconcile soon, after all. My master is genuinely a good person, just not good at expressing it. Broly, eyeing Kaba with a cruel smile, declared. I truly wish to encounter you first in this tournament, so I can personally obliterate you. On the other side, Compa boasted to Beerus. Haha, Beerus. Your arena setup is decent, but it pales in comparison to what I had back in the day. Beerus retorted with irony. Oh, are you referring to that utterly destructive wreck? Compa, infuriated, feigned composure and huffed. Humph. You are clearly envious of my creativity. Vados chimed in with a sharp remark. Lord Compa, that structure indeed possesses a certain destructive quality. Compa clenched his fists in frustration. Beerus chuckled lightly. Enjoy your moment of pride while it lasts. Don't weep later when you face defeat. With that, he turned to head to the observation platform. Whis inquired, are you heading over, Lord Beerus? Beerus waved his hand dismissively. Yes, I might as well grab a bite. I'm quite hungry. With Beerus's departure, Compa felt even more triumphant, placing his hands on his hips and laughing heartily. Ha! Beerus must be fleeing in fear of losing to Angel Mufeng. We are the strongest in Universe 6. Vados reminded him to maintain his composure, prompting Compa to restrain himself and address Mufeng, saying, everyone is here. Let us proceed to the arena. Mufeng nodded in agreement. The group made their way to the arena. The combat tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 33 was about to commence. On the observation platform, Whis remarked cheerfully, Brother Mufeng, we shall head up first. Mufeng replied, all right, Brother Whis. Both sides began to select their first combatants. Vados asked Compa, who shall we send into battle first? Compa, resting his chin on his hand, hesitated. Who should take the lead? Oh, thinking is such a bother. Ultimately, Compa decided to send forth the mightiest, Hit, for the initial match. Let Hit take the first round. Compa declared proudly, gesturing towards Hit. eager for the angel Mufeng to witness the prowess of Universe 6's strongest assassin. Hit nodded calmly. As you wish, Lord Kampa. Meanwhile, the participants from Universe 33 were deliberating their order of combat. Lord Mufeng, who shall compete first? Goku inquired. Allow me, Vegeta declared confidently, stepping forward. I can handle all three of them on my own. Broly scoffed mockingly. Huh? Are you eager to embarrass yourself? Vegeta glared at Broly. Do you seek death? I wouldn't mind sending you back to hell. Broly looked down at him. Care to try? The two locked eyes, the tension palpable in the air. Goku chuckled. Attempting to defuse the situation, let's let Lord Mufeng decide. Silence, Kakarot. Vegeta shot him a glare. I intend to teach this arrogant fool a lesson today. Broly flashed a menacing grin. If it weren't for Lord Mufeng's presence, I would have obliterated all of you by now. Mufeng spoke calmly. Enough. Broly will take the first match, with Goku supporting him, and Vegeta will be second. He thought to himself, Kampa will certainly send Hit first, and Hit's time skip ability is tricky. It is fitting for Broly, our strongest warrior, to face him. Thank you, Lord Mufeng. Broly nodded slightly, and then provocatively glanced at Vegeta. It seems you won't have the chance to step up. I can handle them alone. Vegeta scoffed. Just don't get knocked down the moment you step in. That would be laughable. Keep your eyes wide open, Broly replied as he approached the arena. Kampa and Mufeng simultaneously unleashed beams of energy towards the gong. Bang! The match officially commenced. The unengaged competitors approached the observation platform. Over here, Ultra Goku waved excitedly, beckoning for everyone to join him for some delicious food. Is there something to eat? That's wonderful. Goku dashed over instantly. Vegeta, helplessly observing the remaining Beerus and Ultra Vegeta, muttered to himself. Why are only these two left? Am I really going to have to sit beside them? He cautiously glanced at Beerus. Why does this guy's aura feel so peculiar? Just how powerful is he? Beerus swallowed the food in his mouth, grinning mischievously as he patted the seat beside him. Come sit, I want to bite you. Humph. I'm just going to stand here for a moment, Vegeta casually explained as he sat down between Beerus and Ultra Vegeta. Suddenly, Beerus spoke. Do you still want to fight me? Don't get cocky. Once I become stronger, I will definitely defeat you. Vegeta retorted defiantly, though he was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Beerus. Just earlier, Vegeta had sensed something unusual when he perceived Beerus's aura. The terrifying destructive energy left him astonished. As he grew more adept at harnessing divine power, he increasingly realized that even if he transformed into Super Saiyan 5 or utilized destructive energy, he would still be unable to conquer this god of destruction from the 7th universe. He must train even harder. Vegeta resolved inwardly, I will surpass Kakarot, Beerus, and all the powerful beings across the universe. Beside him, Ultra Vegeta also clenched his fists, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. At that moment, the announcer's booming voice resonated throughout the arena. After a long wait, the 6th universe versus the universe fighting tournament begins now. There's even an announcer? It's just like the World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku exclaimed with excitement. Ultra Goku chimed in. It was the same during my match with Lord Kampa, though there was also a cosmic song segment back then. Whis chuckled softly, covering his mouth. Lord Beerus deemed it too time-consuming and had it cancelled. Beerus crossed his arms and snorted. Extraneous elements should be eliminated. The first match's participants take the stage. The announcer raised his arm high, calling out, from the 6th universe. Hit versus Universe Broly. The two warriors leaped onto the arena, locking eyes. The announcer swiftly proclaimed the rules. No props allowed, no time limit. Falling or conceding results in defeat. Kampa and Mufeng's beams struck the gong, clang. The match began. The announcer swiftly exited the stage, and fierce combat was imminent. Heh, you're my first opponent? Broly coldly stared at Hit, his tone disdainful. You don't seem that impressive. Let me finish you off quickly. Like Vegeta and Goku. Broly took Mufeng's advice and suppressed his aura to a minimum. In reality, he remained in his base form, his combat power inherently inferior to Hit's. Although uncertain of Hit's strength, he was brimming with confidence after intensive training in the hyperbolic time chamber. His abilities had vastly improved, far beyond merely transforming into a Super Saiyan at will. In response to Broly's provocation, Hit remained silent and composed. Standing 10 meters away, his hands tucked in his coat pockets, he closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, utterly still, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. In the audience, Ultra Goku shouted, Go Hit! And you too, Universe Broly, give it your all. Hit is no weakling. Regrettably, I was not the one to participate in the first match. Goku rested his chin on his hand, his gaze shifting between the two combatants. Broly had indeed grown considerably stronger. Master Mufing's time chamber had proven effective. A grin spread across his face as he pondered, who will emerge victorious? This truly piques my interest. Hey, who do you think will win? Ultra Goku inquired. Turning to Goku. Feigning seriousness, Goku contemplated for a moment before breaking into a goofy smile and scratching his head. Haha, honestly, I cannot say. They are both formidable. What do you think? Hit's techniques are quite formidable. Since Broly is still unfamiliar with his abilities, his chances of victory might be greater. Ultra Goku analyzed earnestly. Hit's techniques? Goku murmured, glancing down at the composed Hit. For another version of myself to hold him in such high regard, his skills must be exceptional. This battle is sure to be intriguing. Meanwhile, Vegeta scrutinized Hit, his brow furrowed. The first contestant from Universe 6 appears remarkably composed. Although Hit was striving to conceal his aura, Vegeta could still sense a sharp energy emanating from him. This individual seems to be biding his time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike decisively. Humph, that rascal Broly is likely to lose, Vegeta scoffed. He should be defeated swiftly. The next match will be my chance to deal with Hit. Hey, Hit, hurry up and take him down, Kampa shouted, leaning over the railing. Lord Kampa. That is Hit's style. He employs stillness to counter movement, acting decisively when the moment is right. Beerus interjected quietly. Right. I almost forgot, Kampa exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Hit. Secure the victory. How annoying. That fool Kampa has started again. Beerus grumbled impatiently, grabbing a piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth. On the arena, the battle spirit ignited. Broly sneered, Are you frightened? Afraid to even make a move? Allow me to send you on your way. Suddenly, he erupted in a dazzling golden light, his power surging exponentially, and his hair transformed to a brilliant gold. After intense training, Broly had mastered the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan at will. Though he could also achieve the legendary Super Saiyan form, that state was prone to chaos. And he believed his current strength was sufficient to face Hit, opting not to further transform. Die! Broly roared as he charged toward Hit. Hit opened his eyes, gazing at the approaching golden warrior, murmuring to himself, so he doesn't turn blue like Goku. His power is indeed impressive, but he still falls short. No sooner had he finished speaking than his figure flickered like a phantom, leaving behind a series of afterimages. How fast? Broly was taken aback, yet he pressed on, confident that this punch would send Hit flying. Thud! To his surprise, it was Broly who was sent reeling backward. Hit had delivered a precise punch to his nose, causing him to stagger several steps back. Wow! Hit's speed was astonishing. Goku exclaimed in awe. Ultra Goku chuckled. This isn't even his ultimate move. Last time, it gave us quite a challenge. Hearing this, Goku was filled with anticipation for the techniques Hit was about to display. Kampa laughed heartily, hands on his hips. That's it, Hit. Finish him in one go. Beerus gritted his teeth in frustration. That rascal Kampa. Angel Mufing. Is this Broly even capable? He won T lose in the very first match, will he? With a cheerful smile, Weiss remarked, I too am quite curious. However, little brother Mufing appears utterly unperturbed. Mufing, maintaining his composure, replied, Do not rush. Broly's true power has yet to be revealed. Hit, with his hands in his pockets, casually retorted, Didn't you claim you could defeat me? Why then, are you the one receiving blows? This provocation thoroughly enraged Broly. He roared and lunged at Hit once more, his fists raining down like a relentless storm. Strangely, no matter how fiercely he attacked, Hit remained completely unfazed, effortlessly evading every strike. Damn it! Broly concentrated green energy in his right hand. Hit calmly stated, After such a lengthy exchange, it is now my turn. Before his words could settle, a resounding thud echoed as his fist struck Broly's nose once more. The energy orb dissipated before it could be launched. Immediately after, Hit's figure became indistinct. Thud, thud, thud. Broly's body tremored thrice, yet the source of the assault remained obscured. Broly staggered back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Impressive. Kampa laughed heartily, clearly pleased with Hit's performance. Victory in this match was assured for Hit. Truly remarkable. Hit, Goku exclaimed, his eyes wide, having never witnessed such a peculiar technique. His gaze fixed intently on Hit. Vegeta, equally perplexed, scrutinized Hit's every movement. The alternate versions of Vegeta and Goku had already encountered Hit's techniques and were not as astonished as their counterparts. They had both experienced Hit's signature move, the time skip. Curse you. What trickery is this? Broly glared at Hit, his teeth gritted. Hit remained nonchalantly rooted in place, hands still in his pockets, as if the previous onslaught had nothing to do with him. The specifics of his striking technique eluded understanding. What manner of bizarre ability was this? Surrender, Hit stated calmly. What did you say? Broly's fury ignited. How dare a mere few punches prompt him to concede? Was this a humiliation? Broly concentrated green energy in his right hand and violently hurled several energy orbs at Hit. In a flash, Hit dodged effortlessly, closing the distance to Broly. Bam! 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 A series of precise punches struck Broly's vital points, causing him to spit blood and stagger backward, barely managing to stabilize himself with one hand on the ground. Broly observed that Hit had ceased his assault. Seeing this, Broly sneered and suddenly launched an energy orb at Hit's face. Whoosh! The energy orb missed entirely. Hit vanished like a specter, and in the next instant, a heavy punch slammed into Broly's chest. Ouch! Broly writhed in pain, doubling over as bile surged from his mouth. There was no time to react. Just as he regained his footing, Hit's fist came crashing down again. Broly attempted to block, but Hit vanished once more. Thud! A sharp pain erupted from his back as Hit had somehow circled behind him, delivering a punch that sent him reeling forward. Damn it! Broly roared, sweeping a leg in retaliation, but Hit deftly evaded. In the next moment, Hit lunged forward, delivering an uppercut straight to Broly's chin. A surge of violet energy pierced through Broly's skull, causing him to stagger and nearly lose his footing. He retreated several meters, fixating his gaze upon Hit, his mind swirling with uncertainty. This adversary's speed was astonishing, as though he appeared and vanished at will. Yet, at that moment, Broly could think of nothing else. His murderous intent erupted in full force. With a resounding roar, Broly's golden aura soared into the heavens, each strand of hair standing on end, crackling with electricity. Boom! He ascended to the Super Saiyan second grade, a testament to his rigorous training in the room of spirit and time. Die! Broly charged forward, delivering a titanic punch that reverberated with a thunderous crash. Hit gracefully leaped, evading the blow that shattered the arena beneath him. Broly shot a glance at Hit, then pivoted swiftly, pushing off the ground with his left hand while launching a kick with his right leg. In an instant, Hit's figure vanished, reappearing behind Broly. Reacting with lightning speed, Broly propelled himself upward. I will slay you with my own hands. His right palm erupted with a blinding green light, energy expanding and contracting before coalescing into a glowing sphere. Die! The energy sphere was unleashed. Hit gazed upward, unfazed by the incoming attack. Boom! A deafening explosion enveloped the arena in a cloud of smoke. Could it be that one strike would spell his doom? Broly grinned wickedly, surveying the smoke, blaming his own weakness. Who are you calling weak? The voice from behind sent shockwaves through Broly's expression. Impossible. He turned hastily, only to be met with a barrage of heavy punches to his abdomen. Thud! 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 Broly plummeted like a marionette with its strings severed, crashing into the arena and creating a deep crater. In awe, Goku's eyes widened. He had clearly been on the verge of landing a hit. I couldn't even discern the technique, Vegeta murmured, his brow furrowed. It's the time skip, Super Vegeta interjected. Noticing Vegeta's confusion, Super Vegeta elaborated. Hit can freeze time into a separate dimension, allowing only him to move freely. Freezing time? How incredible! Goku exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him. Broly is in serious trouble now. Vegeta crossed his arms with a disdainful huff. Without the ability to predict the trajectory of his attacks, it is indeed a formidable challenge. He glanced at the cratered Broly, deeming him useless and suggesting he should step in instead. Super Vegeta chuckled lightly at this. Another version of me, yet so similar in temperament. You insolent fool. Broly staggered to his feet, gathering intense green energy between his palms. Just as he was about to strike, Hit suddenly appeared, delivering a piercing blow of purple energy straight to his midsection. Gasping, Broly was sent reeling, blood spattering as the energy sphere dissipated. Struggling to rise, he heard Hit's indifferent voice. Surrender. Continuing will only lead to greater suffering. Fantastic. Keep the momentum going and finish him, Hit. Kompa cheered inwardly. Then we can bring the angel moving back to our universe. It all rests on you. Hit. You must not falter. Defeat that fool. Damn you, worthless wretch. Broly clenched his fists, his gaze fixated on the two Gokus in the audience, rage surging uncontrollably within him. Kakarot. And you worthless fool. Uncontainable fury surged within Broly. At this moment, his singular thought was to annihilate the despicable Hit, who had humiliated him time and again. The golden aura enveloping him erupted violently, an overwhelming force spilling forth from his very being, suffocating all in its wake. A primal roar escaped Broly's lips, echoing through the air. His muscles swelled dramatically, his height increasing by 30 centimeters in an instant, as energy continued to cascade outward. His golden hair gradually transformed into a deep emerald hue, his pupils fading into nothingness. The golden flames swirled around him as Broly finally awakened as the legendary Super Saiyan. Sensing the shift, Hit acted without hesitation, activating his time-skip ability to strike. Yet, this time, his fist collided with Broly's form and met an immovable barrier, as though striking a fortress of iron. Realizing the dire situation, Hit hastily withdrew his fist. Broly's lips curled into a sinister grin, his visage warping with malice. In a flash, he lunged forward, aiming for Hit's head. At the critical moment, Hit activated his time skip and leaped into the time-stopped realm, maneuvering to Broly's rear to unleash 3 consecutive blows to his midsection. Bang! 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 As time resumed, all 3 strikes landed, yet Broly remained steadfast, allowing the pain to wash over him. The game had reset, and Broly laughed maniacally, pointing at Hit. Your efforts are futile. Hit gasped internally, taken aback by the unexpected resilience, assuming a defensive stance with a Wing Chun posture. What was happening? How could this adversary possess such power? Kappa gasped, fearing that Hit might succumb in his first battle. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ha ha ha, look at Kappa's expression. Beerus guffawed, reveling in the irony. Wasn't he just so confident? Keep laughing, you insufferable Beerus. Kappa fumed, smoke rising from his head, turning away with a huff. There's still no verdict on the outcome. Oh dear. This must be the latent potential that Fu Feng mentioned regarding Broly, Whis mused, gently shaking his staff. Indeed, Fu Feng concurred, observing the battlefield. Once this force awakens, it will yield a terrifying increase in strength. Alas, it is difficult to control and prone to madness. However, it seems that Broly is maintaining his composure. His training in the hyperbolic time chamber has certainly borne fruit. The ensuing contest promises to be exhilarating, Whis remarked with a sly smile. Remarkable. I sensed his prowess upon arrival, but never imagined it would be this formidable. Ultra Goku exclaimed, eager for a clash with Broly, along with another version of himself and Vegeta from a different timeline. Wow, what a day to be here, surrounded by such elite fighters. It truly ignites the spirit. Goku shouted, energized by the unfolding drama. This fellow's aura suggests he might embody the true Saiyan form. Ultra Vegeta scrutinized Broly, absorbing the astonishing energy radiating from him. Indeed, Vegeta affirmed. What did you say? Ultra Vegeta paused, pressing for clarity. What do you know? Speak plainly. It seems we share some similarities, Broly replied enigmatically. Vegeta first jested, then solemnly remarked that this individual is a legendary Super Saiyan who appears only once every 1,000 years. A legendary Super Saiyan. Super Vegeta could hardly contain himself. A Super Saiyan from legend? Is it not the case that Kakarot and I transform into Super Saiyans? Why have I never heard of such a being among the Saiyans? It seems that the alternate version of me is not merely speaking nonsense. A Super Saiyan who emerges once every 1,000 years. Super Goku leapt from his seat, gazing at Vegeta. Does that mean he has lived for 1,000 years? Ha ha, sounds quite plausible. Goku could not restrain his laughter. Foolish Super Vegeta sighed, and exclaimed to Goku that he had not lived for 1,000 years. Rather, it was said that a Saiyan of such caliber is born every 1,000 years. So that's it, now I understand. Super Goku nodded, somewhat comprehending. Regardless, that individual is undeniably powerful, and I must find an opportunity to face Broly. A legendary Super Saiyan? Beerus pondered for a moment before turning to Whis and inquired. Whis, our universe is similar to Fu Feng's. Does that imply we also have a Broly here? A legendary Super Saiyan? Indeed, Lord Beerus, Brother Fu Feng, Whis concurred. There should be a Broly in your universe as well. After all, there indeed exists another Broly in the multiverse. Now, if Whis could locate him and nurture him properly, the tournament of power would be far more engaging. Wouldn't you agree? Well, let me see, Whis said, gazing into the crystal ball atop his staff. Oh dear, nothing here. Nor there. Whis meticulously searched every planet in Universe 7. Oh, found it. Lord Beerus, Brother Mu Feng. Whis waved his staff, and an image materialized, revealing a small planet orbiting the star designated 94, known as Vampa. There resides a scion who bears a striking resemblance to Brother Mu Feng's Broly, also named Broly. The projection depicted a rugged young man adorned in primitive attire, with a green scarf around his waist. Is this our universe's Broly? Super Goku and Super Vegeta queried in unison. Indeed, that is him. Whis affirmed, retracting the projection. I sense within him a power as terrifying as Broly's. Goku stated earnestly. Indeed, this Broly possesses astonishing strength, Whis nodded. Upon discovering Broly, Whis had already scanned his energy. This universe's Broly, like the one from the other universe, harbors an uncontrollable, monstrous power. Ha ha ha, splendid. Beerus exclaimed joyfully, crossing his arms. Whis, upon your return, you, Vegeta, and Goku shall bring Broly back. I shall personally train him. Fantastic. I was just eager to challenge him. Super Goku exclaimed excitedly. Humph. I shall take the lead. I am determined to ascertain just how formidable the legendary Super Saiyan truly is. Super Vegeta declared defiantly. As you wish, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a slight bow, turning to Beerus with a smile. Surely, you are not about to send me to instruct Broly once more? Nonsense, Beerus exclaimed, nearly slipping from his chair, hurriedly stabilizing himself and feigning calm. When Broly returns, I shall train him personally. Whis chuckled softly behind his hand. We shall await that with bated breath. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Mu Feng's eyes. The upcoming tournament of power was becoming increasingly intriguing. Under the original circumstances, Goku and Vegeta would not encounter Broly until after the tournament concluded. Had it not been for the dragon's wish, the rampaging Broly would likely have been vanquished long ago by Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta's Kamehameha. Now, however, the timeline had been disrupted. Broly had arrived early in the God of Destruction's realm for training, and his strength was bound to ascend to new heights. It is worth noting that he could already effortlessly overpower 2 Super Saiyan Blue warriors. Following systematic training, he would undoubtedly transform into an even more formidable being. Nevertheless, our timeline's Broly would not remain stagnant either. The anticipation is palpable. On the arena, Hit continuously employed his time skip to evade Broly's ferocious assaults. Even when he launched a counterattack during the time leap, it proved ineffectual against the current Broly. This frenzied warrior seemed impervious to pain, his eyes fixated solely on the annihilation of his opponent. What a formidable adversary, Hit thought as he retreated to create distance. Broly, grinning savagely, lunged forth, his right hand outstretched like an eagle's claw. Time skip. Hit instantaneously shifted to the side, aiming a powerful punch at a critical point. As time resumed its flow, Broly took a solid hit to the abdomen, yet remained oblivious. Got you. Broly cackled madly, suddenly accelerating and seizing Hit by the head, violently slamming him into the ground. Bang! Hit spat out bile, and before he could recover, he was hoisted aloft. Broly's iron fist, accompanied by a howling wind, struck toward Hit's face. In a critical moment, Hit activated time skip once more to escape, launching a rapid series of punches. As time resumed, Broly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, became even more feral. Golden flames erupted around him, his power still climbing. Hit, secretly alarmed, thought, this foe grows stronger with every exchange. Prolonging this battle would certainly lead to my defeat. He created distance and unleashed an invisible energy blast from afar. Bang! Broly's chest caved in, blood spilling forth, yet he wore a menacing grin. You waste of space. I will end you. Broly charged at Hit, a brilliant green light emanating from his chest. Boom! The energy detonated near Hit, sending him flying, sliding several meters before regaining his footing. He gazed at Broly, realizing he must end this swiftly, preventing his opponent from accumulating further power. Without hesitation, Hit launched a frontal assault. Seeing this, Broly exhibited a maniacal grin and threw a punch in response. Just as their fists were about to collide, Hit activated time skip. Halting time momentarily, he unleashed his full strength with a punch aimed directly at Broly's chest. Bang! As time resumed, a purple light pierced through Broly's body. He coughed up blood, yet became even more enraged, wrapping his arms around Hit, gradually tightening his grip. Hit was taken aback. How could his full force strike merely cause Broly to bleed? Desperately, he struggled, but Broly's strength only intensified, constricting him and making it hard to breathe. Hit! Kampa shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Bardos pondered. Is the first match about to conclude? Suddenly, Hit ceased his struggles. Thud, thud, thud. Broly, inexplicably besieged by multiple assaults, trembled and was compelled to release his grip. Following this, an onslaught of further strikes rained down upon him, igniting his fury. He swung a punch at Hit, only to find the apparition of Hit dissolve before his eyes. The true Hit materialized before him, charging a powerful blow to his face. Thud! Broly staggered backward, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Hit's new technique, the time skip, demonstrated astonishing power. Remarkable Hit! Kampa exclaimed with excitement, turning to Bardoss and inquiring, why hadn't he used this move during our last encounter with Universe 7? Could it be that Hit had been holding back, deliberately allowing me to lose? Recalling the previous battle for Earth, Kampa seethed with frustration, glaring at Hit in the arena, a faint purple-black orb pulsating in his palm. If that were the case, I shall obliterate him once the tournament concludes. Lord Kampa, you are mistaken, Bardoss gently reminded, shaking her staff. Do not forget the upcoming tournament of power. If we eliminate Hit now, our universe's chances of victory would dwindle significantly. TCH, I almost overlooked that. Kampa grumbled, retracting his destructive energy and crossing his arms in displeasure. Let us await the tournament's conclusion before dealing with him. Reflecting on his previous defeat, he still harbored resentment. Had it not been for the sudden intervention of the Omni King, Hit would have been obliterated that day. Hit's technique is an advanced version of the time skip. Bardoss patiently explained. He hadn't team mastered it previously, and since it is a secret skill, he refrained from using it. You should have mentioned it sooner. Kampa retorted awkwardly, turning his face. What was that about the clone? To clarify, Hit does not stop time. Rather, he performs a time leap, Bardoss remarked, her eyes glimmering with wisdom. He can store the temporal difference created by the leap, constructing a parallel space. It is akin to creating a mirrored world that only he can traverse freely, visible yet intangible to outsiders. What utter nonsense! Kampa exclaimed, bewildered and choosing to abandon his contemplation. As long as this move can subdue Broly, winning the match will suffice. Across the viewing platform, chaos erupted. This is entirely different from the previous time skip. Ultra Goku scratched his head in confusion, perplexed by how Hit suddenly vanished only to reappear with a clone. Indeed, it is strange, Goku mused, eyes fixated on the battlefield. To have such a hidden card. Ultra Vegeta clicked his tongue in annoyance. It's as if two Hits exist simultaneously. Vegeta crossed his arms in analysis. Whis chuckled as he revealed the enigma. He weaves the captured flow of time into an alternate space, concealing his true self while leaving an illusion to strike in the real world. Truly, the ace assassin of Universe 6, Beerus nodded in appreciation. Ultra Goku gazed at Hit's figure, murmuring, during our last confrontation, you did not unleash your full might. This technique surpasses the time skip from the tournament by leaps and bounds. Reflecting on how close he had come to defeat, excitement coursed through him. He longed for another exhilarating battle. Interdimensional attacks? How intriguing. Vegeta eagerly declared, Broly, concede already. I shall personally confront this fellow. On the battlefield, Hit's fist descended upon Broly like a torrential storm. Bang, bang. Two heavy punches landed solidly on Broly's chest. As the Berserker retaliated through the pain, Hit's body erupted once more in violet flames. Whoosh. Broly lunged forward, but missed. Hit appeared beside him like a wraith, his right fist, brimming with power, aimed directly at Broly's midsection. Boom. An invisible shockwave struck Broly, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Yet he disregarded his injuries and charged forward once more. Damn you, worthless fool. Broly's palms glimmered with a green light as an energy sphere formed instantaneously. This move is futile against me, Hit remarked, just as his figure vanished. In a sudden flash of purple light, his fist pierced through Broly's body from behind. Boom. Broly staggered a few steps, his energy sphere spiraling out of control and crashing to the ground, resulting in a tremendous shockwave. Amidst the smoke, that imposing figure rose once more. Hit unleashed a flurry of punches, invisible energy waves battering Broly relentlessly. You, of all people. Hit's pupils constricted as he beheld his battered opponent grinning maniacally. Madman. Hit teleported behind him, delivering a powerful blow. Crack. Broly suddenly accelerated, striking back with a palm. Hit barely managed to block, using the momentum to leap into a counterattack. The frenzied warrior surged forward like a beast, energy sphere howling forth. Hit was compelled to activate his time skip, narrowly avoiding the purple light. It ends here. Hit flashed to Broly's flank, a whipping kick aimed at his midsection. The violet brilliance surged through, yet Broly remained unmoved. He grinned, seizing Hit's ankle. Got you. The green light before his chest swelled, prompting Hit to hastily initiate the time skip. Boom! The close-range attack shattered the fabric of space and time, cracks frantically spreading across the purple barrier. Impossible. Hit gazed in horror at the fractured time skip space, veins bulging on his arms as he struggled to maintain his composure. Oh! Broly's energy output surged ever higher, the specially designed arena disintegrating amidst the green radiance. The time skip was broken? Kampa exclaimed in disbelief. The out-of-control beast has unwittingly struck true, Beerus observed with a smirk. While Goku excitedly punched the air, well done, who knew sheer brute force could counter that move. Mufing coughed, remarking, it was merely luck. He is devoid of reason at this moment. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at the spectator platform. Just look at Kampa's face. How amusing. Super Saiyan Goku clenched his fists tightly, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Broly's strength is astounding. I yearn to battle him, first against another version of myself, then to challenge Vegeta and Broly. Super Saiyan Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. On the arena, Broly continued to unleash his ferocious energy. Hit's time skip space had been utterly shattered, and he was sent hurtling out of the ring by the shockwave. Ordinarily, Hit would not have succumbed so easily had he launched a full-scale offensive from the outset. Employing the time skip for a swift resolution or remained cautious of Broly's eruption, the outcome might have been different. However, due to the delay, Broly unexpectedly dismantled the time skip space, and the close-range assault left Hit powerless to respond, ultimately resulting in his defeat. Kampa stared in astonishment. His trump card has been vanquished. Indeed, Hit has fallen, Beerus remarked calmly. Whis chuckled. Indeed, as Mufing stated, Broly's strength is extraordinary. Mufing nodded. Casting his gaze towards the uncontrollable Broly, it is time to intervene. The announcer proclaimed loudly, Hit is out of bounds, and Broly is victorious. However, Broly suddenly turned towards the spectator area, shouting frantically for Kakarot, charging towards the audience. The announcer, startled, dodged aside. What is Broly intending to do? Ultra Goku was eager. He is coming this way. Finally, I can have a go at him. Goku laughed heartily. I'll leave it to you. Beerus sighed in exasperation, while Whis remarked, Broly has completely lost control. Vegeta rose, displeased. How dare you defeat Hit? Watch how I deal with you. Kampa, on the other hand, encouraged Broly, keep the chaos going. Bardoss sighed, Lord Kampa. Ultra Goku prepared to transform for battle, but Mufing stopped him. Allow me to handle this. It concerns the universe. Ultra Goku scratched his head, but I want to fight him. Whis persuaded, perhaps another time. Let Mufing take care of it. Even you say so, Whis? Ultra Goku scratched his head again, reluctantly returning to his seat. All right, I'll challenge Broly next time. No need to rush. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Goku reassured, patting his shoulder with a smile. It's settled. After the competition, we must have our match. No cheating. Ultra Goku emphasized, raising his finger. Rest assured. I too am eager to experience your prowess, Goku readily replied. Suddenly, Broly, enveloped in a violent aura, charged before them, prompting both Gokus to assume defensive stances. A flash of silver light swept across as Mufing's staff intercepted, unleashing divine energy that sent Broly crashing back onto the stage. Amidst the dust, Broly roared as he rose. His eyes a fierce crimson. Kakarot. Mufing teleported before him, a silver light enveloping Broly's shoulder, awaken. As the radiance pulsated, clarity returned to Broly's eyes. The raging aura around him gradually subsiding, muscles contracting, his hair darkening. Once regained, he hurriedly looked down. Lord Mufing, I have lost control again. You performed admirably. Defeating Hit is indeed an achievement, Mufing replied gently. Observing Broly's incredulous gaze as he looked up, Mufing pointed towards the spectator area. Go rest. Focus on your training. Soon you will encounter an opponent of equal caliber, Broly from Universe 7. Another me? Broly clenched his fists, his blood surging with excitement. Can I surpass my current self? Intriguing. He grinned, revealing his white teeth. Kakarot, just wait. In the spectator area, Vegeta crossed his arms with a cold smirk. You certainly have a strong will, madman. I cannot afford to die before I take care of you both. Broly strode past. Humph. Vegeta turned his face away. Wow. Broly, you are incredible. Ultra Goku exclaimed excitedly. Eagerly approaching Broly. When will we have our match? Broly shot a cold glance at Mufing before turning to Ultra Goku, gritting his teeth. Kakarot. I will slay you. Whether it be you from this timeline or our own, I will deal with you personally. Huh, what are you talking about? Ultra Goku replied, bewildered. Ignore him. Goku whispered to Ultra Goku. This guy goes crazy when he sees me. He probably confuses you for me. Oh, Ultra Goku realized, lowering his voice. What on earth did you do to make him hate you so much? As he charged over just moments ago, I sensed a palpable aura of menace. Hee. I am uncertain. Goku scratched his head with a foolish grin. It is rather peculiar to meet like this for the first time. You two, get away from me. Broly seethed, watching the two Gokus whispering to one another, his body trembling with rage, yet restrained by the presence of the angel. We are leaving, we are leaving. The two Gokus responded with playful smiles, further inciting Broly's fury. He silently vowed to grow stronger, determined to vanquish these two cockroaches one day. Meanwhile, at the observation platform, Hit reported to Kampa, I have lost. If you dare to be careless in the tournament of power again, I will annihilate you. Kampa furiously pointed at Kaba. You are up next. You must win. Understood. Kaba gazed towards the opposing observation platform, murmuring to himself, it can't be that I am to face another Master Vegeta. Can it? At this moment, Mufong turned to Vegeta and said, it is your turn to take the stage. We've waited long enough. Vegeta leapt onto the arena. Seeing this, Kaba exclaimed in delight. It truly is Master Vegeta. I am Kaba. I know. Vegeta nodded. Be cautious. I shall not hold back. The announcer proclaimed in a booming voice, the match between Universe 6 Kaba and Universe's Vegeta begins. On the observation platform, Super Vegeta crossed his arms, intently watching the arena. At last, I shall witness the prowess of another version of myself. Super Goku excitedly shouted, let me see the power of Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 40, Becoming Stronger. It is truly exhilarating. Just how powerful is Super Saiyan 4? I must witness it with my own eyes. Ding. Mufong and Kampa simultaneously unleashed beams of energy that struck the gong above. The match officially commenced. After the announcer's loud declaration, he nimbly leaped off the arena. Master Vegeta, I look forward to your guidance. Kaba respectfully nodded. Do not hold back your strength. Unleash your full potential, Vegeta responded. Understood. Kaba assumed a combat stance. Oh. Vegeta raised an eyebrow slightly. This initial stance is quite reminiscent of my younger days. Take this. Kaba surged forward with a fierce dash. Come at me. Vegeta stood with arms crossed, showing no intention of initiating an attack. Kaba's punch suddenly altered its trajectory mid-strike, transforming into an uppercut aimed at Vegeta's chin. A commendable technique. Vegeta chuckled lightly, raising his hand to intercept the blow effortlessly, though the power and speed were significantly lacking. Kaba swiftly retreated and crouched low, sweeping his leg towards Vegeta's lower half. Vegeta gracefully evaded, and Kaba seized the opportunity to leap upwards, delivering a powerful blow aimed at Vegeta's face. Bang! The fist was once again blocked by Vegeta, who, channeling force through his wrist, sent Kaba reeling back several meters. This power. Kaba stumbled upon landing, astonished at his opponent. The strength of this Master Vegeta surpasses that of the one from the parallel universe. Truly worthy of being my master, so formidable across any dimension. Do not lose focus during the battle. Before Vegeta's words concluded, he had already flashed to Kaba's rear. Oh no! Kaba hurriedly raised his arms in defense, only to see the phantom image dissipate. Whoosh! Vegeta's true form had circled behind him. Too fast. Kaba had no time to turn. Thud! A powerful punch struck Kaba's back, propelling him skyward. Vegeta instantaneously teleported above him, both hands poised to strike down like thunder. Boom! As Gabe plummeted onto the arena like a meteor, a cloud of dust erupted into the air. Vegeta, frowning and gazing down, found the display exceedingly feeble. Suddenly, an astonishing aura emanated from the dust, prompting a collective awareness among the spectators. With a resounding shout, a golden blaze surged skyward, dispersing the black smoke entirely. Gabe hovered midair. His dark hair transformed into a dazzling golden hue. A Super Saiyan? Vegeta mused, somewhat astonished. Could even the Saiyans of Universe 6 attain such a form? After all, he is my own disciple. Super Vegeta remarked with a sense of pride, a smirk gracing his lips. Please continue to instruct me. Teacher Vegeta, Gabe reverently bowed. Come. Vegeta beckoned nonchalantly. Gabe shot forward like a golden comet, his right fist aimed at Vegeta's abdomen. In a split second, as Vegeta blocked the strike, Gabe's left hand suddenly conjured a violet energy sphere, launching it directly at him. "You're still far from sufficient," Vegeta exclaimed, swatting the energy blast away, seizing Gabe's wrist and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Just as Gabe lifted his opponent, he was met with a swift kick to the face. "I hit him," Gabe exclaimed, exhilaration radiating from his expression. "Do not become too complacent," Vegeta declared, unleashing his full power, causing his aura to swell dramatically. With a thunderous roar, a fierce gust sent Gabe hurtling away. The time-space Vegeta and Goku were already considerably stronger than their counterparts, and even in their base forms, their might surpassed that of the Super Saiyans from the alternate timeline. Following Mu Feng's rigorous training, their battle prowess had surged remarkably. Such formidable energy. And he hasn't even transformed. Gabe struggled against the overwhelming force, being pushed back relentlessly. On the observation platform, Compa fumed, "Damn it. Gabe is going to lose." "Do not fret. The match is far from over," Battles reassured with a smile. Meanwhile, the alternate timeline Vegeta scowled. "What a joke. Another version of me is this powerful?" He clenched his fists. His heart swelled with frustration. Super Goku, brimming with excitement, shouted, "Incredible. I can't wait to face them." Hearing this, Super Vegeta's expression darkened further, silently vowing to become even stronger. Mu Feng chuckled, "Patience. When you reach their age, you'll naturally grow stronger." Of course." Super Vegeta snorted. "Haha. I can hardly wait to spar." Super Goku rubbed his hands together. Goku chuckled, "Let us finish watching this match first." In the center of the arena, Vegeta retracted his aura, coldly gazing down at Gabe. Gabe looked up at Vegeta, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "He's far too strong. Even in his base form, his aura exceeds my current power." Vegeta slowly descended, standing before Gabe. "Hey, kid." "Why, yes." Gabe quickly replied. "Stop dawdling," Vegeta impatiently urged. "Transform into Super Saiyan 2 and fight me. As you are now, it's utterly insufficient and boring." Super Saiyan 2? Gabe replied, bewildered. "I cannot do that yet." The Vegeta before him seemed older and exuded a more oppressive presence than his alternate self, causing Gabe to sweat nervously. "I can only transform into a regular Super Saiyan." Gabe mustered the courage to explain, "This is what my teacher, the Vegeta in the stands, taught me. I sincerely apologize. I truly cannot achieve Super Saiyan 2. Upon uttering these words, Gabe felt a considerable weight lift from his heart. "What? You can't even reach Super Saiyan 2? Vegeta's voice suddenly rose in intensity. "I am sorry, Master Vegeta." Gabe lowered his head, acknowledging his profound inferiority compared to his two masters. In the stands, the alternate Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. This useless fellow. His gaze shifted to Vegeta, silently anticipating how his counterpart from another timeline would handle this predicament. "Silence." Vegeta roared in fury. "You have utterly disappointed me. You are nothing but a waste." Master Gabe was at a loss. Without further ado, Vegeta instantly appeared before Gabe, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. The force penetrated Gabe's body, creating a shockwave behind him. Gabe coughed up a mouthful of bile, staggering backward. Vegeta swiftly followed, landing an elbow strike to his waist, and then kicked him towards the edge of the arena, nearly sending him plummeting off. "Darn it. Gabe is also about to lose." Compa fumed, stamping his foot as he turned to Beerus. "You must win the next match." Reluctantly, Beerus agreed, stealing glances at Goku in the opposing stands. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "How can we possibly win? I want to go home." Meanwhile, the alternate Vegeta watched with crossed arms, remaining silent. On the arena, Vegeta advanced step by step towards Gabe. "With this level of power, you dare to compete? You bring shame to the Saiyans. The Saiyans of the 6th universe are nothing but a joke." Master Gabe struggled to lift his body, acknowledging the vast chasm between their strengths. "I cannot possibly defeat you. You worthless thing." Vegeta seized Gabe by the collar, lifting him into the air, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. "Is this how you behave when faced with an opponent you cannot defeat? How disgraceful." Before he could finish his sentence, a left hook landed brutally in Gabe's abdomen. "Ugh." Gabe curled up in pain, cold sweat instantly soaking his back, his cries trapped in his throat. "Do you think I am as soft-hearted as that imposter?" Vegeta sneered, delivering punch after punch to Gabe's stomach, the force of his blows slicing through the air. "Want to surrender? I will ensure you suffer slowly." Thud, thud, thud. Gabe was battered like a sandbag, blood mixed with bile spilling from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Vegeta hurled him into the sky, leaping for a flying kick. Bang! Gabe crashed onto the arena like a cannonball, golden light exploding around him. His black hair disheveled against his pale face. Before he could catch his breath, Vegeta reappeared by his side, kicking him skyward once more. Too weak. Vegeta teleported into the air, his iron fist descending upon Gabe's face, only to grasp his collar at the moment of impact. Gabe hung limply like a rag doll, blood splattering onto the arena in a plum blossom pattern. You have brought shame to the Scion race. Vegeta roared, delivering an elbow strike to Gabe's spine, then executing a whip kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Worthless beings deserve to perish. The spectators erupted in chaos. What in the world is happening? Kampa bellowed in rage, pounding the railing. Referee, call it a draw immediately. The commentator wiped the sweat from his brow. The rules state that the match cannot be stopped unless there is a fatality. You better win the next match for me. Kampa turned, seizing Beerus by the collar. Bardamo curled his neck and feigned death, his heart racing with desperation. Help. I long to return to my home planet and cultivate the land. The Super Vegeta stood with arms crossed, gazing intently at the battlefield. An oppressive silence enveloped the crowd. As everyone discerned Vegeta's intent, he was compelling Gabe to transcend his limits. Another resounding thud echoed from the arena. Gabe lay convulsing in the cracked pit, blood and shattered teeth mingling in his froth. Vegeta released his grip, allowing him to plummet into the dust. Is this where it ends? Gabe was utterly exhausted, unable even to employ his flight technique, his consciousness fading. He thought to himself, am I destined to perish here? At the hands of another timeline's Vegeta? Is this truly my fate? Although he understood that this Vegeta did not genuinely seek his life, but rather aimed to force him to transform into Super Saiyan 2. He knew all too well that his own strength was woefully insufficient. He simply could not achieve it. Weakly, Gabe lay on the ground, struggling to lift his head toward the Super Vegeta in the stands. In his heart, he silently apologized. I am sorry, Lord Zampa, Lord Bardos, Captain Lin, and Master Vegeta. I have disappointed you all. I cannot hold on any longer. Just as he was about to surrender, a voice called out, Gabe. Hearing the familiar voice, Gabe barely managed to open his eyes and sought the source. It was Master Vegeta. The Super Vegeta stood, approached the edge of the spectator area, and commanded loudly, do not lie there. Unleash your power. Do not allow another timeline's version of me to underestimate you. Gabe still lacked confidence, murmuring softly, Master Vegeta. What are you dawdling for? Stand up. The Super Vegeta ordered sharply. Gabe had intended to express his inability, but upon meeting his master's unwavering gaze, he gritted his teeth and replied, yes, I will give it my all. Drawing upon his last reserves of strength, he pushed himself up from the ground. The Super Vegeta nodded in satisfaction, crossing his arms and returning to his seat. Super Goku chuckled from the side. Wow, Vegeta, your words are truly effective. Vegeta scoffed lightly. Enough chatter, focus on the match. No one noticed the slight upward curve of his lips, revealing a hint of a satisfied smile. On the other side, Vegeta, observing Gabe standing once more, raised an eyebrow. Oh, you still wish to fight? Gabe shouted. I will not give up again. He then charged forward with a punch. Vegeta closed his eyes and lowered his head, chuckling softly before opening his eyes to engage. Bang! Vegeta firmly caught Gabe's fist, but Gabe swiftly changed tactics, bending low to sweep at his legs. Vegeta leaped to evade, but Gabe seized the opportunity, supporting himself with his hands and delivering a powerful kick while inverted. The strike landed, pushing Vegeta back several steps. Not bad, he smiled, but you are still far from sufficient. Your potential exceeds this. Yes, Master Vegeta. Gabe gathered energy in his fists, unleashing a sudden surge. A golden aura erupted skyward as he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan. Vegeta, however, frowned and shouted, not enough. This power is far from adequate. If you do not break through, I will destroy your planet and annihilate those you hold dear. I mean what I say? Gabe clenched his fists, his eyes slightly reddened. My homeland and my comrades. Though Master Vegeta understood that this was merely a provocation, a fierce anger surged within him. The golden aura surrounding him suddenly intensified, and his rage poured forth like a flood that had burst its dam. You insolent fool, channel your fury into strength. Otherwise, once the duel concludes, I shall obliterate your wretched planet. Seeing his strategy succeed, Vegeta intensified his taunts. Gabe let out a primal roar from the depths of his throat. Anger boiled in his veins, and he distinctly felt the imperative to harness this fury. to honor the training bestowed upon him by his two masters Vegeta, to protect his cherished homeland and companions. Accompanied by a piercing crackle of electricity, blue and white sparks erupted around Gaby. Kampa stroked his chin in astonishment, exclaiming, This kid's energy has strengthened. Could he possibly defeat that Vegeta? Far from it. Beerus replied, lightly shaking his staff. While achieving the second transformation of Super Saiyan is commendable, his opponent has yet to transform. She gestured towards the composed Vegeta. In the stance, Whis narrowed his eyes with a smile, remarking, the instruction from the two masters Vegeta is truly exceptional. Indeed impressive. The two Gokus from different timelines echoed their admiration in unison. Super Vegeta turned his face aside with a huff, yet a subtle smile graced his lips. This contradictory Saiyan prince, regardless of the timeline, could not shed his proud nature. In the final match, Gaby let out a long howl towards the heavens. His golden hair rising like flames, his bangs dancing wildly on his forehead. His pupils contracted into sharp lines, and violent lightning enveloped his body. With a surging column of golden energy piercing the sky, I've achieved the second transformation of Super Saiyan. Have I truly succeeded? Gaby thought in disbelief as he gazed at his hands crackling with electricity, every cell brimming with unparalleled power. This transcendent metamorphosis was the breakthrough his masters had long anticipated. What are you dawdling for? Vegeta's stern voice jolted him back to reality. Gaby hastily bowed deeply to his two masters, then assumed a battle stance. Amidst the flickering electricity, the young warrior's eyes burned with unwavering determination. Vegeta scoffed, addressing Gaby. Utilize this power wisely. You are far from your limits. Yes, Master Vegeta. Gaby nodded vigorously, turning to Vegeta to take his fighting stance. I am ready to strike, Master Vegeta. Bring it on, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. The two locked eyes for a brief moment before Gaby unleashed his energy, the golden flames surging instantaneously. He transformed into a streak of golden light, charging towards Vegeta. Boom! Their fists collided, sending shockwaves throughout the arena. Kaboom! The impact reverberated, and Gaby leaped back to the ground, pushing off with force to charge again. His fists raining down upon Vegeta like a torrential downpour. Boom! 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 Vegeta merely blocked, refraining from retaliating. Gaby aimed a straight punch at Vegeta's abdomen. Bang! Vegeta raised his hand to deflect it, allowing Gaby to use the momentum to flip into the air, his right leg gathering golden energy as he delivered 3 swift kicks, sending waves of energy cascading down. Using kicks to generate energy? How intriguing, Vegeta mused, casually swatting away the energy blasts, the sounds echoing in succession. When he looked up, Gaby had vanished from sight. Right here, a voice called from behind. Boom! Vegeta was launched into the sky with a single punch. Goku, utilizing instant transmission, appeared above him. Hands clasped together, and came crashing down. Vegeta crossed his arms to block, yet was still sent crashing back to the ground. Impressive. Vegeta displayed a smile of approval. Master Goku was momentarily stunned, slowly descending. Now, let me show you my new form that surpasses Super Saiyan 2. Energy began to surge around Vegeta, transforming him into Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4? Goku scratched his head in confusion. Shouldn't he transform into Super Saiyan 3 first? Is it about to begin? Super Vegeta observed with keen interest, arms crossed. Wow, we're finally going to see it. Super Goku exclaimed, excitedly gesturing. On the sidelines, Goku and Broly were watching intently. Broly remained composed, while Goku pondered. I heard the transformation methods in this timeline are completely different. Once the match concludes, I must challenge the version of myself here. I want to see just how strong I am in this world. In the observation area, Kampa appeared perplexed. Super Saiyan 4? He turned to ask Beerus. Have you heard of this transformation? Beerus smiled in response. It seems the Saiyans of the universe have a different evolutionary path than those of Universe 7. It was also captivated, opening his eyes to gaze down at Vegeta. He thought to himself, this transformation is unlike Goku's. I wish to witness its power. Pay attention, Goku. Vegeta's voice echoed just as an astonishing surge of energy erupted from within him. Golden flames enveloped him. His hair grew longer and thicker, his eyes turned deep crimson, and red fur sprouted from his upper body, accompanied by a swaying red tail. With another fierce roar, the golden flames surged into the sky, rippling outwards like waves. Vegeta was clad in a deep red material resembling battle armor. Super Saiyan 4 was fully realized. Super Vegeta gasped in awe, his mind reeling. The other version of me has achieved such a level. He then smiled, resolving, if he can do it, so can I. Incredible. Super Goku shouted in excitement. This is far superior to Super Saiyan 3. Suddenly, he had a thought and turned to Goku. You can transform like this too, right? Goku scratched his head sheepishly. Yeah, I can. Fantastic. We absolutely must spar once the match concludes. Super Goku implored, his eyes sparkling. Beerus, overhearing, was fuming. This fool. He's worried that if Kampa sees his universe's Goku lose, he will surely be ridiculed. He bellowed, be silent. Focus on the match. No discussion of battles. But Lord Beerus, weren't we just talking about battles? Super Goku innocently retorted, turning his head with a naive expression. What? Beerus nearly toppled from his seat. Astonished, when did this kid become so clever? Whis smiled gently, attempting to mediate. Let us focus on the match. We can discuss battles later. All right, Super Goku replied readily, turning his gaze back to the arena. On the stage, Goku stood frozen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was instantly engulfed by the overwhelming aura of Super Saiyan 4. The scene before him evoked memories of the astonishment he felt upon first witnessing Super Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan Blue. Yet this time the intensity of the experience was magnified. Standing before the Super Saiyan 4 version of his master, his own power seemed utterly insignificant. So incredibly powerful. Gab murmured. This is the full might of Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta elucidated. However, without a tail, you cannot attain this form. The tail is an essential prerequisite, but you can train to become a Super Saiyan 3. Remember, Super Saiyan 2 is merely a starting point, not the ultimate goal. Do you understand? Vegeta's voice suddenly rose in volume. Yes, I understand. Gab responded with a jolt, standing at attention, pondering how much more intimidating this Master Vegeta was. Master, I have yet to witness a Super Saiyan 3, Gab expressed, his hopes of transforming into Super Saiyan 4 waning, and instead, he inquired if Vegeta could demonstrate Super Saiyan 3. After a moment of silence, Vegeta shifted the topic. Now, engage me in battle with all your might. Or else once I strike, you shall have no chance. Super Vegeta privately acknowledged that the version of himself from another timeline also could not transform into Super Saiyan 3. This revelation left him with mixed emotions. Both timelines Vegetas had bypassed Super Saiyan 3 and directly mastered Super Saiyan 4. Huh. The Vegeta from your universe can transform into Super Saiyan 3? That's impressive. Our version has yet to achieve that, remarked Super Goku, resting his chin on his hand. Kakarot. Silence. Super Vegeta bellowed, his face flushed with anger. My apologies, I misspoke. Super Goku chuckled sheepishly. Nearby, Goku joined in the laughter. Though his smile bore an awkward stiffness, and sweat beaded on his forehead, the Vegeta from his timeline also could not transform into Super Saiyan 3. Should he reveal this, Vegeta would undoubtedly erupt in fury, so it was best to remain silent. Truly remarkable, a Saiyan from the 7th universe is on an entirely different level. It's astonishing that a mere Earthling could reach such heights. Vegeta's overwhelming aura left Kampa wide-eyed. Bardos nudged her staff, reminding, Lord Kampa, your contest with the universe is still ongoing. I almost forgot about that. Kampa snapped back to reality. Observing the vast disparity in strength between Vegeta and Gab on the arena, causing him to stomp his foot in frustration. What kind of joke is this? How could Gab possibly defeat that Vegeta? They are not even in the same league. This is infuriating. Kampa's forehead throbbed with veins as he suddenly slumped his shoulders in defeat. Why is it that all the powerful ones are in other universes? If only our 6th universe possessed such formidable warriors, we would have nothing to fear in the tournament of power. As he contemplated this, he abruptly paused, realizing that the participants for the tournament of power had yet to gather. Once the match concluded, he would have to inquire whether Hit had 10 brothers at home. Amidst the arena, Gab's voice rang out. Forgive me, Master Vegeta. Whoosh. The silver-haired warrior concentrated his energy to its peak and charged forward. He understood that his chances of victory were slim. The only option was to wager all his strength. Even if he could land a single blow, it would be worth it. Thud. His fist struck Vegeta's face with solid impact. Gab found himself momentarily stunned. Had he actually landed a hit? But in the next instant, he realized something was amiss. The man he had struck remained completely unfazed, not even a twitch of his brow. It is evident that this was a deliberate act to provoke him. The disparity in strength between the two was so vast that Vegeta deemed it beneath him to evade. Haven't you eaten? Put forth more effort. Vegeta scoffed. Understood. Gabe gritted his teeth and launched a tempestuous assault. Bang, bang, bang. Every strike was effortlessly parried with a single hand. Huh. Gabe leaped to deliver a flying kick. Thud. Vegeta easily blocked it and retaliated by sending him flying. Whoosh. Gabe vanished behind, poised for a sneak attack. But just as he was about to succeed, he abruptly altered his strategy, teleporting to the front to throw a punch. Boom. His fist was once again firmly caught. Despite the immense power of Super Saiyan 2 surpassing all previous levels, it proved futile against absolute strength. Nevertheless, Gabe grew ever more emboldened. Recalling his master's teachings, a Saiyan would rather perish in battle than bow down. With a sudden thrust, Gabe stepped on Vegeta's arm, using the leverage to leap back and spread his arms, gathering a golden energy sphere. Yeah, he rapidly swung his hands, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that rained down upon Vegeta. The relentless sounds filled the air, and the dense smoke obscured all vision. Yet, Gabe was well aware that such an assault would have no effect on his master. As expected, Vegeta waved his hand, dispersing the smoke effortlessly. Again, after landing, Gabe charged up with clenched fists, his golden aura surging. He rushed at Vegeta once more, only to be effortlessly seized by the arm and thrown aside. Just as he was about to tumble out of the ring, Gabe executed a flip to regain his stance. He unleashed a series of fierce attacks, culminating in a powerful strike concentrated in his right fist. Vegeta precisely grasped his wrist and, with a swift elbow strike, targeted his abdomen. The violent impact caused Gabe to revert to his original form, collapsing to the ground in a fit of retching. Remember this pain, Vegeta whispered in his ear before turning to leave. Gabe's vision blurred, and he fell heavily to the ground. The winner is Universe Vegeta, announced the referee. Goku, filled with excitement, could hardly contain himself. Upon returning to the spectators' area, Vegeta received praise from another version of himself. Well done. Likewise, they exchanged smiles. Their relationship evidently softened. You two seem to be getting along quite well, Ultra Goku remarked cheerfully, glancing at the two Vegetas. Indeed, I never expected the two Vegetas to get along so well. Goku joined in the laughter. Stop babbling nonsense. The two Vegetas shouted in unison, their movements strikingly synchronized. Look, look, their movements are identical. The two Gokus laughed heartily, as the four of them mirrored each other, creating a particularly amusing scene. Humph, insipid science, Beerus muttered, resting his hands behind his head, unable to suppress a smirk. Isn't this splendid? Whis chimed in cheerfully, noting that only one match remained. And it appeared that Mufing's brother was destined to win. The final match is yours, Mufing said to Goku. Fantastic. Finally, it's my turn, Goku exclaimed, jumping up excitedly to stretch his limbs as he bounded onto the stage. On the other side, Kampa furiously stomped his feet, veins bulging on his forehead. Although he had anticipated Gabe's defeat, witnessing it unfold still ignited his rage. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, even a victory in the final match would not alter the outcome. To make matters worse, he was utterly unconvinced that Bardamo could triumph over that Sun Wukong. Hope. After witnessing Vegeta's prowess, even hope had turned into a negative notion. How could they possibly fight? Not only was victory unattainable, but they would also be ridiculed by that scoundrel Beerus, which was infuriating. Kampa's anger swelled, causing his face to flush crimson. Lord Kampa, anger can elevate blood pressure and lead to weight gain, Bardos kindly reminded him. Silence. Kampa bellowed, pointing at Bardamo. You must give it your all and defeat him. Do you understand? Why yes, Lord Kampa, Bardamo stammered, thinking to himself that today might be his last. Good luck. Bardos stifled a laugh, fully aware that the outcome was already determined. The final match is about to commence, the announcer proclaimed. It will be Universe's Sun Wukong against Universe 6 Bardamo. As the gong sounded, the match officially began. Yellow Bear, you go first, Wukong declared, adopting a stance. Bardamo stood frozen, unsure, stealing glances at the spectator platform. There, he saw the murderous glint in Kampa's eyes, with destructive energy faintly coalescing in his hands. This is it. Lord Kampa intends to annihilate me. Such was the gravity of the moment. Oh my, this is quite exaggerated. Witnessing the scene unfold, Bardamo dared not remain stationary. His rotund form sprang into action, bouncing rapidly, gaining speed until he charged at Sun Wukong. The velocity was astonishing, and in an instant, he was upon him. Wukong swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading Bardamo's charge. Phew, that was close. Wukong exhaled, turning to look at Bardamo, who had overshot his target. You may seem cumbersome, but you are surprisingly agile. Almost knocked me over. Before he could finish his thought, Bardamo rebounded, this time with even greater speed. Wukong leaped to evade the attack, but upon glancing down, he saw Bardamo springing back up. Just in time, Wukong thought as he clenched his fists and aimed a powerful strike at Bardamo's belly. To his astonishment, the blow landed harmlessly, merely causing Bardamo's abdomen to quiver slightly. How peculiar, Wukong mused, executing a kick to Bardamo's midsection. The result was the same. It had no effect, only causing Bardamo's belly to jiggle. Humph, you see my might now? Bardamo, sensing the futility of Wukong's attacks, relaxed slightly and grew a bit smug. What is going on? Wukong pondered, as both fighters landed. The attacks against Bardamo seemed to vanish without consequence. This is unreasonable. Could it be that he hasn't eaten enough today? No, he must possess some special ability. Could it be? Could he, like Super 17, absorb my attacks and convert them into his own strength? If that is the case, this will be troublesome. It took considerable effort to defeat Super 17 last time. From the spectator seats, this fellow appears unaware of Bardamo's ability. Perhaps there is still hope. Hope rekindled within Kampa as he raised his fists and shouted, "Go, Bardamo. Push that fellow off the arena." Hee, Lord Kampa is quite the optimist, Butis remarked with a light chuckle. The disparity in power cannot be bridged by mere enthusiasm. Has Lord Kampa forgotten how Bardamo lost last time? Meanwhile, from the viewing area, Goku observed Bardamo and turned his gaze towards his counterpart, pondering how the other version of himself would respond. On the arena, a series of resounding punches echoed as Son Goku struck Bardamo relentlessly. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Every blow felt as though it were landing on cotton, utterly ineffective. This is pointless, Goku muttered, stepping back in confusion, scratching his head. It's peculiar. I don't sense his energy increasing. Could it be that my strength is insufficient? Determined, Goku resolved to elevate his power slightly. In an instant, he released the restraint on his ki, unleashing a powerful aura that surged forth. If one were to judge solely by his energy, one might mistake him for an entirely different person. Incredible. Just as formidable as Vegeta, my base form is stronger than my transformed state. Ultra Goku clenched his fists, exhilarated by the prospect of a match against his alternate self once the contest concluded. Here we go again, Beerus sighed, casting a glance at Ultra Goku. Seated beside Vegeta, Ultra Vegeta gritted his teeth, intently fixated on Goku in the arena. Despite understanding the prowess of these two fighters, witnessing the parallel universe's Kakarot exhibit such strength stirred discontent within him. Vegeta, sensing his emotions, remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the arena. He held unwavering confidence in his counterpart from another timeline, believing that in due time, he would carve out a path of his own and ultimately surpass Kakarot. The battle on the arena raged on. It's not over yet, Goku bellowed, invoking the power of Super Saiyan 2. As he roared, a golden flame of energy erupted forth. His black hair stood erect, transforming to a brilliant gold, while arcs of blue electricity danced around him. And his eyes sharpened with intensity. Another transformation? Bardamo scoffed, dismissing it with a smirk. Having previously rendered all of Goku's attacks ineffective, he was convinced that Goku could not harm him. Let us see how you fare now. In a flash, Goku appeared before his opponent, delivering a heavy blow, only to have it absorbed by Bardamo's rubber-like physique. Undeterred, he continued to move at high speed, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Futile, Bardamo declared, pride swelling within him. I am immune to all attacks thanks to my rubber body. You should concede now. Frustration bubbled in Kampa as he leapt in exasperation. That fool just revealed his ability. Realization dawned on Goku as he drew his fists to his waist, beginning to gather energy. With a thunderous roar, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, radiating power with red eyes and golden pupils, exuding an overwhelming presence. You cannot harm me. Bardamo feigned calmness. Who said I intend to hurt you? Goku suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a formless wave of ki that sent Bardamo staggering backward. Impossible. Panic engulfed Bardamo as Goku seized his arms, expertly maneuvering him toward the edge of the arena. Regardless of how desperately Bardamo struggled, he was unable to break free. In a moment of panic, he expelled a green energy blast, yet it could not penetrate even Son Wukong's defenses. Damn it! Take this. Bardamo opened his mouth wide, gathering green energy within. Receive my attack. The surge of power propelled the energy blast directly towards Sun Wukong. Unmoved, Sun Wukong radiated a crimson aura, akin to a protective shield that absorbed the energy blast. This was the unique ability of Super Saiyan 4, capable of converting enemy attacks into their own power. Wow! Super Saiyan 4 possesses such prowess. Ultra Wukong exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together, wishing that the Super Saiyan Blue could also absorb energy. Humph, Kakarot is merely daydreaming. Ultra Vegeta retorted with a cold expression. Let me go? Bardamo shouted furiously at Wukong, only to see him suddenly release his grip. A perfect opportunity. Bardamo spread his arms to pounce, but unexpectedly, Sun Wukong thrust his palms forward. Boom. An invisible force sent Bardamo flying out of the arena. Out of bounds. The commentator shouted in a high-pitched voice, declaring Sun Wukong the victor. The universe had triumphantly prevailed. Haha, is that it? That was easier than I imagined. Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. Meanwhile, Bardamo sat in the spectators' area, his face pale as he recalled the punishment from Lord Kampa after his last defeat. This time, he feared he might not escape unscathed. This is infuriating. Kampa raged, gathering destructive energy in his palm. This disgraceful display is better off erased. Bardamo, in despair, closed his eyes, realizing his doom was inevitable. Lord Kampa, Batos reminded him with a smile, we still need 10 participants for the tournament of power. Ah! Kampa, frustrated, retracted his energy, lamenting, I lost the food. I lost face. And now I have to witness Beerus's smug expression. Indeed, Beerus stood proudly, laughing heartily. A resounding 3-0 defeat. Kampa. Truly pitiful. Infuriated, Kampa's anger boiled over, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Unable to vent his fury without harming his subordinates. This was the greatest torment for a god of destruction. It's our turn. Ultra Wukong leaped onto the stage, excitedly throwing punches at Wukong. Let us battle. All eyes instantly focused on the scene. Even Kampa temporarily forgot his anger, eagerly leaning forward to witness the clash of the two Sun Wukongs. This promised to be a spectacle. Kampa chuckled to himself. Now I can laugh at that bastard Beerus to his face. Let the battle commence. Hurry up and fight, you two Sun Wukongs. I can hardly wait to see Beerus's withered face in distress. Oh dear, Lord Kampa, you truly. Batos responded with a forced laugh. It stood up, hands in pockets, surveying the arena. A duel between the two suns sounds intriguing. I, too, wish to see what sparks will fly. Bardamo wiped the sweat from his brow. Inching closer to the stands, since there's nothing else to do, I might as well enjoy the show. Gabe clenched his fists, gazing at the two Sun Wukongs, silently vowing. I will not forget the teachings of my two masters, Vegeta. I must become even stronger than they are. On the other side of the stands, Wukong. Beerus shouted, rushing to the railing, stop this. Now is not the time for fighting. Ultra Wukong laughed, tilting his head. Oh come on, Lord Beerus, we had an agreement. You insolent fool. Beerus's temples throbbed with fury. Broly fixated on the arena, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Fight. Fight to the bitter end. He eagerly anticipated a clash between the two Kakarots. Ultra Vegeta and Vegeta stood side by side at the edge of the spectator area. Humph, let them fight. Whis, with a smile, turned to Mu Feng. It seems only Lord Beerus is opposed. What do you think, brother? Mu Feng shrugged. Let them have their fun. Absolutely not. Beerus exclaimed, crouching down and cradling his head. Even the angel has agreed. We cannot intervene. He anxiously scratched the floor. Suddenly, was called out gently, Lord Beerus. Quiet. I'm trying to think. Beerus snapped, waving his hand irritably. Whis raised his voice. Lord Beerus. What is it? Beerus, infuriated, jumped up. Whis, with a knowing smile, gestured towards the arena. Bewildered, Beerus turned his head in anger. Huh? Following Whis's direction, his heart nearly stopped. Beerus froze, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His eyes bulging out, mouth agape as if he could swallow 5 eggs whole. The audience on the opposite side, including Kampa, appeared as if struck by lightning. Their expressions frozen in shock. What in the world? In the center of the arena stood the Supreme Being overseeing the 12 universes, the Omni King. Flanking him were his 2 loyal attendants. Beerus's tongue tangled in his mouth. The announcer dropped to his knees, shouting, Lord Omni King. This time, he learned his lesson and dared not be disrespectful like last time. That colorful little fellow? Vegeta questioned, Skepticism etched on his face. Broly scratched his head. Doesn't seem special at all. Mu Feng quickly cautioned, don't speak carelessly. With a mere flick of his finger, he could erase an entire universe. Naturally, ours is the exception. Huh. Their expressions changed instantly. Whis exchanged glances with Beerus. Is it appropriate for us to remain seated? Appropriate, my foot. Beerus dashed toward the arena, with Kappa hastily following suit. Seeing this, everyone else rose. Even the gods of destruction descended. Who would dare to remain seated? We welcome you. Lord Omni King. Both gods of destruction bowed deeply. The Omni King lazily acknowledged them. Whis and Vados greeted in turn, receiving only monosyllabic responses. Suddenly, Mu Feng grinned and waved. Good to see you again, Aquan. Aquan. Kappa and Vados gasped in disbelief. The Omni King actually nodded at Mu Feng. Yes, Mu Feng. At that moment, Ultra Goku hopped over. Hey, Aquan. Goku blinked in confusion, although he had no idea what was happening. He quickly followed suit in bowing upon seeing the gods of destruction's respect. It was evident that the Omni King was an exceedingly powerful deity. Goku walked alongside Ultra Goku. The three contestants from Universe 6, along with the Vegeta and Broly from Universe 11, as well as Vegeta from Universe 7, gathered beside Whis and Vados. Goku. And another Goku. The Omni King gazed at the two Son Gokus. Hello. Goku waved in greeting. Hee, Aquan. This is me from Mu Feng's Angel Universe. Ultra Goku grinned. We look exactly alike. By the way, Aquan, there are also two Vegetas over there. Ultra Goku pointed towards Vegeta and Broly, prompting Whis to remark that our universe also has a Broly, all of whom possess extraordinary strength. Kakarot this? Ultra Vegeta muttered under his breath. Goku's words sent chills down Beerus and Kappa's spines. I am aware, Goku, the Omni King stated, turning his gaze toward Mu Feng. Your universe bears a striking resemblance to Universe 7. It is particularly intriguing. Aquan, did you enjoy the gaming console I sent you last time? Mu Feng inquired with a smile. Incredibly fun. The shooting levels were quite challenging, but thanks to the Grand Minister's assistance, I managed to complete them. The Omni King replied cheerfully. No worries, there are many other games to explore. Mu Feng continued with a smile. Aquan, what brings you here today? The Tournament of Power has yet to commence. Aside from gaming, I am eager to witness the martial contests. I shall arrive at the moment you begin, as it is bound to be exhilarating, exclaimed Ultra Goku excitedly. Indeed. The warriors on Mu Feng's side are formidable. I am about to engage in a duel with another version of myself, Ultra Goku added. I saw that. The Super Saiyan 4 and the legendary Super Saiyan are absolutely splendid. The Omni King exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Hey, Aquan, would you like to see us compete? Ultra Goku invited. I would love to. The Omni King exclaimed eagerly. Then stay and watch. Ultra Goku proposed. Beerus, hearing this, grew increasingly anxious, nearly toppling over like the Kaishin. The Omni King pondered for a moment. Not today? Why not, Aquan? Ultra Goku inquired, a hint of disappointment in his voice. I've had enough for today. I wish to return to my gaming console. Mu Feng, shall we arrange a special match another day? Of course, Mu Feng nodded in agreement. A separate competition? That sounds delightful. Ultra Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. The more participants, the merrier. Indeed, a multiplayer battle would be far more entertaining. Goku concurred with a smile. A separate competition? Beerus fell into deep contemplation. It seems that Vegeta and Goku still have time to continue their training. Regardless, it is splendid that there will be no match today. I am immensely grateful to you, Lord Omni King. It is settled then. Goku's Universe 7 shall face Mu Feng's universe in a singular contest. According to Earth's time, 10 days hence, you shall each select 5 participants to compete. All the deities from various universes will be present to witness, the Omni King stated, already brimming with anticipation for the upcoming match. Fantastic. We can train for a few more days. Ultra Goku clenched his fists, gazing at Goku. Our duel is postponed for 10 days. We shall meet on the battlefield then. All right. I shall give my utmost effort. Goku replied with a smile. You two Gokus, along with Mu Feng, join me in a gesture, the Omni King instructed them. What gesture? Ultra Goku and Goku seemed puzzled. I understand. Mu Feng quickly realized and explained to the two Gokus. We shall hold Aquan's hand and lift him up. So that is how it is. Haha, got it. Both Gokus chuckled, scratching their heads in amusement. Mu Feng stood to the left of the Omni King, while the two Gokus positioned themselves to the right. The three of them grasped the Omni King's hands and gently lifted him into the air before slowly lowering him down. This is delightful. I am so happy. The Grand King chuckled. Then I shall take my leave, Mu Feng, and to you too, Wukong. Farewell. Super Wukong and Wukong waved in unison. Safe travels, Quan. Until next time. Mu Feng also smiled and waved. The two guards approached the Grand King, who raised his hand, allowing them to clasp it. We bid you farewell, Your Excellency. Beerus and Kappa bowed once more. The Grand King acknowledged. Everyone goodbye. Upon the guard's farewell, the three transformed into radiant light and soared into the depths of the universe. Watching the Grand King depart, Kappa and Beerus finally exhaled in relief. Hee. Mu Feng, my brother, in 10 days, the 7th universe and the universe shall compete, Weiss remarked with a smile. Indeed, Brother Weiss, Mu Feng nodded. These 10 days are just right for selecting the competitors. Quan mentioned bringing 5 individuals. I must ponder who to take. Beerus patted his chest, feeling relieved. These 10 days must be utilized to train Son Goku and Vegeta. We shall have Weiss lead them to find Broly. That grants us 3 contestants. And we can leisurely decide on the remaining 2. Let us have another match in 10 days, Super Wukong said to Wukong. Agreed. We shall fight with all our might. Wukong declared with a grin, hands on his hips. Lord Kampa, should we lose? Bato smiled. No need for your reminders. Kampa turned away. The Tournament of Power is the official competition. Consider this a warm-up. We shall undoubtedly emerge victorious, be it the 7th universe or another. Mu Feng, congratulations to your universe for the victory. Batos approached Weiss and Mu Feng. Haha, Batos, you flatter me. Mu Feng chuckled, scratching his head. Sister. Let us strive together in the Tournament of Power, Weiss smiled. The Tournament of Power organized by the Grand King, Batos said, gazing at Mu Feng and Weiss. Yet it is still early. I am more eager for the clash between your 2 universes in 10 days. I too am looking forward to it. Weiss replied with a narrowed smile. The outcome shall be revealed in 10 days. Mu Feng nodded in agreement. In the distance, Kampa's voice echoed, Hey, Batos, it is time to go. All right, Lord Kampa, Batos replied, turning to Mu Feng and Weiss. It seems we must take our leave. Until next time. Why rush? How about we finish our meal first? Mu Feng suggested. That is a splendid idea, sister. Let us stay for dinner, Weiss agreed with a smile. Delicious food? Batos felt a twinge of interest but glanced at Kampa, needing to gauge his lord's intentions. Kampa's stomach growled audibly, confirming his hunger. It would be delightful to savor a meal, yet having just lost a match made it difficult to maintain composure, especially with Beerus present. He discreetly glanced at Beerus. Beerus crossed his arms and turned away. Let us eat together. Kampa was momentarily taken aback, but then grinned widely. Excellent. It is settled. Batos, we shall dine before departing. I must experience Mu Feng's culinary skills. I shall be thoroughly satisfied. Food, you say? Super Wukong and Wukong immediately gathered closer. Super Vegeta, and Broly were also drawn by the allure. Aside from battle, nothing piqued their interest quite like exquisite cuisine. To dine with the master? Gabe rushed excitedly before the 2 Vegetas, exclaiming, Masters, we can dine together now. Who is your master? The 2 Vegetas replied in unison, turning their heads away simultaneously. Understood, masters. Gabe chuckled, finding their personalities remarkably identical. Escaping death once more to enjoy a meal was indeed fortunate. Bardamo scratched his head, realizing this was the 2nd time he had narrowly avoided demise. Never mind, he thought. As long as there is food and drink, that is sufficient. The assassin hit from Universe 6 also looked forward to the culinary delights prepared by Mu Feng. The fact that Kampa proposed such a contest indicated that Mu Feng's skills were extraordinary. Being able to feast after a battle was certainly a boon. How splendid. Whis chuckled softly. It seems my dear brother Mu Feng will be working hard again. Thank you for your trouble, Bardos replied with a smile. Ascending into the air, they waved their staffs, transforming the arena into a spacious dining hall filled with an array of earthly ingredients. What a grand room. Are we dining here? Kampa gazed upward, impressed. As expected of Bardos, your thoughtfulness is commendable. Like you? Beerus raised an eyebrow in jest. Are you referring to your destructive style of decor? Stop your nonsense. This has nothing to do with destruction. Beerus closed his eyes and spread his hands. Beerus. Kampa gritted his teeth in frustration, but ultimately restrained himself from retaliating. After all, a meal was imminent, and he didn't want to stoop to arguing with a lean monkey. Kampa turned back to inspect the house, muttering softly. A destructive style of architecture? Is my taste truly that exaggerated? Could it be that Beerus is envious of me? After all, he lacks my aesthetic of destruction. Haha. It must be so. The mighty god of destruction, devoid of destructive attributes. How pathetic. The more Kampa pondered, the more triumphant he felt, hands on hips, laughing heartily. Has this fellow lost his mind? Beerus observed the uncontrollable laughter of Kampa, doubting his sanity. Lord Kampa's aesthetic is indeed one of a kind, Bardos chuckled softly. Brother Mufing, the kitchen and ingredients are all set. Whis gracefully landed beside Mufing, eagerly anticipating a taste of his culinary skills. You are well prepared, Brother Whis. I shall head to the kitchen now, Mufing replied with a smile. Please wait just a moment. I'm starving. Hurry up, Ultra Goku exclaimed, jumping in place. His stomach rumbling. Hee, I'm also famished. Goku scratched his head, grinning foolishly. 2. Ultra Vegeta rolled his eyes at the two Gokus. Indeed, Vegeta nodded in agreement. Wow. The two masters Vegeta have unified opinions. Gabe had just said this when both Vegetas erupted in fury simultaneously. What nonsense are you spouting? Ha ha ha, their furious expressions are identical. Gabe awkwardly scratched his face. The group laughed and gradually entered the house. Meanwhile, in the cosmos, a chilling laughter echoed from within a spaceship in the dark universe. It was none other than our old acquaintance, King Frieza. Since being resurrected by Mufing, Frieza had been training diligently day and night, in pursuit of strength and vengeance. Fearing once more to be cast into the depths of despair, he has devoted himself to relentless training, ultimately achieving a groundbreaking realm that astonishes even himself. The power he now wields is more than sufficient to crush that band of wild monkeys. Frieza clenched his fists, brimming with confidence. This is not mere blind arrogance. As a combat prodigy with an innate talent of 33, whether in his original or alternate form, Frieza has always scorned the need for cultivation, having begun his journey at the pinnacle of existence. However, once he earnestly taps into his potential, his power can surge exponentially. In just 4 months, the alternate Frieza ascended to his golden form, overpowering even the Super Saiyan Blue. Although Frieza has yet to transform into gold, he has evolved into an equally terrifying new form. What fills him with exuberance are two particular matters. The first, undoubtedly, is the prospect of exacting revenge on Earth. He is determined to annihilate every last one of those Saiyan monkeys. The second, even more significant, is the anticipation of the birth of his son, A's today. Frieza has adjusted A's incubation period, employing advanced technology to hasten his emergence, ensuring that A's awakens just in time to accompany him to Earth. A peculiar sound crackled through the air. Could it be A's is about to emerge? Frieza felt a stirring in his heart. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in. Flustered, Your Majesty Frieza, a grave situation has arisen. No, it is a momentous occasion. King A's is on the verge of awakening. Indeed, it is this matter. Frieza revealed a sinister smile, promptly rising to his feet. Let us see. They entered the chamber, where A's lay in the center, encapsulated in a vessel. What a magnificent physique. One could sense his immense power merely by gazing upon him. Frieza surveyed his son with satisfaction. How much longer? In approximately 5 minutes. King A's will awaken. The subordinate hastily replied. Excellent. Frieza approached the window, gazing out at the celestial bodies, his expression darkening suddenly. Goku, Vegeta, you wretched monkeys. I shall personally slay you. The memories of the torment endured in hell ignited Frieza's rage, causing him to tremble, his fists cracking with tension. The subordinate behind him shivered in fear, apprehensive of incurring his wrath. A brave soldier mustered the courage to advise, Your Majesty, calm yourself. With your current prowess, dealing with the Saiyans will be as effortless as child's play. Humph, you speak the truth. Frieza managed to regain some composure, seeing the effect of his words. The soldier quickly added, Furthermore, this time we have King A's assistance. Together, father and son shall undoubtedly obliterate the Saiyans. Indeed. Frieza sneered, Goku Vegeta, this time your demise is assured. Ha ha ha, splendid. When we venture to Earth, we must eradicate those detestable monkeys entirely. Frieza clasped his hands behind his back, a sinister grin forming on his face. Goku and Vegeta will be left for me to deal with personally. I shall commence with Goku's son, Gohan. A debt owed by the father shall be repaid by the son. Your Majesty Frieza is truly wise. The subordinates praised fervently. Moments later, a crack echoed as the vessel, nurturing Ace, suddenly split open. Your Majesty Frisia, Lord A's is about to awaken. A soldier reported in a panic. I see it. Frisia fixed his gaze intently on the vessel, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Is my son finally awakening? Cracks began to spread across the surface of the container, culminating in a thunderous explosion as the entire glass vessel shattered. Nutrient solution spilled across the floor, and Azer emerged slowly, droplets cascading down his body. Congratulations, Lord Azer, on your awakening. Splendid. At last, Lord Azer has awakened. The soldiers rejoiced with exuberance. Azer? Azer appeared slightly perplexed. Is that my name? Indeed. It is the name I have bestowed upon you, my child, Frisia said, extending his arms as he approached. Father, Azer recognized Frisia. I quite like this name. However, I have just awakened from slumber, brimming with energy, and I feel the need to move. A sinister smile, reminiscent of Frisia's, graced Azer's face. I wish to find an opponent and engage in a proper battle. Ha! Truly, you are my son. Frisia bellowed with laughter. We are en route to Earth, where formidable opponents await you. Earth? Azer clenched his fists. I eagerly anticipated. Yet impatience gripped him. Father, how much longer until we reach Earth? Frisia glanced at the soldier nearby. Report. Report. The soldier exclaimed, hastily consulting the instruments. Approximately 1 hour remains. 1 hour is far too long. Azer declared with exasperation. I must unleash my energy now. I understand your eagerness, Frisia chuckled. How about I spar with you in the meantime? To train against father? Azer's interest was piqued, as he wished to gauge Frisia's current prowess. I can sense that you have grown significantly stronger. Frisia beamed with pride. You are indeed my son, well observed. This marks my first training session since birth, aimed solely at obliterating those detestable scions on Earth. Azer suddenly comprehended. Earth? Is that not the destination we are heading to? So father seeks vengeance. The scions capable of defeating father must be exceptionally powerful. My anticipation for this confrontation grows. You shall discover that upon our arrival at Earth. Frisia said with a narrowed gaze, smiling. But until we reach our destination, let us practice together. Very well, father, Azer replied with an unusual grin. Upon hearing that the two sovereigns were to engage in combat, the surrounding soldiers panicked. Such a clash aboard the spacecraft could spell disaster. The powers of these two lords could effortlessly obliterate the entire vessel, leaving no survivors aside from themselves. A clever soldier, mustering his courage, suggested. Might it be wiser for the two kings to conserve their strength for the scions on Earth rather than expend it now? That is a prudent observation, Frisia acknowledged. Nodding in approval. Just as the soldiers sighed in relief, Frisia continued. Then prepare the nutrient solution for recovery after our bout. All the soldiers were taken aback, begrudgingly complying with the order, hoping fervently that the ship would remain intact. Father, where shall we fight? Engaging here would surely destroy the ship, Azer inquired. I have long made preparations, Frisia replied, turning to lead the way to the training room, which was more robust. But remember to temper your strength, otherwise, the ship will meet the same fate. On the other side, on an unnamed planet, Super Goku clutched his stomach and lamented, is the food not ready yet? I feel like I'm starving to death. Goku lay sprawled on the ground, echoing, I'm utterly famished too. Ever since Kakarot started mingling with another version of himself from a different timeline, his behavior has become increasingly similar. It's quite a sight to behold. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Goku. Regardless of which timeline, Kakarot always appears this foolish. Super Vegeta crossed his arms, wearing a similarly exasperated expression. You are absolutely right. Another me, Vegeta agreed wholeheartedly, nodding in acknowledgement. That Kakarot, no matter where he is, remains an utter fool. Suddenly, Vegeta recalled something and inquired, by the way, what is the Tournament of Power? Lord Mufing never mentioned it. Broly and Goku also looked over with curiosity, equally uninformed. What? You actually do not know about the Tournament of Power? Super Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. This is a significant event organized by the Omni King. Haha, perhaps my brother Mufing simply forgot to mention it, Whis interjected with a smile. In truth, Mufing had intentionally refrained from informing them. Believing it unnecessary to rush into the topic, Whis elaborated, the Tournament of Power is a cosmic competition hosted by the Omni King, featuring 8 universes in addition to yours, making a total of 9. Each universe will send forth 10 warriors, culminating in a chaotic battle of 90 participants. Wow, a chaotic battle involving 90 fighters. How exhilarating! Goku exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his hunger. Although he was not as obsessed with martial arts as Super Goku, The prospect of such a battle still ignited his fighting spirit. Haha, I am equally excited. Super Goku replied with a chuckle, then grew serious, adding, however, we shall not hold back in the competition 10 days hence. Chapter 44, Broly? No problem, another me. I will give it my all. Goku declared, filled with determination. A melee among 9 universes. Wasn't this a contest to determine the strongest in the cosmos? Vegeta immediately grasped the significance. As long as he stood victorious in the tournament of power, he could prove himself as the strongest mortal in the entire universe. Tournament of power? Just wait. I, Vegeta, will showcase the might of the Saiyans to everyone. Dream on. The title of the strongest is not yours to claim. Not even as another version of myself. Super Vegeta retorted defiantly. Alright then, let me witness your abilities. Vegeta smirked, eager for his counterpart to grow stronger, yet resolute that he would not be surpassed. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly astonish you. Super Vegeta replied with unwavering confidence. I shall remember your words. Do not disappoint me. Another me. Observing Super Vegeta's proud demeanor, Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle. The tone and expression felt particularly familiar. This version of himself from another timeline bore a striking resemblance to his former self. Humph. Super Vegeta turned his face aside, coldly asserting, I will certainly achieve it. Another me. You shall watch closely. In the time to come, I will devote myself to rigorous training, enhancing my strength. Whether it is the clash with your universe in 10 days or the tournament of power organized by the Omni King, I will prove that I, Vegeta, am the strongest. Broly silently listened to their exchange, contemplating deeply within himself. It seems that Lord Mu Feng has resurrected me solely for the tournament of power. Humph, it matters not. As long as I have the opportunity to personally deal with Kakarot and those Saiyans, I am satisfied. Once the tournament concludes, I shall eliminate you all with my own hands. For now, I shall allow you to live a little longer. In the cosmos, aboard Frisia's spacecraft. It was not long before Frisia escorted Azer to a spacious training room. This was Frisia's usual training ground. Its walls more robust than those of the rest of the ship, difficult to damage unless faced with an exceptionally powerful attack. Indeed, the space was ample, suitable for combat. Azer nodded in satisfaction. It would be utterly frustrating to be restricted in movement during a fight. The dimensions of this space were just right, not too large, yet not too small, perfect for unleashing one's full potential in battle. Son, let me witness your strength, Frisia remarked from across the room, his interest piqued. He was well aware that Azer's power far exceeded his own. After all, Azer's period of dormancy had been significantly longer, and his strength was at least several times greater than Frisia's, if not more. He was intensely curious about the extent of Azer's might. All right, I shall hold nothing back, Azer exclaimed, a grin illuminating his face. He could hardly contain his eagerness. To be precise, he was impatient to engage with a true warrior. Azer, Frisia's son, was an anomaly among the frost demons. If Frisia epitomized treachery and coldness, then Azer was the embodiment of unadulterated combat fervor. He was obsessed with battle, relishing every confrontation with formidable opponents. From the moment of his birth, his ambition had been to ceaselessly challenge stronger foes, pursuing an endless quest for combat. Come on, Frisia called out. No sooner had the words left his lips than Azer bolted forward with astonishing speed. He conjured an energy sphere in his right hand, hurtling towards Frisia in the blink of an eye. Frisia barely had time to react. Boom. The energy sphere detonated before Frisia, a thick cloud of smoke billowing forth. Moments later, as the haze dissipated, Frisia remained unscathed but was propelled back several dozen meters by the force of the explosion. Truly, my son, that was quite a powerful move. Frisia dusted himself off and remarked with a smile. However, Azer, did you perhaps go easy on me? Are you afraid of injuring me? Worry not. Such an attack is hardly a concern for me. At this moment, Frisia remained in his most basic form, yet to transform. Father, you are indeed formidable. This level of attack is utterly ineffective against you, which reassures me. Azer responded with enthusiasm. In that case, I shall take this a tad more seriously, father. After exchanging mutual compliments, Azer suddenly surged forward, his speed surpassing that of before, instantly closing the distance to Frisia. So swift. Frisia's eyes narrowed, astonished at the extent of his son's speed. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Azer seized Frisia's face and forcefully slammed it into the ground. Thud. Azer held on tightly, pressing Frisia's head down as he charged forward with reckless abandon. Frisia's head scraped against the ground, and then Azer abruptly yanked him upward, flinging him toward the distant wall. Bang! Frisia crashed heavily against the wall before tumbling to the ground. However, he performed a somersault in midair and landed steadily. Ha ha! My son, Aze, truly lives up to my expectations. Despite being pummeled by his son, Frisia felt no anger. Instead, his face radiated pride. To possess such strength from birth is simply marvelous. He opened his arms with a triumphant smile, clearly having awakened a formidable creature. Haha, father. I haven't even used my full strength yet. That was merely a warm-up, Aze declared, eager for more. You need to take this seriously. I can hardly contain my desire for battle. At this moment, he craved a genuine fight, for Frisia's current power was insufficient to satiate his thirst for combat. What kind of fight is this? You're merely standing there, allowing me to strike. There's no thrill in that. Very well, as you wish. Seeing his son's fervor for battle, Frisia felt increasingly exhilarated. Aze's innate talent and desire for combat far surpassed that of ordinary beings, filling him with immense satisfaction. Frisia stepped back, preparing to enhance his strength. Huh, he bellowed, erupting into a violet aura as his body began to transform. His height surged to 2 meters. His physique became robust, and sharp horns sprouted from his head as he entered his second form. His power had multiplied several times. Upon witnessing his father's transformation, Aze's smile broadened. He could sense that Frisia was now barely qualified to engage him in a proper spar. Ha ha, I mustn't overdo it. I shall play with you in this form, my son, Frisia said, looking down at Aze with a grin. In this form, Frisia exuded an extraordinary confidence, even more so than in his final form. However, this confidence did not stem from his strength. After all, this was merely his second form, and his battle power was still inferior to other transformations. What truly delighted him was the increase in his height. From a diminutive 116 centimeters in his first form, he had now ascended to a towering stature of over 2 meters. Even his final form was merely 168 centimeters, often requiring him to look up at others. Although Frisia never publicly discussed his height, he was quite sensitive about it. Any soldier who dared to whisper about his short stature would meet a grim fate. It is no wonder that in a certain timeline, he even wished upon the Dragon Balls to grow 5 centimeters taller. Now, in his second form towering over 2 meters, Frisia brimmed with pride. Son, behold your father in this form, and feel free to unleash your might. All right, father. Before Aze could finish his sentence, his knee collided forcefully with Frisia's face. Despite the enhancement in power from his second form, he was still no match for Aze. As Frisia staggered backward, Aze swiftly darted behind him, executing a sweeping kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Before he could hit the floor, Aze followed up with a powerful kick that propelled his father into the air, while a casually thrown violet energy blast was effortlessly crushed in Frisia's hand. Now this is entertaining. Aze laughed heartily and launched another attack. He easily evaded Frisia's counter, and what appeared to be a casual kick sent Frisia hurtling across dozens of meters, only halting upon colliding with a wall. Had it not been for that wall, he might have slid hundreds of meters further. Frisia withstood Aze's onslaught. Had it been in the past, he likely wouldn't have been able to endure even a single punch from Aze, facing immediate demise. Frisia rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Remarkable indeed. Even as a father, I find myself envious of your strength, Aze. Now, it is my turn to strike. No sooner had he finished speaking than a violet aura ignited around him, energy swiftly coalescing to envelop his entire being. In the next instant, Frisia lunged forward, his pointed crown aimed directly at Aze. This was his most formidable technique, the Nova Strike. Though its power was somewhat diminished in his second form, it remained lethal nonetheless. Thank you for the compliment, father, Aze replied, unflinching, raising his hands defensively before his chest, bracing for the impact. Frisia, simultaneously pleased and infuriated, retorted, arrogant. Watch as I crush you. He accelerated instantaneously, the purple flames surging around him. With exhilaration, Aze seized Frisia's pointed crown, yet the force propelled him backward, seemingly on the verge of colliding with the wall. Huh! He summoned his strength, his arm muscles bulging as he exerted a tremendous force. Boom! The energy exploded, forcing Frisia to halt, while the wall bore a gaping hole. Humph, well done, Frisia sneered, patting Aze on the shoulder. With your assistance, those scions are doomed. Ha ha ha, I can hardly wait to confront them. Aze responded, At that moment, a group of minions rushed in, panic evident on their faces. My lords, what has happened? They gazed at the large hole in the wall, understanding that as long as the ship remained intact, there was no significant issue. Frisia's smile vanished as he coldly inquired, "Have you prepared the nutrient solutions I instructed?" Report. Lord Frisia, the nutrient solutions are fully prepared and ready for use at any moment. The soldier stammered. Excellent. How long until we reach Earth? Frisia squinted, pressing further. Reporting. My lord, we require another 30 minutes. You and Lord A's have only been in this room for 30 minutes. We are still 30 minutes away from Earth. Such a lengthy wait. Frisia mused, stroking his chin, his impatience evident as he waved dismissively. You may all leave. Report back the moment we approach Earth. Yes, Lord Frisia. Lord A's, we take our leave. The soldiers, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped a fate worse than death, hurriedly departed. They understood all too well that a mere flick of the fingers from either lord could spell their demise, and none dared linger, fearful of being ensnared in their conflict. Only 30 minutes remain, father. Let us continue, Ace said, clenching his fists, his eyes alight with the fire of battle. The brief time we spent was merely a warm-up. I wish to engage with you for several more rounds. Hee. As you wish, my child, Frisia replied with a sinister grin. But this time, I shall be serious. Could not ask for more. Ace stepped back, adopting a combat stance. Frisia clenched his fists at his waist, and in an instant, a ferocious violet aura erupted around him. Energy waves cascading like a tide, causing the entire ship to tremble violently. Outside, the soldiers were thrown into disarray. What is happening? Is the ship falling apart? Stay calm. An experienced soldier halted his companions. This is Lord Frisia unleashing his power. Do you wish to disturb him and tempt fate? In the training chamber, Frisia's form began to undergo a transformation. His height diminished, his sharp horns vanished, and a sleek purple armor enveloped his body. At this moment, the oppressive aura he exuded seemed to solidify the very air around him. Behold, A's, this is my fourth form, Frisia proclaimed, stretching his newly transformed physique with a wicked grin. In the past, this was my ultimate form. Can father grow even stronger? A's pupils dilated with excitement as he sensed the surging power. Excellent. While you were in a stupor, I broke through my limits and mastered an entirely new fifth form. Frisia tilted his chin upward, his fingertips igniting with purple flames. Suddenly, he clenched his fist, a crimson light flashing in his eyes. Those accursed scion monkeys shall meet their demise this time, along with their planet, reduced to cosmic dust. Ace, invigorated, flexed his wrists. Father, I shall accompany you to Earth. Let those scions witness true power. He suddenly assumed a fighting stance, declaring, before we depart, let us warm up. As you wish, Frisia replied nonchalantly, raising his hand. A golden afterimage flickered as A's straight punch aimed for his face. However, Frisia remained motionless, his palm firmly intercepting the attack. Too slow. Before Ace could react, Frisia deftly blocked the incoming kick, sparks erupting from the clash of their armored bodies. Two streaks of light broke through the cabin's ceiling, leaving intertwined trails in the pitch-black cosmos. Each collision of fists and feet sent violent tremors through the spaceship, the metallic walls tearing apart under the released energy. An opening. Frisia seized the moment, delivering a powerful right hook that struck A's jaw, followed by a scythe-like sweep of his tail. The golden figure plummeted like a meteor towards the deck, creating a spiderweb-like crater upon impact. Being distracted in battle can lead to death. Frisia hovered in midair, crimson light gathering at his fingertips. 3 beams of death tore through the air, yet before they could reach A's, they were repelled by a golden energy wave, melting a bright hole in the distant wall. A's wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, erupting in dazzling brilliance as he soared into the sky once more. The father and son transformed into a swirling tempest of gold and purple, their fists clashing as the entire spaceship emitted a mournful metallic wail under the strain. Meanwhile, in a restaurant across dimensions, how old is your little Feng over there? Goku asked, biting on a straw. The Super Goku, who was busily eating, mumbled in reply. Just a few days old. Why are you spitting out your drink? What? Goku leaped up from the table. My little Feng could already participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Both generations of Goku fell into contemplation, their 2 spiky hairs humorously curling into question marks atop their heads. Didn't Mu Feng mention before that the Goku and Vegeta from the universe are considerably older than you two? We smiled at them. It seems you weren't paying attention. Is that so? Super Vegeta paused, vaguely recalling Mufone mentioning it, but not clearly. How is Bra doing now? Vegeta turned to Super Vegeta. Bra? Who is that? Super Vegeta looked bewildered. Bra, you don't even know your own daughter's name. Vegeta raised his voice. What? My daughter? Super Vegeta was utterly perplexed. Bulma is currently expecting, and having a daughter would be delightful, especially since she already has Trunks. An addition of a daughter seems splendid. Wait, no. Who named her Bra? It hardly reflects the Scion style. Is her name truly Bra? Surely it isn't Karat or Iserato? Super Vegeta inquired. That name was given by Bulma. Vegeta replied with dissatisfaction, expressing that he wished to bestow upon his daughter a name more befitting a Scion. A Scion name would have been better. Super Vegeta scoffed but smiled, conceding that Bra is acceptable since it was named by Bulma. Let us observe how things unfold. Do come visit our universe when you have the time, Vegeta turned his face to say. Super Vegeta huffed softly in response, indicating he would visit if the opportunity arose. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, stirring everyone's appetite. It smells so delicious. I want to eat more. Kampa, holding a spoon in one hand and chopsticks in the other, could hardly contain his eagerness. How rude. Beerus shot him a glance. Oh, you are hardly any better. Saliva is about to dribble onto the table. Kampa retorted, lifting his spoon. Fat pig. I have tolerated you for far too long. Beerus slammed his hands on the table, rising in anger. Haha, what? Fat pig. What are you even saying, you bag of bones? Kampa burst into laughter but quickly became furious, standing up. Whis and Beerus exchanged knowing smiles, having grown accustomed to such antics. They both stood up simultaneously to intervene. Gods of destruction must not engage in combat. I will let this slide this time. Kampa crossed his arms and sat down. You are fortunate. I will teach you a lesson next time. Beerus also crossed his arms and sat down, both faces marked with defiance. Haha, Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus are truly amusing. Super Goku chuckled as he looked at Goku. Having heard so much, I am eager to visit your universe, Gohan, Piccolo, and Chi-Chi. Your universe sounds fascinating. You must come to play. Indeed, it is quite interesting, haha. Goku replied, scratching the back of his head with a smile. Two of them. Super Vegeta and Vegeta spoke in unison. Afterward, they both huffed again and turned their faces away. Gabe, holding a teacup, gazed at the synchronized movements of the two Vegetas and could not help but exclaim. Both masters' moves are strikingly identical. Meanwhile, within Frisia's spaceship in the universe, an intense battle was erupting. Frisia, having transformed into his fourth form, was locked in a fierce struggle with Ace, who was withholding his full power. As fists and feet collided, the training room's equipment was shattered by the surging energy waves. Bang! At the moment their fists collided, a circular shockwave erupted, and both retreated momentarily. Just as Ace launched an energy blast with his left palm, Frisia's fingertip laser struck it midair, causing it to explode. Amidst the swirling dust, Frisia surged forward, delivering a heavy punch squarely to Ace's face. Thud! Ace, unfazed, stood up after being knocked to the ground. Such an attack was trivial to him, given that he had not exerted his full strength. Frisia, equally aware, understood this was merely a warm-up before the battle on Earth. Father's heavy punches feel invigorating. My body is fully awakened. Ace grinned with a disconcerting smile. Oh ho ho ho. Just enough strength left for that group of scions. Frisia narrowed his eyes, suddenly interrupted by an intruding soldier. The unfortunate little soldier was toppled by the aftermath of the battle, trembling as he reported, Report. We will arrive on Earth in 5 minutes. Please, the two kings, utilize the nutrient chambers to regain your strength. Prepare immediately. Frisia's crimson eyes instilled such fear in the soldier that he scrambled out of the training room, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere of the battlefield. Even a moment's delay felt suffocating. The soldier acutely sensed that when Frisia and A's gazes fell upon him, it felt as though a blade was pressed against his neck. Any reckless movement would result in his immediate demise. His audacious interruption of the duel between the two masters had rendered Frisia and A's exceedingly displeased. Had it not been for the urgent news he bore, he would have likely faced execution on the spot. Fortunately, his intent was to consider the welfare of the two lords, which barely saved his life. Did you hear that, my son? Frisia remarked with a smile directed at Ace. This battle must be paused. We shall proceed to the nutrient chambers to restore our vigor. Upon arrival on Earth, a more thrilling confrontation awaits us. Very well, father. Ace replied with a nod, yet inwardly speculated about the Scion's strength and whether they could provide him with a satisfying challenge. Regardless, any foe capable of defeating his father and inciting such hatred could not be weak. Nonetheless, they could never surpass his own prowess. When the time came, he was determined to relish the thrill of battle and, as instructed by his father, annihilate every last Scion. Subsequently, Ace followed Frisia from the training room to the lower chamber. Quick, prepare the chambers for King Frisia and King Ace. One soldier, noticing the commotion, immediately directed the others to act. The consequences of being unprepared upon their arrival would be dire. Several soldiers swiftly collaborated to set up and activate the two chambers. Before long, Frisia and Ace arrived at the incubation room, where the two devices awaited them, fully prepared. King Frisia, King Ace. These chambers have been specially designed for your use, a soldier respectfully reported as he approached. Excellent. Well done, Frisia commended, clapping his hands in satisfaction before turning to Ace. Come, my son, step inside to restore your strength. In 5 minutes, we shall reach Earth. Yes, father. Ace nodded and entered one of the chambers, while Frisia entered the other. The two lords are in position. Activate the devices immediately, shouted the soldier at the control panel. Understood, replied the soldier at the console as he pulled the lever. With a low hum, the chambers began to operate, and the glass covers gradually closed. Nutrient liquids swiftly surged in, filling the entire chamber within mere seconds. Frisia and Ace closed their eyes to rejuvenate, allowing the nutrient solution to restore their vitality. The crew finally exhaled in relief, knowing they could now pass the next 5 minutes with ease. Only 4 minutes remained until their arrival on Earth. Meanwhile, on the nameless planet of the space-time continuum, Mu Feng had laid out a sumptuous feast, the aroma wafting through the air and enveloping the entire room in delectable scents. Anticipation filled the faces of all present, save for the sixth universe's hit, Bardock and Gabru, who displayed expressions of astonishment. They had never encountered such an enticing fragrance, nor did they expect Mu Feng's culinary skills to be so remarkable, though aware that Lord Kampa would not propose a contest without reason. The enchanting aroma exceeded their wildest imaginations. The fragrance was utterly intoxicating. The three visitors from Universe 6 had never encountered such an alluring scent. They eagerly reached for the food, longing to savor it. Not only they, but everyone present could hardly contain their excitement. Even the usually reticent Broly was eager to partake. Alongside the two gods of destruction, Beerus and Kampa. And what of the two Gokus and two Vegetas? These four gluttons were already ravenous. Beerus gripped his utensils with gleaming eyes, exclaiming, "This is simply irresistible. May we begin?" Kampa inhaled the delightful fragrance with gusto, exclaiming, "Haha, it's even more fragrant than before. That large piece of meat is simply tantalizing." In that moment, both were utterly captivated by the culinary delights, forgetting their quarrels. The two Gokus chorused, "Let us eat already, we're starving." The two Vegetas simultaneously expressed their disdain. Weiss chuckled softly, "Brother Mu Feng's culinary skills are consistently exceptional." Bardos, with a squinting smile, remarked, "Just inhaling it lifts one's spirits." Mu Feng responded, "Gathering for a meal enhances the flavors." He then addressed Bardos. "Since you are Weiss's sister, you may call me brother." "Very well, Brother Mu Feng," Bardos replied, her fondness for the young angel growing. Kampa discreetly advised Bardos, "Ensure you maintain a good relationship with him. That way, you'll frequently enjoy these delicacies." "Let us commence," Mu Feng declared, and at that moment, the dining table transformed into a battlefield. The two Gokus ravenously gnawed at chicken legs, while Beerus and Kampa simultaneously grabbed at a piece of meat, each unwilling to relent. "I seized it first. I clearly spotted it first." Weiss delightedly savored a piece of lamb. "This one is also exquisite." "Is that so? I've heard this piece is even more delectable." Beerus perked up instantly, his eyes fixated on the morsel in his bowl. He cast a sidelong glance at Kampa, deliberately closing his eyes and snorting. "Today, I shall not contend with you. I have something more delicious." Kampa, with a triumphant tongue-out gesture, relished his spoils, savoring the flavors to the point of nearly floating away. Gab sampled a dish, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Good heavens! This flavor is extraordinary." He had never tasted such delightful food in Universe 6. Bardama was indulging in super honey, a sweeter version specially prepared for him by Mu Feng. He was so engrossed in his feast that he completely forgot the earlier battle. Hit curiously picked up a piece of cauliflower, examining it closely. This plant is unfamiliar in Universe 6, but it does smell quite pleasant. Mufeng smiled and explained, this is called cauliflower, a vegetable from Earth. Would you care to try it? Thank you. Angel Hit politely nodded and cautiously took a bite. In the next moment, his eyes widened in surprise at the texture. The tender juices burst between his teeth. He had never tasted such exquisite vegetables in over 1,000 years. Unable to resist, he took several more bites, bringing immense satisfaction to Mufeng. Mufeng served Weiss and Bardos each a piece of cola chicken wings, saying, try this. I assure you will enjoy it. Oh my, yet another unfamiliar delicacy. Bardos beamed in gratitude. Weiss could hardly contain himself as he took a generous bite, instantly covering his cheeks, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Sister, do taste this. It is simply exquisite. Bardos elegantly took a small bite, immediately revealing an expression of rapture. The fusion of sweet and salty flavors is truly marvelous. If you enjoy it, indulge a little more, Mufeng reminded, or it will be gone before you know it. At the dining table, chaos reigned as the Scions devoured the food voraciously. 2 Gokus, 2 Vegetas, and even Broly, who cast aside his usual demeanor to gorge himself. Having spent so long in hell and never having experienced fine cuisine in life, he completely transformed into a glutton. Observing this lively scene, the 3 angels exchanged knowing smiles. The harmonious gathering of 3 universes was indeed a heartwarming moment. However, unbeknownst to them, Frieza was plotting in the cosmos. In the vastness of space, the healing pods of Frieza and Aizawa slowly opened, spilling nutrient fluid across the ground. Report, Lord Frieza, Lord Aizawa, we have arrived above Earth, a soldier approached respectfully. Aizawa curiously pressed his face against the viewport, gazing at the azure planet. Oh, is this Earth? Let the Scions show me their prowess. Frieza's chilling laughter abruptly ceased, his crimson pupils narrowing. This time, I shall annihilate every Earthling, especially those damned Scion monkeys. Not a single one shall remain. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. This time, we shall eliminate the root of the problem. The soldier eagerly concurred. As the spaceship breached the atmosphere, the Earth's strongest warriors simultaneously tensed. In front of the Turtle Hermit's house, Krillin turned pale. Frieza is supposed to be dead. Memories of being pierced through the chest resurfaced in his mind. Calm yourself, the Turtle Hermit said, leaning on his cane as he emerged. Besides Frieza, there is another, more terrifying presence. With Goku and Mr. Mufeng around, this old man shall refrain from meddling. Krillin clenched his fists, gazing at the sky. Goku, we are counting on you this time. In the wilderness, Ub and the others suddenly looked up, cold sweat soaking their martial arts uniforms. The strength of these unfamiliar energies is astonishing. Goten's throat felt dry. Trunks brushed his damp hair from his forehead. With Dad and the others absent, it falls to us. It's the perfect opportunity to test our training. Ub suddenly grinned. After rigorous training in the room of spirit and time, the 3 boys had undergone a remarkable transformation. A sudden rush of air heralded the arrival of Xiaofeng and Bra, who intercepted them. It's too dangerous, Goten warned sharply. Remembering the furious Vegeta and Goku, the 3 insisted on escorting the girls away from the battlefield. Simultaneously, the spaceship that had landed on the Gobi Desert thunderously opened its doors. Father, is this the Scion's planet? Aizawa hovered in midair, brimming with battle fervor. Frieza concentrated a halo of destruction at his fingertips. Let us first present them with a greeting. 100 kilometers away, 3 streaks of light tore through the clouds. Racing towards them. Indeed, my son, this is Earth, the territory of those wretched Scions. Frieza squinted at the distant city. However, to draw them out, we must create some commotion. Create commotion? Aizawa inquired, puzzled. What exactly shall we do, father? Watch closely. Frieza revealed a sinister smile as he slowly raised his arm. His fingertips aimed at the city. In an instant, a crimson energy gathered at his fingertips. With a swift motion, a laser pierced the sky, directly targeting the city. The inhabitants, caught off guard, stood gazing at the ominous red light. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, blinding white light engulfed the entire city. With just this one strike, the city was reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a charred crater and scattered embers. This parting gift is more than they can bear, Frieza remarked ominously. At that moment, Goten, Trunks, and Ub were rushing towards the scene, spotting the towering flames from a distance. Ub, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, realized the impending danger. Unforgivable. Trunks clenched his fists in fury. So many innocent lives. Damn it. Goten gritted his teeth. We need to accelerate. The trio unleashed their full power, streaking across the sky like meteors, eventually landing on a massive rock. Frieza? Goten exclaimed in shock, recognizing the figure. Who is that beside him? Trunks eyed Ace warily. Be cautious. Both of them are formidable, Ub whispered. Frieza's gaze suddenly fixed on Goten's face, and the image of Goku flashed in his mind. Could it be that you are Goku's son? Indeed. This time, it is I who shall defeat you, Goten declared with confidence. Haha. Why not wait for your father to come and join you in demise? Frieza chuckled, covering his mouth. Stop boasting. Trunks stepped forward. Just the three of us are more than enough to deal with you. Upon hearing this, Frieza turned to Trunks, his smile abruptly faltering as he recognized the resemblance to the scion who had once slain him. A vivid image flashed in Frieza's mind, a future where Trunks wielded a sword to cleave him in two. He suddenly realized that this boy was Vegeta's son. That proud Vegeta had a son of his own. How infuriating. During his absence, so many cursed scions had emerged. Enraged, Frieza quickly changed his mind. Damn brat. I will ensure you perish here. When Goku and Vegeta return, they will be devastated to see you. Suppressing his fury, Frieza turned to Ace and commanded, Go, my son. Eliminate those three. I can hardly wait. I've been eager for this, father. Ace grinned cruelly, a terrifying aura spreading around him. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin and Kibito were observing the situation on Earth through a crystal ball. Ancestor, Frieza's power has increased significantly since our last encounter, Kibito exclaimed. And the person beside him is actually Frieza's son. His energy is even more terrifying than Frieza's. I wonder if Goten and the others can handle this. The old Kaioshin pondered in silence for a moment, stroking his chin. We must wait and see. With Lord Mufeng absent and Goku and Vegeta captured, we can only hope that those three can prevail or that Lord Mufeng returns swiftly. Kibito nodded silently. Let us go all out. On the other side, on an unnamed planet beyond time and space, Mufeng had already discerned the movements of Frieza and Ace. As an angel, no disturbance in the cosmos escaped his perception. However, he had no intention of allowing Goku, Vegeta, and Broly to return just yet. Firstly, the meal on the table remained unfinished. Secondly, this provided a perfect opportunity for Goten and his companions to gauge the strength of Frieza and his son, as he intended to include these two in the tournament of power. Should they prove too feeble, their survival would be rendered unnecessary. If they genuinely posed a threat to Earth, he could always send Goku and Vegeta back later. Thus, Mufeng chose to leisurely savor his meal. In the universe, on Earth, is it just the three of you? Ace chuckled lightly, striding toward the open arena. Come now, this place is far more suitable for battle. Goten and his companions followed suit, and once they had settled, Ace excitedly declared, Let us all engage at once. I wish to witness your prowess. Goten, Trunks, allow me to take the first shot. OOB stepped forward, turning to face Ace. Be cautious. That fellow's energy is rather peculiar, Trunks warned with a furrowed brow. In truth, all three harbored an unsettling feeling, though they refrained from voicing it. Understood. OOB nodded resolutely, turning to Ace, declaring, You shall face me. Alone? Ace shook his head. No, I require all three of you to join forces. Ha ha ha. These utterly naive fools believe they can challenge my son single-handedly? It is utterly absurd. Frieza chuckled softly, his words dripping with disdain for Goten and the others. You want us to team up? Let us see if you are worthy of such an endeavor. OOB shouted furiously, his figure darting forward to close the distance to Ace. Prepare yourself. OOB's right fist crashed against Ace's face with tremendous force. The shockwave reverberated, sending debris flying in all directions. Yet, the faces of the three showed no signs of joy. Rather, they were marked with horror. For this powerful blow had failed to inflict even a scratch on Ace. Is this all you can muster? Ace replied coldly, his boredom palpable. This attack barely stirs my interest. What did you say? OOB, seething with rage, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Ace. Taking a half step back, he concentrated a blue energy wave in his palm. Here, take this. The energy wave surged forward with a deafening roar, enveloped in dust and smoke. Yet Ace maintained his indifferent demeanor. Amidst the thunderous noise and swirling debris, it was evident that this assault had proven utterly futile. Ace's energy not only remained intact, but continued to ascend. Damn it, then I shall come again. OOB clenched his fists tightly, charging forward once more. He soared into the smoke, delivering a powerful kick aimed at A's head. Seeing his opponent remain unmoved, OOB executed a backflip in midair, rapidly gathering brilliant energy between his palms. Let us see how you defend against this. A colossal energy sphere plummeted downward. Finally, A's reacted. He glanced at the approaching energy sphere, and with a casual wave of his hand, he sent the lethal attack soaring into the sky. The resulting shockwave whipped up a fierce wind, causing everyone's garments and hair to flutter wildly. So weak, A's eyes ignited with fury. The anticipated battle was turning out to be dreadfully mundane, stirring his agitation further. Indeed, formidable, OOB's all-out assault had yielded no effect. Goten assumed a fighting stance, ever prepared to lend support. Indeed, it is astonishingly powerful, yet it serves as a test of our training accomplishments. Trunks gazed at Obyu, reminding him that he had yet to reveal his true capabilities. Ah, almost forgot. Son Goten exclaimed, invigorated. After rigorous training, our strength has transformed immensely. The two exchanged a knowing smile, aware that they possessed the ultimate technique, fusion. With a mere flick of his hand, Obyu levitated effortlessly, looking down upon Azer, sensing that there was no need to hold back his strength. Oh, you still have energy to spare? Azer revealed a dangerous smile, urging him to display it fully, relishing in the challenge. As you wish, but do not be frightened. Obyu, brimming with confidence from his arduous training, steadied his stance, fists positioned at his waist, and a brilliant white aura erupted around him. A surge of energy pulsated from within, palpable even to Azer and Frisia, who were typically unable to sense such a presence. They could clearly perceive the dramatic increase in Obyu's power, as if he were a different person entirely. However, this level of power was still insufficient to intimidate Frisia and Azer. Meanwhile, Son Goten and Trunks, lacking practical combat experience and fueled by youthful bravado, were convinced that the strength Obyu displayed was adequate to confront both formidable opponents. Here it comes. Obyu's energy peaked as he looked down upon Azer. Behold my full strength. Before his words had even faded, he unleashed an energy blast while diving downwards. Azer casually deflected the energy sphere, finally piqued with interest. This force is sufficient for a warm-up. He sidestepped a direct punch, delivering a brutal knee strike to Obyu's abdomen. Obyu instantly doubled over, nausea rising as he staggered backward. Azer pressed the attack, seizing Obyu's head and forcefully driving it into the ground. In an instant, as Obyu rebounded, Azer unleashed a whip-like kick that sent him flying. Yet, the resilience inherited from the fusion with Fat Bu granted Obyu remarkable recovery. Just as he was about to crash into a rocky outcrop, he executed a mid-air flip, utilizing the momentum to counterattack. Thud! His fist connected with Azer's face, swiftly followed by a hook kick that struck the top of Azer's head. Regrettably, such an assault was merely a tickle to Azer. He retaliated with lightning speed, delivering an elbow strike that sent Obyu flying, before teleporting behind him. Obyu barely managed to defend against the follow-up attack, gritting his teeth and igniting his determination to fight back. Thud, thud, thud. The two figures clashed fiercely in midair, but Obyu was clearly at a disadvantage. In less than 10 seconds, he plummeted to the earth like a meteor, creating a crater several meters wide. Coughing, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggling to his feet as he searched for Azer's whereabouts. Just as he was about to ascend, his ankle was suddenly seized and pulled violently back to the ground. Azer planted his foot on Obyu's abdomen, his face a mask of disappointment. Is this truly your full strength? You aren't even worthy of a warm-up. You have deeply disappointed me. You scoundrel. Son Goten clenched his fists, ready to charge forward. Just as he was about to leap into action, Trunks seized him, saying, Hold on. Obyu has more tricks up his sleeve. Let us wait until he can no longer withstand it before we intervene. Very well, Son Goten hesitated, ultimately choosing to heed the advice. Worthless. You are merely wasting my time. Azer increased the pressure of his foot, pinning Obyu firmly beneath him. Ah! Obyu let out a heart-wrenching scream. I offer you two choices. Either surpass your limits and entertain me, or be crushed beneath my foot. Choose quickly. As Azer continued to exert pressure, the ground beneath them sank deeply. Ah! Oob spat blood, writhing in agony. Haha, now this is more like it. Such a sight brings me delight. Frisia, observing the battle, let out a piercing laugh. Damn it! Oob suddenly unleashed a staggering surge of energy, forcing Azer to stagger backward. Rising to his feet, Oob, filled with fury, charged at Azer, but he barely grazed the hem of his garment. Transform into candy. Oob's hands erupted with brilliant purple light. Candy? What is that? Azer looked utterly bewildered. Ignoring Azer's confusion, Oob unleashed bolts of purple lightning from his palms, enveloping Azer entirely. What is happening? I can't shake this off. Azer exclaimed in panic. With a thunderous crack, Azer transformed into a chocolate bean. What? Frisia shouted in disbelief. My son has turned into a chocolate bean? Is this how we lose? Damn it. Haha, I didn't know Oob had such a trick. Now, all that remains is to deal with Frisia. Goten exclaimed excitedly as he turned toward Frisia. Don't celebrate too soon, Trunks cautioned, pointing ahead. Humph, I'll devour you. Oob gleefully bent down to retrieve the chocolate bean. Unexpectedly, the chocolate bean sprang up and struck Oob hard on the forehead. Ouch! Oob staggered backward, nearly losing his balance. What? Am I seeing things? How can it still hit me after being transformed into candy? It must be an illusion. Candy can't move. He picked up the chocolate bean again and sighed. Phew, perhaps I overthought it. It was probably just residual consciousness playing tricks. It should be fine now. Oob hesitated, staring at the chocolate bean in his palm, murmuring, should I bite it or let it slowly dissolve in my mouth? Such a difficult choice. All right, I'll bite it. I need to finish quickly to help Trunks and Goten deal with your father, Frisia. Just as he was about to consume the chocolate bean, an unexpected event occurred. The bean suddenly leaped up and thudded against his forehead. Ouch! Oob clutched his forehead and took 2 steps back, nearly in tears. What was happening? This was definitely not an illusion. When he looked up, an even more astonishing sight awaited him. The chocolate bean that Azer had transformed into was floating in midair. Trunks and Goten, watching from a distance, were dumbfounded. Trunks stammered, it can still move after being transformed into candy? This is impossible. Goten's expression shifted dramatically. We trained in the hyperbolic time chamber. How can this move fail? Frisia let out an ear-piercing laugh. I thought it was impressive. But it turns out you merely made my son smaller. He called out to the chocolate bean. Azer, feel free to annihilate these little pests. As you command, father. Azer replied, but I want to play a little longer. It's just starting to get interesting. Oob stared in shock at the floating chocolate bean. To be able to speak and act in such a form? I've never seen anything like this. This trick is quite amusing. Azer's bean swayed in the air, diminished in size, yet retaining its strength. Though lacking limbs makes it a bit uncomfortable. Very well. Unleash any amusing tricks you possess. If you manage to entertain me, perhaps I shall grant you a slower demise. A contemptuous tone permeated Azer's words, as he treated the conflict as merely a game. In his eyes, Obu's strength was hardly worthy of serious consideration. Only when Obu exerted his utmost effort did Azer's interest slightly peak. Yet, after exchanging a few blows, he was left utterly disappointed. Too weak, a mere shadow of a challenge. The sole aspect that piqued Azer's curiosity was Obu's whimsical ability to transform moves into candy. This novelty ignited his playful spirit, prompting him to delay the demise of these little imps for the time being. How dare you speak like that? Obu, thoroughly incensed, charged forward without a moment's thought. However, Azer, now transformed into a chocolate bean, was smaller and harder to catch, causing Obu's attacks to fall short. Is there nothing fresh or exciting? Azer evaded effortlessly. Boredom creeping in. Damn it. Obu grew increasingly furious, his fists generating sonic booms, yet he could not even graze Azer. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Azer launched a fierce counterattack, first delivering a punishing blow to the abdomen, then sending Obu soaring with an uppercut, and finally, executing an elbow strike midair. With a thunderous crash, Obu created a deep crater upon impact, dust swirling around. Azer floated above, musing. Becoming smaller has surprisingly made him more difficult to handle. This tactic is rather intriguing. Suddenly, a blue light pierced through the dust. Before Azer could react, a Kamehameha wave surged forth. Utilizing the cover of the dust, Obu had gathered energy, amplifying the attack's potency. Die! Obu bellowed, pouring every ounce of power into the strike. Azer stood his ground, allowing the beam to engulf him, shaking the very heavens. Was it successful? Son Goten squinted towards the center. Trunks, anxious, remarked, this energy should suffice, right? Yet both had their doubts, having witnessed Azer's strength. Obu, panting and bent over. Sweat soaked his attire. Surely this must resolve it. The next moment, the spectacle in the sky left the three in utter disbelief. Azer, the chocolate bean, hovered in the air, having withstood the energy impact, only slightly weakened, almost entirely unscathed. How can this be? Obyu gasped, frozen in place like a statue, stunned. His painstakingly honed full-force strike had merely grazed his opponent's surface? This individual had endured Obyu's ultimate technique without consequence. Son Goten's complexion paled, an ominous premonition swelling within him. The situation was more precarious than anticipated. Trunks took a deep breath, adopting a combat stance. Wait for the opportune moment, and we shall strike together. Understood. Son Goten replied earnestly, swallowing hard, striving to steady his rapid breaths. Ahahaha, truly my son. Frieza clapped in delight. Let us dispose of them. Azer slowly descended, halting before Obyu. That last move was commendable, but alas, I fear you have exhausted your strength. Allow me to assist you on your journey. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Azer lunged towards Obyu's abdomen. Depleted of energy, Obyu could not evade, and the force of the blow sent him hurtling away. Bang! Obyu crashed into a massive rock, collapsing amidst the debris. Azer pressed forward, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Stop! Son Goten and Trunks darted in front of with lightning speed. Thud! Azer's fist struck Son Goten's arm, and as Trunks seized the opportunity to launch a flying kick, the adversary effortlessly evaded it. Eager for demise? Allow me to witness your prowess. Azer hovered in midair, surveying the two youths with keen interest. Cease your arrogance. Trunks shouted. Goten, let us combine our strength. Fully aware of Azer's terrifying capabilities, the duo resolved to confront the foe together. They clenched their fists, unleashing a surge of white energy that escalated dramatically. Boom! A dazzling golden light flashed, their black hair transforming into golden locks as they completed their Super Saiyan transformation. Super Saiyan. Frieza's pupils contracted. Even these youngsters can transform now? He glared at the blinding gold, his expression darkening. Damn monkeys. Today, I shall eradicate you. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan my father spoke of? Azer licked his lips in excitement. Come, let me savor this battle. Yet, Son Goten and Trunks did not relent. Faced with a formidable opponent, they recognized the necessity of exerting their utmost effort. Locking eyes, they unleashed their full power. Golden flames erupted from their beings, and the air crackled with electric energy. They let out low growls, veins bulging on their foreheads. Their auras soared, golden energy shooting towards the heavens. Each hair standing on end, tips swaying before their brows. The innocence of their past faded, replaced by a fierce battle spirit. This was the culmination of their rigorous training, surpassing the limits of Super Saiyan 1, successfully breaking through to the Super Saiyan 2 stage. Let us finish this swiftly, Goten, Trunks declared, his gaze fixed on Azer. All right, let us go. Son Goten assumed his stance. Propping himself up, interjected, Wait, I must first dispel his candy state, otherwise, you will struggle to land a hit on him now. Just as gathered purple lightning in his hands, Azer was suddenly enveloped in the violet glow. With a resounding pop, he reverted to his original form. Mind your own business. Azer glared at with fury. You two possess some merit. Well done. In an instant, Son Goten charged at Azer, engaging in a fierce aerial exchange. Azer deftly dodged every attack, as if toying with his opponents. Trunks gently set the injured in a safe spot. I'll assist, you focus on recovery. Filled with concern, warned, be extremely cautious. His strength far exceeds our expectations. Regretting that Frieza had yet to make an appearance, pounded the ground in frustration. Had he known, they should have united as three. But now only two youths faced the formidable enemy alone. Leave it to us. Trunks shouted as he transformed into golden light and joined the fray. Leaned against a rock, calling out with all his might, You must return safely. Meanwhile, the battle between Son Goten and Azer raged on. Azer effortlessly dodged every one of Goten's assaults, seizing the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick that sent Son Goten flying. Is this all you can do? How disappointing. Azer raised his right hand high, gathering an overwhelming sphere of energy within his palm. How about this? He taunted. Cursed be it. Sun Wukong struggled to rise, his heart engulfed in trepidation as he beheld the fearsome energy orb. In a moment of dire urgency, a figure suddenly streaked across the sky. It was the timely arrival of Trunks. You shall not prevail. Trunks bellowed, descending from above and delivering a powerful kick squarely to A's face. Trunks! Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully. A's was sent hurtling back, the energy orb dissipating with him. Boom! He crashed through the entire mountain, tumbling into a heap of rubble. Yet, He quickly stood as if unscathed, clearly indicating that Trunks' attack had inflicted no real damage. Brushing off the dust, Ace clenched his fists, an aura of energy erupting from him as he instantly reappeared before the two. A helper has arrived? Ace scrutinized Trunks, a playful smile emerging. Why not both of you join forces? Perhaps it will amuse me further. Humph, that is precisely my intention. Trunks tightened his fists and charged at Ace. Ace dodged the attack, and Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to launch a punch aimed at Ace's face. Bang! Ace raised his arm to block, but Trunks capitalized on the moment with another powerful strike. Just as victory seemed within reach, Ace unexpectedly grasped Sun Wukong's wrist and hurled him toward Trunks. The two stumbled back a few steps, and Ace pursued relentlessly, unleashing a flurry of blows that sent them flying once more. Continue. I have not yet had my fill. Ace sneered, beckoning with a dismissive gesture. This fellow is far too arrogant. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. We cannot give up. Trunks exchanged a determined glance with his companion. That technique. Understood. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Despite knowing the disparity in strength, the two youths remained undeterred, resolute in their belief that united, they could conquer their formidable foe. With their spirits ignited, they charged once more toward Ace in the sky. This time, they executed a well-coordinated strategy. Sun Wukong attacked from the left, while Trunks took the right flank. Ah, this is somewhat interesting, Ace remarked with a mocking grin. Ha ha ha, you think such tricks can defeat my son? It is nothing but a foolish dream. Frieza cackled with piercing derision, relishing the sight of his enemy's offspring being overwhelmed. Meanwhile, within the Kaishin realm, OOB has already been defeated. They should have all attacked together from the start. Jebbet exclaimed anxiously, gazing into the crystal ball. Do not fret, these two children still possess a hidden trump card, the old Kaishin replied meaningfully. Are you referring to the fusion technique? Jebbet's eyes lit up with excitement at the old Kaishin's words. Could they triumph over Frieza and Ace after merging? Haha. Though it may not match the intensity of Goku and Vegeta's fusion, a significant increase in power is certainly achievable. There is hope yet. Ahem. Let us hope so. The old Kaishin paused momentarily, his hands steadying the teacup. Just a casual remark. These two boys can indeed hold out for an additional 3 seconds. Yet, those 3 seconds hardly differ from an immediate demise. Frieza lurks nearby, his gaze predatory. Even if fortune favors them and they manage to defeat Azer, the monster's current strength is 100 times more terrifying than before. Relying on a fusion to turn the tide? It would be more pragmatic to anticipate Lord Mu Feng's swift return on an unknown planet, amidst a rift in space-time. A sneeze. Mu Feng rubbed his nose and turned his head. Surely the old Kaishin is muttering about me again. What is it, little brother? Bardos and Whis tilted their heads in unison. After spending time together, these two angels have come to cherish this culinary adept little brother dearly. There are 2 little mice causing a ruckus at home. Mu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Oh dear, is there no cause for concern? Whis chuckled lightly, while gesturing with his staff. Shall we summon the scions from your universe? We could certainly use their assistance. Our team can also send out participants. Bardos added with a wink. The time has not yet come, Mu Feng grinned, revealing his fangs. When I truly require assistance, I shall make sure to take full advantage of my elder siblings. Ha ha ha, you are always welcome. The 2 angels chuckled, their staffs trembling with mirth. By the way, it's time for the new dish. New dish. Before the words had fully escaped, 2 purple phantoms had already materialized at the table. Beerus's tail stood erect like an antenna. What delightful treat is this time? Kampa's saliva soaked his scarf. Is there anything more delectable than this? Hurry and serve it. Get lost, Kampa. We haven't settled the score from earlier when you snatched my roast. You want to fight, Beerus? I have long been displeased by your feline face. As the 2 gods of destruction prepared to clash, Mu Feng lightly tapped his staff. A spectrum of colors flashed, and suddenly, chilling ice cream appeared before each of them. A special supply frozen with the core of a star. Bardos facepalmed. Here we go again. Whis covered his mouth. How many times has this been now? Wow. Such a delightful treat. This is amazing. Super Saiyan Goku scooped up the ice cream and took a big bite, tilting his head back to shout. So refreshing. The cool sensation is invigorating. The flavor crafted by Lord Mu Feng is absolutely divine. It's even more delicious than what we have on Earth. Who knew you excelled at desserts too? Dessert? The 6th universe's cauliflower, hit, and Bergamo stared at the ice cream before them, having never encountered such a delicacy. Observing Goku, Vegeta, and Broly indulging, they too took a taste. As soon as it touched their lips, they shuddered. They had never experienced such exquisite flavor. The cool sweetness was utterly addictive. This dessert is simply marvelous. They devoured it with relentless enthusiasm, completely immersed in the ultimate pleasure brought by the ice cream. Meanwhile, Kampa and Beerus, upon discovering the ice cream, ceased their quarrel and stared intently. Kampa leaned in to sniff, skeptically asking Mufeng, "Angel, is this truly a delicacy? It looks rather ordinary and lacks any enticing aroma." "Humph, ignorant fool. This is called ice cream, the pinnacle of desserts," Beerus proudly boasted, then murmured to himself. Although Earth has indulged in this delicacy numerous times, overindulgence leads to mere mediocrity. Is this truly the exquisite cuisine that the angel spoke of? What a disappointment. However, this was distinctly different. Mufeng winked at Beerus and turned to the Vui's siblings, suggesting, "Brother, sister, do sample it as well. It pairs perfectly with the meal." "Of course," Vui's replied with a smile as he took a bowl, eager to savor his younger brother's culinary skills. "Indeed," Bardos chimed in, picking up an ice cream. "A dessert to conclude the meal?" The two of them took a spoonful and suddenly widened their eyes in astonishment. "It's utterly delicious. Far superior to ordinary ice cream. My brother is truly remarkable," Vui's praised while relishing each bite. "This might be the finest dessert I have ever tasted," Bardos exclaimed, her impression of Mufeng significantly enhanced. Observing everyone's delight, Kampa and Beerus could no longer resist indulging. Kampa gulped down his serving, shivering from the cold, yet wearing a blissful expression. "Heavens! The enchanting flavor of this icy sweetness is truly extraordinary." He glanced slyly at Bardos and whispered, "Hey, you must cultivate a good relationship with the angel Mufeng. Our future indulgences depend on you." Bardos stifled a giggle, lowering her head to continue enjoying her ice cream. "Excellent," Kampa declared, hands on his hips, his face brimming with pride, before diving back into his feast. "Oh dear, is Kampa attempting to orchestrate a closer bond between sister and Mufeng?" Vui's leaned closer to Bardos, grinning. "Indeed," Bardos replied, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, appearing somewhat bashful. "Hee, Lord Beerus has mentioned similar sentiments to me," Vui's chuckled, covering his mouth. "No wonder, for Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus are twins. Their thoughts are always so aligned." Bardos smiled sweetly, her eyes twinkling. Curious, Mufeng leaned in, asking, "Brother Vui's, Sister Bardos, what are you discussing?" Bardos was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. How could she directly say that Lord Kampa urged her to spend more time with him? That would be quite improper. It's nothing. Sister, and I simply wish to try more of the delicacies you've prepared," Vui's swiftly interjected to alleviate her discomfort. "This is simple," Mufeng said with a smile as he waved his staff, conjuring 2 boxes of braised beef noodles. Though not freshly made, they were still delightful when soaked. He skillfully opened the packaging, added the seasoning and noodles, and poured in hot water. "All set. Enjoy while it's warm," he offered the instant noodles to the two. "I truly appreciate your effort," Vui's remarked with a smile. "Thank you," Bardos replied softly, her cheeks still flushed as she expressed her gratitude. "No need for formalities." "It won't taste as good if it cools down," Mufeng said, turning back to continue his meal, eager to guard his culinary creations from being devoured. Kampa eyed Bardos's noodles enviously, about to speak when Bardos preempted him. "Not for you, Lord Kampa." "How vexing. My noodles," Kampa retorted, turning away in frustration, only to shift his focus to other delectable offerings, muttering, "These are not too shabby either." Bardos lifted the lid of her noodles, the aroma wafting delightfully. Stealing a glance at Mufeng, who was engrossed in his meal, her cheeks flushed anew. In the vast universe, above Earth, 3 dark figures clashed fiercely in the air, the sounds of their collisions echoing relentlessly. Trunks and Goten fought in perfect harmony against Izai, their long history of training together allowing for seamless coordination and fluid execution of their techniques. Yet, Azer had never exerted his full strength. In his eyes, this duo was far more intriguing than Obu. He relished the battle, intending to gradually wear down his opponents before delivering a decisive blow. Azer consistently held back his power, choosing to evade or block their attacks rather than directly overpowering them, rarely taking the initiative. This lenient approach thoroughly infuriated Goten and Trunks. Their assault grew increasingly ferocious, their speed accelerating as they attacked in succession from both flanks. "Now's the moment." Goten, Trunks stepped back, gathering 2 energy blasts in their hands to hurl at Azer. Understanding their intent in an instant, Goten seized the opportunity, charging towards Azer under the cover of the energy blasts. Azer, unable to decipher their strategy, was nonetheless intrigued to see what tricks these younglings would employ. With a casual wave of his hands, he effortlessly deflected the two energy blasts. Seizing the moment, Goten unleashed his ki, darting behind Azer, aiming a knife-hand strike at his neck. How could such an attack possibly land? Azer bent low, easily evading. Goten had anticipated this. The strike was merely a feint. "Look out," he shouted, feigning an assault on Azer's back. Did he need to announce his moves, fearing I might evade? Azer scoffed, turning to block. Yet, the space behind him was vacant. Goten had already vanished. Azer suddenly realized that the previous actions were mere distractions. The true lethal strike awaited below. Thud! A powerful kick struck his abdomen, sending Azer soaring into the sky. Goten surged forth with renewed vigor, golden flames of energy erupting as he chased after the airborne Azer. Though he had landed a hit, the damage was trivial to Azer. Just as he regained his balance, Goten was upon him. To Azer's astonishment, Goten did not engage in close combat, but unleashed a flurry of energy blasts instead. Boom! Thick black smoke engulfed Azer in an instant. Success! Goten charged into the smoke, fist clenched. Bang! Azer blocked the attack with one arm, while with the other, he shattered the energy blast aimed at his face. Utilizing the cover of smoke, Goten executed a flying kick, forcing Azer to retreat several meters. Boom! Azer dispersed the smoke, only to find Goten relentlessly closing in with a barrage of punches and kicks. After blocking all their assaults, Azer suddenly became alert. Where had the other little brat gone? Goten, retreat! Trunks' voice rang out suddenly. Goten dodged at lightning speed, but Azer was confronted with a massive Kamehameha wave. There was no escaping it. He crossed his arms to brace himself, but Trunks unleashed even more power. Die! The Kamehameha expanded tremendously. Boom! A blinding white light erupted into the sky, and the two squinted towards the center. Goten and Trunks, having exhausted their stamina, could no longer maintain their Super Saiyan 2 forms and reverted to their ordinary states. Did we defeat him? Goten asked calmly. No, I'm not sure, Trunks gasped, anxiously fixated on the dissipating smoke ahead. As the haze gradually cleared, their expressions froze. Pupils constricting, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Azer still stood there, having sustained only minor injuries from Trunks' charged Kamehameha, almost entirely unscathed. Hee. Your efforts are utterly in vain. What awaits you is only death. Frisia's sinister laughter echoed ominously. How could it be that even such a technique failed to inflict harm upon him? Goten gritted his teeth and glanced at Trunks, feeling frustrated. Damn it, Trunks. How much energy do you have left? Trunks managed a strained smile and whispered, if it comes to that, we might have to resort to our final move. It may prove effective. Indeed. However, this fiend stands before us now, and he will likely not grant us the opportunity to fuse, Goten muttered, casting a fleeting glance at Azer hovering above before turning back to Trunks. We must seize the chance to fuse, with Master Mufing and Dad absent. It falls upon us to thwart these two. Absolutely, Goten. We are now the sole defenders of Earth. We must eliminate them, Trunks affirmed, nodding resolutely as his gaze fixated once more on Azer. How intriguing, Azer remarked coolly, descending slowly from the air. With a resounding thud, he landed firmly on the ground and approached the two. Goten and Trunks tensed, sweat trickling down their brows, their bodies coiled like springs, prepared to counter any assault. You two are quite interesting. I want you to gather your allies immediately, Azer declared, crossing his arms as he halted before them, seemingly devoid of intentions to strike. Yet, the two remained vigilant, their eyes locked onto him. Your performance was commendable. That last move did indeed inflict some minor damage, far superior to that of the previous brat. However, it appears your stamina is waning, is it not? You can scarcely maintain your Super Saiyan form. How do you expect to contend with me? Since that is the case, let us bring this to a close. Azer lifted his hand, conjuring a sphere of dark energy within his palm. Begone. Do not underestimate us. Goten and Trunks roared in unison, their auras flaring once more as they transformed into Super Saiyans and charged at Azer. Still some strength left? Azer smirked, retracting his energy. With a resounding crash, he blocked Goten's attack with his left hand while his right intercepted Trunks' punch. In one swift motion, he seized Trunks and hurled him away, delivering a brutal kick to Goten's chin. Goten coughed up blood, his body spiraling uncontrollably into the air. In an instant, Azer appeared above him, delivering a powerful kick to Goten's abdomen. The immense force reverted Goten back to his normal state, sending him crashing down to the earth, raising a cloud of dust and creating a deep crater upon impact. Goten, Trunks struggled to rise, but just then, he realized Azer had silently materialized behind him. "Where do you think you're running?" Azer's sudden voice startled the young warrior, causing him to shudder. Trunks swiftly turned, launching an energy blast, but amidst the fiery glow, his fist was already aimed at Azer's face. Azer effortlessly grasped Trunks' fist, tauntingly stating, "This feeble strength is hardly sufficient to tickle me. Do not underestimate me." Trunks retaliated with a flying kick, only to have Azer seize his ankle and slam him forcefully into the ground. As the dust settled, the black-haired youth lay unconscious beside Goten in the same pit. Struggling, Trunks crawled over to support his partner. As the two individuals gazed at the approaching Aze, Trunks clenched his fingers around the gravel, his knuckles turning white. Is it truly our fate to perish here without even a chance to fuse? While dark energy coalesced in Aze's palm, Frisia, from a distance, cackled with exhilarating delight. Yes. First, eliminate these two brats, and then annihilate Kakarot and his companions. His fury surged, fists clenched, and that damned angel moving. In the face of impending doom, a green figure suddenly propelled Aze away with a swift kick. Uncle Piccolo. The two children cheered exuberantly. Yet, Piccolo, with a serious demeanor, tossed them some senza beans. Don't celebrate too soon. Fusion is our only hope. Understood. The children consumed the beans, revitalizing their spirits. Goten grinned widely. You're the reliable one as always. Piccolo, gazing at their carefree smiles, sighed in exasperation. In the distance, Frisia, realizing that Piccolo still drew breath, seethed with rage. That detestable Piccolo. How can he still be alive? What resilience? At last, Goten felt his strength returning. He patted his belly. He and Trunks had just swallowed the senza beans, instantly rejuvenating their condition. Goten, we must fuse immediately, Trunks shouted as he leapt back. The two swiftly distancing themselves to assume their fusion poses. Hurry, the enemy is about to strike. Piccolo's forehead glistened with sweat. Anxious as the two youngsters sluggishly prepared, entirely oblivious to the imminent danger. Before his words could settle, Ace suddenly materialized before Piccolo, delivering a brutal kick that sent him flying. Was it you who interrupted my attack? How infuriating. Ace, usually composed, now burned with rage. Perhaps due to the interruption of his power accumulation. That kick was certainly vicious. Piccolo clutched his chest, glancing towards Goten and Trunks. Ace's attention was solely on him, buying precious time for the children. Gritting his teeth, he charged at Ace. That green-skinned fiend is truly bothersome. Ace's veins bulged as he unleashed a powerful punch, his face contorting with fury. Just as Piccolo prepared to retaliate, he was struck by a swift kick to the chin, blood gushing forth. Yet, he bore the agonizing pain, landing and dashing towards Ace once more. In a rush to meet his demise, Ace sneered, seizing Piccolo's fist and driving his knee into his abdomen. Piccolo doubled over in agony, only to be felled by a chop to the back of his neck, crashing to the rocky ground like a rag doll. As debris scattered, Piccolo trembled, struggling to rise. He realized that enduring a few more blows would spell his end, yet when he glanced up, the two children were still sluggishly preparing to fuse. This is the end. Ace, radiating murderous intent, approached, and Piccolo, in despair, closed his eyes. Memories of Gohan and Goku flashing in his mind. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted in the distance, a powerful wave of energy striking Ace's face. This anomaly not only caught Ace's attention but also shocked Frisia, who turned his head in astonishment, though he could not perceive the specific energy. Such overwhelming force could only belong to a top-tier warrior. Without hesitation, Ace abandoned Piccolo and dashed towards the source of the light. Elation surged within him. He could hardly wait to confront the formidable being there. The previous encounters with OOB and others had left him disappointed due to their feeble strength. Now, he had finally discovered a worthy opponent. How could he let this opportunity slip away? Piccolo let out a sigh of relief, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Humph. These two lads have finally succeeded in merging. They accomplished it on their first attempt. Quite impressive. He dragged his battered body slowly to a massive boulder. Gazing at the brilliant white light soaring into the sky, he mused, such formidable energy. Perhaps it can vanquish Frisia and his son. In the realm of the Kais. Jebet exclaimed with excitement. Wonderful. Goten and Trunks have finally fused. Earth is saved. To him, this was the last hope for the planet. Faced with the looming threat of AI Zay and Frieza, only the fusion of Goten and Trunks into Gotenks could provide a fighting chance. Especially in the absence of the Grand Minister, Son Goku, and Vegeta. Neither OOB, Goten, Trunks, nor Piccolo stood a chance against those two monsters. Gotenks had become the sole beacon of hope. The old Kai nodded in agreement. Thanks to Piccolo's timely intervention, Earth would have been obliterated before the Grand Minister's return. He gazed at the crystal ball and spoke softly. This power is indeed remarkable, but relying solely on him to confront Frieza and AI Zay may not suffice. Jebbet, puzzled, asked, "Are you suggesting that Gotenks might not be able to defeat them?" His strength clearly exceeds expectations, yet the old Kai remained skeptical. Upon reflection, it was evident that Frieza had been observing with confidence in his son. Jebbet cautiously inquired, "Ancestor, do you imply that AI Zay, like Frieza, might have the potential to transform further and augment his power?" The old Kai paused, contemplating the unexpected cleverness of the young god. He feigned seriousness and replied, "Indeed. That is precisely what I mean." Jebbet, eager and anxious, pressed, "So what shall we do now?" The old Kai shook his head. "We can only take a gamble, hoping that Gotenks can unleash his full strength to defeat them or at least hold out until the Grand Minister returns." Clenching his fists, Jebbet shouted at the crystal ball, "Come on, Gotenks. You must endure. Earth is counting on you." In a timeless void, on an unnamed planet, the banquet table was cleared of all food as the Grand Minister and his companions emerged from the chamber. Through the messages conveyed by his staff, the Grand Minister was already aware of the events transpiring on Earth. Trunks and Goten had merged into Gotenks, whose energy was quite potent. There was no immediate need to summon Son Goku and Vegeta back. The Grand Minister put away his staff, murmuring to himself. "Brother," Bados approached from behind, her eyes twinkling with warmth as she called his name. "Ah, Sister Bados," the Grand Minister exclaimed, startled, turning to greet her. "Thank you for your hard work today. Do come visit Universe 6 whenever you have the chance. You are always welcome," Bados replied, her smile radiating joy. "Since you've invited me, I shall certainly make time to visit Universe 6, he said, extending his right hand, a flash of light illuminating the space as a projector, akin to the one given to Whis, appeared in his palm. "Sister Bados, this is for you. Press it whenever you wish to contact me." Bados joyfully accepted the projector. "Then I shall gladly take it." "Bados, it's time to go," came a loud call from afar, belonging to Kampa. "Understood, Lord Kampa," she responded. Turning back to the Grand Minister, "We must take our leave. Do not forget our agreement." "Certainly, Sister Bardos." Mufong nodded with a smile. "You all should stop chatting. If you don't leave soon, I shall leave you here," Kampa exclaimed, waving his fists in the air towards Gabe and the others. "Masters Vegeta, I shall take my leave." Gabe bowed deeply to the two Vegetas, expressing his gratitude for their guidance. Humph. Both Vegetas simultaneously turned away, though their words were unyielding. They felt a sense of joy at Gabe's progress. "Well then, I shall take my leave." Gabe chuckled awkwardly and hurried towards Kampa. "Remember to continue your training. Super Saiyan 2 is not your limit." Vegeta called back. "Next time we meet at the Tournament of Power, I want to see a stronger version of you." Super Vegeta added, also turning around. Gabe paused for a moment, then turned back and declared loudly, "I will not disappoint my master's expectations. This is not just for us, but for yourself." Both Vegetas said in unison. "I understand," Gabe replied, his eyes glimmering with tears as he clenched his fists and ran off. He resolved to show both masters a more powerful self at their next meeting. "Those Vegetas are truly amusing," Super Goku chuckled. "Indeed, their relationship is growing ever closer." Goku nodded. "Hit, are you leaving as well?" Super Goku inquired. "Yes, it is time for me to return," Hit replied, stepping back. "I look forward to our next meeting." "You too, Son Gokus. I too eagerly await it." Goku stated earnestly. "Let us compete again next time. I will surely decipher your new techniques." Super Goku responded solemnly. "Is that so? We shall see then." Hit smiled slightly before turning to leave. "Those two Son Gokus are quite interesting. I shall become stronger by our next encounter, and then we will settle it." "Are you leaving?" Broly turned to ask Bardamo. "Indeed, I cannot defy Lord Kampa's orders, or my life would be in jeopardy," Bardamo answered with a smile. They had become acquainted at the dining table. Broly had never been fond of socializing, especially disliking Kakarot and Vegeta. What vexed him further was the presence of two identical Kakarots and Vegetas at the table. which left him no choice but to bury his frustration in the delicious food prepared by Mu Feng. Noticing Broly's mood and with his friend Mageda absent, Bardamo initiated a conversation, and gradually they grew familiar with one another. "All right, if anyone bullies you when you return, tell me, and I shall deal with them," Broly said fiercely, without a hint of jest. "Haha, it's better to avoid violence. Being a kind scion makes one more likable." Bardamo waved his hand as he stepped back. "Farewell, Broly." Broly muttered to himself, a kind scion? The members of Universe 6 gathered around Kampa, and Mu Feng and Whis approached as well. "Let us hurry. I am looking forward to some rest," Beerus urged, resting his hands behind his head. "What are you so proud of? In 10 days, prepare to witness your universe's defeat." Kampa shouted. What? Beerus stumbled, nearly forgetting the upcoming competition with the universes in 10 days. "Be quiet, Kampa. Mind your own business," Beerus retorted with a glare. With a playful gesture, Xiangpa stuck out his tongue and made a face, then turned to Bardos and said, "Let us go, Bardos." "Yes, Lord Xiangpa," Bardos nodded, waving goodbye to Mu Feng with a smile. "Don't forget our agreement, Mu Feng." "Rest assured, I won't forget," Mu Feng replied with a grin. Bardos lightly tapped her staff on the ground, and the figures of the group gradually faded away, swiftly departing from the nameless planet. "Oh dear. What secret agreement do you and Mu Feng have, sister?" Whis suddenly leaned closer to Mu Feng, his eyes crescent-shaped with curiosity. Even Beerus approached, intrigued. "Whis, Beerus." Mu Feng chuckled nervously, a question mark appearing above his head. "Is this an interrogation? Are you interested too, Lord Beerus?" Whis covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. "Ahem." Beerus feigned seriousness. "I'm just concerned that Xiangpa might be up to some tricks, so I must inquire." "Well, it's merely a promise to visit Universe 6. Mu Feng explained helplessly, "so please refrain from wild speculations." "Ah, I see," Whis exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. "You mean you intend to take Mu Feng on a tour of Universe 6, right? Not to accompany Bardos for leisure, but to explore Universe 6, Mu Feng hurriedly corrected, thankful he wasn't drinking water, or he would have surely spluttered. Upon reflection, Whis was not entirely incorrect. Visiting Universe 6 would indeed mean seeking Bardos' company. Wait. The more he thought about it, the more convoluted it seemed. I simply wished to reconnect with Bardos and Xiangpa in Universe 6, and perhaps share a meal. I could also bring along Sun Wukong and the others to spar with Hit, enhancing our strength before the Tournament of Power. That is all, at least for now. Ha. I won't tease you any further," Whis chuckled softly, then inquired, "By the way, how are matters on your side of the universe progressing?" "What matters?" Beerus, oblivious, also joined the conversation, curious after having enjoyed so many of Mu Feng's culinary delights. Moreover, having spent time together, he had grown quite fond of this angel. "There are 2 troublemakers causing a ruckus on my end," Mu Feng replied casually, waving his hand dismissively. "However, it's not a significant issue. I'll handle it when I return with my staff." "That's good to hear," Whis said, relieved. Given an angel's capabilities, such trivial matters could be resolved effortlessly, and Mu Feng even had special privileges. Beerus also sighed in relief upon hearing this. "Whis," Beerus suddenly said with a serious tone, "there are only 10 days left until the Tournament of Power. Hurry and fetch Broly." "Such urgency?" Whis couldn't help but chuckle. I don't want to be a laughingstock for Xiangpa." Beerus huffed, turning away, insisting they needed to expedite their power enhancement. "The entire universe will be watching." Mu Feng's remark heightened Beerus' urgency. "Whis, go find him immediately." Let us wait until Mu Feng departs," Whis replied, glancing at Goku and the others who were engaged in conversation, suggesting they chat a little longer. "That seems unfair," Beerus grumbled, sulking towards the dessert area. "I'll go grab a snack. Call me when you're done." The fact that Mu Feng could bring such joy to Whis was indeed remarkable. Let them converse a while longer. After Beerus departed, Whis and Mu Feng exchanged knowing smiles, both having discerned his intentions. It was unexpected that Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, could sometimes exhibit a touch of consideration. Mu Feng and Whis continued their journey, engaging in delightful conversation. Just wait and see. In Universe 6, Kampa placed his hands on his hips and fixed his gaze upon Beerus, inquiring, "Hey, Beerus, what exactly did you and that angel Mu Feng agree upon?" "Lord Kampa, Mu Feng has graciously promised to visit our Universe 6, Beerus replied with a beaming smile. "That is our agreement." "Really?" Kampa exclaimed with excitement. Does that mean I will have the pleasure of savoring the culinary delights crafted by Angel Mufeng once more? Ha ha ha, splendid. Well done, Beerus. It is truly commendable. When Angel Mufeng arrives, we shall once again indulge in his exquisite cuisine. Kappa turned, hands on his hips, laughing heartily towards the heavens. Lost in a fantasy of culinary delights, nearly drooling with anticipation. Beerus smiled slightly, retrieving the projector gifted by Mufeng, his smile deepening as he looked at it, eagerly anticipating their next encounter. Meanwhile, on the Earth of the universe, a streak of light dashed across the sky with a whoosh, heralding the arrival of Azer, who descended at the fusion site of Goten and Trunks. A radiant white beam shot skyward, enveloping the two with astonishing energy. I found you, Azer exclaimed, brimming with excitement. You are the opponent I have been searching for. No matter what happens, let us engage in battle. Previously, Frieza had been too preoccupied with dealing with Piccolo to notice that these two youngsters had a hidden trick up their sleeves. Those wretched monkeys. How could you still fuse? I should have eliminated you sooner. Frieza seethed, his fists clenched tightly, his expression darkening. However, he quickly regained his composure, loosening his fists and sneering. Umph. No matter what tricks you employ, you cannot hope to defeat my son. Your struggles are in vain. Allow me to relish the moment as Azer obliterates your final hope. The energy within the luminous sphere began to fluctuate violently, radiating brilliant light in all directions. Suddenly, the sphere dissipated, erupting in blinding white light. Azer raised his arm to shield his eyes, fixated on the brilliance, his expression filled with fervor. At last, he had encountered an opponent worthy of his full combat prowess. In the distance, a Weary-Up sat on the ground, squinting one eye towards the battlefield, a smile gracing his lips. That earlier energy was Piccolo. Now this formidable aura suggests that Goten and Trunks have successfully fused. We might just stand a chance against Frieza and that monster. Ub lowered his head and softly expressed gratitude. Thank you, Piccolo. If you hadn't shown up just in time, we might have perished. Ub had surmised that Piccolo had held off the enemy, buying precious time for the fusion of the two boys. Amidst the blinding white light, a figure gradually became discernible before Azer and Frieza. The individual possessed sharp eyes, adorned in traditional Metamor attire, with hair standing erect, bearing a resemblance to Vegeta. Yet the center was as dark as Goten's, while the sides shimmered with a purple hue akin to Trunks. He possessed a sinewy physique, exuding an enigmatic aura. Ha ha, now he truly merits being my adversary. Aze, brimming with excitement, instinctively recognized that the individual before him was not akin to the prior weaklings. This was a formidable opponent capable of challenging him. Under normal circumstances, Gotenks would not have been A's match. However, the emergence of Mufeng altered the entire scenario. Witnessing Son Goku's relentless pursuit of breaking limits, Vegeta's continual advancement, and the realization among Son Goten, Trunks, and Ub that they could not perpetually rely on their forebears, the two youths embarked on an intense training regimen. As their inherent strength surged, Gotenks, in his fused form, became even more potent. At that moment, the aura he radiated rekindled a long-forgotten battle spirit within A's. Frieza, stroking his chin in contemplation, remarked, Indeed, the little brat has grown stronger post-fusion. Yet he could never defeat my son. He called out to A's, eliminate him. Scions are akin to cockroaches. They must be utterly crushed. Having suffered numerous setbacks against Son Goku, Frieza was acutely aware that he could not afford to grant the Scions any opportunity for growth. Although he spoke thus, the temptation to toy with his prey remained ever present. Ace, however, remained unresponsive, his entire focus fixated on Gotenks. Pray tell, what is your name? He inquired, stepping forward. Initially, Gotenks stood with arms akimbo, wearing a stern expression, but he swiftly transformed his demeanor, donning a confident smile as he placed one hand on his hip and waved the other. Remember well, I am Gotenks. Revealing my name is merely to ensure your defeat is clear. Oh, quite the bold claim, Ace grinned. Let us see what abilities you truly possess. Unable to contain his fighting spirit, he charged forward. Eager to receive a beating, are we? Gotenks teased, clearing his ears and tightening his fists in response. Newly merged, he brimmed with confidence, even eschewing the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force. At the moment of impact, a violent shockwave erupted, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. Clearly, the untransformed Gotenks was no match for A's, being swiftly overwhelmed. With a resounding thud, A figure was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into the rocky wall. It was Gotenks, gritting his teeth in pain. Ouch, 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 he groaned, rubbing his reddened knuckles as he emerged from the rubble, the earlier bravado dissipating significantly. In the Kaioshin realm, chaos ensued. Does that little brat seek death? The old Kaioshin fumed, his fists swinging in agitation. Release me. I shall awaken that fool. Jebbet, grasping his sleeve tightly, urged, Please, ancestor, temper your wrath. If you go now, you will be slain. Humph. The old Kaioshin plopped down on the ground, his beard bristling with indignation. Those two little rascals fused and are floating about? They dare to confront A's without even transforming into Super Saiyans. The time for fusion was already limited, and yet they were indulging in such bravado. Jebbet nodded apologetically, secretly lamenting. These two rascals embody every flaw imaginable. Now that Mu Feng is absent, the fate of Earth rests upon their shoulders. In the center of the battlefield, A's, tightening his fists, advanced steadily. If you do not take this seriously, you shall meet your demise. Huh. Allow me to show you true power. Gotenks suddenly struck a classic pose, his golden hair standing on end as a golden aura swept forth. In the instant when the gravel suspended in midair, the ground began to tremble violently. Gotenks radiated a dazzling electric light, energy sparks crackling around him. This was the pinnacle of the Super Saiyan 2 full power state that he and Trunks had attained after arduous training in the hyperbolic time chamber. At this moment, his strength was nearly comparable to that of Super Saiyan 3, yet it conserved more stamina. Gotenks was confident that this form alone was sufficient to crush the formidable foes before him, Azer and Frieza. The tumultuous surge of energy caused Frieza and his son to change countenance. Although they could not sense ki, the overwhelming pressure that washed over them unmistakably indicated that this fused warrior's strength was now on par with their own. Ha ha ha. Now this is impressive, Azer exclaimed, his face contorted with excitement as he trembled with anticipation. Come on, let us have a real fight. Scared, are we? I find it hard to believe myself. The previously solemn Gotenks suddenly lost his composure, bursting into hearty laughter. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the torrent of power surging within him, grinning at Azer. Watch how I pummel you until you're searching for your teeth. Frieza's eyes widened in shock. How is it possible that these two brats possess such strength after fusing? Realizing they were the offspring of Goku and Vegeta, he roared with rage, veins bulging. I should have exterminated you Saiyan bastards long ago. Patience, Frieza, Gotenks replied playfully. Turning to him, your turn to be beaten will come soon. Just as the infuriated Frieza was about to strike, Azer intervened. Father, leave him to me, Azer said, licking his lips as he focused intently on Gotenks, relishing the encounter with a worthy adversary. Suit yourself, Frieza sneered, returning to his spacecraft. Remember to savor the torment of this arrogant little brat. Just as Azer was about to respond, he was suddenly sent flying hundreds of meters by a powerful punch, embedding him into the mountainside. Amidst the crumbling rocks, Gotenks chuckled. My apologies for the interruption. Your incessant chatter made my hands itch. You insufferable wretch. Frieza fumed, trembling with rage. In the distance, a pile of rocks erupted, a fierce aura ascending into the sky. Azer effortlessly deflected the attack, glancing at Gotenks before soaring back. Let me handle this, father. I was indeed careless just now, but I will not repeat the same mistake. He first addressed Frieza, then positioned himself before Gotenks. At this moment, Azer was not filled with anger from the sneak attack. Rather, he could hardly contain his excitement. He gazed at Gotenks, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes, his face alight with fervor. This little brat possesses impressive strength. That last strike actually hurt him. None of my previous opponents could achieve such a feat. Gotenks, is it? How intriguing. Let us have a spirited battle. Azer shouted with enthusiasm, charging directly at Gotenks without hesitation. Humph, just as I hoped. I don't have time to play around. I'll finish you off swiftly. And then it will be Frieza's turn. Gotenks declared, assuming a battle stance and fixating on the oncoming Azer. Prepare yourself. Boom. Their fists collided once more, the explosive force shattering the ground beneath them, creating a massive crater. However, this time the outcome is different. The positions of both parties have exchanged. And now Azer's strength pales in comparison to Gotenks at full power. Humph, is that all you can muster? I have yet to unleash my full potential. Gotenks chuckled derisively and suddenly surged with energy. Azer, unable to withstand the onslaught, quickly retreated to create distance. Just as he took to the air, Gotenks had already flashed behind him. Fool, I'm right here. When did that happen? Before Azer could turn around, he was met with a powerful kick to the face. Bang! With a muffled thud, Azer was sent flying like a cannonball. Don't forget to accept this generous gift. Gotenks raised his hands high, gathering a dazzling energy sphere, which he hurled towards Azer's landing spot. Boom! The moment the energy sphere struck the ground, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, and blinding white light engulfed Azer's figure. Humph! Is that all there is, Frisia's son? Watching the rising black smoke, Gotenks placed his hands on his hips with pride, lamenting the lack of a survivor to witness my might. Ah well, who can blame me for being too strong? As the smoke gradually dissipated, a vague outline emerged. But the figure was now starkly different from the previous Azer. Oh, quite resilient, Gotenks raised an eyebrow. Once the dust settled, Azer had undergone a complete transformation. His physique became more imposing, his arms bulging with muscle, and twin horns sprouted from his head. He had unleashed part of his power, entering his first form. At this moment, his speed, strength, and defense had all multiplied exponentially. Although his appearance resembled Frisia's second form, his power far surpassed it. Jebbet, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "My goodness! Ancestor, your predictions are astonishing. This subordinate of Frisia can transform as well, and his aura is several times stronger than before." He was sweating profusely, too anxious to even look directly at the scene in the crystal ball, pacing back and forth in the room. It's over. Even Gotenks cannot defeat them. Now Earth, no, the entire universe is doomed. When will Lord Mu Feng return? The old Supreme Kai leisurely sipped his tea. What is there to panic about? But Ancestor, Frisia and his son are set to obliterate the entire universe. With Lord Mu Feng absent, no one can stop them. Jebbet was stamping his feet in desperation. The old Supreme Kai leisurely blew at his teacup. Fool, take a good look at the crystal ball. Can't you sense Azer's energy? What time is it, and you're still drinking tea? Jebbet was completely bewildered. Even if he could sense Azer's energy, what good would it do? Alas, the old Supreme Kai slammed his teacup down. Why can't you grasp the obvious? If you can sense Azer's energy, wouldn't you also take note of Gotenks' energy? Realization struck Jebbet, and he hurriedly closed his eyes to sense it. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed with joy, "Wonderful! Gotenks' energy is even stronger than Azer's. Ancestor, you're truly remarkable. We have hope now. On Earth." Frisia looked on with pride at his transformed son. Perfect. Azer, you now resemble your father's second form exactly. Go and eliminate that little brat. Gotenks slowly descended from the sky. Oh, quite the intimidating display, but I wonder if you possess any real skill. Azel scoffed, to compel me to reveal this form. You truly have reason to take pride. As my first formidable opponent, I shall remember you, Gotenks. Anyone can boast. Gotenks retorted, making a face. Come at me if you dare, you fool. Azel thundered, dare to underestimate me? Allow me to demonstrate my might. No sooner had he spoken than he appeared before Gotenks in a flash. Gotenks feigned surprise, impressive speed, but alas, still too slow for me. He effortlessly sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a punch, only to miss entirely. Azel had already circled behind him, delivering a crushing blow to Gotenks' head with both fists. The impact resonated with a dull thud, leaving Gotenks dazed and plummeting toward the ground like a deflated balloon. He crashed into the earth, creating a large crater. Clutching his head and hopping in pain. That hurts. You only target the head. How uncivilized. An amusing little brat. Azel grinned wickedly, licking his lips. Scions are indeed intriguing. I shall enjoy this a while longer. Yet, in the next moment, the tide shifted dramatically. Gotenks surged forward in a fit of rage, his speed so swift that Azel barely had time to react. Gotenks clasped Azel's head between his hands and delivered a kick that sent him flying. Ha ha, you're pathetic. Gotenks boasted, hands on his hips. Even my little finger surpasses you. Go home and drink your milk. Seeking death are you? Azel roared, charging in fury and landing a fierce blow to Gotenks' abdomen. The two exchanged attacks until Gotenks suddenly seized Azel's leg and spun him in midair, taunting, feeling dizzy? Let us see how you strike. Idiot. Azel broke free and landed a kick to Gotenks' head. Rubbing his sore cranium, Gotenks shouted, "You hit my head again." He then pivoted and playfully patted his rear, provoking, "Come and chase me, you fool." This action utterly infuriated Azel, whose eyes turned bloodshot. Even from a distance, Frisia, watching the battle, felt his nails dig into his palm, blood dripping down. If it weren't for my promise to my son, I would have unleashed my ultimate form and vanquished this brat long ago. It drives me mad, not an ounce of exaggeration. In the Kaishin realm, look, ancestor. Gotenks is indeed far superior to Azel. Jebbit pointed to the crystal ball, addressing the old Kaishin. He hasn't even exerted himself. At this rate, he will surely defeat Frisia? Fool, have you not realized that the lad is merely toying with him? The old Kaishin replied impatiently. That is true. However, Gotenks should possess enough strength to handle both Frisia and Azel, right? As long as he can defeat those two monsters. Wait and see. The old Kaishin turned away and closed his eyes. On Earth, Gotenks darted through the air while Azel pursued relentlessly. Damn you, little brat. I will make you pay. Azel gathered energy in his right hand and hurled it toward Gotenks. How foolish. An attack like that could never hit me. Gotenks taunted, sticking out his tongue while effortlessly evading. Hee, now it's my turn. Gotenks grinned mischievously, raising his hand as golden light erupted from his fingertips. Creating circles in the air, behold my dazzling golden chocolate rings. What on earth is that? Azel halted abruptly, staring at the golden circles, seething. Do not underestimate me. In a fit of rage, Azel charged straight at him. Try if you dare, exclaimed Gotenks as he manipulated the rings of light to soar towards Azer. Die. Azer sidestepped one ring and swung a punch to shatter another, only to be taken by surprise as the ring abruptly shifted, ensnaring his arm. Didn't he see that coming? Did you? Gotenks unleashed several more rings. Azer quickly dodged, sensing the grip on his trapped arm tightening. These rings proved more formidable than they appeared. Yet he could only evade the other rings for now and devise a plan later. Ha ha, now you know my prowess. Gotenks proclaimed with a triumphant stance. Hands on his hips. Behold my new technique. This will make you vanish. He puffed his cheeks and released a series of enormous bubbles towards Azer. In an instant, the bubbles transformed into spectral apparitions, each an eerie replica of Gotenks himself. These phantoms floated in midair, some swaying aimlessly, others yawning, some cackling ominously, and a few simply lying down to sleep, creating a chaotic scene. From a distance, it resembled a group of children at a wild party rather than a battle. Enough of this commotion. Gotenks feigned a cough, commanding like an instructor. All units assemble. Stand at attention. Count off. Surprisingly, the phantoms complied, forming a neat line. However, a few unruly spirits began bickering. Hey, stay away. I might explode. You're the one too close. Step back. Trunks quickly intervened. No fighting. Prepare for attack. The two phantoms finally settled down. Gotenks, hands on hips, boasted to Azer, behold. This is my ultimate technique. The Super Phantom Kamikaze attack. You're finished now. Charge. Blow that villain to pieces. He gestured dramatically, and the phantoms erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Here I come. Wait for me. Watch this. Azer was both astonished and furious. What in the world are these ridiculous things? He had to evade the energy rings while also guarding against the relentless phantoms. One spirit seized the opportunity and collided with him forcefully. What just happened? Before Azer could comprehend, the phantom shimmered with a blinding light. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending plumes of smoke billowing. Though this maneuver appeared childishly whimsical, its power was terrifying. Had it struck the ground, it would have obliterated the entire area. As the smoke cleared, Azer emerged, battered and bruised. His expression contorted with rage as he glared at Gotenks, murderous intent surging in his eyes. You little brat. How dare you injure me like this? Unforgivable. He could hardly fathom that these ludicrous phantoms possessed such dreadful might. And he could not accept the humiliation of being bested so thoroughly by a mere child. Gotenks laughed triumphantly, hands on hips. My super phantoms will chase you down. Just a light touch and kaboom. He gestured a victory sign and waved at the remaining phantoms. Listen up. Execute my plan and surround that villain. Let us blow him to smithereens. The phantoms chorused in agreement, grinning slyly as they surged towards Azer, determined to thwart any further ambush against him. Azer roared as he leapt high into the air, colliding two specters together, which instantly erupted into a dazzling white light. Indeed, contact with something would provoke such an explosion. Azer smirked and raised his hand, launching an energy blast, declaring, "Watch as I annihilate you all." Alas, the attack was thwarted. Gotenks, panicking, clasped his head and retreated, exclaiming, "This is bad. I'm out of options." Upon witnessing his dismay, Azer's grin grew even more sinister. Vanquish. He unleashed energy blasts, yet the specters did not evade. It turned out these apparitions had undergone rigorous training, enabling them to penetrate energy attacks. You've fallen for my trap, fool. Gotenks suddenly changed his demeanor, grinning and pointing skyward. Azer's expression froze. Before he could react, the specters had enveloped him entirely. Now's the time. Gotenks shouted. Boom. An explosion far more violent than before engulfed Azer. A mushroom cloud rising into the sky. A massive plume of black smoke erupted, as Gotenks shielded his face with his arm against the fierce winds. Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. Are you serious? My son Azer has been defeated. He incredulously glanced between Gotenks and the billowing smoke, questioning how this little brat could possibly vanquish Azer. Hey, don't rush, Frisia. Your turn is coming soon, Gotenks declared, pinching his nose and beaming at Frisia. Suddenly, he rested his chin in contemplation. No, I need to devise a more entertaining strategy. You insufferable brat. Frisia, darkly scowling, flew before Gotenks, declaring, I shall make you experience true terror. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, Kibito clutched a crystal ball, exclaiming, marvelous. Gotenks has truly defeated Azer. Ancestor, did you witness this? However, the old Supreme Kai's expression was grave. Do not rejoice prematurely. Azer's form earlier was strikingly reminiscent of Frisia's second transformation. He likely possesses even greater forms. On the battlefield of Earth, Frisia roared in fury. I will make you all pay for my son's demise. Today was meant to be the day of your obliteration, yet this little imp has thwarted it. Ha ha ha. Then allow me to send you both to hell in commemoration. Gotenks nonchalantly made a face. Frisia, fists clenched, suddenly looked up and bellowed, I will slay you with my own hands. Just then, from within the black smoke, Azer's icy voice emerged. Father, allow me to handle him. Splendid. My son indeed. Frisia transformed his rage into joy, laughing as he stepped aside to observe the battle. Gotenks trembled in shock. How is this possible? My ghostly attack failed to obliterate you? Azer's voice continued. I concede that the foolish move had considerable power. Had it been the Azer of my usual state, that blow might have claimed my life. But now, it is different. I have unleashed all the power within me. Open your eyes and behold. This is my true strength, the ultimate form. With a thunderous roar, Azer erupted from the thick smoke, releasing an astonishing surge of dark energy. The ferocious gale instantly dispersed the fog, revealing a rejuvenated Azer. At this moment, he sported a pair of horns atop his head, his form restored to normal, with rugged shoulder plates and his entire being encased in black battle armor. Although the appearance was not particularly imposing, the emanating waves of power were vastly different from before. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the ancestral figure, indeed, he still possesses his ultimate form. This power is utterly terrifying. We are completely devoid of hope. The god of Jibit was drenched in cold sweat, scarcely daring to gaze at the scene within the crystal ball. Fool! The old Supreme Kai leaped up and delivered a sharp rap to his head, perpetually shouting, How tiresome! Be quiet and watch. One must face the sky if it falls. Jibit murmured while rubbing his head, I'm simply concerned about Earth. In the heart of the battlefield, humph. Is it merely a change of skin? Watch as I take you down once more. Super chocolate donut. Gotenks deftly traced his fingers, and 4 luminous rings took shape in response. Prepare to receive. The rings shot forth, yet this time, Azel remained utterly unperturbed. Previously, he had evaded due to the concern of being ensnared. Now, these antics were mere childish play in his eyes. Not dodging, Gotenks' eyes sparkled, allowing you to witness the upgraded version. He clasped his palms together, and the 4 rings instantaneously fused into a colossal halo, fluctuating in size until it ultimately secured Azel's form. Did you not expect this? This technique can also morph remotely. The little warrior proudly lifted his chin. Bound, Azel could not even muster the energy to struggle. From the outset, he had never regarded this move with any seriousness. Gotenks, brimming with self-satisfaction, would have faced scorn from others by now, but this little demon was oblivious to such self-awareness. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing a finger at Azel, Gotenks exclaimed, Chocolate ring, you big fool. No sooner had he finished speaking than the energy ring binding Azel violently erupted. The rampant energy ravaged the air. Ha ha, you've been blown away again. Haven to you? Gotenks gleefully glanced at Frisia, and now it's your turn. Watch how I deal with you. Suddenly, a powerful aura seized Gotenks' attention. He beheld Azel, unscathed, hovering in the air, gently brushing off the dust from his attire. Such trivial tricks are futile against me. Azel revealed a dangerous smile. Now it is my turn to strike. I've anticipated this all along. Gotenks feigned composure, but involuntarily stepped back 2 paces. Azel's figure abruptly vanished. With a resounding thud, his fist struck Gotenks' abdomen with considerable force, followed by an elbow that sent Gotenks flying. Regaining his balance midair, Gotenks swiftly conjured an energy sphere. Take this. Kamehameha. Azel did not flinch or evade. With a swift chop of his hand, he deflected the energy wave. How could this be? Gotenks stared in astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Azel surged forward, crashing his knee heavily into Gotenks' blocking arm. The ferocious assault poured down like a torrential rain, forcing Gotenks to retreat step by step. Suddenly, Azel's tail ensnared his calf. Oh no! Gotenks exclaimed in alarm. Azel hoisted him high, raining down punches like a hailstorm. This is infuriating. Gotenks exerted himself to unleash a powerful kick, but struck nothing but air. Azel hurled him into the sky, instantly appearing above, delivering a fierce downward kick that sent him crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound, creating a deep crater. As Gotenks struggled to rise, blood trickled from his mouth. Yet he continued to taunt. Is that all you've got? How disappointing. The darkening expression on Azer's face indicated his growing fury. Gotenks looked down upon Azer, dismissing his strength as he boldly issued threats, a clear invitation to demise. Who's being obstinate now? Open your eyes wide and watch closely. Gotenks made a face and gestured obscenely at Azer, stepping back slightly to ready himself. His bravado was well-founded. Throughout the fight thus far, he had barely exerted half of his true power. The Super Saiyan 3 transformation was his ultimate weapon. The fusion technique was merely a trump card for Goten and Trunks, while the Super Saiyan 3 form was Gotenks' genuine ace. Although he currently maintained a full-powered Super Saiyan 2 form, which was nearing the Super Saiyan 3 state, the difference remained vast. Had he chosen to transform into Super Saiyan 3 from the outset, he could have annihilated the untransformed Azer and Frieza with the ease of squashing an ant. Indeed, it would have been a literal instant kill, leaving no time for a response. However, that seemed rather tedious. Gotenks intentionally restrained his power, treating this life-or-death battle as mere child's play, relishing the experience. Moreover, he had initially believed that his full-powered Super Saiyan 2 was sufficient to dominate, and indeed, he had left the untransformed duo in tears. Little did he expect that Azer still held his ultimate form in reserve. Now, Gotenks was prepared to get serious. He placed his fists on his hips, his playful demeanor vanishing, replaced by a gaze sharp as a blade. With a resounding boom, a golden aura erupted from his pores, illuminating the vast sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. Arcs of electricity surged through the flames, reducing debris to dust. His brow began to rise, golden hair cascading down to his waist, and his entire presence transformed, exuding an undeniable brilliance. As the final bolt of lightning struck, Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks made his grand entrance. In the Kaishin realm, Super Saiyan 3, the deity Jebet stared intently at the figure radiating golden light within the crystal ball, his nails digging deeply into his palm. The energy emanating from Gotenks at that moment was astonishing. After a period of rigorous training, his transformation into Super Saiyan 3 had elevated his power to rival that of a fully powered Super Saiyan 4. Ecstatic, Jebet turned to the old Kaishin, exclaiming, "Ancestor." Given this display, Gotenks must surely be able to defeat Frieza and Azer. The old Kaishin leisurely sipped his tea before responding. Who can say? Frieza has yet to reveal his true capabilities. It's too early to draw conclusions. Let us continue to observe. Jebet nodded vigorously, his gaze returning to the crystal ball. He firmly believed that regardless of Frieza's strength, Gotenks was destined for victory. It has been quite a while since Lord Mu Feng left. Surely he should be returning soon. The old Kaishin murmured, gazing at the sky. On a distant, nameless planet, Whis beamed at Mu Feng, exclaiming, "Brother Mu Feng, you are truly remarkable for having prepared the strawberry cake so swiftly." Despite the looming crisis on Earth, Mu Feng remained acutely aware of all that transpired in the cosmos. He was pleasantly surprised by the progress of the Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, not anticipating that the two youngsters would achieve such prowess through their intensive training and fusion. Initially, Mu Feng intended for Goku and the others to return immediately, but after witnessing Gotenks' performance, he altered his decision. He felt that the young warrior could endure a bit longer, so he continued to leisurely craft desserts alongside Whis. Whis gazed eagerly at the freshly made strawberry cake, rubbing his hands in anticipation. It looks absolutely delectable. I can hardly wait to taste it. Allow me to have the first piece. Mu Feng sliced a portion of the cake and handed it over. I shall not be polite then. Whis accepted the plate, spearing a piece and bringing it to his mouth, immediately swaying in bliss, his eyes crescent-shaped with joy. This is exquisite. Brother Mu Feng's culinary skills are indeed unparalleled. Mu Feng chuckled as he glanced toward the resting area, relieved that Goku and the others were absent. Otherwise, there would scarcely be enough cake to go around, likely leaving nothing but crumbs. However, they seemed to have overlooked the presence of a certain deity. Are you searching for me? A familiar voice echoed from behind. Whis stifled a giggle. Lord Beerus, when did you arrive? I came upon the delightful aroma, Beerus replied, glaring at the cake in Whis's hands, his expression one of annoyance. You dared to indulge in strawberry cake without me. Whis turned, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he chuckled nervously. Oh, that's not true. We haven't indulged at all. Beerus shot a disgruntled glare at Whis. Mu Feng interjected with a smile. Beerus, this is our first attempt at making a strawberry cake. We feared it might not taste good, so we let Whis try it first. If it turned out poorly, we wouldn't want to serve it to everyone. Really? Beerus asked skeptically, eyeing Whis. Whis nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. Mu Feng speaks the truth. Very well. I shall trust you this once. Beerus turned his attention to the enticing strawberry cake. Whis, you claimed it was delicious, correct? I too wish to sample it. Of course. Mu Feng conjured a plate, slicing a piece and presenting it to Beerus. Wow, it looks incredibly appetizing. Beerus accepted the cake, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He eagerly took a bite, exclaiming, my goodness, this is absolutely delightful. He quickly devoured another large mouthful. In the blink of an eye, the entire cake was gone. Exquisite. Beerus sighed contentedly, squinting with satisfaction before glaring at Whis. Thank goodness I arrived in time. I nearly missed out on such a delectable cake. Whis chuckled, It's better to arrive fortuitously than not at all. Lord Beerus, we should be on our way. So soon? Is the conversation concluded? Beerus inquired. Mu Feng has matters to attend to, Whis explained. TCH, I thought you were here to assist me in locating Broly. Beerus pouted, then turned to Mu Feng, saying, If you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to Whis. The seventh universe will lend its aid. Whis and Mu Feng exchanged a knowing smile. This time, we shall surely triumph over them. Lord Beerus is truly considerate. I will keep in touch with Mu Feng, Vados said with a smile. Mu Feng nodded, assuring, rest assured. If anything arises, I will certainly reach out to Brother Vados. Who cares? It's merely because our universes bear a resemblance. With a flushed face, Beerus turned away, casually taking the remaining cake with him. Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus's tsundere demeanor is remarkably akin to Vegeta's, Vados remarked while observing his retreating figure. Ha 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 indeed. They are quite similar, Mu Feng laughed in agreement. The two then made their way towards the rest area, preparing to depart from the nameless planet. In the rest area of the nameless planet, as Mu Feng and his companions arrived, they overheard two Gokus animatedly discussing. You have that villain Frieza over there too? Of course. That guy can't even rest in hell. Haha. It seems both worlds harbor equally wicked Frieza. Indeed. He has a headache wherever he goes. I wonder how they would react if they knew Frieza had been resurrected and was causing havoc on Earth, Mu Feng pondered, glancing at the raucous Gokus. The silent Vegetas beside them, and the furious Broly in the distance, unable to suppress a smile. Lord Mu Feng has arrived. And with him, Lord Vados and Lord Beerus. Goku waved at them with a tilted head. You're back. Super Goku turned around, hands on his hips, grinning widely. Vados covered his mouth, chuckling. The two Gokus seemed to get along splendidly. However, as for the others, we should return now, Mu Feng interjected. So soon? I wanted to stay longer. Goku said, scratching his head in disappointment. There's trouble on Earth. Frieza is causing chaos there, Mu Feng replied, narrowing his eyes. Frieza? Goku and the Vegetas exclaimed in unison. Wasn't he completely obliterated by me? Vegeta stood up, questioning. I distinctly remember turning him and Cell into ice shards in hell. Goku recalled, unable to stifle a laugh. Super Goku and Super Vegeta approached, their faces filled with confusion. Could it be that he was resurrected using the Dragon Balls? It wasn't the Dragon Balls, Mu Feng chuckled sheepishly. I resurrected him to gather participants for the Tournament of Power. Now he has taken the opportunity to run back to Earth and wreak havoc. So that is how it is. Goku's eyes widened. But that guy is quite bold. Doesn't he fear being sent back to hell? It wasn't through the Dragon Balls. Super Goku exclaimed, laughing heartily with hands on his hips. Just the thought of battling your world's Frieza is exhilarating. I wonder if he has transformed into Golden Frieza as well? How thrilling. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Since he was resurrected by Lord Mu Feng, it's no big deal. A guy who has died once dares to rampage on Earth? He turned to Mu Feng, urging, Lord Mu Feng, let us hurry back. I've longed to personally teach Frieza a lesson, and now I finally have the chance to deal with that scoundrel. Mu Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed, it's time to return. Vados chuckled lightly. So it turns out Frieza was resurrected by Mu Feng, your brother. As a contestant, his prowess is indeed commendable. He had long contemplated the possibility of resurrecting the deceased to compete, yet he remained uncertain whether Lord Beerus would acquiesce. With his hands clasped behind his back, Beerus remarked, reviving Frieza to participate is a perilous notion, Angel Mufeng. Nonetheless, this suggestion has sparked an idea. Golden Frieza possesses formidable strength, and with proper training, he might become a significant force in Universe 7. Excitedly, Super Saiyan Goku exclaimed to Beerus, Lord Beerus, let us resurrect Frieza, thus adding another powerful contender. I believe he can grow even stronger. What nonsense. Super Vegeta swiftly charged forward, roaring at Goku. Are you suggesting we bring that scoundrel back to compete? Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Goku chuckled amiably, attempting to pacify Vegeta. Calm down, Vegeta. Do you think that fellow would obediently comply? Vegeta crossed his arms, retorting, he might very well ally with other universes against us. Goku remained optimistic. With us around, we can subdue him easily. Besides, we have Lord Beerus and Whis. He wouldn't dare act recklessly. Humph. If anything goes awry, I shall be the first to eliminate him. Vegeta scoffed, turning away in disdain. Whis, with a smile, inquired of Beerus, what are your thoughts, Lord Beerus? Having finished his cake, Beerus licked the cream from the corner of his mouth. It is worth a try. Whis, after bringing Broly back, proceed to revive Frieza. Inform him that if he dares to cause trouble, I shall obliterate his very soul. Mufeng laughed, with Frieza from both universes. The tournament of power will surely be more exhilarating. He mused that an early resurrection would grant Frieza more time for training, enhancing his strength. Whis asked, are you leaving now, Brother Mufeng? Indeed, Mufeng nodded. I shall leave Broly here to assist. I will bring him back when I visit Sister Bardos in Universe 6. Beerus immediately interjected, of course. This way, Goku and Vegeta will have another training partner. Whis smiled, then let Broly remain. Mufeng waved at Broly in the distance. Broly, did you hear that? Broly nodded and approached. Hey, Broly, you're coming to our universe, and we must get along well for a while, Super Saiyan Goku said cheerfully, patting Broly on the shoulder. Kakarot. Broly erupted in fury. Calm down, Broly, Mufeng gently reminded him. As you wish, Lord Mufeng. Broly suppressed his anger and nodded. Once we depart, you will stay here with Whis and Beerus. Be sure to heed their instructions, Mufeng advised. Broly silently acquiesced. For him, it mattered little where he went. As every universe harbored scions like Kakarot, it might be more intriguing to remain here and observe another version of himself, perhaps even unite against those detestable scions. With Broly remaining behind, it would be just Vegeta and me returning. Goku chuckled, scratching his head. TCH. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. He preferred to keep his distance from Broly, believing that out of sight would mean out of mind. As the angel of Mu Feng observed, Beerus cast a curious glance at Broly and inquired, is Kakarot indeed Son Goku? Why does this fellow harbor such animosity towards him? Previously, during their contest, Broly had displayed a reaction towards Son Goku, a matter Beerus had long wished to explore. Whis, too, was intrigued. With a smile, Mu Feng placed his hand on the shoulders of the two, conveying the reason through telepathy. Ah, I see. What a fascinating tale it is, Whis remarked. Beerus remained silent, yet a mischievous grin crept across his face. Now enlightened, he realized he could harness Broly's hatred to incite Son Goku and his companions to grow stronger. This way, both sides could enhance their prowess, with neither losing out. However, Mu Feng's primary intention was to observe Broly's abilities in this universe. Brother Whis, Mu Feng proposed, when you seek out Broly, might you project his power for me to witness? Of course, dear brother Mu Feng, you are far too modest, Whis replied with a narrowed-eyed smile. It is time to depart. Whis, Beerus gestured, turning to leave. Whis and Mu Feng exchanged a knowing smile. Brother Mu Feng, do visit again, Whis said. a touch of reluctance in his voice. Certainly. Do not forget, in 10 days, the two universes shall compete before the gods. Prepare yourselves well, Mu Feng reminded them. Indeed. Let us all strive together. Whis nodded, his eyes twinkling. Another me, when we next meet, I shall give it my all. Super Saiyan Goku excitedly waved his fist at Goku. Without a doubt. I can hardly wait to spar with my alternate self. Goku's eyes sparkled as he clenched his fists involuntarily. The opportunity to contend with another version of himself from a different timeline was truly a rare chance. Super Vegeta halted, turning his back to the others. Return and intensify your training. When we meet again, I shall show no mercy. Is that so? Vegeta crossed his arms with a light chuckle. I shall be eager to see how you intend to defeat me. Remember, I shall not hold back either. Just as I prefer. Super Vegeta turned his face, sporting a provocative smile. The two returned to Whis and Beerus, where Broly had already quietly stood at the back. Then we take our leave, Whis said, twirling his staff with a smile. Farewell. Super Saiyan Goku waved vigorously. Suddenly, Super Vegeta opened his eyes, staring intently at Vegeta for several seconds. Though the other me has aged, he remains quite presentable. With a swish, the staff touched the ground, and in an instant, they vanished without a trace. Goku gazed at the empty lawn. They departed so swiftly. Lord Mu Feng, should we not return as well? Let us return now. Mu Feng turned to the two Saiyans. Remember, upon your return, you must completely conceal your energy using divine power. Huh, why is that? Son Goku scratched his head in confusion. Vegeta frowned. Could we not simply deal with Frieza directly? Are we truly still afraid of him? Mu Feng had anticipated their reactions. Although Frieza and his son possessed considerable strength, they were far from being a match for Son Goku and Vegeta now. Concealing Vegeta's energy was particularly challenging, as he yearned to vanquish his foe immediately. This sudden restriction felt like a bucket of cold water poured over his raging fire of vengeance. Do not be hasty. It is not that I doubt your capabilities. Mu Feng elucidated that Frieza had brought his son, Azer, along this time, and Gotenks was currently engaged in combat with him. The concealed energy was intended for observing their battle, as these two youngsters had been diligently training of late. Ah, now it makes sense. Sun Wukong suddenly realized. Although Vegeta still crossed his arms, his ears perked up discreetly. Upon hearing that this was an opportunity for the younger generation to hone their skills, he snorted, tacitly accepting the arrangement. Mu Feng raised the angel staff and addressed Sun Wukong and Vegeta. It is time to return. Sun Wukong scratched his head and exclaimed excitedly, Wow! I had no idea Frieza had a son. How was he born? Is it like us? Vegeta, agitated, turned and barked. Is this really the time for such thoughts? Haha, I get it. I've heard that Goten and Trunks have grown stronger and can fight Azer, who is even more formidable than Frieza. I must see this. Sun Wukong chuckled and stood beside Mu Feng. Vegeta scoffed and approached, casting an admonishing glance at Sun Wukong. Frieza is mine. His son is yours. All right, back to Earth it is. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Mu Feng waved the staff to tear open a rift in space and time. The three were enveloped in radiance and vanished in an instant. On Earth, Piccolo sensed the energy and smiled. Gotenks is so strong? He will surely defeat them. The feeble Ub gazed into the distance. Earth, it's all up to you. On the battlefield, Gotenks transformed into Super Saiyan 3, pointing at Azer and boasting, Look how powerful I am. Prepare to concede. Frieza gritted his teeth. Disgusting wild monkey. Son, finish him off. Azer sneered. I will take care of you before dealing with Sun Wukong. The two clashed with lightning speed, their fists tearing through the earth, unleashing countless waves of energy into the air. Suddenly, Gotenks appeared before Azer, delivering an elbow strike to his cheek. Azer was propelled by a tremendous force, tumbling through the air like a kite with a severed string, crashing into 3 stone mountains before barely regaining his balance. He spat out blood, incredulously staring at the young boy whose power after transformation surpassed his own. Before the sound of the air breaking had dissipated, Gotenks had already materialized in front of him, making a grimacing face while lifting his right leg. Surprised? The sole of his shoe heavily imprinted on Azer's face. The thudding sounds merged into a cacophony as Azer was pummeled like a punching bag, unable to defend himself. Huh. Gotenks suddenly switched tactics, unleashing a full-powered right punch that sent Azer flying far away. He gathered a golden energy sphere in his palm and thrust it towards the sky. Super Blade Energy Sphere. The blinding golden light cascaded down like a torrent. Azer, caught off guard, narrowly evaded but still had his tail severed. How outrageous! He glared at his bleeding, severed tail, trembling with rage, for I am a king born for battle. The crimson killing intent almost materialized as he declared, "Little brat, I shall ensure your demise is complete. Let us try this." Gotenks crossed his arms, golden energy swirling in his palms. Ultimate flash bomb. As the energy sphere shot forth with a whoosh, Azer barely dodged, only to see Gotenks suddenly grinning wickedly. Just kidding. With a flick of his wrist, the energy sphere veered and pursued him. Boom. A blinding white light erupted across the heavens and the earth. Frieza, watching from the sidelines, was astounded to see his pride and joy, his son, being overwhelmed by the energy of a young scion. The air was thick with dark smoke, yet the triumphant cheers of Gotenks echoed. "I am invincible." Gotenks joyfully leaped in the air, hands on his hips, a smug expression on his face. "Frieza, you're next," he shouted, eagerly anticipating the fight. Inside the Kaishin-S temple, Kibito Kai was excitedly leaning over a crystal ball. "Incredible! Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks. Go for it. Ancestor, are you watching? This time, we will defeat them." Turning around, he noticed old Kai chuckling to himself and asked, "What are you so happy about?" "Fool!" Old Kai exclaimed, standing with his back to Kibito. "Don't just stare at the crystal ball. Feel the energy." Closing his eyes to sense the aura, Kibito suddenly exclaimed, "It's Goku and Vegeta. They're back. This is a sure win." Somewhere on Earth, behind a rock, Goku chuckled softly. "The kids have made great progress. Keep it down." Vegeta shot him a glare, proudly adding, "That's my son. Let us not rush into action. Let us observe for now." Mufang waved his staff, conjuring a few chairs for them to sit and chat. "I've cloaked this space with divine power. They can't see or hear us." "I see," Goku said with a grin, scratching his head. "Vegeta really startled me just now." Instead of sitting, he leaned closer to the viewing spot, eager to see how the two children would fare against Aiz and Frieza. After gaining divine power, his sensitivity to energy had sharpened. That last blow hadn't even phased Aiz. "Get lost." Aiz, battered and bloodied, emerged from the dissipating smoke, trembling with rage. "How could that little brat do this to me?" His gaze locked onto Gotenks, fury igniting in his eyes. "I will destroy you, even if it means annihilating this planet." His thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. "Hey, you're still alive." Gotenks tilted his head, unimpressed. "What a hassle. Looks like I'll have to get serious now. I wasn't using my full strength earlier." Before he finished speaking, he vanished from sight, appearing right in front of Aiz. Aiz took a heavy punch to the abdomen, followed immediately by another strike to the face. Gotenks executed a flying kick that sent Aiz crashing, then teleported behind him to grab his tail. "I've got you now." With a fist the size of a sandbag, he struck downwards. A tremendous crash echoed as Aiz was sent flying, creating a deep crater hundreds of meters wide. Debris scattering everywhere. "Yay, that should quiet things down," Gotenks cheered, performing flips in the air. Yet, suddenly, a pile of rubble exploded as Aiz, infused with a surge of energy, ascended with a furious snarl. "Impossible. How could I lose to someone like you?" Consumed by rage, Aiz concentrated all his power into a pitch-black energy ball. "Then let us destroy this planet together." The terrifying energy plummeted downward, capable of obliterating Earth. "Well done, my son." Frieza chuckled softly, covering his mouth. "After all, we can survive in space." I am truly curious to witness the expressions of Sun Wukong and his companions. In a moment of urgency, Gotenks, with arms akimbo, burst into laughter exclaiming, "Behold my ultimate invincible energy wave." A surge of energy powerful enough to obliterate all in its path rushes forth, yet Gotenks remains composed, gradually gathering golden light in his hands. "Taste my ultimate flash," he shouts, the energy sphere in his palm swelling larger by the second. Just as the energy is about to be unleashed, a sudden explosion occurs. Fusion is abruptly undone. Goten and Trunks exchange bewildered glances, the energy sphere hovering ominously above them. This is disastrous. Goten cries in despair, clutching his head. "It's all because we were too verbose." Trunks exclaims, anxiously stamping his feet. In the distance, Aiz and Frieza reveal sinister grins. "Perish." Aiz suddenly intensifies his power, causing the energy sphere to double in size. "Farewell." Silence. Frieza ascends in his craft, eager to witness the spectacle. As the energy sphere threatens to engulf the two, Goten suddenly transforms into Super Saiyan 2, closely followed by Trunks. They brace themselves against the energy sphere, yet are still forced downward. At a critical juncture, the energy sphere suddenly halts. Well done, boys. You should have resolved this swiftly. A familiar voice resonates as Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta stand proudly on either side. Dad, the two children exclaim in delight. Evacuate the injured first, Goku instructs. Vegeta scornfully remarks. You couldn't even withstand such a trivial attack? The two fathers unleash their power simultaneously, and the energy sphere rebounds, narrowly missing A's as it rockets into outer space. The cosmos erupts in a brilliant display of light, the shockwave tousling their crimson hair. What a relief to stretch my limbs, Goku says, extending his arms. Vegeta, with a cold glare fixed on A's, accuses, Is it you, scoundrel, who harmed my son? Frieza glares at the two figures in the sky, his brow furrowed. Who are these long-tailed beings? How could they deflect my attack? Wait. His eyes widen in realization, his expression turning menacing. Son Wukong. Vegeta. You damn Saiyans. Goku waves cheerfully at Frieza, while Vegeta, disdainfully spitting, declares, Frieza's wretched offspring. At this moment, A's is completely bewildered, unable to comprehend how his full-powered energy blast was so easily neutralized. Consumed by rage, he prepares to charge down, but Vegeta suddenly appears before him, delivering a powerful punch that sends him flying. Hey, Vegeta. Goku protests, I was supposed to handle A's. Vegeta retorts with a huff, enough chatter, I'm going after Frieza. He descends to the ground, confronting Frieza. Do not forget Lord Mufing's instructions, Goku reminds him. We must only teach them a lesson, not take their lives. I don't need your reminders. Vegeta retorts, arms crossed, his gaze unwavering on Frieza. Goku instantaneously teleports behind the recovering A's. Don't bother, in your current state. You can accomplish nothing. A's, terrified, jumps back, exclaiming, Who on earth are you? Son Wukong, with a perplexed expression, pointed at himself and asked, Did Frieza not inform you of my identity? I am Son Wukong, the very one whom your father Frieza was defeated by years ago. He hesitated momentarily before adjusting his words, scratching his head to clarify his identity. You are the Saiyan my father spoke of? You look different than I imagined. But that is of no consequence. I shall slay you. Azer charged forward with a fierce determination. Haha, I now embody the fourth transformation of Super Saiyan. Naturally, I am not the same as before. Son Wukong chuckled as he spoke. Upon noticing the oncoming Azer, he sighed, You're coming at me again? Even in this state. Effortlessly raising his hand to deflect the attack, Son Wukong urged, Cease your assault. You cannot defeat me. However, the enraged Azer paid no heed and leaped back, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Son Wukong swiftly waved his arm, creating a blur as he batted all the energy blasts away. I do not wish to kill you. Do not waste your efforts, he implored once more. Enough with your grandstanding. Azer roared, unleashing all his energy as he charged at Son Wukong, with a sharpened gaze. Son Wukong replied, Then do not blame me. Dodging the attack with a sidestep, Son Wukong seized Azer's tail and yanked him back. After dodging a knife-hand strike, he delivered a powerful kick to Azer's abdomen. Azer spat blood as he was sent flying, but Son Wukong pursued him, delivering a flurry of punches. Just as Azer, who was being suppressed, exploded with energy for a counterattack, he missed entirely. Son Wukong leaped and delivered a heavy knife-hand strike to the back of Azer's neck. Boom. Azer plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the mountainside. Son Wukong descended slowly, saying, Surrender. I have used less than 20% of my strength, and you are already at your limit. Stop spewing nonsense. You are but an insect. Azer bellowed as he erupted from the rubble. Son Wukong observed him quietly, aware that his earlier words had served as a final warning. At this moment, Azer was entirely consumed by rage, unable to heed any further counsel. Die? Azer howled frantically, his eyes glowing red as he concentrated all his energy into a right fist that tore through the air. In the instant the punch neared, Son Wukong flowed like water, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. In that fleeting moment, his left fist struck heavily into Azer's abdomen. Take a nap, Son Wukong whispered near his opponent's ear. Azer trembled violently, staggering backward, his face contorted in a scream. Damn it, my father was right. All you Saiyans should. His words were abruptly cut off as excruciating pain enveloped him, causing him to collapse like a marionette with severed strings. Finally, peace was restored. Son Wukong scratched his head with a silly grin, realizing he had lingered too long and it was time to return. He hoisted the unconscious Azer and closed his eyes in focus, and in an instant, he appeared beside Mu Feng. Master Mu Feng, this fellow insisted on pestering me, so I had no choice but to knock him out and bring him back. Excellent. Only Frisia remains, Mu Feng remarked, gazing upward. Sun Wukong rubbed his hands together in excitement, just in time to see how much that fellow has progressed. In the skies above, Frisia, having detached from his spacecraft, faced off against Vegeta. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Years of waiting culminate in this day of vengeance, Frisia sneered, covering his mouth mockingly. Your scion tricks are truly laughable. Vegeta crossed his arms with a cold smirk. When you find yourself begging for mercy, you will weep in admiration of these ridiculous tricks. Impudence. Frisia screeched in fury. The mere thought that you cockroaches still exist keeps me awake at night. In order to utterly crush you, this king has undergone grueling training in the depths of hell. Have I grown stronger? Vegeta scoffed. For if not for Lord Mu Feng's desire to spare your pitiful life, I would silence you. Frisia's aura surged ominously. This time, he would unleash his ultimate form to obliterate you. With clenched fists at his waist, Frisia erupted in a torrent of violet flames. With a guttural roar, the air was torn apart by the violent currents, creating rippling waves. Vegeta crossed his arms and smirked. At last, there is something worth watching. Let me witness the prowess of the Emperor of Evil. With a furious cry, Frisia, insulted, felt his rage surge, painting the clouds with resplendent purple light. As the brilliance faded, he had completed his transformation into his ultimate form. Within such a brief span, he had elevated himself to this level? Goku could barely conceal his astonishment. Mu Feng nodded. His talent is indeed remarkable. Inside the turtle hermit's abode, Krillin clenched his sweating fists. This aura is terrifying. Master Roshi wiped his glasses. Let Goku and the others handle it. Piccolo and the others gazed at the horizon, exchanging smiles upon sensing Mu Feng's returning presence. With that supreme being watching over, what is there to fear? Apologies for the wait. Vegeta, Frisia cackled as he extended his claws. The revenge feast was about to commence. Suddenly, Goku slapped his forehead. Oh right. They are our allies representing our universe in the tournament. Mu Feng's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, in the future, they shall become your formidable rivals. Within the violet flames, Frisia's golden form was brewing ominously. Breaking through limits is truly exhilarating. Just the mere description sends one's blood racing. Goku stroked his chin in contemplation, then abruptly turned to glare at Frisia, realizing the crux of the matter. That purple-skinned rascal is far too troublesome. I must keep a close watch on him and A's, lest they wreak havoc on Earth. With me on watch, they shall not stir up any trouble. A smile danced upon Mu Feng's lips. Frisia's return was anticipated. How could this tyrant of the universe concede defeat? He must be subdued thoroughly. With Lord Mu Feng backing me, I can rest easy. Goku scratched his head and laughed. He had witnessed the sheer destructive power of this angel firsthand. High above, Frisia and Vegeta faced off across the void. Huh, is this the evolved form you bragged about? Vegeta mocked as he scrutinized his opponent, glowing with purple light. Aside from a slight increase in intensity, he appeared as ridiculous as ever, a waste of this prince's time. Why not experience my new power with your own body? Frisia cackled, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. You insolent jester. Vegeta's knuckles cracked ominously. The air between them thickened with murderous intent. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped up, and their figures collided like cannonballs. Bang! Frisia's straight punch was blocked by Vegeta, and his retaliatory strike was similarly intercepted. In this stalemate, Vegeta taunted, You managed to catch that move. You've made some progress, haven't you? I shall tear your mouth apart soon. Frisia's tail swept viciously. Yet Vegeta deftly stepped on it, leveraging the force to leap and deliver a fierce kick to his chin. Thud! Frisia staggered backward, fury igniting as he unleashed an energy blast. Vegeta effortlessly swatted the fireball aside, and the two engaged once more in a whirlwind of violet and gold. Each clash sent shockwaves that shattered the earth, causing tremors that reverberated through the land. Ugh! Frisia's abdomen was struck by a heavy punch, causing a torrent of acidic energy to erupt, yet simultaneously, he retaliated with a fierce blow that struck Vegeta. The energy blast detonated at close range. Amidst the thick smoke, a golden figure shot out, and Frisia squinted through the haze, observing that the silhouette was gradually rising. Vegeta had effortlessly deflected that onslaught, the energy shock merely pushing him back a few steps. Unscathed, he emerged from the smoke, casually dispersing the surrounding mist. Frieza was not surprised by Vegeta's well-being. After all, a significant amount of time had passed since their last confrontation. He had to concede that the strength of these scions had indeed progressed astonishingly. Looking down at his hands, he sneered coldly, fixing a sinister gaze on Vegeta, and remarked, "To be honest, I must express my gratitude toward you all." Gratitude? Vegeta spat in disgust. "Spare me your nauseating words. The first time I earnestly trained in my life was solely to seek vengeance against you scions." Frieza spread his hands wide, declaring, "Thanks to you, I have witnessed a higher realm of power." His expression twisted abruptly, fury igniting in his eyes as he bellowed. "But do you know the humiliation I have endured? This relentless drive to grow stronger is something you could never fathom." Vegeta scoffed. "What? Is the torment of hell too difficult to bear? Damn you, filthy monkey." Frieza ground his teeth, his fists cracking ominously. "Your faces, your voices, they are all etched into my mind. One by one, I will eliminate you. Enough of your prattle," Vegeta impatiently urged. "If you wish to fight, then do it swiftly." Frieza grinned maliciously, raising his hand to unleash a crimson energy blast. Vegeta disdainfully swatted it aside, only to realize that Frieza was using the energy blast as cover to close the distance, delivering a ferocious elbow strike aimed at his chin. Boom! Vegeta was sent flying, and Frieza swiftly circled behind him, delivering another elbow strike to the back of his neck, followed by a brutal knee to his abdomen. "Die, you worthless fool!" Frieza roared, launching a punch toward Vegeta's heart. However, Vegeta firmly caught Frieza's fist, taunting, "Is this all you've got?" With that, he struck Frieza's abdomen with a powerful punch, simultaneously concentrating an energy blast in his palm and forcefully pressing it against Frieza's face. Boom! Frieza tumbled, crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Rising in a disheveled state, his fury intensified, purple flames erupting around him as he charged once more at Vegeta. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, their fists and feet colliding with explosive sounds, sending visible shockwaves rippling outward. Disgusting. Frieza executed a sweeping kick, but Vegeta agilely dodged, countering with an energy blast. Frieza evaded the attack in a flash, quickly closing in on Vegeta, and they clashed fiercely once more. Bang! 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 Vegeta anticipated Frieza's punches, sidestepping and then delivering a swift knee strike to his abdomen. With his hands stacked high, he followed through with a powerful chop that struck Frieza's back. Frieza struck hard, plummeted like a meteor toward the ground. "This game ends now. The next move will send you on your way," Vegeta shouted in frustration, directing both palms downward. A torrential barrage of energy blasts fell like rain, creating countless craters on the surface and raising clouds of dust that gradually enveloped the entire area. This is dire. Could Vegeta truly intend to kill Frieza? Sun Wukong clenched his fists anxiously, recalling the promise made to him and A's to participate in the Tournament of Power. A command from Lord Mufeng. "Rest assured, despite the vast disparity in strength, this offensive will not cost him his life," Mufeng stated calmly. Sensing a slight relief, Sun Wukong's gaze remained fixed on the area shrouded in thick smoke. "Is he dead, Frieza?" Vegeta halted, surveying the scene, his eyes filled with swirling black fog. Yet, as the laws of Dragon Ball dictate, where there is smoke, there are no injuries, barring Yamcha, of course. A sudden crimson glow pierced through the haze, revealing Frieza's furious form, veins bulging on his forehead. Vegeta, his clenched fists trembled with rage. "You wretched fool." With a furious roar, Frieza erupted in purple flames, his energy surging, causing the very fabric of space to quiver. "How resilient," Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Frieza, confident that his Nova Strike could obliterate planets, boasted that its power rivaled that of the Kamehameha. "Prepare to perish," he shrieked as he accelerated towards Vegeta. "Wow. If this strike veers off course and hits Earth, it would be disastrous," Sun Wukong exclaimed. However, in an instant, Vegeta's figure vanished, reappearing high above Frieza's back. "What?" Frieza's pupils constricted. "Get down." Vegeta seized Frieza by the shoulders and hurled him toward the ground with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, before Frieza could rise, Vegeta appeared once more, pressing his head into the earth, causing a violent tremor in the vicinity. "This is impossible." Frieza, trapped beneath the surface, was astonished to find himself utterly subdued. Vegeta grasped his head, lifting him and launching him skyward, instantly teleporting to deliver a powerful kick that sent Frieza crashing into a distant mountain. "I don't even need to expend destructive energy. This is dull," Vegeta remarked, landing with arms crossed, casting a cold glance at the crumbling mountain. He understood that such an attack was insufficient to completely vanquish Frieza. From the onset of their battle, he sensed that Frieza had yet to unleash his full potential, deliberately concealing his true strength. Sun Wukong also recognized this, turning to Mufeng and inquiring, "Lord Mufeng, you sense it too, don't you? Frieza has indeed grown stronger, but I can't shake the feeling that he is still holding back. It mustn't be mere illusion, right?" "Indeed, he harbors even greater power within him," Mufeng nodded. "Perhaps he is merely testing the gap between himself and Vegeta. During this period of training, he may have mastered a new form, yet has not revealed it. That power can only be explained by a new transformation. Upon your return, you and Vegeta must intensify your training in divine power. Furthermore, since Vegeta has destroyed numerous planets in the universe, you should assist in the reconstruction of some new worlds. You might consult with Jebet, as I have instructed him in this regard." Mufeng advised Sun Wukong, "Creating life and planets is not solely the responsibility of the Supreme Kai. This not only sustains the balance of the universe and maintains the optimal number of planets, but, more importantly, allows Sun Wukong to master the use of divine power, significantly enhancing his strength. After all, the roles of the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction are inherently equal. In terms of divine power, the Supreme Kai is not inferior to the God of Destruction. In the seventh universe, the strength of the Supreme Kai pales in comparison to that of the gods of destruction, a fact that requires little elucidation. The key lies in the application of divine power. When wielded with finesse, one can transcend their limitations. Mufeng harbors the hope that Sun Wukong will become the first Supreme Kai to rival the gods of destruction. Given Sun Wukong's innate talent and the latent potential of the Scions, mastering divine power and integrating it into his being, akin to the transformation of Super Saiyan 4 or the God of Destruction form, might even lead to the development of Super Saiyan 5 and a new Supreme Kai form. While this remains a mere hypothesis, with steadfast dedication to training, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Contemplating the expansion of planets, Sun Wukong rested his chin on his hand, closing his eyes in deep thought. The previous crisis had merely addressed the planet's immediate peril, but this time the challenge had escalated, leaving him utterly perplexed. With a chuckle, he scratched his head and said, I can't solve this alone. I should consult Lord Jebet. Indeed, he shall impart his wisdom." Mufeng nodded, subsequently directing his gaze downward. Boom! A thunderous noise erupted, stones scattering, and a violet blaze shot skyward. It was evident that more power was concealed within. Vegeta let out a slight huff as he landed and approached Frieza. "Vegeta, you have pushed me to this extent." Frieza coldly regarded him, gritting his teeth. "But soon, I will unleash my full might and obliterate you." "Full might?" Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. "Enough of the chatter. If you're going to strike, do so swiftly. Otherwise, I shall send you on your way." At this moment, Vegeta brimmed with confidence, fully aware of his own strength. While Frieza intended to go all out, Vegeta secretly relished the thought of overwhelming him with even greater power once he unleashed his full capabilities, an enticing prospect that only fueled his pride. Frieza, witnessing this display, felt a surge of fury. How dare this scion mock him? The infamous Frieza, feared across the cosmos, had never before been subjected to such disdain. Vegeta's derisive laughter echoed in his mind, causing his fists to crackle with tension, veins bulging on his forehead, his gaze fixed intently upon his foe. Suddenly, Frieza relaxed his fists and smirked ominously. "Let me show you the terrifying power that even I find hard to believe. Vegeta, soon you shall no longer find humor in this." From the sidelines, Sun Wukong observed the battlefield intently, curious about the extent of Frieza's hidden strength. Frieza assumed a battle stance, roaring as violet energy surged dramatically, enveloping him in a brilliant sphere of light. Feeling the explosive energy, Sun Wukong couldn't help but exclaim. To cultivate to such an extent in such a short time is indeed impressive. Nevertheless, he felt no concern with Mufeng overseeing the situation and the warriors of Earth standing guard. Frieza would not stir any significant turmoil. Moreover, he was confident that his own rate of progress would not be outpaced by his adversary. In the realm of the Supreme Kais, the elder Supreme Kai leisurely sipped tea while Jebet stared at a crystal ball in astonishment, exclaiming, "This is utterly unfair. I have trained for centuries, yet I cannot match Frieza's rapid escalation." The comparison was infuriating, and Jebet felt increasingly despondent, questioning the very worth of his existence. The Elder Supreme Kai cast him a sidelong glance, taking his time to savor his tea before speaking. Do you still have the audacity to complain? After hundreds of years, this is all you can achieve? I feel embarrassed for you. Is that what you call training? You spend your days in idleness. The old Kaioshin set down his teacup, remarking that the potential power of our Kaioshin is boundless, yet regrettably, no one has truly mastered it to date. If someone were to achieve such mastery, they would undoubtedly become the unparalleled strongest Kaioshin. Jebet, chuckling awkwardly, replied, Ancestor, are you not merely stating the obvious? If such a person existed, they would be the first in history. Silence. I am discussing serious matters. The old Kaioshin clasped his hands behind his back, expressing his confidence in Sun Wukong. Lord Mufeng had previously stated the intention to cultivate him and Vegeta into the strongest duo of Kaioshin and Destroyer in the universe. Wukong? Jebet's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting he will become the strongest Kaioshin? The old Kaioshin nodded solemnly. But he is already the strongest among us, is he not? You blockhead. The old Kaioshin exclaimed, shaking his fist in frustration and gazing skyward with a heavy sigh. Becoming the strongest Kaioshin is not a simple feat. If we follow the plan outlined by Lord Mufeng, he fixed Jebet with a serious gaze, enunciating each word. Sun Wukong may one day reach a level comparable to that of a destroyer. Comparable to a destroyer. Jebet gasped in astonishment. He understood the terror that destroyers embody. In the multiverse, Kaioshins have always been seen as weaklings. Were it not for the symbiotic contract, a mere flick of a destroyer's finger could obliterate a Kaioshin. Wiping his brow, Jebet stammered. Then, we Kaioshins will no longer be seen as soft targets. We can finally stand shoulder to shoulder with destroyers. His excitement grew as he exclaimed, who would dare to look down upon us in the future? Those individuals who now feign respect while secretly disregarding us only do so because of our weakness. Once Wukong succeeds, the entire universe will recognize that Kaioshins are not inept. We have merely focused our efforts on creation, not on gaining strength. The old Kaioshin's words illuminated Jebet's understanding. The thought of a future where Kaioshins could hold their heads high filled him with exhilaration, turning his face a vibrant shade of red. Sun Wukong too began to anticipate that day, yearning to become the strongest Kaioshin and liberate all Kaioshins from the title of weaklings. The old Kaioshin cast a disdainful glance at the grinning Jebet. This young man knows only how to grin. Why does he have to look so foolish? Yet, upon reflection, if Sun Wukong truly became that powerful, it would reflect well on himself. Perhaps it might even attract more beautiful maidens. Ahem, this is not the time for such thoughts. The old Kaioshin took a sip of tea to cover his musings. Ancestor, are you perhaps daydreaming of delightful matters? Jebet teased, leaning closer. Your expression just now certainly didn't suggest you were thinking about serious topics. What nonsense. Am I that sort of person? The old Kaioshin's face flushed, his voice dwindling. He hurriedly turned to the crystal ball, noting that the battle between Vegeta and Frieza was nearing its conclusion. Hee, I was right, wasn't I? Jebet turned his gaze to the crystal ball, not forgetting to jest. Just don't let your imagination run wild, or you might end up with a nosebleed. Humph. Impossible. The old Kaioshin crossed his arms, watching the teacup once more, lost in daydreams. Above Earth, the purple light gradually dissipated, revealing a transformed Frieza. His appearance had drastically changed. He was now more robust, with prominent purple armor on his shoulders and chest, a mask-like adornment on his face, glowing red eyes, and emanating a formidable aura of malevolence. Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment. In the distance, the turtle hermit, Krillin, and the displaced Piccolo, along with Yamcha and Tien, who were training outside, were all taken aback by the formidable aura emanating from Frieza. Even Vegeta, hovering in the air, was astonished by Frieza's rapid increase in strength. If he were given more time to train, he might even surpass the 5th level of Super Saiyan. Vegeta must be terrified by my new form, Frieza declared, spreading his arms wide. How does this power feel? Frieza's words ignited a furious response from Vegeta. Enough with the bragging. With such meager abilities, do you think you can intimidate me? He assumed a fighting stance, sneering. Even if you have grown stronger, it is insufficient against my Super Saiyan 4. Come now. I will teach you a lesson today. Frieza cackled sharply. You remain unchanged, Vegeta, still so stubborn. My current strength clearly exceeds yours. Don't cry when you're left searching for your teeth afterward. Seeking death, Vegeta, consumed by rage, charged at Frieza with a clenched fist. Frieza effortlessly blocked the attack. Too slow. You cannot touch me now. As Frieza continuously thwarted his assaults, Vegeta's frustration escalated, his fists raining down on Frieza like a storm. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, the sounds of their clashes echoing around them. Frieza intentionally adopted a defensive stance, aiming to provoke the proud Scion Prince further. You insufferable fool! How dare you underestimate me? Vegeta roared, suddenly leaping into the air, gathering a purple energy sphere between his palms. Gallic Gun, a dazzling beam shot downwards. Frieza remained unfazed, his muscles swelling as he effortlessly braced himself against the energy wave. It seems you still fail to grasp the magnitude of our current disparity. Do not grow complacent. Vegeta exerted himself, dramatically increasing the beam's intensity. Frieza matched his effort, and the ground beneath them splintered. With a resounding crash, he hurled the energy wave skyward, instantly reappearing behind Vegeta. Boom! A powerful kick sent Vegeta flying, followed by a relentless barrage of energy blasts that engulfed him in a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring his figure completely. Observing from the sidelines, Goku remarked in surprise, I never expected that Vegeta at full power as a Super Saiyan 4 would be at a disadvantage. Yet, I sense he isn't using his full strength. He scratched his head, musing that he could resolve the battle directly, but chose to test his opponent instead. A habit reminiscent of my own. Fan Feng remained silent, watching the boastful Frieza in the air with a glint of admiration in his eyes. In the universe, Frieza's transformation differed from that of the hyperdimensional realm. Here, Frieza leaned towards enhancing his muscular power rather than adopting a golden form. Although Vegeta had not unleashed his full potential, the fact that he could contend with a fully powered Super Saiyan 4 indicated that Frieza's strength was quite formidable. At present, his power was sufficient, and with a bit more training, he could ascend to even greater heights. By the time of the Tournament of Power, his combat prowess would likely rival that of the Golden Frieza from the hyperdimensional realm. At the very least, he would not be inferior. In midair, as the smoke gradually dissipated, Vegeta stood, appearing somewhat disheveled, with numerous wounds adorning his body. Oh ho ho ho, Vegeta, seeing you in this state truly brings me immense joy. Frieza emitted a piercing laugh, his feet lifting off the ground as he coldly remarked, You have disappointed me. Allow me to send you on your way with this newfound power. Die. With a sudden roar, Frieza surged forward towards Vegeta, his right arm bulging with muscle, all his strength coalescing into a single punch, seemingly intent on finishing Vegeta in one blow. In the realm of the Kaishin, why hasn't Vegeta transformed yet? If this continues, he might lose. Jebbet exclaimed anxiously while clutching a crystal ball. Come on, Vegeta. Transform. Honestly, these Scions are always so arrogant. The old Kai glanced at him, calmly sipping his tea. Stop shouting, they cannot hear you. I know, Ancestor. But Vegeta's situation is truly alarming. Jebbet replied, turning back. Have you forgotten Vegeta's current strength? The old Kai set down his teacup. He has surpassed Goku. There must be a reason for his actions. Stop your unnecessary fuss. Oh, right. Jebbet smacked his forehead. I almost forgot about Vegeta's power. He sheepishly scratched his head and smiled. It's not that I forgot. I was just worried watching him being suppressed by Frieza. Just watch closely. There's no need to panic. Moreover, Lord Mufeng is present, so there will be no accidents. The old Kai resumed his leisurely tea drinking and comic reading. You are truly unflappable, Ancestor, Jebbet chuckled awkwardly, turning his gaze back to the crystal ball, thinking, indeed. With Lord Mufeng here, there is no cause for concern. I should remain quiet lest I be reprimanded by the Ancestor. On Earth, a resounding boom echoed as the fierce winds howled, dispersing the surrounding clouds. Yet, this blow did not push Vegeta back. Frieza, who had been brimming with confidence just a moment ago, was now utterly stunned. He stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the sight before him. Vegeta had effortlessly caught his punch with a single hand. Surprised, are we, Frieza? Vegeta smirked wickedly. Why the silence? Have you been awed by my power? You fool. Can you not perceive the disparity in our strengths? I had barely exerted myself before. Now, let me show you true power. Open your eyes and behold. Before the words had fully left his lips, an overwhelming aura erupted from within Vegeta. Frieza was instantly knocked back several meters. Vegeta was finally ready to get serious. His earlier actions were merely a probe into Frieza's strength, and the results had left him gravely disappointed. Although Frieza's ability to elevate himself to such a level in a short time was indeed remarkable in Vegeta's eyes, such strength was utterly insignificant. A ferocious aura scorched the air crimson, and the bloodlust in Vegeta's eyes intensified. Suddenly, his aura vanished entirely, replaced by a divine pressure that could only be sensed by the gods. Waves of energy radiated outward from Vegeta, marking his official entry into the divine realm, Super Saiyan 4. Breaking through his limits. This is impossible. Frisia's face was filled with horror. Though he could not perceive the specific aura, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating him was palpable. Haha. Vegeta has entered the divine realm. The battle will soon come to an end. Sun Wukong, with hands on his hips, chuckled, declaring that the outcome was no longer in doubt. Although Frisia's new form might contend with Super Saiyan 4 at full power, it stood no chance against the divine strength achieved through breaking limits. Even if he were several times stronger, it would prove futile. Both Sun Wukong and Mu Feng sensed that Vegeta's power after transforming surpassed all previous levels. This was a testament to the results of divine training. During this period, Mu Feng had guided both of them in mastering the application of divine power, enabling them to unleash even greater strength in their limit-breaking forms. Should Sun Wukong transform, he too would experience a surge in power. To put it simply, the more adept one became at utilizing divine power, the greater the enhancement they would receive. The increase in strength was quite significant, which piqued Vegeta's interest. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the surging energy within him, his spirits soaring. Conversely, Frisia's expression turned ashen, his mood plummeting. The realm of the divine. Vegeta has ascended to divinity. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Frisia muttered in shock. How could this fallen Saiyan prince attain such a level? Suddenly, Frisia turned to look at Sun Wukong, finally noticing Mu Feng, who had been silently observing the battle. You all continue to fight. I shall remain merely a spectator, Mu Feng said with a smile, firmly refusing to intervene. What exactly is the realm of the divine? Frisia roared. Did you facilitate Vegeta's ascension? Well, Mu Feng replied with a knowing smile. What do you think? Infuriating. Frisia, driven to the brink by Mu Feng's demeanor, yearned to descend and unleash a massacre. Yet, he remembered that he had been resurrected by Mu Feng, causing him to hesitate. However, understanding that Mu Feng was merely a bystander and would not interfere in his battle against Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Frisia suppressed his rage and turned to interrogate Sun Wukong. Have you also ascended to divinity, like Vegeta? Indeed, Sun Wukong replied calmly, pointing to the earrings adorning his ears. Did you not notice my earrings? They signify the Supreme Kai. I am now the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. Supreme Kai? Frisia could hardly believe his ears. The Saiyans he despised most, Vegeta and Sun Wukong, had both attained divinity. It was utterly absurd. Surely, this was the work of that angel. Resurrecting himself and enabling the Saiyans' ascension to godhood must be his schemes. Frisia glared intently at Mu Feng, yet could not fathom the depths of his power. Just how strong is this individual? Damn, this suffocating aura, both palpable and elusive, rendered me incapable of taking action. He had intended to test Mu Feng's strength, but his body instinctively froze in place. This was the terror of a weaker being facing an absolute powerhouse. The chasm between them was despairingly vast. Seeing Frisia's shocked and furious countenance, Vegeta seized the opportunity to mock him. Oh, has Lord Frisia gone mute? Your face looks rather ghastly. Perhaps you should take a breather? A waste of space that even I cannot defeat dares to challenge Lord Mu Feng? Vegeta scoffed, his gaze dripping with disdain. I advise you to abandon the notion of seeking death. You are far too weak at present. If you truly wish to meet your end, you need not trouble Lord Mu Feng. I, Vegeta, shall personally escort you back to hell. Hey Vegeta, Sun Wukong hastily reminded. Lord Mu Feng has stated that we must not kill him. Do not forget. Enough of your prattle. I don't need your reminders. Vegeta retorted impatiently, continuing to provoke Frisia. You bunch of scoundrels. Frisia finally regained his composure, roaring in rage. I will slaughter you all. Starting with you, Vegeta. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed several beams of deadly energy, followed by a surge of power that propelled him towards Vegeta, fists raised for a fierce assault. However, the Vegeta of today was a far cry from his former self. He effortlessly swatted away the energy beams, dodged to the side, and retaliated with a powerful punch directly to Frisia's face. Bang! Frisia was sent flying 100 meters, struggling to regain his footing. Unforgivable. He gritted his teeth, once again amplifying his power, his body enveloped in a swelling purple aura. In the next moment, Frieza poured all his might into unleashing his most formidable strike against Vegeta. As Frieza launched his ferocious attack, Vegeta remained calm, tightening his right fist to meet his opponent's blow head-on. At the instant of collision, a thunderous roar echoed through the skies, and the violent shockwave shattered the clouds above. "Damn you, wild monkey!" Frieza bellowed, exerting himself anew, his muscles bulging. Yet he was still sent flying several dozen meters. Seeing Vegeta standing leisurely in place, Frieza was filled with shame and fury, charging at him with fiery eyes. Bang! 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 A flurry of punches enveloped the battlefield, yet Vegeta skillfully countered every assault. "Fight back, you insect!" Frieza roared, throwing a heavy punch. "As you wish." Vegeta replied with a cold smirk, gripping Frieza's wrist and delivering a lightning-fast punch to his face. Stumbling backward, Frieza barely regained his balance before another punch came flying. And despite his desperate attempt to block, he was still pushed back several meters. Oh! The enraged Frieza's aura surged uncontrollably as he lunged at Vegeta like a madman. Two streaks of light collided fiercely in the sky, each impact creating visible, circular shockwaves. Seizing an opening, Vegeta delivered a hook to Frieza's abdomen. As Frieza bent over in agony, Vegeta brought both hands down like a hammer, driving him into the ground, then instantly teleported below to land several heavy punches. Finally finishing with a kick that sent his enemy crashing into the mountain rock. With a thunderous roar, the massive boulder shattered into dust. Vegeta's victory was astonishingly effortless. Observing from the sidelines, Sun Wukong rubbed his hands in excitement, eager to test his skills against Frieza. "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future," Mu Feng chuckled. "And he will undoubtedly be even stronger then." "Really?" Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, his fists cracking in anticipation. "Then I must train even harder." Suddenly recalling something, he rested his chin on his hand. "Has the old Kaioshin's injury healed yet? To transform into Super Saiyan 5, I must first master emotional control training." Mentioning Super Saiyan 5, he trembled with excitement, knowing Vegeta had already mastered this form, while he himself struggled to begin his training. It had been a long time since he practiced emotional control, and breaking through to Super Saiyan 5 on his own was exceedingly difficult. He was eager to harness this power, especially with the cross-dimensional battle approaching in 10 days. Observing his impatience, Mu Feng smiled and said, "Do not fret. Once the old Kaioshin is healed, you can begin training. As long as you complete the emotional control training, you will be able to break through to Super Saiyan 5. "Really?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Indeed, but do not forget the matter at hand," Mu Feng reminded. "After your transformation succeeds, you must utilize your normal state to proliferate life across the planets." "Understood," Sun Wukong assured, thumping his chest confidently. Yet, observing his self-assured demeanor, Mu Feng felt a lingering unease. However, it was premature to dwell on such concerns. They would address it in due time. Meanwhile, Vegeta landed gracefully, casting a disdainful glance at the distant cloud of dust. "Frieza proves to be quite resilient," he scoffed. "Just the opportunity one need to unleash my fury." Suddenly, an enraged roar erupted from the dust, and Frieza appeared, battered and bloodied, his fury palpable. The humiliation inflicted by his former subordinate, Vegeta, was unbearable. "I shall reduce you to ashes," Frieza bellowed, his body engulfed in violet flames as he charged at Vegeta. "Die!" Frieza attempted to seize Vegeta by the head. Vegeta effortlessly ducked and countered with a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen, instantly channeling energy into a devastating blast. With a thunderous explosion, Frieza was sent tumbling away. Vegeta swiftly positioned himself behind Frieza, who desperately coiled his tail around Vegeta's arm. "Got you now," Frieza sneered, thrusting his left hand forward. "Oh!" Vegeta firmly grasped Frieza's wrist, taunting, "Who exactly has caught whom?" Frieza's smile froze, his entire being trembling with rage. "This is for you." Vegeta tightened his grip on Frieza's arm, pivoting sharply to deliver a crushing kick to his head. Frieza's head throbbed, and the tail that ensnared Vegeta loosened involuntarily, sending him plummeting from the sky. "Humph! Useless fool!" Vegeta scoffed, instantly darting downward. Frieza barely regained his balance, his gaze fixated on Vegeta below, and he swung his hand down in a desperate strike. Unfortunately, to Vegeta, the motion seemed as sluggish as a snail. He merely leaned back to evade effortlessly. Frustrated by his failed attack, Frieza's fury ignited, and he launched an onslaught. Vegeta calmly retreated, eluding every blow with ease. "All you do is dodge. Die!" Frieza roared, unleashing a barrage of punches, followed by a concentrated energy blast. Vegeta leapt into the air to avoid the attack, hovering gracefully while focusing his energy towards Frieza. Taste this. He positioned his left hand upon his right arm, and a terrifying wave of energy erupted forth. Damn it! Frieza realized he could not escape. He stomped the ground forcefully, his muscles bulging. He braced himself against the energy wave, attempting to redirect it skyward. At the moment of contact, Frieza's legs sank into the ground, fissures spreading across the earth around him. Vegeta chuckled coldly, exerting more force with his right hand. Frieza could no longer withstand the pressure. The energy wave surged explosively, and he grit his teeth to endure. With a deafening roar, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters shattered into ruins, enveloped in a cloud of black smoke. Moments later, as the haze began to dissipate, a severely injured Frieza was revealed, utterly spent, unable to maintain even his ultimate form, reverting to his original state. TSK, I thought you were finished. As Vegeta descended, he approached Frieza with his arms crossed, remarking, "It appears you are not far from your end. Had it not been for Lord Mu Feng's orders, I would have dispatched you long ago." Frieza? Impossible. Frieza gasped, struggling to come to terms with yet another defeat at the hands of a scion. First it was Son Goku, and now it was Vegeta. He felt as if he were plunging into an abyss, unable to comprehend the reality before him. "Oh, the illustrious Frieza has conceded?" Vegeta taunted, standing before the once feared adversary now on his knees. A triumphant smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. "At last, you, Frieza, kneel before me." Vegeta, "Dream on." Frieza, unwilling to accept his fate, hurled an energy blast in desperation. Yet, it was futile. Vegeta effortlessly swatted it aside, causing it to explode in the air. Frieza glared fiercely at Vegeta, refusing to relent. If one attempt failed, he would try again. Struggling to regain his footing, he wildly flung a barrage of energy blasts toward Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta, with a single hand, effortlessly countered each attack, advancing steadily while executing rapid motions. His speed left only afterimages, as he deflected every energy blast with precision, not a single one escaping his grasp. With a frozen demeanor, he approached Frieza and coldly declared, "Cease your futile efforts, Frieza. Acknowledge reality. I have far surpassed you, and the outcome is already determined." "No, this cannot be." Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the mighty cosmic emperor fail to even injure Vegeta? What an absurdity. "I am Frieza, the supreme emperor of evil," he roared internally, seething with rage at the audacity of this mere scion. "Vegeta, how dare you humiliate me in such a manner? Is it time to proceed, Lord Mu Feng?" Son Goku inquired, turning his head. "Not yet. Let us wait a bit longer," Mu Feng replied leisurely, seated comfortably with a drink in hand, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. This immersive viewing experience, coupled with plush seating and chilled beverages, was simply exquisite. "Ugh, how dull." Goku pouted, feeling frustrated that he had been promised the opportunity to deal with A's, only to have Vegeta send him flying. He had intended to use a Senzu Bean to restore A's energy for a proper fight, but seeing Vegeta's furious demeanor, he resigned himself to inaction. "Vegeta, hurry up and finish this. I'm getting impatient." Goku couldn't help but exclaim. "Do not command me." Vegeta shot back, casting an irritated glance over his shoulder before turning his cold gaze back to Frieza. "Your doom is upon you." Just when it seemed victory was assured, a rift in space suddenly tore open above them, and a surge of pitch-black energy struck Frieza with ferocity. Frieza let out a heart-wrenching scream as a terrifying malevolent force erupted around him, sending even the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, who had transcended his limits, staggering back. This energy was darker than that of the evil dragon. In an instant, Vegeta's triumphant smile vanished, replaced by a visage of sheer shock. He involuntarily stepped back 2 paces, his gaze fixated on the ever-increasing aura of Frieza, disbelief etched across his features. Regardless of the circumstances, as the individual closest to Frieza, Vegeta could distinctly sense the surge of malevolent power emanating from within him. Having trained in destructive energy, he was particularly attuned to fluctuations in power. This sinister energy was not only astonishingly potent, nearly rivaling the strength he had attained by surpassing the limits of Super Saiyan 4, but it also baffled him. How could Frieza, who had already been defeated, suddenly acquire such terrifying might? The rift in space-time was not only noticed by Vegeta. The onlookers, Goku and Mu Feng, observed it with clarity. The usually composed Mu Feng sat up straight, his expression turning grave. Goku, his usual smile replaced with wide-eyed astonishment, exclaimed that the force emerging from the rift was even more malevolent than the negative energy of the Super One-Star Dragon. Mu Feng remained silent, his gaze shifting between the dark violet energy enveloping Frisia and the still open rift in the sky. He contemplated swiftly. Only the Omni King, the Grand Priest, the Kaioshin, and the angels possessed the ability to traverse time and space at will. The first two could be dismissed outright, and among the Kaioshin, only Zamasu exhibited such malevolent power. While the angels would never dare to contravene the laws of time, it could only be Frisia and Hertz. A glint of realization crossed Mu Feng's eyes. These two were elusive, even beyond the reach of the Omni King. Especially Frisia, who was notorious for capturing powerful beings from various timelines and imprisoning them on prison planets, cultivating the energy of battle to nurture the cosmic seed. Once the seed matured into the cosmic tree, it would have the capacity to consume the entire universe, fulfilling Frisia's mad ambition to obliterate the existing world and reshape a new cosmos. In contrast, although Hertz opposed divine rule, he at least genuinely wished to liberate humanity. Mu Feng clenched his fists, gazing at the now transformed Frisia, acutely aware that a greater crisis loomed. These two were now adversaries that needed to be eradicated. Most infuriating of all was that they had dared to extend their malevolent reach into their universe. Perhaps it was due to my triggering the super time sensation while traversing the rift that caught the attention of Frisia and Hertz. They intended to utilize divine power to expedite the growth of the cosmic seed, initially focusing on Goku and Vegeta of the 7th universe. But upon discovering that this universe also possessed their doubled divine power, they naturally sought to reap double the rewards. Frisia had been fixated on the 7th universe, not because it was the strongest, but because he coveted the divine power inherent in Goku and Vegeta. After all, no matter how formidable a mortal strength, it could never reach the echelon of divine power, and the realm of ultra instinct was akin to superlative fertilizer for the cosmic seed. Now, thanks to my opening the passage between the universe and super time, I had inadvertently facilitated Frisia's plans. He must be overjoyed that what was originally a lengthy endeavor could now be expedited considerably. However, Frisia and Hertz could never fathom that I was fully aware of their conspiracy, although I could not yet locate their hiding place. When they finally revealed themselves, I would ensure to shatter their dreams of cosmic destruction with my own hands. They wish to seize the future Kaioshin and god of destruction that I have nurtured. They dream of exploiting them as energy batteries? Not a chance. When the time comes, I will make them repay every ounce, with interest. The malevolence within Frisia now was most likely the handiwork of Frisia. Their tendency to lurk in the shadows, engaging in petty schemes, suggests that their cosmic seed plan is not yet ready. This is merely a test. Given this circumstance, it may be prudent to bide our time, awaiting the intervention of the Time Patrol or the God of Time, or until Sun Wukong and his companions grow stronger before addressing this matter conclusively. For now, it is wise to focus on the 55 duels and the power tournament arranged by the Omni King, as those who cannot even be located by the Omni King are of little concern to us. Having come to this realization, Mu Feng leisurely sipped his juice and waved dismissively at the anxious Sun Wukong, assuring him, "Do not fret, Vegeta can handle it. I will explain that malevolent energy later." Seeing Mu Feng's calm demeanor, Sun Wukong exhaled, feeling a bit relieved. Although that sinister energy made him uncomfortable and he had become particularly sensitive to such auras since attaining divinity, he chose to continue observing the battle below, pondering the situation. "What is happening?" Vegeta called out to Mu Feng, bewildered. "Master Mu Feng, what has Frisia gotten himself into?" "Just a minor issue," Mu Feng replied with a smile, gently shaking his cup. "Just knock him out." So what if Frisia had absorbed evil energy and grown stronger? In the eyes of the angel Mu Feng, such power was trivial, barely a fraction of his own strength. Were it not for the desire to allow Vegeta and Sun Wukong to grow, Mu Feng could easily eliminate Frisia with a mere flick of his finger. He preferred to witness their ascension to the most formidable deities of creation and destruction, transforming the universe into the most powerful realm. This was the joy Mu Feng sought. Thus, he refrained from intervening. For what purpose would it serve if Sun Wukong and the others did not rise to the occasion? "I understand," Vegeta remarked, fixing his gaze on Frisia with a scoff. "You truly are a stubborn pest. Since Master Mu Feng has spoken, I shall first bring you down. Let me teach you a lesson once more, Frisia." Frieza rose, his fists cracking ominously as a terrifying aura of malevolence enveloped him. The sheer ferocity of his energy caused Vegeta to raise his hand in defense, the ground trembling beneath them and fracturing. Indeed, he had grown somewhat stronger. Vegeta smirked. But to think he could surpass me now? Dream on, Frieza, he roared, unleashing his golden aura, which surged past Frieza's presence. At that moment, Frieza's eyes glowed crimson, completely under the thrall of the malevolent energy. Sensing Vegeta's formidable power, he locked onto his target like a beast, suddenly darting to Vegeta's side, launching a fierce punch towards his face. Vegeta hastily raised his arm to block, only to be sent skidding back dozens of meters from the impact. Before he could regain his footing, Frieza was already upon him, shattering the ground in his pursuit. How arrogant! Vegeta seethed, halting his retreat and charging towards Frieza. As their fists collided, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending shockwaves for hundreds of meters, the ground fracturing like a spider's web. The sound of explosive energy reverberated through the sky as golden and violet forms clashed at breakneck speed. Frieza, empowered by evil energy, was surprisingly able to hold his own against Vegeta, who had transcended into Super Saiyan 4. What a spectacle! Sun Wukong clenched his fists, both astonished and exhilarated. Could that energy truly elevate Frieza to such heights? He was acutely aware of the immense strength of Super Saiyan 4, especially since Vegeta had further enhanced his divine abilities. Who, then, had bestowed such power upon Frieza? To wield such a terrifying malevolent force is not the domain of an ordinary being. The individual concealed within the rift of time and space poses a potential threat to both Earth and the cosmos. Should they choose to launch a surprise attack during our competition, the catastrophic consequences could be dire. Reflecting on this possibility, Sun Wukong could no longer remain passive. He turned to inquire of Mu Feng. Master Mu Feng, what do you truly know? The unsettling force emanating from that presence filled him with trepidation, as he sensed it could endanger the entire universe. Mu Feng was not surprised by Wukong's concerns. Although Wukong often exhibited the demeanor of a child, when faced with significant matters, he demonstrated greater maturity and reliability than even Super Wukong. Mu Feng sipped his juice, leaning back in his chair as he replied. The mastermind behind this is called Fru. Fru? Wukong searched his memory in vain and pressed further. What is his motivation? Do you possess any additional information? The specifics elude me, Mu Feng admitted. However, judging by the malevolent energy, it is inevitable that he will become a common adversary. He deliberately withheld details regarding the seed of the universe, as over-explaining would raise suspicion. Even the angels do not comprehend the full extent of the situation, Wukong pondered, stroking his chin. After a moment, he suddenly clenched his fist. It seems I must intensify my training with Vegeta. With a smile, Mu Feng passed him the juice. While enhancing one's strength is indeed essential, let us first focus on the upcoming interdimensional tournament and the power conference in 10 days. He reassured. What is meant to happen cannot be avoided. For now, concentrate on becoming stronger. Haha, your words are profoundly insightful. Wukong chuckled, finishing his juice in one gulp, suddenly brimming with energy as he pointed to the sky. In any case, I must achieve Super Saiyan 5. No matter what transpires, I shall protect Earth. Mu Feng could not suppress a laugh. You are now a god of the Kai, tasked with safeguarding the entire universe. I know. Wukong scratched his head and grinned foolishly. Jebet God constantly reminds me of this, and I will ensure the universe flourishes. Observing the revitalized Wukong, Mu Feng felt a sense of relief as he gazed towards the heavens. Let us continue to watch the battle between Frieza and Vegeta. Indeed, Wukong's eyes sparkled with determination. With Master Mu Feng's presence, both he and Vegeta were continuously growing stronger. As long as they amassed sufficient power, there was nothing to fear. In the Kaishin realm, Wukong's words resonated well. Jebet God stood proudly, hands on his hips, boasting to the old Kaishin. Did you see that? When Master Mu Feng is absent, it is I who takes on the responsibility of training Wukong to be a Kaishin. The old Kaishin merely sipped his tea, unimpressed. Humph. Helping a little does not warrant such boastfulness. It was my abilities that enabled Vegeta to break through to Super 5. With that, he whimsically shook his head, repeating abilities. Abilities which incensed Jebet God, who could only stifle his frustration, knowing that he was limited to the standard Kaishin skill of instant transmission. Let us return to serious matters. Jebet God redirected the conversation. Isn't Fru's ability to traverse time and space a violation of the rules? The old Kaioshin shrugged nonchalantly. What concern is it of ours? Being retired old men? Let Mu Feng and the others handle it. Jebet God, forced into retirement, could only chuckle awkwardly. Aha, you are right. Above the earth, Vegeta and Frieza were locked in fierce combat. Your leaked energy is truly bothersome. Vegeta flashed before Frieza, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Under the control of the malevolent energy, Frieza remained oblivious, mechanically retaliating, yet Vegeta effortlessly evaded the attack. TCH. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches, striking Frieza's face and abdomen with relentless ferocity, culminating in a soaring kick that sent his adversary flying. Frieza tumbled away like a rag doll, careening into the distance. Without granting Frieza a moment to regain his composure, Vegeta swiftly maneuvered behind him. Get lost, Frieza, he roared, delivering a powerful, thunderous blow. The force of the punch surged through the air, yet Frieza managed to raise his arm just in time to block it. Impressive, Vegeta mused, raising an eyebrow, clearly surprised that his strike had been thwarted. At that moment, Frieza radiated a terrifying aura, his power seemingly amplified by dark energy or perhaps fueled by a deep-seated animosity towards the Saiyans. Suddenly, his energy surged dramatically, and before Vegeta could react, a heavy punch landed squarely on his face. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza unleashed a concentrated wave of dark energy aimed at Vegeta's head. A blinding flash engulfed Vegeta, propelling him toward the ground and creating a massive crater, from which thick black smoke billowed skyward. Vegeta. Son Goku was about to rush in when he sensed a familiar energy from the depths of the pit. Vegeta was still alive. A wave of relief washed over him. Mu Feng leisurely sipped his juice. Relax, that level of injury won't harm Vegeta. Just enjoy the show, he teased with a wink. The concern you two are showing. One might think. Son Goku scratched his head, grinning. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the pit, dispersing the smoke. You insolent fool. Vegeta emerged, engulfed in an even more intense aura. Frieza immediately retaliated with a barrage of energy blasts. After countering the frontal assault, Vegeta dashed forward, effortlessly swatting away the concealed energy attacks. Don't get too cocky, he exclaimed, delivering a lightning-fast kick to Frieza's neck. As Frieza staggered, Vegeta executed a swift spinning kick followed by a torrential downpour of punches. Just as the final punch was about to land, Frieza's tail ensnared Vegeta's arm. With a fierce roar, Vegeta seized the tail and swung Frieza overhead, launching him into the sky, where he followed up with a devastating punch. Bam! Frieza reeled backward, blood spewing from his mouth. Though he had lost his sense of pain and reason, the relentless barrage continued to sap his physical capabilities. Once the accumulated damage reached its zenith, defeat would be inevitable. Humph, it's not over yet, Vegeta sneered, executing a soaring kick that sent a powerful shockwave propelling Frieza even further away. In a flash of golden light, he teleported behind his foe, ensnaring him with one hand while his other coalesced a dazzling energy sphere. Here is a little gift for you, Vegeta taunted, pressing the energy sphere into Frieza's back. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, Frieza's purple figure shot out from the smoke like a cannonball. He clenched his fists and erupted with energy, a column of purple-black power piercing the heavens. He immediately initiated a Nova Strike, transforming into a streak of light hurtling toward his opponent. The two streaks collided repeatedly in midair, creating a series of explosive waves. Amidst the cacophony of their clash, Vegeta seized an opening, driving his knee forcefully into Frieza's abdomen, then bringing his hands together into a hammer to deliver a crushing blow atop Frieza's head. Bang! Frieza, reeling from the impact, plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a spiderweb-like crater. Is this all you've got? Suspended in midair, Vegeta cast a disdainful gaze downward. Amidst the swirling dust, the sinister visage of Frieza emerged, his fury propelling him skyward. In the instant the two engaged once more, Vegeta deftly parried and retaliated, his iron fist landing squarely upon his opponent's face, sending him reeling. As Frieza staggered backward, he suddenly raised his index finger, a terrifying energy coalescing and swelling at its tip, swiftly forming a devastating sphere capable of annihilating planets. This was the culmination of his power, the ultimate technique. Supernova, beware of the ground, Goku shouted, sensing the impending peril. The energy, upon contact with Earth, would unleash cataclysmic destruction. Years prior, a less potent planet-destroying blast had obliterated Vegeta's home world. Now, The magnitude of this attack was unfathomable. Frisia's current assault was an order of magnitude stronger than the previous energy blast that had decimated a planet. How polite of you. Humph, I need no reminder. Vegeta retorted, casting a disdainful smile at Frisia hovering above. Is that all you've got? Watch me deflect your energy sphere. Frisia continued to amass energy, the sphere in his right hand swelling further. Die, he bellowed, hurling the energy sphere forth. The immense sphere descended slowly, and before it even touched the ground, the overwhelming pressure caused the earth to fracture. Vegeta stood his ground, unperturbed, a hint of pride gracing his features. His current strength far surpassed Frisia's. He had yet to unleash his full potential. As the energy sphere approached, Vegeta finally made his move. He arrogantly curled his lips into a smirk, arms outstretched, disdainfully regarding the oncoming assault. You think such a feeble attack can defeat me, Vegeta? You underestimate me gravely. With that, he clasped his hands together, directing his focus at the looming energy sphere. In an instant, a surging aura erupted from his palms, orange energy swiftly coalescing into a colossal energy sphere. Moments later, the energy peaked. Ultimate flash. With a roar, Vegeta unleashed a blinding golden beam that shot skyward, striking the approaching energy sphere. Boom! The two forces collided, Vegeta's attack swiftly overpowering Frisia's energy sphere. To avert Earth's destruction, Vegeta summoned additional power. The golden beam suddenly expanded, forcefully propelling the energy sphere into outer space. Boom! In the cosmos, the energy sphere erupted, a blinding white light enveloping the entire Earth. The resulting shockwave tousling the hair of those present finally sent the energy blast flying. Goku sighed in relief, hands on his hips. That Vegeta is truly formidable. Waiting until the last moment to strike, he nearly compelled me to intervene personally. Witnessing his ultimate technique thwarted, Frisia seethed with rage, dark energy surging within him once more. How dull. I'm utterly fatigued from this. Vegeta observed Frisia's fury with a cold smirk. I never imagined I would find it tiresome to pummel you. With that, Vegeta resolved not to waste another moment and charged forward, unleashing a barrage of fierce attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Frisia was forced to retreat defensively, utterly unable to counterattack. Frisia unleashed a thunderous roar and launched a ferocious assault on Vegeta. The air trembled as their fists and feet clashed violently in midair. A powerful blow struck Vegeta squarely in the face, causing his head to snap back. Almost instantly, Frisia's left fist came hurtling toward him. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, blocking the attack, and retaliated with a fierce right hook to Frisia's abdomen, followed by a high kick that sent him flying. Frisia steadied himself and fired off several energy blasts. Humph, allow me to enlighten you. Vegeta scoffed, as a flicker of purple light ignited at his right thumb. The minuscule energy made contact with the energy blasts, which swiftly disintegrated. This was the essence of destructive energy. Wow, isn't that the technique that defeated Black Goku? It's incredible. Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment, turning to the eager Murakami and asking, Murakami, will I be able to master such a formidable technique? Patience, once you grasp the Ultra Instinct. Your power will rival that of Vegeta, Murakami replied. Ultra Instinct. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his face alight with anticipation. In midair, Vegeta teleported in front of Frisia, delivering a devastating punch that sent him soaring. He then reappeared behind Frisia, unleashing a relentless barrage. Bang, bang, bang. Frisia was utterly reduced to a punching bag. Get lost. Vegeta executed an upward kick and seized Frisia's tail, launching an energy blast. Boom. Frisia plummeted like a severed kite, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. Smoke billowing everywhere. It's over. Vegeta concentrated destructive energy in his palm and unleashed it with a resounding crash. A blinding white light engulfed everything. As the dust settled, Frisia lay unconscious at the center of the deep pit, his malevolent aura vanished. Boring. Vegeta landed, casting a glance before turning to Murakami. It's done. I spared his life. Haha, finally taken care of. I can hardly wait to return and train for Super Saiyan 5. Sun Wukong stretched his body, his face brimming with excitement. The prospect of breaking through to Super Saiyan 5, mastering Ultra Instinct, wielding divine power, and facing future battles against unknown foes filled him with anticipation. What? Super Saiyan 5? Upon hearing this, Vegeta grew agitated. Kakarot, listen closely. I am the first to transform into Super Saiyan 5. Even if you train successfully now, I, Vegeta, have already surpassed you in this regard. He stormed up to Sun Wukong, standing on tiptoe and pointing at his face, shouting, "Remember, I, Vegeta, have transcended you." "Hey, don't be upset. I understand, Vegeta." Sun Wukong scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. "Well done, Vegeta," Murakami praised, collecting his chair and juice before approaching Frieza and lightly tapping him with his staff, causing his body to levitate. "You two come down. It's time to return." After addressing them, Murakami reminded Sun Wukong, "Don't forget to bring Frieza's son, Ace." "Ah, I almost forgot." Sun Wukong hurriedly slung Ace over his back, leaping down and calling out, "Coming, Murakami." "What a character," Vegeta remarked as he followed suit. Murakami tapped the ground with his staff, enveloping everyone in a radiant glow. With a whoosh, they transformed into a stream of light and vanished from sight. Before departing, Mu Feng utilized his staff to mend all the destruction wrought upon the city by the battle. Life, flora, and everything else returned to its original state. In the realm of the Kais, victory was theirs. Goku and his companions had triumphed. The ecstatic Jebat God exclaimed to the Elder Kai. Vegeta defeated Frieza without even transforming into Super Saiyan 5. If he had transformed, the battle would have been resolved in an instant. Indeed, the transformation into Super Saiyan 5 is only achievable through my extraordinary abilities, the Elder Kai replied, proudly raising his head in a rather comical manner. "Haha, you speak the truth." Jebat God chuckled awkwardly, attempting to shift the topic. "I never anticipated that Vegeta would achieve victory so effortlessly." That sinister energy was truly terrifying. It allowed the weakened Frieza to recover instantly and gain such formidable power. I shudder to think how powerful the mastermind behind it all must be, especially since even Lord Mu Feng could not ascertain their true identity. Recalling that malevolent energy sent a chill down Jebat God's spine. He felt fortunate that Mu Feng was present. Otherwise, had events unfolded as they originally did, Goku would have been taken by Shenron during the battle with the one-star dragon. After Goku's departure, only Vegeta and a few others remained on Earth. If trouble were to arise now, they would hardly manage on their own. Jebat God silently expressed his relief, grateful for Mu Feng's timely arrival. Otherwise, the fate of this universe could have been dire. Indeed, the Elder Kai remarked, retracting his proud demeanor and speaking leisurely with hands clasped behind his back. "But now that we have Lord Mu Feng, no trouble is insurmountable." "Absolutely. You are spot on, Ancestor." Jebat God nodded vigorously, a broad smile lighting up his face. With Lord Mu Feng around, and with Goku and Vegeta continuing to grow stronger when those villains resurface, I doubt Lord Mu Feng will even need to intervene. They will be more than capable of handling it themselves. Indeed, the Elder Kai said, a relaxed expression adorning his face. "Isn't it Lord Mu Feng's desire to have Goku become the strongest Supreme Kai and Vegeta the mightiest god of destruction? They will undoubtedly grow ever stronger." Imagining the prospect of a peaceful retirement filled him with joy. Just as they were speaking, a brilliant light suddenly descended from the heavens, landing in the realm of the Kais with a whoosh. As the radiance faded, Mu Feng and his entourage emerged. "Lord Mu Feng, Goku, Vegeta, you have returned." Jebat God hurried to greet them. The Elder Kai also bowed respectfully, saying, "Welcome back, Lord Mu Feng." Mu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Goku waved enthusiastically and rushed to the Elder Kai, eagerly exclaiming, "Elder Kai, I want to train to become a Super Saiyan 5. I want to break through my limits like Vegeta. Please help me." His hands were clasped together, his sincerity palpable. Jebat God remarked, "This fellow only shows such politeness when he is asking for something. However, seeing his enthusiasm, he is bound to grow stronger, soon. Who will dare to call the Kais weak?" As he contemplated this, Jebat God's laughter grew increasingly exaggerated, his expression becoming more uncontrollable. Vegeta, catching sight of Jebat God's demeanor, assumed he was reveling in the thought that Goku would surpass him, and with a cold glare, he scoffed, "Humph. I was the first to transform into Super Saiyan 5. No matter how hard Kakarot tries, he cannot alter this fact." Jebat God appeared utterly bewildered, exclaiming that he had said nothing at all. Vegeta turned his head, adamantly refusing to admit any fault. Huffing, "Humph." The old Kaishin, hands clasped behind his back, wore a smug expression as he declared, "Do you wish to transform into Super Saiyan 5? Without my extraordinary abilities, that is an unattainable feat. Even Vegeta succeeded only through my guidance. You alone cannot surpass this limit." Vegeta instantly erupted in anger. Old fool. Are you inviting a beating? His fists clenched, cracking ominously. Oh, come now. It was merely a jest. The old Kaioshin quickly waved his hands in retreat, turning to Goku. Let us commence at once. Fantastic, Goku exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he pumped his fists and bounced in place, urging the old Kaioshin. Let us get started. I can hardly wait. Jebai God, observing their preparations for training, turned to Mufeng and inquired, Mufeng, is it truly safe for Frieza and his son, lying there on the ground? They do not seem like the most honorable of characters. Summoning his courage, he attempted to poke Frieza, but was immediately deterred by Frieza's menacing glare. Mufeng, I have a nagging feeling that they will cause trouble once they awaken. Vegeta, arms crossed, scoffed dismissively, as long as I am here. There is no need for Mufeng to intervene. If they dare to disrupt, I shall send them straight to hell. Despite his words, Jebai God hesitated, contemplating the possibility of their absence. Do not fret, Mufeng reassured, stepping forward and enveloping Frieza and his son in a radiant white light, lifting them into the air alongside him. Mufeng, what are you doing? Jebai God asked, bewildered. I am merely attending to a minor matter. Mufeng replied with a smile as he moved onward. Very well, Jebai God nodded obediently, then turned his attention back to the eager Goku, who was preparing for training. The old Kaioshin was directing Goku. Step back a bit more. Yes, just stand there. Is this suitable? Goku asked, obediently positioning himself. I am about to unleash my chaotic emotional powers. The old Kaioshin suddenly adopted a serious tone, cautioning, be aware, you might end up losing your sanity. I might go insane. Goku nearly stumbled, cradling his head and muttering, Chi-Chi will surely scold me to no end. How heartbroken Gohan and Goten will be. Humph. Kakarot. I suggest you give up, Vegeta jeered, observing Goku's anxious demeanor with disdain. Only I, the Saiyan Prince, am capable of mastering this power to transform into Super Saiyan 5. Jebai God remained silent, reflecting on how many years had passed since he last heard Vegeta's iconic declaration. Saiyan Prince, at your age, do you not feel embarrassed to utter such words? While he could empathize with Vegeta's rare achievement of surpassing Goku, the title of Saiyan Prince was decidedly awkward. Old Prince Saiyan, Jebai God stifled a laugh, hastily covering his mouth. Vegeta's ears perked up, his face flushing crimson upon hearing this remark. He turned to Jebai God. Fists tightened. What are you laughing at? Do you wish to feel my fist? No, you must be eager to witness my destructive energy. No. Jebai God hastily waved his hands. Suddenly struck with inspiration, he asserted, it is merely my monkey allergy acting up. Indeed, the mere sight of primates elicits laughter. He gestured towards Vegeta and Goku. You both have now attained the 4th transformation of Super Saiyan. Just the sight of you sends me into a frenzy. Who would believe such nonsense? Vegeta glanced down at himself, suddenly unleashing a furious roar. It's true. If you don't believe me, ask the ancients. Jebai God chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. The old Kaioshin pondered thoughtfully. It seems there is some truth to that. If you keep this up, you will experience the true power of destruction. After warning, Vegeta turned to Goku and declared, Kakarot, I shall never divulge the transformation method to you. He reveled in his own thoughts. If he were the only one to achieve Super Saiyan 5, he would undoubtedly be the strongest Saiyan. As for Goku potentially losing his sanity, with Lord Mufeng around, he could be cured at any moment. Watching the ensuing spectacle before rescuing him would be immensely gratifying. Especially to mock the restored Kakarot. What a delightful thought. Vegeta, don't do this. Goku exclaimed, stamping his feet in frustration. If I cannot transform into Super Saiyan 5, my strength cannot grow. What if I truly become a madman? I have promised to compete in 10 days and must give it my all. There's also the power tournament and those enemies. How can I face them without the strength of Super Saiyan 5? He contemplated whether to summon Lord Mufeng. Before Goku could finish his thought, the old Kaioshin, growing impatient, assumed the stance for the awakening divine pulse. Enough with the chatter. What battles have I not witnessed? Are you afraid of this? Let us commence. The old Kaioshin interrupted. Wait, I'm not ready. Goku hurriedly waved his hands in protest. Without further ado, the old Kaioshin unleashed his supernatural ability. He raised his hand, aiming at Goku's head, and closed his eyes to concentrate his divine energy, awakening divine pulse. A crackling surge of electricity erupted between his hands, sending a beam of white light directly toward Goku's head. Goku writhed in agony, veins bulging, emitting a low growl. Vegeta observed quietly, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Kakarot, you were the first to transform into a Super Saiyan. Now let me witness if you can surpass this hurdle and ascend to Super 5. Ancient One, this state mirrors Vegeta's from long ago. He has entered a state of rage, Jebet God whispered. Indeed, the supernatural ability has taken effect, the old Kaioshin affirmed with a nod. Suddenly, Goku transformed his rage into laughter, his emotions shifting once again. Be cautious, Ancient One, Jebet God warned, retreating behind Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, maintaining his focus on Goku. The old Kaioshin recalled the punch he had previously endured and trembled backward. I shall keep my distance. Meanwhile, Lord Mufeng had brought the unconscious Frieza and Aiz to a corner. With a gentle tap of his staff, a white light enveloped the two. It is time to awaken. In an instant, their injuries healed completely, recovering within mere seconds. Lord Mufeng retracted his staff, and both Frieza and Ai's fingers twitched simultaneously as they gradually regained consciousness. Frieza abruptly opened his eyes, memories of his fierce battle with Vegeta flooding his mind. He swiftly rolled over to create distance, warily surveying his surroundings. Instead of encountering his most despised foes, Goku and Vegeta, he found himself face to face with the one person he least wished to confront, Lord Mufeng. Frieza was acutely aware that his resurrection, as well as the ascension of Goku and his companions to divinity, were orchestrated by the formidable Mufeng. The depths of this individual's power were unfathomable. Confronted in this narrow path, Frieza silently vowed that should it come to a confrontation, he would drag Mufeng down with him, even at the cost of his own life. Quite spirited, I see, Mufeng remarked with a smile, directing his gaze towards the still, slumbering Aizer. Having absorbed remnants of dark energy, Frieza had fortified his physique, allowing him to awaken more swiftly than his son. Oh, it is indeed Lord Mufeng. Frieza feigned relaxation, bowing respectfully. Might I inquire what wisdom you have in bringing us to this place? Where exactly are we? He resolved to adopt a diplomatic approach, fully aware of the disparity in strength between himself and Mufeng. The plan for destruction would not be initiated unless absolutely necessary. I did mention upon your resurrection that I would seek you out when the time was ripe, Mufeng said, idly toying with his scepter. Indeed, you did. Frieza clenched his fists, the memory of the Saiyans igniting a bitter resentment within him. Had he known their progress would accelerate to such an extent, he would have acknowledged the prowess of the Cosmic Emperor sooner. Mufeng sincerely applauded. Frieza's rate of growth rivaled that of the golden forms in parallel dimensions. And more remarkably, he still possessed untapped potential, while his son Aizer's talent was even more astonishing. Oh, you flatter me, Frieza chuckled quietly, though a sense of pride swelled within him. Gaining the recognition of such a figure indicated that his training had indeed borne fruit. Goku and his companions are the deities I have selected, Mufeng stated, locking eyes with Frieza. Were it not for my orders to hold back, Vegeta's single strike would have obliterated both you and your son. His tone was as calm as if he were merely stating facts. Frieza's pupils constricted. He discerned that this was no jest. Had anyone else uttered such words, he would have dismissed them with scorn, like when he had once promised Mufeng. He had been convinced that he would ultimately surpass the Saiyans. Reality dealt Frieza a staggering blow, forcing him to confront the truth. He was no match for Vegeta or Goku. In their encounters, he genuinely felt the overwhelming strength of Vegeta, who had toyed with him, not even exerting full effort. The more Frieza pondered, the more infuriated he became, trembling with rage as he clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. Damn it! How could they so effortlessly annihilate me and my son? Am I to be forever trampled by the Saiyans? Just as he was about to burst, a sudden epiphany struck him as he fixed his unyielding gaze upon Mufeng. How foolish I am! The strength of Goku and Vegeta must surely be linked to this esteemed Mufeng. If I could but learn from him the path to power, I too could. Frieza revealed a sinister smile and respectfully inquired, Lord Mufeng, might you impart to me the means by which I can surpass those two Saiyans? To grow stronger? Mufeng chuckled lightly. You and Aizer need only heed my commands, and your strength will naturally flourish. Obey your orders. Frieza felt his teeth grinding in frustration. Though he could not rival Mufeng, he could not resign himself to being a mere pawn. I am the fearsome Cosmic Emperor Frieza. How dare this wretch demand my submission? Once I have acquired the power, the first to fall will be you, followed by those two Saiyans. In his heart, He berated Mu Feng with venomous disdain, yet he forgot that the latter possessed the ability to read minds. Did I not warn you previously? Mu Feng remarked with a sardonic smile. What? Frisia was taken aback. Mind your thoughts, Mu Feng replied nonchalantly. Crushing you is as trivial as squashing an ant. Your thoughts are merely a path to your own demise. Infuriating. Frisia erupted, revealing his grotesque visage. What do you take me for, Frisia? Oh. As Frisia prepared to strike, Mu Feng felt a surge of interest. It was a perfect opportunity to stretch his limbs, though this adversary seemed a tad feeble. Today, I intend for you all to perish. Frisia roared, erupting with rage. Boom. This marked his third transformation into his ultimate form. The prior trials had honed his mastery, amplifying his strength. A violet aura enveloped him, causing the ground to shatter beneath him, radiating an overwhelming presence. In the distance, Vegeta and the two Supreme Kais simultaneously sensed this brutal energy. Frisia? Was he not just taken away by Mu Feng? Vegeta inquired, gazing toward the source of the explosive energy. What madness is this? Does he dare to challenge Mu Feng? That is sheer folly. Frisia's power had intensified yet again, truly a terrifying creature. Jebbit, trembling, clutched his arms. Do not fret. Mu Feng is here, the Elder Supreme Kai reassured, trying to maintain composure. It must be that Mu Feng is addressing some matter. Let us focus on Goku. Vegeta scoffed, turning his attention back to Goku, who was adjusting his energy. He was seething with rage that Mu Feng had chosen Frisia and his son Azer as contenders. Despite his dissatisfaction, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and accept Mu Feng's decision. With a resounding explosion of purple light, Frisia completed his final transformation. Ha ha ha, my power has surged once more. Frisia clenched his fists, feeling grateful to Lord Mu Feng for sparing his life and rescuing him from the depths of hell. What a merciful deity. Suddenly, his expression twisted with revulsion. Disgusting. You are as repugnant as Son Goku. He then grinned ominously. However, your foolishness is what continues to empower me. Soon, I shall surpass you. I will crush all scions and deities alike. Mu Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh, then go ahead and try. He nearly laughed aloud. What audacity had emboldened Frisia to utter such words? Die. The enraged Frisia unleashed an energy blast and seized the moment to deliver a powerful punch. Boom. The shockwave overturned the grassland. How is this possible? Frisia's pupils dilated as Mu Feng effortlessly blocked his full-force strike with but a single finger. Mu Feng regarded Frisia with indifference. Vegeta was correct. Is this truly all you are capable of? Frisia, seething with fury, exclaimed. You dare speak to me in such a manner? He withdrew his fist and launched a more ferocious onslaught, his fists raining down upon Mu Feng like a tempest, the wind howling around them. Yet Mu Feng regarded these assaults with utter disdain, dodging them with ease, devoid of any inclination to retaliate. This was the manifestation of the angel's ultimate mastery. Frisia's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, yet he could not even graze the hem of Mu Feng's attire. In fact, Mu Feng yawned in boredom. You dare to humiliate me in such a way. Frisia was both astonished and enraged. He finally realized that his attacks were utterly ineffective against this angel. Thus, he retreated to create distance. Have you come to your senses? Mu Feng inquired with a smile. Never. Frisia leaped into the air, pointing his index finger towards the heavens, condensing a crimson energy sphere, a supernova. Still not giving up? Mu Feng observed the enlarging energy orb, determined to make him fully submit. Perish. Frisia hurled the supernova towards Mu Feng. Yet, Mu Feng remained unfazed, contemplating how a technique that even Vegeta could not overcome could possibly harm him. In the distance, Jebbit God was in a state of panic. Is Frisia intent on annihilating the entire Kaishan realm? Vegeta scoffed. Such a technique is insignificant against Lord Mu Feng. His greater concern was whether Son Goku could achieve Super Saiyan 5. Jebbit God, still trembling with fear, while the old Kaishan focused on using divine waves to stimulate Son Goku. Son Goku screamed in agony as the old Kaishan intensified the guidance of his rage, striving to aid him in breaking through. Son Goku must conquer the chaos within to transcend from Super Saiyan 4 to Super Saiyan 5. For now, they could only await his transformation. Meanwhile, Mu Feng faced the incoming energy orb, neither dodging nor defending, allowing it to collide with him. A blinding light instantaneously engulfed his figure, creating a massive crater in the ground. The energy orb continued to descend, poised to detonate and completely obliterate the Kaishan realm. Ha ha! You dared to withstand my supernova with your flesh? Foolish mortal. Frisia cackled. You shall vanish along with this place. INAs can survive in the cosmos. Having said that, he turned to carry the unconscious A's away. Suddenly, Frisia sensed something amiss. The supernova had not detonated but rather was slowly rising from the pit. What is happening? He spun around, astonished to see Mu Feng effortlessly lifting the energy orb, emerging from the crater unscathed. No, this is impossible. Frisia's pupils trembled, cold sweat cascading down his brow. How can you be unharmed? This scene is infuriatingly familiar. Indeed, it is familiar, Mu Feng chuckled lightly. Back on Earth, Trunks did the same with your attack. Would you like me to remind you what transpired next? Silence. Frisia roared in fury, firing an energy orb in an attempt to detonate the supernova. His current power far exceeded his former self. Once ignited, it would be sufficient to obliterate an entire planet. However, the energy orb unexpectedly hovered mid-air as Mu Feng utilized his divine power to freeze it. What nonsense is this? Frisia bellowed. Who on earth are you? Let me reiterate, Mu Feng sighed. I am the supreme deity of this universe, the angel Mu Feng. An angel? Frisia clenched his fists. To resurrect himself and bestow divine power upon the Scionts. Could he truly be an existence that transcends all? Stop your prattling. Frisia sneered, raising both hands. I will not be manipulated. Stubborn as ever, Mu Feng's palms glowed with a purplish-red light, and the supernova disintegrated in an instant. That was the power of a destroyer. Sensing the impending crisis, Frisia suddenly grinned maliciously, directing both palms at Mu Feng. You are all doomed. Let us see who is faster. Perish along with this planet. Frisia concentrated all his might into his arms and forcefully struck the ground. This blow was potent enough to obliterate the entire King Kai's realm. However, in Mu Feng's eyes, such a ruse was destined to fail. Before Frisia's fist could make contact with the earth, his body suddenly froze, his arms suspended in midair, as if he had lost all sensation and was rendered immobile. Mu Feng stood before him, slowly raising his right hand, aimed directly at his head. With a swift motion, a purplish-red energy sphere coalesced in Mu Feng's palm, radiating an eerie and terrifying aura, entwined with black, destructive energy. This was indeed the power of annihilation. Regrettably, should you fall victim to this attack, even the depths of hell would remain inaccessible to you. A faint smile graced Mu Feng's lips. The destructive energy would erase both your essence and soul, ensuring Frisia's complete eradication from the universe. Let us dispense with idle chatter. I have afforded you an opportunity. Yet you proved to be ineffectual. With a relaxed demeanor, Mu Feng declared, Now, bid farewell to this world. The destructive energy drifted slowly toward Frisia. Mu Feng turned to awaken A's, curious to see if Frisia's offspring would display any sense of prudence. At the very moment the energy was about to make contact with Frisia, the terror of death compelled him to finally cry out, I was wrong. Lord Mu Feng. Spare me. Mu Feng snapped his fingers, and the destructive energy dissipated instantaneously. It appeared that the threat of death was indeed effective. Even the infamous Frisia had learned to beg for mercy. Mu Feng turned back, gazing down at Frisia. What is this? Weren't you quite defiant just moments ago? Did you not wish to seize your chance? And no. Lord Mu Feng. I was mistaken. I shall cherish this opportunity. I will heed your every word. I will never defy you again. As long as I am granted my life, anything can be negotiated. Faced with the harrowing threat of annihilation, Frisia completely capitulated. Lord Mu Feng, I implore your forgiveness. I pledge my loyalty to you, he begged incessantly. Should there be another occasion, I will obliterate you without hesitation, Mu Feng replied, a smile firmly intact. Understood. There will absolutely be no next time, Frisia assured fervently. Excellent, Mu Feng stated, turning to lift the binding. Once freed, Frisia collapsed to his knees, trembling as he inspected his hands, then respectfully raised his gaze. Thank you, Lord Mu Feng. From this moment forth, Frisia will follow you faithfully. At that moment, Frisia was entirely awakened to the truth that he could never triumph over this celestial being. Though he loathed being commanded, when faced with life and death, he chose to submit. He had no desire to descend into hell, nor to be obliterated entirely. Moreover, Frisia was not foolish. Aligning himself with Mu Feng could indeed be advantageous, much like Sun Wukong and his companions. Perhaps he could grow stronger. Frisia contemplated that as long as he survived, he would have ample opportunity to seek vengeance against Sun Wukong and Vegeta. To confirm his thoughts, Frisia smirked and lowered his head, asking, Lord Mu Feng, may I pose a question? Speak, Mu Feng replied in a neutral tone. May I seek vengeance against Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the future? Frieza inquired ominously. They are the deities I wish to cultivate. If you possess the capability to confront them, you may do so, but do not take their lives, Mu Feng added, provided you can indeed triumph over them. Do you now comprehend the disparity? Unable to kill? What a pity. Nevertheless, delivering a sound thrashing would suffice. Frieza chuckled enigmatically, then respectfully stated, Thank you, Lord Mu Feng. There must be a purpose for bringing my son and me here this time. As you previously mentioned, you would seek us out when needed. Astute, Frieza, Mu Feng replied with a smile. If, as Goku suggests, you are not a villain but rather a good person, perhaps we could forge a commendable friendship. Ha ha ha, Goku said that. Frieza cackled sharply. Me a good person? The mere thought is revolting. Pray tell, Lord Mu Feng, what business do you have with me and A's? Frieza suspected that his resurrection served another purpose, and that the enhancement of his strength to confront Goku was merely a pretext. In our cosmos, there are 13 universes. The Omni King is organizing a tournament of power, requiring 10 representatives from each universe. You and A's are the chosen representatives for our universe. Your resurrection is for this reason. Do not disgrace us before the multiverse. Your recent progress and strength is commendable, but further enhancement is imperative. 13 universes? Frieza exclaimed in astonishment, nodding while reflecting. So, Lord Mu Feng is the sovereign of our universe. I must tread carefully henceforth. That is understood, Mu Feng affirmed. Have you gathered the candidates, Lord Mu Feng? Frieza inquired. With you included, we have only 6. Do you have any recommendations? Indeed, I have a few suitable candidates, Frieza respectfully replied, his thoughts lingering on his family. Although his relationship with Mu Feng was fraught with animosity, he suddenly realized that the current roster consisted of 6 individuals, himself, his son A's, and undoubtedly Goku's band of Saiyans. Thus, Frieza resolved to propose his family members, believing that it would facilitate their dealings with the Saiyans. After all, Mu Feng had stated that while they could not kill, a sound thrashing might be permissible. However, given the overwhelming numbers on the opposing side, the duo would not suffice. Hence, Frieza swiftly considered his family. He believed that his father, King Cold, and brother, Cooler, possessed considerable strength, and since the participant count was still lacking, Mu Feng would likely not refuse. Speak, who do you believe is suitable? Mu Feng gestured for him to continue. Frieza respectfully replied, I recommend my father, King Cold, and my brother, Cooler. Though their talents may not match ours, their strength is formidable, and with training, they could undoubtedly be of assistance. He awaited a response with anticipation. Cooler and Cold? Mu Feng shook his head. Too weak. They lack the qualifications to compete. Bringing them would only bring shame. Frieza was somewhat taken aback, but upon reflection, it made sense. They had been deceased for so long that their resurrection could not possibly match the prowess of the Saiyans. It appeared he would have to rely solely on himself and his son. They must grow stronger to teach those brutes a lesson. Go awaken your son and relay the matter to him. Mu Feng waved his hand, conjuring a chair to sit leisurely while sipping juice. Frieza, feeling helpless, approached A's and roused him with an energetic breath. Upon opening his eyes, A's roared, Where are those 2 bastards? I shall slay them. I will not allow anyone stronger than me to live. Frieza laughed heartily, as expected of my son. However, there are more pressing matters at hand. We shall discuss vengeance later. A's looked perplexed. What could possibly be more important than vengeance? Hee, allow me to elucidate in simpler terms. Frieza emitted a piercing laughter, pointing towards the figure seated behind him, indulging in juice, Mu Feng, and addressed Azer, saying, My son, do you see that esteemed individual? From this moment onward, we are to heed his commands. You shall address him as Lord Mu Feng. Noticing Azer's gaze, Mu Feng took a sip of his drink, slightly straightened in his chair, and waved at him with a smile. I have mastered the art of politeness. Azer, however, was incredulous. Listen to his orders? Father, are you jesting? You expect me to submit to that person? What has come over you? Have you suffered a blow to the head? Azer was now even more perplexed. After enduring a beating from 2 ruffians on Earth, he had barely regained consciousness, only to hear his father declare their allegiance to another. That grinning fellow, leisurely sipping his drink, appeared feeble and unassuming. Such a character expects my submission? It is utterly laughable. Frieza had anticipated Azer's reaction. After all, such a notion was difficult for anyone to accept, especially for a son who had inherited his father's temperament. How could he ever concede to another? Thus, Frieza began to elucidate Azer on the tournament of power and Mu Feng's true identity in detail. Meanwhile, Goku was still engaged in his emotional control training. The old Kai had intensified the provocation of anger, keeping Goku in a relentless state of fury. Goku's aura seemed to escalate continuously. Could this be a precursor to transforming into Super Saiyan 5? Jebet asked the old Kai. It is still too early. The old Kai shook his head repeatedly. Last time, Vegeta took a considerable amount of time to break through. How could Goku possibly achieve this so swiftly? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Vegeta, arms crossed, remained silent, intently observing Goku. Though reluctant to admit it, Goku indeed appeared on the verge of breaking through to Super Saiyan 5. The energy within him was multiplying at an astonishing rate. Goku let out a low growl, his fists clenched, veins bulging on his arms and forehead, resembling writhing worms. In the visions fueled by his rage, he saw friends and family perishing: Chi-Chi, Gohan, Vegeta, Goten, Krillin. These images ignited his fury, unleashing an even more potent aura. The turbulent energy wave sent Jebet and the old Kai flying several meters. Even Vegeta staggered back a meter. Is it happening, Kakarot? Vegeta looked up at Goku, a mix of anticipation and astonishment in his eyes. This guy could actually master the transformation into Super Saiyan 5 in such a short span. Old ancestor, did you not say Goku couldn't achieve this so quickly? Jebet gazed at the old Kai in bewilderment. Look at this situation and his ever-increasing energy. He is clearly about to transform. Fool, how was I to know it would come to this? Just observe. The old Kai was equally taken aback. His previous words swiftly met with the harsh reality. Suddenly, an array of lightning erupted from Goku, crackling and enveloping him entirely. On the other side, Frieza was instructing Azer, "My son, listen closely. From this moment forth, we must pledge our loyalty to Lord Mu Feng, the most powerful deity in the universe." Frieza's heart raced with anxiety, fearing his son might refuse. After witnessing Mu Feng's prowess, he understood that should Azer dare to oppose, he would undoubtedly be obliterated on the spot. "Father, are you saying that you were effortlessly subdued by this Lord Mu Feng?" Azer inquired, his tone measured. Though it was a humiliation, Frieza maintained his composure. For it was indeed true. In his presence, I am less than an ant. All my strength is insufficient against a mere finger of his. For the sake of my son's life, I am willing to endure this disgrace. Yet Azer was unconvinced. Words alone are meaningless. I would rather experience this Lord's strength firsthand. Otherwise, you expect me to comply quietly? Silence. Frieza exclaimed, his desperation palpable. You are courting death. We are utterly unworthy to engage Lord Mu Feng. The more Frieza insisted, the more Azer's skepticism grew. Narrowing his eyes, he remarked, "Given your character, how could you utter such words? Surely, that scoundrel has employed some means to control you." A fierce aura enveloped him. "Once I eliminate that impostor, along with the other two nuisances, I shall reduce this place to rubble." Frieza was rendered speechless. His son's obstinacy mirrored his own youthful defiance. Yet now was not the time for bravado. If a confrontation ensued, his son would surely be annihilated. Frieza, drenched in sweat, quickly implored Azer, "Foolish child, I am fully aware. What I just said is the truth. Cease your nonsensical chatter, do you hear me?" Ignoring his father, Azer rose and glared at Mu Feng. "Hey, do you dare to fight me? No matter what you did to my father, you shall perish here today. Son, I assure you, I am fine." "Stop speaking foolishly," Frieza urged, grasping Azer tightly. As the ruler of the universe found himself in such a predicament, he felt both ashamed and enraged. Yet the most pressing concern was to prevent this reckless youth from meeting his demise. But Azer was resolute, challenging Mu Feng. "Are you stunned? Just sit there and await your demise." Mu Feng, having set aside his juice, stood up. "Since reason fails, let us see if you can calm down. Do not kill him." Frieza's voice cracked in panic. "Father, watch closely as I turn this place to dust," Azer declared, patting Frieza on the shoulder, leaving the latter utterly bewildered, unsure whether to feel proud or to think his son was hastening his own demise. Mu Feng chuckled at Frieza's predicament, reassuring him, "Do not worry. He will merely take a short nap." Frieza, with a grimace, expressed his gratitude internally, mentally lamenting the absurdity of the situation. Yet, upon reflection, preserving his son's life was of paramount importance. "How dare you speak such words?" Azer roared, charging forward with a clenched fist. Frieza shielded his face, realizing now the true meaning of ignorance being fearless. Mu Feng effortlessly intercepted all of Azer's attacks, and the latter grew increasingly astonished. Impossible. In a frenzied onslaught, he found himself unable to even graze the hem of Mu Feng's attire. Azer bellowed in frustration, feeling a humiliation far greater than any he had ever faced on Earth. He was utterly infuriated. Damn it, Azer shouted, raising both fists to strike down upon Mu Feng's head. With a resounding thud, the impact echoed. Mu Feng effortlessly blocked the powerful strike with just a single finger. How does it feel? Observing Azer's contorted expression of fury, Mu Feng chuckled lightly. Heed your father's words, lest you invite a beating upon yourself. This is entirely self-inflicted suffering. Enough with the nonsense. Azer bellowed, launching an energy blast. With a casual flick, Mu Feng dissipated the energy projectile in an instant. How is that possible? Azer's eyes widened, his heart shaken to its core. Damn it. This is utterly infuriating. This guy is indeed as overwhelmingly powerful as my father described. Frisia, who was watching from the sidelines, empathized deeply, recalling his own recent experience. Oh dear, my son. Do not provoke Lord Mu Feng, he sighed with concern. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, Son Goku let out a furious roar. The ground trembled violently as golden energy surged forth from his being, his power escalating without apparent limit. Son Goku howled towards the heavens, a golden pillar erupting skyward. The ferocious energy waves spread outward like ripples. Zzz. Golden lightning danced around him, growing increasingly dense. Suddenly, a flash of silver light appeared. His black hair began to shimmer with silvery radiance, rapidly extending to his waist. Every hair on his body transformed to silver, while his crimson eyes sparkled with fierce intensity. The shackles of Super Saiyan 4 were shattered. He had finally achieved the Super Saiyan 5 transformation. Is this what it means to be Super Saiyan 5? Son Goku clenched his fists, incredulously feeling the surging power within him. Back on the battlefield, Azer, unwilling to concede, charged at Mu Feng once more. Mu Feng effortlessly dodged, countering with a gentle tap of his staff. Bam! Azer was sent flying backward, spewing venom, for dozens of meters. Unforgivable. You will die? Azer gathered a terrifying energy in his right hand, a pressure overwhelming the surroundings. A thunderous explosion erupted, the ferocious energy detonating before Mu Feng. Blinding white light engulfing his figure, while clouds of black smoke billowed into the air. Frisia clenched his fists, cold sweat pouring down. This is bad. It's truly over. He fixed his gaze on the smoke, knowing full well that such an attack could not harm Mu Feng. He feared that in a fit of rage, Mu Feng might very well take Azer's life. Suspended in midair, Azer remained oblivious, laughing maniacally. Let us see you act so arrogant now. But his laughter abruptly ceased as he began to tremble, cold sweat pouring down like rain. An oppressive aura was creeping up behind him. As the smoke cleared, the ground remained unscathed. Mu Feng stood behind Azer, untouched, effortlessly blocking all the impacts with a mere wave of his staff. He placed a hand on Azer's trembling shoulder. Speaking gently, do you now comprehend the disparity? Azer stood rigid, speechless. When Mu Feng withdrew his oppressive aura, Azer found himself weightless, collapsing to the ground, murmuring, impossible. How can such a monster exist on Earth? Frisia approached swiftly. I warned you long ago about Lord Mu Feng's power. Lowering his voice, he added, from this moment forth, we must submit to Lord Mu Feng. This former cosmic overlord understood that only through patience and strength could there be a future opportunity to settle accounts with the Saiyans. Should they continue to resist, only obliteration awaited them. Mu Feng observed coldly. The seats at the tournament of power can be exchanged at any moment. Disobedient pawns have no necessity for existence. Lord Mu Feng has already nodded in agreement. As long as we grow stronger, we will be able to deal with those detestable Saiyans. Frisia lowered his voice as he spoke to Az, saying, listen, my son, do not act recklessly any longer. From this moment forth, we must show utmost respect to Lord Mu Feng. Otherwise, our lives may be forfeit at any moment. Az clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing his fury. Though his heart was ablaze with anger, he understood his father's words bore truth. Before Lord Mu Feng, they were as insignificant as ants. If strength could be attained, even bowing in submission would be worthwhile. I understand, father. Az swayed slightly as he stood, bowing deeply to Mu Feng. Lord Mu Feng, as long as you grant me strength, I, Az, shall henceforth follow your lead. Should I dare to defy you in the slightest, you may take my life at your will. If only you had understood this sooner, Mu Feng replied with satisfaction, nodding. Frisia will inform you of the specific arrangements. For now, focus solely on your training. There is nothing else to attend to. Understood. The father and son responded in unison. Suddenly, a powerful aura enveloped the entire realm of the King of Worlds, even reaching Earth. This was the sign of Son Goku, transforming into Super Saiyan 5. Has he succeeded? Mu Feng smiled, feeling more confident about the tournament of power. Frisia and Ace were chilled to the bone by this overwhelming presence. Although they could not sense the energy, the terrifying pressure revealed to them that a formidable warrior had appeared, one capable of crushing them effortlessly. Mu Feng, what is happening over there? Frisia stammered, his voice trembling. It is Son Goku, Mu Feng replied with a light chuckle. He has just broken through to Super Saiyan 5. What? Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief. That damned monkey has become this powerful? I can feel his pressure from such a distance. Damn it. It seems Lord Mu Feng was indeed right. These Saiyans can certainly annihilate us in an instant. Just wait. Frisia, will have my vengeance. Is this the Son Goku father often speaks of? Ace mused, incredulity washing over him. He realized that even if he and his father unleashed their full power, they would not even reach a third of this opponent's strength. Apart from Lord Mu Feng, there existed so many other formidable warriors. Originally believing himself to be invincible, Ace now felt as if he had upended a bottle of mixed emotions. At this moment, he truly recognized that before those genuine powerhouses, he was utterly insignificant. However, he was fortunate. There was still time to train alongside Lord Mu Feng. Ace firmly believed that given enough time, he would one day surpass this power. He was not alone in this thought. Frisia harbored the same sentiment. The two exchanged a glance, and then turned to Mu Feng. Lord Mu Feng, when may we commence our training? Frisia inquired first. I do not wish to allow Son Goku to gain too much of an advantage. Indeed. I too wish to avoid falling behind too greatly, Ace echoed. In a short while, I will take you to the training grounds. Focus solely on enhancing your strength. Mu Feng concluded, passing by them. Now follow me. Frisia and Ace exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in response. Yes, Lord Mu Feng. The two promptly followed, and together, the trio set off towards the direction of Son Goku. Is this the true power of Super Saiyan 5? Son Goku gazed down at his fists, feeling the surging energy within him, almost incredulous. I must give it a try? He leapt into the air, rapidly throwing punches, each strike unleashing powerful shockwaves accompanied by a cacophony of sound. After a brief moment of adjustment, he descended back to the ground, his excitement barely contained. Incredible! Is this indeed the might of Super Saiyan 5? He clenched his fists, then reverted to Super Saiyan 4. How wonderful! Goku has finally succeeded. God Jebbit whispered in jubilation. Now let's see who dares to underestimate our Kaishin. Humph, if it weren't for my emotional control, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. The old Kaishin proudly lifted his teacup for a sip, though he could not hide the slight tremor in his arm. Jebbit observed this, but wisely chose not to expose him, not wishing to incur his wrath. Additionally, Goku's breakthrough was indeed thanks to the abilities of the ancestors. Kakarot. Who would have thought you two have attained Super Saiyan 5? Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. Don't celebrate too soon, for I am stronger. Haha, I know. Goku scratched his head and exclaimed with excitement. Vegeta, this power is extraordinary. I can't wait to battle with another version of myself from a different timeline. Humph. The only one capable of defeating you is me. Vegeta turned away. At that moment, Mu Feng returned with Frisia and Ace. Frisia? Ace. Jebbit instantly tensed. Lord Mu Feng, I have just successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Goku called out. I can sense it. Indeed, it is astonishing power. Mu Feng replied with a smile. Ace fixed a piercing gaze on Goku, clearly recalling that it was this very individual who had knocked him unconscious. When he becomes stronger, the first to settle the score with that brat will be Goku. With Mu Feng present, Ace understood that his current strength was insufficient to contend with Goku. He suppressed his fury, deciding to bide his time until he could confront Goku after gaining strength. TCH. Vegeta scowled at the sight of Frisia and Ace trailing behind Mu Feng. Frisia covered his mouth with a sly laugh. Oh ho ho, Vegeta. Are you frightened to see me? Heh, who was almost killed by me just moments ago. Vegeta retorted with disdain. If it weren't for Lord Mu Feng sparing your life, you would have ceased to exist long ago. However, seeing you so spirited, I wouldn't mind giving you another beating. Damn you, Vegeta. Frisia gritted his teeth. suddenly recalling Mu Feng's promise to guide him in training, and sneered, "Once I grow stronger, let us see who can bring whom to their knees begging for mercy. I await that day, but don't be surprised if it's you who ends up on the ground begging." Vegeta, brimming with confidence, was not the least bit worried about losing to Frieza. After all, his strength now far surpassed Frieza's, and there was more growth to come. Mu Feng announced to everyone, "Starting today, Frieza and A's will participate in the Tournament of Power. We currently have 6 participants, and I will confirm the remaining 4 in due course. There is still some time before the competition. You all must strive to enhance your strength." "Understood," Vegeta replied respectfully. Goku scratched his head and smiled. "Got it." "Indeed, Lord Mu Feng. Is it not true that we are to engage in a contest with another version of myself in 10 days? Correct, you should focus solely on your training." Mu Feng nodded. Frieza displayed a peculiar smile. "Lord Mu Feng, may I and A's participate in the competition in 10 days? I am quite eager to teach that alternate version of Goku and Vegeta a lesson." Vegeta interjected with derision. "You? The other me and Kakarot would effortlessly defeat you. Spare us the embarrassment." "Oh ho ho ho, are you afraid of seeing your alternate self getting beaten?" Frieza cackled. "Frieza, you scoundrel." Vegeta clenched his fists, ready to strike had Mu Feng not been present. Mu Feng addressed Frieza. "Train diligently over these 10 days. Should your power meet the standard, I shall take you along. The angels and Kaioshins from across the universe will bear witness. It is imperative that we showcase true strength." "Understood. A's and I shall certainly put forth our utmost effort." Frieza bowed his head in promise, stealing a glance at Goku and Vegeta, vowing silently to double his training. Once his power was enhanced, he would first defeat the alternate Goku and Vegeta before thoroughly punishing those 2 insufferable monkeys. Although A's remained silent, his thoughts aligned with Frieza's. Once he grew stronger, he would ensure Goku and Gotenks recognized his might. As for Vegeta, A's did not harbor such intense hatred, viewing him merely as a formidable rival. His greatest annoyance remained with Goku and his son. Even if you grow stronger, you shall never surpass me, Vegeta." Vegeta glared coldly at the smirking Frieza and A's. Though Mu Feng's presence prevented immediate action, should they dare misbehave again, he vowed to personally end Frieza with destructive energy. "Be as arrogant as you wish. I hope you can maintain such bravado in the future," Frieza sneered ominously. "By then, my power may indeed surpass yours, Vegeta. For now, however, let us collaborate, shall we?" Vegeta scoffed, turning away and ignoring him. "Haha, if Frieza refrains from villainy, we could indeed coexist peacefully, for you have not committed any wrongdoing at present," Goku chuckled, hands on his hips. "Kakarot." Vegeta whirled around, glaring fiercely at Goku, but the words caught in his throat. He knew all too well that this fool would remain unchanged, rendering any further argument futile. "This time, I stand with Vegeta." Jebet nervously glanced at Frieza, fearing that Frieza could not genuinely amend his ways. Knowing it was merely due to Mu Feng's presence, he dreaded the potential repercussions of his words. "Ahem, I concur." The old Kai raised his hand, whispering in agreement. "Do not be so anxious." Goku playfully winked. "After all, Frieza cannot contend with me and Vegeta. Should he truly intend to stir trouble, there would be no need for Lord Mu Feng to intervene." "Oh ho ho ho, it seems everyone is quite wary of me." Frieza covered his mouth with a laugh, ultimately raising his hands in resignation. "With Lord Mu Feng in command, how could I dare to act recklessly? Rest assured." "But Lord Mu Feng is often absent," Jebet said nervously. "What if you were to attack Earth as you did earlier?" "They would not act recklessly this time." Mu Feng smiled as he looked at the 2. "Is that so?" he inquired. "I shall strictly adhere to your commands," Frieza replied, bowing his head. "I swear I will never feign compliance," Aija respectfully echoed. At present, their primary goal was to enhance their strength. They would settle accounts with the Scions when they became sufficiently powerful. Moreover, they were acutely aware that any malevolent deeds would result in immediate eradication by Mu Feng, who would dare gamble with their lives. Upon hearing Mu Feng speak, the 2 Kaioshins finally breathed a sigh of relief. After nodding in acknowledgement, they discreetly slipped away to indulge in leisure activities, for it was none of their concern, and they preferred to savor their retirement. Vegeta still harbored frustration, yet he could only suppress it due to Mu Feng's orders. With Mr. Mu Feng around, life is truly worry-free. Goku exclaimed with a hearty laugh, suddenly recalling something as he turned to Mu Feng. "By the way, Mr. Mu Feng, what should Vegeta and I do next? What preparations must we undertake before the competition begins?" Attend to your respective duties, Mu Feng replied gently. Respective duties? Goku scratched his head in confusion. That refers to your responsibilities as a Kaioshin, Vegeta interjected, unable to contain his irritation. Oh, I see, Goku exclaimed, clapping his hands. So, Mr. Mu Feng wants me to create new planets and life forms, right? Precisely, Mu Feng nodded. Then I shall seek assistance from Jebet, as this is not my forte. Goku said, resting his chin on his hand in deep thought. At that moment, Jebet, who was taking a break, suddenly shivered, sensing an ominous premonition. Jebet! Goku instantaneously appeared behind him. Ah! Jebet yelped in surprise, clutching his chest. Goku, must you appear so suddenly? You nearly scared me to death. My apologies. I shall be more mindful next time. Goku grinned sheepishly, then explained his purpose. Mr. Mu Feng has tasked me with creating planets and life forms, and I require your guidance. Understood, Jebet sighed resignedly. I have only rested for a few minutes, and it feels as though I never retired at all. Thank you. Goku beamed. Jebet placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. Mr. Mu Feng, we are setting off now. Farewell, everyone. Goku waved goodbye to the others. Frieza emitted his signature cackle. Ha ha ha. No wonder Vegeta always claims he is indeed adorably foolish. Shut your mouth. Vegeta retorted, his ears turning red as he clenched his fists. Unable to find words, Aija silently clenched his fist. Just wait. Goku, I shall surpass you. Go ahead. Mu Feng nodded in permission. With the incantation of teleportation resonating in the air, the two figures vanished. Watching Frieza and Aija remain, Vegeta approached with agitation. Lord Mu Feng, I shall proceed with my destruction mission. It is a perfect opportunity to refine my destructive energy. Go, Mu Feng instructed. Remember to practice in your normal state. Refrain from transforming into Super Saiyan 4 for now, and focus on mastering the application of destructive energy within your body. Upon hearing that destructive energy was to be utilized for the body, Vegeta paused momentarily, then swiftly reverted from Super Saiyan 4 and eagerly asked, Lord Mu Feng, is this what you previously referred to as the God of Destruction form? He recalled that during the competition, Beerus had mentioned a similar concept, and it dawned on him that the God of Destruction form was essentially a fusion of destructive energy with one's own essence. This was undoubtedly the key to transcending his power limitations. Although Vegeta had significantly improved his control over destructive energy since his initial attempts, he was still far from the likes of Kampa or Beerus, who had honed their skills over billions of years. As an apprentice God of Destruction, he needed to master a higher level of application before the tournament of power commenced in 10 days. With a smile, Mu Feng pointed his fingertip at Vegeta's heart and emphasized, remember, you must dispel the obstacles within your mind. To gain power, one must first eradicate unnecessary distractions. Vegeta nodded solemnly. I will go train in the universe right away. With that, he was enveloped in a purplish-red aura and vanished from the King Kai's realm in the blink of an eye. Frieza stared in disbelief. Can Saiyan survive in space? He had assumed that destroying Earth would suffice to eliminate Goku and his companions. What baffled him even more was that Goku could create life on planets. After achieving divinity, such feats become quite simple, Mu Feng explained. Can my son and I start training now? Frieza inquired eagerly, determined not to fall behind those two Saiyans. Azel nodded in agreement. With a wave of his staff, Mu Feng transported the three of them to the divine realm he had created. Gazing at the suddenly materialized training facility, Frieza exclaimed, What is this place? My divine realm, Mu Feng replied with a smile. A training ground prepared especially for you. He continued, the flow of time here differs from the outside world. It is significantly slower than ordinary spacetime. Mu Feng addressed Frieza and Azel. You may train in this room. The gravity can be adjusted to your liking, and each of you will experience different gravitational forces, making it the ideal environment for your training. Understood, Master Mu Feng, Frieza said with a sinister grin. This time, I will break through my limits and showcase my progress. Azel added excitedly, I must become stronger. Once we are out, I will teach that little brat from Earth and Goku a lesson. The mere thought of Gotenks and Goku made him clench his fists in anger, eager to settle the score. Frieza chuckled darkly, when the time comes, we will join forces and make those Saiyans taste defeat. He turned to Mu Feng with a promise, rest assured, Master, we shall not take their lives. We merely wish to show those monkeys a thing or two. How embarrassing, Mu Feng said with an amused smile, but do as you please. However, if you find yourselves outmatched and suffer a defeat instead, that would be quite amusing. Ha ha ha, that is absolutely impossible, Frieza declared confidently. After watching the two enter the training room, Mu Feng stretched lazily. Finally, some peace and quiet. He took out his staff, intending to explore other dimensions for entertainment, but suddenly remembered to bring some gifts, so he turned and flew back to Earth. In the God of Destruction realm of Universe 7, Beerus suddenly sneezed. It must be that fat pig Compa talking behind my back. He fumed, putting down his strawberry cake and shouting towards the training ground, Whis. As Whis guided the training of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Broly, he chuckled in resignation and gently nudged them apart with his staff. It appears Lord Beerus has begun to grow anxious again. Whis, what's the matter? Sun Wukong inquired, sensing Whis had halted his movements. He scratched his head and gazed into the distance, the voice he heard earlier sounding quite familiar, almost as if it were Lord Beerus calling out. Vegeta crossed his arms and directed his gaze towards Beerus' location. Kakarot, you heard correctly. It is indeed Lord Beerus. Yes, it is Lord Beerus, Broly affirmed, gradually shedding his Super Saiyan form. Under Whis' guidance, he had learned to better manage his anger, at least ensuring he wouldn't lose control in Sun Wukong's presence again. You three continue your sparring. I shall see what Lord Beerus requires, Whis stated with a smile before vanishing in an instant. At that moment, Beerus lounged languidly in his chair, repeatedly calling out to the sky, Whis, 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 coming, coming. Whis responded with a light laugh, appearing beside him. You took your sweet time. I've been calling for ages. Beerus complained, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Oh dear, I was in the midst of instructing Broly and the others in their special training, Whis chuckled softly. Having promised his younger brother Mu Feng to help Broly manage his temper, it seemed the results were quite promising. Enough of the chatter, Beerus retorted, devouring a whole strawberry cake and wiping cream from his mouth. I summoned you to discuss matters concerning Broly. Whis, with his crescent-shaped eyes, inquired, allow me to guess. Is Lord Beerus concerned about the upcoming match with Mu Feng? You wish for me to seek out our universe's Broly and perhaps resurrect Frieza in the process? Precisely, Beerus replied, his demeanor turning serious. Remember, losing the match is acceptable, but it must not be an embarrassing defeat. I cannot allow Compa to have the last laugh. Understood. Whis twirled his staff, preparing to transport Wukong and the others to Universe 7 to retrieve Broly, with plans to resurrect Frieza shortly thereafter. With a flash of light, Whis departed. Beerus gazed skyward, muttering to himself, I hope our Broly is stronger than Mu Feng's. Once they return, I must quickly teach Vegeta the techniques of a god of destruction and have Whis train Wukong in Ultra Instinct. As he pondered, he felt considerably lighter in spirit and, yawning, flew towards his castle. First, a nap is in order. After I awaken, Broly and Frieza should surely be back. Meanwhile, in another realm, a cacophony of thunderous clashes resonated through the skies as Sun Wukong and Broly engaged in a fierce duel. Broly, over here. Sun Wukong suddenly darted behind Broly. Kakarot. Broly spun around, launching a powerful right punch. Just as the fist was about to connect, Sun Wukong instantaneously teleported behind Broly. Take this. Sun Wukong delivered a heavy kick to Broly's back. However, the attack proved ineffective against Broly's formidable physique. Broly absorbed the blow, quickly grasping Sun Wukong's leg. Oh no, Sun Wukong thought as he attempted to break free, but it was already too late. I've got you now, Kakarot. Broly sneered, slightly releasing his pent-up fury, unleashing an astonishing aura as his hair transformed into a light green hue. At this moment, Broly remained both lucid and rational while harnessing the legendary power of the Super Saiyan. Let me take you down. He bellowed as he swung Goku and slammed him forcefully into the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth was gouged out, forming a deep crater. Ouch, that hurts. Broly's strength is truly immense, Goku groaned, rubbing his backside as he emerged from the pit. Humph, Kakarot, you have a long way to go. Now it's my turn, Vegeta asserted, shoving Goku aside, ready to engage Broly in battle. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Whis materialized before the trio. It seems the training has yielded positive results, he remarked, stifling a chuckle as he observed Goku's discomfort, then casting a satisfied glance at Broly. Excellent. Broly has managed to control the legendary Super Saiyan transformation quite well. Indeed, Broly replied, reverting to his normal state. Hey, Broly, we haven't even fought yet, Vegeta exclaimed impatiently. He had been a mere spectator until now. And just as it was his turn to step up, Broly decided to cease fighting. Hee hee, training can wait. We have more pressing matters at hand. Whis said with a smile. More pressing matters? The trio perked up at this. Life in the God of Destruction's realm was rather dull, and the prospect of an outing was certainly appealing. What is it, Whis? Did Lord Beerus summon you for this? Goku inquired eagerly, soaring towards Whis. Though Vegeta and Broly remained silent, their eyes were fixed intently on Whis. Noticing their eager expressions, Whis covered his mouth with a chuckle. Lord Beerus has tasked us with locating Broly and reviving Frieza in preparation for the competition against the universe in 10 days. Broly? Goku scratched his head, glancing between Broly and Whis, a look of confusion crossing his face. But isn't Broly right here? Which Broly does Lord Beerus want us to find? Kakarot, you fool. Lord Beerus is referring to the Broly from our world, Vegeta interjected, unable to tolerate Goku's lack of awareness any longer. Ah, I see now. I understand. Goku exclaimed, excitement bubbling forth as he clapped his hands. Shall we depart immediately? The Broly from our world must be formidable too. I can't wait to fight him. Wait a moment. Whis smiled. I promised Mu Feng that I would let him see the Broly from our universe. Got it. Whis, Goku turned to Broly. We'll soon meet our world's Broly. I wonder if he will be as powerful as you. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Mu Feng mentioned that the Broly from your world might be significantly stronger than I am now, Broly remarked, somewhat awkwardly averting his gaze. Admitting that another version of himself might surpass him was undeniably embarrassing. What? Stronger than you? Goku gasped, his mouth agape. He had witnessed the terrifying power of the Broly before him when he unleashed his full potential. If the Broly from this world was even stronger, it was indeed thrilling to contemplate. Mu Feng said so. He wouldn't deceive me. Broly stated earnestly that without Lord Mu Feng, he would not be the person he is today. Wonderful. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's smile vanished, and his expression turned serious. I can hardly wait to challenge him. Hey, Kakarot. Don't forget that bastard Frieza is also set to be resurrected. Vegeta interjected with discontent. Frieza should be fine, right? Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly, hands on his hips. How naive. Vegeta snapped, turning away in frustration. You saw what happened the last time he came to Earth. He skyrocketed his power in no time, putting him on par with us. Are you worried that he will become even stronger upon his revival to seek revenge? Sun Wukong tilted his head, inquiring. Of course. Surely it won't come to that. Sun Wukong lazily rested his head on his hand, thinking that if he could be revived, he should be grateful. Fool. Vegeta fumed, rushing up to him and shouting. Do you think Frieza will be grateful to you? Don't be angry, Sun Wukong chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Isn't Lord Beerus and Whis around? If trouble arises, we can just defeat him again. That's easy for you to say. Vegeta huffed, turning away in indignation. This thick-headed fool does not comprehend the gravity of the situation. He is utterly hopeless. Hee, Vegeta, you worry too much, Whis said with a smile. Lord Beerus has already made preparations. Frieza wouldn't dare act recklessly. Let us hope so, Vegeta replied, casting a sidelong glance at Whis. With a flick of his right hand, Whis conjured a projector, a device used to contact Mu Feng. Upon pressing a button, Mu Feng's image was instantly connected. Oh dear little Mu Feng. We are off to find Broly. Would you care to join us for the spectacle? Whis said with a cheerful grin. Haha, no need, Whis. I just happen to have some free time and have already arrived at your location, Mu Feng said, tapping his staff, instantly appearing behind Whis. Oh my little Mu Feng. You arrived so quickly? Whis exclaimed in surprise, having not sensed his presence in the 7th universe. Mu Feng, I brought some delicious treats for you all, Mu Feng said, striking the ground with his staff, summoning a mountain of delectable foods, cakes, chocolates, and sausages galore. Wow, so much delicious food. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled as he rubbed his growling stomach. Thank you so much. You always bring so many delightful dishes, Whis replied, smiling bashfully. Just a small gesture. By the way, where's Lord Beerus? Mu Feng looked around. Lord Beerus has gone back to sleep. He won't be waking up anytime soon. Whis pointed towards the distant castle. Then let us directly seek out Broly, Mu Feng said, nodding approvingly at Broly, who stood behind Whis. Well done. Your power is well controlled. Thanks to Lord Whis's guidance, Broly bowed respectfully. Too kind, Whis chuckled, raising his staff. Now, let us depart for Planet Wampa. Hurry. I can't wait. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Vegeta stood beside Whis with a cold snort. Come on, little Mu Feng, Whis said, gently tapping the ground with his staff, enveloping everyone in dazzling light before they vanished from the God of Destruction's realm. In the vastness of space-time, for heaven's sake, Wukong, pay attention. I will demonstrate one last time. Jebite God said wearily, having demonstrated it hundreds of times already. Hee, I am certain I will master it this time. Let us try again. Sun Wukong chuckled sheepishly as he scratched his head. Pay attention. The god Jebit concentrated his divine power once more, sculpting a model of a planet in the vastness of space. Do you understand? It's your turn now, he said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Well, Wukong stammered. What's the matter? Could it be that Jebit, suddenly widening his eyes, exclaimed, You still can't do it? This is the last time. I guarantee you will learn it. Sun Wukong flashed his signature silly grin. Oh my. Jebit was nearly thrown off balance, utterly defeated by this pupil. Wow. Is this the planet Wampa? Sun Wukong placed his hands on his hips and stepped forward, gazing around with curiosity. The environment here is truly harsh. It must be difficult to live in such a place, right? The other version of me lived in such a locale, Broly mused, resting his hand on a rock while intently sensing his own energy. Although he could detect a faint sense of familiarity, it was not strong. Nevertheless, old Broly had confirmed that another version of himself indeed resided on this planet. Oh dear, the conditions on Wampa are indeed dreadful, completely opposite to Earth. Whis surveyed the surroundings, turning to Mu Feng with a smile. Brother Mu Feng, shall I resurrect Frieza now? Very well, Brother Whis. Mu Feng nodded in agreement. Humph. Vegeta snorted, his gaze shifting to Whis. Whis gently waved his staff, a flash of white light emanating from its tip. Whoosh. The Super Frieza instantly materialized before everyone. Huh. Wasn't I just in hell? Have I been resurrected? Frieza glanced at his hands, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he lifted his gaze to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, where is this? Why are you here? Who resurrected me? Ha ha ha. Frieza, you are not fully resurrected yet. Just look at the halo above your head. Sun Wukong laughed, pointing at Frieza's head. Frieza looked up and, indeed, found a ring of light hovering above him. TCH. Just seeing this guy irritates me. How could he be resurrected? Vegeta said disgruntledly. Vegeta. You remain as amusing as ever. Frieza chuckled softly, turning his gaze to Whis. If I am not mistaken, you are the angel Whis, serving Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? Noticing Mu Feng and Broly beside Whis, Frieza inquired curiously. Who are these two? I don't recall seeing them on Earth. Frieza. This individual is also an angel, hailing from the universe. Mu Feng, Sun Wukong introduced, gesturing towards Broly, and this is Broly, a scion from Mu Feng's side. By the way, Frieza, he is the legendary Super Saiyan you fear the most. The legendary Super Saiyan? Frieza expressed surprise, scrutinizing Broly, astonished that the legendary Super Saiyan looked like this. It seems that you and Wukong have merely transformed into ordinary Super Saiyans. This one is the genuine article. His strength must surely surpass that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. I had no idea so much transpired after my demise. There's a universe as well. I had never heard of such a thing before. This reminiscence stirred memories within Frieza. In the days when I reigned supreme over the universe, I had only heard whispers of the existence of the other 11 universes, yet the specifics eluded me entirely. Now, upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, it seems those universes indeed exist. Ha. Frieza, your power has certainly increased, remarked Whis with a smile. Lord Beerus was right to choose you. Chosen by Lord Beerus? Frieza inquired, astonished. What do you mean? Chosen for what? Whis elucidated. Lord Beerus has resurrected you to participate in the Tournament of Power and the Inter-Universal Competition. The Tournament of Power? An inter-universal contest? Frieza mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Whis elaborated on the intricacies of the tournament and the universes involved. Now you understand, do you not? Whis smiled. Lord Beerus resurrected you specifically for this purpose. Furthermore, he has instructed me to caution you against any nefarious intentions. Should you engage in any misconduct, Lord Beerus himself will eliminate you. I comprehend, Frieza nodded, casting a sinister glance at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. I would not be foolish enough to wait until the end only to be destroyed by Lord Beerus. Then, dear Whis, might I request the removal of this halo above my head? It is quite uncomfortable, akin to the Scion's repulsiveness. Vegeta glared discontentedly at Frieza. This is a decision made by Whis and Lord Beerus. You have no authority to object. Despite his internal resentment, he had to accept the reality of Frieza's resurrection. Perhaps he would seek an opportunity to inform Lord Beerus and personally deal with Frieza. thereby rectifying the regret of not having eliminated him previously. A trivial matter. Whis gently tapped Frisia's head with his staff. A flash of light ensued, and the halo vanished. At last, I am revived. It feels splendid, Frisia declared, spreading his arms to relish the moment. He thought to himself, if only I could eliminate Sun Wukong and Vegeta right now. That would be perfect. The tournament of power piques my interest, Frisia mused, lowering his arms. And the matter of the universes. Who would have thought another me exists there? Along with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, those scions. If only I could dispose of all of you. Surely the other me shares the same sentiment. Frisia fixated coldly on the two. Come now if you dare. We didn't finish our last bout. Vegeta taunted. At present, I cannot afford to act recklessly. I have not forgotten Lord Beerus's warning, Frisia replied with a sinister grin. There will be ample opportunities to settle the score with you. Humph, just a loudmouthed waste. Vegeta turned away. Frisia, that other Frisia is quite similar to you. Sun Wukong approached, saying, What do you mean? Frisia pushed Sun Wukong away. Stay away from me. Haha. My apologies, Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. That other Frisia is attacking Earth, seeking vengeance against the me and Vegeta of that world. Is that so? It appears that the other me is rather like myself, harboring a disdain for you scions. Frisia displayed a more sinister smile. A wicked idea brewed in his mind. If he could ally with his other self, even if they could not vanquish Sun Wukong and Vegeta, they could certainly deliver a severe lesson to them. I shall confer with my other self when the opportunity arises. That scoundrel is undoubtedly concocting some ill intentions, Vegeta murmured. Ha ha ha, Mr. Whis, I have a query to pose. Frisia chuckled softly, his sharp voice echoing through the air. In this tournament of power, is the annihilation of one's opponents permitted? Whis replied with a subtle smile, that would not be allowed. Any competitor who resorts to such measures would be immediately disqualified. And Lord Beerus would surely be furious, perhaps even eliminating you on the spot. One must not resort to lethal force. Frisia muttered to himself, subsequently revealing a knowing smile. Very well, I shall exercise restraint when the time comes. Furthermore, upon your return, you are to undergo intensive training with Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. Whis continued. Your current strength is far from sufficient for the tournament of power. Lord Beerus deliberately resurrected you in anticipation of your potential. Understood, Mr. Whis, Frisia bowed respectfully. I shall not disappoint you and will undoubtedly showcase a transformative strength. Vegeta scoffed, anyone can boast. Since Prince Vegeta harbors such skepticism, once I complete my training, you shall witness my prowess firsthand. Frisia cast a sinister glare at Vegeta. I am always ready for a challenge. Vegeta stood defiantly with his arms crossed, unwilling to yield. Your demeanor is truly nauseating. My disdain for you is rapidly surpassing that for Goku. Frisia seethed, veins bulging with anger. Huh, why am I being dragged into this again? Goku scratched his head, bewildered. Whis timely interjected, Gentlemen, let us remain calm. Our primary objective is to locate Broly. Any grievances can be addressed upon our return. Vegeta raised his chin. I shall demonstrate my might upon our return. I eagerly await that moment. Frisia sneered, suddenly realizing. Wait, Mr. Whis, you mentioned searching for Broly? But he is right here. He pointed at the figure standing aside. This indeed is Broly, Whis smiled with narrowed eyes. But we are in search of the Broly from our universe. They are simultaneously the same individual and yet different. Just like how I exist in a parallel world. Frisia comprehended. Then let us set forth. Let us hurry. I can hardly contain my excitement. Goku dashed ahead, surveying the desolate landscape. This place feels incredibly eerie, as if something terrifying might suddenly emerge. No sooner had he spoken, the ground abruptly fissured, and a colossal multi-legged beast erupted from the earth, its menacing fangs glistening ominously in the sunlight. What on earth is this creature? Goku staggered backward. Vegeta's face turned pale in an instant. Hastily seeking refuge behind Whis. Are you joking? Ha ha ha, Prince Vegeta is frightened by such a trivial creature. Frisia stifled a sharp laugh. This truly befits the identity of a scion prince. Silence. Vegeta clenched his fists and roared. I merely find such garish beings repulsive. Goku suddenly slapped his forehead and laughed. I remember. You said the same thing when we were inside Bu. Shut up, cockroach. Vegeta covered his mouth, retching. Hurry and deal with it. I feel nauseous. Vegeta, suppressing the urge to vomit, lifted his head and bellowed. Enough with the nonsense. Let's get to it. Frisia, intrigued, observed. This version of Vegeta is truly amusing. Whis, astonished, glanced at the Vegeta who was hiding behind him. I never expected you to be afraid of this. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. I must tell Bulma when we return. Perhaps I can trade the news for some delectable snacks. Good idea. Fan Feng chuckled. Our Vegeta must also be afraid of bugs. We should have some fun with him when we get back. Shut up, Vegeta exclaimed. His face flushed with anger as he turned away. Got it. Goku gestured and then faced the colossal beast. Watch this. The monster emitted a shriek and lunged with its sharp legs. Goku deftly backflipped to evade it, patting his chest. That was close. Not bad speed. He struck a fighting stance, declaring, now it's my turn. The beast roared and charged at him, but Goku instantly vanished beneath it, delivering a powerful punch to its abdomen. With a thunderous crash, the monster transformed into a shooting star across the sky. Done. Goku turned, scratching his head. So slow. Did it really take this long to deal with such a creature? Vegeta feigned calm as he stepped forward. Frieza mercilessly exposed. Your acting is rather poor, Mr. Vegeta. Frieza, I will surely send you back to hell. Vegeta seethed, smoke rising from his head. Hee hee, Vegeta and Frieza, your banter is quite entertaining, Goku chimed in, chuckling as he approached. But let's not bicker. We need to find Broly quickly. I can hardly wait to spar with him. I, too, am eager to meet my counterpart from another universe, Broly remarked, scratching his head, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. I wonder what he looks like. Will he be a mirror image of me? Whis covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. No need to rush. Fan Feng gazed into the distance. Brother Whis. Have you sensed it too? Sensed what? Goku wondered, suddenly detecting a faint aura approaching from afar. He abruptly turned his head. Could it be coming? Whis nodded. The roar of that beast may have attracted someone. Vegeta frowned. This aura is quite weak. It bears no resemblance to Broly. Indeed, it does not, Broly mused, suddenly struck by familiarity. For this presence belonged to but one individual in the entire universe. In a flash, a figure appeared. The person was ragged, covered in wounds, with a tail that hung limply behind him. Whis raised an eyebrow. Ah, another scion. Fan Feng smiled silently. Frieza. It's King Frieza. The newcomer stumbled forward, rolling and scrambling as he shouted. Frieza, with a smug smile, covered his mouth and remarked, oh, even this remote place knows of my existence? How nauseating. Vegeta rolled his eyes. You actually came in person. The newcomer, overwhelmed with excitement, knelt at Frieza's feet, kicking up a cloud of dust. Frieza fixed his gaze on the tail. Wait, you're a scion? Yes. I am Paragus, loyal servant to you. He hurriedly stood, brushing off his pants. Vegeta stepped closer. You escaped when Frieza wiped out your race. It seems you and Broly are quite fortunate. Vegeta. Paragus's pupils suddenly constricted, and his entire body trembled. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, as the hatred stemming from the day King Vegeta exiled them focused sharply on the face before him. The object of his vengeance had delivered himself right to his doorstep. Yet why was he accompanying Frieza? Who were these unfamiliar individuals surrounding him? Paragus's mind was in utter disarray. To avoid alarming the others, and as he struggled to clarify his own thoughts, Paragus decided to observe the situation quietly. Responding to the conversation, indeed, Your Highness Vegeta, I did not expect you to be acquainted with Broly. However, we have long been banished to this planet and are entirely unaware of the destruction of planet Vegeta. Our spacecraft malfunctioned, leaving us stranded here for years, completely cut off from the outside world. Vegeta nodded thoughtfully. It seems you have been fortunate, narrowly escaping disaster. At that time, aside from me and Kakarot, most Saiyans, including my father King Vegeta, perished in that catastrophe. King Vegeta, that tyrant, is dead? A wave of ecstasy surged through Paragus. He had never anticipated that his nemesis would meet such an easy demise. Now, if only he could have Broly eliminate this Vegeta before him, his mission would be accomplished. What a divine opportunity. He suppressed his excitement and feigned sympathy. That is indeed heartbreaking news. I did not expect King Vegeta to pass away at such a young age. It's all in the past now, Vegeta remarked indifferently. At that moment, Goku chimed in. So you were once under Frieza's command. Vegeta worked for him as well. Paragus fixed his gaze on Goku's face, suddenly struck. You are Bardock's son, Kakarot? Huh, you know me? Goku scratched his head in surprise, wondering if all Saiyans were acquainted with one another. We only met a few times, Paragus clarified. You bear an uncanny resemblance to your father, though Bardock had a cross-shaped scar on his left cheek, which lent him a much more composed appearance. Ah, I see. Goku laughed heartily. Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. This guy is indeed laughably naive. Seizing the opportunity, Paragus inquired, "Forgive my intrusion, but who are these three?" Goku enthusiastically introduced, "This is Whis, our universe's angel, and that one is the angel from Universe Moving." He moved closer to Broly and added, "This one is also named Broly, but he hails from the universe of the Moving Angel." "What?" Paragus trembled, surveying the unfamiliar Broly with disbelief, stammering, "Kakarot, are you certain he is truly Broly? Why does he not resemble my son?" "Absolutely," Goku affirmed confidently. "But he is Broly from another universe, not the one you know." Paragus was thoroughly bewildered. "Angels? Parallel universes? I do not comprehend any of this." Goku, hands on his hips, chuckled. "I found it hard to believe at first too." He turned to Broly for confirmation. "This must be your father, right?" "Kakarot." Broly softly repeated Goku's name, his gaze shifting to the Mufing beside him. "Feel free to speak your mind, Broly," Mufing encouraged with a smile. "All right." With Mufing's consent, Broly turned to confirm, "Indeed, he is my father, identical to the father from my world." "Haha, now do you believe it?" Son Goku turned to Paragus with a grin. "What does that mean?" Paragus remained perplexed, unable to grasp the distinction between father from this world and father from that world. After a brief explanation from Broly, he chose not to elaborate further. As he was acutely aware of Paragus's character, this father was merely exploiting him to execute a vendetta. Consequently, he harbored no fondness for Paragus, especially since he had been the one to end Paragus's life himself. Aside from Broly, Mu Feng, who stood nearby, was well aware of the entire situation. However, this world's Paragus appeared to be more circumspect, understanding the importance of gradually probing for information rather than directly instructing Broly to confront Vegeta. Mu Feng opted to observe the unfolding events, refraining from exposing Paragus's true intentions, as this development promised to be far more intriguing. "By the way, where is Broly?" Son Goku suddenly recalled, scanning the surroundings and inquiring, "Why do I only see you here? Where's Broly?" This question piqued the interest of Frieza, Broly, and Vegeta, with everyone curiously turning to Paragus. "Ah, Broly is dining in the distance. I'll summon him now," Paragus explained, abruptly shouting, "Broly." His booming voice resonated through the air, clearly audible even from a kilometer away. No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming aura surged forth, unmistakably Broly's presence, akin to that of the angel beside Mu Feng. "Incredible. It is undoubtedly Broly's energy," Son Goku exclaimed, clenching his fists, his gaze fixed on a specific direction. "Truly the legendary Super Saiyan," Vegeta couldn't help but remark, recalling that when he was exiled to this planet, Frieza had yet to be born, and yet, without training, he possessed such formidable power, truly astonishing. "Oh, is this Broly truly that strong? The legendary Saiyan?" Frieza inquired with intrigue. Raising an eyebrow and glancing at Paragus with a teasing tone, "I must witness for myself what the legendary Super Saiyan is truly like. After all, he is a member of my Frieza force. TCH. Vegeta clicked his tongue in displeasure. "Here he comes," Son Goku suddenly shouted. In an instant, a new Broly appeared before them. "This is my son, Broly," Paragus introduced, patting the new Broly on the shoulder. Son Goku examined both Brolys back and forth, astonished. Wow, the two Brolys look quite different. However, their power is astounding. It feels as though both of you harbor immense energy within. Son Goku leaned closer to the new Broly. "Humph." Naturally, Vegeta interjected, unable to hold back. "Let us not forget that these two are fundamentally the same person. As the legendary Super Saiyan, how could their power be anything but formidable?" Though admitting this irked him, Vegeta believed that as long as he fought with all his might, defeating these two Brolys would be a trivial matter. It matters little to praise their strength. After all, none can surpass one's current self. Vegeta, confident in his assumptions, remains oblivious to the reality unfolding before him. The legendary Super Saiyan. Paragus suddenly seizes upon this key phrase, hastily inquiring of Vegeta, "Your Highness, is this not the legend passed down through generations of our Saiyan race? Are you implying that Broly is the fabled Super Saiyan?" "Indeed," Vegeta concedes without hesitation. Paragus steps back in astonishment, his heart a tumult of complex emotions, elation intertwined with anxiety. He realizes, with dawning comprehension, that the extraordinary power of Broly stems from the fact that his own son embodies this legendary existence. He secretly schemes. These individuals are indeed after Broly. However, I shall not allow them to succeed. With Vegeta now deceased, I can harness Broly's power to vanquish these foes and, in turn, dominate the universe. Yet, Paragus conceals his true intentions, feigning curiosity as he approaches Vegeta, eager to extract further information regarding the Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Mufeng quietly confides in Whis. Did you notice the device around Broly's neck? It is designed to suppress his power. Indeed, Whis replies softly. Mufeng lowers his voice to explain. This Paragus mirrors the one from our universe. He presents himself as harmless, yet he is ruthless at heart. He fears Broly might defy him should his power spiral out of control, hence he crafted this control device. In our realm, Broly ultimately shattered his restraints. This Paragus, however, is more cunning. He understands the importance of gathering intelligence before taking action. Whis smiles appreciatively. I am grateful for your astute observation. You flatter me, Mufeng replies modestly. Even without my remarks, you would have certainly perceived it. They share a knowing smile, resolved to observe the situation. On the other hand, Paragus internally rejoices. Thanks to that fool, King Vegeta, Frieza was able to annihilate planet Vegeta. Now, as long as I can keep Broly under control, universal domination is within my grasp. Had I not sent Broly to planet Vampa, it is likely that both he and I would have been reduced to ashes alongside planet Vegeta by that scoundrel Frieza. With Vegeta and his companions arriving on planet Vampa, it is undoubtedly for Broly's power. They seek to exploit the legendary Super Saiyan's strength within Broly to regain mastery over the universe. Indeed, they aim to use my Broly to rule the cosmos. In light of this, I shall take the initiative, allowing Broly to eliminate you all, ensuring you remain forever trapped on this planet. Frieza, the universe may have belonged to you in the past, but its future shall belong to me, Paragus. I shall crush you with Broly's might. I am the true sovereign of the cosmos. Paragus devises his frenzied plan, preparing to command Broly to strike when the others least expect it. Meanwhile, Goku observes the two Brolys and curiously approaches the new Broly, asking, Hey Broly, why have you been so quiet? The new Broly does not respond immediately, but glances at Paragus first. Speak, Broly, Paragus prompts. After receiving permission, the new Broly softly replied, I am not skilled in conversation, and my father has instructed me to remain silent. What? At your age, you still listen to your father? Goku exclaimed dramatically, clutching his head. Broly, you are far too obedient. Kakarot. Vegeta interjected with irritation. He had long noticed the collar around Broly's neck, which was no ordinary accessory. Coupled with Paragus's peculiar behavior, Vegeta's suspicion grew. He approached the elder Broly and quietly inquired, Who is Paragus in your universe? I sense something amiss. What purpose does that collar serve? Saiyans do not possess such things. I know, the elder Broly nodded. Speak quickly, what is its true nature? Vegeta pressed on. The elder Broly glanced back at Paragus and replied in a hushed tone, In my universe, Paragus is not a good man. He exploits my power to conquer planets. You are correct. That collar is designed to suppress my strength. I was once forced to wear it, and whenever I disobeyed or lost control, he would activate a switch to torment me with electrical shocks, compelling my compliance. Indeed, his intentions are far from noble. Vegeta frowned, contemplating the necessity of addressing him at an opportune moment. However, Vegeta resolved to observe for now, waiting for Paragus to reveal his true colors before taking action. If all is well, I shall return, the elder Broly stated calmly, having learned to master his emotions. Even in the presence of Goku or Vegeta, he no longer succumbed to rage easily. During their recent interactions, Broly had undergone a subtle transformation, and his hostility towards Goku and others had considerably diminished. In fact, the elder Broly seemed to be gradually accepting Goku and Vegeta as friends, even relishing their companionship. He did not reject this sentiment. Rather, he found it quite intriguing. Previously, he had felt lost, uncertain of his purpose, but now, with friends to grow stronger alongside and more opportunities for battle, his days were far more joyful. If this could continue, it would be splendid. All right, I will accompany you, Vegeta agreed with a nod, joining Goku as they approached Paragus. Oh ho ho ho. I am quite curious about this Broly's true strength, Frieza mused, eager to instigate a conflict between the new Broly and the others for his own amusement. Frieza, you are up to no good again, Goku teased with a smile, then clenched his fists, turning his gaze toward Broly, brimming with anticipation. To be honest, I also wish to test Broly's strength. What do you say? Shall we have a match? Oh ho ho ho. This time I support you. Goku, Frieza grinned slyly. relishing the prospect of witnessing Goku receive a sound thrashing from Broly. Right now? Paragus exclaimed, alarmed. Broly's power is not something you can contend with, Bardock's son. You, a lowly warrior, stand no chance against him. He must act at the opportune moment, waiting until everyone has let down their guard before unleashing Broly. The plan must not be disrupted by this sudden confrontation. No, Broly, go and engage in battle with Kakarot. Before Paragus could continue to intervene, Vegeta suddenly stepped forward and said, or perhaps you could spar with another Broly, allowing everyone to witness your prowess. What? Prince Vegeta, that is out of the question. Broly's power is far too formidable. They must not clash. Paragus feigned anxiety, clenching his fists while seething with rage internally. Were it not for the need to ensure absolute safety, he would have ordered Broly to strike immediately, annihilating Vegeta and his company. Oh ho ho. A duel between two Brolys sounds rather intriguing, remarked Whis with a smile, glancing at Mufong. What do you think, little brother Mufong? Indeed. It is quite exciting to witness the clash of two Brolys from different timelines. Mufong nodded with a smile, clearly interested. Sai, let the two Brolys fight first. Son Goku said, hands on his hips, glancing between the old Broly and the new Broly, ultimately conceding. Very well, let them spar first. I shall be next in line. I still do not comprehend what you are discussing. How can there be two Brolys? He cannot also be Broly. Paragus positioned himself in front of the new Broly, asserting, my son is the only one, and his power exceeds your imagination. During his conversation with Vegeta and Son Goku, Paragus only inquired about the legendary Super Saiyan, remaining oblivious to other matters, including the fact that Son Goku and Vegeta could also transform into Super Saiyans. In his view, it was imperative to prevent them from witnessing Broly's true strength, or the plan would surely fail. He must await the ideal moment, ensuring everything is foolproof before commanding Broly to eliminate everyone in one fell swoop. However, the new Broly was reluctant to comply. He understood Paragus's intentions, but did not wish to harm anyone, especially those before him. His prolonged battles against monsters on planet Vampa had made the new Broly acutely sensitive to hostility. At this moment, he sensed that, apart from the monstrous Frieza, none of the others harbored malicious intent. They merely sought to engage in martial arts. What perplexed him most was the old Broly, a stranger who emanated an aura strikingly similar to his own, akin to gazing into a mirror. He pushed past the obstructive Paragus and walked straight towards the other. Broly, Paragus shouted urgently, come back. Are you ignoring your father's words? I do not wish to, the new Broly responded softly, not pausing in his stride. The old Broly gazed at the approaching figure. An escalating sense of kinship surged within him. Although their appearances differed, their auras were entirely identical. He stepped forward, a burgeoning desire to eliminate Paragus simmering within him, as this version of himself had obviously been long subjugated. Broly, Paragus, incensed, swiftly retrieved a remote control from his orange backpack and pressed a button. ZZZZZT. The new Broly's neck ring emitted a powerful electrical current. He collapsed in agony, futilely clawing at the neck ring. Once the current ceased, he knelt, weakened and incapacitated. An amusing toy indeed. Frieza surveyed the collar with keen interest. Goku hurriedly helped him up, inquiring, are you all right? Paragus. The old Broly glared, realizing that another version of himself was similarly controlled. Vegeta crossed his arms, demanding an explanation. I was merely concerned he might lose control and harm someone, Paragus retorted, suppressing his anger. No means can justify the use of such devices. Goku exclaimed, indignantly. I'm fine, the new Broly softly replied, quietly retreating behind Paragus. Vados and Mufeng, who had been observing for some time, exchanged knowing smiles. Oh, let us change into some new attire. Vados waved his hand, and in an instant, the new Broly was clad in a fresh combat uniform, even retaining the small decorative ears at his waist. Mufeng conjured a feast, saying, shall we dine first? I'm famished. Goku eagerly seized a cake and devoured it. Vegeta and the old Broly took their seats in understanding. Please, you two as well? Mufeng invited the stiff father and son. Paragus nodded, confirming that the food was safe after the others had eaten, and then told Broly, go ahead and eat. Broly silently approached and sat beside the old Broly. Why do you make me feel so familiar? The young Broly murmured as he gazed at him. I'm not sure about the details, but essentially, we are the same person, the old Broly replied, handing over a bottle of water. I will explain everything later. For now, let us eat something, my other self. My other self? The young Broly asked in confusion as he accepted the bottle. What is this? It's water, the elder demonstrated, twisting off the cap. Just drink like this. Broly tilted his head back and took a sip, suddenly widening his eyes. What on earth is this? Just ordinary water, the old Broly thought sadly, realizing that his counterpart from a parallel world had never encountered even the most basic of sustenance. His gaze towards Paragus grew increasingly frigid. Water, Broly repeated, eagerly finishing the entire bottle. Meanwhile, Goku called out, Frieza, want to you join us for a meal? Oh ho ho ho, how considerate of you, Goku. However, this king requires no sustenance, Frieza replied with a sinister smile. Vados floated over, suggesting, since you don't need to eat, why not take a moment to rest? Frieza hesitated briefly, then acquiesced, as you wish, Lord Vados. Mufeng and the others moved to a nearby resting area, while the others continued their meal. 10 minutes later, Paragus leaned in close to Broly and whispered, follow me. Broly silently rose, exchanging a glance with the old Broly. He understood but felt powerless to resist as he followed his father to a secluded spot. Listen, Paragus commanded sharply, you must eliminate everyone immediately. But father, I don't want you or my son. You must obey. Paragus roared, pointing outward now. Start with Vegeta. Understood. Returning to the group, Paragus hastily pointed at Vegeta. Attack now. Broly's palm glowed green, yet the energy sphere remained unformed. The energy is steadily rising, he noted. Do not hesitate. Paragus bellowed. The energy blast ultimately surged forth, violently stirring up dense black smoke. Ha! Vegeta is finally finished. Paragus laughed maniacally, urging, continue. Eliminate the others as well. Yes. Broly swallowed his unfinished words, mechanically raising his arm. Reluctantly obeying his father Paragus's commands, Broly was compelled to act against his own will once more. He clenched his fists and charged into the smoke, only to find that Goku and the others had already vanished without a trace. Where are they? Paragus shouted furiously as he pulled out his gun. How could they possibly evade this ambush? We're right here. Goku's voice echoed from above. It turned out Whis and Mufeng had timely used their divine powers to relocate everyone to a rocky mountain. Paragus, exasperated, exclaimed, how did you escape? Vegeta coldly replied, such an attack cannot harm us. Hand over Broly, and I may spare your life. You wish. Paragus roared, recalling how King Vegeta had exiled them to this desolate planet out of fear of Broly's potential. That has nothing to do with me, Vegeta replied indifferently. Goku attempted to mediate, remarking, we are all Saiyans, why hold grudges? Look, Broly does not want to fight either. Shut up. Paragus suddenly shot at Vegeta, only to have it easily deflected. Boring tricks, Vegeta scoffed. Paragus's expression shifted drastically as he abruptly discarded his gun, shouting at Broly, go eliminate Vegeta. Broly hesitated, father. You are my son. You must obey orders. Paragus bellowed. Yes, Broly replied softly, raising his head to warn Vegeta and the others, be careful. I cannot control my power. Goku placed his hands on his hips and laughed. Don't worry, we are not as weak as you think. Mufeng turned to Whis, suggesting, since a fight is inevitable, why not let our Broly take the stage first? Whis smiled, saying, a duel between two Brolys will surely be fascinating. Mufeng waved his staff, conjuring sofas and delicacies. Watching while eating is far more enjoyable. Quite delightful. Whis immediately sat down to partake. Paragus, fuming, shouted, how dare you be so relaxed? Broly, get out there. Kill them. Broly clenched his fists and charged out. Mufeng, I'm going in, the other Broly stated. Mufeng nodded in approval. Frieza grinned maliciously as he sat down. Let me see how strong the legendary Super Saiyan truly is. Vegeta stood silently, observing. The two Brolys clashed in midair, exchanging blows. I'm sorry, I have to do this, the younger Broly said as he attacked. It's fine. Give it your all, the elder Broly replied, effortlessly parrying the strikes. Seizing an opening, the elder Broly kicked his opponent off the cliff. With a thunderous roar, the mountainside crumbled. The younger Broly unleashed a more potent aura, shattering the entire rock formation as he charged back. Yet, all his attacks were deftly countered. The elder Broly seized the moment, unleashing an energy wave that sent his counterpart flying hundreds of meters away. The elder Broly waved his hand, dispersing the black mist, fixating on the retreating younger Broly. He was aware that such an attack would not harm his opponent. Indeed, the new Broly forcefully stomped the ground to halt his retreat and immediately counterattacked. As the two engaged in combat, the The ferocity of the new Broly's techniques intensified, as if he were discovering the nuances of harnessing his power. "Oh, this Broly possesses considerable strength," mused Whis, slightly astonished. He had lingered on this planet for far too long, still adapting to the application of his abilities. "I truly wish to spar with him. I sense he has even greater potential." Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on the unfolding battle. "Ha ha ha. I never imagined my Frieza force harbored such a formidable scion." Frieza chuckled with a hint of regret, thinking he should have recruited him, for he far surpassed Jinyu. Vegeta observed in silence. While on the ground, Paragus was left in a state of shock. How could this man hold his own against Broly? Paragus was astounded. In his eyes, his son was destined to be the invincible King Vegeta of the universe. None, not even Frieza, stood a chance. Yet this individual not only held his ground, but appeared to have the upper hand. "You have spent far too long on planet Vampa, unaware of many things," Frieza remarked, gazing at the bewildered Paragus with amusement. "What do you mean?" Paragus inquired. "Just sit back and enjoy the show," Frieza replied with a light laugh. Turning his gaze to the sky, boom, boom. The elder Broly blocked the offensive, suddenly pressing down on his opponent's head and delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. After crashing to the ground, the new Broly swiftly sprang back up, enveloped in white flames as he charged forward once more, this time with even greater speed, landing a heavy punch to the abdomen. Bang! Bang! A flurry of punches sent the elder Broly hurtling away. Before he could regain his footing, the opponent was upon him again. The elder Broly sidestepped the incoming blows, delivering a right hook aimed at the waist, only to be effortlessly deflected. Sensing the peril, the elder Broly erupted with power. The pale aura instantly transformed into a brilliant gold, the shockwaves pushing the new Broly back. His black hair stood on end, turning golden, while his eyes shifted to a piercing blue. "Huh!" With a roar, the golden aura swept across the arena. The elder Broly, having completed his transformation into a Super Saiyan, fixed a piercing gaze upon his opponent. This scene left both the new Broly and Paragus utterly speechless. They had only heard of the legendary Super Saiyan from Vegeta. Little did they know that other Saiyans could also transform. Impossible. Paragus stumbled backward, cold sweat pouring down his brow. The golden hair was precisely what Vegeta had described as a Super Saiyan. "I never imagined that besides Broly, others could also achieve this form. Damn it, we've all been deceived by Vegeta." Paragus trembled with rage, yelling at the sky, "Vegeta, how dare you deceive me? You never told me that others could become Super Saiyans." Vegeta cast a disdainful glance in his direction. "If you must assign blame, blame your own foolishness. This has been common knowledge for ages. You scoundrel." Paragus erupted in fury yet felt utterly helpless, turning to Broly and bellowing, "Broly, attack! Destroy that man. You are to obey my orders without question." The younger Broly gazed at his elder self, hesitating as he said, "I no longer wish to fight." "Silence!" Paragus interrupted him abruptly. "You are my son. You must obey my commands. Now, go and eliminate them all. Otherwise, I shall consider you no son of mine." Observing his father's furious countenance, Broly clenched his fists and addressed his other self. "I am sorry, but I must obey my father's command. Today, you shall all perish here." Without hesitation, the Super Saiyan form of the elder Broly displayed a maniacal grin, provocatively beckoning with his finger. "Huh!" The new Broly surged forward, energy erupting from his very being. He unleashed a punch infused with all his might, tearing through the air, only for it to be effortlessly intercepted by his counterpart with a single hand. "Impossible!" Paragus gaped in disbelief. "My Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. How can this be?" The new Broly was equally astonished. On this planet, he had always been invincible, never encountering an opponent capable of withstanding his strike. Confronted by this formidable version of himself, the Saiyan blood within him began to boil, igniting a fierce desire for battle and rage that surged within him. "Interesting. So this is my alternate dimensional counterpart." The elder Broly chuckled as he propelled his opponent away. Everyone could sense the new Broly's aura intensifying rapidly. The new Broly staggered back a few steps to regain his stance, his fists positioned at his sides as the energy within him continued to escalate. "Huh!" With the surge of power, the new Broly assumed a battle stance, abruptly releasing an even more potent aura. Waves of white energy roiled violently, and his presence grew increasingly formidable. Wow! Just like last time when Broly fought Hit, he can continuously enhance his strength during battle. This is astounding. Son Goku's eyes gleamed with excitement as he watched the battlefield, eager to join the fray. The legendary Super Saiyan can actually amplify his power infinitely in combat. How absurd. Vegeta muttered under his breath, tinged with a hint of jealousy. The thought of needing to train tirelessly for enhancement, while these two merely grow stronger through battle, made him clench his fists. Is this the distinction between ordinary Super Saiyans and the legendary ones? There is indeed a gap, but do not presume it will place me beneath you. Whether it be the parallel dimensions of myself and Kakarot, or you two Brolys, even Lord Beerus, Vegeta's fighting spirit ignited. One day, I shall surpass you all. Just you wait. Huh. The new Broly let out a mighty roar, swiftly closing the distance to the elder Broly and striking him squarely in the abdomen. The elder Broly absorbed the blow, his hand gripping his opponent's head. Hey! Ignoring the pain in his abdomen, the elder Broly forcefully slammed the new Broly into the ground. With a thunderous crash, the earth caved in, creating a deep pit. The elder Broly grinned menacingly, exerting more force, repeatedly smashing the new Broly into the ground, then dragging him across the surface, carving a long trench, before finally tossing him into the sky. Receive this, another me. The elder Broly concentrated a bluish-green energy sphere in his palm, precisely targeting his airborne opponent with no escape. The new Broly hastily raised his arms to block, then retaliated with even greater speed. The two figures clashed fiercely in midair, their fists and feet colliding, unleashing circular shockwaves with each strike, each blow imbued with the power to shatter mountains and split the earth. Paragus, lying on the ground, gazed up at the sky, utterly unable to keep pace with the fierce battle between the two. Anxiously, he glanced towards Vegeta and the others perched upon the rocks. His fists clenched involuntarily. How could that monster be so powerful, while Vegeta and the others remained unfazed? Paragus felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. No, it was impossible. His son's potential far surpassed that of Vegeta. He could never be surpassed. Paragus thought to himself, what is Kakarot, the son of Bardock, worth? A mere low-class warrior, unworthy to compete with my son Broly, who is the legendary Super Saiyan. With this thought, his fear gradually dissipated, replaced by a fierce resolve. As long as Broly could eliminate that opponent above, the rest must perish. He fixed his gaze on Broly in the sky, placing all his hopes upon his son. Old Broly blocked the onslaught of the new Broly with his left hand, while his right hand forcefully grasped the latter's head and slammed it into the ground. Bang! The new Broly's face sank into the earth. With a cold chuckle, the old Broly released his grip and leaped up, crashing down with both feet. Boom! The ground erupted into a massive crater, waves of energy surging forth, dust rising everywhere. Yet, in the nick of time, the new Broly rolled away and retaliated with a punch to the old Broly's cheek. Thud! The old Broly stood unmoved, a smirk of disdain on his lips, not even casting a glance in his direction. How could this be? The new Broly's pupils constricted as he realized his attack had failed to even elicit a response. Before he could react, the old Broly had seized his arm, growling, "You cannot even transform into a Super Saiyan now. Break through your limits with your fury. Hold nothing back. Unleash your full power, my other self." Before his words faded, he swung the new Broly down again, then hurled him into the air with a powerful kick. The new Broly steadied himself, fury ablaze within him. Although he did not fully comprehend the old Broly's words, the command to fight with all his might ignited his battle spirit. He clenched his fists tightly, his energy surging exponentially. A white aura erupted skyward, waves of energy radiating outward. This was merely the strength of his normal state. On the sidelines, Whis gasped in astonishment, covering his mouth. Oh dear, Lord Beerus will surely be delighted to hear this. Broly's potential and strength have already surpassed that of Vegeta and Goku. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, scoffed, "Humph. You will all soon understand that I am the strongest, not some legendary Saiyan." Goku, excitedly rubbing his hands together, exclaimed, "I can't wait to battle Broly." Kakarot. Vegeta interjected sharply, "It's my turn next. You stay put. Don't be like that, Vegeta. Enough chatter. Watch how I defeat Broly." Vegeta crossed his arms, glaring. Goku, scratching his head in concession, replied, all right, you can go first." Frieza stood to the side, thoroughly entertained by the fierce clash between the old and new Broly. He chuckled, never expecting to have such a formidable Saiyan under his command. Frieza, resting his chin on his hand, grew increasingly pleased. He had struck gold. He even contemplated whether to entrust his army to Broly's management. With this fellow around, Frieza's forces would undoubtedly become even stronger. While reveling in his thoughts, Vegeta was abruptly doused with cold water by Frieza's words. Broly is the one Lord Beerus has specifically chosen. You would do well to refrain from any misguided notions. Vegeta retorted with a smirk, cautioning him to beware of playing with fire. You. Frieza fumed, his face turning a shade of green. But then a sinister smile crept onto his face. Vegeta, I can't wait to see you crumple under Broly's assault. It will surely be a spectacle. Enough of this nonsense. Vegeta snapped, turning his head away, his teeth grinding in irritation. As the two exchanged barbs, the battle in the skies intensified. The new Broly launched a punch, but the old Broly deftly sidestepped, retaliating with a knee strike. However, the new Broly had learned from experience. He nimbly evaded the attack and countered with a punch of his own. Interesting, commented the old Broly, easily blocking the strike, but subsequently forced back a few steps by the ensuing energy blast. Amidst the smoke, he suddenly executed a sweeping kick. The new Broly managed to support himself with one hand to evade, attempting to kick at his opponent's abdomen, but unfortunately, the force was insufficient. Do not suppress your strength, the old Broly advised as he regained his stance. Unleash it. I am trying, the new Broly replied, feeling quite helpless. On one hand, he feared losing control and destroying the planet. On the other, he truly struggled to harness this formidable power. The primary distinction between the two lay in this aspect. The old Broly could command his strength freely, whereas the new Broly relied on anger to trigger it. This disparity was likely rooted in their differing experiences. The old Broly had fought alongside his father in numerous battles, becoming battle-hardened. In stark contrast, the new Broly had been confined on planet Vampa with Paragus, lacking formal training and opportunities for real combat. Although Paragus was a scion with a power level exceeding 4,000, such training was woefully inadequate. Without systematic training and combat experience, the new Broly could not fully unleash his potential. The old Broly quickly discerned the issue. At this moment, he not only wished to help the new Broly awaken his latent abilities, but also to witness just how powerful his counterpart from another timeline truly was. He assumed a fighting stance, fists clenched tightly, and let out a thunderous roar. A blue-green aura enveloped him, and the force of his energy sent his hair and clothing billowing, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. As his energy surged once more, a golden blaze erupted ferociously. The powerful gust swept through the area, even pushing Paragus back several meters. Such terrifying power, how could it possibly exist? Paragus's complexion turned pale as he suddenly realized that if his son were to be defeated, not only would their ambitions of universal domination be thwarted, but he might also meet his end on planet Vampa. Broly, if I perish here, all these years of plotting will have been in vain. Paragus howled. Defeat that wretch at once. This cry spurred the new Broly's energy to escalate wildly. A white aura ascended skyward, his muscles bulging and tearing through his battle attire, while the ground beneath him erupted into a massive crater. The clash of the two Broly's powers quaked the heavens. Goku, observing from a distance, was filled with exhilaration. His power continues to grow. Vegeta, however, gritted his teeth in frustration. Kakarot, pay close attention. Those two monsters are growing stronger by the second. It's infuriating. His fists cracked ominously as flames of resentment ignited in his eyes. Vegeta felt deeply unsettled. Why was it that this scion could continuously grow in strength? Was there truly such a vast chasm between himself and the legendary Super Saiyan? The despicable fiend shall soon experience the true might of Vegeta. A series of furious roars reverberated across the ground. The power of both Brolys surged dramatically. The elder Broly transformed into his full-powered Super Saiyan 1 form, while the younger one entered his Rage form for the first time. You can't yet transform into a Super Saiyan, the elder Broly sneered, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes as he beckoned his counterpart with a finger. But that's all right. Give it your all, and let us engage in a thrilling battle, another me. This marked his inaugural confrontation with someone other than Goku and his companions. And the fact that it was his parallel world self exhilarated Broly, who was eager to witness the extent of his opponent's growth. The younger Broly, however, could not comprehend these words. Overwhelmed by rage, he was on the brink of losing control, consumed by the desire to unleash his power in a fierce battle. With a thunderous boom, the ground erupted as he vanished from sight. Whoosh! In a flash, The younger Broly charged toward his opponent like a bolt of lightning. The elder Broly displayed a bloodthirsty grin. This was precisely the scenario he had anticipated. In the blink of an eye, his opponent was upon him. "Come on," the elder Broly exclaimed, his expression contorting with excitement. "Huh." The younger Broly swung his fist in a direct strike. Without hesitation, the elder Broly met the blow with all his might. Bang! Their fists collided, producing a cataclysmic sound that echoed through the air. The violent shockwave overturned the clouds, and the already fractured ground cracked further. The first round was evenly matched. Both combatants retreated simultaneously, only to charge again in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. A fierce melee erupted in the air. Their speeds escalated, their forms flickering in the sky, each clash generating visible, circular shockwaves that made the very air tremble. Seizing an opportunity, the elder Broly executed a sweeping kick that struck the younger Broly's calf. As the younger Broly stumbled, the elder lunged forward, gripping his opponent's head, his palm glowing with a bluish-green light. Boom! An energy blast exploded upon the younger Broly's face. With a swift descent, a figure crashed heavily to the ground. The terrifying impact shattered the rocky surface like parchment, creating a massive crater. Hovering above, the elder Broly gazed down into the abyss, raising his right hand in satisfaction. Buzz! Energy began to coalesce. A flash of blue-green light illuminated the entire sky. The elder Broly condensed a colossal energy sphere in his palm, which gradually shrank, eventually compressing to the size of a fist. "Prepare yourself, another me," he chuckled softly before hurling the energy sphere into the crater below. The blast struck the bottom of the pit with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted, rendering the onlookers momentarily blind. Fu Feng and Whis, prepared for the onslaught, raised a shield to protect the spectators from the shockwave. Those watching from the ground leisurely munched on snacks, while Paragus, positioned near the crater, turned pale. "Broly, my Broly." Paragus squinted toward the epicenter of the brilliant light, his heart filled with dread. Under such a powerful attack, his son was surely in grave danger. Even more terrifying is that if Broly were to perish, his ambition to dominate the universe would be irrevocably extinguished. He simply could not fathom why these individuals, having sought out Broly, would then resort to such lethal measures. The elder Broly, possessing superior strength, was clearly the target. Why then pursue his son? With a thunderous roar, as the blinding light dissipated, a cataclysmic wave swept across the land. When the dust settled, what was once a crater had transformed into an abyss several hundred meters in diameter, unfathomably deep. Paragus was hurled by the shockwave, crashing violently against the rocky wall. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he began to devise an escape plan. All notions of cosmic supremacy felt utterly hollow. Survival was paramount. "Pathetic coward," Vegeta observed with a disdainful glare. Were it not for the presence of Fu Feng and Whis, he would have already dealt with this disgraceful fool himself. However, it was more fitting for Broly to determine Paragus's fate, even if it meant relegating him to eternal exile on this desolate planet. If not for these distractions, Vegeta would have obliterated Paragus with a single punch. To be candid, his urge to kill was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. "Is that it? I haven't even sparred with Broly yet." Goku clenched his fists, his face a mask of frustration. Whis, with a slight smile and narrowed eyes, advised, "Do not be hasty. Focus on sensing the energy at the bottom of the pit. Broly's power has not diminished. Rather, it continues to ascend." Mr. Whis' words rang true. Fu Feng gently reminded Goku not to underestimate any incarnation of Broly, including the female warrior Kale from Universe 6. He vividly recalled that Kale's base power surpassed that of Super Saiyan Goku and Vegeta. When the tournament of power commenced, she would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge. It was imperative for Goku and the others to hasten their training. After all, even the strongest cannot face 10 adversaries alone. Got it. Goku laughed sheepishly, scratching his head and giving Fu Feng a thumbs up. Fu Feng nodded in response, though anxiety churned within him. Could this martial arts enthusiast truly remember his advice? It would be unusual not to rush into battle upon encountering a skilled opponent. Meanwhile, Paragus, glancing furtively at the assembled warriors, saw no one paying him heed and stealthily attempted to make his escape. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, the deep pit erupted with a terrifying shockwave, sending debris flying. Was Broly still alive? He spun around to witness the new Broly ascending slowly into the air. That blow should have annihilated a typical warrior. Yet for the legendary Super Saiyan, it had become a catalyst for an explosive surge in power. Excellent. Eliminate them. Paragus screamed frantically, pointing at the elder Broly. Or we will be the ones to die. The new Broly looked toward his father, still retaining a shred of rationality as he nodded. At this moment, he was in an enraged state, more feral than usual, but not entirely out of control. Should he transform into the fabled Super Saiyan form, he would become a merciless killing machine. Clenching his trembling fists, the new Broly focused his gaze on his old rival. This exhilarating battle was an experience he had never encountered since his childhood sparring with Chi Lai. He yearned to continue this confrontation, relishing in the unprecedented thrill and joy of their clash. The elder Broly, however, was not idle either. Haha, this is intriguing, another version of myself. The elder Broly laughed heartily, wiping his brow and fixing his gaze on the new Broly with a wicked grin. Come forth, engage in a spirited battle, and let me witness your prowess. As you wish. The new Broly, with no reservations, clenches his fists, and an overwhelming aura erupts from his being. A white flame surging forth as his muscles swell once more. With a thunderous roar, the new Broly launches himself toward the old Broly. Boom, boom. A sweeping left leg and a powerful right punch. The old Broly steadfastly blocks, yet the strength and speed of the new Broly are evidently greater than before. This is precisely what the old Broly anticipated, for he had yet to unleash his full potential. Continue. Surely your strength exceeds this? The old Broly scoffs, suddenly unleashing a surge of energy that pushes the new Broly back. The new Broly, undeterred, retaliates with fervor, his right palm gathering energy for a strike aimed at the old Broly's midsection. Boom. This blow comes so swiftly that the old Broly is caught off guard, enduring the impact. Seizing the moment, the new Broly presses on, directing the energy blast straight at the old Broly's head. Bang! The old Broly is sent flying, tumbling several meters before regaining his stance. Just as he raises his gaze, the new Broly charges once more. Boom! The old Broly lifts his arm to block. But the new Broly swiftly changes tactics, delivering a kick that connects with his chin. Wham! The old Broly stumbles backward. The new Broly seizes this opportunity, gathering force as his right fist, enveloped in white flames, descends upon the old Broly's face. Bang! The force of the punch disperses the clouds and shatters the ground beneath. However, the blow does not land. The old Broly catches it with one hand, the fist mere centimeters from his face. Not bad. You've learned new techniques. The old Broly remarks with a sly smile, his eyes glinting with mockery. Infuriating. The new Broly, ablaze with fury, escalates his power, pushing forward with his fist in an attempt to breach the defense. Yet, the old Broly suddenly withdraws, bending low to evade, his right hand coalescing a blue-green energy orb. The new Broly, propelled by inertia, is taken by surprise. Allow me to present you with a grand gift, the old Broly sneers, launching the energy orb straight at the new Broly's abdomen. Boom! A blinding light erupts, and the terrifying force sends the new Broly hurtling away, crashing into the rocky mountainside. Buried beneath the debris, the battle is far from over. The old Broly understands that while the previous strike was powerful, it failed to inflict any harm upon him. He suddenly spreads his arms wide, his palms emanating a dazzling blue-green light. In an instant, the entire sky is bathed in that same hue. Energy rapidly converges, the blue-green waves expanding in concentric circles before retracting back to his palms, two energy orbs taking shape. Do not lie there. The old Broly bellows towards the new Broly, flinging his hands, the energy orbs launching in a dual assault. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of their passage cleaves the air as the energy orbs rush forth. Amidst the rubble, a rustling sound emerges as small stones tumble down. The next moment, blinding white light bursts through the gaps, followed by an explosive crash. The debris shatters, dust scattering, and the new Broly rises once again, his aura even more formidable than before. His rate of growth is astonishing, surpassing even the realm of monstrosity. The new Broly clenches his fists tightly, erupting with energy as the white flame soars skyward. The ground fractures once more, a massive shockwave creating a deep crater, with fissures spreading relentlessly. As the energy blast from the old Broly approached, the new Broly effortlessly swatted it aside with a wave of his hands. Boom! The energy orb collided with a distant rocky mountain, instantly reducing it to rubble, leaving no remnants. The new Broly's gaze fixed upon the old Broly, his fighting spirit ignited. Eyes ablaze with a fierce desire for combat. With a resounding thud, he charged forward, the ground beneath him fracturing into a crater. "Come!" the old Broly exclaimed, his own fighting spirit soaring, launching an energy blast from his left hand, only to have it effortlessly deflected by the new Broly. With a whoosh, the new Broly erupted with energy, his aura swelling, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the old Broly, delivering a powerful punch. The old Broly raised his arm to block, and both fighters struck simultaneously. Boom! Their fists collided, a blinding white light erupted, shockwaves radiating outward, tearing through the clouds and causing the ground to collapse. Having gained no advantage, the two retreated in perfect unison, then surged toward each other once more. An aerial battle ensued, figures flickering, punches intertwining. Each collision generated sonic booms, waves of energy swirling. The fight transitioned from the sky to the ground, their powers escalating relentlessly, instilling a sense of dread in onlookers. Broly is extraordinarily powerful, Goku marveled, witnessing their strength grow without bounds in battle. Thanks to my little brother Mufong, Lord Beerus and I were able to discover such formidable science hidden here, Whis said with a smile directed at Mufong. It was merely a small effort. No need to dwell on it, Brother Whis, Mufong replied, waving his hand with a grin. Let's continue to observe. I too am curious how far your universe's Broly can grow. Indeed, it is worth the anticipation, Whis nodded, redirecting his gaze to the fierce battle unfolding above. Vegeta stood to the side with his arms crossed, intently observing the fight, though his expression was notably dark. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the distress on the face of the proud Scion Prince. It was no surprise, as the scenario before him was difficult for such a warrior to accept. A foe he once believed could be vanquished by merely transforming into Super Saiyan 1 now required the power of Super Saiyan God Blue to contend with. Even more infuriating was that these two fighters were continuously surpassing themselves, catching up to the strength he had painstakingly honed over the years in a matter of moments. When will it be my turn? This battle has dragged on for too long. Vegeta finally couldn't contain his frustration. Don't be so anxious, Vegeta, Goku chuckled, hands on his hips. They're in the midst of a thrilling fight. You'll be up next. I still have to wait longer. In truth, I too would love to face Broly. Enough chatter. I'm next regardless. Vegeta turned his head away. Ha ha ha, understood, understood. I won't contest you, Goku laughed, scratching the back of his head. What? Vegeta's face flushed with anger as he shot an indignant glare at Goku. What do you mean you won't contest me? We clearly agreed I would be the second to fight. Kakarot, you scoundrel. Is that so? Goku replied, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he scratched his head. Grinning sheepishly, I must have remembered incorrectly. My apologies, Vegeta, you are indeed second. Vegeta let out a cold snort and turned his gaze back to the battlefield. On the ground, Paragus was crouched behind a massive boulder, observing the fight. The aftermath of Broly's battle was overwhelmingly powerful. One misstep could send him flying from the sheer force of the energy waves, while Whis and Mufing had set up a protective barrier. The strength of Vegeta and his companions left them untroubled, yet Paragus could hardly withstand such an onslaught. To his astonishment, his son had grown so formidable. Clinging to the edge of the rock, Paragus anxiously gazed skyward, aware that the opponent was no ordinary foe. Broly, you must not lose. If you do, both of us will perish, Paragus murmured, his heart a tumult of fear and astonishment. He was apprehensive that Broly might be defeated, and if that were to occur, his own demise would be inevitable. He could not bear the thought of perishing on this planet, especially after recently discovering that his son was the legendary Super Saiyan. A spark of hope ignited within him. He had yet to conquer the universe and personally deal with that scoundrel, King Vegeta's son. He could not afford to falter now. Years of restraint must not go to waste. Even if Broly were to fall in battle, he must survive. In the high heavens, the fierce clash between the two Brolys raged on. The sounds of their collisions echoed relentlessly, both evenly matched, yet their power continued to ascend inexorably, instilling dread. The younger Broly suddenly withdrew his fist, his energy surging wildly. The elder Broly grinned wickedly. Excellent. Let it explode forth, my other self. As Master Mufing predicted, this version of me in this timeline possesses superior talent. Let me see where your limits lie. Flames of battle and anticipation ignited within the elder Broly's eyes. At this moment, not only he and Mufing were engrossed in the fight, Even Goku and Frieza yearned to witness the true might of the legendary Super Saiyan. Even the secretly discontented Vegeta could not suppress his curiosity. Understanding Broly's strength would spur him to train harder and surpass all adversaries. Come forth. The elder Broly's grin became increasingly ferocious, eager to discover who was the stronger of the two. No sooner had he spoken than the younger Broly, enveloped in a tempest of energy that shattered the air, charged forward, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour. In that moment, he seemed to transform into a beast consumed by the instinct to fight. Bang! After blocking all incoming attacks, the elder Broly suddenly delivered an elbow strike. Yet the younger Broly, having undergone a transformation, merely swayed slightly, demonstrating that he was no longer the same. Ha! That's it. Keep fighting my other self. The elder Broly, far from being angered by the thwarted attack, trembled with excitement. He had awaited this moment, watching his other self continually break through boundaries. What did this level signify? What was a Super Saiyan? This young warrior was destined to become the legendary Super Saiyan. All that was needed was a bit more effort. The new Broly suddenly roared, the explosive energy waves forcing the elder Broly's arm aside, and he swiftly locked onto his opponent's arm. With a sudden shift of weight, he hurled the elder Broly downwards with tremendous force. The elder Broly plummeted several dozen meters before regaining his balance, only to see the new Broly's enormous palm looming before him. In a flash, he conjured an energy blast, striking precisely at the center of the younger Broly's palm. With a resounding explosion, thick smoke billowed forth, only to be dispersed by the continuous barrage of punches and kicks that followed. Two green-haired monsters completely relinquished their defenses, exchanging blows with unyielding ferocity. Each resounding impact unleashed visible waves of energy, causing the ground to moan in anguish. Beneath the surface, layers of rock fractured like spider webs, and craters erupted in succession, sending tremors through the very atmosphere. This was no mere battle. It was akin to two human-shaped meteors colliding in a cosmic dance. Broly Paragus murmured to himself, his combat power of 4,000 rendering him incapable of even perceiving their afterimages. All he could hear were the thunderous sonic booms and witnessed the shockwaves blooming across the sky. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, wondering when such monsters had emerged in the universe. Had he lingered too long on planet Vampa? Suddenly, he bellowed, "Broly! Eliminate him! Hold nothing back!" The clamor was incessant. Vegeta crossed his arms and let out a disdainful snort. In midair, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. The new Broly's punches surged with newfound vigor, forcing the elder Broly to retreat several steps. With a thunderous roar, his aura expanded, a torrent of energy cascading towards his foe. Now we're talking. The elder Broly cackled, adopting a battle stance as his golden aura exploded forth, warping the air in a tumult of energy. Two cataclysmic forces collided with reckless abandon amidst the starry void. In an instant, both warriors reigned in their explosive energies, their forms bending like arrows released from bows. They surged towards each other. Their speeds were blinding, and in the blink of an eye, their fists collided with a dull thud, illuminating the sky with a flash of white light and sending shockwaves rippling outward. This strike yielded no clear victor. With a resounding thud, both warriors retreated simultaneously. Just as the elder Broly took half a step back, he lunged forward again, his massive hand reaching for the new Broly's head. The new Broly gathered energy into a ball in his palm, raising it to counter. Amidst the billowing smoke, the elder Broly dispelled the haze and advanced once more. The new Broly moved with swiftness, his right fist targeting his opponent's face. The elder Broly smirked coldly, raising his arm to block, then retaliated with a punch that struck the new Broly's abdomen, swiftly followed by a kick that sent him flying several meters. The new Broly regained his footing, his fury igniting anew. His muscles swelled, his frame towering slightly, veins bulging and face contorted in rage. He roared, a torrent of white energy erupting from him as he charged at the elder Broly, his colossal hand reaching out to grasp. The elder Broly smiled slyly, vanishing from sight. Before the new Broly could react, a heavy kick struck his back, causing him to stumble forward. As he turned, the elder Broly's sinister grin loomed close. Too slow. He seized the new Broly's head, violently smashing him through several rocky peaks before delivering a final kick that sent him soaring. Come again. The elder Broly pursued relentlessly. The new Broly landed and rose, evading the assault, delivering a punch to the elder Broly's cheek. The elder remained unmoved. his right arm crashing into the new Broly and sending him flying once more. The new Broly halted midair, fist clenched, charging again. The elder Broly crossed his arms to block, yet was pushed back by the new Broly's ever-increasing strength. The new Broly howled, his power surging, ultimately forcing the elder Broly to retreat. Then, he opened his mouth, channeling swirling green and red flames. The elder Broly steadied himself, fixating on the impending energy, murmuring, "This technique seems familiar. I never expected you to wield it too." Indeed, we hail from disparate realms. To assert that we are the same person is not an exaggeration, and employing identical tactics is entirely natural. The elder Broly grew increasingly fervent, his eyes ablaze with battle intent, as he called out to the younger Broly, "Come forth. I shall match your technique." No sooner had he spoken than he opened his mouth, gathering a radiant energy, a blend of green and red. In an instant, a terrifying force began to coalesce. The energy sphere rapidly took shape, expanding continuously, its potency escalating. Oh no, if their attack collides, the entire planet may be doomed, Goku exclaimed anxiously. After all, there were numerous lives at stake here. Even if they were monsters, not all should be obliterated. Isn't that splendid? Frieza chuckled sinisterly, glancing at Goku with intrigue. It conveniently spares Lord Beerus the trouble of annihilating the planet. What a relief. I almost wish to assist them. If you believe you can best them, by all means, descend and test your mettle, Frieza, Vegeta taunted, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Vegeta, your tongue is truly infuriating. Be cautious, lest you meet a swift demise. Frieza's forehead throbbed with veins, his tone dark. Let us see who meets their end first. Vegeta retorted with a cold scoff, disdain etched across his visage. I await with bated breath. Frieza narrowed his eyes, his gaze frigid. Cease your bickering and focus on the contest between Broly. Goku laughed heartily, placing his hands on the shoulders of both. Frieza's eye twitched, casting a disdainful glance at Goku's hand. Kakarot, remove your filthy hand, or I cannot guarantee your life will remain intact. I find myself in agreement with Frieza, Kakarot. Remove your hand. Vegeta echoed, his expression equally repulsed. All right, I understand. Goku chuckled sheepishly, oblivious to their distaste, continuing, but truly, their attack could obliterate the planet. What shall we do? Do not fret. With myself and my brother Mufeng present, Goku, you need only to observe, Whis interjected, interrupting Vegeta and Frieza's exchange. Oh dear. I nearly overlooked both of you. Now I can rest easy, Goku exclaimed, patting his head, cheerfully settling down to watch the spectacle. Whis and Mufeng exchanged a knowing glance, their smiles synchronized. With a gentle wave of his staff, a translucent barrier enveloped the two Brolys, sufficient to withstand the impending cataclysm. Naturally, the barrier would exist only for a fleeting moment, so as not to interfere with the battle. On the ground, Paragus wore a grim visage. Even though he could not sense their energy, the sheer force of the approaching energy wave was enough to convey that this power could render him lifeless countless times over. Yet, rendered powerless before these monsters, he felt weaker than an ant. He could only place his hopes entirely upon Broly. Thus, suppressing his fear, he bellowed skyward, "Broly, you must not lose to that fiend. Obliterate him. Reduce him to nothing." Upon hearing his father's roar, the younger Broly's energy surged to unprecedented heights. In the next moment, two beams of green energy shot forth like lasers, cleaving the air and hurtling straight towards their adversary. Both combatants held nothing back, pouring forth their utmost strength. The destructive force was simply beyond description. Even the residual shockwaves could annihilate half a planet. As the energy beams were on the verge of collision, Sun Wukong trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Incredible! The sheer power of these two forces is astonishing. I can't wait to engage them in battle." He marveled at the fact that Broly's strength was so formidable, yet they had yet to unleash their full potential. Vegeta, with a cold demeanor, reluctantly acknowledged that the might of these two Brolys exceeded all expectations. To describe them merely as monsters would be an understatement. Their battle prowess was more terrifying than that of any beast. As legendary Super Saiyans, they rendered the ordinary Super Saiyan, like himself, insignificant. Yet, it was precisely this realization that fortified Vegeta's resolve to grow stronger. He vowed to surpass Kakarot, to transcend his own limits, to eclipse Broly, and to become the strongest Saiyan. Indeed, I can sense an even greater power within them. Sun Wukong's gaze fixated on Broly, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. Suddenly, Mu Feng interjected, "You are right. They have not yet revealed their full strength. How exhilarating. I am eager to engage them in combat." Sun Wukong replied excitedly to Mu Feng, "Humph. This so-called legendary Super Saiyan. I shall surpass them all in due time." Vegeta retorted, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Broly in the sky. Unbeknownst to the others, Frieza on the far right observed Broly and Paragus with a sinister smile creeping across his lips, clearly concocting nefarious plans, yet the ongoing battle distracted the crowd from his ominous presence. "This is quite a substantial gain, all thanks to my younger brother, Mu Feng," Whis remarked with a smile. "Lord Beerus will surely be pleased upon learning of this." "Haha, it's nothing," Mu Feng replied, gesturing towards the heavens. "Look. The energy is about to collide, and their powers continue to escalate." "Indeed," Whis responded, smiling as he looked up. In the sky above, the two cataclysmic energies collided with a thunderous roar. A blinding white light instantly enveloped the realm, followed by an ear-splitting explosion. As Sun Wukong observed, even if this force did not directly strike the ground, it possessed the capability to obliterate planet Vegeta entirely. The shockwaves surged outward, and as Paragus lowered his arm that had shielded him, he was hurled away by the ferocious gusts of energy. As the energy subsided, the protective barrier encasing the two Brolys gradually dissipated. The two forces, upon colliding, neutralized each other, leaving both Broly and his opponent unscathed. They enveloped themselves in their auras, forming a green shield to deflect all shockwaves. Paragus, toppled by the energy waves, hurriedly looked up to locate his son. Upon seeing Broly unscathed, he clenched his fists in silent prayer, wishing for his son to first eliminate the foe above before dispatching Vegeta and his companions on the ground. The battle in the air intensified. The enraged new Broly, realizing his opponent remained unharmed, roared and surged forward with a ferocious energy. "Excellent!" the old Broly exclaimed as he dispelled his shield, his power surging once more. The new Broly unleashed a punch, but the old Broly deftly sidestepped and seized his opponent's wrist. "Down you go." With a flawless shoulder throw, the new Broly plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a massive crater. The old Broly, in hot pursuit, dove down, only to have his opponent roll away to evade him. The impact of the strike deepened the pit by several meters, fracturing the earth in a spiderweb of cracks that radiated outward. With a single utterance, the two combatants momentarily ceased their hostilities. The elder Broly pressed forward relentlessly, executing a powerful whip kick, seizing the opportunity as the younger Broly was sent hurtling backward. A radiant green light emanated from his chest, and a concentrated energy blast erupted with a thunderous roar. Amidst the billowing smoke, the younger Broly crashed heavily to the ground, carving a deep trench several meters long before finally coming to a halt. Once more, the elder Broly had barely touched the ground when he charged again. The younger Broly crossed his arms in defense, yet he found himself retreating under the relentless barrage. As the energy blast approached, he countered with astonishing speed, launching a sudden counterattack that caught the elder Broly by surprise. With a vice-like grip, the younger Broly seized the elder's head and delivered a powerful headbutt, subsequently forcing him into the earth. The ground fractured under the immense pressure, and the frenzied younger Broly began to stomp mercilessly, each footfall leaving a footprint inches deep. The elder Broly hastily rolled away, his previous position now utterly transformed. Frustration mounted as the younger Broly's repeated strikes missed their mark. His forehead veined and contorted with rage. He stomped fiercely, shattering the earth, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Yet, the elder Broly effortlessly evaded this blow. Just as the younger Broly prepared to strike again, the elder Broly leapt up, delivering a sweeping kick to the younger's calf. Stumbling backward, the younger Broly nearly lost his footing. "What are you dawdling for?" the elder Broly sneered, revealing a concentrated energy beam. "Ah!" The younger Broly hastily raised his hand to block, only to be sent flying hundreds of meters, ultimately crashing into a rocky mountain. A blinding white light erupted, transforming into a crimson fireball that obliterated the mountain, sending shockwaves that ravaged the surroundings and leaving behind a crater 100 meters wide. Broly, Paragus, having briefly relaxed, was now tense again, sprinting toward the crater. He calculated that if anything happened to his son, his long-planned revenge would be in shambles. If necessary, he would destroy planet Vegeta, ensuring that the others perished alongside him. On the rocks, Sun Wukong shielded his eyes and gazed in awe. Wow, what incredible power. Yet, Broly showed restraint. Vegeta scoffed, that fool is still alive. The battle is far from over. Indeed, a more potent aura emanated from within the crater. Fantastic! Sun Wukong exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. His power is nearly surpassing Super Saiyan Blue. I yearn for a thrilling battle. Frieza, with a mocking tone, retorted, oh ho ho, you monkey remain as dim-witted as ever. Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head, really? I think I'm quite clever. Frieza rolled his eyes, dismissing the conversation. At the edge of the crater, Paragus leaned over and shouted, Broly, if you're alive, respond. I am your father. His voice echoed within the pit, yet no reply came. Paragus abruptly stood, staggering back a few steps, his face ashen. Impossible. My Broly cannot die here. His clenched fists trembled, rage igniting in his eyes. How dare they lay a hand on his Broly? Years of meticulous planning lay in ruins. At that moment, he yearned to take everyone down with him. As he reached for his sidearm, an unusual sound emanated from the bottom of the pit. Paragus paused, hesitated, then suddenly lunged to the edge, exclaiming, Broly, you're still alive. His voice trembled with agitation. Come out. Eliminate these wretched beings. Before his words could fully resonate, a torrent of violent energy surged from the pit, violently toppling him. Paragus clumsily rose, gazing in astonishment at the swirling dust. Could it be that Broly had lost control again? The ground began to quake intensely, and the energy waves erupting from the pit sent shivers even through Sun Wukong. Yet, this was not fear, but rather an uncontrollable exhilaration in the face of a formidable adversary. It is coming. Sun Wukong fixated on the ever-expanding vortex of energy, accompanied by a deafening explosion. A white and green aura shot skyward. Old Broly descended from the heavens, cackling as he embraced this fateful confrontation. He deliberately suppressed his strength, aiming to draw out his opponent's full potential, eagerly anticipating a showdown in the ultimate form of the legendary Super Saiyan. As the new Broly's figure gradually ascended, Paragus impatiently waved his arms, attack, eliminate them. Noticing his son's lack of response, he brandished the electric control device menacingly. If you remain disobedient, do not blame me for being unkind. At that moment, Broly was already consumed by his battle instincts, deaf to his father's reprimands. The surging power within him heralded an even more terrifying eruption. Upon seeing the device, Broly did not find calm. Instead, he recalled the excruciating pain of past electric shocks. Rage swiftly engulfed his reason. He clenched his fists and roared, unleashing an astonishing surge of energy. The ferocious energy wave instantly hurled the unsuspecting Paragus away, who crashed violently against a boulder before finally coming to a halt. Aya! Broly continued to roar, his muscles swelling, the white aura wildly expanding, even tearing his specially designed battle suit. Is he out of control again? Paragus struggled to rise, furiously raising the controller. You dare to attack me. Experience this sensation once more. Just as he was about to press the button, Sun Wukong teleported in, firmly grasping his arm. Mind your own business. Vegeta scoffed, yet inwardly he felt relieved. He yearned for a fair duel with Broly, disdainful of such despicable tactics. Frieza, with a sinister grin, remarked, what a nauseating sense of benevolence. Sun Wukong, you will pay for this. Wukong acted rightly. Mufeng and Whis nodded in approval, continuing to observe the unfolding battle. Bardock's son, Paragus, shocked, released the controller, only to be consumed by rage. How dare a lowly warrior obstruct me? He struggled desperately, yet found himself unable to budge Sun Wukong in the slightest. I still feel I'm lacking. Wukong chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Let go, you lowly warrior. Paragus, flushed with anger, shouted, straining to pull back with all his might. Huh, you want me to let go? Then I shall. Upon hearing Paragus's command, Sun Wukong released his grip. However, as Paragus yanked back forcefully, Wukong suddenly loosened his hold, sending him tumbling out. You damn bastard. You should have met your end on planet Vegeta, just like Bardock. Paragus glared fiercely at Sun Wukong, cursing without restraint. Despite his fierce words, he did not forget to retrieve the fallen device from the ground, hastily stashing it back into his pocket. The cacophony of insults evidently incensed Sun Wukong, whose previously jovial demeanor swiftly darkened. With a serious expression, he advanced step by step towards the fallen Paragus. What do you, a mere lowly warrior, intend to do? Paragus, realizing the gravity of the situation, scrambled backward in a panic, trembling as he shouted, "Stay away. Get lost. Keep your distance." Yet, no matter how loudly he yelled, Sun Wukong remained unresponsive, his relentless approach unimpeded. Paragus, sitting on the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, desperately inched backward until he collided with a massive boulder, feeling utterly cornered. At that moment, the new Broly abruptly ceased his explosive aura. Paragus's eyes brightened as he called out to Broly, "Hey, Broly, come save me. I'm over here." However, the new Broly was entirely beyond control, his mind consumed solely by the fervor of battle. "Ah!" Broly roared, his aura surging dramatically as he fixed his gaze upon the elder Broly and charged forward. "Ha! Finally! He's here." The elder Broly smirked coldly, unleashing his own aura to charge headlong into the fray. Damn it! Broly has completely lost control. Paragus clenched his fists in anger, striking the stone behind him as he glared at the ever-approaching Sun Wukong. "It's over. At this proximity, I won't even have time to draw a weapon. Damn it! Am I truly going to perish here today? Am I, Paragus, destined to meet my end on this planet of Wampa? This is utterly unacceptable. I have yet to personally eliminate Vegeta, nor have I claimed dominion over the universe. To die at the hands of a lowly warrior, the son of Bardock, is an utter disgrace. Nevertheless, the uncontrollable Broly is not something you can handle. Just wait to be annihilated by him. No one will escape. Together, we shall descend into hell." Paragus cursed inwardly, fully aware of his lack of escape routes, and he bellowed at Sun Wukong, "You bastards, don't get too smug. Even as a ghost, I, Paragus, will not spare you. You will all perish. Prepare to be butchered by Broly. I shall await you in hell." Sun Wukong disregarded his curses, stepping before him and reaching out. Paragus, terrified, shut his eyes, convinced his demise was imminent. Yet, after several seconds, he felt no pain and realized he was still alive. With bewilderment, he opened his eyes to find Sun Wukong standing before him, unharmed. However, Sun Wukong held an object in his hand, the very device Paragus used to control Broly through electric shocks. Curse it, Paragus thought, clinging to a shred of hope as he hastily searched his pockets. Indeed, the device was missing. Undoubtedly, the apparatus in Sun Wukong's possession was the one that controlled Broly. Damn it, what does this guy intend to do? Paragus's heart raced with alarm. Was this lowly warrior planning to use the device to shock Broly into submission, coercing him to obey? If that were to come to pass, the weakened Broly would be unable to resist. Would I have sacrificed myself in vain? This absolutely cannot happen. In a fit of rage, fueled by the ambition of universal domination still unfulfilled, Paragus shouted at Sun Wukong, "You wretched fool! Who gave you permission to touch my controller? Return it to me at once, you inferior warrior." Sun Wukong remained silent, unfazed by Paragus's incessant insults. His gaze was fixed intently on the controller in his hand, his expression darkening with each passing moment. It was this very device that emitted currents to exert control over Broly. Wukong's grip tightened around his fist as he suddenly shot a furious glare at Paragus. "How dare you employ such despicable tactics against your own flesh and blood? Broly is not your weapon of war." Paragus, struck at his core, erupted with rage. "This is none of your business. Return the controller to me." Struggling to rise, he was met with the sight of Sun Wukong shattering the controller into pieces. "Have you lost your mind?" Paragus stood frozen in shock, then lunged frantically towards the fragments on the ground, exclaiming, "My controller!" With his back turned, Wukong coldly replied, "I am fully aware of my actions." Paragus trembled as he clutched the shards. How dare a mere lowly warrior challenge me? No matter how vehemently he cursed, Wukong chose to ignore him. The remnants of the shattered controller slipped through his fingers like the ambitions he once harbored to control Broly, now utterly dissolved into nothingness. Fuming, Paragus glared at the broken instrument in his hands, his fury reaching a boiling point. He hurled the fragments to the ground and leapt to strike Wukong. "Damn you! Die!" he roared, swinging his fist towards Wukong. In a flash, just as the blow was about to land, Wukong disappeared. Paragus lost his balance, nearly tumbling over, cursing in frustration. "Damn it! Broly is out of control. He no longer recognizes anyone. You have no idea what disaster you have unleashed." His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Wukong and Vegeta, who had returned to the rocks. A sinister thought crossed his mind. Since Broly had already gone mad and his own life was forfeit, he might as well gather energy in secret and seize the opportunity to exact revenge on them. With this resolve, he smirked darkly and stealthily moved away to recharge his energy weapon. This time, he vowed, he would personally eliminate Vegeta. On the rocks, Sun Wukong reappeared, his expression grim, evidently irritated by Paragus. Most Scions are like this. It's just how they are, Vegeta remarked, casting a glance at him. I know, but that guy is infuriating. Wukong recalled Paragus's manipulation of Broly, his anger flaring once more. Frieza interjected with a mocking chuckle. I must admit, I rather admire his approach. Silence, Frieza. Speak another word, and I shall toss you down to fight Broly. Vegeta retorted impatiently. You can certainly try. Frieza provocatively narrowed his eyes. The atmosphere grew tense. Focus on the battle. We can argue later, Mu Feng interjected, diffusing the situation. Whis smiled at Sun Wukong, saying, once we bring Broly back, he will be a fine companion. Indeed. I will ensure he returns with us. Sun Wukong's spirits lifted once more. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from above. Everyone looked up to see two Brolys engaged in a frenzied clash, the energy collision causing violent eruptions. As the dust settled, the two combatants surged forward, exchanging blows with a thunderous cacophony. Seizing the opportunity, the elder Broly unleashed a powerful energy blast that struck the younger Broly squarely in the face, sending him hurtling away. Old Broly let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha, this is precisely what makes it thrilling." He cast a sinister smile towards the direction where the new Broly had been sent flying, whispering, the game is about to end. It's time for you to witness the true power that resides within us. With a resounding roar, old Broly assumed a fighting stance, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. A blinding green light erupted from his being, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. The ground trembled violently, and the air distorted under the force of the energy. A golden-green aura wrapped around his body, as he underwent a remarkable transformation, growing 30 centimeters taller, his muscles bulging, his pupils vanishing, and his golden hair transforming into a vibrant green. A furious column of energy shot skyward, a terrifying presence sweeping across the land. In that moment, old Broly achieved the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. This astonishing metamorphosis immediately caught Frieza's attention. Oh, is this the fabled Super Saiyan? He mused, observing intently. It was neither golden nor blue, but rather green-haired. Turning to mock Goku and Vegeta, he sneered, "You Scions are truly fascinating. Your hair colors are reminiscent of a chameleon. What is so amusing?" Vegeta retorted angrily. "If you have the guts, why don't you try his fist yourself?" Frieza narrowed his eyes, taunting, "Did I strike a nerve? Mr. Vegeta?" He elongated his tone, watching as Vegeta trembled with rage, then feigned a smile, just a jest. "I am far more curious about the strength of this legendary warrior. Frieza, I shall deliver you to hell myself." Vegeta's fists crackled ominously. Meanwhile, Mu Feng, observing from the sidelines, nodded at Whis. "His power has significantly increased since last time. You've worked hard." Whis smiled cheerfully in response, "Not at all. Your contributions far surpass mine. Yet, it seems this version of Broly has yet to fully unlock his potential. I fear." Mu Feng gazed at the battlefield. "It all hinges on whether the other Broly can achieve his transformation as well. Otherwise, this contest will soon reach its conclusion." "You are absolutely right, Mu Feng," Whis replied with a smile. "The duel between the two Brolys is becoming increasingly thrilling. It is indeed something to anticipate." He then turned to Mu Feng, expressing a hint of apology. "My dear Mu Feng, I have devoured all the snacks on the table. Do you have any left?" Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had been so engrossed in the match that he hadn't noticed was consuming all that food. "No problem. I shall replenish it immediately." Coming to his senses, Mu Feng waved his staff, and the table was soon laden with an array of delectable treats. "Thank you so much." Whis' eyes sparkled as he quickly grabbed a cookie to savor. This tastes even better than Bulma's," Whis remarked, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. "Your snacks are always so delightful, dear Mu Feng. I'm glad you enjoy them," Mu Feng replied with a smile. As Whis continued to indulge, he reflected, "Every time I am with you, I get to enjoy such exquisite delights. I truly wish Lord Beerus could switch places with you. Alas, you are an angel, otherwise I would certainly propose it to the Omni King. Perhaps let us not pursue that." Mu Feng chuckled awkwardly. It had become a habit for him to carry delicacies. Considering that Whis, Beerus, Goku, and Kappa were all avid food enthusiasts, using culinary delights to foster connections is undoubtedly the most effective approach. At this thought, Feng recalled the need to find time to observe the training of the future son go on. However, for now, he decided to focus on the riveting contest before him. He cast his gaze upward at the elder Broly in the sky. Indeed, the legendary power of the Super Saiyan was astonishing. Son Goku, filled with excitement, stood up, exclaiming, "Our Broly can transform into this. I can't wait to engage him in battle." "Humph. Stop dreaming." Vegeta interjected with discontent. "The next to fight him will be me." "Vegeta, Kakarot, you can just watch." All right. I want to compete with you," Son Goku cheerfully replied. "That's more like it." Vegeta turned his face away. In midair, the transformed elder Broly radiated an astounding energy. Golden flames surged upwards, and a tempest of vicious energy rippled outward. His hair and garments danced within the gusts. His gaze growing increasingly fierce, exuding a terrifying aura. Even the newly enraged Broly was momentarily taken aback by this overwhelming presence, a power he had never encountered before. However, this fleeting hesitation was quickly consumed by the flames of fury. With a primal roar, the new Broly erupted again, his right fist imbued with destructive force, hurtling towards Elder Broly's face. Aya! Elder Broly remained unmoved, allowing the fist to approach unimpeded. When the iron fist met his visage, he instead broke into a grim smile. The legendary Super Saiyan's physique rendered the blow akin to a mere tickle. Boom! The counterattack was swift. Elder Broly retaliated with a powerful strike, sending the new Broly flying several meters. Before the latter could descend, Elder Broly had already appeared, pinning his head and driving half of his body into the ground. With a thunderous crash, as debris flew, Elder Broly seized his prey and hurled him into the air, delivering an elbow strike that sent him soaring again. As the new Broly regained his balance, he unleashed a straight punch cloaked in white energy, only to be ensnared by Elder Broly, who deftly maneuvered behind him, restraining both of his arms. The struggling new Broly felt as if caught in an iron grip. Elder Broly coldly laughed, delivering a series of knee strikes, each thud accompanied by the splattering of blood from the new Broly's mouth. The searing pain ignited an even more ferocious power within him, accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar. The new Broly's aura erupted, executing a spinning kick that freed him from his restraints. Interesting. Elder Broly licked his lips, urging the flames of rage to burn even brighter. His golden aura swelled as he eagerly welcomed the frenzied charge of his opponent. In an instant, the sky erupted with numerous sonic booms, shockwaves tearing the earth asunder, creating a web of cracks. Each exchange of blows left craters in the ground, the entire area trembling in the midst of the energy storm. Absolutely spectacular. Son Goku watched with gleaming eyes. This power was akin to that of Vegeta and himself. His gaze followed the intertwined golden and white streams of energy in the sky. Even under these circumstances, Broly was able to hold his own, which was truly impressive. I am particularly eager to face Broly. He hasn't even transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan yet. I can hardly wait to see how strong he becomes. I must admit he possesses some skill. But I, Vegeta, will not concede easily. Vegeta crossed his arms, a smirk dancing at the corners of his mouth as he addressed Goku. Kakarot, just sit back and watch. What legendary Super Saiyan? I, Vegeta, shall personally deal with Broly. There won't even be a need for you to step in. So, just behave yourself, Kakarot. Oh, come now. Vegeta, do not be so overconfident, Goku replied, scratching his head. Broly's power is indeed formidable, and he hasn't even unleashed his full potential. Just look at Broly over there. He clearly possesses greater strength, yet he has refrained from going all out several times. He must be eager to witness the full force of our Broly in this timeline. With that, Goku chuckled as he gazed at the fierce battle unfolding in the sky. Enough of your chatter, Kakarot. Just focus on watching. Vegeta retorted, turning his thumb up, his signature confident grin illuminating his face. I shall prove to you that the strongest Saiyan is none other than me, Vegeta. All right, just be careful, Goku replied with a resigned smile. Oh ho ho, Vegeta truly has confidence, though it seems we are missing someone, Frieza remarked with a sinister grin, surveying the surroundings. The aerial clash raged on with resounding booms. Thud, thud, thud. The intense collisions echoed as the two combatants moved so swiftly that only their afterimages remained, with shockwaves rippling through the air. Suddenly, they descended to the ground, the new Broly staggering back several meters, while the old Broly remained unmoved, grinning wickedly. This completely infuriated the new Broly, who unleashed a fierce surge of energy and charged forward, only to have each attack effortlessly blocked. "Come on," the old Broly bellowed, seizing the new Broly by the head and crashing him into the ground. Bang! A dull thud reverberated as the new Broly was sent reeling, dazed and stumbling back several steps, utterly bewildered. The old Broly beckoned him with a finger, a manic smile plastered across his face. "Is this all you can do? You, my other self, are truly disappointing." "Ah!" The new Broly roared in fury and charged again. Bang! 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 The old Broly effortlessly turned and blocked, neutralizing every one of his assaults. Seizing the opportunity, the old Broly delivered a powerful punch directly to the new Broly's chest. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, sending the new Broly soaring as if struck by lightning, crashing heavily into the ground. The earth trembled as a massive crater formed beneath him. Suddenly, a tri-hued flash of green, gray, and white illuminated the sky. In the next moment, the old Broly gathered a teal energy sphere in his hands. "Catch!" he shouted, hurling the energy sphere down towards the new Broly, who lay incapacitated in the pit, powerless to escape, watching helplessly as the sphere grew larger, ultimately transforming into a teal fireball descending upon him. "Ah!" His cries were swallowed by the impending doom. Boom! In a blinding flash of white light, the ground was obliterated, leaving behind only a colossal impact crater. The new Broly lay motionless in the center, eyes shut tight, completely unconscious. "Is this where it ends?" The old Broly hovered above, disappointment etched across his face. "It seems you have a long way to go. When you are able to transform into a Super Saiyan, I shall return to battle you." On a nearby rock, Goku scratched his head and sighed. "Vegeta, it's your turn." Vegeta crossed his arms, snorting disdainfully. "I shall deal with him later." Just as he was about to turn away, both warriors suddenly felt a tremor coursing through their bodies. A terrifying energy erupts from the meteorite crater. "What?" Sun Wukong's eyes widen in disbelief as Broly's aura intensifies. Frieza, with a sinister smile, approaches. "Oh? What intriguing event has transpired? Truly astonishing." Sun Wukong trembles with excitement, for he has managed to surpass his limits in such a moment. "Broly, your strength is beyond comprehension. I wish time would accelerate. I can hardly contain my eagerness to engage you in a fierce battle." "Oh, your power has increased again. The legendary Super Saiyan is indeed fascinating." Frieza displays a look of astonishment, his gaze shifting to the immense meteorite crater. In the eyes of this cosmic overlord, even the level of attack witnessed moments ago would be challenging for his current self to withstand, and even if he barely endured it, it would drain all his strength. To his surprise, Broly not only withstood this lethal blow but, according to Sun Wukong, has grown even stronger as a result. This piqued Frieza's immense interest, especially since, technically, Broly is one of his warriors. With proper training, he might become the most capable subordinate. Imagine teaming up with Broly to easily deal with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Those Saiyans. However, fantasies are often grand, while reality is stark. Lost in this daydream, Frieza completely forgets that since his resurrection, every move he makes has been under the watchful eyes of Whis and the god of destruction, Beerus, rendering him incapable of committing any wrongdoing. Vegeta, his face taut, fixates on the meteorite crater and suddenly exclaims, "Here it comes." Almost simultaneously, a deafening roar accompanies a golden beam of light soaring into the sky. The violent energy fluctuations cause the earth to tremble violently, as if the apocalypse has arrived. "Ha! You can still stand. Splendid. Let me see how far you can grow." Another version of myself. Floating in the air, the elder Broly grins wickedly, not seizing the opportunity to attack, but rather watching with keen interest. He wishes to witness the limits of this younger self firsthand. Deep within the crater, the new Broly's fists gradually radiate golden light, the glow spreading along his arms and enveloping his entire body. As he suddenly opens his eyes, his black hair transforms into golden flames, and his pupils shine a brilliant gold. With a roar, the speed of the earth's cracking intensifies. As the second roar resonates, the golden beam pierces the heavens, shattering the clouds. When the flames dissipate, the new Broly ascends slowly into the air, enveloped in a golden aura, his face contorted with violent power, veins bulging as if alive. This is the full-power Super Saiyan form. The new Broly has just evolved from a state of anger into the full-power Super Saiyan 1 form. "Ah!" He throws his head back and roars, unleashing an astonishing energy shockwave. The elder Broly waves his hand to disperse the incoming shockwave, eagerly watching the increasingly powerful new Broly. Grinning, excellent. This is the power. Continue to grow stronger, another version of myself. Sun Wukong exclaims in shock. Are you kidding me? This energy is absurdly strong. The new Broly's power has surpassed that of the Super Saiyan God Blue. Vegeta's expression darkens. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? He is truly a monster. Frieza observed with keen interest. Oh, the hair has turned golden. It seems to be the Super Saiyan form. However, unlike the Broly opposite him, he is likely not yet the legendary Super Saiyan. He let out a cold chuckle, finding the Saiyans to be a rather intriguing race. Reflecting on the past, Frieza felt a complex mix of emotions. When he had obliterated planet Vegeta, he had inadvertently allowed so many Saiyans to escape. Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan had led to his defeat, and in the future, Trunks had shattered him, only for him to be vanquished once more by Goku and Vegeta upon his revival. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Saiyans, yet felt a tinge of regret over their annihilation. Had he not feared the emergence of a Super Saiyan, he could have manipulated this group of warriors to serve his own purposes and continued his reign over the universe. With a menacing glare directed at Goku and Vegeta, he shifted his attention to Broly. Whis, intrigued, inquired of Mufeng, is Broly in his current state considered a Super Saiyan? Though it seems he is not of the legendary kind? Mufeng nodded, elucidating. The legendary Super Saiyan appears once in a millennium, with hair tinged green, a ferocious temperament, and an ability to grow stronger as battles progress. He elaborated, stating that during transformation, the physique would swell, significantly amplifying combat power, speed, and defense. Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza all perked up to listen to his explanation. This extraordinary power can be sustained for an extended duration, with no defined limit. After becoming stronger, the body experiences no strain, and stamina consumption does not accelerate. Possessing such astonishing might characterizes the legendary warrior known as the Super Saiyan. Mufeng smiled as he gestured towards the two Brolys in the air, both of whom were indeed legendary Super Saiyans, endowed with this terrifying power. As for Whis' Broly from your universe, Mufeng glanced over with a smile and continued, I suspect he is currently in a state of fury, having surpassed his limits to attain the full power Super Saiyan form. Ah, I see. Today has been quite enlightening. Whis chuckled behind his hand. Haha, it's not too bad. Mufeng replied with a smile. Wow, no wonder the legendary Super Saiyan is so much more formidable than us. Goku exclaimed, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. His excitement remained unabated, particularly upon noting Mufeng's mention of Broly's ability to continuously grow stronger during combat. Growing stronger as he fights? How marvelous. Once Mufeng's angelic Broly departs, I shall have no shortage of opponents. I must certainly engage with him frequently to enhance my strength. Goku clenched his fists, his mind brimming with visions of future battles against Broly. Vegeta, upon hearing this, erupted with fury, his head nearly exploding with rage as he bellowed at Goku. You imbecile cockroach. What do you mean by that? Am I, Vegeta, unworthy to be your opponent? Now you're even thinking about having Broly spar with you. Do I not exist in your eyes at all? Damn you cockroach. Ah. Goku flinched at the roar, scratching his head as he turned away, awkwardly chuckling. Vegeta, you accidentally revealed your true feelings. Kakarot. Vegeta seethed, his head swelling with anger as he confronted Goku, roaring in fury. Do not be angry. I never claimed you lacked strength. Sun Wukong hastily gestured, eager to clarify. From now on, the three of us shall fight together and grow stronger, and that will suffice. Humph. Who would want to join you too? I, Vegeta, am the true strongest. Vegeta retorted with a haughty turn of his head, arms crossed as he gazed at Broly in the sky, silently vowing, just wait and see, cockroach. Soon, I shall demonstrate to you who is truly more powerful, Broly or I. When it is my turn, I will surely bring him to the ground and make you all realize that I, Vegeta, am indeed the mightiest Saiyan. Frieza, perpetually wearing a sinister smile, nodded slightly after hearing Mufeng's remarks, plotting a new scheme in his mind. To be able to infinitely enhance one's power during battle? If I could recruit Broly into the Frieza force, I might even surpass the god of destruction, Beerus, in the future. What an unexpected windfall. I have struck gold this time. I must find an opportunity to secretly take Broly away. He seems rather simple-minded and should be easy to deceive. Soon, he will no longer be Paragus' son, but rather my exclusive weapon. Speaking of which, where was that old fool Paragus? Frisia surveyed the ground, finding no trace of him. It appeared that this old monkey was also scheming. Foolish monkey, having lingered too long on this wretched planet has rusted your brain. My Frisia force only requires Broly. We have no need for you. A decrepit relic, Frisia muttered under his breath, a chilling smile forming on his face as he feigned indifference, lifting his gaze to the fierce battle between the two Brolys in the sky. Ah! The young Broly roared, his crimson eyes fixated firmly on the older Broly, as his right hand suddenly erupted with yellow-green luminescence, instantly condensing into an energy blast directed at his opponent. Child's play. The older Broly unleashed a surge of energy, effortlessly swatting the energy blast aside and darting towards his adversary like lightning. The young Broly abruptly silenced, clenching his fists as the other approached, unleashing a rapid punch in response. Bang! The blow landed heavily on the chest of the older Broly, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Though he quickly regained his footing, he licked his lips, revealing a taunting grin. Is that all you've got? You truly disappoint me, kid. Such a feeble punch. Put some effort into it. Before his words could fully escape, the older Broly had already appeared before him. Boom! The young Broly took a solid punch to the abdomen, sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several rocky mountains before finally embedding himself into the mountainside. Despite the young Broly's surge in power, he still fell short compared to the older Broly, who had achieved a higher transformation. After training in the Room of Spirit and Time, the older Broly's strength had vastly improved. Suspended in the air, the older Broly gazed into the distance. Suddenly, the mountain containing the young Broly trembled violently, shockwaves erupting from the cracks. Boom! The entire mountain exploded into fragments, and the young Broly, radiant with golden light, stood proudly in midair, his muscles bulging and energy surging. Interesting, the older Broly's smile deepened. Huh! The young Broly roared, transforming into a golden comet hurtling forward, his fists raining down like a storm. The elder Broly, calm and composed, deftly blocked the incoming attack. Seizing the moment between strikes, he suddenly darted to the side, his palm having mysteriously coalesced a compressed energy blast, which he forcefully pressed against his foe's back. A blinding green light erupted, sending the younger Broly hurtling through the air once more. This time, however, the new Broly did not succumb to chaos. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a fierce surge of energy, halting himself midair. He turned, golden flames erupting wildly around him, resembling a tempest as he charged once again at the elder Broly. This punch encapsulated all his might, devoid of reservation. The resounding impact reverberated, shockwaves radiating outward from the two combatants, dislodging objects from their belts. Yet, this ferocious blow was effortlessly intercepted by the elder Broly with a single hand. Raising his head slightly, he regarded the younger Broly with a challenging gaze, his expression tinged with disappointment. Still insufficient. It seems I must apply more pressure. With that, he forcefully thrust, sending the new Broly reeling, and followed with a powerful kick that struck his head. The younger Broly had no time to react and endured the blow. The elder Broly continued his relentless assault, launching an energy blast that struck the younger Broly squarely in the face. Boom! The explosion sent the new Broly flying. Just as he steadied himself to counter, the elder Broly had already appeared behind him, delivering another kick that sent him soaring. A torrential barrage of attacks rained down upon the younger Broly, fists and feet pounding relentlessly. Thud! 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 The new Broly was utterly defenseless. Ultimately, the elder Broly seized him by the waist, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. As the younger Broly prepared to struggle, the elder Broly erupted in a blaze of green flames, engulfing them both in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the shockwave from the energy explosion obliterated everything in its path, clouds of dust swirling and debris scattering. A massive crater formed in the ground, reminiscent of a cataclysmic disaster. In the distance, Frisia remarked coldly, "Oh, is it coming to an end?" Goku, resolute in his gaze, replied, "No, Frisia, Broly's power extends far beyond this. He can become even stronger." Frisia chuckled lightly. "Then I shall witness just how much struggle your scions can muster." On the battlefield, the elder Broly maintained an iron grip on the younger Broly, relentlessly applying pressure. Blood spilled from the younger Broly's mouth, his consciousness fading, his strength gradually waning. Yet, in the next moment, his aura surged dramatically. The golden flames expanded with ferocity, propelling the elder Broly backward. Aya! The new Broly roared, arcs of electricity crackling around him, the golden flames soaring skyward, causing the ground to tremble violently. The terrifying energy waves spread like ripples, dislodging stones and fracturing the earth. His hair stood even more erect, his bangs dancing in the wind, his gaze sharp as a blade. The golden flames enveloped him, lightning pulsating wildly as he finally transcended his limits. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Broly had astonishingly surpassed his limits to become Super Saiyan 2. This unexpected transformation left Mu Feng astounded. According to the original narrative, the new Broly should have transitioned directly from a state of rage into the legendary Super Saiyan form. Could it be that the elder Broly's presence had awakened his latent potential? The encounter of two Brolys from different timelines had sparked a wondrous reaction. Suddenly, Mu Feng pondered. If he could transform into Super Saiyan 2, then perhaps Super Saiyan 3 is also within reach. However, the most significant aspect remains the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, which is the unique pinnacle of Broly's power. If the older Broly continues to cultivate based on this legendary form, it is conceivable that he could transcend to Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, or even 4. Should he achieve such a feat, the magnitude of his power would be unimaginable. Goku and Vegeta stood in awe. How could this novice fighter, Broly, attain Super Saiyan 2 so swiftly? They recalled the extensive time they had invested to reach that level. It was astounding. Goku exclaimed with excitement. At this rate, he might soon attain Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. It took me so many years to master Super Saiyan 2, and this kid. What infuriates me further is that the Super Saiyan 3 form, which I have been unable to surpass, Broly might achieve in mere days. As the Prince of Saiyans, this is utterly disgraceful. Just wait and see. Vegeta clenched his fists, vowing to teach this scoundrel a lesson. Meanwhile, Frieza, though surprised, was more delighted than anything. It seemed he must devise a way to harness Broly's power. In the future, he would undoubtedly make this Saiyan his own. Oh dear, it appears this battle will not cease anytime soon, remarked Whis with a smile. Indeed, we must wait a little longer. Let us quietly relish this spectacular confrontation, responded Mu Feng with a light laugh. Observing the new Broly transform into Super Saiyan 2, the older Broly murmured to himself, so this is Super Saiyan 2. He then revealed a proud grin and shouted towards his counterpart, come on, let me witness your strength. Another me. No sooner had he spoken than the older Broly ignited in golden flames, charging toward his opponent like lightning. The new Broly retracted his aura and struck with a punch, which was firmly blocked by the other. In the blink of an eye, the two ascended into the air, engaging in a fierce clash. Boom, boom, boom. The very fabric of existence trembled with their collisions. The sound of explosions echoed continuously, and shockwaves rippled through the air. Even from thousands of meters away, the aftermath of their battle created countless craters on the ground, with fissures spreading like a spider's web. Ha! That's it. Keep fighting. After a brief exchange, the older Broly retreated to gather his strength, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. The Saiyan blood coursing through him was already boiling. Not only he, but also the spectators, Goku and Vegeta, felt their own blood surging with excitement. Even the irrational new Broly instinctively yearned for this unrestrained battle. Bang! At the moment their fists collided, a visible shockwave surged outward, shaking the very heavens and earth. Although the Super Saiyan 2 form granted the new Broly the capability to contend with the legendary form, the disparity in their levels remained. A thunderous roar erupted as a blinding white light exploded, accompanied by a deafening sound, and the scorching shockwave leveled everything around. The two warriors, undeterred, charged into the still lingering smoke to continue their fierce skirmish. Damn it! How much longer must we wait? I can hardly contain my eagerness to join in. Vegeta growled, his fists clenched in impatience. Haha, I fear we may have to wait a bit longer, Goku replied with a grin. This is their battle. We shall adhere to the order we agreed upon. Though he too felt an insatiable itch for battle, he nonetheless adhered to the rules of the contest. TCH. Then let us allow more time. Vegeta suppressed his fervor for combat and heavily reclined back in his chair, crossing his arms to watch the fray. From amidst the smoke, the sound of fierce collisions resonated as the figures of the two warriors darted through the haze, each encounter igniting further chaos. The entire battlefield crumbled under the weight of their fierce conflict, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Fists clashed with intensity, the shockwaves dispersing the billowing smoke in an instant. New Broly unleashed an energy sphere, which seemed destined to strike old Broly, only for the latter to vanish without a trace. The energy sphere whistled past, detonating in the distance with a blinding burst of red and white light. Boom! In the cacophony, the entire area was laid to waste. New Broly scanned his surroundings in confusion, unable to sense the presence of his opponent. Above you, old Broly's voice thundered from the sky. Before New Broly could even look up, a powerful elbow struck his chest, sending him hurtling backwards like a cannonball, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. Before the dust could settle, old Broly pursued him like a bolt of lightning, aiming a crushing stomp at New Broly's head. In a critical moment, New Broly rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow that obliterated the ground beneath him. Huh! New Broly roared, charging forward with a clenched fist. Old Broly effortlessly intercepted the blow, yanking him forward while simultaneously firing an energy sphere that struck New Broly squarely in the face. The force sent him soaring, yet his energy surged tremendously mid-flight. Goku, Vegeta, and the others keenly sensed this shift. Just as old Broly prepared to mock him, New Broly planted his hands on the ground to halt his momentum, then clenched his fists and bellowed to the heavens. Aya! A golden aura erupted skyward as his power surged once more. The ground beneath him shattered, and his figure blurred with speed. Old Broly hastily defended himself, but was still pushed back by the overwhelming force. The energy sphere erupted against his chest, propelling him into the air. Before he could catch his breath, New Broly was upon him once again. Interesting. Now this is exhilarating. Old Broly felt his blood surge, the Scion's combative instincts fully ignited. Bang! 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 The two battled from the ground to the sky, leaving devastation in their wake. In that moment, old Broly comprehended the terrifying nature of the time-defying Broly, realizing how astonishingly fast this younger version of himself was evolving. Despite merely being in the Super Saiyan 2 Rage form, he could contend with his legendary Super Saiyan form. This revelation both shocked and exhilarated old Broly, twisting his expression into one of fierce delight. Seizing an opening, old Broly concentrated all his might into a single punch that connected with New Broly's face. Roaring with exhilaration, "That's it. This is the true Broly." New Broly was sent reeling by the tremendous force, but after flying several meters, he abruptly halted. "Ah!" he bellowed, erupting with energy once more, charging at his opponent with reckless abandon. "Come on, keep fighting." Old Broly grinned wickedly, his fists drawn to his sides as he gathered energy, unleashing a golden wave that exploded forth. The two figures collided in an instant, unleashing a thunderous roar in the air. With each exchange of blows, their speed intensified, and their assaults grew ever more ferocious. In a moment of exuberance, the air was filled with the resounding echoes of impact. The New Broly landed a heavy punch squarely on the face of the old Broly, while simultaneously receiving a brutal blow to his abdomen. Neither fighter yielded, retracting their fists only to lunge at one another once more. With a thunderous crash, their fleeting silhouettes collided, unleashing a ferocious shockwave that shattered the ground for hundreds of meters around. In this exchange, the New Broly faltered slightly, staggering backward from the force. Seizing the advantage, the old Broly closed in and delivered an uppercut, sending the New Broly soaring into the air. Before he could regain his composure, his head was seized and hurled skyward. A barrage of energy blasts followed closely, exploding into fiery orbs in midair. Suddenly, amidst the smoke, a brilliant green light erupted as the New Broly crossed his arms, breaking through the haze with renewed fury. Roar. Now this is more like it. The old Broly erupted in manic laughter, his energy surging to unprecedented levels. At the moment their fists clashed, the sonic boom that ensued overturned the entire cloud cover. In the heat of close-quarters combat, both fighters retreated simultaneously, their throats surging with green energy. Boom. The collision of two torrents of energy produced a blinding light that assaulted the eyes, while the ensuing shockwave sent both combatants flying. Yet, they did not wait for the smoke to clear. Instead, they charged into the obscurity, grappling fiercely. The New Broly unleashed a flurry of energy blasts, which the old Broly either dodged or deflected with ease. Not enough power, he taunted, striking a classic charging pose. Amidst the celestial radiance, the New Broly was indeed provoked to an unprecedented fury, his aura swelling beyond imagination. In an instant, both warriors focused their energy, launching towards each other like arrows released from a bow, reigniting the flames of battle. My, the prowess of the two Brolys has indeed advanced, Whis remarked, his expression one of surprise. Indeed, brother Whis, Mu Feng replied, a sly smile gracing his lips, but this is far from their limit. It seems the tournament of power will be even more captivating, particularly the contest between our two universes. Every mention of the cosmic competitions gives me a headache. Whis chuckled softly, leaning closer to Mu Feng to whisper, Lord Beerus is undoubtedly worried sick about it. Currently, Goku and Vegeta here are significantly outmatched by your counterparts. That's true, Mu Feng said, unable to suppress a chuckle, especially considering Lord Beerus's keen interest in Lord Kampa's opinions, which pertain to matters of pride. At that moment, in the realm of the gods of destruction, achoo, Lord Beerus, indulging in a delightful feast, suddenly sneezed. Someone must be gossiping about me. He huffed, grumpily stuffing a cookie into his mouth, his expression brightening instantly. Mu Feng's treats truly lifted his spirits. Cough, cough, Beerus said, suddenly serious, when Goku and the others return. I shall impart the destructive energy to Vegeta, just as Mu Feng does. As for Goku, he can be entrusted to Whis for guidance. And what of Frieza and that Broly? We must first assess our Broly's strength. Regardless, Beerus bellowed towards the heavens, at the very least, let us not suffer a humiliating defeat. With that, he returned to his culinary delights. Above planet Vampa, the presence of Broly would surely bring joy to Lord Beerus. Whis gazed at the figures engaged in fierce combat, and said to Mu Feng with a smile, in the days to come, we shall devote ourselves entirely to nurturing our fighters. Be cautious, dear brother Mu Feng. Mu Feng, understanding the implication, returned a knowing smile. Rest assured, we shall astound the entire universe. The rate of growth is truly astonishing. Sensing the escalating energy, Sun Wukong turned to Vegeta and remarked, this is the legendary Super Saiyan. Humph. Vegeta clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, his expression darkening further. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself. Vegeta turned to Whis and Mu Feng, exclaiming, Whis, Mu Feng, it is my turn to take the stage. I have awaited this moment for so long. Legends be damned. I, Vegeta, am the mightiest Saiyan. Watch me effortlessly deal with this Broly. Oh, Whis paused momentarily, smiling at Mu Feng. What do you think, young Mu Feng? Of course. This is your domain, brother Whis. You hold the reins, Mu Feng readily agreed. Haha, Mu Feng truly is perceptive. Whis chuckled as he turned to Vegeta. Then go forth and contend with Broly. Splendid. I can hardly contain my excitement, Vegeta exclaimed, tightening his fists and fixing his gaze on Broly in the sky, declaring, watch how I handle you, this so-called legendary Saiyan. Hey, Vegeta, Sun Wukong interjected anxiously. Did you not just say you would wait until they finished fighting? How cunning. I, too, wished to battle Broly. He had long been unable to suppress his desire to fight, and had he known it could be this way, he would not have idly waited. Humph. Who told you not to think of this strategy? Vegeta dismissed with a wave, striding past Sun Wukong, eager to prove himself as the strongest Saiyan. Standing at the cliff's edge, Vegeta summoned his energy, an aura of white flames erupting around him. In an instant, the flames transformed to gold, his hair and brows shimmering in the same hue, crackling energy surrounding him. He adeptly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, unable to contain his power any longer. Prepare to witness my prowess against Broly. With that proclamation, Vegeta soared into the sky. He is relying solely on Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong sighed with a wry smile. He understood Vegeta's stubborn nature, yet knew this approach would lead to trouble. I truly wish to see Vegeta on the receiving end of a beating, Frieza chuckled to himself. At that moment, two Brolys charged towards each other, on a collision course. With a whoosh, Vegeta suddenly dashed between the two Brolys, forcefully interrupting their duel. Vegeta, what do you intend to do? The elder Broly furrowed his brow, shifting his gaze from Vegeta to Mu Feng below. Mu Feng remained silent, merely offering a faint smile. The elder Broly, immediately grasping the situation, turned to his younger self and said, let us pause our battle for now, another me. I eagerly await your growth. With that, he reined in his Super Saiyan power and flew back to Mu Feng's side. However, the unrestrained younger Broly was oblivious to any reasoning. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his energy, determined to continue the fight. Witnessing his own disregard, Vegeta's fury ignited as he clenched his fists and bellowed, hey, your opponent is me, Vegeta. No sooner had his voice faded than an astonishing aura erupted from within him, instantly intimidating the young Broly. Finally halting his advance, Broly turned his gaze towards him and, without hesitation, lunged forward. Humph, now that's more like it, Vegeta sneered, charging headlong into the fray. The clash of their powers reverberated, but within mere exchanges, it became evident that Vegeta was at a disadvantage. Broly's onslaught intensified, forcing Vegeta to retreat in a desperate attempt to regain his footing. Realizing the dire predicament, Vegeta sought to create distance, yet his opponent offered no respite, unleashing a golden blaze that bore down on him with unrelenting ferocity. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth and raised his arms to defend. Yet he was still sent staggering backwards several meters. On the ground, Broly stood respectfully beside Mufeng, declaring, "Mufeng, I have returned." "Excellent, you understand my intentions," Mufeng replied with a smile, conjuring a chair. "This matter belongs to the 7th universe. It is more fitting for them to resolve it themselves." "I understand." Broly nodded and took a seat. "Oh dear, it seems Vegeta is not a match for Broly," Whis chuckled softly, though his expression remained unfazed. "Indeed, Broly's strength continues to grow, making this battle quite arduous for Vegeta," Mufeng concurred. "The legendary Super Saiyan truly lives up to its name. This is becoming increasingly intriguing," Whis remarked with a twinkle in his eye. In the air, the battle raged on. Boom, boom, boom. The young Broly launched a frenzied assault, akin to a raging beast. Vegeta struggled to defend himself, steadily losing ground. At that moment, a tempest of complex emotions swirled within him. Anger, resentment, and envy intertwined. Only by engaging directly did he fully appreciate Broly's terrifying power, a ferocious pressure reminiscent of a Saiyan transforming into a great ape under a full moon. Broly emanated a suffocating aura of dominance. "Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? How can it suppress me, the pride of Prince Vegeta? Outrageous!" Vegeta roared, unleashing a golden blaze that momentarily halted Broly's advance. "Get out of my way." He executed a flying kick aimed at Broly's face, who hastily raised his hand to block. Bang! The sole of Vegeta's boot slammed against the giant's palm, and a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. The golden energy surged once more, pushing Broly back unsteadily. Crash down. With that roar, his kick finally broke through Broly's defenses, striking the beast-like visage with tremendous force. Broly was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. But it was not over. Vegeta's hands danced through the air, unleashing a torrential barrage of golden energy blasts. The rapid-fire explosions engulfed Broly's form, reducing the ground to scorched earth amid the thunderous cacophony. Is this finally the end? Vegeta fixated on the dissipating smoke, when suddenly his pupils constricted. Buzz! Broly burst through the haze, seizing Vegeta's head and, with the force of a meteor's descent, smashed the prince into the earth's crust. In the fissured ground, only the lower half of Vegeta remained embedded in the rocks. Sighing, Mufeng rubbed his forehead, remarking that if this technique were effective, Yamcha would have long since dominated the universe. "Wow, Broly is incredible," exclaimed Sun Wukong, dancing with excitement. Mufeng mused that this band of battle maniacs would never learn tactical analysis. Perhaps it was best to remain a mere spectator. At that moment, Vegeta found himself utterly suppressed by overwhelming power, barely able to move a finger. Old Broly exerted his strength, pulling Vegeta from the ground. Before Vegeta could regain his composure, old Broly casually tossed him into the air, instantly appearing before him and delivering a swift kick. Cursed be it! Vegeta was sent flying 100 meters away, gritting his teeth as he unleashed his aura to stabilize himself. Just as he steadied, he noticed the new Broly charging towards him. What an annoying fellow! Vegeta aimed at the new Broly and launched an energy blast with his right hand. This attack was utterly ineffective against the new Broly. He couldn't be bothered to block, and simply absorbed it with his body. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, shrouding the area in smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta charged forward unexpectedly, catching the new Broly off guard. Bam! Vegeta's fist struck Broly's face, and he quickly aimed both hands at his head, rapidly gathering energy. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy impacted Broly's head, golden light engulfing his entire being. The golden beam relentlessly battered Broly's form. Vegeta roared, his power surging once more, causing the beam to expand dramatically. This strike sent the new Broly crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. What now? Vegeta retracted his hands, a smirk gracing his lips as he felt a sense of satisfaction, convinced that this move had sufficiently wounded Broly. However, reality swiftly corrected his arrogance. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the crater, a powerful aura surging forth that trembled the very earth. In the next moment, Broly's figure burst forth from the pit, charging directly at Vegeta. TCH, is this guy a monster? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Yet he would not remain idle. Huh, Vegeta shouted, his golden aura soaring skyward as he vanished in a flash, speeding away. Bang! He narrowly dodged Broly's straight punch, retaliating with a powerful strike to Broly's chest. However, Broly remained unyielding, not even taking a half step back. TSK. Vegeta clicked his tongue in frustration. Broly reached out, but Vegeta exploded into motion, darting behind him to unleash a barrage of energy blasts. Bang! 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 Broly did not evade, allowing the energy blast to strike him as he continued to close in on Vegeta. Damn it, the bastard! Vegeta seethed with fury, frantically increasing the output of his energy blasts. Yet, Broly emerged unscathed from the smoke, completely unharmed. TCH, let us see how this move fares. Feeling humiliated, Vegeta ceased his barrage, raising his right hand towards Broly while supporting his right arm with his left. Golden light flickered in his palm, electricity swirling as energy rapidly coalesced. Crackle! The energy sphere took shape, radiating with brilliance. Humph! Prepare yourself. Vegeta sneered, then bellowed, "Great attack!" As soon as Vegeta finished his declaration, the energy in his palm erupted violently. A shimmering orb of golden energy hurtled toward the new Broly, surrounded by crackling arcs of electricity. This seemingly ordinary strike concealed tremendous power. Sensing the impending danger, the new Broly abruptly halted, crossing his arms protectively across his chest. Futile effort. Lay down, Vegeta bellowed, thrusting his palm forward. The energy orb surged forward, crashing heavily against the new Broly's arm. Boom. There was no stalemate. The collision instantly unleashed a violent explosion. Blinding white light illuminated the sky as deafening sounds reverberated, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Vegeta raised his hand to shield himself from the wind, his gaze fixed on the center. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the silhouette of the new Broly emerged, flickering in and out of view. Is it over? Vegeta murmured. Ah! A roar shattered his illusion, the sound dispersing the fog, revealing the new Broly standing defiantly. This blow had not only failed to topple him, but had instead fortified him. Huh! The new Broly charged at Vegeta, moving with even greater speed than before. The best was yet to come. Damn it! Vegeta hastily raised his hands to defend himself. Thud! The first punch was blocked, but the second followed swiftly, striking him squarely in the face. Bang! Vegeta was sent flying like a marionette with severed strings. Cursed fate! Gritting his teeth and looking up, he saw the new Broly's massive hand reaching for him. It was too late for Vegeta to evade. He was seized by the head. The new Broly propelled him toward the rocky mountain, mercilessly flinging him against its surface. Boom! The mountain cracked open, and Vegeta became embedded within. Uffed! Dazed and disoriented, Vegeta struggled to free himself, but the new Broly pressed down on his head once more. Bang! 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 The new Broly dragged him through the mountain, splitting it in two. Vegeta's anguished screams echoed. The new Broly soared into the sky, then hurled him back toward the fractured mountainside. Thud! Vegeta crashed heavily against the rocks. Coughing and spitting blood, he rose and wiped the corner of his mouth, cursing, "You wretched fiend! How dare you treat me, Vegeta, in such a manner?" Just as he was about to retaliate, a yellow-green energy orb descended upon him. The colossal energy blast, gathered by the new Broly, hurtled straight for Vegeta. With no time to evade, Vegeta inhaled deeply, raising both palms to absorb the impending attack. Bang! The energy orb struck forcefully against his palms. Though he managed to hold it off, the overwhelming force continued to push him backward. Vegeta's veins bulged as he exerted himself once more. The ground beneath him shattered, his legs sinking several inches into the rock, yet he could not halt his retreat. Suddenly, the new Broly launched a second energy orb. Bang! The moment the two energies collided, a blinding white light erupted, the energy sphere nearing its climax. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth and pushed back with all his might, attempting to withdraw. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the entire mountain was reduced to ashes. Thick smoke billowed upward, forming a colossal mushroom cloud that obscured the sky. Oh ho ho ho. Witnessing Vegeta's pitiful state is truly delightful, Frisia cackled with glee. Whis chuckled softly, remarking, without transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, he indeed cannot contend with Broly. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Mufeng also wore an expectant smile. The new Broly descended slowly, unable to sense any presence. He raised his right hand, and the yellow-green light began to coalesce once more. Vegeta, Goku shouted in concern. Just as he was about to intervene, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura surging from the swirling dust. Is that Vegeta? Goku sighed in relief, realizing that Vegeta had decided to get serious. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious aura shattered the dust cloud. Vegeta, fists clenched, let out a piercing roar toward the heavens. His golden aura gradually shifting to a celestial blue. In an instant, he achieved the Super Saiyan Blue transformation, enveloped in a divine essence. TCH. This move again. Frisia's expression darkened, yet a sinister smile crept onto his face. After all, it would be amusing to see him get beaten again. Go for it, Vegeta. If you can't hold on, let me take over. Goku rubbed his hands together, eager to join the fray. Amidst the rocky ruins, Vegeta's roar echoed endlessly. The blue aura expanded relentlessly, and his energy continued to soar. Suddenly, Vegeta retracted his explosive state. An energy blast loomed overhead, poised to strike him directly. Boring, Vegeta scoffed, barely bothering to lift his gaze. With a swift motion, he batted the energy blast away. Boom. The blast collided with a distant mountain, obliterating it in an instant. You dare compel me to wield the power of Super Saiyan God Blue? Broly, prepare to pay the price. Vegeta coldly declared, abruptly lifting his head to lock eyes with the new Broly. In that fleeting moment, a terrifying aura erupted from within him, crashing toward Broly like a tsunami. Even the berserk Broly was forced to retreat a few steps, a rare flicker of fear crossing his face. However, this fear lasted only a few seconds. Roar. The new Broly swiftly regained his furious state, his golden aura surging once more, descending from the sky with a furious roar, targeting the mountain where Vegeta stood. Humph. Vegeta sneered, his form flickering as he intercepted Broly mid-air. Thud. A powerful kick struck Broly squarely in the face, sending him staggering back several meters. Vegeta pressed the advantage, raining down blows upon his opponent like a relentless storm. Thud, thud, thud. With the speed and strength of Super Saiyan God Blue fueling him, Vegeta completely overpowered Broly. In a final strike, he drove his knee into Broly's abdomen, immediately following with a double-fisted smash to Broly's head. Boom. Broly plummeted like a meteor to the ground, creating a massive crater and fracturing the earth around it with spiderweb-like cracks. Vegeta hovered in midair, gazing down coldly. Roar. From within the crater, Broly's roar erupted as he sprang up, the ground beneath him collapsing from the force. Vegeta, having anticipated this, effortlessly blocked several strikes, dodged to the side, and retaliated with a punch to Broly's face. Thud. The blow sent Broly staggering back, yet it only served to ignite his fury. Roar. The golden aura expanded wildly as Broly's power surged once again, and the two clashed fiercely in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Each collision unleashed deafening sonic booms, shockwaves rippling through the air. What a splendid display, Whis remarked, gazing at the fierce battle in the sky, unable to contain his admiration. He casually picked up a small piece of cake from the table and brought it to his mouth, his eyes instantly transforming into crescent moons, delight causing him to sway his head joyfully. What a great pleasure it was to savor the exquisite craftsmanship of Brother Mufeng while watching the thrilling duel. The excitement that Vui's exhibited, swaying his head when elated, had long ceased to astonish Sun Wukong and the others. However, our Lord Frisia was utterly perplexed, completely unable to comprehend the antics of this angel. Are angels truly this eccentric? Frisia mused silently, redirecting his gaze towards the aerial confrontation between Vegeta and the new Broly. As long as Brother Vui's is pleased, Mufeng nodded with a smile. The best performances were yet to come. The blue-haired old Broly had been fixated on Vegeta ever since he transformed. Besides the golden and green-haired transformations, the Saiyans now possessed a blue-haired form. What bewildered him further was the overwhelming pressure emanating from Vegeta, which he could sense but could not measure in strength. After years of training and encounters with Sun Wukong and the others, Broly had gained some insight into sensing energy. Yet, at this moment, Vegeta appeared as a fog. exuding tremendous power, yet eluding any precise grasp of its depth. This was a unique path of cultivation for Vegeta and his companions in this universe. Noticing old Broly's confusion, Mu Feng explained, "You cannot sense it because he has entered the realm of the divine, whereas you have yet to touch divine power." "I understand, Lord Mu Feng." Old Broly respectfully inquired, "Can I attain such power?" "Certainly," Mu Feng affirmed confidently, "given your talent, in due time. You will not only master divine power, but may also awaken a special strength that suits you best." "Special strength?" Broly astutely seized upon the key phrase. "We shall discuss it in detail later." Mu Feng smiled, teasing him with anticipation. Broly could only suppress his curiosity and continue watching the battle. Yet his mind was already swirling with thoughts of what his own unique strength might be. Was it unnecessary to pursue divine power? Surely, Lord Mu Feng had tailored a cultivation path specifically for him. With that in mind, he resolved to master this power and not disappoint his master. Meanwhile, Paragus emerged from the wreckage of the spaceship. "Haha, the weapon has been charged." He lovingly stroked the laser gun at his waist, and, upon looking up, was met with the fierce clash of the two combatants. Upon witnessing this scene, Paragus's expression shifted dramatically, his face filled with terror. "What on earth is that?" He stood frozen for a moment before managing to utter these words. "Why is Vegeta's hair blue? No. How could this bastard possess such immense power? How could he possibly become this strong to contend with my Broly? This is impossible." Paragus struggled to believe the reality before him, as if the world were crumbling around him. Had he been on planet Vegeta for too long? The outside world had evidently transformed beyond recognition, and he was foolishly contemplating revenge through Broly to conquer the universe. How absurd. He felt dizzy, his thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. With a thud, Paragus collapsed to his knees, cradling his head in his hands, staring blankly at the aerial battle between Vegeta and Broly. Impossible. Impossible. With Vegeta this strong, can my revenge still succeed? After a brief moment of panic, he quickly regained his composure, clutching the earth beneath him, and glared furiously at Sun Wukong and the others atop the cliff. "No. I have plotted for so many years. I cannot surrender. Even if it means our mutual destruction, I shall take you down with me." With that, he sprang to his feet, brushing the dust from his knees, his eyes fixed menacingly on those above. "Just wait for me." He discreetly placed his hand on the laser gun at his waist. Meanwhile, a fierce battle raged in the skies. Boom, boom, boom. The two combatants clashed violently, the shockwaves devastating the ground around them. "Ah!" Broly roared, his muscles swelling as he swung a heavy fist at Vegeta. "Humph! Such a mindless brute." Vegeta effortlessly dodged. Broly missed and immediately pivoted to strike again. Vegeta crossed his arms, watching him with disdain. Just as Broly closed in, Vegeta suddenly vanished from sight, appearing behind him to grip his arm tightly. "Down you go." Vegeta forcefully hurled Broly into the ground. Instantly, he clasped his hands together, aiming at the plummeting Broly. A terrifying energy began to coalesce in his palms, an orange-yellow sphere expanding relentlessly. Seconds later, the energy reached its zenith. Ultimate flash. A dazzling beam descended from the heavens, causing a violent upheaval. As the smoke cleared, a deep, bottomless pit marred the ground. "Is it over?" Vegeta panted heavily. Drenched in sweat, maintaining the Super Saiyan God Blue form had drained him significantly. "Broly!" Paragus exclaimed in shock, quickly covering his mouth. Vegeta had more pressing matters to attend to. Even if he were to perish, he would ensure he took a few with him. "Wow, that was quite ruthless, Vegeta." Sun Wukong marveled, then shook his head in regret, grateful that Broly still lived, but lamenting that he would not have the chance to face him. Perhaps they could spar upon their return. Frieza remained silent, having already taken note of Paragus's furtive actions. He had been keeping a close watch on Paragus, plotting his own nefarious schemes. In the depths of the pit, Broly spat blood and clutched his chest as he soared upward once more. Still unwilling to concede, Vegeta smirked, adopting a boastful stance as he taunted, "It seems I must force you to the ground before you'll admit your defeat." Broly's chest throbbed with pain, his body nearing its limits. Just then, Paragus abruptly appeared behind Mu Feng and the others. "Die!" Paragus bellowed, drawing his laser gun and aiming it at Sun Wukong, the son of Bardock. "You shall be the first to perish." "Paragus?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, turning around. "Oh!" Whis, Mu Feng, and the elder Broly also looked on in surprise. They were not taken aback by Paragus's ambush, having sensed his intent long ago. but they found it absurd that he would attempt to use this against them. Paragus wasted no time with further words. He pulled the trigger, and a laser shot straight towards Sun Wukong. In that critical moment, Frieza let out a cold chuckle, swiftly stepping in front of Sun Wukong and deflecting the laser with a single palm. The ricocheted beam was perfectly aimed back at Paragus. In the blink of an eye, a laser pierced through his chest, causing blood to gush forth. Paragus, in disbelief, managed to utter 3 words before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Clutching his chest, blood continued to pour from him. He scarcely had time to utter a final word before kneeling down, breath entirely extinguished. Alas, his breath has completely vanished, Vis remarked softly. Paragus harbored hostility towards them. Had he been a virtuous soul, they might have contemplated reviving him, but his obstinacy left Vis with no inclination to intervene. Similarly, Mu Feng remained indifferent, recognizing that Paragus would only invite trouble, being of questionable character and ultimately valueless. His demise was no loss. However, Son Goku, witnessing this scene, furiously confronted Frieza. Frieza, why did you kill him? It was entirely unnecessary. Oh ho ho, how unfortunate, Frieza sneered, disregarding Goku's fury. It was not my intention. One can only blame his misfortune for standing in the wrong place. In truth, all of this was part of Frieza's intricate scheme. He recalled the moment when Son Goku first transformed into a Super Saiyan. It was triggered by the death of Krillin, which thrust Goku into a state of extreme rage that allowed him to transcend his limits. Now, if Broly were to witness Paragus' demise, perhaps he too would unleash an even greater power. Frieza's singular thought was that the more chaos ensued, the better. As long as he could witness Son Goku and Vegeta falter, he would be profoundly satisfied. You wretched fool. Incorrigible to the end. Son Goku clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in fury as he glared at Frieza's retreating figure. Yet, before he could unleash his wrath, a sudden change overtook the new Broly in the distance. What in the world? Vegeta observed Broly trembling violently, instinctively turning to glance at Son Goku. It was then he realized that Paragus lay lifeless on the ground. A sense of dread washed over Vegeta as he immediately recognized the peril at hand. The most terrifying trait of the Saiyan race is their ability to unleash astonishing combat prowess in the throes of extreme rage. As if to validate his fears, a violent wave of energy erupted, sending Vegeta soaring several meters into the air as he hastily raised his arms to shield himself. This overwhelming force was emanating from within the new Broly. As he beheld Paragus, Broly's pupils dilated in terror, his hands gripping his head tightly. Father. Even in his madness, he managed to squeeze those words through clenched teeth. Ah! A yellow-green aura erupted violently, completely engulfing the new Broly. He hunched over, emitting a primal roar, as energy exploded outward in a semicircle around him. Boom! Within the pillar of light, the new Broly underwent a staggering transformation. His muscles grotesquely expanded, tearing through his shirt, his hair turning a vibrant green, and the whites of his eyes consuming his pupils. The legendary ultimate form of the Super Saiyan. Roar! Accompanied by this earth-shattering roar, the very ground trembled. The shockwave generated by the energy rippled through the earth, creating fissures hundreds of meters long, forcing Vegeta to retreat repeatedly. What the hell? Vegeta's complexion turned ashen, his voice trembling in disbelief. This fellow had actually attained the legendary realm. Before he could finish his thought, the new Broly materialized before him. Vegeta scarcely had time to react before a colossal hand grasped his head. With a resounding crash, a yellow-green energy blast struck him at point-blank range, sending him flying like a rag doll. The new Broly surged forward, seizing his leg and slamming him violently into the ground. Amidst the ear-splitting sound of the collapse, Vegeta found himself gripped by the throat and pressed into the earth, utterly powerless to resist. A chilling scream echoed through the ruins. Yet, the new Broly showed no signs of mercy, relentlessly smashing Vegeta's head against the ground. He then hoisted him up, hurling him into the sky with ferocity. Before Vegeta could regain his bearings, the new Broly, like a flash, was upon him again, delivering a brutal punch to his abdomen. Vegeta coughed up a mouthful of blood, his senses spinning. The new Broly showed no inclination to relent, gripping Vegeta's hair and delivering a series of knee strikes to his midsection. Each impact sent more blood spilling from Vegeta's lips, leaving him utterly defenseless against the legendary Super Saiyan new Broly. Suddenly, a resonating hum signaled Vegeta's forced exit from his Super Saiyan God Blue state. Exhaustion compounded by relentless injury had rendered him incapable of maintaining the transformation. However, the new Broly exhibited no intention of halting. He had succumbed entirely to madness, transforming into a beast driven solely by the hunger for combat. While the old Broly retained a semblance of rationality after achieving the legendary Super Saiyan form, driven only by a desire for battle and destruction, the new Broly had completely forfeited his reason, unable to reign in his own power. Yet, one must concede, the strength of this new Broly far surpassed that of his predecessor. Thud, thud, thud. The new Broly's visage contorted as he relentlessly struck Vegeta's abdomen with his knee. Vegeta, on the brink of unconsciousness, felt utterly drained, blood continuously spilling from his mouth as he succumbed to the onslaught. From a distance, on a rock, Frieza whispered in exhilaration. "Excellent. It's indeed successful." His face radiated with satisfaction as he watched Vegeta being mercilessly beaten. Indeed, the other me has also transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. The old Broly remarked, observing the scene. "The situation appears dire." Fan Feng nodded in agreement. "Alas, matters have indeed become complicated. This power is beyond imagination." Even Whis expressed surprise. "Vegeta," Goku shouted anxiously. "We can't wait any longer. At this rate, Vegeta will lose his life." Clenching his fists, he turned to Whis and declared, "Whis, I must go assist Vegeta." "Go ahead." Whis nodded in affirmation. As soon as the words left his lips, Goku erupted in a blue aura, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan God Blue. "Vegeta, hold on." With that cry, he could no longer contain himself and charged fiercely toward the new Broly. With another brutal elbow strike, Vegeta coughed up more blood, his consciousness beginning to fade. "Damn it, am I really destined to perish here?" he thought, bitterly reflecting on the irony of dying at the hands of his own kin. The newly emerged Broly offered no respite to Vegeta, bellowing as he prepared to deliver a final blow. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from above. "Stop, Broly. Your opponent is now me." The voice halted Broly's movement as he looked up, only to see a flash of blue light. Goku had swiftly positioned himself in front of Vegeta. "Hey, look over here," he shouted at Broly. Furious, Broly glared down at the suddenly appeared Goku. A surge of ferocious energy erupted once more, sending terrifying waves of power radiating outward, bearing down on Goku and Vegeta. Oh no! Goku sensed the impending dread and, with lightning speed, grasped Vegeta's arm, his fingers pressing against his forehead to initiate instant transmission. With a sound like thunder, they reappeared next to Fan Feng and Whis. "That was close. We nearly got caught in that shockwave," Goku said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. However, Vegeta, coughing up blood, struggled to rise, retorting, "Mind your own business, Kakarot. I can handle Broly on my own." "Stop being stubborn," Goku replied with a serious expression. "You're in no condition to fight. Leave it to me." He turned to Fan Feng and Whis, nodding in their direction. "Please take care of Vegeta." With that, he vanished once more in a flash. "Stay right there," Vegeta shouted, collapsing to the ground. Watching from the sidelines, Frieza secretly reveled in the scene, thinking that were it not for the angel's presence, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate his longtime rival. For now, he could only enjoy the spectacle of Goku receiving a beating, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Old Broly, at Fan Feng's gesture, assisted the injured. "You're in bad shape," he remarked. Whis waved his staff, enveloping Vegeta in a healing light. In an instant, the Saiyan Prince's severe wounds were mended, and as he regained consciousness, he silently regarded his restored body, casting a glance of gratitude towards the two. Upon raising his gaze to the rampaging Broly in the sky, his fists clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound. "Damn it, I can't transform yet. Just wait, Broly." Meanwhile, the sky erupted with energy blasts, and the ground trembled beneath the cacophony. Goku called out, "Look over here," successfully diverting the rampaging warrior's attention. Broly erupted with yellow-green flames, signaling that battle was imminent. Observing Broly's response, Goku immediately focused his energy, jumping around to warm up. He understood that this opponent's power far surpassed his own, and that he must exploit Broly's loss of reason, using his extensive combat experience to find an opportunity for counterattack. Broly clenched his fists and roared, his body radiating yellow-green energy, forming a pillar that shot skyward. "Come on." Goku halted his movements, adopting a serious combat stance. With two resounding booms, both warriors charged forward, the ground beneath them shattering under the force of their momentum. Broly swung his fist directly at Goku's face. But Goku did not evade. Instead, he mirrored the attack. Just as their fists were about to collide, Goku suddenly altered his approach, leveraging his hands to flip over and land behind his opponent. Kamehameha. Goku unleashed his signature move without hesitation, a brilliant blue energy wave engulfing Broly's form. The energy beam expanded, forcefully driving the opponent deep into the earth. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the very earth fractured, and molten lava surged forth, transforming the battlefield into a blazing inferno. Frieza, observing the chaos, could no longer remain composed, murmuring with feigned calmness, "Surely, this cannot be my end?" Beside him, Vegeta scoffed. "That vile Frieza, this must be part of his sinister plot." Suspended in midair, Goku wiped the sweat from his brow, suddenly stricken with panic. "Oh no, I can't have killed Broly, can I? This is bad. Whis and Lord Beerus are surely going to be furious with me." At that moment, a powerful wave of energy emanated from the lava below. "Kakarot, be careful. That Broly is not easily defeated." Vegeta shouted anxiously. "Vegeta!" Goku exclaimed, instantly alert. He assumed a combat stance, his gaze fixed on the roiling lava. Bubbles rose from the molten rock as if something was brewing beneath. Beads of sweat formed on Goku's forehead, cascading down his cheek. Drip! As a droplet fell into the lava, the entire pool shuddered violently. No, not only the lava, but everything around it trembled in chaos. Goku, nerves taut, sensed the presence of his foe drawing nearer. "Here it comes," he whispered to himself. The lava ceased its tumult, and a yellow-green radiance pierced through. Emerging was the new Broly, enveloped in a luminous green force field. "This is no jest, this is trouble," Goku thought, forcing a smile as he raised his arms in preparation for battle. With a furious roar, the new Broly shattered his shield, unleashing a torrent of yellow-green flames. In the blink of an eye, he charged towards Goku, delivering a powerful blow. Goku barely managed to block it, but the tremendous force sent him staggering back several meters. Relentlessly, Broly pursued, launching another heavy punch. Goku sidestepped, attempting a kick aimed at Broly's face. However, it felt as though he had struck a steel plate. Before he could retract his leg, Broly's fist was upon him. Boom! The deafening impact sent Goku flying. Regaining his balance in midair, he concentrated, forming a brilliant blue energy sphere in his right hand. Goku surged forward, hurling the energy sphere at Broly with all his might. Unflinching, Broly caught the energy sphere with his left hand. Boom! To Goku's astonishment, Broly crushed it in his grasp. Amidst the ensuing smoke, Broly tightened his grip around Goku's fist. With a roar, he swung Goku in a wild spin through the air. Aya! Goku felt dizzy from the disorienting motion. Suddenly, Broly halted the rotation and charged towards the ground with full force. "Die!" he bellowed, slamming Goku into the earth with tremendous force. Boom! The ground fractured instantly, forming a colossal crater. Goku cried out in agony. Before he could rise, Broly seized his ankle and hurled him violently back to the ground. Thud! 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 Broly relentlessly smashed Goku against the earth, causing the ground to collapse under the repeated impacts, cracks radiating outward like ripples in water. Sun Wukong writhed in agony. Suddenly, the new Broly ceased his assault and hurled him into the sky, conjuring an energy sphere in his right hand. Boom! The energy sphere struck Sun Wukong, sending him tumbling violently to the edge of the searing lava. His face nearly grazed the blistering molten rock. As Sun Wukong opened his eyes, he beheld the nearby lava bubbles furiously bubbling. Wow! Hot, hot, hot! He sprang up like a fish out of water, flailing his hands against his face as though he had already been scalded. This comical scene infuriated the new Broly from afar. With a thunderous roar, a yellow-green aura surged into the sky, a tempest of energy sweeping the surroundings. "Kakarot, focus!" Vegeta bellowed, unable to contain his frustration. Sun Wukong regained his senses and turned to find the new Broly lunging towards him. How fast? He hastily crouched to evade a punch, only to be caught off guard by a sudden uppercut that struck his chest with tremendous force. Bang! Sun Wukong was sent flying once more. "Fool!" Vegeta fumed, stamping his feet in anger. If not for his stamina still being depleted, he would have charged in already. "Just hold on a bit longer. Once I recover, I will deal with Broly." In midair, Sun Wukong resolved to get serious. He crossed his arms before his chest and unleashed the Kaioken ×10. A crimson aura instantly enveloped his body, his power surging tenfold. The new Broly appeared momentarily stunned, but quickly roared and charged forward. Boom! The shockwave from their colliding fists shattered the rocks below. The two warriors ascended higher, sonic booms erupting with each exchange. Even with the Kaioken times 10, Sun Wukong found himself at a disadvantage, barely able to defend himself. Vegeta, observing the battle, gnashed his teeth, wishing he could leap in to replace his unreliable comrade. This intense display of combat brought great amusement to Frieza. Witnessing Sun Wukong's struggles was his greatest delight. As the fierce battle raged on, the new Broly grew increasingly formidable, his attacks becoming more ferocious. In contrast, Sun Wukong's energy expenditure under the Kaioken times 10 was severe, his body straining under the pressure. He knew all too well that if he could not conclude this battle swiftly, he would surely face defeat. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sonic booms erupted in the air as energy waves surged. Although both fighters were escalating in speed, it was evident that Sun Wukong was at a disadvantage. After a violent clash, he hastily retreated. This was bad. Even the Kaioken times 10 wasn't yielding any advantage. He chuckled wryly to himself. Here I come. The new Broly charged at him once more, not granting him a moment's respite. This Broly is truly formidable, Sun Wukong thought, steadying his breath and bracing himself. Here it comes. Just as the words left his lips, he erupted with a swirling aura of blue and red, surging towards his opponent. As Broly's heavy fist came crashing down, Sun Wukong skillfully dodged and struck a kick to his back. Alas, such an attack was merely a nuisance to Broly. Using the momentum, Sun Wukong leapt into the air and unleashed 3 energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. A cloud of smoke billowed forth. As he landed, Sun Wukong fixed his gaze on the smoke screen, his expression grave. This level of attack was utterly insufficient to harm his adversary. Indeed, the shroud of smoke was suddenly dispelled by a tempestuous aura as the newly manifested Broly lunged forth like a ferocious tiger on the hunt. Goku leapt into the air, aiming a knee strike, only to find himself ensnared by Broly's grip on his ankle. With a mighty roar, Broly swung his arm, hurling Goku toward the molten lava below. In a moment of dire urgency, Goku unleashed his energy, halting just above the lava's surface. That was a close call. Yet, before he could regain his composure, Broly was upon him once more. Goku hastily dodged, witnessing Broly's powerful fist crash into the lava, sending forth a cataclysmic wave of fire. Panting heavily, Goku bent over, astonished that Broly had willingly plunged into the lava. Suddenly sensing a disturbance beneath him, he immediately assumed a defensive stance. Broly surged forth, enveloped in a luminescent green barrier, breaking through the lava with relentless force. Goku fired a barrage of energy blasts for cover, pursuing closely behind. Boom, boom, boom. As Broly brushed aside the barrage of energy blasts with a mere wave of his hand, he discovered Goku had closed the distance. With a triumphant shout, Goku delivered a powerful kick to Broly's face, swiftly followed by a fierce sidekick to his neck. Yet, to Goku's disbelief, his strikes seemed to have no effect on the new Broly. How is this possible? Sweat beaded on Goku's forehead, his mind racing in disbelief. Broly roared in fury, his aura exploding forth, instantly repelling Goku. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of Goku, delivering a crushing blow to his face. With a resounding thud, Goku was sent flying. Broly seized the opportunity to grasp his throat. You scoundrel! Goku bit down on Broly's wrist. Though the damage was minimal, it was enough to cause Broly to wince and loosen his grip. Before Goku could catch his breath, a blinding yellow-green light erupted. What a joke! An attack of this magnitude? Glaring in astonishment, Goku beheld Broly raising both hands, coalescing a terrifying energy sphere that blotted out the sun. Debris was drawn into its vortex, instantly reduced to dust. The sky was suffused with a ghastly green hue, and the aura of destruction enveloped the earth. This is bad. Goku's pupils dilated as he tore his shirt, summoning all his energy to withstand the impending assault. On a distant cliff, Whis waved his staff, conjuring a protective barrier. Oh dear, it seems we must prepare for serious defense. Mufeng observed the battlefield with concern. I wonder if Goku can endure this. Vegeta clenched his fists in determination. I haven't fully recovered, but I can't afford to hesitate. Transforming into his Super Saiyan Blue form, he charged toward the fray. Frieza smirked as he watched him depart. Wouldn't it be splendid if both Saiyans fell? Vegeta? Goku exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. Your energy isn't fully restored, is it? Less chatter. Let's settle this first. Vegeta bellowed. Haha, splendid. Goku laughed, unleashing a 20-fold Kaioken. The two figures soared toward the ominous energy sphere, pouring every ounce of strength into resisting the cataclysmic strike. Ah, ah, ah. The descent of the energy sphere slowed, but the peril was far from over. It continued to press down, forcing Goku and Vegeta to retreat step by step. Vegeta, put in more effort. Goku shouted. Less chatter. I'm giving it my all. Vegeta's muscles tensed. The two unleashed their final reserves of strength, shattering the ground beneath their feet. At last, the energy sphere ceased its descent. We're almost there. Hold on. Goku exclaimed with fervor. I don't need your instructions. Vegeta roared as he continued to exert his power. Surprisingly, the energy sphere began to ascend slowly, eliciting a look of astonishment from the ferocious Broly. Accompanied by a deafening shout, the energy blast was completely repelled, exploding into a brilliant white light in the cosmos. Goku, having released the Kaioken, collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, We did it. Don't let your guard down, Vegeta panted, supporting himself on his knees. That monster is still standing. Goku grinned. You're right. Are you all right? Humph. Mind your own business. Just as Vegeta straightened up, Broly charged at him. Bang. Vegeta was sent flying by a powerful punch, with Broly relentlessly pursuing him. Vegeta, Goku shouted anxiously. Stay out of it. Vegeta suddenly unleashed a fierce aura, forcefully pushing Broly away, and retaliated with a kick. From a distance, Frieza sneered. What an eyesore. Nice one. Goku instantly teleported in front of Broly, declaring, It's my turn. A heavy elbow strike landed squarely on Broly's face, causing his head to tilt awkwardly. Vegeta, Goku called out to his comrade. Don't give me orders. Vegeta replied, visibly displeased. Goku suddenly dodged to the side, and Vegeta appeared behind the new Broly, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Bang! The force sent Broly staggering backward. Vegeta, let's team up, Goku shouted, seizing the opportunity. Damn it! Although Vegeta felt reluctant, he suppressed his anger and complied in the face of the formidable Broly. The two quickly closed the distance, taking positions to gather their energy. Gallic Gun. Vegeta's palm shone with golden light as energy rapidly coalesced. Kamehameha. Goku's hands erupted with blue flames. In an instant, both energies surged forth simultaneously. The intertwining streams of gold and blue merged into a new energy wave, hurtling toward the new Broly. This was their combined ultimate technique. The Gallic Kamehameha. Broly steadied himself, gathering a yellow-green energy sphere in both palms, roaring as he charged to meet it. Boom. The combined energy wave was violently dispersed. How could this happen? Goku's pupils constricted. TCH, it was too easily countered. Vegeta gritted his teeth. A flash of green light indicated that an energy blast was hurtling toward Vegeta's face. At the critical moment, Goku flew in with a side kick, interrupting Broly's attack and slamming the energy blast into Broly's abdomen, sending him flying. Mind your own business. Vegeta glared. I can handle this. This guy is too strong. Goku clenched his fists, filled with both excitement and frustration, realizing that even united, they faced a daunting challenge. Less talking. Keep going. Vegeta fixed his gaze in the direction of the smoke, urging, onward. All right. Goku assumed his fighting stance, his fighting spirit ignited. In an instant, a terrifying energy wave erupted from the distance. The new Broly reappeared within Goku and Vegeta's sight. Both warriors summoned their remaining strength, charging fiercely toward Broly. Vegeta's left fist struck first against Broly's head, yet it felt akin to hitting steel. The new Broly stood unmoving, swiftly delivering a punch that sent Vegeta soaring. Vegeta! Goku exclaimed, then turned to glare at the new Broly. You scoundrel! Witness my might. His fists rained down like a torrential storm. Yet all his attacks seemed to strike against an unyielding mountain. Suddenly, Broly let out a thunderous roar, and the shockwaves emanating from him toppled Goku. The situation was dire. Goku realized he needed to alter his strategy and instantly teleported to the unconscious Vegeta's side. He lifted his comrade, who lay amidst the rubble. Wake up! We must retreat. With the sound of space distorting, the two clumsily landed before Mu Feng and the others. The form of Super Saiyan God Blue dissipated in an instant, and Goku's hair returned to its natural state. Oh dear, what a devastating defeat, Whis remarked while shaking his staff. At present, you are indeed no match for Broly. Mu Feng commented as he turned his head. In the distance, the new Broly continued to roar in fury, causing the very earth to fracture beneath his immense power. Do not touch me. Vegeta shrugged off Goku's hand. We finally escaped. Goku slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Frieza lounged with his tail flicked. What a splendidly performed defeat. Whis suddenly smiled at Mufeng. It appears we may need your assistance once more. Just a chance to stretch my limbs. Mufeng replied nonchalantly. Goku suddenly sprang to his feet. Wait. I have an ultimate technique. Oh. Whis leaned in with curiosity. Pray, enlighten me. If you have an idea, let us give it a try. If it fails, I shall lend my aid. Mufeng responded with a smile, understanding Goku's intentions. Fusion technique. Goku exclaimed excitedly as he turned to Vegeta. Have you heard of the fusion technique? Fusion technique? Vegeta furrowed his brow in thought, recalling that Trunks had mentioned it. He suddenly reacted, staring at Goku. You cannot be referring to that ridiculous fusion move, are you? Yes, precisely that. Goku mimicked the fusion pose. If we fuse, we might just defeat Broly. Shut your mouth. Vegeta shot up. I will never fuse with you. Such a thing must never occur with me. Vegeta? He clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Do not worry. The fusion lasts only half an hour, Goku explained, holding up 3 fingers. Did we not fuse with the Patera earrings before? Without the earrings now, we cannot defeat that brute without fusing. Seeing Vegeta wavering, Goku leaned in with a mischievous grin after being pummeled so thoroughly. Do you not wish for revenge? Humph. Foolish kakarot. Vegeta turned his face away, crossing his arms. Even if I must fuse, that embarrassing pose. Is it truly necessary to perform such a foolish act? Without it, we will not prevail. Goku struck the pose once more. If we delay any longer, not just us, but the entire universe will be destroyed by the rampaging Broly. Fine. I understand. After much internal struggle, Vegeta reluctantly turned, quickly. Teach me how to do it. TCH, fusion, Frieza muttered in distaste. What a vile technique. Fusion. Goku demonstrated the complete movement. Did you see it clearly? He stepped in front of Vegeta, emphasizing, your fingers must align. The movements cannot falter. This is utterly humiliating. Vegeta felt his face flush with embarrassment at the mere thought. Time was of the essence. He had to hurry and give it a try. Goku retreated to an open space, beckoning him. Vegeta, drenched in cold sweat, hesitated. For this was truly a blow to the dignity of the Saiyan Prince. What's the matter? We're running out of time. Goku urged. Damn it. I'd rather die in battle. Vegeta gritted his teeth and stepped forward. The two took their positions and began an absurdly synchronized dance. Fusion. They raised their hands high, their fingertips touching. Huh. Both Goku and Vegeta shouted simultaneously, and at the instant their fingertips met, a brilliant golden light engulfed them like raging fire. Whis squinted and chuckled. The interesting transformation is about to commence. Red and blue streams of light intertwined like liquid metal. Once the blinding light faded, a rotund figure stood in place. Swinging his fists, I am now invincible. Your fingers are misaligned, Mufeng remarked, raising 3 fingers. Let us wait 30 minutes to refuse. Just as he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the rotund figure's exclamation. What about Broly? Let him fight himself. Mufeng turned to the battle-hungry old Broly beside him. There. A green aura surged upward as the muscular warrior laughed maniacally and charged into the distance. Just as I like it. Farther away, the new Broly erupted with yellow-green energy, unleashing destructive energy blasts that exploded everywhere. The two figures collided with a tremendous crash, sending shockwaves that overturned the entire lava lake, fists flying within the fluorescent shield. 30 minutes later, fusion. This time, a lanky figure emerged from the golden light. Frieza let out an ear-piercing cackle. At this rate, even the wind could blow you down. Mufeng sighed in exasperation. Let us wait another 30 minutes. The skinny fusion warrior panted. Do we really have to wait? On the battlefield, the new Broly's heavy punch distorted the old Broly's face. The battle between the legendary warriors raged on, and the miraculous moment for Gogeta had yet to arrive. A true warrior capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Vegito, poised at the pinnacle of dimensions. The old Broly braced himself, enduring the blow. It's my turn, he bellowed, forcefully shoving aside the new Broly's punch, and his right fist struck fiercely against the latter's cheek. Bang! The punch landed solidly on the new Broly's face. The old Broly's palm glimmered with green light as an energy sphere rapidly formed. Take this. He flew forward, pressing the energy sphere heavily against the new Broly's abdomen. Boom! A violent explosion kicked up a cloud of dust, strong winds sweeping outward. Yet, the new Broly remained unscathed, gripping the old Broly's arm tightly. He suddenly exerted force, flinging the old Broly away with great intensity. Riding the momentum, the new Broly's aura surged as he rushed toward the direction where the old Broly was falling. The old Broly, still airborne, did not rush to regain his balance, but instead covered his head and laughed maniacally. His laughter abruptly ceased as he steadied himself, locking his gaze on the approaching new Broly, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Well done. Truly my doppelganger. This power is magnificent. Keep fighting. Before he could finish, the new Broly was already upon him. He concentrated all his strength into his right fist, striking with immense force. Come. Old Broly uttered a single word, his eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. As the approaching fist drew near, he too focused his energy into his punch, boldly retaliating. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, sending shockwaves sweeping in all directions, causing the molten lava beneath their feet to churn violently. Old Broly was forced back several steps, clearly at a disadvantage. The newly ascendant Broly let out a triumphant roar, a tempest of fury erupting from him. How exhilarating! Old Broly felt no anger, only joy. Witnessing the strength of his parallel self, his desire to grow stronger intensified. Upon returning, he vowed to train diligently. In the next battle of the 7th universe, I shall surely surpass you, he thought with exhilaration, surging forth once more towards his adversary. Their battle continued for another 300 rounds. With a flash of movement, old Broly seized the moment while the new Broly was brimming with energy to strike with a powerful blow. The new Broly abruptly grasped his wrist. Old Broly grinned widely, delivering a fierce kick to his opponent's head. He raised his hands high, green light flickering in his palms as terrifying energy rapidly coalesced. In an instant, a colossal energy sphere formed in his grasp. Receive this, old Broly bellowed, compressing the energy ball with all his might. The once massive orb was forcibly reduced to the size of a fist, yet it contained earth-shattering power. Without hesitation, he hurled the energy sphere at the new Broly. In response to the impending lethal strike, the new Broly spread his arms wide. Buzz! The green light flickered as the new Broly became enveloped in energy. Clenching his hands tightly, he then spread his palms, summoning 2 yellow-green orbs of light. With a furious shout, he launched the light spheres towards the energy blast he had previously unleashed. Old Broly furrowed his brow as a blinding white light flashed, a deafening roar resonating through the heavens. The torrent of energy exploded in the air, creating a massive ring, obliterating everything in its path. After a few seconds of buzzing, amidst the smoke, a figure emerged, barely discernible. The sound of slicing air erupted as old Broly burst through the haze, grasping the new Broly by the throat with his left hand while raining down punches upon his opponent's face with his right. With a series of muffled thuds, the new Broly unleashed his energy, breaking free. The two ascended into the sky, initiating a new round of fierce combat. The air crackled with explosive sounds as waves of energy radiated outward in a circular pattern. The two figures moved at incredible speeds, each encounter resulting in violent collisions. Meanwhile, in the rocky terrain, a flash of light signaled the separation of Goku and Vegeta, who fell to the ground. Let's do it again, Goku said, scratching his head with a grin, then turning serious as he looked at his companion. This time, we must succeed. If we fail again, don't expect me to perform such embarrassing actions, Vegeta retorted, eyes closed and fists clenched, his tone filled with irritation. The two resumed their peculiar stance, their fingers touching with precision. Golden light erupted, enveloping their forms entirely. The intertwining red and blue energies fused, creating a golden flame that soared towards the heavens, forming a whirlwind. As the deafening roar subsided, the storm dissipated, revealing a tall figure, his hair standing upright like Vegeta's, with bangs reminiscent of Goku's. Adorned in traditional attire from the Metamor star, the newly emerged warrior clenched his fists, his voice resonating with a dual tone. This power surpasses imagination. The strongest warrior of the dimensions, Gogeta, has arrived. Sun Wukong and Vegeta have indeed succeeded in their fusion. Frieza stared at the newly formed Gogeta, his brow furrowed in disgust. These two bothersome individuals, even their voices are intertwined. It is utterly repugnant, he muttered under his breath, filled with both ire and hatred. Whis gazed at Gogeta, a flicker of astonishment lighting his eyes. Although he had anticipated that their combined strength would be formidable, he had not expected it to be this overwhelming. "Oh my, Son Wukong and Vegeta, you have truly achieved fusion," Whis remarked with a smile. The immense power coursing through Gogeta was not only potent, but seemed to be continuously escalating, unfathomable in its depth. Whis pondered, perhaps the next time trouble arises, he should simply allow them to fuse once more. Mu Feng chuckled. Indeed, the power after fusion is remarkably strong. He deliberately inquired, "Should I address you as Son Wukong or Vegeta now? Or do you have a new name?" Whis, intrigued, turned to Mu Feng. "Have your son Wukong and Vegeta undergone fusion as well?" "Haha, they indeed fused before I awoke, but I don't recall the name," Mu Feng replied, stroking his chin in feigned contemplation. "I believe it was Gogeta." Gogeta confidently declared his name, crossing his arms. "When we fused using the earrings, we were called Vegeto. This time it's Gogeta." Yes, that's the name." Mu Feng nodded in agreement. Whis covered his mouth, chuckling lightly. "Indeed. Dear Mu Feng's universe bears a striking resemblance to ours." He turned to Gogeta. "All right, Gogeta, it is now your task to bring Broly back. Leave it to me." Gogeta's confidence soared as he smirked. He extended 2 fingers to his forehead, invoking Son Wukong's instant transmission. With a whoosh, he vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, the new Broly was overwhelming the old Broly with an unrelenting assault, leaving him utterly defenseless. "Huh!" The new Broly roared, his power surging once more. A yellow-green aura enveloping the surroundings, causing even the molten lava to tremble. Despite being at a disadvantage, the old Broly felt no fear. Rather, he stared at his opponent with exhilaration. Just as Master Mu Feng said, "The other me is indeed stronger. I will surely defeat you next time." He grinned widely. At that moment, whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared before the old Broly. "Who are you?" he exclaimed, instantly alert, sensing a familiar energy from the stranger. "I am Gogeta," he replied, turning slightly to face the old Broly. "I am the fusion of Son Wukong and Vegeta." Fusion? The old Broly had never heard this term before. This was his first encounter with Gogeta, and in his universe, Son Wukong and Vegeta had never fused. Noticing the old Broly's confusion, Gogeta continued. "It seems you have never encountered me, nor have you heard of this technique in your universe. However, since I am here now, you may return. You have struggled long enough. Leave the rest to me." With his arms crossed confidently, Gogeta vanished using instant transmission before the old Broly could respond. "Humph. Son Wukong and Vegeta fusion? How infuriating." The old Broly, dissatisfied, exited his transformed state and soared towards Mu Feng, knowing his objective had been accomplished. Vegeta possesses immense strength. The remaining matters are to be entrusted to him. He shall return to his cultivation, awaiting the next encounter with another version of himself. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, the uncontrollable new Broly rages, unleashing energy blasts upon the ground, completely annihilating the earth, with lava surging forth, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. Whoosh! Vegeta suddenly materializes before the new Broly. Instantly, Broly locks onto him, redirecting his energy blast straight at Vegeta. With a casual wave, Vegeta effortlessly deflects the blast. Broly, now seething with fury, despite his loss of reason, recognizes the threat that stands before him. He must be eradicated. Instincts drive him to erupt once more, his muscles swelling, and a yellow-green aura soaring into the heavens, causing the lava beneath to erupt, as the sky appears to be painted green. In the face of this ferocious power, Vegeta remains composed, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Come forth." With that, a white aura surges around him as he ascends into the sky. Broly roars in response, pursuing him relentlessly. The two transform into streams of golden and green light, racing through the air at breakneck speed. Broly gathers energy at his chest, instantaneously firing a multitude of energy blasts that rain down upon Vegeta. Unfazed, Vegeta, not even transforming into Super Saiyan, effortlessly evades all assaults. Boom! The energy blasts crash into the lava below. Vegeta leads Broly away from the molten terrain, landing on a patch of undamaged ground. "This will do," Vegeta declares with satisfaction. "Let the battle commence." Clenching his fists at his waist, he lets out a low growl, golden flames enveloping him, intensifying by the moment. Broly, disregarding everything, lunges forward with a massive hand. Vegeta's roar crescendos, his aura erupting, hair and tail billowing wildly in the wind. Boom! The golden flames soar. and he transforms into Super Saiyan. Just as he completes his transformation, Broly is upon him. Vegeta ducks to evade a punch, executing a swift kick to Broly's head. Thud! The force sends Broly plummeting, momentarily dazed. In an instant, Vegeta flashes in front of him, delivering a punch squarely to his face. Boom! Broly, unable to defend himself, is hammered into the ground, creating a massive crater. Yet, he quickly rises again, fists clenched, unleashing a ferocious aura. The intensity of his presence compels even Super Saiyan Vegeta to raise his hand in defense. With a resounding boom, the shockwave expands the crater further. Broly suddenly propels himself upward, launching towards Vegeta. The latter, engulfed in golden flames, boldly meets him head-on. Bang! Upon collision, they ricochet away from each other, only to re-engage in battle. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, they exchange dozens of blows, their speed leaving only afterimages. Vegeta suddenly sidesteps an attack, delivering a heavy punch to Broly's cheek. Stumbling back several meters, Broly shakes his head and charges again. However, his irrational attacks appear sluggish to Vegeta. He ducks beneath the onslaught, moving close to Broly's chest, and delivers a swift elbow strike that forces a gasp from Broly. But there is more. Vegeta leaps into the air, delivering a sweeping kick to Broly's face. With a thunderous crash, the newly emerged Broly slammed into the ground like a missile, scattering countless fragments of stone. Seizing the moment, Gogeta raised his hands high, exclaiming, "Ha!" as he concentrated a brilliant sphere of azure energy. Now, a torrent of miniature ki blasts cascaded down like a torrential rain. Newly risen, Broly was instantly engulfed, letting out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Yet, he swiftly enveloped himself in a verdant barrier, charging towards Gogeta with unyielding determination. No matter how frenzied Broly's onslaught, Gogeta deftly evaded, a composed smile gracing his face throughout the skirmish. The prolonged struggle only heightened Broly's fury. He abruptly clasped his hands together, summoning a yellow-green energy. In response, Gogeta assumed his classic stance, a blue energy sphere rapidly forming between his palms. Boom! The two devastating forces erupted simultaneously. At the moment of their collision, rather than unleashing cataclysmic chaos or wreaking havoc upon the surroundings, an unforeseen phenomenon occurred. The energy shockwave tore through the fabric of space-time, conjuring a mysterious purple subspace. Within this peculiar realm, devoid of anything but the two adversaries, even the residual energy from their previous clash had vanished without a trace. Atop a rocky summit, onlookers were transfixed, observing the spectacle through a luminescent screen projected by Mufeng. Frieza's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Where are Goku and Gogeta? And Broly is gone too." The recovered elder Broly mirrored the confusion on his face. Whis gently waved his staff, elucidating, "How fascinating. Their energy collision has indeed shattered the barriers of space." Mufeng smiled knowingly, remarking, "Gogeta's power is truly beyond imagination." A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes as he yearned to witness the clash between Gogeta and Vegeto from alternate universes. Within the subspace, Gogeta surveyed his surroundings. Yet before he could ponder further, Broly roared and lunged forward with a fist raised. "Huh!" The golden figure nimbly retreated, then counterattacked with lightning speed. His fist struck Broly's chest with a resounding thud, but the latter withstood the blow with sheer tenacity. As Broly attempted to grapple, Gogeta had already anticipated the move, creating distance with ease. Accompanied by a light chuckle, he surged forward, unleashing a flurry of rapid kicks. With each resounding thump, Broly was forced to retreat under the relentless assault. The final spinning kick landed fiercely on his neck, sending the enraged warrior flying several meters away. Roaring in pain, Broly's fury ignited. His muscles bulged, a yellow-green aura erupting skyward as his wild hair billowed like a lion's mane, and his crimson eyes radiated a menacing glare. The tempestuous energy coalesced into a whirlwind of force, heralding an escalation in their battle's intensity. From within, Broly unleashed a multitude of energy beams, his power surging once more. Sensing imminent peril, Gogeta resolved to take the initiative. He instantaneously gathered his strength, dashing towards Broly, his right fist raised, aimed directly at his foe's face. "Huh!" The punch struck Broly's visage with a thunderous crack. However, newly empowered, Broly merely tilted his head slightly, enduring the impact. In the next heartbeat, Broly's right fist amassed yellow-green energy and struck fiercely at Gogeta's abdomen. Bang! The blow landed solidly, causing Gogeta to grunt, his body involuntarily leaning forward. Seizing the opportunity, the new Broly launched a powerful kick, sending Gogeta hurtling backward like a cannonball, soaring over 1,000 meters. With a resounding crash, Gogeta collided heavily with the edge of the hyperspace, the impact causing the dimensional barrier to fracture with numerous fissures. Just as he caught his breath, the new Broly appeared before him, delivering a fierce elbow strike. Gogeta hastily raised his arms in defense, barely managing to block this lethal blow. Yet, Broly's assault did not relent. As he pressed down with his left elbow, his right fist struck again. No longer able to hold back, Gogeta roared in fury, his golden aura shattering explosively, giving way to a dazzling blue light. His hair, eyebrows, and pupils transformed into a radiant blue, and his energy surged beyond its limits, entering the realm of the divine. At this moment, even outside the hyperspace, both Mufeng and Whis sensed the emergence of this divine power, the Super Saiyan God Blue Gogeta. Within the hyperspace, Gogeta's divine might surged forth like a tidal wave, momentarily stunning the new Broly, who appeared visibly astonished. With a swift motion, Gogeta closed the distance and landed a punch squarely on Broly's face. Following that, he unleashed a barrage of blows, culminating in a powerful double-handed strike that sent Broly crashing into the ground. With a roar of rage, the new Broly leaped up, his aura swelling with fury, igniting his strength completely. He charged at Gogeta, and a new round of fierce combat erupted. Gogeta stood his ground, meeting Broly's advance with a punch of his own. The collision of their fists unleashed an astonishing energy explosion. With a sharp crack, the fabric of space shattered like glass, and a blinding white light enveloped them as they returned to the real world. They emerged, the old Broly fixated on the screen, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He yearned to witness the limits of another version of himself and to gauge the power of Gogeta, the fusion warrior acknowledged by both Mufeng and Whis. He pondered whether he could surpass this formidable force. How repugnant! Frieza glared intensely at Gogeta, his fury ablaze. He wished more than anything to be stronger, longing to immediately teach those two Saiyan monkeys a lesson. Yet, he found himself under the watchful eyes of Whis, the god of destruction, and Mufeng, with even the rescue of Paragus being a stroke of luck. For now, he could only immerse himself in training, awaiting the day he could exact vengeance, not only on this universe's Goku and Vegeta, but also on their counterparts from parallel worlds. His hatred for all Saiyans remained unwavering. In the distance, the battle raged on. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed, creating massive craters in the ground. In midair, green and blue lights clashed violently. With a thunderous roar, Gogeta and the new Broly stood apart, the power of the Super Saiyan God evidently suppressing his foe. Broly's visage twisted in rage, while Gogeta maintained a composed smile. Come at me again. Gogeta beckoned, assuming a fighting stance. Enraged, Broly charged forward, each step shattering the earth beneath him. Enough of this noise, it's time to end it. Gogeta casually cleared his ears, suddenly sharpening his gaze. Bring it on, Broly. With a furious acceleration, Broly leapt to kick, only to find Gogeta had vanished without a trace. In an instant, Gogeta reappeared behind the new Broly. Startled, Broly spun around, his right hand gathering an energy blast aimed directly at Gogeta's chest. Faced with the imminent assault, Gogeta effortlessly swatted away the energy blast. The projectile detonated in the distance, erupting into a towering column of flames that shattered the very earth beneath. The missed attack only served to enrage the new Broly, who roared and charged toward Gogeta, his colossal fist slicing through the air with ferocity. Yet, Gogeta was swifter, executing a mid-air somersault and landing a powerful kick squarely on Broly's face. Thud! A dull thump resonated as Broly staggered back, spewing bile, his cheek caved in, ultimately dropping to one knee. It seems you have reached your limit. Gogeta approached with measured steps. It was time to conclude this battle. This declaration caused a slight tremor in Broly's form. But soon he erupted with an even more intense yellow-green aura. He roared defiantly, rising once more to launch a fist toward Gogeta. Interesting. Gogeta evaded the onslaught, secretly impressed by Broly's unyielding spirit. Broly succumbed to a complete frenzy, unleashing a barrage of punches that shattered the surrounding rocks. However, all his strikes were deftly dodged by Gogeta, not even grazing the hem of his attire. Time is of the essence. Gogeta yawned while evading the attacks. As Broly swung his fist again, Gogeta swiftly raised his hand to block. It is time to end this. With his right palm raised skyward, a dazzling orb of rainbow energy rapidly coalesced, embodying his signature technique, the Stardust Explosion. The seven-colored radiance swirled in his palm before Gogeta hurled the energy sphere. Once released, the orb transformed into a translucent hue, merely glimmering faintly. In an instant, this devastating energy pierced through Broly's form. The battle was over. Gogeta crossed his arms and closed his eyes, declaring the conclusion. In the distance, the energy of the Stardust Explosion did not wreak the anticipated havoc, for it was not intended to destroy Broly. Instead, streams of white light erupted from within the new Broly, and amid this brilliance, his pupils gradually returned to normal. His hair transitioned from green back to black, and his swollen muscles began to subside. As his fury dissipated, he successfully exited the legendary Super Saiyan form. It turned out that Gogeta had transformed the energy of the Stardust Explosion into a purifying force, eliminating the negative emotions within Broly. On the rocky hillside, Whis rose with a smile and addressed Mufeng. The matter is resolved. Dear Mufeng, we should set off. Mufeng nodded in agreement. Very well, let us depart together. Old Broly silently approached Mufeng, his mind solely focused on returning to his training, eager to confront his other self. Whis noticed the displeasure etched on Frisia's face and jested. Oh dear, Frisia, come along with me. Frisia suppressed his rage, forcing a smile. As you wish, Lord Whis. He had not anticipated Gogeta's strength to be sufficient to entirely dominate the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. While he felt immense displeasure at Gogeta's triumph, his desire to recruit Broly remained unshaken. Meanwhile, the new Broly stared blankly at his hands, vaguely remembering that his father, Paragus, was dead. At that moment, Gogeta approached and patted his shoulder. You are formidable. Just as the words left his lips, a flash of golden light erupted, signaling the end of their fusion. Goku and Vegeta separated, and Goku, after staggering a few steps to regain his balance, chuckled as he rubbed his head. Hee, just in time. Vegeta crossed his arms and shot a glare at him before turning to Broly. Do not feel disheartened. Your father has never been a good man, only exploiting you. Goku was astonished that Vegeta was offering comfort and stepped forward as well. Broly, from now on, you will have both me and Vegeta by your side. Upon hearing the word companionship, Vegeta's face flushed crimson. Kakarot. Suddenly, a beam of light descended, revealing Mufeng, Whis, Frisia, and old Broly. Frisia turned his head with a disdainful snort. Seeing these two bothers me. Whis spoke gently. Broly, Paragus indeed failed in his duties as a father. They are not mistaken. He continued, Broly, since events have unfolded this way, it's time for you to embrace a new life. Mufeng nodded at the new Broly. Indeed, Broly. Let us return to Lord Beerus's planet. Goku exclaimed excitedly. We can train together every day, grow stronger, and savor a variety of delicious foods. We will even compete against masters from other universes. The encouragement from the group began to sway the new Broly. He genuinely wished to be with Goku and the others, harboring a deep-seated desire to battle formidable opponents. Another me, come with us. We have yet to determine a victor. Old Broly stepped closer, resting a hand on his shoulder. The new Broly gazed at the other version of himself, feeling that familiar aura, and finally inquired, what does another me mean? I wish to understand everything about the other universes. I am you, and you are me, merely from different universes, old Broly clarified. We are all Broly. Subsequently, old Broly and Mufeng detailed the circumstances of other universes to him. Gradually, the new Broly grasped the concept of the multiverse. Learning about the upcoming competitions between universes and the future tournament of power involving all universes, he was filled with interest and excitement. He yearned to engage in combat with the strong from other universes, to master his own power, and even to become stronger. He was particularly eager to engage in a serious battle with old Broly to settle their unresolved rivalry. Now that everything is clear, Whis said, rubbing his hands together with enthusiasm, his eyes forming crescent shapes. How about returning with me? I will assist you in honing your skills and controlling that immense power within you. The new Broly did not answer immediately. His gaze swept over Goku, Vegeta, and the others, ultimately resting on old Broly. Finally, he made his decision. Whis, I shall go with you. He nodded in agreement. Splendid. Goku leaped with joy, thrilled that he and Vegeta now had a formidable training partner. Vegeta turned his head away, though inwardly he felt pleased. Goku, with a mischievous grin, leaned closer to the new Broly and whispered, pointing at Vegeta, "Don't let his demeanor fool you. He is actually quite happy. That's just Vegeta's nature. We all welcome you." Kakarot. I heard that. Vegeta's face instantly turned red as he clenched his fists and shouted, "Shut your mouth." Haha, understood, understood. Goku replied with a cheeky smile, waving his hand. Humph, just remember. Vegeta crossed his arms and turned away. Do not let me hear such words again. Sun Wukong, hands on his hips, chuckled heartily before turning to Broly and saying, "Let us return to Lord Beerus." Broly, the god of destruction of the seventh universe, murmured softly and nodded in agreement. Haha, it's time to head back. Whis beamed at Broly's inclusion in their ranks, his joy evident. Dear brother Whis seemed so elated that he nearly forgot to heal us, Mu Feng teased with a playful wink. Ah, indeed, dear Mu Feng, I almost overlooked that. Whis said, covering his mouth with a hand, appearing somewhat bashful. With a smile, Mu Feng approached Broly, instructing, "You three, line up. Allow me to assist you with your injuries." With a flick of his wrist, the angelic staff materialized in his palm. Ah, very well, Broly replied, a bit perplexed. Yet he obediently stood still. Here we go? Sun Wukong exclaimed, bouncing eagerly in front of Mu Feng. Vegeta, though silent, also approached, deliberately turning his head away with a huff as he passed Wukong. Once the trio was prepared, Mu Feng gently waved the staff. A beam of white light flashed, enveloping the three in a warm energy that not only healed their wounds, but also augmented their fighting prowess. Wow, I feel stronger already, Sun Wukong jubilantly exclaimed, eager to challenge Broly once more. What is this meager enhancement? Upon returning, I shall double my training, Vegeta declared, his expression stern. The presence of such a formidable opponent ignited his determination to surpass all others. Broly, astonished, stared at his healed wounds. He was simple-minded but not foolish at that moment. He comprehended that Mu Feng and Whis' strength eclipsed his own. What touched him even more was that these two powerful beings not only respected his choices, but also patiently elucidated the mysteries of the universe. Thank you, Broly murmured, his head bowed as he finally expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The others paused momentarily. It was but a small effort. Mu Feng replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. This is your own choice, Broly, Whis said, approaching with a cheerful demeanor. We are all quite pleased with this outcome. Indeed, it will be much more enjoyable to train together from now on, Sun Wukong exclaimed, throwing an arm around Broly's shoulder and turning to Vegeta, right? Vegeta hesitated for a moment. Though irked by Wukong's exuberance, he stepped forward to Broly, stating, "Wait for it, Broly. One day, I shall surpass you." With that, he turned and walked away. Don't take it personally. Vegeta has his own temperament, Sun Wukong chuckled, hands on his hips as he addressed Broly. The new Broly nodded, sensing the underlying goodness in Vegeta's nature, realizing they would be spending considerable time together henceforth. Only Frieza leaned against a large rock, observing the tender scene with a sense of discomfort. Oh ho ho ho, it is time to depart. Whis' words sparked a glimmer of excitement in Frieza's eyes. At last, I can leave this wretched place, he muttered with a sinister grin. Broly, let us go? Sun Wukong called excitedly. The group gathered around Whis and Mu Feng, and with a flourish of the staff, they transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the realm of the gods of destruction. Meanwhile, in the vastness of the universe, the sounds of explosions echoed continuously. Vegeta, now executing his duties as a god of destruction with growing finesse, found himself increasingly vexed by the repetitive destruction of desolate planets. When shall I face another version of myself? He complained as he hurled a violet energy sphere, reducing yet another planet to cosmic dust amidst a resounding explosion. Although tedious, Vegeta conceded that this training was indeed effective. He unleashed 3 destructive energy blasts in one go, precisely obliterating 3 distant planets. Kaishin, where lies the next target? Vegeta called out with his eyes closed. Jebet, the Kaishin, promptly indicated the direction. Fly north. There are still dozens of planets to eradicate. Surprised by the sheer number, Vegeta murmured to himself, but upon reflection, he recognized these as excellent opportunities to enhance his destructive power. Instantly invigorated, he decisively replied, understood. He severed the mental link with Jebet and, with a surge of energy enveloping him, sped northward. Meanwhile, in the vast depths of the cosmos, Jebet chuckled. Vegeta certainly moved swiftly. Vegeta? Did he just contact you, Jebit-sama? What was the matter? Upon hearing the familiar name, Goku halted his actions and turned with curiosity. Goku! Jebit roared in fury, his head swelling from the force of his outburst. Oh dear, I forgot. Hee. Goku finally realized, scratching his head with an innocent grin. His eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Alas, it's all in vain. Let us start over. Jebit sighed, pressing his forehead in exasperation. This time, it must succeed, Goku. If you don't learn it, I cannot account for it when Lord Mufeng returns. All right. No need to rush. I'll concentrate on my training, Goku replied, refocusing his divine energy in his palms. Previously, he had been attempting to create a planet. After Jebit's repeated demonstrations, he finally grasped some of the concepts. Unfortunately, the embryonic form of the planet he had just managed to coalesce shattered completely as he turned his head. Reflecting on how many planets Vegeta had destroyed while he had yet to create even one, Jebit anxiously stomped his foot. Remember to visualize the planet in your mind. If all else fails, just imagine Earth. Understood, I shall give it a try. Goku closed his eyes, concentrating, and the white light in his palms suddenly intensified, revealing the contours of a sphere. Progress. This time he was much quicker than before. Jebit clenched his fists in excitement, as if envisioning the grand moment of a massive planet's birth. Yes, Goku was wholly absorbed in recalling the image of Earth, his divine energy swirling around him. As his hands gradually expanded outward, the planet in his palms grew larger, even revealing details of blue oceans and green land. He succeeded. At last, he created a planet. Jebit leaped in exhilaration, as if he could already foresee Goku's glorious future as the mightiest Kaishin. From henceforth, the Kaishin lineage would be free from the stigma of weakness. Goku continued practicing planet creation, while Vegeta annihilated abandoned planets throughout the cosmos. Unbeknownst to them, both of their divine powers and abilities were steadily advancing. In the realm of the seventh universe's god of destruction, a brilliant streak of light pierced the sky and landed firmly in the temple's plaza. Back already. Beerus sprang from his recliner, neglecting even his favorite dessert, wiping the cream from his lips as he flew toward the point of descent. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Mufeng and his companions. Lord Beerus. Upon the sudden appearance of Beerus, Frieza was momentarily taken aback. However, upon reflection, he recalled that his resurrection was, in fact, a command from Beerus, and he promptly exhaled in relief, even feeling an inner sense of pride. Could it be that Lord Beerus had come specifically to welcome him? The once great emperor of the universe brimmed with confidence, convinced that Beerus had recognized his formidable strength and potential. Come forth, Beerus. Approach me swiftly. Frieza's heart swelled with joy, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile, his gaze fervently fixed upon Beerus. Ah, you've returned? Beerus cleared his throat, deliberately adopting a serious demeanor. Yet his attention remained steadfastly on the new Broly, disregarding everyone else. What? Frieza's fury ignited upon realizing Beerus was completely ignoring him. His fists clenched audibly, veins creeping into his eyes. How dare he? Beerus did not come for me. To dismiss the great king so brazenly. Fixated on Broly? He holds me in utter contempt. Beerus, mark my words. One day, I shall grow powerful enough to instill fear in you and annihilate every last one of you. Not a single soul shall remain. Of course, these thoughts remained confined to his mind. Given the vast disparity in their powers, any hint of dissatisfaction could lead to his utter obliteration at a mere gesture from Beerus. For the sake of survival, Frieza could only swallow his pride. Ah, Lord Beerus. I see you've noticed as well. Whis interjected with a smile, stepping forward to introduce. This is Broly from Universe 7. He then turned to Broly and courteously stated, Broly, this is our god of destruction, Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus, I am Broly. Broly stepped forward, somewhat shyly. Excellent. Beerus nodded in satisfaction. I can sense the immense power residing within you. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Goku chimed in excitedly. Broly is incredibly strong. Even Vegeta and I together could not defeat him. We only managed to win through fusion. Hey, Kakarot. Vegeta snapped furiously. Ah, my apologies. Goku quickly covered his mouth, sheepishly scratching his head. I misspoke. Let us not dwell on that. Humph. Vegeta turned away in irritation. Oh, you only won through fusion? Beerus' eyes gleamed with intrigue, his heart elated. So, this Broly is even stronger than Goku and Vegeta combined? Ha ha. Kappa, Let us see how you behave during this tournament of power. You shall witness the true prowess of Universe 7. As these thoughts danced in Beerus's mind, a mischievous grin crept onto his face, stretching from ear to ear. Yet, he suddenly recalled the gravity of the situation, swiftly retracting his smile to restore a solemn demeanor. Now is not the time for merriment. We must expedite the training of Vegeta and Goku, enabling them to grow stronger in preparation for the upcoming contest against the universe. All the gods of the universe will be present to spectate. We cannot afford to bring disgrace. At that moment, Whis approached, covering his mouth with his hand, and whispered to Beerus, Lord Beerus, regarding the fusion technique. I have an idea. Oh, pray tell, what is your idea? Beerus's interest was piqued immediately. With a subtle smile, Whis explained, Lord Beerus, when Goku and Vegeta fuse, they are known as Vegeto. Fusion is not merely the simple amalgamation of two individual strengths. It engenders a formidable combat prowess. Gogeta's power surpasses all expectations, proving even too overwhelming for a fully unleashed Broly. Indeed, Gogeta is exceedingly formidable, Whis remarked with significant emphasis. Ah, Whis. Beerus's eyes sparkled with sudden understanding, and he grinned mischievously, suggesting, are you implying that at the crucial moment of the tournament of power, we should allow them to fuse and let Gogeta take the field? Precisely, Lord Beerus has deduced correctly, Whis replied, narrowing his eyes in agreement. However, the specific rules of the tournament have yet to be established, so for now, it remains merely a contemplation until the regulations are set. Quite right. We shall await the rules before proceeding, Beerus said, a hint of disappointment in his tone as he stroked his chin in contemplation. He then addressed Whis, stating, from this day forth, you shall train Goku and Broly, while I will impart the energy of destruction to Vegeta. Oh, has Lord Beerus finally made a decision? Whis inquired, slightly taken aback, but quickly smiling in understanding. The new Broly has arrived in the realm of the gods of destruction, and Mu Feng is preparing to depart. Naturally, he is not returning to the universe, but intends to explore the sixth universe, as he had previously promised Bardoss a visit. With a perfect opportunity for time-space travel at hand, Mu Feng plans to venture into the sixth universe and engage in some delightful activities. With this thought, he addressed Beerus and Whis, saying, Brother Whis, Lord Beerus, matters have been resolved, and I must take my leave. Oh dear, is my younger brother Mu Feng departing? Whis looked up at him, a hint of reluctance in his expression. Very well, I look forward to our next meeting. Hurry along now, so we can focus on training Vegeta and the others, Beerus urged, turning away with a tone of urgency. Although he spoke hastily, a sense of reluctance lingered in Beerus's heart. Whis and Mu Feng exchanged glances and couldn't help but stifle their laughter. This laughter made Beerus feel quite uncomfortable, wishing he could disappear into a crevice. Haha, then I shall take Broly with me, Mu Feng said to Whis, expressing gratitude for his recent training. Oh ho ho. Compared to the endeavors with my younger brother Mu Feng, this is but a trifling matter, Whis responded with a smile. Mu Feng chuckled and signaled old Broly to approach. Goku, the new Broly, and Vegeta noticed their commotion. Angel Mu Feng, are you and Broly really leaving? Goku rushed over, feeling a sense of longing. Why so soon? You just returned. Goku's reluctance stemmed not from Mu Feng and Broly's departure, but from the desire to engage in another bout with them. Fear not. We shall meet again shortly, Mu Feng replied with a smile, adding, remember, next time it will be a duel before all the deities from two universes. Of course, I shall remember. Goku exclaimed, his spirits lifted as he clenched his fists excitedly. I can't wait to see just how strong the other me truly is. I will give it my all. I am so looking forward to it. Indeed, it is something to anticipate, Mu Feng said with a slight smile. The new Broly hesitated for a moment before finally speaking to old Broly. Until we meet again, other me. Good. By then, I will have become even stronger. And we shall surely determine a victor, old Broly declared, his determination evident as a smile crept upon his lips. Yes, the new Broly responded with a smile, nodding vigorously. In the distance, Frieza remained silent, coldly observing Mu Feng and the elder Broly, contemplating the future battle ahead. He secretly vowed to teach another version of Son Goku and Vegeta a severe lesson. Before that, he must dedicate himself to intense training, unearthing his full potential to become stronger, showcasing his true strength to Beerus. Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression stern as he gazed at Mu Feng. Just as Mu Feng was about to swing his staff, Vegeta suddenly spoke. Hey, Mu Feng the angel, just wait. When we meet again, I will be stronger, and that other version of me will undoubtedly fall to my hands. Having a fighting spirit is commendable, Mu Feng replied with a smile. Our Vegeta is also eager to test your strength. We shall await that moment. With that, he waved his staff, tearing a rift in the air. With a seemingly casual gesture, he had rent the fabric of space itself. The rift gradually widened, sufficient for a person to pass through. Everyone, see you at the next competition. Mu Feng waved goodbye to Whis and the others, then, accompanied by Broly, transformed into a beam of light and soared into the rift. Moments later, the rift slowly closed, ultimately vanishing. Beerus took a deep breath and turned to the group with a serious demeanor. All right. Mu Feng and the other Broly have departed. From this moment, you must commence training immediately. We cannot afford to lose face before the entire universe. If we suffer a humiliating defeat, where shall we place the pride of Universe 7? Moreover, other universes are aware of our standing. We must not lose disgracefully. Begin your training at once. Ha ha ha. No need to rush, Lord Beerus, Son Goku said with a cheerful grin as he approached, patting his stomach. Although I'm eager to grow stronger, I'm quite famished after the battle. Shall we eat first before training? Beerus, his fists tightening in frustration, felt sparks fly from his forehead, and he could no longer contain himself, leaping up and shouting, Son Goku. His head swelled with anger, flames even erupting from the top. Pointing furiously at Son Goku's forehead, Beerus exclaimed, all you think about is food. At this rate, I might as well eliminate all of you. Son Goku quickly took a few steps back, a sheepish smile on his face as he waved his hands. Don't be angry. We want to eat. We'll start training right now. Frieza observed coldly, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he murmured to himself, they deserve it. It would indeed be amusing if they were truly annihilated. Whis, Beerus commanded. Turning to him, you take Son Goku and that Broly. The new Broly stared in disbelief at the god of destruction, who had forgotten his name. It's Broly. Whis chuckled softly, leaning closer to Beerus to remind him. Yes, Broly. Beerus coughed twice. You take them for special training. The sooner they become stronger, the better. Whis smiled at the two. Then let us embark. Whis will guide us. Son Goku suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, does that mean Vegeta and Frieza will? Beerus, arms crossed, nodded. Indeed, I shall personally train them. What? Son Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in unison. Whis could not help but chuckle. Who would have thought that Lord Beerus would one day take on the role of a mentor? The new Broly and Frieza exchanged puzzled looks, completely bewildered by what was so surprising about this. Sun Wukong quietly elucidated to Broly that Lord Beerus had never before guided anyone in training. Understanding dawned upon the new Broly. How tedious. Beerus, flustered, urged Whis. Take them away. With a wave of his staff, the trio vanished in a brilliant light. At last, Weevee escaped. Beerus sighed in relief, seated cross-legged, and fixed his gaze upon Frieza and Vegeta. Vegeta. Yes. Vegeta straightened his posture with sudden alertness. Frieza, noticing this, hastily rectified his stance as well. Have you not always aspired to surpass Sun Wukong? Including the Sun Wukong from the Angel Universe and the version of you from another realm, correct? Beerus rested his chin on his hand, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as his eyes bore into Vegeta. I am not mistaken. I shall surpass them all. Initially hesitant, Vegeta clenched his fists and declared resolutely to Beerus. Excellent. This is not beyond reach. The pivotal factor lies within your actions. Beerus nodded in satisfaction, rising to approach Vegeta, his demeanor turning serious. From this moment forth, I shall impart my power to you. Whether you can master it depends solely on you, Vegeta. What did you say? Lord Beerus, your power? Vegeta was taken aback, a mix of astonishment and anticipation flooding his heart. Gaining Lord Beerus' strength would undoubtedly enable him to surpass Kakarot. I must become stronger. No, I must. What? Frieza's heart raced at this revelation. If Beerus were to bestow his power upon Vegeta, the chasm between himself and Vegeta would only widen. How could he then seek revenge? How could he contend with Vegeta and Sun Wukong? The god of destruction, imparting power to another, seemed utterly unjust. Frieza seethed in frustration but dared not speak, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, I shall confer the power of destruction upon you, Beerus stated solemnly, hands clasped behind his back. Destruction, Vegeta whispered, his heart thrumming with exhilaration. He never anticipated that Beerus would genuinely impart the power of destruction. This signified that he would become the apprentice god of destruction of the seventh universe. Suddenly, he recalled Vegeta from another world, who was indeed an apprentice god of destruction. It seemed he too would tread the same path. In that case, whose power is greater? Whose mastery of destruction is more formidable? We must settle this in our next encounter. Vegeta was brimming with excitement, while Frieza fidgeted uneasily beside him. He was all too familiar with the concept of destruction. Anything struck by the energy of destruction would be obliterated in an instant, leaving no trace, not even a soul. This was the terrifying power exclusive to the gods of destruction. Frieza's countenance darkened further. How could he contend with Vegeta now? If Vegeta learned the energy of destruction, a single blow could erase him from existence. Infuriating. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. Since Beerus was willing to teach Vegeta, might there be a chance for him as well? Clinging to this hope, Frieza inquired, Lord Beerus, if you are to teach Vegeta the power of destruction, what of me? Surely, I could learn something too, right? His face lit with hope. Do you not have a more special technique you could impart to me? Please, tell me now. Beerus, what is this fellow thinking? I have no other techniques to teach you. Do you wish to learn the Ultra Instinct? Don't be ridiculous. I haven't mastered this divine skill myself. Ahem, of course, there is something. Beerus mused silently, clearing his throat to address Frieza. What I intend to teach you is not an ordinary technique. It is an extraordinarily difficult secret art. Really? Lord Beerus, please tell me. Frieza implored eagerly, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. The thought that Frieza could learn a technique made Vegeta feel a flicker of unease. Yet he reassured himself with the thought of the power of destruction. He contemplated, once he mastered the power of destruction, should Frieza dare to act maliciously? A single act of destruction could ensure his complete obliteration. Observing Frieza's fervent demeanor, a bead of sweat trickled down Beerus's forehead. He had not anticipated this fellow's obsession with techniques. This technique is Beerus paused before slowly articulating. What is it, Lord Beerus? Frieza urged impatiently, fantasizing about effortlessly defeating Vegeta and Goku. Under Frieza's eager gaze, Beerus, with his hands clasped behind his back, stated, it is nothing. Frieza's smile instantly froze. Indeed, it is nothing. Beerus gazed at him sternly. The mere fact that I can resurrect you is already a tremendous grace. Do not overreach. His expression suddenly sharpened. Frieza shivered, acutely sensing the murderous intent. He bowed his head respectfully. You are right. I am already immensely grateful for the opportunity to be resurrected. The taste of that is simply exquisite, Vegeta sneered mockingly. How pitiful to see a once great cosmic emperor reduced to this. How infuriating. Frieza clenched his fists, yet dared not retaliate. Listening to Frieza, Beerus pointed towards a distant structure, a special training ground crafted by Whis, where one day equates to merely 10 minutes outside. In the time to come, while I teach Vegeta the power of destruction, you shall train there. Should you disappoint me, Beerus's tone was laced with menace. I understand. I shall not let you down. Frieza quickly promised, soaring towards the training ground. Very well, Vegeta, Beerus said, gathering destructive energy at his fingertips to master this power. You must first eliminate all distractions. Vegeta's expression turned to one of astonishment. It is precisely because I am single-minded that I possess limitless strength. As Beerus spoke, he raised his hand, unleashing a burst of destructive energy. The distant trees resonated with a hum as they were struck, disintegrating like foam. Vegeta watched in awe. If he could harness such devastating power, becoming stronger would be inevitable. Your talent clearly surpasses Goku's, Beerus suddenly inquired, his words clamping down on Vegeta's heart. Why then, can you never surpass him? Vegeta was left speechless. As the Prince of Science, he was inherently destined to overshadow Kakarot, yet reality contradicted that notion. Too many distractions. Beerus bluntly exposed the truth. You bear burdens that should not be yours, and thus can never truly focus. Just like me, who desires solely to destroy one thing. Thus my power is boundless. Before creation, one must first embrace destruction. This is the fundamental lesson you must learn. Vegeta's heart churned with conflicting thoughts. Should he truly relinquish the obsessions tied to his racist transgressions? Could he genuinely remain detached from the sins committed by the Science? Observing his disciples' turmoil, Beerus waved his hand impatiently. Engage in combat. No sooner had the words left his lips than his fist struck Vegeta squarely in the face, sending him flying for dozens of meters. What a feeble display. The god of destruction admonished, if you do not give your all, you shall perish. The fiery sting on Vegeta's cheek ignited his fury. With a roar, he leaped upward, azure flames erupting around him, his hair and brows instantly transforming to the color of the heavens. Vegeta unleashed his full power, ascending into the form of Super Saiyan God Blue, his aura swirling as he charged directly at Beerus. "Now this is more like it," Beerus remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The two formidable warriors clashed fiercely in the realm of the God of Destruction. Meanwhile, Whis was diligently instructing Goku and the newly arrived Broly in specialized training. Frieza, harboring vengeful thoughts, was also tirelessly honing his skills alone in the time chamber. Everyone was fervently preparing for the impending cosmic confrontation. Within the rift of time and space, Mu Feng shielded Broly with divine energy. "You should return and continue your training in the time chamber. I must make a trip to the 6th universe. You too must be eager to confront another version of yourself, am I right? Return and train diligently. I look forward to witnessing a stronger you." "Understood," Broly replied resolutely. "I will become stronger and face him." "Excellent." Mu Feng conjured an angelic staff in his hand. However, gaining strength requires one crucial element. "What is it?" Broly inquired. Curiosity piqued. "You will soon discover," Mu Feng said, lightly tapping the staff against Broly. An intense radiance enveloped Broly, and he felt a sudden surge of power within him. "Is this my tail?" Broly gasped in astonishment as he noticed the tail that had unexpectedly appeared behind him. "The Saiyan tail harbors immense potential," Mu Feng elucidated. "It can awaken the dormant power within you. No wonder Goku and the others could transform into Super Saiyan 4. Broly realized with clarity. "Indeed, this form is most suited for a ferocious fighting style," Mu Feng encouraged. "Go back and thoroughly comprehend it." Bowing deeply, Broly declared, "I will not disappoint your expectations." At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. He must grow stronger and engage in a full-scale battle with his other self. Determined to surpass his counterpart, Broly resolved to train diligently to enhance his strength. Noticing Broly's spirited resolve, Mu Feng patted his shoulder with satisfaction. "Keep it up. You can certainly achieve this. You may return now. I must head to the 6th universe," he instructed. "As you wish, Master Mu Feng," Broly replied respectfully, with a wave of his hand. The divine energy surrounding Broly erupted in brilliant white light. The radiance enveloped Broly as he traversed the rift in time and space, soaring toward the cosmos. This divine energy would not only shield him from the chaos of energy currents, but would also dissipate automatically upon arrival. As the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly possessed the inherent ability to survive in the vastness of space, so Mu Feng felt no concern. After bidding farewell to Broly, Mu Feng waved his staff and departed through the temporal rift, only to find himself in Universe 11. This was not his intended destination. So he waved his staff once more, transforming into a stream of light that soared towards Universe 6. Unbeknownst to him, upon his sudden appearance in Universe 11, he caught the attention of the angel Makalita, who was on her routine inspection of the planets and happened to witness this extraordinary event. Makalita was taken aback. This elusive cosmic angel had appeared unexpectedly in her vicinity. Curiosity surrounded this newly manifested angel, as even the Grand Priest had not provided a detailed description of his appearance. In merely a fleeting glimpse, Makalita found herself momentarily entranced, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of crimson. Mu Feng's striking visage, with its exquisite features, well-proportioned physique, and radiant demeanor, stood out remarkably among the male angels. The only source of her confusion was that Mu Feng's complexion appeared more akin to that of humans from Universe 7. However, she dismissed this as inconsequential. After all, altering one's appearance was a trivial matter for an angel. What was happening? Why was I feeling a flutter for an angel I had only just met? Makalita mused, momentarily lost in thought before hastily covering her heated cheeks with her hands, stuttering. "Moreover, this angel is technically my younger brother, which is quite bizarre. Regardless, I have yet to truly understand my brother Mu Feng," she reflected. "At the very least, I should ascertain his character before allowing my heart to sway. This is so unlike me." As she pondered, an inexplicable thrill surged within her, rendering her face even more flushed. Overwhelmed by her embarrassment, she decided to completely conceal her face with her hands. After what felt like an eternity, as the heat in her cheeks began to subside, she lowered her hands and murmured to herself, "That direction must be Universe 6. Could it be that Bados has already met my brother Mu Feng? If so, I must make his acquaintance next time. I cannot allow her to get ahead of me." suddenly realizing her slip of the tongue. Makalita's face grew even warmer as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, what am I saying? This is entirely out of character for me." Meanwhile, Mufeng was soaring towards Universe 6. Completely unaware that his brief stay in Universe 11 had caused Makalita to harbor secret affections for him. Were he to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be left in utter astonishment. In the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 6, a prolonged call echoed, "Bados." This incessant clamor was something Bados had long since grown accustomed to. "Here I come, Lord Kampa," she sighed with a smile, drifting towards the source of the noise. As the angel and mentor to the god of destruction, Bados had developed a keen understanding of her indolent master. If Beerus from Universe 7 was considered lazy, then Kampa was utterly beyond redemption. Aside from his love for cuisine, this god of destruction spent his days languishing in idleness. He even delegated his responsibilities to Bados. And were it not for the fear of the Omni King's retribution, he would scarcely bother to destroy planets. Upon reaching the courtyard, she found Kampa reclining in a lounge chair, surrounded by a table overflowing with remnants of his meals. "What brings you here?" Bados inquired, scrunching her brow in disdain. "Too slow," Xiangpa complained, pointing his pinky at the empty plate. "The food is gone, and I'm still hungry. Hurry and find something delicious from other planets. May I remind you that your caloric intake today has significantly exceeded the limit?" Babidi drew a warning line in the air. "Oh, let's not mention that." Xiangpa, feeling a bit guilty, quickly turned his head aside and pouted, hastily finding an excuse to deflect the conversation. Seeing Xiangpa's stubborn demeanor, Babidi could only sigh. "Very well, Lord Xiangpa, but if you gain more weight, do not complain." "How could that be?" Xiangpa exclaimed defiantly, raising his arms. He turned back to urge Babidi, "Hurry and prepare some food. I'm famished. If it comes to it, I'll just nibble a bit less this time." Just then, Babidi's staff suddenly glowed, and both he and Xiangpa sensed a powerful divine energy invading the sixth universe. In an instant, Mufeng appeared before them. Little Mufeng. Babidi covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling. She had long awaited another encounter with Mufeng, and the surprise came sooner than she anticipated. "Mufeng, the angel." Xiangpa sprang up from his lounge chair. His excitement was not merely at seeing someone, but rather the opportunity for new culinary delights. As he had grown weary of the sixth universe's cuisine, "This is perfect timing," he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, saliva nearly dripping to the ground. "I've missed you dearly." Mufeng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, am I that sought after?" He waved to Babidi. "Sister, I haven't gone back on my word, have I?" A blush crept onto Babidi's cheeks as she gently nodded. "Indeed, little Mufeng is the most reliable. Of course, a real man keeps his promises." Mufeng proudly pointed a thumb at himself, eliciting a laugh from Babidi. Meanwhile, Xiangpa, feeling neglected, lamented, Hey, at least acknowledge my presence." He pouted. "Hands on his hips, if you want to chat, bring me some food. If I'm satisfied, you can talk for as long as you like." Babidi felt an inner joy. Finally, she could shake off this troublesome chatterbox. "Coincidentally, I do have some delightful treats." With a flick of his staff, a rift opened in the air, and a cascade of snacks tumbled out. Xiangpa's eyes widened in astonishment, mouth agape. "Are all these for me?" His saliva was now uncontrollable. Babidi couldn't help but laugh at this scene. She hadn't expected Mufeng to carry so many tasty delights. Resembling a walking treasure trove of food, truly amusing. Before long, the snacks that spilled from the rift had formed a small mountain. Mufeng retracted his staff, and the rift gradually closed and vanished. "Give them a try, see if they suit your taste," Xiangpa, Mufeng invited. Faced with the towering pile of snacks, Xiangpa could no longer hold back. After all, he had tasted many of Mufeng's culinary creations before, and their flavors were simply exquisite. Eagerly, Xiangpa dashed to the heap of snacks, rubbing his hands together as he grabbed a package. "Let us try this one first." He brought it closer to his nose, but was met with a lack of the characteristic aroma he expected from delicacies, and his hopeful expression immediately faded. "Mufeng, these snacks don't smell too appealing," Xiangpa complained, turning his head. Mufeng stifled a laugh. It appeared this gourmand had yet to experience this kind of snack. "Don't judge merely by appearances. The real treasure lies within." Mufeng gestured a tearing motion, prompting Xiangpa to realize something and hastily unwrap the package. A rich aroma wafted towards him, making him gulp with anticipation. Xiangpa seized a generous handful and stuffed it into his mouth, his eyes instantly sparkling after a few chews. "This is delicious. What divine delicacy is this?" he exclaimed, while simultaneously shoving another handful into his mouth. These are potato chips. Made from potatoes, Mu Feng explained as he opened another bag and approached Bados, asking, Sister, would you like to try some? I won't hold back then, Bados replied joyfully, accepting the chips. So, they're called potato chips? Xiang Pa murmured, fixated on the packaging. No, I must eat more. In no time, he was utterly engrossed in the delectable taste of the chips. Bados elegantly sampled one, exclaiming in surprise, This is truly a delightful food. It brings happiness just to eat it. I'm glad you like it, Mu Feng said bashfully, scratching his head and discreetly pointing at the snack-obsessed Xiang Pa. Did he not say that if there was something delicious, he would take you away? We should slip away. Oh dear, Bados paused for a moment, then covered her mouth with a chuckle. Silly, Lord Xiang Pa meant for us to chat. Close enough. Mu Feng batted his eyelashes playfully. Would you accompany me to handle something? All right, I'll go with you, Bados responded, her face flushed, feeling a bit bashful under Mu Feng's intense gaze. She secretly speculated about what the matter could be, but quickly reassured herself that the specifics were not important. Being by Mu Feng's side was what truly mattered. Upon reaching the Salada planet, Mu Feng's contest with Gabe commenced. He approached Bados, tapping his staff lightly on the ground, causing colorful lights to swirl around them. In an instant, they transformed into streams of light and departed from the god of destruction realm. Xiang Pa, engrossed in his chips, was completely oblivious to their destination. Mu Feng, where are we headed? Bados inquired, leaning in closer. Mu Feng did not respond directly, instead asking, Have all the participants for the Tournament of Power gathered? Not yet. Bados sighed. Lord Xiang Pa is too laid back, always saying to wait until the time is right. Currently, only 5 are confirmed to participate, Hit and the others, whom you have met. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng felt reassured. It seemed the Grand Priest had not yet announced the penalty rules for failing the Tournament of Power, otherwise Xiang Pa would not be so nonchalant. His arrival was timely, as he intended to assist the 6th universe in locating their Broly. Actually, I want to recommend a participant to you, Mu Feng said. Really? Bados's eyes lit up. Is it someone from our universe? I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about the 6th universe. It's not that I know a lot. I just sensed a unique aura when I first arrived. Mu Feng quickly laughed it off. Well, I want to see this for myself, Bados said with a smile. Let's speed up. Streams of light streaked across the sky, and they soon landed on Salada planet. Isn't this Gabe's hometown? Bados looked around. Is the person you are looking for here? Gabe had never mentioned the existence of formidable individuals on his planet. She found herself perplexed. Logically, if Gabe were aware of such powerful figures, he would have certainly recommended them for the competition. Indeed, it was someone known to Gabe. Mu Feng gazed into the distance, sensing their imminent arrival. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden rush of air erupted. Gabe instantly materialized before Bados and Mu Feng. Sensing the presence of outsiders on the planet Sarada, he rushed over to ascertain their intentions. Upon recognizing the visitors, Gabe hurriedly bowed and said, Welcome, Lord Bados and Lord Mu Feng. I am curious to know what brings these esteemed angels to our humble abode. Ah, it is Gabe, Bados replied with a smile. We have come with a purpose, though the specifics will be handled by Mu Feng. A blush graced her cheeks as she gently tapped Mu Feng's arm, urging him to articulate their intent. Understood, Sister Bados. Mu Feng responded with a smile and a gesture. Gabe was left bewildered by their interaction. Mu Feng then remarked, Gabe, it seems your strength has significantly improved since our last contest. Indeed, Gabe replied proudly. Ever since training under Master Vegeta, I have dedicated myself to rigorous practice without respite. Mu Feng could distinctly sense the notable advancement in Gabe's abilities. How about this? Mu Feng proposed. You attack me with all your might, and let me witness your progress. What? Bados exclaimed in surprise. The disparity in your strengths is vast. Such a contest may undermine Gabe's confidence. Yet, Mu Feng understood the Scion spirit well. Do not worry. I have my considerations. Seeing the determination in Mu Feng's eyes, Bados refrained from further objections. Gabe found himself in a quandary. The gap between his strength and that of the angel was immense, yet it was difficult to refuse Mu Feng's request. He resolved to view this encounter as an opportunity to gauge his own capabilities. Gazing at the enigmatic angel Mu Feng, Gabe swallowed nervously and solemnly declared, Lord Mu Feng, I am prepared to spar with you. Please witness my growth during this time. I hope you will relay to Master Vegeta that Gabe has never slackened in his training. Every moment, I keep my master's teachings in mind. I shall continue to grow stronger and will never cease my progress. Please guide me, Lord Mu Feng. Gaby's eyes gradually became resolute, his gaze intense. Even in the face of a vastly superior opponent, he felt no fear, only a surge of fighting spirit. This contest would help him realize his true strength, embody his master's teachings, and pave the path to greater power. Mu Feng nodded in approval. Excellent. Such a mindset is indeed rare. He assumed a stance and gestured to Gaby. Come now, unleash your full power. My apologies, Gaby exclaimed just before vanishing from sight. At that moment, Baduz turned to Mu Feng, gazing at the fleeting afterimage in the air, and softly said, Mu Feng, remember to show some restraint. Rest assured, sister. I am well aware of my limits, Mu Feng replied with a smile. In an instant, Gaby reappeared before Mu Feng, feinting a punch before swiftly maneuvering behind him to execute a kick. Quite tactical, indeed, Baduz commented. The idea was commendable, yet the disparity in strength was too vast. Mu Feng effortlessly sidestepped. In that fleeting moment, Gaby suddenly unleashed an astonishing aura, golden flames soaring to the heavens. Surrounded by crackling lightning as he transformed into a near full-power Super Saiyan 2. This unexpected eruption elicited expressions of astonishment from both Mu Feng and Bardos. Gaby's rapid progress was indeed remarkable. The Saiyan race was truly extraordinary. Bardos observed Gaby's transformation, unable to suppress her admiration. Her curiosity about the person Mu Feng sought deepened. Evidently, this individual was not Gaby. Even as a sixth universe angel, she remained ignorant of the person's identity, igniting a restless curiosity within her. Once Gaby transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his fists and kicks rained down upon Mu Feng with relentless ferocity. His assault was unyielding, each strike more formidable than the last. His punches tore through the air, producing a shrill sound of displacement. Yet, Mu Feng maintained a state of effortless ease, skillfully evading all attacks. He did not even need to rely on sight. His body instinctively reacted, each part autonomously sensing danger and executing evasive maneuvers. While dodging, Mu Feng also perceived the fluctuations in Gaby's aura. It was indeed significantly stronger than during the 33rd tournament. It appeared Gaby had been diligently training since his return, enabling such a swift enhancement in power. At this rate, he might soon surpass the limits of Super Saiyan 2 and approach the threshold of Super Saiyan 3. As his relentless assault bore no fruit, Gaby's stamina began to wane. Truly, the gap in strength was overwhelming. He leaped back to create distance, panting heavily. Internally, he was engulfed by tumultuous waves, realizing that despite his utmost efforts, he had barely grazed the opponent, who appeared to be as relaxed as if taking a leisurely stroll. While Gaby contemplated his next strategy, Mu Feng suddenly reminded him, during battle, your enemy will not grant you respite. Indeed, Lord Mu Feng, I shall remember that. Gaby promptly bowed solemnly and resumed his fighting stance. Mu Feng, somewhat speechless, had merely spoken in jest, not anticipating such an exaggerated reaction from Gaby. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Bardos chuckled, cupping her face. It is always such a delight to be with you, dear Mu Feng. At that moment, Gaby had adjusted his breathing, preparing to launch another attack. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and he erupted with golden flames. The ground beneath him shattering as he propelled himself toward Mu Feng like a cannonball. Boom. A deafening sound echoed. Did he hit? Gaby was initially elated, only for that joy to swiftly transform into shock. His full-force strike had indeed made contact, but it was merely deflected by Mu Feng's palm with ease. Gaby's most powerful punch was effortlessly halted by a single finger from Mu Feng. Not bad. You've improved since the last time, Mu Feng commended, casually flicking Gaby aside. However, this appears to be your limit. Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, Gaby nodded in dismay. He had not anticipated that even at full strength, he could not compel Mu Feng to move an inch. The realization that his most potent attack was thwarted by just a single finger was disheartening. Yet, amidst these thoughts, Gaby suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, what has brought you such joy? Curious, Mu Feng stepped forward and inquired. Lord Mu Feng, Master Vegeta is absolutely correct. Gaby exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. There are countless formidable warriors in this world. Individuals like yourself, Lord Beerus, Lord Kampa, and Lord Whis are simply innumerable. I have always held dear the teachings of Master Vegeta. Super Saiyan 2 is merely a starting point, not the destination. I shall never betray the expectations of both Masters Vegeta. I will redouble my efforts in training and grow stronger. I must protect the planet Salad and aspire to be as powerful as my master. After the battle, Lord Beerus approached and complimented. Well done, Gaby. Your progress during this time is quite evident. Keep striving, and one day you will be as formidable as those two masters Vegeta. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Thank you, Lord Mufeng. Gaby expressed his gratitude with a bow, filled with joy at receiving the acknowledgement from the two celestial beings. I will certainly continue to exert myself. Suddenly recalling something, he looked up and asked, by the way, is there a specific purpose for your visit, esteemed lords? Perhaps I can be of assistance. Lord Beerus smiled at Mufeng and said, Brother Mufeng, feel free to express your requirements. We indeed need your assistance. Nodding, Mufeng continued. We are here to locate two individuals. They possess extraordinary talent, and after training, their strength may very well surpass that of Son Goku and Vegeta. Moreover, like you, they are both Saiyans. This revelation left both Gaby and Lord Beerus momentarily stunned. Leaning closer, Lord Beerus whispered to Mufeng, Are you absolutely certain? Do we truly have such prodigies among us? Without a doubt, Mufeng replied confidently. Then I must witness this for myself, Lord Beerus exclaimed with excitement, adding, Lord Kampa will surely be delighted to hear this news. She has already begun to anticipate meeting these two Saiyans who may surpass Son Goku and Vegeta. At this moment, Lord Beerus was overwhelmed with enthusiasm and eager to meet the two Saiyans. When Gaby heard Mufeng mention Saiyans, one particular individual sprang to his mind. Indeed, that person possessed astonishing power, and Gaby had long sought an opportunity to introduce him to Kampa and Beerus, thereby bolstering the combat strength of Universe 6. Although Hid is powerful, even he is outmatched by a greater force. However, Gaby could only think of one person. As for the second Saiyan Mufeng mentioned, he could not fathom who it might be. Taking a deep breath, Gaby stepped forward and said, Lord Mufeng, Lord Beerus, I believe I may know who you are referring to. However, I only know of one, and that is Caulifla, the sister of the former captain of the Defense Corps. Lenso. Mr. Lenso often speaks of her. While our personalities may not align perfectly, Gaby said, scratching his head awkwardly, I must affirm that, as Lord Mufeng stated, Caulifla's potential and strength are indeed remarkable. With diligent training, she may very well surpass Master Vegeta and Mr. Goku. Ah, so you are acquainted with her. Then let us go and meet this Caulifla, Lord Beerus said with a smile, gesturing for Gaby to lead the way. Certainly. I shall take the esteemed lords there at once. Gaby bowed excitedly and quickly walked ahead, urging, Please follow me this way. Mufeng and Bardos exchanged smiles and followed suit. Gaby led them to find Caulifla, as Mufeng's objective was to locate the two prodigious Saiyan women from Universe 6, the female Broly and Caulifla. He aspired to enhance their powers, making the forthcoming tournament of power all the more captivating. Since the female Broly always accompanied Caulifla, finding the latter would naturally lead to her as well. Soon, the trio arrived at Caulifla's secret base. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a group of Saiyans clad in black coats, among them a girl dressed distinctly. She was the female Broly, Kale. Perched high above, gnawing on a chicken leg, was the other target, Caulifla. These two female Saiyans exhibited contrasting personalities. One, Caulifla, was an arrogant delinquent sporting a spiky black hairstyle, while the other, Kale, was a timid girl with a single ponytail. Seeing Gaby approach with strangers, Caulifla continued to gnaw on her chicken leg, seemingly indifferent to their presence. The other Saiyans fixated on the trio, while only Kale timidly hid at the back. Both female Saiyans are here, Bardos remarked with a smile after assessing them. Indeed, as Mufeng had suggested, both harbored immense potential within. Perhaps one day, they could ascend to become top-tier fighters in the universe, rivaling the likes of Hit, Goku, and Vegeta. Although Bardos felt elation, she also experienced a tinge of embarrassment. As the Angel of Universe 6, it was rather remiss of her not to have sensed such extraordinarily gifted Saiyans within her universe. Caulifla remained haughty, oblivious to the presence of the two angels. Gaby, sensing the tension, anxiously approached Mufeng and Bardos, whispering, Please forgive her, esteemed ones. Caulifla is unaware of your identities. She has always behaved this way. I shall explain the situation to her immediately. There's no need for concern, Mufeng replied with a smile, understanding their personalities well enough to know they would not be easily provoked. Let Gaby handle the explanation, Bardos concurred, smiling as well. Angels would not be perturbed by such trivial matters. However, She privately felt relieved that Kampa was not present, given Khalifa's attitude. He might have resorted to teaching the female scion a lesson directly. With the two angels not expressing any displeasure, Gaby breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at Khalifa, still engrossed in her chicken leg, and lamented, "Alas, it appears I truly cannot communicate with her." Just as he was about to step forward to explain, a group of black-clad scions blocked his path. No one is allowed to approach without the boss's permission. One scion barked, "You've misunderstood. I know Khalifa." Gaby quickly clarified, "That's not an option." The opposing scion maintained a firm stance, with others advancing to push him away. Gaby, overwhelmed with anxiety, clenched his fists. They had no idea who stood before them. Angering the angels would be disastrous. "Let him speak," Khalifa finally interjected. "Yes, boss." The scions promptly stepped aside. "Khalifa." Gaby felt a weight lifted off his shoulders as he introduced the two celestial beings before him, Lord Bados of the Sixth Universe and Lord Mu Feng, both magnificent angels governing the cosmos. Stepping forward and placing a hand on his chest, Gaby implored, "Khalifa, you must descend. It is exceedingly rude to behave thus in the presence of the angels." He sincerely hoped Khalifa would comply. However, Khalifa, indifferent, took a bite of her chicken leg and retorted, "What Sixth Universe? What angels? Gaby, are you and my brother colluding to deceive me? Spare your breath." "I am quite displeased." Impatiently, she waved her hand dismissively, adding, "And tell my brother not to bother me. No one can control me." Gaby was taken aback, anxiety coursing through him as he feared inciting the wrath of the two angels. At that moment, a scion subordinate pressed Gaby's head down, urging, "Did you not hear? Get lost." Gaby, overwhelmed by mounting frustration, unleashed a golden aura, sending the assailant reeling. "What is that?" The other scions gasped in fear, retreating. Khalifa leaped from her throne, demanding, "What have you done?" "This is the transformation into a super scion," Gaby explained. "These two are indeed celestial beings. Should you wish to learn this transformation, I can instruct you." Intrigued, Khalifa approached Mu Feng and Bados, scrutinizing them. "Is this the greatest of deities? They do not appear particularly impressive." "Cease, Khalifa," Gaby urgently interjected, yanking her behind him. "You must not be disrespectful to Lord Mu Feng and Lord Bados." "It is quite all right." Mu Feng and Bados exchanged smiles, unfazed by Khalifa's impudence. "Why are you holding me?" Khalifa snapped, pulling away from Gaby. "I apologize. The situation was urgent," he quickly admitted, lowering his head in contrition. "Enough. Let this be the last time." Khalifa dismissed him with a wave of her hand. Relieved by the calming atmosphere, Gaby leaned closer to Khalifa, whispering, "These two are true angels, the most formidable deities in the universe. With but a flick of their fingers, they could annihilate the entire cosmos." "Is that true?" Khalifa queried, her gaze fixed on the pair, who appeared rather amiable. Noticing her stare, Mu Feng and Bados merely smiled in silence. "Khalifa," Gaby warned anxiously, "do not provoke the two esteemed beings." I know. Stop nagging," she retorted, suddenly charging towards Mu Feng. Gaby hurried after her. "You are Mu Feng, correct?" Khalifa boldly stated. "I have heard of your strength. I wish to challenge you. If you win, my sister Kyre and I will heed your commands." Sister Kyre shyly lowered her head. "Do not worry, I will surely win," Khalifa boasted confidently, thumping her chest. "Khalifa, apologize at once," Gaby cried, exasperated. "You have no comprehension of the true extent of their power." Khalifa irritably shrugged off Gaby's concern. "Enough already. I said I refuse." She crossed her arms, pouting in defiance. Gabina found herself at an impasse and had no choice but to turn to Mu Feng and Bados. "Esteemed angels, please do not take offense. Carnivora has always been this way on the planet Sharada." Bados regarded Mu Feng with a calm gaze, to which the latter responded with a gentle smile. "Just what I need, a chance to stretch my limbs. If I manage to win against them, they will surely comply with the competition." "Hooray! Follow me," Carnivora exclaimed excitedly, tugging Kyre along as they dashed off. Gabina, feeling anxious, intercepted Mu Feng. "You won't hurt her, will you?" "Rest assured." Mu Feng reassured her with a pat on the shoulder. At that moment, Bados chuckled lightly and urged, "If we dawdle any longer, we'll miss them." The trio shared laughter as they strolled towards the competition arena. Meanwhile, within the rift of space and time, Broly finally found his way out. Upon returning to the universe, he felt his divine power abruptly dissipate. In a state of panic, he erected a protective shield, only to realize he was utterly lost and did not know the way to Earth. As he floated bewildered in the cosmos, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared, accompanied by Jebbet, startling Broly into a defensive stance. In the distance, Vegeta was hastening toward them. As Broly recognized the newcomers, his tense demeanor slightly eased. Despite harboring resentment towards Kakarot, he understood that the priority was to enhance his strength in preparation for his confrontation with another version of himself. As for vengeance, that could wait until after the battle concluded. Hey, Mr. Wukong, why did you suddenly bring me here? I haven't finished creating several planets yet, Jebbet murmured, rubbing his temples, clearly disoriented by the abrupt spatial transition initiated by Sun Wukong. Look, Broly's back, Sun Wukong greeted enthusiastically. Broly? Jebbet shook his head vigorously and upon closer inspection, muttered, It truly is Broly. Suddenly realizing something was amiss, he quickly inquired, Where's Lord Mu Feng? Did you not encounter him? I did see him. Lord Mu Feng has proceeded to the 6th universe. I returned alone, Broly replied calmly. Sun Wukong scrutinized Broly and then grinned widely. You've been training hard during this time, haven't you? You seem much stronger than before. Just then, a dark purple flame descended from the heavens, revealing Vegeta, who appeared with his battle cloak swirling. Humph. I can't believe I am the last to arrive, he remarked, locking eyes with Broly. Kakarot was not mistaken. You have indeed grown more powerful. Haha. My mastery over divine energy is now remarkably precise. Sun Wukong boasted, hands on his hips, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Vegeta's forehead twitched with irritation, silently gritting his teeth. What is this fool so proud of? My strength is still superior to his. Suppressing his anger, he turned to Broly. Now, tell me, what did you encounter in the 7th universe? You are practically brimming with battle intent, thanks to his training as a god of destruction. Vegeta was particularly sensitive to the aura of combat. He deduced that Broly must have faced a formidable foe to be in such a heightened state of excitement. What are you talking about, Vegeta? What battle intent? Sun Wukong scratched his head, looking perplexed. Jebbet leaned in to clarify, as an apprentice god of destruction. Vegeta's instincts for battle have sharpened considerably. The Supreme Kai has some insight, Vegeta acknowledged with a raised eyebrow. Under the expectant gazes of the onlookers, Broly pondered for a moment, since I cannot hide it any longer, and proceeded to recount the encounter with his other self in its entirety. After listening to these revelations, the three individuals were profoundly astonished, their anticipation to meet Broly from Universe 7 heightened. How remarkable! It is astonishing to think that the alternate version of myself, alongside Vegeta, could not prevail against him. Clearly, Broly from that realm possesses extraordinary power. I wonder if I could defeat him now, Goku mused, resting his chin on his hand, eager for the challenge to see who is stronger. Humph, another intriguing contender has emerged, just as I desire. Vegeta crossed his arms, somewhat surprised yet imbued with confidence in his current capabilities. Broly from Universe 7? The very being that the alternate me and Kakarot could not overcome? Allow me, Vegeta, to vanquish him single-handedly. Goku and Vegeta swiftly regained their composure, their minds consumed by thoughts of the formidable new Broly. Yet, one among them remained absorbed in contemplation, Jebbet. He could hardly fathom that Broly from Universe 7 was so powerful that it required the fusion of Goku and Vegeta into Vegeto to defeat such a monstrous entity. Jebbet fully comprehended Vegeto's might, having witnessed firsthand the overwhelming force when Goku and Vegeta fused into Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto, a presence that could crush even the formidable Super Shenron with just a gaze. The strength of Vegeto is indisputable. However, the necessity of Vegeto to conquer Broly signifies the latter's equally terrifying power. Nonetheless, Goku and Vegeta were indifferent to this fact. Their strength had long surpassed their former selves, and they even hoped for Broly to grow stronger, for such a battle would be infinitely more thrilling. Perhaps this is the very nature of Saiyans, obsessed with combat. Of course, as Broly grows stronger, they too would not remain stagnant. Broly, we must return to our training. We need to enhance our strength swiftly and not fall behind the other powerful warriors. With thoughts of the formidable beings yet to face, especially Broly from Universe 7, Goku clenched his fists, exclaiming with excitement. Indeed, Lord Mu Feng has also instructed me to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Broly nodded in agreement. Then you should proceed. Vegeta and I must take our leave. Goku chuckled, scratching his head. Humph, who would want to accompany you? I am off to destroy planets. Vegeta huffed, unleashing his energy as he soared into the skies. Ha ha, Vegeta is truly impatient. It seems he can hardly wait to engage with powerful foes. Watching Vegeta's retreating figure, Goku burst into laughter, then clenched his fists, whispering to himself, "All right, I cannot afford to be lazy. I must master even greater divine powers during this time. Then we shall take our leave, Broly." With that, he seized Jebbet, who was still in a daze. What is happening?" Jebbet exclaimed, startled and looking around in a flurry. "We are leaving." Goku closed his eyes and activated instant transmission, and in an instant, they vanished. As he observed the three depart, Broly fell silent for a moment, murmuring to himself, "Kakarot and Vegeta have grown stronger once more. I too must not pause. I shall head to Earth and train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Another me, just wait and see. When we meet next, I shall reveal a different version of myself." During this period, neither Vegeta, Goku, nor Jebbet had noticed that Broly was adorned with a tail resembling a belt around his waist. In fact, this was a distinctive mark of the Saiyan race. With Broly possessing a tail, he too could attain the power of Super Saiyan 4. In the realm of time and space, 6th universe, on the planet Salad, under the guidance of Caulifla, Mu Feng and his companions arrived at a vast expanse strewn with rocks. "This is the place, let us get started." Caulifla squatted on a stone, impatiently urging Mu Feng. "Caulifla, do not display such disrespect towards Lord Mu Feng," Gabe advised with a hint of exasperation. "Oh, how annoying." Caulifla waved her hand dismissively and shot Gabe a glare. "Enough chatter." Gabe immediately recoiled. Sorry. Sister, do you truly wish to compete with the angel?" Kale anxiously grasped Caulifla's arm. "What? Do you not believe in me either?" Caulifla patted her hand confidently. "Do not worry, I will undoubtedly win. Gabe is surely just bluffing." Gabe sighed. "I cannot stand her." "Yes, I believe in you, sister." Kale nodded vigorously, cheering her on. Observing this, Beatrice leaned towards Mu Feng and whispered, "Mu Feng, do take it easy." "Rest assured, sister," Mu Feng replied with a smile. "Come on, Lord Mu Feng." Caulifla cried eagerly, "I shall strike first." "Be my guest," Mu Feng replied calmly. "Do not underestimate me." Caulifla suddenly dashed behind Mu Feng and delivered a powerful punch. Gabe sighed. Kale clenched his fists nervously. "Go for it, sister." However, as her fist was about to connect, Mu Feng merely shifted slightly to evade effortlessly. "What?" Caulifla exclaimed in shock, hastily retreating. Indeed, the disparity was too great. Gabe shook his head. Once steadied, Caulifla fixed her gaze on Mu Feng, her eyes wide with astonishment. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead as anxiety crept in. What was going on? Just moments ago, he had seemingly not observed my movements. Yet he effortlessly dodged. Was it merely a coincidence? Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. It must be a fluke. Caulifla clenched her fists once more, her body igniting with a white aura, and charged at Mu Feng with fervor. "Huh!" she roared, her fists raining down like a hailstorm. Mu Feng continued to regard her with indifference, merely sidestepping to evade all her attacks. How infuriating. Is dodging all you can do? Caulifla shouted angrily. Have the courage to take a punch from me. Very well, Mu Feng chuckled lightly, leisurely extending a finger. Do you dare to underestimate me? Caulifla, ablaze with fury, surged her power to its zenith and instantly appeared before Mu Feng. Receive this. She unleashed her most formidable blow with all her might. Sister, go? Kale whispered a prayer, wishing for her sister's victory while fearing for Mu Feng's safety. As the fierce wind rushed towards him, Mu Feng remained unfazed, gently tapping with his finger. Boom. The shock wave erupted, and Caulifla's full-force strike was effortlessly halted by a single finger. In the next moment, she was sent flying back by the recoil. Sister, Kira exclaimed, desperately chasing after. Gabe was also anxious. Caulifla. Despite their usual disagreements, she was indeed the sister of Sun. Suddenly, Bardoss appeared and caught the unconscious Caulifla. Lady Bardoss. Gabe halted in his tracks. Kira's eyes reddened. Sister, she... Do not worry, Bardoss reassured. She merely fainted from exhaustion and will recover shortly. Gabe whispered to himself. Is she just unconscious? He then bowed to Bardoss, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Lady Bardoss, for your assistance. Kira also bowed respectfully. Thank you, Lady Bardoss. At that moment, she was finally convinced that these two were indeed celestial beings, possessing powers far beyond her and her sister's imagination. More importantly, she fully comprehended Gabe's warning. Under no circumstances should they provoke these two angels. A soft rustling sound echoed from the sky. Oh dear, Lady Bardoss, you are remarkably swift. I was just about to come over. Mu Feng smiled as he appeared beside Bardos. Bardos smiled back. Not too bad, brother Mu Feng. Perhaps I was just particularly focused. In truth, she was not merely observing the battle, but was concerned about Mu Feng coming into contact with Califra's body. After all, Califra was still a young girl, and Bardos would feel uncomfortable if Mu Feng touched her. Mu Feng did not dwell on this. Nodding, "Shall we descend, Lady Bardos?" They seemed quite worried about Califra. "Certainly, brother Mu Feng," Bardos agreed cheerfully. The two descended to the ground, and Bardos gently laid Califra down. "Sister." Kier rushed over, supporting Califra's head with a worried expression. Gabe also approached to inquire. "Lord Mu Feng, Lady Bardos, how is Califra?" "Do not worry," Bardos replied with a gentle smile, tapping her staff lightly against Califra's body. A radiant white light enveloped Califra instantly. Kier was momentarily astonished by the brilliance, looking up at Bardos before glancing back at her sister. Suddenly, she noticed Califra's fingers moving slightly. "Sister is responding," Kier exclaimed joyfully, then deeply bowed to the two angels. "Thank you, esteemed angels." She carefully laid Califra flat and stood up to solemnly apologize. "Lord Mu Feng, Lady Bardos, I apologize for my sister's earlier rudeness." "It is quite all right, rise," Bardos said kindly. "It was a trivial matter. We shall not hold it against you," Mu Feng added with a smile and a wave of his hand. Though Califra was proud and arrogant, her nature was not malevolent. Like Sun Wukong and Vegeta, she yearned for strength. With Bardos to nurture her, she would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the sixth universe, making the universal tournament even more thrilling. Before long, Califra slowly opened her eyes and regained consciousness. "Sister, you are awake," Kier exclaimed with joy. "What happened?" Califra sat up, rubbing her head. Suddenly, upon seeing Mu Feng and Bardos, she leapt up and rushed to Mu Feng, excitedly declaring, "Hey, you really are as strong as Gabe said. I, Califra, keep my promises. From today forth, I and Kier will follow your lead." "Sister." Kier shyly tugged at her clothes. Gabe breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's heading in a positive direction. At the very least, Califra is safe and sound. Both Kale and I are certainly willing to heed the words of you two angels. However, Califra, with her hands on her hips, suddenly raised a finger, revealing a mischievous smile. "I have a condition," she declared. Gabby, exasperated, held his forehead, thinking it was audacious to negotiate with angels at such a moment. "You must teach us how to become stronger," he insisted. Upon hearing the mention of Super Saiyan, Califra's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Kale and I both must learn, and we want to grow even stronger." Gabby and Califra exchanged glances. Gabby hesitated to dissuade her, but ultimately chose to stand by and observe. "Big Sister Bados." Mu Feng turned to her. Bados, understanding the unspoken communication, nodded at Califra and announced, "From this day forth, I shall personally guide the three of you in your training." Gabby, overwhelmed with joy, hurriedly bowed and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lady Bados. I will strive to improve tenfold." "How wonderful." Califra cheered, grasping Kale's hand. "Did you hear that? The angel is going to train us personally. No one will dare to bully you anymore. We will become incredibly powerful." Kale, blushing, nodded vigorously, feeling a surge of happiness for her sister. Bados leaned closer to Mu Feng and whispered, "Thank you, Mu Feng. There's no need to be so formal, sister." Mu Feng replied with a smile. "Just remember to teach them how to transform, especially Kale. You might be quite astonished." Realizing the gravity of the matter, Bados turned her attention to the shy Scion girl. It was clear that within her lay extraordinary power. Pondering, Bados suggested, "Why not teach them how to transform right now?" After a moment's contemplation, she agreed. "Very well, let's begin." She turned to the sisters, cautioning, "Do not be too eager. I will first teach you the method of transformation." "Really? We can learn it right now," Califra exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she tightly held Kale's hand. "This is fantastic. Let's transform together." "Yes, together with my sister," Kale echoed, brimming with anticipation. This way, the sixth universe will become even stronger. Gabby clenched his fists, filled with hopeful expectation. "Hurry and teach us," Califra urged, leaning forward eagerly. "Patience, first, you must adjust your state of mind," Bados instructed with solemnity. "Understood," Califra responded. Turning to Kale, "Quickly, let's get in the right mindset. We are about to transform." "I will focus," Kale nodded earnestly. The sisters took a deep breath simultaneously, beginning to center themselves, while Gabby silently observed. hopeful for their successful transformation. At that moment, Bados closed her eyes and sent a telepathic message to Mu Feng. Mu Feng, dear brother, please assist me by telling me how Scions transform into Super Scions. Bados communicated through mental connection, and Mu Feng nearly burst into laughter, quickly stifling it as he asked, Sister Bados, you mean you don't know this? I only know it's somewhat related to anger, Bados admitted. Her face slightly flushed with embarrassment. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, so I must rely on you. Please tell me, sister. All right, I understand. Mu Feng thought to himself, feeling amused. Given that this was the 6th universe, he decided to share the local method. After a moment's thought, he relayed the transformation technique to Bados. Thank you. Bados opened her eyes, her cheeks warm as she whispered. Then she said to Caulifla and Kale, are you ready? Now I will teach you how to transform. Wonderful. I have been eagerly anticipating this. Caulifla exclaimed with excitement, her hands on her hips. Beside her, Kale listened intently, determined to transform alongside her sister. The key to becoming a Super Scion is to harness your anger, Bados explained as she approached them. Caulifla and Kale looked at her, puzzled. Bados placed her hands on their backs and instructed, think of something that makes you angry and concentrate all your energy into this spot where my hands are resting. Keep your thoughts focused on that anger while channeling your energy to your back. This will allow you to break your limits and successfully transform. Caulifla, brimming with confidence, questioned, is it really that simple? Just gather the energy to my back? Indeed, Bados nodded, but the prerequisite is that your strength must meet the standards. Both of you qualify and will undoubtedly succeed. Did you hear that, Kale? Caulifla exclaimed excitedly, let us begin. Let us transform together. All right, Kale replied with a joyful nod. The two immediately began to adjust their energy, preparing for their transformation. Huh, Caulifla shouted, her energy surging dramatically. However, Kale struggled, unable to gather her energy to her back, no matter how hard she tried. Suddenly, a loud shout captured everyone's attention. Huh, Caulifla erupted in a brilliant golden light, her white aura transforming into a radiant golden hue. Her hair and eyebrows turned golden as her energy soared exponentially, marking her successful transformation into a Super Scion. Look at me. I concentrated my power with all my might, and I succeeded. Now I am a Super Scion, Caulifla declared, hands on her hips, gazing at her palms in exhilaration. This feeling is incredible. I can sense an unending flow of power surging within me. I am stronger than ever. Gabe watched in awe at Caulifla's transformation into a Super Scion, left speechless for a moment before exclaiming, amazing. As expected of Caulifla, she mastered the transformation so quickly. When I trained under Master Vegeta, it took me considerable effort. Even Mr. Sun was not mistaken. Caulifla truly is a prodigy, her talent and strength surpassing even his. This is extraordinary. Gabe, both shocked and elated, realized that Caulifla's successful transformation meant that the 6th universe had gained another formidable warrior. Whether protecting Planet Salad or participating in intergalactic tournaments, their scions could now contribute, no longer relying solely on Hit. Bados stepped forward with a smile. This is merely the first stage of the Super Scion transformation. There are more forms that you will gradually unlock through training. More stages? Caulifla's eyes sparkled with excitement. That is fantastic. I must grow even stronger and become the mightiest scion. Suddenly, she remembered something and turned to her junior, Kale, noticing she had yet to complete her transformation. Kale, why haven't you transformed yet? Caulifla asked in surprise. Kale, head bowed and feeling dejected, replied, Sister, I can't do it. She had tried numerous times but failed to concentrate her energy to her back, growing increasingly tempted to give up. She felt that perhaps her abilities were insufficient, rendering her incapable of transformation. Sister, I think I should give up. Kale's voice grew increasingly faint. No. We promised to transform together. Caulifla resolutely countered, stepping in front of Kale and turning around, pointing to the center of her back. Look here, at the center of my back. Let me demonstrate once more. With that, she deactivated her transformation and gathered her energy anew. With a powerful shout, a golden aura erupted once again, successfully reverting her to Super Scion form. Do you see? It's like this. Come on, try again. Caulifla gazed steadfastly at Kale. I really can't, sister. Kale evaded her gaze, feeling inadequate compared to her sister. Kale, Caulifla interrupted, spreading her arms wide in encouragement. Don't speak such discouraging words. You are a scion. You can definitely transform successfully. Hey, Kale, don't be timid. Frowning doesn't he suit you? Caulifla leaned closer to Kale, invigorating her spirit. Let us try once more. Kale's tense expression relaxed slightly. Since you say so, Caulifla, I'll give it another go. She nodded vigorously, closing her eyes and clenching her fists, channeling her energy to her back. Aya! She shouted, her entire aura converging towards her back. Yes, just like that. Focus. Caulifla encouraged, arms crossed. Aya! Kale's cries grew louder. There's hope. Gabe exclaimed excitedly. Of course. Caulifla replied with pride, chin held high. Mufing and Bardos silently observed the scene. However, Kale still could not complete her transformation. It's still not working, Gabe sighed in disappointment. You were so close. Caulifla patted Kale on the shoulder. Let us do it again. No, sister. Kale shook her head in frustration. She would rather give up than continue to feel embarrassed. Don't say that. I believe you can do it. Caulifla held her shoulders firmly. Lord Bardos believes in you too. Gabe chimed in to encourage her. Meanwhile, Bardos softly asked Mufing, have you noticed? Yes, it's quite normal, Mufing nodded. Kale is akin to Broly from our universe. Broly? Bardos exclaimed in astonishment, realizing she referred to the legendary Super Saiyan. Mufing explained the connections among the group. I see now, Bardos said, enlightenment dawning upon her. I'll go help her break through. Mufing smiled as he approached Kale. Watching his retreating figure, Bardos's face flushed suddenly. She quickly shook her head. No. It's too early to think about that. Bardos gently shook her head to calm herself, raising her eyes to Mufing's silhouette and murmuring softly. I really can't do it. I can't transform like Sister Caulifla. Kale hung her head, her voice dwindling, completely devoid of confidence. Convinced that she could never become a Super Saiyan. Kale, you must believe in yourself. Caulifla vigorously shook her shoulders. Try once more. This time you will surely succeed. Sister, I really can't. I've tried so many times. Kale lifted her tear-filled eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Her greatest fear was the possibility of being separated from her dearest sister, Caulifla. Observing Kale's sorrowful demeanor, Caulifla felt at a loss for how to provide comfort. Gabe stood beside them, equally bewildered. Logically, if Caulifla could transform, Kale should be capable of doing so as well. That would be the norm. Mufing approached with a smile, prompting the three of them to look at the angelic figure with curiosity. Mufing, what do you mean? Gabe inquired. Why can't Kale transform like I can? Caulifla pressed anxiously. Kale remained silent, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Because Kale is different from you, Mufing replied calmly. Caulifla and Gabe are ordinary Saiyans, while Kale is a legendary Super Saiyan. A legendary Super Saiyan. That sounds incredibly powerful. Caulifla exclaimed, shaking Kale excitedly. Did you hear that? You are stronger than us. Really, sister? A faint smile finally graced Kale's lips. Is it like Broly? Gabe suddenly recalled, turning to Mufing for confirmation. Mufing, the Broly from the last tournament is indeed a legendary Super Saiyan, right? Will Kale transform in a similar manner? Precisely, Mufing nodded. Incredible. Gabe gazed at Kale in astonishment, realizing that this young girl before him was a legendary Super Saiyan. He vividly remembered Broly from the tournament, who only grew stronger with each battle. Kale had even defeated Hit, the most notorious assassin from Universe 6. If she could harness that inner power, the strength of our Universe 6 would surely ascend to new heights. Gabe leaned in, asking, Mufing, since Kale cannot transform right now, how can she master the power of the Super Saiyan? Caulifla echoed his question. Yes, Mufing, how can Kale become a Super Saiyan? Do not worry, step back for now. Mufing instructed, placing his hand gently on Kale's head. When she transforms, stay away. It may spiral out of control. Gabe and Caulifla obediently retreated, anxiously watching Kale. Can I really do it? Kale timidly looked up. Mufing smiled encouragingly. The power within you is waiting to be unleashed, and you can certainly do it. No sooner had he spoken than a white light surged from his palm, enveloping Kale entirely. All right, just wait and see. Mufing stepped back a few paces. Suddenly, Kale cried out in distress, trembling violently. What is happening to Kale? Caulifla exclaimed, on the verge of rushing forward. Mufing stopped her. Transforming with external force will require some endurance, but do not worry, she will not be harmed. Amid Kale's anguished cries, a vibrant green aura erupted from within her. Look, it's happening, Gabe shouted in excitement. I knew she could do it. Caulifla cheered, bouncing on her feet. A golden wave of energy exploded forth as Kale levitated into the air. The ground trembled violently, fissures spreading like a spider's web. So powerful. As Kale finished her jubilant cheer, Her expression suddenly shifted. Her energy surged uncontrollably, and her gaze gradually lost focus. "Kale, stop!" Caulifla exclaimed, frantically waving her hands. Yet, Kale's muscles swelled. Her hair transformed into a blinding green, and lightning crackled around her. With one final roar, she fully became the legendary Berserk Super Saiyan. "My goodness!" Gabby gasped, his voice trembling. "It's just like Broly's transformation." The rampant energy wreaked havoc all around, prompting even Beerus to remark softly, "Indeed, she resembles Broly in every aspect." "Incredible! Kale, you did it!" Caulifla exclaimed, leaping with excitement, eager to rush towards Kale. "Don't go over there, Caulifla!" Gabby urgently transformed into a Super Saiyan to block her path, suddenly recalling Mufing's warning that Kale's transformation might spiral out of control. He remembered how Broly from the universe was similarly unable to control his power, and it was clear that Kale was now engulfed in fury. Caulifla, however, shrugged off Gabby's hand. "What are you doing? I want to congratulate Kale. Look at her state. It's clearly not right." Gabby pointed at Kale. Caulifla scrutinized her. Kale has grown taller, and her muscles are even more defined. "Impressive. That's not it." Gabby shook his head. "She seems to have lost her sanity." "Huh. How could Kale possibly be out of control?" "You're joking." Caulifla laughed heartily. Gabby sighed. "Even Mr. Sun, I really can't get along with your sister." Determined, Caulifla insisted on approaching Kale. Just then, Kale, who had been motionless, suddenly moved. She sneered, pointing at Gabby. "Gabby, how dare you speak to my sister like that? I'll sacrifice you first." "What?" Gabby was taken aback. "What did I do to deserve this?" "Kale." Caulifla was momentarily stunned. Mufing approached to explain. "She is not listening to anything now. It's indistinguishable from losing control." So, it was true that she had lost control, Caulifla thought, gazing at Kale. Suddenly, Kale let out a furious roar, a green energy erupting from her chest, and a violent wave of energy engulfed the surroundings. With a wave of his hand, Mufing teleported the two to Beerus's side. "She's completely berserk now," Beerus observed. "Just like Broly, one gets used to it," Mufing replied calmly. "Kale, stop now." Caulifla dashed forward. "Don't go," Gabby shouted, unable to stop her, and sighed. "Lord Mufing, Lord Beerus, we must bring Kale back." "Be careful. She is stronger than you now," Beerus cautioned. Mufing nodded, understood. Gabby transformed into a Super Saiyan, closely following Caulifla as they charged towards Kale. The furious energy rampaged, causing the ground and rocky mountains to collapse one after another, swiftly leveling the entire area. "Gabby, die." Suddenly, Kale halted her energy release, her crimson eyes locking onto Gabby as he rushed towards her. Boom. The ground exploded as Kale shot forth like a cannonball, leaving a massive crater in her wake. "This is bad." Gabby's pupils constricted. He had no time to evade. Kale had already appeared before him. "Kale!" Caulifla cried out in alarm, only to find that Kale completely disregarded her. "Die!" Kale, with her imposing physique, forcefully hurled Gabe aside. A sudden burst of blinding green light erupting from her chest as she unleashed the Broly clan's secret technique, the chest energy blast. The explosion sent Gabe flying hundreds of meters, embedding him deeply into the rock face, causing the entire mountain to tremble. "How formidable! Kale, your power is truly astounding." Caulifla exclaimed, her fists raised in excitement. Roar! Kale's strength surged once more, her muscles rippling as her eyes gleamed with a murderous intent. "I will annihilate you all." Her fist, propelled by a fierce wind, struck towards Caulifla. "Kale!" Caulifla hurriedly transformed into Super Saiyan, crossing her arms to block. Bang! She was instantly sent flying. Golden lightning cutting through the dust as Super Saiyan 2 Gabe caught her midair, his hair standing like flames. This form, Super Saiyan 2, we'll discuss it later. Gabe focused intently on the rampaging Kale. She must be subdued first. Understood. Caulifla took her battle stance, apologizing to her junior. Die. Kale unleashed 2 energy blasts. The duo dodged left and right, simultaneously charging at Kale. "Wake up, Kale!" Gabe shouted amidst the chaos of their fists. The response was an even more frenzied assault. Bang, bang, bang. Fist shadows rained down, the earth cracking beneath them. At this moment, defeating her was the only way to end this rampage. Fists collided fiercely in the air, each impact resonating with tremendous force. Seizing a moment, Gabe delivered a punch to Kale's abdomen, only to find that instead of retreating, she erupted with even greater energy. Boom. Gabe was sent flying by the sudden shockwave, crashing heavily backward. "Kale!" Cauliflower rushed forward to assist, only to be met with a powerful punch. She barely managed to evade, but before she could steady herself, a second punch struck, sending her hurtling away. Kale radiated a terrifying aura, her roars accompanied by a relentless rise in energy. The legendary Super Saiyan transformation, aided by Mu Feng, granted her a fearsome power beyond the norm. From a distance, Gabe, rising from the ground, fixated on the ever-strengthening Kale. I must prevent her from growing stronger. He gathered a dazzling purple energy sphere at his waist, and as its brilliance swelled, he thrust it forward. Here it comes. Kale astonishingly braced herself with one hand against the shockwave, veins bulging on her forehead as she bellowed, sending the energy waves soaring into the sky. Before Gabe could process the shock, Kale had already appeared before him. Bang! A heavy blow to his abdomen made Gabe spit out bile, instantly dispelling his Super Saiyan 2 form. Following this, a series of punches landed on the same spot, culminating in a knee strike that propelled him high into the air. An energy blast pursued Gabe, crashing into a distant rocky mountain. Boom! The entire mountain disintegrated into ashes, leaving Gabe unconscious in the ruins, his clothes tattered. Not far away, Cauliflower lay unconscious as well, the overwhelming power of the legendary Super Saiyan unmistakable. It is my time to shine. Mu Feng gestured to Beerus, requesting his sister to look after the two youngsters. The angel's staff gently tapped, a healing light enveloping the unconscious duo. When Cauliflower awakened, Beerus was smiling as she retracted her staff. You really took quite a beating. Do not worry. Angel Mu Feng will bring Kale back safely. Beerus smiled gently. Upon awakening, Gabe immediately recognized Babidi and understood that she and Cauliflower had recovered from their injuries. He quickly rose and respectfully bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Babidi. It is but a trifling matter, Babidi replied, waving her hand lightly with a beaming smile. Speaking of which, today has yielded quite the fruitful results. Your trio of scions has significantly enhanced their powers through training, which is truly exhilarating to anticipate. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the calm figure of Mu Feng ahead, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes as she murmured softly, all thanks to dear Mu Feng, indeed. In the distance, Mu Feng approached Kale with an air of composure. Kale, you have successfully transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. It is time to bring this farce to an end. However, at that moment, Kale was impervious to anyone's words, including those of Mu Feng. Anticipating this reaction, Mu Feng chose to refrain from further dialogue and resolved to subdue her directly. Before he could act, Kale erupted in a furious roar, charging at him with ferocity. Everyone must die, she declared, unleashing her full strength upon Mu Feng without mercy. Master Mu Feng, Cauliflower exclaimed in alarm, knowing full well that she had been incapacitated by Kale's earlier attack, and the potency of this punch was unfathomably greater. Although Mu Feng could easily defeat her, Kale was equally formidable at present, causing Cauliflower to feel a twinge of concern. Fear not, Cauliflower. Master Mu Feng's prowess far exceeds our expectations. Simply observe, Gabe reassured her. Humph, as if I needed your words. Cauliflower shot him a glare, retorting with displeasure. What have I done to you? Gabe chuckled awkwardly, finding himself at a loss for words. In the air, Kale surged towards Mu Feng at an astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch. A resounding crash echoed as a terrifying shockwave radiated outward. Yet, Mu Feng effortlessly blocked Kale's full-strength strike with merely a fingertip. Wow! Cauliflower gasped in disbelief, her mouth agape. See, I told you. The angel's power is the mightiest in the universe. Gabe proclaimed proudly, hands on his hips. Now you finally understand the gravity of my words. However, when he turned to gauge Cauliflower's reaction, he found her utterly engrossed, fixated on Mu Feng in the sky. Enraged by her thwarted attack, Kale unleashed an even more ferocious aura, launching a relentless barrage against Mu Feng. Yet, Mu Feng continued to deflect her every assault with the same nonchalance, utilizing only a single finger. How extraordinary! Master Mu Feng's strength is simply unfathomable, Cauliflower exclaimed, brimming with excitement as she turned to Babidi. Lord Babidi, is your power equally formidable? In response to her eager gaze, Babidi smiled gently. Well, it is somewhat similar. That's fantastic, Cauliflower exclaimed, leaping with delight and clenching her fists. Under your guidance, I too shall become immensely powerful, won't I? I can hardly wait to grow stronger. Babidi chuckled softly. That will depend on you. Of course. With her hands confidently placed on her hips, Kale declared, I will strive relentlessly. One day, I shall surpass Lord Mufeng and Lord Bardos. I shall eagerly await that day, Bardos chuckled, her heart brimming with anticipation for the potential of these three scions. Observing the animated exchange between the two, Gaber felt a twinge of discontent. Kale, how dare you completely disregard me? It infuriates me. I simply cannot get along with someone like you. In midair, a series of collisions echoed. Mufeng effortlessly countered Caulifla's assault. Growing increasingly bored, he resolved to conclude the skirmish. Ah! Caulifla exclaimed in anger, channeling her power to its utmost and launching another punch. Just as her fist was about to collide with Mufeng, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Before she could react, Mufeng had flashed to her side, his right hand gently tapping her shoulder. Instantly, an overwhelming force surged from her shoulder throughout her body, rendering Caulifla powerless as she plummeted from the sky. Crash! The ground was struck with tremendous force, creating a vast crater. Her once mighty form rapidly reverted to her diminutive size. Finally, it's over, Gaber sighed in relief. So formidable. To subdue Caulifla with but a single palm. Caulifla stood dumbfounded, astonished that someone as powerful as Caulifla could be so effortlessly subdued by an angel. The disparity in strength was utterly disheartening. However, she quickly regained her composure and rushed toward the crater, shouting, Caulifla, wait. Gaber hurried to follow. Caulifla gently roused the weakened Caulifla. Are you all right? She asked, shaking her companion lightly. Caulifla slowly opened her eyes and softly called out, Sister, how wonderful. Caulifla exclaimed excitedly, embracing her. I knew you could transform into a super scion. The legendary kind, no less. How splendid. Don't say that. Caulifla blushed. Seeing that the situation had been amicably resolved, Bardos approached Mufeng with a smile. Thanks to you, dear Mufeng, our sixth universe has gained much. Please, no more praise. Mufeng replied bashfully, scratching his head. I'm becoming embarrassed. It is indeed the truth, Bardos insisted, raising her index finger. As a token of gratitude, please indulge in our newly discovered delicacies. Specialties of the sixth universe? Mufeng inquired curiously, gazing at the enormous cucumber-shaped fruit she conjured. Is this some kind of fruit? Indeed. Dear Mufeng, Bardos replied with a smile. This is a new variety of fruit that Lord Kampa and I recently discovered. It is called the Zixiwang honeydew melon. You've arrived at the perfect time. Let us taste it together. Zixiwang honeydew melon? Mufeng thought the name sounded somewhat familiar. Could it possibly be related to Hit? Before he could ponder further, Bardos swiftly sliced the melon into 5 pieces. Once cut, the golden flesh was revealed. No wonder it's called the honeydew melon. It's all about this color. As for any connection to Hit, he decided to set that aside for now. Here, dear Mufeng, take the first bite. The remaining 3 pieces are just right for those children. Bardos cheerfully offered him a slice. Mufeng accepted the melon and took a bite. This flavor is truly delightful. The exterior resembles a cucumber, yet its taste is akin to the sweet and delightful melon of earth. Truly delectable. What do you think? Is it to your liking? Barbados inquired closely, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. It's absolutely delicious, Sister Barbados, Mufeng replied, swiftly finishing the fruit in just a few bites. Noticing Barbados's unwavering gaze upon him, he pointed to the remaining pieces of melon. Why aren't you eating, sister? I have already savored it, but here, take this piece as well. Barbados pressed another slice into his hand. You truly have tasted it? Mufeng asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Of course. Now hurry and eat, Barbados responded, her smile radiant. Then I shall not be polite. Mufeng quickly devoured another piece. Observing him relish the treat, Barbados could not help but stifle a giggle. This child is simply adorable. Feeling her cheeks flush, she took a deep breath and turned to call out, Gabe, Caulifla, here. Come over and enjoy some fruit during your break. Ah, yes, Lady Barbados. Gabe eagerly affirmed. Is there fruit? Caulifla exclaimed, grabbing Kier's hand. Let us go. The trio hurried over joyfully. Once they had all finished the melon, Mufeng felt it was time to take his leave. He quietly said to Barbados, Sister, I must be on my way. Already. Barbados was momentarily taken aback, her tone tinged with reluctance. It was the first time she felt time pass so swiftly. She had hoped to spend more time together. But if you are busy, there is no helping it. I truly had a wonderful time. I am also very happy to be with you, sister. As Mufeng spoke, he conjured a charming whale plushie. This is a whale from the oceans of Earth. A token of gratitude for you. Barbados accepted the plushie with a flushed face, gently caressing it. Then I shall take my leave. Mufeng waved and opened a rift in time and space. The trio, Gabe and the others stood in awe. Is Master Mu Feng leaving? Gabe asked as he stepped forward. Yes, it is time to go. When we meet again, I hope to see an even stronger version of you. Mu Feng said with a smile, patting Gabe's shoulder. I will certainly do that, Gabe declared, clenching his fist with determination. Not just me. Here, and I will become incredibly powerful too. Caulifla puffed out her chest confidently. Indeed, I will strive alongside my sister, Here added softly but resolutely. Then I shall eagerly anticipate that. Mu Feng chuckled as he turned toward the time rift. Before departing, he glanced back at Barbados and said, Sister, I bid you farewell. Remember to visit again. Barbados, clutching the whale plushie, felt her cheeks warm once more. I will. Mu Feng nodded and stepped into the rift, instantly transforming into a stream of light as he traversed through it. This time, his destination was the 11th universe of the future. As the rift gradually faded, Barbados's face became less flushed. She turned to the three and announced, From this day forth, you shall accompany me back to the realm of destruction for training. How splendid. At last, I can grow stronger. Caulifla rubbed her hands together with excitement. At your command, Lady Barbados. Gabe stood tall, his face alight with anticipation. I will strive alongside my sister too. Kier's gaze also turned resolute. Mu Feng swiftly passed through the time rift, arriving in the future dimension. Upon landing, I encountered the future Trunks at the Supreme Kai's temple. Halt! Who are you? How did you arrive here? Trunks, with caution, gripped the hilt of his sword. Do not be alarmed. I am Mu Feng, the angel of the universe. Your father and Goku have likely mentioned me, Mu Feng said, approaching with composure. Angel Mu Feng? Trunks recalled Goku's description and gradually released his grip on the sword. He stepped forward, bowing deeply. Thank you for assisting in vanquishing Black Goku and Zamasu. It was but a trifling effort, Mu Feng replied, helping him up. Suddenly, an idea struck him. This son of Vegeta possessed remarkable potential, and with a modicum of training, he could become a formidable warrior. Why not allow him to participate in the Tournament of Power? After all, there were no restrictions against selecting competitors from other universes set by Zeno or the Grand Priest. My universe's roster had already been established, and it would be perfect to send future Trunks to Universe 6 for Sister Beerus. Universe 6 lacked proficient fighters. Aside from Hit, the rest were merely fillers. Having Trunks join them would undoubtedly make the competition more thrilling. Resolute in his decision, Mu Feng turned to Trunks and inquired, Trunks, would you be willing to assist me? In return, I can bestow upon you unimaginable strength. Really? Trunks, eager for power, felt a surge of hope. He was currently too weak, and should he encounter an adversary like Black Goku again, he would have to rely on his father and Uncle Goku for salvation. However, depending on others was not an option. He needed to grow stronger to protect the world. What do you require of me, Mu Feng-sama? I will do my utmost to assist. Trunks asked eagerly. Mu Feng nodded with satisfaction and elaborated on the Tournament of Power. Trunks listened, wide-eyed, as the details seemed almost unbelievable. I need you to represent Universe 6 in the tournament. In exchange, Beerus will personally train you, greatly enhancing your strength in a short period. Additionally, I will present you with a special gift today. Without hesitation, Trunks agreed. I accept. I will fight with all my might as a representative of Universe 6. His reasons were simple. He wished to grow stronger to protect the world and was eager to meet his father and Uncle Goku, showcasing his growth to them. Excellent. Now let us unlock your potential, Mu Feng declared, raising his staff and gently tapping it. With a resonating hum, a white light enveloped Trunks, and a fluffy tail sprouted from behind him. Is this a Scion's tail? Trunks exclaimed, astonished as he flicked his newly formed tail. He had never had a tail since childhood. Krillin had told him he was born without one. To his amazement, Mu Feng had effortlessly granted him a tail. And even more astonishing, he felt a surge of power within him. Mu Feng smiled and explained, the tail is the key to a Scion's strength, capable of awakening latent energy. You should be feeling your power increase now, yes? Indeed. This is incredible. Trunks marveled at the energy flowing through him. The wonders of the tail were not limited to this. With a wave of his staff, holographic images of Goku and Vegeta transforming into Super Saiyan materialized in the air. What is this? Trunks gazed intently at the two figures projected before him. A look of bewilderment etched across his face. Transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 dramatically alters one's appearance. And given that the timeline is set many years prior to his own, Trunks initially failed to recognize the individuals before him. After scrutinizing them for a while, he suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, It's Dad and Uncle Goku. Indeed, Mu Feng nodded with a smile, affirming that this was the Super Saiyan 4 form. A feral power attained after surpassing the limits of Super Saiyan 3. Trunks was utterly captivated. The power emanating from them was strikingly different from Uncle Goku's Super Saiyan Blue form. To transform into a Super Saiyan 4, one must possess a tail. But you are currently unable to control this power. Return and diligently train to enhance your capabilities. With your talent, you will soon master this transformation, Mu Feng stated earnestly, hands clasped behind his back. Yes, I will do my best, Lord Mu Feng. Trunks nodded vigorously, his heart brimming with anticipation for the day he could transform himself. Prove it to me with your actions, but first, let us seek out Son Gohan. With that, Mu Feng enveloped Trunks in divine energy. In a flash of multicolored light, the two soared into the cosmos, heading towards Universe 11. Trunks gazed around in wonder, utterly astonished by the incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they had reached space. The power of the angels was indeed unfathomable. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he excitedly inquired, Lord Mu Feng, are we going to meet Brother Gohan? Is he here as well? Yes, but not the Son Gohan you know, Mu Feng explained. I previously sent our universe's Son Gohan to Universe 11 for training, and I thought it would be a good opportunity to observe his progress. I see. I'm just glad to see Brother Gohan. Trunks replied, still elated. Before long, they arrived at the God of Destruction's realm in Universe 11. Upon landing, they witnessed Son Gohan engaged in a fierce battle with Toppo, the collision of their fists and feet generating shockwaves that rippled through the air. Gohan had grown significantly stronger since their last encounter, holding his own against Toppo with his mysterious form. Is that Brother Gohan? Trunks strained to catch a glimpse of the battle. Though he could barely make out the figure, he was certain it was Son Gohan. The angel of Universe 10, Margarita, stood nearby, observing the fight, and after a moment, noticed Mu Feng and Trunks behind her. Mu Feng, brother? Her eyes lit up with joy as she approached them. When did you arrive? It's been such a long time. Ha. We had a bit of trouble in our universe recently, but once it was resolved, I hurried to see you. Mu Feng chuckled, scratching his head. Glad to have you here, Margarita said, playfully nudging Mu Feng's shoulder and tilting her head to scrutinize Trunks. And who might this handsome young man be? Feeling somewhat bashful under her direct gaze, Trunks blushed and ran his fingers through his hair. Although it was their first meeting, he had deduced from their conversation that she was the angel of Universe 11. This is Trunks. He is also a Saiyan, Mu Feng introduced. Hello, I am Trunks, and I came here with Lord Mu Feng. Trunks stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Ah, I see, said Margarita with a cheerful smile. I am the angel of the 11th universe, Margarita, and also Mu Feng's elder sister. Greetings, Sister Margarita. Trunks nodded earnestly. At that moment, Gohan and Toppo, who were in the air, noticed Mu Feng's arrival. Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized Trunks. Is that the future Trunks? There is no mistaking it. Though the auras of the Trunks from both timelines were similar, the warrior before him, having endured a harsh future, possessed a calm demeanor, starkly contrasting the lively youth from the primary timeline. Noticing Gohan pause, Toppo suggested, shall we descend? After both landed, Toppo bowed first. Lord Mu Feng. Gohan followed suit. Then eagerly inquired, this is the future Trunks, correct? Mu Feng nodded with a smile. It's me, Gohan. Trunks' voice trembled slightly. The aura of strength emanating from Gohan was reminiscent of the figure etched in his memory. How have you been all these years? Gohan asked, placing a hand on Trunks' shoulder. I have experienced much, but things are improving now, Trunks replied with a warm smile. Gohan, you have made significant progress. Suddenly, Mu Feng interjected. Let us see your strength in a spar with Trunks. Gohan hesitated, glancing at Trunks, concerned that he might hurt him. However, upon perceiving the deeper meaning in Mu Feng's gaze, he quickly acquiesced. I understand. He noticed the tail behind Trunks, suspecting it was a similar situation to his own. Please guide me, Gohan, Trunks declared with fervor. In an instant, the two ascended into the air, leaving Toppo standing silently in place. What do you take me for? A free practice dummy? Just leaving me here? Sighing, he thought, at least I have Lord Mu Feng and Lady Margarita to keep me company. In the next moment, Toppo saw Margarita lean closer to Mu Feng, gently poking his arm, and with a beaming smile, asked, Mu Feng, dear brother, you haven't forgotten the promise you made when we last parted, have you? How could I forget? Mu Feng replied with a grin. It's just food, and I have plenty of it. The space within his staff was brimming. He could eat for years without exhausting his supplies. Really? Margarita's eyes sparkled as she hugged his arm tightly, leaning closer to his face, eagerly asking, "What delicious treats did you bring this time? I can hardly wait." The sudden intimacy caused Mu Feng to stiffen, his face flushing instantly. Yet, perhaps it wasn't entirely disadvantageous. Upon closer inspection, Sister Margarita was rather beautiful. Ahem, what am I thinking? He helplessly raised his staff and whispered, "Sister, there are others nearby. Shall we find another place? I can slowly share the new delicacies with you." "Whatever you say, dear brother Mu Feng," Margarita replied with a smile, though her grip on his arm remained firm. Mu Feng's face reddened further as he cleared his throat and waved his staff. With a hum, the two transformed into a beam of light, soaring towards the terrace of Margarita's palace. The view was expansive, perfectly positioned to observe Gohan and Trunks' sparring match. Topo exclaimed, "What just happened? Did I just see what I think I saw?" Lady Margarita holding Lord Mu Feng's arm. "Are the two celestial beings about to unite?" Torpo shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, No, I dare not entertain such thoughts. I shall act as if I have seen nothing. I am solely focused on the competition, oblivious to everything else. Justice." Meanwhile, on the rooftop, noticing that Makalita still clung to him, Mu Feng sighed, "Sister, I cannot retrieve the delicacies like this." Reluctantly, Makalita released her embrace. Mu Feng smiled and opened the space of his staff, revealing an avalanche of snacks piled high. "What do you think? This should last quite a while, right?" he asked with a grin. "Absolutely fantastic. All these delightful treats I have never tasted before," Makalita exclaimed, lunging towards him for a brief hug before eagerly tearing open a package of snacks. Mu Feng stood frozen, his face instantly flushed. "Isn't that a bit too enthusiastic?" Upon catching sight of his bashful demeanor, Makalita stifled a giggle. "My dear Mu Feng, you are truly adorable." She approached him playfully, asking, "Brother Mu Feng, how do we open this delectable snack?" His anxiety eased somewhat. Mu Feng, still blushing, replied, "Allow me to assist you." He carefully tore open the packaging and, visibly relieved, handed it to Makalita, though the rosy hue on his cheeks lingered. "Ah, so that is how it is done. Thank you, dear brother," Makalita said, mimicking his actions and eagerly sampling a piece. The crisp sound echoed as she bit down. "Goodness, this is absolutely delicious," she exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Staring at the small package, pleasantly surprised by its exquisite flavor. Seeing her delight, Mu Feng smiled and introduced, "This is called potato chips. I'm glad you like it." Makalita turned to him with joy. "The food you bring is always splendid." Witnessing her happiness, Mu Feng felt elated as well. He contemplated bringing more delicacies in the future, even planning to take her to the cosmos someday. "Take your time eating. This is juice," Mu Feng kindly offered, presenting her with a drink along with many other snacks. "I will gradually introduce you to them." Makalita accepted the juice, a subtle blush gracing her cheeks as she swiftly turned away. "Then I shall trouble you, dear brother." "It's no trouble at all," Mu Feng replied gently with a warm smile. In the midst of battle, two radiant beams of purple and white clashed in the sky. Sun Wukong suddenly unleashed a formidable aura, forcing Trunks to retreat. Brother Gohan is incredibly strong, Trunks marveled, bracing against the force. If only Brother Gohan had even a fraction of this power back in the day, he could have easily defeated the androids. Noticing Trunks lost in thought, Sun Wukong called out, "Trunks, let me show you my new transformation." The call interrupted Trunks' reverie, and he quickly looked up at Sun Wukong. "Brother Gohan is here." Taking a deep breath, Trunks soared towards him, warmth flooding his heart as he gazed upon Gohan from this timeline. The past pains have become mere memories. Yet at least two versions of Gohan exist in peace across different timelines. Everyone lives a tranquil life, and that is sufficient. "Trunks, I am about to transform into Super Saiyan 4, a form you have never witnessed before," Gohan declared, clenching his fists at his waist with a serious tone. "This power is within your grasp as well, but it requires a tail as a medium." Can Gohan really transform into Super Saiyan 4? Trunks' eyes widened in astonishment. However, he understood Gohan's nature. Gohan never boasted, and if he claimed he could do it, he undoubtedly could. Gohan began to gather energy, a white aura enveloping him, which soon transformed into brilliant golden light. With a fierce roar, his form began to metamorphose. His black hair grew wildly to his shoulders. His upper body adorned with fiery red fur, and his muscular physique became distinctly defined. His golden eyes, accentuated by their crimson surroundings, appeared even more piercing. With another powerful shout, a violent wave of energy sent Trunks staggering back several meters. So formidable, he steadied himself, unable to conceal his exhilaration. Observing Gohan's surge in power, Trunks felt a genuine sense of relief. With such strength, complemented by Uncle Vegeta and Uncle Goku, along with Angel Mufeng's presence, this universe would undoubtedly remain safe. Gohan subdued some of his aura and remarked, "This is Super Saiyan 4. Given time, you too can master it, but you are not yet ready for such a transformation. I understand. Lord Mufeng has advised me. Upon returning, I shall train with renewed vigor." Trunks clenched his fists, determination igniting in his eyes. He resolved to prove his growth to everyone at the Tournament of Power. Gohan reverted to his normal state and gently patted Trunks on the shoulder. "I believe you can achieve it." This familiar gesture momentarily made Trunks envision his own Gohan from his timeline. Their figures seemed to merge gradually. He hastily wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and nodded resolutely. "I will. Absolutely." Seeing Trunks' tenacious demeanor, Gohan felt both pride and sorrow. This boy from the future had endured too much solitude. Fortunately, the hardest days were behind him. "Come, Trunks, let us descend." Gohan lightly touched Trunks' shoulder. "All right," Trunks replied eagerly. The two descended from the sky, heading towards the rooftop of the Makalita Palace. "Tobro, wait. Have I been completely overlooked? Am I merely a free sparring partner? They treat me as if I do not exist." Tobro felt a wave of frustration, and as he watched Gohan and Trunks fly further away, he panicked and shouted, "Wait for me. I want to go too." With that, he unleashed his aura and pursued them. Meanwhile, Mufeng had finished introducing all the snacks to Makalita, though she had barely had the chance to taste most of them. "It is time to conclude," Mufeng said softly, gazing at the three figures approaching in the distance. "Is it really coming to an end so soon?" Dear Makalita felt a twinge of disappointment, knowing her time alone with Mufeng was drawing to a close. "Lord Mufeng, Lady Makalita, we have returned." Gohan, Trunks, and Tobro landed in unison, exclaiming, "Well done." Mufeng nodded, then turned to Makalita, cleared his throat, and earnestly said, "Sister Makalita, I must take my leave now. There are numerous matters back home that require my attention." "Ah, are you leaving so soon?" The dear Makalita, upon hearing this, lost her appetite for snacks, setting aside what she held, and turned to gaze at Mufeng with a look of reluctance. It felt too hasty, as she had only just arrived. "The circumstances are quite pressing," Mufeng replied, scratching his head with a smile. "Next time, I will surely spend more time with you." Sighing, Makalita feigned sorrow, placing a hand over her heart. "Sister, do not worry. I promise to stay longer on my next visit." Mufeng quickly assured her, extending his pinky finger. "Come, let us make a pinky promise. I shall never deceive you." Makalita stole a glance at him and immediately smiled, leaning closer to his face and whispering, "Then it's settled. You must accompany me for a longer time next time." "Absolutely." Mufeng nodded vigorously, their pinky fingers entwining. "It's a pact. Do not forget." Makalita said, winking happily. "I shall not forget," Mufeng solemnly vowed. "Very well, until we meet again." Makalita stood up with satisfaction, waving cheerfully. "Farewell, Gohan, Trunks." Mufeng also rose, wielding his staff to open a rift in space-time. At that moment, Gohan and Trunks stood in bewilderment. What just happened? Lord Mufeng and Lady Makalita were together. When did this occur? The two angels were utterly stupefied, their mouths agape, their movements synchronized. Beside them, Topo wore a smug expression. "I knew it all along. I am not surprised in the slightest." Mufeng's face flushed crimson. He had completely forgotten about the three unwelcome witnesses present. Seeing Mufeng's embarrassment, Makalita could not help but stifle a laugh. Her smile only deepened Mufeng's blush, prompting him to shake Gohan and Trunks awake. "Wake up, it's time to depart." The two youths rubbed their sleepy eyes and asked in unison, "Are we leaving now?" Mufeng patted his flushed cheeks, and with a flick of his staff, the three were enveloped in golden light, vanishing into the rift. As she watched the rift gradually close, Makalita lightly touched her lips with her fingertips. "Until next time, little Mufeng." Before her words could fade, Topo interrupted. "I shall return to my post now." Makalita waved her hand dismissively. Just as Topo was about to leave, he was suddenly called back. By the way, his heart leaped. Did she intend to keep him for special training? Perhaps he could surpass Jiren. "Please assist me in transporting the snacks into the palace." The angel's light laughter deflated Topo's excitement instantly, leaving him resigned to carry the heavy bags. Inside the time tunnel, the two youths exchanged glances. Gohan finally mustered the courage to ask, "Are Lord Mu Feng and Lady Makalita in a relationship? Just like I am with Videl?" Before he could finish, both their heads received a light tap from the staff. Instead of indulging in gossip, it would be wiser to contemplate how to grow stronger, Mu Feng said sternly. Turning away, though unable to hide the blush creeping to his ears. Two young boys exchanged smiles, elongating their tones as they responded, "We understand." Mu Feng gently shook his head and sighed. This child truly causes one to worry. After surveying the surroundings, he closed his eyes to sense the direction, murmuring, "This place should be sufficiently close." "What is sufficiently close, Mr. Mu Feng?" Trunks inquired, stepping forward, while behind him, Son Gohan wore a puzzled expression. "Passing through here will lead us near the sixth universe," Mu Feng suddenly explained. "Trunks, I shall now use my divine power to transport you to the realm of the God of Destruction." To the realm of the God of Destruction? Son Gohan had yet to grasp the situation, but Trunks, already excited, clenched his fists and deeply bowed to the two, exclaiming, "Thank you so much, Mr. Mu Feng, Gohan." "There is no need for such formality," Mu Feng replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. Son Gohan hurriedly responded, "Do not be so reserved, Trunks. I will certainly strive to grow stronger there." Trunks straightened up, his smile radiant. "Gohan, please send my regards to Uncle Vegeta and Uncle Goku. Leave that to me." Son Gohan affirmed with a nod. Placing his hand on Trunks' shoulder, Mu Feng enveloped the young boy in a brilliant white light. "This divine power will safeguard you as you traverse the universe and will directly deliver you to your destination," he added with a gentle pat, "when you meet Sister Bardos. This transmission will explain everything. Thank you for your trouble." Trunks expressed his gratitude once more. As he turned to leave, Son Gohan suddenly raised his arm and shouted, "Take care, Trunks." This familiar farewell scene caused Trunks to shiver. Seeing Gohan's resolute expression made him grit his teeth inwardly. "This time, I must become stronger." With tears barely held back, the young boy bowed deeply before bursting forth through the rift in space-time. The resplendent divine light enveloped Trunks as he pierced through the universe, vanishing in an instant. Son Gohan gazed at the empty cosmos, feeling a pang of bittersweetness. Though unaware of the specifics, he sincerely hoped for his companion's safety. After hearing Mu Feng's explanation, Son Gohan was struck with realization. Contemplating Trunks' training and growth in the sixth universe, his anxious heart finally found peace. Their next reunion would surely be at the Tournament of Power. The two continued their journey through the rift, advancing toward the cosmos. At this moment, within the mental realm of the universe creation god, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a violent surge of energy that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of space. This mental realm was merely a contraption that Mu Feng had casually created for Frieza and Ace to train in, thus possessing limited endurance. The earlier thunderous noise was indeed the result of their brawl within. After training here for so long, both of their strengths had dramatically improved, far surpassing their abilities upon first arriving on Earth. Bang! 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 Frieza and Ace clashed within the mental realm, their speed increasing exponentially, with their powers visibly escalating. Each collision of fists and feet unleashed terrifying energy, decimating the surroundings. Fortunately, the mental realm could automatically repair itself, returning to its original state in no time. Boom! The two figures collided violently, sending shockwaves that created visible ripples in the air. In the blink of an eye, the two figures touched the ground, Frieza and Ace. Frieza glanced at his fists and looked up with a grin, exclaiming, "The results of our training have been remarkable. It's exhilarating to see how strong we have become." Father and son, Ace grinned in response. "Indeed, following Lord Mu Feng has proven to be wise. Just wait until I confront Son Wukong and that little brat. I shall use my newfound strength to bring them down." "That's my son." Frieza chuckled, a sharp laugh escaping his lips, his eyes suddenly glinting with a crimson light. This debt must not be forgotten. Although Lord Mu Feng was present, preventing them from using lethal force, it would suffice to grow stronger and one day deliver a severe lesson to those Scions. Not only those from our universe, but those from the neighboring universe shall not escape either. The two exchanged a glance, filled with animosity, and in the next moment, they charged at each other, entangled in combat. Meanwhile, Mu Feng had arrived in the universe with Son Gohan. As they entered, he immediately sensed the potent divine aura emanating from Son Wukong and Vegeta. Compared to the last time he departed, their strength had surged impressively. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong and Vegeta detected Mufeng's presence. Lord Mufeng has returned. And Gohan too, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes flying open in excitement as he halted the creation of a planet he was working on. He turned to Jebet God, shouting, I'll go find them. Jebet God looked bewildered. Huh? He hasn't even sensed Lord Mufeng's presence yet. He mused. Has Sun Wukong's mastery of divine power surpassed mine? This is utterly absurd. Before he could fully process this, Sun Wukong added, Vegeta must have sensed him too. I'll go fetch him. Jebet God was left dumbfounded. So these two monsters have surpassed me? It seemed prudent to consider retirement. The more he thought about it, the more disheartened he became and unable to restrain himself. He remarked to Sun Wukong, Mr. Wukong, you. But before he could finish, Sun Wukong had already vanished with a swift instant transmission. Mr. Wukong. Jebet God felt his head throb with frustration, ultimately sighing in resignation. Alas, I am truly aging. I should consult the ancestors about retirement. With that, he sighed once more and executed his own instant transmission to leave. On the other side, in a flash, Sun Wukong appeared before Vegeta, who was rushing toward Mufeng, almost colliding with him. Kakarot, what do you want? Vegeta halted abruptly, fists clenched, his anger palpable. Ha ha ha, my apologies, Vegeta. You're also heading to find Lord Mufeng, right? Let me take you there. Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly. Humph, don't get ahead of yourself, Kakarot. Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, turning away with a huff. I am far stronger than you now. You cannot even begin to imagine my power. Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Wukong grinned and seized his arm. Kakarot, you. Vegeta was taken aback. He let us go? Sun Wukong closed his eyes and activated his instant transmission. In an instant, they vanished. The next moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta appeared before Mufeng and Sun Gohan. After 83, I shall refrain from making any unfounded statements, Father and Uncle Vegeta. Gohan was taken aback, both startled and elated by the sudden appearance of the two. Having spent such a prolonged period in the 11th universe of the future timeline, it was only natural for him to feel a surge of emotion upon reuniting with his father and others. However, Mufeng remained composed, seemingly having anticipated their arrival. Gohan, you have indeed grown stronger, exclaimed Goku, patting him on the shoulder. Your physique has also become quite robust. It seems your training has been remarkably effective. Gohan scratched his head sheepishly. I haven't slacked off at all in my pursuit of strength. Vegeta interjected. There is noticeable progress, but do not celebrate prematurely. There is still a long way to go. Oh, Vegeta, you are such a downer. Goku sighed in resignation. This fellow always dampens the mood right upon arrival. Gohan's improvement is commendable in itself. Humph, I merely speak the truth, Vegeta retorted, crossing his arms coolly. I understand, Uncle Vegeta, Gohan replied earnestly, nodding. I will not become complacent. I shall continue to strive for excellence. Excellent, Mufeng nodded in satisfaction. I am pleased with your development. Now, Goku and Vegeta, you shall continue your training in this universe. As for Gohan, I will take him to another location for specialized training. Huh, must we depart so soon? Goku expressed a hint of reluctance, having wished to gauge Gohan's current strength. Mufeng, too, was uncertain about Goku's true power, as he had not yet exerted his full potential. Soon, you will compete with the 7th universe, where you may unleash your full might. The time for that is not yet upon us, he reassured, addressing both Vegeta and Gohan. Indeed, I am soon to face another version of myself. How exhilarating! Goku exclaimed. I understand, Lord Mufeng. I shall resume my training immediately and cannot afford to lose to my counterpart. Humph, I shall train as well. And I will surely defeat my counterpart faster than you, Kakarot. Vegeta smirked. Let us wait and see, Vegeta. Goku responded earnestly. I will also do my utmost, Gohan declared, clenching his fists. With that, Goku and Vegeta soared away to continue their training, eagerly anticipating the competition with the 7th universe. Mufeng then led Gohan to the realm of the Kaioshins. A radiant light descended upon the Kaioshin realm. Master Ancestor, look! Lord Mufeng has returned. Jebet pushed the old Kaioshin, announcing their arrival. The old Kaioshin shot him a glare. I am not blind. The two hastened to the source of the light. Welcome back, Lord Mufeng. The two Kaioshins greeted in unison. Greetings, Gohan said somewhat shyly. Mufeng nodded, saying, the competition is approaching swiftly. I must ensure that the participants train diligently. So soon? Jebet inquired, astonished. Who are the participants? We have selected 4 individuals, Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Gohan, Mu Feng replied. Only 4? What shall we do? Jebet exclaimed in a panic. Do not shout. The old Kaioshin reprimanded him with a punch, then turned to Mu Feng. Surely you have more selections? Of course, Mu Feng responded with a smile. Splendid. Jebet sighed in relief. What a disgrace. The old Kaioshin scolded. Unable to contain his curiosity, Son Gohan inquired, who is the 5th contestant? There are indeed many suitable candidates from Universe 7. With his hands clasped behind his back, Mu Feng replied. I have chosen Frieza. Frieza? Son Gohan exclaimed, recalling that formidable figure. Could it be that Lord Mu Feng has resurrected Frieza? I seem to have missed quite a bit. However, it should be fine. With Lord Mu Feng's immense strength, Frieza would surely not dare to act recklessly. With this thought, Son Gohan felt a sense of relief. No matter how malevolent or arrogant Frieza might be, as long as Lord Mu Feng is present, he would certainly not dare to make any rash moves. Otherwise, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. It was Lord Mu Feng who took Frieza and his son to train last time, wasn't it? Remarked Jebet God, stroking his chin. Indeed, it has been quite a while. The last time I encountered Frieza and A's, they were already remarkably powerful. After such an extensive period of training, their strength must have significantly increased. Allowing them to participate in the tournament should pose no problem. Truly, Lord Mu Feng's wisdom is unparalleled. Yes, Frieza's strength should suffice. Nodded the old Kaioshin in agreement. Selecting him to represent our universe in the battle against Universe 7 is entirely feasible. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng smiled faintly. Whether Frieza is indeed qualified remains to be seen. I must personally assess his abilities before making a decision. Are we going now? Jebet God asked with curiosity. Yes, Mu Feng affirmed. You too should accompany me. Jebet God exclaimed, Ah? The old Kaioshin interjected. We were just planning our retirement, Lord Mu Feng. Before they could elaborate further, Mu Feng waved his staff, propelling them toward the god of creation's realm. In the blink of an eye, the 4 stood before the room of spirit and time. Have we arrived already? Jebet God remarked. I haven't even had the chance to speak. The old Kaioshin muttered. Following Jebet is never a good omen. Ah well, since we are here, we might as well take a look. Frieza is training here? Son Gohan gazed at the familiar structure. Is this the room of spirit and time created by Lord Mu Feng? Indeed, it is my miniature version of the room of spirit and time. Mu Feng replied with satisfaction. Though hastily constructed and not entirely flawless, it is resilient against strong attacks and features time dilation and auto-repair functions, which is quite commendable. Mu Feng approached the door and called out, Time's up, come out. Bang! The door suddenly swung open. Son Gohan, the old Kaioshin, and Jebet God fixed their eyes on the entrance, anticipating the emergence of the once most nefarious cosmic emperor, Frieza. What might his current strength be? Tension filled the air as their emotions ran high. Here he comes, Son Gohan suddenly exclaimed. Buzz! A powerful aura surged forth from within the room, crashing against the 3 like a tidal wave. Heavens! This energy is astounding. Frieza has become so powerful. Son Gohan raised his arm defensively, staring in shock at the door of the room of spirit and time. He distinctly remembered that the last time he heard news of Frieza was during the opening of the gates of hell. His father, Son Goku, had mentioned defeating Frieza and Cell in hell. Logically, Frieza should be considerably weakened, yet the force emanating from within was utterly preposterous. What astonished Son Gohan even more was that, besides Frieza, there was another equally formidable and malevolent presence. Who could that be? Breathing in a manner reminiscent yet distinct from Frieza, Son Gohan murmured softly, his gaze growing increasingly vigilant. Nearby, the god of Jebet and the old Kaioshin were sent flying several meters by the recent shockwave. Trembling, Jebet stammered, Ancestor, we truly should not have come. Frieza has become terrifyingly formidable. Foolish creature. Lord Mu Feng is still here. Do not bring shame upon me. Despite feeling anxious, the old Kaioshin mustered his strength to reprimand him. Jebet nodded, quaking in fear, his mind racing with worry that Frieza might suddenly turn his wrath upon him. After all, with Frieza's current might, it was a legitimate concern. However, Frieza and Ys were no fools. They were acutely aware of the vast chasm between themselves and the angel, Mu Feng. Moreover, the opportunity to continuously enhance their powers while seeking revenge on the Scions was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. It seems that the time spent here was not in vain, Mu Feng remarked with a smile. At that moment, 2 shadowy figures emerged from the room of spirit and time. As they drew closer, The onlookers finally discerned the identities of Frieza and Ease. Frieza, Son Gohan gasped, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from him, far more potent than what he had sensed earlier. At this juncture, Son Gohan felt uncertain about his ability to defeat him. Turning his gaze to Ease only deepened his confusion. Gathering his courage, Jebbet whispered, "That is Frieza's son, Ease. He has been to Earth in your absence, and his strength may surpass even Frieza's." "What? Frieza has a son?" Son Gohan exclaimed in shock, staring at the figure radiating an aura of terror. It seemed that much had transpired during his absence from Earth. Regaining his composure, Son Gohan noticed Jebbet nervously stealing glances at Frieza and his son, suddenly shivering. "I think I'll take my leave. This place is quite unnerving." Without a backward glance, he hurriedly departed. Oh. Son Gohan was taken aback by this abrupt farewell, instinctively nodding in response. In the distance, the old Kaioshin shook his head disapprovingly. What a coward. At this moment, Frieza and his son had approached Mu Feng and Son Gohan. Frieza chuckled sinisterly. "Lord Mu Feng, I did not expect such a large audience to greet us." His crimson eyes suddenly fixated on Son Gohan, and his laughter ceased abruptly. "Oh, is this not the little cub from the Kakarot family?" "Frieza." Son Gohan's fists clenched tightly, cracking audibly. "Once I deal with your father and Vegeta, I will come to play with you." Frieza hissed with a snake-like laugh. "Dream on." Son Gohan's body tensed with determination. Frieza disregarded him, turning to Mu Feng with deference. "During this time, my son and I have not been idle. I wonder if our current strength meets your approval?" Mu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, you have made progress. Then shall we test it in battle?" Frieza's eyes ignited with a fierce desire to fight. His son Ease was equally eager. "Please, teach us." Intriguing, Mu Feng responded readily, prepared to engage with full force. Meanwhile, Jebbet hastily retreated to a safer distance. "I think I'll stay far away." Son Gohan, however, remained focused on the battlefield, silently comparing the power disparities. "My apologies." Frieza suddenly suppressed his smile, both he and Ease bellowing simultaneously. Two surges of tumultuous energy ascended to the heavens, causing the entire space to tremble. Frieza and Ease simultaneously erupted with astonishing might, their violent energy ripples expanding outward from their epicenters. Son Gohan gazed intently at the battlefield, his expression grave. He never anticipated their power could reach such heights. Amidst the thunderous roar, violet flames soared skyward, and the figures of the two transformed dramatically within the energy. As the ground shook violently, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from within them, forming a golden pillar that pierced the heavens. When the radiance subsided, a new form, resplendent with a golden sheen, emerged. How terrifying! Jebbet trembled as he clutched the old Kaioshin's sleeve. "Their strength is leagues beyond what it was last time. What are you panicking for?" The old Kaioshin scolded lightly, attempting to maintain his composure, though his legs trembled involuntarily. "We have Gohan and Lord Mufeng on our side." Across the battlefield, Son Gohan clenched his fists with excitement, the warrior blood of the Scions boiling within him. Mufeng, sensing his fighting spirit, chuckled, "Patience. Let me first gauge their abilities. You shall face Frieza shortly." "Thank you, Lord Mufeng." Son Gohan expressed his gratitude joyfully. At that moment, Frieza spread his arms wide, his golden form shimmering brilliantly. "Lord Mufeng, behold our ultimate transformation, Golden Frieza." "Golden Ace." Mufeng nodded in satisfaction. To achieve such a breakthrough in the hyperbolic time chamber is indeed commendable. However, this form possesses its flaws, Frieza acknowledged, placing a hand over his heart. "It cannot be sustained for long. Therefore, let us commence the contest at once." Ace interjected eagerly, "Lord Mufeng, I have long desired to challenge you, the supreme deity." His entire being radiated golden light, embodying this new golden form. Frieza and Ace readied themselves, their fighting spirit surging. Mufeng smiled calmly. "Come forth, I await your challenge." No sooner had he spoken than both launched themselves forward with explosive force, akin to cannonballs hurtling towards Mufeng. The air was rent asunder, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. In an instant, they flanked Mufeng, both fists poised for a decisive strike. Yet, Mufeng remained utterly still, his gaze unperturbed. Their fists crashed into the ground, creating two immense craters, dust swirling into the air. Frieza and Ace momentarily hesitated, but wasted no time in launching a second assault. Ace executed a sweeping kick. While Frieza concentrated energy in his palm, compressing it into a supernova energy blast capable of obliterating planets. Mufeng sidestepped A's kick, who, in a fit of rage, unleashed a flurry of punches, the onslaught akin to a tempest. Nevertheless, Mufeng's movements were fluid, effortlessly evading each strike. Truly, Lord Mufeng is astonishingly powerful. Ace felt a mix of frustration and admiration. Understanding is crucial. Before he could finish his thought, Mufeng had already appeared before Ace. What? Ace had no time to react. With a light snap of his fingers, an explosive force erupted. Ace plummeted like a shooting star, crashing heavily into the ground. Clouds of dust rising. He lay in the deep crater, his forehead flushed, feeling dizzy and disoriented. How incredibly strong, Ace murmured, observing from the sidelines. Son Gohan's face was filled with admiration. With just a snap of his fingers, Lord Mufeng has rendered Ace so helpless. He is indeed unfathomable. Son Gohan could hardly believe his eyes. Defeating Golden Frieza had been astonishingly effortless. Had his father and Uncle Vegeta been present, or even any of his other companions, they would undoubtedly have been awestruck by Lord Mufeng's formidable prowess. He resolutely vowed to grow stronger, determined to protect the Earth and his family. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai and the Old Kai were completely flabbergasted. They were aware of Mufeng's might, yet they never anticipated it to be to such an extent. Though both were deities, the disparity was staggering. The Supreme Kai exclaimed in disbelief, "One strike from Lord Mufeng is nothing short of monstrous. No, it is even more terrifying. He dispatched Golden Frieza with a mere flick of his fingers. He is undoubtedly the strongest entity in the universe." The Old Kai immediately scolded him. "Silence. How can you refer to Lord Mufeng as a monster? That is utterly disrespectful." The Supreme Kai quickly covered his mouth in contrition. "Ancestor, I was wrong. I shall refrain from such remarks henceforth." The Old Kai huffed and turned back to observe the unfolding battle. At that moment, Frieza roared as he charged toward Mufeng. "My son." In his grasp, he conjured a miniature supernova, intending to launch a surprise attack. Mufeng calmly regarded him, effortlessly evading Frieza's barrage of strikes. Frieza feigned a tail sweep while secretly aiming the supernova at Mufeng, who remained unperturbed. Sensing danger, Gohan contemplated retreating with the two Kais. But upon seeing Mufeng's composure, he resolved to watch the unfolding events. Mufeng sighed. "You think this could possibly harm me?" With a flick of his fingertip, a purplish-red energy instantly shattered the supernova, leaving no trace behind. Frieza stood dumbfounded. How can this be? It dawned on him that, despite his own strength, he was but an insignificant insect in the presence of Mufeng. Noticing Frieza had ceased his onslaught, Mufeng descended into the crater to tend to the unconscious Frieza. "I never imagined my golden form could not withstand even a single blow from Lord Mufeng," Frieza gasped as he regained consciousness. "I am quite pleased with your performance." Mufeng spoke gently. "You are too gracious, Lord Mufeng." Frieza sneered as he approached. "Perfect, you shall spar with Son Gohan." Mufeng gestured toward the edge of the pit. "Oh, Goku's son?" Frieza's eyes locked onto Gohan above, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Thank you. I have long wished to do this." Frieza leaped from the pit and landed opposite Gohan. "At last, you have arrived?" Gohan took a step back, his body tense. Faced with this cosmic tyrant, he dared not relax for a moment. From a distance, the Supreme Kai was clamoring to go home when the Old Kai grabbed him. "Look over there." "What? Gohan is going to fight Frieza?" The Supreme Kai's eyes widened in shock. "Is this arranged by Lord Mufeng? I thought it was all over." "Let us enjoy the spectacle." The Old Kai settled cross-legged, secretly anticipating. "This young one has undergone special training. I shall witness the fruits of his labor." In the center of the arena, Frieza let out a shrill, maniacal laugh. "Although I have yet to deal with Goku, I suppose taking his son down first will suffice." Imagining that Monkey's reaction upon learning of this is truly delightful. Enough with the chatter. Gohan readied himself. What an impolite little brat. Frieza's forehead bulged with veins. And Son Gohan suddenly erupted with power, shouting, "Ah!" A golden aura surged into the sky, his black hair growing wildly to his shoulders, and red fur covering his body. His gaze sharp as a blade. The Super Saiyan 4 had descended. With another roar, an even greater energy burst forth. In an instant, a silver light shot out from the swirling golden aura surrounding Gohan. His might surged, emanating a chilling aura. Mufeng raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Interesting. This form is quite refreshing." It was evident that Gohan had perfectly fused the mysterious form with the Super Saiyan 4. giving birth to a brand new and enigmatic Super Saiyan 4. A genius. Simply a genius. The old Kaioshin, in the distance, stomped his feet in excitement, never having imagined that the power he developed could resonate with the Saiyan bloodline. He had thought that power had reached perfection, but now, after the fusion, it was even more formidable. Jebbet God was also taken aback by the overwhelming pressure. Gohan's current aura might truly be capable of defeating Frieza. Just as the words left his lips, the energy erupting from Gohan expanded like waves, eventually settling into calm. At this moment, his strength was nearing the Super Saiyan 4 breakthrough limits of Goku and Vegeta, perhaps even surpassing them. Saiyans are truly monsters, Ace murmured. Even without sensing the aura, he understood that Gohan's power had undergone a qualitative leap. Remembering how other Saiyans' transformations led to a dramatic increase in battle power, he inwardly felt alarmed. His father was right. One must never give a Saiyan even the slightest chance. Keeping a safe distance to observe, Mu Feng waved his sleeve and teleported Ace to a secure location. In the center of the battlefield, Frieza glared at Gohan's red-furred form, spitting in disgust. You look just like those two stinking monkeys. It's infuriating. He launched a surprise attack, aiming a fist at Gohan's chest, but Gohan blocked it with his left arm. Just as Gohan was about to counter with his right fist, Frieza's tail suddenly ensnared his wrist. Unexpectedly, Gohan exerted his strength, swinging Frieza around like a windmill. Frieza hastily broke free, leaping into the air while his fingertips flickered with red light. Die! A crimson beam shot downwards, but Gohan swiftly deflected the attack with precise hand strikes. In the next moment, his aura erupted, transforming into a golden meteor hurtling toward Frieza, the sound of breaking air deafening like thunder. Don't underestimate me. Frieza roared in fury, clenching his fists and unleashing his full power. The golden figure instantly charged towards Gohan in midair, their feet colliding with a thunderous boom. The sky erupted with circular shockwaves as the two figures blurred and intertwined in a relentless struggle, the battle intensely gripping. Gohan is actually able to contend with Golden Frieza. Jebbet God marveled. The old Kaioshin squinted, closely observing the battle. Fool. Can't you see that the boy still has the upper hand? Hee hee, the ancestors were right. Jebbet God exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement. But their rapid progress is thanks to Lord Mu Feng. At this moment, the fierce battle raged in the air, forcing the two deities to squint to barely capture the combat's trajectory. This pinnacle confrontation was not only breathtaking, but also signified that the strength of the universe was rapidly ascending. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides clashed from the heights down to the ground, and with the final collision, they simultaneously retreated. Frieza glared menacingly at his opponent. Kakarot's son possesses such power. He suddenly raised his hands high, and a scarlet energy coalesced into a sphere in his palms, which swiftly expanded into a colossal purple energy orb. Not again. Cold sweat beaded on Sun Wukong's forehead as he immediately steadied his stance, gathering energy with both hands. A brilliant blue radiance rapidly condensed between his palms, surging dramatically with the shout of the Kamehameha. Sensing his opponent was charging energy, Frieza sneered and hurled an energy ball. Die. Quickly dodge, Wukong. The Kaioshin, Jebbet, anxiously jumped up and seized the old Kaioshin, urging, let us flee to Lord Mu Feng for refuge. The old Kaioshin solemnly nodded. Indeed, it is prudent. If that destructive energy detonates, my old bones cannot withstand the turmoil. Once the old Kaioshin agreed, Jebbet promptly took action, placing a hand on his back. With a shout of Kaya Kaya, the two instantly materialized beside Mu Feng. Ezra's eyes flashed red as he suddenly turned to glare at the two who had appeared. Jebbet, frightened, waved his hands. Do not attack. We are the Kaioshin. Mu Feng, smiling, reminded, Ezra, focus on the match. These two are former Kaioshin. They cannot be harmed. Ezra nodded and turned back to observe the battle. In his eyes, only the strong were worthy of attention, and these two were evidently not up to par. The old Kaioshin let out a long breath. Noticing Jebbet still trembling, disdainfully remarked, Look at you, so cowardly. Jebbet silently grumbled. Weren't you just as terrified a moment ago? I'm not ready to meet my end just yet. On the other side, the giant energy sphere was about to strike Sun Wukong. He concentrated energy in his hands and suddenly shouted, Kamehameha. A blue column of light soared into the sky, locking in a stalemate with the energy sphere. Huh. Sun Wukong unleashed his full power, and the light beam expanded dramatically, slowly pushing the energy sphere back. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, Impossible. He roared, exerting force once more. And the energy sphere halted again. After a minute of deadlock, Frieza suddenly shrieked in agony as his golden form reverted to white, energy depleted. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong's golden aura surged, and the blue beam completely engulfed the energy sphere, hurtling towards Frieza. Wukong's son is about to win. Golden Frieza cannot hold on any longer. Jebbet exclaimed excitedly, jumping up. Oh my, this fight is finally coming to an end. The old Kaishin chuckled, stroking his beard, reflecting that his efforts to unlock Sun Wukong's potential had not been in vain. Father's golden form is too exhausting. Ezra shook his head. Watching Frieza's frantic struggle in the sky, the Scions truly are a sight to behold, and we must continue our training. Impossible. Am I doomed again? Frieza trembled, staring at the oncoming Kamehameha, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. Witnessing this scene, Mufeng chuckled. The Sun family certainly excels at the Kamehameha. With that, he drew his staff and flashed in front of Frieza. Lord Mufeng. Frieza's eyes brightened, feeling reassured. With him here, I surely won't die. The battle concluded with Wukong's narrow victory. Mufeng announced with a smile. Quickly dodge. Wukong shouted in desperation. He could no longer control the Kamehameha. And even if Mufeng was powerful, being struck by such an attack would be dire. Jebbet and the old Kaishin hastily urged, My lord, please bring Frieza down. With a mirthful smile, Mufeng waved his hand dismissively, urging calmness. He gazed at the incoming wave of energy, exhaling a resigned sigh. It appears I have been underestimated. With a casual flick of his staff, a resounding boom echoed, and in the wake of blinding light, the two formidable energies vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed. Everyone stood in stunned silence, awestruck by such terrifying power. Gohan, unable to find his voice, felt that his earlier warning had turned into a mere jest. Oh my ancestors! Lord Mufeng's strength is utterly astounding, exclaimed Jebbet, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The old Kai chuckled, nodding in agreement. Indeed, even I, a retired elder, am envious. Ether trembled with excitement. Lord Mufeng. I, Ether, shall follow you for the rest of my life. My father and I will double our training to become your most loyal aides. Frieza remained in a daze, having witnessed Mufeng's effortless flick of the staff without exerting any force. What are you dawdling for? Get down, Mufeng said, patting Frieza on the shoulder. Yes, yes. Frieza finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed suit. At this moment, Mufeng maintained an air of tranquility, while Jebbet and the others appeared particularly deferential. They descended from the sky to join Ether, with Gohan also reverting from his transformed state. Lord Mufeng, they greeted in unison, bowing respectfully. This display of reverence amused Mufeng. Previously, they had been relatively courteous, but now they were all excessively respectful, leaving him feeling somewhat out of place. Well done, Gohan, Mufeng praised, acknowledging his ability to merge that power with Super Saiyan 4 to create a new form. You flatter me, Gohan replied bashfully, scratching his head. I am quite pleased with your performances, Mufeng nodded, announcing that Frieza would represent the fifth participant in the power tournament, prepared to compete against Universe 7. As he spoke, he raised his hand, channeling divine energy to heal the injuries of the three. Your bodies have recovered? How remarkable! Frieza marveled as he flexed his arms. Focus on your training. The tournament is approaching, Mufeng directed towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Frieza, Ether, and this time, Gohan will join you. I will be going in too? Gohan asked, taken aback. Yes, train diligently. Jebbet will inform you before the competition. Mufeng glanced at Jebbet. The old Kai chuckled to himself, relieved to be unscathed. Again, it's me? Jebbet sighed in resignation. Unwilling? Mufeng inquired with a knowing smile. No. I am completely agreeable. Jebbet hastily waved his hands. I shall execute Lord Mufeng's arrangements flawlessly. Excellent. And be sure to bring back Goku and Vegeta as well. Mufeng added. It seems retirement is not in the cards. Jebbet conceded reluctantly. Mufeng raised his hand, channeling white divine energy, and waved it towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Lord Mufeng, what is this? Gohan inquired, puzzled. I have reinforced the chamber's intensity. You may train to your heart's content. Mufeng explained. Your consideration is truly thoughtful. Sun Wukong suddenly realized. Please proceed. There will be a notification before the match. Mufeng addressed the three of them. Yes. Lord Mufeng, Frieza, and Azer responded promptly. Having just experienced the recent battle, they were eager to enhance their strength. Only Sun Wukong appeared somewhat hesitant. Speak your mind. Mu Feng discerned his uncertainty. Lord Mu Feng, I would like to return to Earth for a moment, Sun Wukong said somewhat bashfully, wishing to inform his mother, Biddy Li, and Xiao Fang. Is that all right, brother Mu Feng? Huh. Is such a trivial matter worth asking? Mu Feng replied, slightly bewildered, yet readily agreed. Scions are such a handful. Frisia remarked, turning to Mu Feng, then my son and I shall head in to train. I have no intention of waiting for certain sluggish individuals. After saying this, he rolled his eyes at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, however, was not offended. He scratched the back of his head and chuckled foolishly. TCH, just looking at you is infuriating. A pair of peas in a pod. Frisia thought of Sun Wukong upon seeing Sun Wukong's grin, his expression instantly darkening. Go ahead, Mu Feng waved his hand. Frisia and Azer promptly dashed towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Jebit and the old Kaioshin, seeing they had no further business, returned to the divine realm. Sun Wukong made a quick trip back to Earth and soon entered the hyperbolic time chamber to commence intensive training. On the other side of the universe, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were fervently cultivating their divine power, striving to master the forms of the god of destruction and the Kaioshin, as mentioned by Mu Feng. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, the old Broly was sweating profusely, eagerly awaiting a fierce battle with another version of himself. Everyone was diligently preparing for the impending confrontation, and Universe 7 was no exception. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the duel between the two universes arrived. During this period, the 5 warriors selected by both sides had trained relentlessly. In the realm of the Universe 7 Kaioshin, how is it already the day? Beerus grumbled, cradling his head in displeasure. 85, observing each other, was cheerfully reminded, Lord Beerus, the Grand Minister is about to arrive to announce the rules of the match. I don't need your reminders. Beerus huffed. The Kaioshin, Shin, attempted to ease the tension. Since we cannot avoid it, we might as well enjoy the competition. He viewed this as a splendid opportunity to showcase Universe 7's strength. Suddenly, a purple vortex tore open in the sky, and the Grand Minister stepped forth with measured grace. Long time no see, everyone. Great Grand Minister. The Kaioshin knelt in fright, while Beerus begrudgingly paid his respects, and Whis elegantly bowed. The Omni King has been waiting for quite some time. The Grand Minister's voice was as calm as still water. Once the 5 contestants were prepared, they could proceed to the Omni King's palace for the match. Whis nodded. The participants have been decided. There is one more matter, the Grand Minister suddenly added. The final rules for the Tournament of Power have been established. Upon hearing this, even Beerus couldn't help but perk up his ears. Everyone was filled with curiosity regarding the forthcoming Tournament of Power, particularly concerned about the competition rules. The members of Universe 7 were secretly thrilled. For as long as the rules did not prohibit fusion, they would possess 2 additional trump cards. Sun Wukong and Vegeta could fuse into Gogeta using the fusion dance, or combine through the Patera earrings to become Vegeto. However, this shall be the ultimate trump card. After this period of training, the warriors of the 7th universe have experienced a significant enhancement in their abilities. It appears that everyone is eagerly anticipating the event. The Grand Priest smiled and announced, Now, I declare the decision of Lord Zeno. The Tournament of Power will be held in 20 days according to Earth time, with each universe dispatching 10 participants to compete at the Null Realm. The Null Realm? Beerus' gaze sharpened. That place is devoid of time and space, existing only in eternity and void. Indeed, it serves as an exceptional arena for competition. The Grand Priest raised his hand to display an image of the Super Dragon Balls, as with the previous match against the 6th universe. Outstanding participants will be rewarded with Super Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish. Super Dragon Balls. Beerus gritted his teeth. That scoundrel Kampa is collecting them again. The Kaioshin Shin mustered his courage and asked, Grand Priest, what are the specific rules of the Tournament of Power? What rewards will the victorious universe receive? The rules will be announced collectively once all universes have assembled, the Grand Priest replied. The Kaioshin felt a twinge of disappointment, but the fierce glare from Beerus compelled him to press on. Could you perhaps reveal in advance if fusion techniques or Patera earrings are permitted during the competition? The Grand Priest pondered briefly. Yes, there are no restrictions imposed by Lord Zeno. Splendid. The Kaioshin sighed in relief, offering his gratitude. Others secretly rejoiced, as this meant an added layer of assurance for the 7th universe. Suddenly, the Kaioshin Shin recalled another question. What, then, is the reward for the victorious universe? None. The Grand Priest answered succinctly. A collective gasp ensued. Beerus speculated, could it be honor? No, it is indeed nothing, the Grand Priest reiterated. The assembly grew increasingly perplexed. Without reward or honor for victory, what was the purpose? The Super Dragon Balls merely serve as personal rewards and do not constitute a prize for the universe's triumph. Noticing their bewildered expressions, the Grand Priest smiled. This matter has yet to be officially announced, but since you are so eager to know, I shall disclose it in advance. Wonderful. The Kaioshin Shin and the others immediately perked up, eager for further details. The Grand Priest, with hands clasped behind his back and a serious demeanor, stated, the universe that loses will be utterly erased by Lord Zeno. This declaration instantly froze the atmosphere. Shocked expressions adorned the faces of all present, including Whis. They had never anticipated such dire consequences for failure in the tournament. What did you say? Beerus sprang to his feet, his voice trembling. I was quite clear. The defeated universe shall be completely obliterated, the Grand Priest added, raising his index finger and closing his eyes for emphasis. At the hands of Lord Zeno himself. Now, everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation, each one drenched in cold sweat. My heavens! Losing the tournament would result in the annihilation of the entire universe. This is an unyielding rule, without exception. Having conveyed the news, I must now inform the other universes. The Grand Priest smiled as he finished speaking, turning to step into a purple vortex, vanishing from sight. The remaining individuals were left in stunned silence, unable to process the revelation. After a considerable time, Beerus collapsed onto the ground, lamenting loudly, I knew I should not have sent Goku to seek out Lord Zeno. At this juncture, it appears that the entire universe is doomed should we lose the match. Lord Beerus, what are we to do? The Kaioshin Shin, terrified, sits upon the ground. If other universes boast even more formidable contenders, the very thought of our universe facing obliteration leaves him at a loss for how to address the others. The old Kaioshin and Jebet share a similar sense of foreboding. They had anticipated living for several billion more years, yet now they find themselves confronted with the prospect of imminent demise. Observing the despondent crowd, Whis approaches Beerus with a smile, reminding him, My Lord Beerus, have you forgotten the recent accomplishments of Goku and his companions? Their strength now rivals that of their counterparts in Universe Mu Feng. Indeed, Beerus exclaims, suddenly invigorated. Their progress has indeed been remarkable. Whis suggests, let us swiftly gather the 5 of them and proceed to the Omni King. That seems to be our only option, Beerus acknowledges, but then erupts in fury. Damn it. Son Goku. When I see him, I shall surely give him a piece of my mind. I warned him not to speak recklessly before the Omni King. Now look where we are. The entire universe stands to be annihilated. Whis, with a wry smile, manages to placate the furious Beerus and turns to Kaioshin Shin, saying, You all stay here. I shall fetch the participants for the assembly. Understood, Kaioshin Shin replies, nodding in agreement. Thus, Whis leads the irate Beerus toward the god of destruction's realm. Meanwhile, the Grand Minister is conveying the same crucial message across other universes. In the distant cosmos, notifications regarding the power tournament have been thoroughly disseminated. Before their departure, Mu Feng dispatched Jebet to escort Son Goku, Vegeta, and their companions to the Kaioshin realm. The group swiftly gathers in the Kaioshin realm, yet the atmosphere grows palpably tense. Frisia's cold gaze flits between Son Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, occasionally casting a peculiar glance toward Broly. What a stroke of misfortune, to encounter you wherever I go. Vegeta, arms crossed, glares at Frisia with unabashed disdain. Oh ho ho ho, what a coincidence. Frisia chuckles, his signature shrill laughter echoing, before his expression turns icy. How could the eradication of the parallel universes take place without my involvement, Lord Frisia? Is that so? Just you? Vegeta scoffs, his knuckles cracking ominously, destructive energy flickering in his palms. This is not the time for infighting, Mu Feng interjects, instantly freezing the agitated atmosphere. Frisia and Vegeta turn their gazes away from each other, while Son Goku and his companions shift their focus to Mu Feng. The upcoming duel with Universe 7 is of paramount importance. You must all give it your utmost effort. Mu Feng surveys the group, adding, moreover, in just 10 to 20 days, the Universal Power Tournament will convene. Upon hearing this, a fire ignites within the eyes of the assembled warriors. However, Mu Feng's subsequent revelation causes their expressions to darken. The universe that is defeated will face complete erasure at the hands of the Omni King. This, of course, is merely a deterrent. As the true ruler of the universe, he understands that they are not bound by the Omni King's regulations. The entire universe could be annihilated. Vegeta's pupils constrict. Son Goku clenches his fists. We absolutely cannot allow this to happen. Broly remained silent, yet his taut muscles betrayed his unwavering resolve. Even Frieza felt a surge of unease, realizing that Broly had not yet fully savored the moments of his resurrection. Observing the solemn expressions of the others, Mu Feng revealed a knowing smile, suggesting that altering the outcome was a matter of simplicity. Following the competition, there remained a 20-day training period. Should they triumph at the Tournament of Power, they could utilize the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect all universes. Super Dragon Balls? Goku's eyes gleamed with interest. They are akin to your Dragon Balls, but their size rivals that of planets, Mu Feng elucidated. They can fulfill any wish, augment power, and even reshape worlds with ease. My heavens, a Dragon Ball as large as a planet. Just how immense must it be? Goku's eyes widened in astonishment as he grappled with the concept of the Super Dragon Balls for the first time. Any wish can be granted? The ultimate victor will undoubtedly be me, Vegeta. I shall restore all universes to their former glory, Vegeta declared, clenching his fists with a sardonic smile. If the universe ceases to exist, who will remember my strength? Ha ha ha, what a delightful jest indeed. Frieza mocked with a sardonic tone. The ultimate champion will, of course, be none other than I, Frieza the Great. Vegeta, your dreams are but folly. Oh, I look forward to witnessing that, Vegeta retorted, crossing his arms defiantly. When the tournament begins, I wouldn't mind eliminating you first. The victor shall be me, Broly interjected unexpectedly, breaking his silence. Vegeta turned in surprise, pondering, isn't he usually taciturn? Surely he doesn't intend to use the Dragon Balls against me and Kakarot? Sensing Vegeta's skepticism, Broly smiled softly. It is not your demise I seek. I merely wish to prevent the annihilation of other universes. Another Na'vi scion. Frieza scoffed, turning away with disdain. If you desire a place, earn it through strength. Vegeta grinned wickedly at Broly. Of course. Broly nodded earnestly. Haha, with everyone so spirited, I cannot afford to lag behind. Goku laughed heartily as he approached. Vegeta closed his eyes, letting out a cold huff. We shall see. It is time to depart. Mu Feng suddenly interrupted, urging everyone to join hands in a circle. I shall take you to the Omni King's palace. What? Frieza and Vegeta erupted in outrage simultaneously. You expect me to hold hands with this scoundrel? In your dreams. Vegeta fumed. Who would want to hold hands with a scion? Frieza grimaced in disdain. Amused by the tension between the two, Goku and Broly couldn't help but chuckle. Mu Feng sighed, shaking his head, as a surge of dark purple energy emanated from his palm. If you refuse to hold hands, this minuscule amount of destructive energy could easily erase someone. Destructive energy? Vegeta swallowed hard. Frieza straightened up immediately, exclaiming, Humph. Temporarily holding hands is not out of the question. Humph. Truly revolting. Vegeta cursed with a look of disgust, yet under the threat of the destructive energy, he reluctantly moved beside Frieza and extended his hand. Yes, that's the spirit. We can commence our journey now, Master Mu Feng. Goku beamed, waving cheerfully at him. Let us proceed. As Mu Feng gently tapped his staff, the ground emitted a crisp sound. Boom. A blinding radiance instantaneously enveloped everyone. In the blink of an eye, they surged through the space of the King of Worlds and raced toward the Grand Zeno Palace. In the distance, the watching Jebbet let out a sigh of relief. Ancestor, they have finally departed. No more running about in a frenzy. Just moments ago, he had nearly exhausted himself in his efforts to bring back Sun Wukong and his companions. The old King of Worlds gazed skyward with his hands behind his back, murmuring to himself, this contest shall allow other universes to witness the might of our cosmos. In the realm of the seventh universe, Beerus sat cross-legged, scrutinizing the 5 warriors before him. Whis spoke, you shall represent the 7th universe in this cosmic battle. Frieza covered his mouth, letting out his signature chilling laugh. Oh ho ho, I am eager to see just how formidable the scions from the parallel world truly are. Humph. At last, the fruits of my training shall be unveiled. Vegeta crossed his arms with a cold snort, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Beerus, growing impatient, waved his hand. Enough chatter, step forward and prepare for teleportation. The King of Worlds extended his arms. Let us depart. Whoosh. In an instant, they vanished. Outside the Grand Zeno Palace, the arriving team marveled at the majestic structure suspended in the cosmos. The Grand Zeno Palace, with its simplistic yet imposing design, left the visiting warriors in awe. Wow, is this really where Xeno resides? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his curiosity evident as he looked around. Vegeta closed his eyes and murmured, I wonder how much I have progressed. He secretly hoped his opponent would bring forth surprises. Suddenly, the space rippled. The members of the seventh universe materialized out of thin air. That was quite swift, Beerus acknowledged with a nod to Mufong. Whis, with a cheerful smile, remarked, My dear brother Mufong, your speed is commendable. At the moment of their convergence, Super Wukong had already leaped before the team. Hey, another me. Broly. Vegeta. His eyes widened suddenly. Wait, are these two? Wow. Is that Gohan? Why is Frieza here too? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly approached Gohan, patting him on the shoulder. I'm the dad from another world, Gohan said with a shy smile, glancing at the grinning Wukong beside him, then scratching his head as he addressed Super Wukong. It's really me. Super Gohan curiously leaned closer, scrutinizing his counterpart. Haha, greetings, another me, Gohan said, feeling increasingly bashful under the gaze, scratching his head and laughing as he extended his hand. Hello, another me. Super Gohan joyfully grasped his hand, and the two exchanged a friendly shake. Meanwhile, the two Friezas observed each other intently. Old Broly sought out new Broly, engaging in a discussion about their recent training insights. Super Vegeta stood still, neither approaching nor greeting Vegeta, but silently fixated on him. Nonetheless, both harbored quiet anticipation for the impending battle. At that moment, the Grand Minister suddenly appeared before the entrance of the Grand Xeno Palace. His presence was nothing short of artistic, drawing the attention of everyone from both universes, who turned to gaze at him in unison. The Grand Priest, with his hands clasped behind his back and a smile gracing his features, remarked, The seventh universe and the universe are all present. Splendid. Both Lord Xeno and I eagerly anticipate your performances. Additionally, the gods of destruction and angels from other universes have taken their seats in the audience, ready to witness the spectacle. Now please follow me. With that, he turned and pushed open the grand door, guiding the assembly into a dimly lit corridor. Soon, they arrived within the confines of the Xeno's palace. The Grand Priest halted, proclaiming, Esteemed guests, this is the venue. Here, where's the battlefield? As the crowd surveyed their surroundings in confusion, the Grand Priest continued. This time we have emulated the martial arts tournament from Earth, constructing a platform and audience seating. He raised his hand towards the ground, and a beam of light emanated from his palm, rendering the floor as smooth as a mirror. Instantly, their bodies began to sink slowly, as if being drawn into a mirrored world. Within moments, they found themselves securely seated in the audience, the seventh universe and the universe separated on either side. What a grand occasion this is. How exhilarating. Frieza, in high spirits, cast a glance at Goku and Vegeta across from him, contemplating the opportunity to teach them a lesson. Even if he could not confront Goku, giving the other universe's Gohan a beating would suffice. Super Frieza was equally eager to engage. At this moment, the Grand Priest descended from above, arms wide open, declaring, Gods, please make your entrance. No sooner had he spoken than several rows of seats descended from the sky, filled with deities from various universes. The audience gasped in astonishment as they surveyed their surroundings, spotting many unfamiliar faces, yet recognizing Kampa and Vados from the sixth universe. The deities from other universes were also filled with curiosity towards the seventh universe, especially upon seeing the angel Muramasa, who astonished them with his formidable divine power and striking appearance. As the youngest angel, the sheer purity of his divine energy was nothing short of remarkable. There stood Muramasa's brother. Makarita's gaze lingered on Muramasa, her cheeks flushed slightly. Noticing someone watching him, Muramasa looked up to find the angel Makarita from the 10th universe gazing back at him. With a gentle smile, he nodded in acknowledgement. Makarita, overcome with shyness, felt her cheeks warm and hastily nodded in return. Beyond Muramasa, the attention of the crowd shifted predominantly to the competitors from the two universes. Aside from Broly, the appearances of the other four were strikingly identical. Even with most of their energy restrained, the gods could still sense their formidable strength. Indeed, their power is impressive. Makarita's companion, the cloaked Tokpo, could not help but exclaim. However, in contrast to the surprise regarding these two universes, the other universes harbored greater animosity towards the seventh universe, particularly directed at Goku. Nearly all the deities were aware that it was due to his suggestion that Lord Zeno decided to host the Tournament of Power, with the losing universe facing erasure. During this observation, they must earnestly evaluate Goku, the seventh universe, and the universe's strength to devise appropriate training or tactics thereafter. In the presence of 12 universes, alongside the universe of Mu Feng, the assembly of 13 deities and their respective angels has been completed. With a staff in hand, Weiss spoke in a tranquil tone. At this moment, the Grand Minister raised his hand to declare, "Esteemed gods, this power conference, proposed by Lord Zeno, is a grand martial arts event. Before the official gathering commences, Lord Zeno wishes to witness a contest between universes similar to the seventh. He is filled with intrigue, and thus we convene today to collectively witness this comprehensive competition." Following his announcement, the Grand Minister turned and bowed respectfully, saying, "We welcome the esteemed arrival of Lord Zeno." As golden light cascaded down, Lord Zeno took his place upon the throne, flanked by two towering guards. The assembly of gods bowed their heads in reverence, and the participants followed suit, save for two Frisia, who displayed disdain. In their eyes, what right did this diminutive, colorful figure have to wield such power? The prospect of erasing entire universes filled them with irritation, and they secretly vowed to grow stronger, with the ambition of one day placing Lord Zeno beneath their feet. Observing the crowd bowing, Lord Zeno nodded with satisfaction and eagerly urged the Grand Minister, "Let us commence. I can hardly contain my anticipation for the match." "At your command," the Grand Minister replied, before addressing the assembly. In accordance with Lord Zeno's wishes, the competition will feature 5 martial artists from the 7th universe and 5 from each universe, engaging in one-on-one battles. There is no time limit. A match concludes when one party concedes or is thrown off the stage. I hope all will give their utmost. With a flourish, he conjured a massive battleground, far surpassing the martial arts arenas of Earth. Should a participant fall from the platform, it would be deemed a loss. Now, the first contest is about to begin. Please decide upon your combatants, the Grand Minister announced with great fervor. The tournament was finally upon them. "Lord Beerus, allow me to be the first," exclaimed Son Goku, eager to engage in combat, unable to contain his excitement. "I've been waiting for this moment." Beerus, recognizing Goku's fervent spirit, pondered whether it was appropriate for Goku to lead the charge. Would a defeat not become a source of amusement for the other gods? Moreover, given Goku's current status as an adversary across all universes, would it not incite further animosity? After a moment of contemplation, Beerus turned to Weiss and inquired, "What is your opinion?" With a smile, Weiss replied, "Lord Beerus, let Goku take the lead. His recent training has greatly enhanced his strength, and he will inevitably take the stage, so there is no need for excessive concern." "Very well, you shall go first," Beerus declared with a determined nod. "Fantastic," Goku exclaimed, his fists clenched in anticipation as he fixed his gaze on the audience. "At last, I can engage with you. Show me the true power of Super Saiyan 4. As he leaped onto the platform, the crowd erupted into a chorus of boos. This is the one responsible for prompting Lord Zeno to host the power conference. Look at his arrogant demeanor. Though handsome, he is a calamity. Ignoring the disparaging remarks, Goku placed his hands on his hips and shouted towards his opponent, "Come on, I'm ready and waiting." On the other side of the spectator seats, Frisia was eager to intervene. "Lord Mu Feng, permit me to teach that brat a lesson," he exclaimed. Goku swiftly approached him. "No, this is our agreed-upon duel." As the two continued to bicker, Mu Feng decisively declared, "This match will be fought by Son Goku." Frisia, seething with frustration, ground his teeth, vowing, "Next time, I shall thoroughly thrash Vegeta and go on." Goku leaped down from the platform, filled with exuberance. When the two Gokus met on the stage, the audience erupted in astonishment. The two instigators were set to clash. It was the perfect opportunity to observe their weaknesses. The god of destruction from Universe 4 seized the moment to incite, "Everyone, pay close attention. The first battle of the grand tournament featuring Universe 7's Son Goku against Universe's Son Goku is officially underway." Keitra, from Universe 4, stood with hands on hips, a smug expression adorning his face as he shouted towards the audience of Universe 7, "Huh? Beerus, your universe certainly knows how to stir the pot. The main responsibility for the king's decision to annihilate universes lies squarely with you in Universe 7. This matter is far from over. Since it was your proposition for this contest, prepare to be the first eradicated." Upon hearing Keitra's words, The deities from other universes glared menacingly at Universe 7. In their eyes, if it weren't for Goku's meddling suggestion of this match, the king would not have resorted to such a drastic decision. Now, all ire was directed towards Universe 7. Damn mouse. Beerus suppressed his anger, clenching his fists tightly. Given the current situation, he found it difficult to refute. He had already become the target of collective disdain, and saying anything further would only exacerbate Universe 7's isolation. As the gods murmured amongst themselves, the Grand Minister suddenly raised his right hand. The arena fell into an immediate silence, all eyes turning towards him. At last, salvation has arrived. Both King Kai-Shin and Beerus sighed in relief. The Grand Minister announced, the contestants for the first match have been determined. Universe 7 will send forth Son Goku, while the opposing universe will also dispatch Son Goku. These two Gokus hail from different timelines, each possessing unique strengths, and I believe it shall be an exhilarating confrontation. Now, let the match commence. The king, filled with excitement, swung his legs from his throne. I can't wait. Which Goku will prove superior? On the arena, Super Goku was the first to speak. At last, it begins, my other self. Goku, equally eager, responded, indeed, I have awaited this day for far too long. Both had prepared assiduously for this encounter, having undergone rigorous training. Allow me to showcase the might of Super Saiyan 4. The last time I witnessed Vegeta's transformation, that power left a lasting impression. Super Goku exclaimed impatiently. Goku replied, I am equally curious to see your transformation. Lord Mufeng has mentioned that you possess a transformation method distinct from ours. The two exchanged knowing smiles, simultaneously clenching their fists. Boom. Super Goku erupted in a torrent of crimson energy, his hair transforming to a vivid red, and his gaze shifting to a fierce crimson. Enveloped in a fiery aura, his physique became leaner, exuding a divine presence. Super Saiyan God transformation completed. Simultaneously, Goku unleashed a power of an entirely different nature, though lacking the divine aura. Its potency was undeniably formidable. A dazzling golden light erupted, engulfing Wukong entirely in a radiant aura. His hair suddenly grew wild and thick. Fiery red fur sprouted all over his body, and his eyes glimmered with a sanguine glow, while a fluffy crimson tail swayed leisurely behind him. The ferocious energy emanating from him left the deities in attendance gasping in astonishment. Although the two transformations of Wukong were strikingly different, the power they unleashed was equally awe-inspiring to the gods. Could a mere mortal body truly breach the realm of the divine? Though not yet at the godly level, this strength was indeed comparable to that of the divine. What a resplendent radiance of life! It was nothing short of art. Amidst the fervent discussions erupting from the audience, Katra of Universe 4 crossed his arms with a derisive smile, dismissing it as trivial trickery. Meanwhile, Ramsey of Universe 10, flicking his long nose, commented, the 7th Universe warrior is rather too lean. The raw power of the universe is far more compelling. His assistant, Kex, readily agreed, indeed. It aligns perfectly with contemporary aesthetics. On the side of Universe 11, Margarita, distracted, stole glances at Mufeng in the stands. The god of destruction, with an air of pride, inquired of his subordinates, Trophy, how do they compare to you? The stoic warrior in black replied calmly, at this level, they are not even close to qualifying to stand with Jiren. The god of destruction laughed heartily. With Jiren present, we are destined to be the sole surviving universe. In the stands of Universe 6, Zampa shouted enthusiastically, quickly, pummel the Wukong from the Beerus clan. Bardos chuckled softly, yet her gaze lingered on Mufeng, recalling the favor he had once extended in delivering future trunks that she had yet to repay. Beerus, upon being called out, erupted in fury, clutching the railing as he roared towards the arena. Dare to lose, and see what happens. Whis chimed in. The outcome remains uncertain, you know? Super Wukong scratched his head, displaying a resigned expression towards Beerus, then turned to gaze at Wukong with excitement sparkling in his eyes. That one is truly formidable. The Omni King, seated upon his throne, swung his short legs in exhilaration, exclaiming, wow, both Wukongs can transform. How cool. He eagerly anticipated the impending clash. In the audience, Vegeta fixed a steely gaze upon Super Wukong, muttering to himself, humph, is this the divine transformation of Kakarot from other universes? He glanced at the Vegeta of Universe 7, pondering that surely that fellow had also mastered such a form, and clenched his fists in determination. Gohan felt a rush of adrenaline, exclaiming, two fathers are about to battle. He privately compared himself to the versions from different universes, eagerly preparing for the forthcoming contest. Frieza grimaced in disdain, two repugnant scion monkeys. He suppressed the urge to unleash an energy ball, scheming for future vengeance. Mu Feng observed the arena intently, his heart stirring with tumult. This was a splendid opportunity to showcase the strength of their universe to the gods. On the stage, Super Saiyan 4 confronted Super Saiyan God across the expanse. One had transcended the limits of the divine, while the other epitomized the essence of divine power. In the moment when the gods held their breath in anticipation, two fleeting shadows simultaneously soared into the sky. Bang! Their fists collided, igniting a circular shockwave. The two warriors separated instantly, only to engage once more within a fraction of a second. The air crackled with sonic explosions, sparks from their clashes raining down like a meteor shower. Super Wukong suddenly retreated, prompting Wukong to pursue him relentlessly. Just as a flying kick was about to land, Super Wukong's hands suddenly radiated a brilliant crimson light. The blazing flames instantly enveloped Wukong, freezing him in midair. Unable to move? Wukong was astounded to discover that, as a trainee of the Supreme Kai, he could clearly see the crimson energy coiling around him. Wukong growled, his muscles tensing as he attempted to break free with sheer force. Sensing the precarious situation, the Super Wukong hastily retracted his energy control. Caught off guard, Wukong stumbled backward a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Super Wukong lunged forward, delivering a fierce knee strike. Wukong steadied himself, expertly intercepting the attack with both hands. Bang! Amid the thundering impact, the two retreated once more. Quick reflexes. Super Wukong shook his numbed knee. That kick packed quite a punch. Wukong chuckled, rubbing his reddened palm. The two exchanged a knowing smile before assuming their stances again. In the next moment, the two figures collided like lightning. Boom! The clash of fists stirred the air, waves of energy surging. Not bad. Wukong raised an eyebrow in admiration. Likewise, Super Wukong responded, suddenly altering his attack with a sweeping right leg. Wukong tilted his head to evade, countering with a blast of energy. Super Wukong performed a backflip to avoid it, lightly touching the ground to propel himself forward again. Here it comes. Wukong's eyes sparkled as he blocked with his left arm, launching a right punch aimed at Super Wukong's face. Super Wukong sidestepped, unleashing a flurry of energy blasts. In a dazzling display, Wukong's right hand became a blur, effortlessly swatting away the projectiles. Amid the fiery chaos, Super Wukong's lethal strike approached. Boom! A searing fireball struck Wukong squarely, engulfing the arena in smoke. Black smoke billowed upwards, shrouding the entire stage, leaving the spectators outside unable to discern the events within. Wow! The Omni King leaned forward with excitement. Suddenly, two figures burst forth from the smoke, Wukong and Super Wukong. Despite taking that blow, Wukong appeared unscathed. Super Wukong relentlessly pursued, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Thud! Thud! Bang! Bang! The sound of their fists and feet colliding echoed incessantly, their speed accelerating with each exchange. Each clash produced deafening explosions, causing the air to tremble and waves of energy to ripple outward. Incredible speed. Both Wukongs are astonishingly fast. The Omni King cheered, clapping his hands. The seventh universe and the universe's Wukong are formidable indeed, remarked the god of destruction Sidra from the ninth universe. Compared to our fourth universe, they still have a long way to go. Quitella crossed his arms, secretly hoping to witness Beerus suffer a humiliating defeat. TCH. Beerus shot Quitella a glare, shouting into the arena, Wukong, show no mercy. Defeat him swiftly. It's not that simple, Vegeta remarked coolly, arms crossed. That Kakarot is indeed powerful. On the arena, Wukong capitalized on the moment, instantaneously teleporting behind Super Wukong. He thrust both palms forward, unleashing an invisible shockwave that sent Super Wukong flying, plummeting rapidly. Super Wukong suddenly spread his arms wide. Boom! The fiery aura stabilized his descent. Sensing Wukong's disappearance, he closed his eyes to sense the energy, swiftly pivoting and throwing a punch. Bang! The two fists collided, shockwaves erupting, forcing both combatants to stagger back. Not bad. Mu Feng, observing the battle, whispered in admiration. The progress of Super Goku filled him with satisfaction. Had it not been for his recent arduous training, he would have been unable to withstand the onslaught of Super Saiyan 4. This was precisely what Mu Feng yearned to witness. By showcasing Goku's prowess, He aimed to compel the other universes to intensify their training before the Tournament of Power, ensuring that the competition would be all the more exhilarating. At the center of the arena, both Gokus retreated simultaneously, adopting the classic starting pose. Super Goku's hands formed a flower-like shape at his waist. In an instant, radiant blue light erupted from Goku's palms. The other Goku mirrored the stance, blue energy rapidly converging between his fingers. Kamehameha. Super Goku bellowed, his energy surging dramatically, sending a beam of blue-white light hurtling toward Goku. Yet Goku remained resolute, gathering his energy, unfazed by the approaching beam. The blue light in his palms suddenly intensified, transforming into a blazing crimson flame. Tenfold Kamehameha. The scarlet beam erupted violently, colliding with the blue light in midair. The two forces clashed fiercely, causing the entire arena to tremble. Both sides remained locked in a stalemate, prompting a flurry of discussion among the watching gods. It has only been a short while, yet these two Gokus have made astonishing advancements. Kampa exclaimed, stroking his chin. Beerus, nearby, casually shook his scepter. Indeed, both have undergone rigorous training. Damn that Beerus. Kampa shot a glare at the god of destruction beside him, suddenly slamming his hand down in determination. I will return and immediately intensify Trunks and the others' training. They must undergo tenfold the effort. They must emerge transformed within 20 days. It must also be called for special training. He added, we cannot allow Universe 7 to triumph. Beerus smirked. And what about you, Lord Kampa? Me? Kampa's voice dropped. Of course, I must focus on savoring delicacies. I have yet to finish the treats left by Mu Feng. The angel, with a hint of exasperation, leaned closer to whisper, I must remind you. Lord Beerus has imparted the destruction energy to Vegeta. What? What did you say? Beerus. Kampa's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Beerus's words, hastily pressing for confirmation. Are you certain? Both Vegetas can wield destruction energy? Indeed, without a doubt, Lord Kampa, Beerus affirmed, nodding earnestly. Damn that Beerus, so cunning. Kampa's face flushed with anger as he glared at Beerus in the stands of Universe 7, gritting his teeth. I know Mu Feng made that decision because their universe lacks a god of destruction and a supreme Kai. I never expected you to secretly teach destruction energy to others, so sly. Since that is the case, I have decided. Kampa abruptly turned to Beerus upon my return. I shall impart destruction energy to Trunks. Is he not Vegeta's son? Then let them face off. If my Trunks defeats Beerus's Vegeta, haha, that will prove my superiority over Beerus. With that, Kampa erupted into gleeful laughter, already imagining how he would taunt Beerus. At your command, Lord Kampa, Beerus replied, observing the jubilant Kampa with a faint smile, nodding in agreement. Having spent much time with Kampa, she too hoped to see him victorious in the competition. It is precisely for this reason that she disclosed the matter of destructive energy to Xiangpa. However, whether they can survive ultimately hinges on the Tournament of Power in 20 days. Boom, boom, boom. Above the arena, two forces clashed fiercely, stalemated for a considerable duration. Neither side could gain the upper hand. At that moment, Ultra Goku suddenly closed his eyes and focused, amplifying his aura once more. A faint blue glow flickered amidst the fiery red divine aura surrounding him, and in an instant, a pure, pale blue flame erupted from within, enveloping his entire being. His previously vibrant red hair and eyes gradually transformed into a crystalline blue, marking the emergence of a new form that transcends Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God Blue. Oh, has another version of me achieved a breakthrough? Goku felt the surge of power and aura from his counterpart, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He pondered how this newfound strength compared to his own transcendent Ultra Instinct form. He eagerly anticipated an exhilarating battle. Wow, Goku has transformed again. His hair has turned blue, exclaimed Zeno, shaking his little legs in delight. The seventh universe-esque Goku had undergone yet another evolution, and this power was palpably more refined. The blue flame was even more resplendent than the red. It was astonishing that a mere mortal could step into the realm of the divine through sheer willpower. The deities in the audience were abuzz with discussions. However, the prideful Vermouth from Universe 11 remained unimpressed, crossing his arms and scoffing. He has merely grown slightly stronger. Is it truly worthy of such astonishment? At this level, he cannot even compare to Topo. In his eyes, no matter how formidable Goku became, victory was already assured with the ace warrior Jiren positioned in Universe 11. Lord Whis, although this individual is exceedingly arrogant, He is indeed the root cause of cosmic calamities. Topo interjected. However, his strength cannot be underestimated. We must approach him with caution. Nevertheless, he is still far from posing a threat to Jiren. Ha 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 indeed. Whis laughed heartily, observing the two Gokus on the stage, brimming with confidence. Regardless of how much stronger they became, no being in the universe could possibly defeat Jiren. On the arena, Ultra Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, instantly suppressed Goku, who remained in his Super Saiyan 4 form. With a powerful shout, he exerted force with both hands, sending a brilliant blue Kamehameha crashing down, forcefully pushing back the crimson tenfold Kamehameha. As the energy threatened to recoil, Goku remained calm, not even increasing his battle power. The blinding light was mere moments away. Boom! The terrifying energy collided with the arena, erupting with a deafening roar. A dazzling brilliance enveloped the entire venue, blinding all who gazed upon it. Yet, as the outcome was on the verge of revelation, the deities remained fixated on the arena. To their astonishment, Goku hovered unharmed above Ultra Goku. Huh, how did you evade that attack, another me? Ultra Goku scratched his head, bewildered. Hee. I am now the Supreme Kai of this universe, and I simply utilized instant transmission to evade it, Goku replied with a smile, showcasing his earrings. Ah yes, the Supreme Kai can indeed teleport directly. I had completely forgotten about that, Ultra Goku realized, now in a predicament. But let us not dwell on that. Let us continue fighting. With that, he unleashed a surge of blue flames, charging upward. Bring it on. Goku assumed a battle stance, ready to engage. Thud, thud, thud. The two combatants once again engaged in a fierce clash, both reveling in the exhilaration of battle. The spectators among the deities suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder he donned the Patala earrings. He is, in fact, the apprentice god of destruction. How audacious for the universe's apprentice god of destruction to participate. Yet, it is rather intriguing. It is indeed a rare sight to behold such formidable prowess from an apprentice god of destruction. However, the god of destruction from Universe 4, Katra, wore a grim expression. Lord Zeno, allowing the apprentice god of destruction to compete, is unjust. His qualifications should be revoked. He raised his proposal, oblivious to the gradually fading smile of Zeno. What do you say, Lord Zeno? Katra pressed on stubbornly, drawing the attention of spectators from other universes. This wretched rat, resorting to such tricks. The god of destruction from Universe 7, Beerus, seethed with frustration, wishing to rush over and deliver a thrashing to Katra. Hee. Lord Beerus certainly cares deeply for Mu Feng's universe, was chuckled, finding amusement in Beerus's flustered demeanor. Not at all. Beerus, momentarily at a loss for words, turned his head away in silence. Zeno fixed a cold stare upon Katra and, after a brief silence, spoke. Silence. This matter is for me to decide. Speak further, and I shall obliterate your Universe 4. I dare not. Please spare me, Lord Zeno. Quitra's face paled in fear as he quickly lowered his head in acknowledgement, terrified that Zeno might truly act upon his threat. Zeno is known for his decisive actions. To provoke his displeasure could lead to the instantaneous annihilation of an entire universe. How fortunate that I refrained from speaking out just now, he thought, while the other deities erupted in laughter at Quitra's predicament. Ha ha ha, Katra deserves this. He is utterly clueless. Zeno was clearly enjoying the spectacle, while the gods mocked Katra of Universe 4. Ha ha ha, you brought this upon yourself. That's what you get for speaking out. Beerus stood with his hands on his hips, basking in the satisfaction of Katra's embarrassment. An apprentice god of destruction named Son Goku? The universe is indeed fascinating, mused the god of destruction from Universe 11, Chi, as he observed Goku with great interest. Perhaps this apprentice god of destruction truly has the potential to become the strongest god of destruction in history. In the arena, thuds echoed as a yellow and a blue light clashed violently in midair. After several exchanges, the Super Saiyan Blue form of Goku clearly held the upper hand. With another thunderous impact, the two exchanged kicks and retreated to create distance. I must unleash my true abilities. Goku clenched his fists tightly, channeling his energy with fervor. A surge of ferocious energy erupted, sending shockwaves throughout the arena. His golden aura gradually transformed into a deep crimson, the color around his eyes darkening, and white divine energy manifested within the red flames. A fierce roar unleashed a torrent of power, causing even Super Goku to display a look of astonishment. Have I too entered the realm of the gods? Such formidable strength. At this moment, Goku's Super Saiyan 4 broke through its boundaries, achieving a new pinnacle. Both iterations of Son Goku simultaneously ascended to the divine realm. Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan 4 have transcended their limits. This astonishing scene left the deities in shock once more, igniting fervent discussions. Two versions of Goku from different universes have ascended to godhood? How utterly unbelievable! What further marvels might universes 7 and 11 unveil? The definition of muscular definition is truly remarkable. How splendid it would be if he were in our 10th universe. Wow! Both Gokus are incredibly formidable. Who will emerge victorious? The Omni King, brimming with excitement, rubs his tiny hands, his face alight with anticipation. Judging by this form, the outcome remains uncertain. Super Vegeta fixates on Goku, his fighting spirit ignited. I cannot suppress my urge to witness which Son Goku is superior. The thrill within me yearns to leap into the fray. I have exerted tremendous effort in training for today's confrontation. Astonishingly, even the fathers from other universes have attained divine status. Super Gohan's eyes widen, following the airborne Super Goku with keen interest. The power of that form is astonishing. I wonder if he can triumph over the father from another universe. Oh my, that transformation is quite exhilarating. Whis gazes at Goku, radiating a wild aura, unable to contain his admiration. Humph, it's merely a more monkey-like appearance, Beerus scoffs. Shouting towards the arena, don't hesitate. Take him down, Goku. On the arena, the two Gokus stand poised in midair, as if time itself has come to a halt. Whoosh. In less than a second, both figures vanish simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the sky erupts with countless explosive sounds, shockwaves radiating outward. The battle intensifies, with both warriors exhilarated and their blood boiling. They each ponder, how is the other me so powerful? This journey has been worthwhile. Today, we must fight with all our might. In the blink of an eye, Super Goku and Goku return to the arena. As they land, they collide with a thunderous crash. Their arms locked against one another. The specially crafted arena beneath them cracks with several fissures. It is the very stage created by the Grand Priest. Yet it has been shattered. Continue. Super Goku shouts. The two retreat in perfect synchrony, striking classic poses. Kamehameha. Tenfold Kamehameha. Virum. The red and blue beams collide, instantaneously igniting a blinding brilliance. Amidst the dazzling light, two figures soar into the sky. Super Goku launches a kick, while Goku raises his leg to block. As his fist swings forward, Goku ducks to evade, countering with a hook that connects with the opponent's chin. Bang! Super Goku is sent flying, but steadies himself and unleashes a barrage of energy blasts. Suddenly, crimson flames envelop Goku, and the energy blasts impact him, only to be completely absorbed. This is a unique ability of Super Saiyan 4. Wow, it can absorb energy? Super Goku's eyes widen, suddenly feeling that his Super Saiyan Blue form pales in comparison. Super Vegeta appears somewhat astonished. Super Saiyan 4 possesses such a technique. He quietly notes this ability, resolving that he will not repeat the same mistakes when encountering another version of himself from a different timeline. Do not let your guard down, Goku says with a smile, his form flickering as he appears before Super Goku. He raises both arms high, striking down toward his opponent's head with tremendous force. 88 is filled with pride. This is bad. Super Goku hastily raises his arms to block, barely managing to absorb the heavy blow. Yet Goku's assault does not relent. His right leg sweeps outward, catching Super Goku off guard and sending him crashing onto the arena, stirring up clouds of dust. Amidst the swirling smoke, Goku hovers in midair, surveying the battlefield. Suddenly, a fierce wind rushes from behind him, and as he spins around, he sees Super Goku's fist barreling toward him. Bang! Wukong was repelled several meters back, and Super Wukong seized the opportunity to pursue. The two unleashed their energies simultaneously, resulting in a thunderous clash as their fists collided, emitting a blinding light, while shockwaves caused the arena to crack further. After a brief separation, they engaged once more. Wukong deftly dodged, executing a whip-like kick that struck his opponent. Super Wukong steadied himself and remarked with a grin, "Impressive. It seems this form is still insufficient. Let's exert even more effort." With that, Super Wukong crossed his arms before his chest and suddenly expanded, surrounded by a blue flame that flickered with red hues, his energy surging dramatically, 20 times the Kaioken. Unwilling to be outdone, Wukong assumed a stance and unleashed his Super Saiyan 4 energy with all his might. Both roared in unison as two beams of light. Deep red interspersed with blue, shot skyward, colliding violently like a raging tornado. The entire space trembled, and even the spectators in the stands could feel the terrifying energies clashing. The divine being's expressions shifted from calm to alarmed. At this moment, the two Wukongs had transcended the levels they exhibited upon entering the arena. Their unleashed power compelled the gods to treat the situation with utmost seriousness. Kompas of the sixth universe clung tightly to the railing, his face a mask of shock. What nonsense is this? How could these two be this powerful? He abruptly turned to the angel Vados, hopping with urgency. Hey, Vados, go back and train those useless ones to their limits. If we lose to the seventh universe in the tournament of power, we're all doomed. As you wish. Lord Kompa, Vados replied with a smile and a nod. Kompas glared with gritted teeth at Beerus of the seventh universe, his frustration mounting. Damn it. What has Beerus fed them? Kefla of the fourth universe wore a similarly grim expression, her fists cracking ominously. Despite her deep-seated hatred for Beerus, she could not deny that Wukong's strength overshadowed all the warriors of her universe. Intense training was imperative. They could not afford to lose in the tournament of power. She silently vowed. Loy of the ninth universe widened his eyes, his voice trembling. This is impossible. The seventh universe is clearly the weakest. How could such monsters emerge? Meanwhile, Vermout of the 11th universe scoffed disdainfully, hands on her hips. Humph. No matter how strong they are, they cannot defeat Jiren. We shall be the ultimate victors. In the stands of the 7th universe, Beerus was filled with self-satisfaction, laughing so hard that his shoulders shook. Little did these gods know that Wukong's true potential far exceeded what they had witnessed. The universe's Wukong also held back his trump cards, just as Mufing had predicted. This tournament would surely shake the very foundations of the arena. TCH. The two Frisias clicked their tongues in unison, their faces dark as ink. On the arena, the erupting energies suddenly converged. Wukong and Super Wukong faced each other midair, their eyes ablaze with combat fervor. This is exhilarating. You are absurdly strong. Super Wukong grinned, his fists cracking audibly. Likewise, I'm so excited my hands are trembling. Wukong raised his slightly quivering fist, his smile wild. Shall we continue? Super Wukong assumed a fighting stance. That suits me perfectly. Wukong's deep crimson aura erupted, and he charged toward his opponent with lightning speed. Huh. Super Wukong quickly raised his hand, blocking Wukong's incoming punch. The fist struck heavily against his palm, producing a muffled thud. Huh. Wukong did not relent. Instead, he roared fiercely, his arm muscles tensing as he intensified the force of his assault. Feeling the pressure intensify, Super Goku slightly retracted his arm and firmly grasped his opponent's fist. With a sudden surge of strength, he attempted to fling Goku away. However, Goku had anticipated this move. At the moment Super Goku exerted his force, Goku delivered a powerful elbow strike directly to his abdomen. This raw power unexpectedly subdued Super Goku. Just as the elbow strike was about to land, Super Goku leapt into the air, executing a kick that struck Goku's elbow, using the force to flip backward and create distance. Goku, unwilling to grant any respite, tightened his fists and propelled himself upward with explosive energy. Boom. The collision of their fists generated a shockwave that sent both fighters staggering back several meters. Goku, relying on his formidable defense, regained his footing first and teleported above Super Goku. Bang! Despite Super Goku raising his arms in a timely block, he was still slammed down to the ground by the immense force. Go Goku! Beerus shouted anxiously from the railing. Don't worry, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with composure. As the dust settled, Super Goku stood in the center of the crater, looking up and laughing. You're truly impressive. If this continues, I will surely lose. It seems I must get serious and transform into my next form. Another new form? Show me. Goku exclaimed with excitement as he landed, eagerly awaiting the display. Watch closely. Super Goku erupted in brilliant blue energy, instantly overshadowing the previous red glow. Huh. With a roar, the energy shifted to a deep blue, his hair darkening correspondingly, and his aura surged dramatically. After rigorous training with Whis, he had mastered the Super Saiyan God Deep Blue form. And there's more. The deep blue aura soared into the sky as Super Goku gritted his teeth and shouted, 30 times Kaioken. The crimson flames intertwined with the deep blue, the two forces melding together in perfect harmony. In mere seconds, his power had escalated exponentially. Kakarot from Universe 7 had concealed such strength. Vegeta, sensing the overwhelming divine aura, couldn't help but marvel. At that moment, he regretted missing the opportunity to engage, while also anticipating that another version of himself could deliver an equally astonishing surprise. After all, if Kakarot could advance so significantly, how could another me possibly be inferior? The Super Saiyan God Deep Blue must have undergone rigorous training during this time. A glint of astonishment and admiration flickered in Mu Feng's eyes, knowing that this form had eluded even Goku in the original storyline. It had first appeared during the Tournament of Power, a new form that emerged during Vegeta's fierce battle with the God of Destruction. This is even better. Continue to grow stronger. I believe their powers will keep escalating, and the Tournament of Power will be even more thrilling. On the arena, a resounding hum echoed. The astonishing aura erupted like a volcanic explosion. The oppressive force emanating from Super Goku surged toward Goku like a tsunami. In the face of this overwhelming pressure, Goku instead grinned, his fighting spirit igniting, and he became exhilarated. Ha ha ha, another me. I didn't expect you to harbor such power. In that case, allow me to demonstrate the form I've mastered during my training. Before Goku's words had fully escaped his lips, his eyes suddenly sharpened. Swish. The crimson flames that once enveloped him dissipated in an instant. A dazzling white light suddenly illuminated his forehead, and a divine aura flowed ceaselessly within him. In that moment, Wukong seemed to exist in a tranquil lake, appearing calm, yet concealing an exhilarating power. In the next moment, an overwhelming divine energy erupted, transforming into a towering beam of light. Within this beam, pure white radiance surged forth from Wukong's forehead, swiftly enveloping his entire being and forming a sanctified protective shield. With a thunderous roar, Wukong ascended to an unprecedented realm, the Super Saiyan 4 Kaishin form. Indeed, the cultivation of divine energy had not been in vain. Wukong's training prowess was truly remarkable. Mu Feng nodded in satisfaction, whispering to himself. He had achieved the Kaishin form even beyond what the gods had attained in the Super Saiyan 4 state. I must admit, I am somewhat astonished. The spectacle is becoming increasingly thrilling. I wonder what surprises they will unveil in the future. Mu Feng mused, growing ever more eager for the developments from Universe 7 and the likes of Wukong. As the saying goes, Saiyans are bound by no limits. The divine aura erupting from the arena had completely subdued the deep blue flames of Super Wukong. Not only was Super Wukong taken aback, but even the divine beings in the audience, including angels, the Grand Priest, and the Omni King, were deeply moved. Many deities displayed incredulous expressions, particularly the attending Kaishins. Wow, how cool. Wukong from Mu Feng's universe has become quite handsome. The Omni King exclaimed joyfully, clapping his hands. Indeed, he had fully stepped into the realm of the divine. The Grand Priest also exhibited an air of keen interest. The Wukong of the universe had integrated the power of Kaishin into himself, creating a form akin to that of a god of destruction, an innovative concept. In the audience of Universe 7, a chuckle echoed. Hee hee. This must be the idea Mu Feng imparted to Wukong. What a brilliant notion. The Kaishin form is nearly comparable to Lord Beerus's God of Destruction form. Whis covered his mouth with a smile, equally astonished by this unprecedented transformation. After all, no one had considered developing such a form until now. Most Kaishins possess mediocre strength, with only a select few showing promise. Yet even the most formidable Kaishin pales in comparison to the dedicated gods of destruction and their angelic mentors. Thus, the gods have always regarded the Kaishins as possessing modest power, merely weaklings. At this moment, the Kaishin form displayed by Wukong completely overturned the deity's perceptions, shattering their preconceived notions of the Kaishin's inadequacy. Beerus, roused by Whis' words, crossed his arms and smirked. You really believe this form can rival my god of destruction form? What a joke. At his current level, I could resolve him with a mere finger. Hee hee, it does seem that way, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a knowing smile. However, who can predict what the future holds? Beerus shuddered slightly, muttering, Humph, I suppose I should train a bit when I return. After all, whether I can survive until the end of the Tournament of Power remains to be seen. As he cast his gaze towards the cosmic audience, Mu Feng remarked, The god of destruction form is comparable to the Kaishin form? How intriguing, Mu Feng the angel. Your thoughts are truly unexpected. Beside him, Broly, Frieza, Gohan, and Vegeta wore expressions of astonishment. Over there, Kakarot has actually attained the Kaishin form. TCH. This guy always craves the spotlight. Super Vegeta exclaimed. This time, I find myself in agreement with you, Mr. Vegeta, Frieza interjected. I, too, find this cockroach quite bothersome. I truly wish to eliminate him myself. Who's on your side? Stay away. Vegeta shot back fiercely. Such hurtful words. Frieza shrugged, his cold gaze fixated on the two Gokus below, seething with rage. Damn monkeys. Their power continues to surpass my own. I, Frieza, cannot tolerate this. Gohan, observing the astonished expressions of the gods, sighed. The father of the universe is immensely powerful. The Kaioshin form is something even the deities have never heard of. I must double my efforts. In the cosmic audience, Vegeta smirked. So, Kakarot has been training in this form throughout the universe? Not bad. It can somewhat contend with my god of destruction form. However, it still falls short compared to me. When it's my turn to take the stage, you had better pay attention. The anticipation to display his power grew increasingly overwhelming. They've all become gods. It's disgusting. Frieza glared disdainfully at the Gokus below. Kakarot, I am not falling behind you. Broly grinned wickedly from his seat. He could sense the battle through their auras. And at this moment, he was solely interested in facing the new Broly, showing no interest in the other fights. Gohan quietly observed the figures of his two fathers. Though silent, his heart brimmed with pride. On the arena, the two formidable energies continued to surge. Feeling the pressure from Goku, Super Goku once again broke through his own limits. A crimson wave of energy erupted violently, unleashing the full power of the 50-fold Kaioken. Blood-red energy surged forth, overshadowing the deep blue flames that enveloped him. His muscles swelled dramatically, veins crawling like worms across his body, creating a truly terrifying sight. Boom, boom. The two astonishing energies collided mid-air, and the arena's ground was instantly marred with spiderweb-like cracks. The original fissures expanded, forming countless craters. The gods finally awakened from their stupor. Incredible! A mere mortal has comprehended a form that even we have yet to attain, gasped the Kaioshin of Universe 11, Kai. Indeed, it is unprecedented, remarked Fua from Universe 6, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared intently at Goku. This is utterly unfair, Kampa exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. Feeling that the odds for Universe 6 had diminished even further, Bardos regarded Mu Feng with a glimmer of envy in her eyes. Little Feng truly dares to dream. The realm that even the Kaioshin have not touched has been grasped by the universe's Goku. It is simply unheard of. Jess from Universe 10 cried out in astonishment. The previously confident god of destruction of Universe 11, Vermouth, now fell silent, fixated on the two Gokus. With each transformation, they breached their limits. Now, he no longer dared to assure victory for his side, silently resolving to ensure that his competitors undergo rigorous training for 20 days upon their return. The Grand Priest suddenly raised his hand, and the multitude of gods fell silent, their gazes fixated upon the arena. 50 times the King Kai fist. Surely, you cannot endure for long. Goku approached with measured steps. Indeed, you have reached your limit. Super Goku grimaced through the pain, declaring, you are truly formidable. Having transformed into this, you are not lacking either. This wait has been worthwhile. It is time to conclude this. Goku erupted with intensity, his form becoming a flash of white light that appeared before his opponent in an instant. Super Goku, unwilling to relent, swung his fist to counter. A thunderous crash ensued as both were simultaneously repelled, the arena floor erupting into a massive crater beneath their feet. Before there was time to react, Goku had already flashed to Super Goku's midsection, landing a heavy punch that caused him to double over in agony. In rapid succession, Goku appeared above, bringing both hands down like a hammer with tremendous force. Super Goku was sent hurtling away, his body spiraling uncontrollably towards the arena. Boom! The ground was struck with such force that it created a deep pit, dust and debris swirling into the air. Suddenly, a blue light flashed through the haze. Goku acted swiftly, grasping the air before him, and a miniature star was formed in an instant. The eyes of the spectators sparkled with astonishment. This was indeed the creative power of the King Kai. Boom! Goku clenched his fist, and the star detonated. Blinding white light engulfed the center of the arena, and Super Goku vanished from sight. The audience erupted in excitement, creating a star with bare hands. Even if it is merely a prototype, it is utterly outrageous. The power of the King Kai has been wielded in a dazzling manner. Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. Kakarot is merely playing tricks. Yet, the corners of his mouth curled upwards, allowing all the deities to witness the might of the universe. Mu Feng nodded in approval. Using the creation of a star as a means of attack is indeed an unforeseen tactic. Gohan, beads of sweat on his forehead, thought. Father can actually utilize divine power in such a way. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, Beerus was in a frenzy. Goku couldn't possibly have lost, could he? He turned to glare at Whis. Are you still laughing? The angel calmly turned away, pretending not to notice. But the spectacle was far from over. Suddenly, Super Vegeta broke the silence. Within the swirling smoke, Super Goku reappeared. He had already used instant transmission to evade the center and was now gathering a dark-hued Kamehameha between his palms. The energy wave hurled Goku back to the ground, shattering the remnants of the arena once more. Super Goku bent over, gasping for breath. The burden of the 50 times King Kai fist nearly overwhelming him. Kampa craned his neck. Is it over? Below the smoke-laden arena, the watching gods were unable to ascertain whether Goku had been pushed out of bounds. However, the Grand Priest at the judging panel had yet to announce the result of the match. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted. The dense smoke was violently dispersed by a surge of energy, revealing Goku, battered yet standing firm, his battle attire riddled with tears, having bravely endured that Kamehameha. Goku gazed up at the breathless Super Goku and remarked, I never anticipated you could unleash such a powerful attack. I nearly failed to dodge it. Super Goku managed a faint smile. Is that so? His clenched fist trembled slightly, his eyes flickering with unyielding determination. He truly wished to continue fighting. But the burden of the 50 times King Kai fist was overwhelming. His fiery hair gradually returned to its natural black, and his form began to descend. Next time, when we have both grown stronger. Goku leapt to catch the falling figure. It's a promise. We shall duel again at the power tournament. The two exchanged smiles, each recognizing the mutual respect and anticipation reflected in the other's eyes. At long last, the transcendent Goku could no longer withstand the strain and succumbed to unconsciousness. The audience erupted in euphoria. Victory for the universe. As the Grand Minister announced this, he also repaired the arena. The Omni King, joyfully swinging his little legs, exclaimed, Both Gokus are incredibly formidable. On the stands of Universe 7, Beerus crossed his arms and snorted disdainfully, A loss is a loss. We must reclaim our honor in the next round. After returning his unconscious opponent, Goku was met with his son's cheers. Dad, your Kaishin form is so cool. Chuckling bashfully while scratching his head, Goku noted the smoking holes in his battle attire. Upon his return to the sidelines, he smiled upon seeing Vegeta. Vegeta turned his face away, dismissive. You fought well. Now it's time for the second match. Mufeng smiled at the Universe 7 team. Whis utilized his divine power to heal Goku, and in an instant, Goku sprang back to life, brimming with vitality. All healed. Thank you, Whis. Goku stretched his arms, his eyes gleaming with excitement. That other me is truly powerful. Even with a 50-fold Kaioken, I couldn't defeat him. I must continue my training once we return. I eagerly anticipate our rematch at the power tournament. Vegeta, irritated by Goku's enthusiasm, turned to glare at him. Kakarot, I foresaw that your unorthodox approach would lead to defeat. Watch closely. I, Vegeta, shall surely vanquish that alternate version of myself. Got it. Goku scratched his head again, then suddenly grew serious. But do be cautious. That other version of us is exceptionally strong. Less chatter. Vegeta, brimming with confidence, declared, Just wait and see my triumphant return. He strode directly toward Beerus, preempting Frieza with his words. I'll take the second match. I want to embarrass myself like someone else. Mr. Vegeta is quite eager. Frieza squinted, but Vegeta ignored him. Incensing Frieza, who vowed to settle the score eventually. Beerus nodded in agreement, and Vegeta leaped onto the stage. The universe's Vegeta could no longer contain himself. And with Mufeng's encouragement, he also soared into the arena. The second match, Universe 7's Vegeta versus Universe's Vegeta. The Grand Minister announced the commencement. Hellas, in the stands, questioned, Why are there two identical faces again? Legiel, arms crossed, explained, It appears these competitors from the two universes correspond to each other, save for the last one named Broly, who is somewhat different. Thus, it seems both Universe 7 and Universe will field identical lineups for this grand tournament. How intriguing. I see, Hellas nodded slightly. His gaze fixated on the arena as he murmured, These two universes are not only similar, but their fighters possess astonishing strength. After the previous matches, the gods dared not underestimate these two teams any longer. As both Vegetas took to the stage, all eyes were riveted upon the arena. Finally, it's our turn. Super Vegeta's eyes ignited with the spirit of battle. I have long awaited this confrontation. Indeed, I too have grown impatient. Vegeta echoed, equally eager. He was resolute in his belief that he would triumph, just as Kakarot had, now solely wishing to gauge the strength of his alternate self. Even without releasing their auras, both sensed that they were stronger than the last time they encountered each other. Enough with the idle chatter. I shall not be careless like Kakarot, Super Vegeta proclaimed, pointing his thumb at himself. Now witness the fruits of my training. Oh, I am eager to see, Vegeta replied with a raised eyebrow, unperturbed. Huh, Super Vegeta bellowed, clenching his fist, as a deep blue aura erupted like a volcanic explosion. His hair shimmered between black and deep blue, encircled by a radiant aura adorned with cross-shaped stars, ultimately settling into an enhanced deep blue form. This was more formidable than Goku's previous transformation. The gods were once again astonished. Though this power did not rival that of the destroyer gods, it undeniably positioned him as the foremost among all destroyers across the universes. Even the exquisite representative of Universe 11 had to concede. Even in his destroyer form, he could not withstand such might. A form even stronger than Kakarot's? Vegeta smirked. Not bad, but do not underestimate me. Huh. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar erupted. A golden blaze shot skyward. As Vegeta's hair grew long and thick, his eyes surrounding with a deep crimson hue, as he transformed into the Super Saiyan 4 limit break form. The double transformation on the arena drew the attention of the gods, who speculated on which of the two would emerge stronger. Humph, this power is quite commendable. Super Vegeta smirked. Then let us see who is truly stronger. Prepare yourself, another me. He swung his arm fiercely, sending a powerful gust of energy directly at Vegeta. Flowery fists and embroidered legs. Vegeta disdainfully waved his hand, dissipating the energy wave in an instant. Yeah. The sound of slicing air filled the arena as Super Vegeta appeared before him in a flash. Fist shadows rained down like droplets, but Vegeta deftly evaded. Suddenly, a knee strike landed heavily on his abdomen, followed by a fierce elbow blow to his head. Bang! Vegeta was sent crashing from the arena, stirring up clouds of dust. Yet he stood up and scathed, taunting, "Is this the transformation you take pride in? Hardly impressive. Do not get too cocky." Super Vegeta's fury erupted as he dove downward. Boom! He shattered the arena with a single kick, only to find himself striking air. Vegeta leaped into the air, with Super Vegeta hot on his heels, his fist gathering deep blue energy. Sensing danger, Vegeta confidently launched an energy blast. Break! Super Vegeta's punch pierced through the energy blast, shattering it to pieces. Interesting, Vegeta thought, his hands glowing with crimson energy. I can do that too. Damn it. Seeing the imitation, Super Vegeta's rage ignited. The two figures collided mid-air with thunderous fists, producing a deafening sound. At the moment their powers clashed, shockwaves erupted from between them. Both lifted their legs, their knees crashing together with a dull thud. In less than a second, they charged at one another again. Huh. Super Vegeta's right fist struck fiercely, but Vegeta caught it firmly. The left fist followed closely, also intercepted. Super Vegeta clicked his tongue in annoyance, suddenly tilting back and launching a headbutt towards his opponent's forehead. Thud! Vegeta recoiled in pain, his hands dropping from defense. A prime opportunity. Super Vegeta pressed the advantage, landing a heavy punch to Vegeta's abdomen, then raised his leg to kick him skyward. He erupted with a deep blue aura, soaring into the sky to unleash a flurry of relentless attacks. Bang! 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 The cacophony of strikes resonated through the air, culminating in a powerful kick that sent Vegeta flying. But the onslaught was far from over. Super Vegeta relentlessly pursued him. In midair, Vegeta subtly curled his lips into a smirk. Super Vegeta flashed above his opponent, his fist poised to descend, only for the target to vanish in an instant. In the next moment, a heavy blow struck his back, sending him hurtling away from Vegeta with a single punch. That weak attack was hardly a threat to me. Steadying himself, Super Vegeta charged once more, invigorated and ready for battle. The two clashed again, their fists colliding with explosive force that echoed through the heavens. Shockwaves erupting in the air. This level of confrontation was merely child's play. Vegeta suddenly closed the distance, delivering a swift kick that sent his opponent soaring. Unyielding, Super Vegeta quickly retaliated. The two figures darted through the sky at breakneck speed, the ensuing shockwaves from their collisions echoing continuously. Take this. Super Vegeta leapt into the heights, gathering formidable energy in his palm. As Vegeta sensed the impending danger, a devastating energy wave detonated, blinding white light consuming everything in its wake. As the dust settled, Vegeta remained unscathed, suspended in midair at a critical juncture, activating his protective shield and evading swiftly. How effective was that? Super Vegeta inquired, gazing downwards. Upon inspection, the once even arena had transformed into a vast crater. TSK, you actually managed to evade it. Super Vegeta glared at Vegeta, his frustration mounting. Upon seeing Vegeta reappear, Super Saiyan Goku could not help but exclaim, "Oh dear, if that attack had landed, the universe's Vegeta would be in serious trouble. What a pity." Indeed, it was truly unfortunate. That move would have inflicted significant damage, but the other universe's Uncle Vegeta reacted too swiftly. Super Gohan lamented in agreement. Get your act together." Beerus, clutching his head, was in a frenzy, exasperated. The seventh universe had already lost one match. This was the second round. They had to win at least one. Even if they couldn't secure a victory, they couldn't afford to be swiftly defeated by the universe's Vegeta. That would be utterly humiliating. The gods were watching, including that gluttonous Fatso Campa and the foul rodent Quatella. Observing Beerus in such a tizzy, was covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Beerus was simply too amusing in this state. It seemed that upon returning, he would need to train Goku and the others rigorously for the upcoming Tournament of Power. On the arena, Super Vegeta unleashed his aura once more, his power surging further. "Come down here." He charged forward, swinging his fist down towards Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta firmly caught the blow. Super Vegeta scoffed coldly, lifting his leg to sweep at Vegeta's head. Vegeta swiftly crouched to evade the sweeping kick, while simultaneously thrusting forward, his shoulder crashing heavily into Super Vegeta's chest. Stumbling back a few steps, Super Vegeta regained his footing and gritted his teeth, retaliating with a punch. "Humph." Vegeta smirked disdainfully, effortlessly grasping the incoming fist. "Huh." Super Vegeta roared, struggling fiercely. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly lifted his knee, delivering a fierce strike to his chin. Bang! Bang! With two consecutive knee strikes, Super Vegeta found himself dazed and disoriented. Vegeta followed up with a swift high kick, sending him hurtling through the air. Like a kite severed from its string, Super Vegeta soared backwards, sprawled out. Infuriated, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared, "Ha!" A deep blue aura erupted violently, stabilizing his form midair. Upon catching sight of Vegeta's triumphant expression in the distance, Super Vegeta's fury ignited. Could it be that all my arduous training pales in comparison to another version of myself? Such a reality is utterly unacceptable for me, Vegeta, he bellowed defiantly. In a moment of synchronicity, both warriors clasped their hands together before them. Virum, Virum. A terrifying energy rapidly coalesced in their palms, the orange-yellow energy sphere swelling larger by the second. Moments later, they both shouted in unison, "Ultimate Flash! Ultimate Flash!" A golden beam of light tore through the heavens as two cataclysmic energies collided with ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the deafening roar, the two forces remained locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, the center of the energy burst forth with blinding brilliance. In an explosive eruption, the shockwave generated by their clash surged outward. Vegeta and Super Vegeta, caught off guard, were thrust to the edge of the arena by this formidable force. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly, unleashing their auras to stabilize their forms. Otherwise, they would have been thrown from the ring, resulting in an immediate end to the match. Exchanging a glance, they unleashed their energies once more and charged at one another. Super Vegeta launched a powerful kick. Vegeta sidestepped, and Super Vegeta swiftly followed up with a punch. Bang! Vegeta raised his hand to block, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange. Swish, 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 thud, 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 bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their fists and feet colliding resonated, intensifying the battle. A tempest swept across the arena, causing even the air to tremble. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. Wow, so fast, so exhilarating. The Grand Zeno exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The spectators from Universe 90 displayed expressions of astonishment, clearly captivated. The Grand Minister smiled and nodded. Casting his gaze upon the two combatants, murmuring. However, it seems they are not yet utilizing their full strength, particularly Vegeta. And the previously appeared Goku appears to be concealing his true power as well. As he spoke, he glanced towards the cosmic audience, lost in thought. Is it for the sake of the tournament of power? The universe of Angel Mufeng is indeed intriguing. The deities from other universes could no longer contain themselves, engaging in fervent discussions. How could these two seemingly inferior universes possess such formidable warriors? It was utterly unbelievable. This is exceedingly disadvantageous for our Universe 9. King Kai of Universe 9 clenched his fists, a mix of shock and anger washing over him. Despite having heard tales of Universe 7 and their primitive civilization, how could they exhibit such strength? It was profoundly unjust. Enough with the complaints. Focus on training our fighters, urged Destroyer God Sidra. Yes, we must ensure they grow stronger. King Kai gritted his teeth, determined not to lose the tournament of power, for the consequences would be obliteration at the hands of the Grand Zeno. Meanwhile, in Universe 11, the elegant beings observed the fierce battle in solemn silence. Master Tuo broke the silence, declaring, "Esteemed Lord, these wicked villains who undermine justice must be eradicated. Upon our return, Jillian and I shall lead the fighters in intensive training. The time is ample, and we shall surely triumph in the power tournament." With renewed confidence, the esteemed Lord smiled and replied, "Indeed, as long as you diligently train, Universe 11 shall remain the strongest. The ultimate victory is destined to be ours." "Yes, esteemed Lord," Tuo asserted, clenching his fists with determination. "This is a crucial moment for safeguarding Universe 11. I must grow stronger, even if it means sacrificing everything." Meanwhile, the sixth universe's Kampa remained silent, intently observing the battle on the arena. He pondered, can Trunks defeat Universe 7's Vegeta after his training? Regardless, I must first impart the destructive energy to him. If necessary, I shall have Beerus train him. With this thought, Kampa confidently glanced at Beerus. After spending so much time together, she would surely not allow me to be annihilated by the Omni King. Let her handle the training while I indulge in delicious food. Noticing Kampa's sly grin, Beerus immediately understood his intentions and sighed in resignation. "Understood, Lord Kampa. I shall take responsibility for training the fighters of Universe 6. Ha! Splendid, Beerus." Kampa laughed joyfully, hands on his hips. "I will first teach Trunks the destructive energy, and I leave the others to you. By the way, I will save a portion of the delicacies for you." With a smile, Beerus thought, "Indeed, I cannot bear to part ways with Lord Kampa. Upon our return, I shall diligently guide the young fighters in their training and perhaps take some time to visit the universe and seek out Mufeng, allowing them to spar with each other." On the arena, energy blasts collided, filling the air with smoke. Both Vegetas employed their royal combat techniques, neither willing to concede to the other. Suddenly, red and blue auras erupted, dispersing the smoke. "You have grown significantly stronger," Vegeta remarked, impressed. "Humph. I have yet to unleash my full power." Super Vegeta smirked. "What a coincidence. So have I." Vegeta taunted, beckoning. "Show me your true prowess." "With pleasure." Super Vegeta unleashed an even more intense aura, dangerous blue energy gathering at his fingertips. In an instant, an energy blast flashed before Vegeta, who swiftly sidestepped. Looking up, he saw Super Vegeta soaring towards him. "Prepare to fall." With a fierce shout, Super Vegeta clenched his fists and struck Vegeta down towards the arena, creating a massive crater with a thunderous crash. Amidst the rising dust, glimmers of light appeared as a flurry of energy blasts surged forth. Unfazed, Super Vegeta drew his hands together at his chest, declaring, "A mere, trifling skill." A brilliant sphere of light coalesced in his palms as a colossal energy blast roared forth, effortlessly devouring the incoming attacks. Just as the energy blast approached the arena, Vegeta instantaneously teleported in front of his opponent, delivering a heavy punch. Bang! Their fists collided. A blinding white light erupted, and shockwaves rippled throughout the arena. Before a victor could be determined, a thunderous roar resonated from behind them. Both fighters leaped back, only to charge at each other once more. Boom! Their heavy punches struck each other's faces, leaving both with indented cheeks, yet smiling in delight. Super Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Not bad. You managed to hold your own against me. You have truly taken me by surprise." Vegeta is flexing his wrists, indicating that he is ready to get serious. "Just as I thought. Let us compare whose destructive power is superior." The two apprentice destroyers exchanged knowing smiles, as the energy of annihilation began to surge around them. The atmosphere in the arena instantly tightened to an extreme. Let us see who can wield the destructive energy more adeptly. This provocative challenge drew the attention of all the deities to the arena. Huh, are we finally getting serious? Kampa of Universe 6 crossed his arms and scoffed. Quitella from Universe 4 cast a sidelong glance at Beerus, immortal as a destroyer? How laughable. The 7th universe might as well face its demise early. Beerus fixed his gaze on the two Vegetas, a smirk playing on his lips. Let me see the extent of your training. Oh my, it seems an ultimate move is about to be unleashed. Whis, waving his staff, was filled with excitement. How splendid. Both Vegetas are about to transform. Goku bounced eagerly, urging, let me see it. Mu Feng gazed at the purple flames emanating from Vegeta, whispering, let them witness the might of the universe. A cold hum came from the stands of Universe 10. Finally, they are revealing their true forms. Waimabi clenched her fists, while Tobo remained silent, his face stern. Wow, is that the form? Hurry, transform. The Omni King excitedly waved his small hands, resembling a child waiting to unwrap a gift. In the arena, Vegeta grinned widely. Watch closely. With a thunderous roar, the purple-red energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. Once the storm subsided, his hair shimmered with an enchanting purple light, his pupils swirling with a sense of destruction, surrounded by unsettling purple flames. The Super Saiyan God of Destruction form has arrived. This is the unique destructive power of the destroyers, filled with a terrifying aura. At this moment, this power erupted without reservation. As Vegeta transformed into the God of Destruction form, the deities from various universes displayed expressions of shock. Yet, the changes in the arena immediately captivated their attention. Humph. Don't think you're the only one capable of this. Faced with Vegeta's God of Destruction form, Super Vegeta stood his ground, letting out a cold snort as the destructive energy within him surged. Huh. With a low roar, the purple-red aura enveloped Super Vegeta entirely. The destructive energy flowed wildly within him, and then erupted with a resounding blast. The ferocious purple-red flames morphed into a towering tornado, piercing the heavens. Boom. As the tornado dissipated, Super Vegeta's appearance had completely transformed. His deep blue hair and eyes turned purple, his eyebrows vanished, his brow protruded, and his eye sockets tightened, emanating an aura of destruction as if he could annihilate anything with a mere touch. The power of the God of Destruction was fully unleashed, and Super Vegeta had successfully transformed. At this moment, his gaze was sharp, his demeanor arrogant, exuding an air of malevolence. Witnessing both Vegetas stepping into the God of Destruction form, the deities were even more astounded. It is rare for mortals to grasp the power of the destroyers, yet they can master it perfectly, truly astonishing. Wow, is this the God of Destruction form? Indeed powerful. Super Goku clenched his fists, fixated on the arena, with both sides transformed. Who would emerge victorious? Go, Vegeta. You absolutely cannot lose. Beerus shouted anxiously. Oomph, hurry up and concede. Kampa grinned mischievously, crossing his arms in provocation. Fat pig. Beerus glared at Kampa, his fists cracking ominously. Heh, the outcome hinges on the performances of the two Vegetas, Whis remarked with a gleeful smile. In his heart, he believed that Vegeta held a slight advantage, as there seemed to be untapped power within him. However, the final outcome remained to be seen. The cold gaze of the Super Frieza surveyed the scene, his expression dark and brooding. Frieza, too, seethed with rage. How dare this mere scion surpass me? He ground his teeth, vowing to exact revenge in the future. Mufeng leaned against the railing, whispering with a sense of tranquility, fight to your heart's content. Let the entire universe witness your strength. Goku, brimming with excitement, mused, Heh, I wonder whose form is stronger, my Kaishin form or Vegeta's. On the arena, Vegeta raised an eyebrow, intrigued him. You do look somewhat different from me. Yet, he felt a thrill from the power emanating from his opponent. Let us commence the final showdown, my other self. Huh, this is my latest technique, Super Vegeta scoffed, lifting his chin in a provocative manner. It's the God of Destruction form that Master Beerus himself taught me, infused with destructive power. Impressive display, Vegeta retorted with a smirk, laced with sarcasm. I hope your strength lives up to your appearance. Shall we find out? Super Vegeta tilted his head, his grin growing more arrogant. Precisely. Excitement flashed in Vegeta's eyes as he eagerly sought to unleash his destructive force. Boom, boom. In an instant, two astounding auras erupted. The two purple figures clashed like lightning in the sky. In a heartbeat, a terrifying wave of destructive energy exploded from their center, reducing the surrounding debris to mere dust. Bang! Bang! Within mere seconds, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Their speed was so swift that only afterimages remained, weaving two intertwining trails of purple light across the sky. The watching deities bore tense expressions, no longer daring to underestimate this duel. At this moment, all the gods realized that within these seemingly inferior universes lay extraordinary beings beyond comprehension. What a thrill! Super Vegeta grew more invigorated with each exchange, launching a powerful punch. Indeed, Vegeta deftly evaded, instantly reappearing above his opponent. Clang! Super Vegeta skillfully blocked the downward strike with his leg. Don't underestimate me. He exerted force, sending Vegeta flying, while swiftly conjuring a purplish-red energy sphere in his right hand. Take this. Destruction. The destructive energy surged forth. Unfazed, Vegeta raised his right hand. I can perform this technique as well. What happened next was astonishing. The incoming destructive energy was completely absorbed by the energy in his palm. How is this possible? Vegeta himself was taken aback. Damn it, that brat has actually mastered the destructive force to such a degree. Beerus exclaimed, clutching his head in disbelief, silently cursing his misfortune. That Vegeta has been a god of destruction apprentice longer, so his destructive energy is naturally stronger than our Vegetas, was explained with a nod. I see. It seems winning 1TB easy for Vegeta. Super Goku chimed in, enlightened. On the arena, Vegeta regarded the astonished Super Vegeta with a mocking grin, asserting, I have been a disciple of the god of destruction far longer than you. The destructive energy in his palms swelled dramatically, transforming into an enormous sphere in an instant. Now it is my turn. Prepare yourself. Vegeta retracted his right hand, the colossal energy ball slowly bearing down on his opponent. Humph, what is this level of power? Super Vegeta exclaimed, extending his arms as purplish-red energy coalesced in his hands, igniting a fierce battle spirit in his eyes. Watch how I obliterate you. With a furious roar, the energy in Super Vegeta's grasp deepened in color, an aura of annihilation pervading the surroundings. Faced with the approaching giant energy sphere, he suddenly pressed his palms together, merging the two energies into one. Behold my ultimate destruction flash. A pillar of purplish light, crackling with electricity, surged skyward, colliding directly with the massive energy ball. In the audience, Whis' eyes sparkled with admiration. What brilliance to fuse destructive energy into a new technique. The two forces of annihilation clashed violently in the arena, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Vegeta was astonished to find his energy sphere being gradually pushed back. Aya! Super Vegeta's aura surged tremendously, fissures spreading across the arena floor like a spider's web. With one final roar, the power of the light beam intensified. Break for me. Super Vegeta unleashed his full might. The torrent of destructive energy overwhelming Vegeta's colossal light wave. Has he surpassed it again? Vegeta's pupils constricted as he vanished from his spot in a flash. The two uncontrollable streams of energy collided fiercely against the protective dome above the arena, producing a deafening sound that even cracked the barrier meticulously set by the Grand Minister into spiderweb-like patterns. Astounding! To think they could breach the angel's barrier. The observing gods gasped in disbelief. It was known that this barrier was difficult even for the gods of destruction to shake. Yet it now bore the scars of the two scions' fierce clash. Interesting, the Grand Minister chuckled, raising his hand as the fissures instantly mended. Wow, so cool. The Omni King clapped in excitement, his eyes sparkling especially at Super Vegeta's ultimate move. In the center of the arena, Super Vegeta panted heavily, beads of sweat cascading down. Suddenly, the sound of air being sliced through announced Vegeta's flawless arrival at his side. To be able to rebound my attack, you truly live up to your title. He approached his panting counterpart. I am beginning to anticipate the power tournament. You will undoubtedly be stronger then. Humph. Super Vegeta smirked, tilting his head upward. Next time we meet, victory will belong to me. Our Universe 7 will surely prevail. He added, when that time comes, I shall use the Super Dragon Balls to revive you. What a coincidence. Vegeta grinned widely. I too plan to use the Super Dragon Balls to bring you back. The two exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously unleashing purplish-red flames of energy. Can we still fight? Of course. Super Vegeta's energy surged. I am Vegeta. The ferocious energy erupted toward the heavens, reducing the surrounding ruins to dust. The once solid ground of the arena shattered under the overwhelming force, with spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading. Both figures soared into the sky, their fists colliding in an unending flurry midair.